The story opens with a cascade of system windows flashing across the public's view, each one warning citizens about a string of strange and abnormal events breaking out in different corners of the world. One alert reported that fishermen off the coast had discovered a monstrous abalone, so huge and unnatural that even 10 grown adults linking arms could not fully circle it, and many suspected it was a grotesque mutation caused by nuclear wastewater. Another notice described an ancient tree in a popular tourist area that had suddenly grown out of control, its roots spreading for kilometers like living veins beneath the earth, while deep cracks split open the ground, as if some abnormal pulse had awakened below. The notifications kept pouring in, speaking of giant vines dropping from the sky, as if fairy tales had forced their way into reality, and of subway tracks in multiple areas being torn apart, causing confusion, destruction, and even a number of casualties. But hardly anyone took those warnings seriously, because to most people it all sounded like the same old sensationalist nonsense, no more believable than that ridiculous zombie bite panic from years ago that had ended up being nothing at all. At the school gates, large groups of students were already gathered together, chatting noisily and trading gossip, clearly finding local rumors and campus drama far more entertaining than the bizarre news playing out beyond their little world. Then, in an instant, every wandering eye and scattered conversation was pulled toward a single approaching figure. The one walking over was none other than the school's acknowledged beauty, Chu Qingli. The crowd immediately began to stir with excitement, wondering if she had finally come to dump her boyfriend. In their eyes, that relationship had never been equal at all, but more like an act of pity and charity from her from the very beginning. Chu Qingli had already secured her place at Qingqing University, while her boyfriend had not even managed to get into a respectable college. To everyone watching, their futures were already worlds apart. With that cold gap hanging in the air, Chu Qingli walked straight up to Fang Yi and called out to him, making him turn around with a faint, curious look in his eyes. Wearing an icy expression and not the slightest trace of softness, she told him that she had thought everything through carefully, and that the relationship between them was simply not realistic anymore. According to her, youthful love during school always reached the same bitter ending sooner or later, the moment when one finally wakes up, sees reality clearly, and understands that the two of them were never truly meant to walk the same road. She went on to say that building a life together required more than courage and feelings. It needed genuine compatibility, matching paths, and a shared future. For all those reasons, ending things now was the smartest choice. Deep down, she looked at him with disdain, convinced that no matter what he said or did to try to win her back, it would all be completely useless. Fang Yi said nothing at all, and when the people around them saw his silence, they quickly assumed he had been hit so hard by the breakup that his mind had gone blank, and he had practically collapsed on the spot inside. After all, she was the school beauty, the girl everyone admired from afar, so they expected him to drop his pride, get on his knees, and beg desperately for one more chance. Yet as they looked at him, they only sneered inwardly, thinking he had never been worthy of a rich and beautiful girl like her, just a toad dreaming of a swan. But with a calm, steady gaze and not a trace of panic on his face, Fang Yi simply agreed to break up with her, as if he were accepting something trivial and long overdue. That single, easy response left Chu Qingli and everyone around her completely stunned, their expressions freezing as though none of them had expected things to go this way. Seeing that she had nothing else worth saying, Fang Yi turned his back on her without hesitation and started to walk away. The moment he did, Chu Qingli suddenly panicked and hurriedly called out to stop him. Fang Yi paused, then slowly turned around. His eyes were sharp and piercing now, and in a flat, controlled voice, he asked her exactly what it was that she wanted. Her eyes burned with anger and wounded pride as she snapped back that she did not care what he was thinking, nor did she care about whatever tricks he might be planning to use. She made it absolutely clear that she would never get back together with him, and she wanted him to understand that beyond any doubt. Fang Yi looked straight at her for a moment, then told her not to flatter herself so much, coldly reminding her that being the so-called school beauty did not make her nearly as important as she imagined. The words struck her on the spot. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and then, almost instantly, her face flushed red, a mix of shock, embarrassment, and rising anger coloring her cheeks. The students around them were just as shaken, staring at Fong Yi as if they had suddenly become strangers to the same boy they thought they knew so well. What none of them understood was that Fong Yi already knew something they could not even begin to imagine, and he was fully aware that Chu Qingli and the others had no idea what was about to descend upon the world. He knew that the rules society currently worshipped, money, grades, status, education, all of it, would soon be reduced to ashes. None of them knew that he had returned from a future swallowed by disaster, reborn into this timeline with memories intact. Because of that, the Chu Qingli standing before him now was no longer someone close to his heart, but merely a distant stranger from another life. Without another glance back, Fong Yi left the school behind him and walked away. He had far more important things to deal with now. To him, school beauties, gossip, pride, and reputation had all become meaningless, because the entire order of the world was about to be torn down and rebuilt from the ground up. The true danger was not some campus scandal at all, but a terrifying crisis already looming over the whole of humanity on Blue Star. Everything had truly begun the night before, when Fong Yi suddenly woke from sleep, and strange cracks appeared before his eyes, showing him fragments of the future in flashes that felt both unreal and horrifyingly vivid. And then the system informed him that aura recovery had been detected. Its complete activation would arrive in exactly 364 days, 11 hours, and 59 minutes. Once that countdown ended, the world would undergo a transformation unlike anything humanity had ever seen. At that moment, Fong Yi was still somewhat dazed and confused, struggling to process whether what he was seeing was reality, a dream, or something even stranger. Then several figures materialized before him, and the system calmly revealed that the rules governing human society were destined to be rewritten from this point forward. The age of cultivators was about to descend upon the world, and from then on, strength, raw, undeniable power, would become the new standard by which everything was measured. Feeling both wary and curious, Fong Yi slowly raised his hand and asked who, or what, was speaking to him from beyond the darkness. In the next instant, a strange and eerie light began to gather in front of him, shining with an otherworldly glow that made the room feel suddenly cold and unreal. A system window appeared and explained that it came from the outer reaches of the universe, built with top-tier algorithms fused with cosmic secrets. Its purpose was to automatically generate cultivation techniques based on any spiritual material touched by the host. The screen also showed, almost mockingly, that his current number of techniques was 0. Fong Yi cautiously stretched out his hand, and his eyes widened in surprise when his fingers passed straight through the system window, as if it were made of light and nothing more. Then, without warning, a terrifying monster burst into view and let out a deafening roar, its presence so violent that it seemed to shake the air itself. Fong Yi froze where he stood, his whole body going stiff as fear rushed into his eyes and a cold chill ran through him. Inside the monster's gaping mouth hung a corpse, and the system coldly informed him that this was the end awaiting him as an ordinary person, along with the same doomed fate that would swallow billions across Blue Star. Fong Yi swallowed hard, his throat dry, and no matter how much he tried to steady himself, he could not stop the fear rising inside him. He pressed a hand against his chest as if trying to quiet his pounding heart, while worry and dread gathered heavily in his eyes. As the shock lingered, Fong Yi fell into deep thought, and memories from his previous life began to surface one after another with painful clarity. In that former life, he had been nothing special at all, just an ordinary man dragged along by the tide of chaos, struggling day after day simply to survive, while clinging to the faint hope of somehow enduring the coming disaster. But he had witnessed the collapse of his nation with his own eyes, seen the people suffer in misery, and in the end, even he had failed to escape the jaws and claws of the mutated beasts. He remembered dying in utter despair, his heart packed with rage, helplessness, and a hatred so deep that even at death's door, it burned like a final curse. A sharp light gradually returned to his eyes, filled now with determination, as he realized that perhaps this was exactly why the system had chosen him and sent him back one full year before aura recovery began. He slowly lifted his hand again, fully aware that at this very moment, most of the world was still living in ignorance, with no clue that a great and terrible change was already drawing near. Fong Yi touched the fragments of the system and made up his mind that he would seize every anomaly born from the aura and turn each one into an advantage for himself before anyone else could react. At that moment, the system began initializing a brand new evaluation, as if the first step toward rewriting his fate had finally, truly begun. A bright, eager light rose in Fong Yi's eyes as the system informed him that the connection had been completed successfully, as if a sealed door inside his fate had just been opened at last. A completely new path had now been unlocked before him, and from this moment on, everything in existence could serve as material. His mission was clear and heavy: gather powerful techniques, collect extraordinary abilities, become a true cultivator, and eventually save the world from the disaster ahead. Across the city, notices spread quickly, informing people that humanity was now facing a crisis unlike anything it had ever encountered before. There would be no answers hidden in the past, no old experience to rely on. The only option left was to adapt and survive through one's own strength. Everyone who saw those warnings was stunned and confused, except for Fong Yi, whose expression remained calm because he already knew this terrifying future was real. When he turned on his phone, screen after screen filled with fresh notifications. At a glance, he understood that the government was neither fully confirming nor denying the strange phenomena. Instead, it was limiting itself to cautious public reminders, subtly telling people to prepare. Fong Yi knew exactly what that meant. This was Xia Nation's restrained and deliberate way of issuing a warning, because reports that would once have been dismissed as mythical nonsense could never have spread this widely unless something truly serious was happening. A trace of sadness filled his eyes as memories of the past resurfaced. He knew that this quiet, indirect approach from Xia Nation helped people stay calm and continue trusting their country instead of falling into panic. It was slow, difficult, and sometimes frustrating, but still far more effective than the chaos, riots, and gunfire that had consumed neighboring nations. Then he recalled what the system had told him earlier. He could use anything as material. That meant the places where anomalies appeared would become his true opportunities, and he needed to head straight toward them without hesitation. His full attention settled on the phone screen, his eyes narrowing slightly as he began to search through the flood of information for the first useful clue. It was the #1 trending story. The UV index at Qingqing University had reportedly reached a historic record not seen in 100 years. Because of that, a heat warning had been issued, urging incoming students to protect themselves, stay alert, and apply sunscreen before entering campus. The students reading it were more confused than worried, thinking that even top universities had now started using ridiculous sensationalist advertising. To them, it had to be fake, definitely a paid trending topic, because heat at that level would not just be uncomfortable, it could kill people on the spot. Fong Yi lifted his head and looked at the sky above him, only to see thick clouds hanging there without a trace of harsh sunlight. Then he switched on a UV meter and found that the reading where he stood was 0. He could not help feeling puzzled for a moment, because Qingqing University was only about 15 minutes away by car. He did not understand how the weather conditions there could be so drastically different from what he was seeing here. Soon, images began circulating online showing a blazing, brutal sun hanging over the university grounds. Students were informed that new student registration would continue as planned, but they were strongly advised to avoid the North Gate because of the terrifying UV levels, while all the other entrances would remain open. Seeing that, Fong Yi could not help but smile, though the expression on his face carried more certainty than amusement. He knew that when anomalies first appeared, most people always mistook them for publicity stunts, marketing tricks, or fake news, and only he understood the truth hiding beneath the surface. A glimmer of excitement rose in his eyes, because he knew his first real opportunity had finally arrived. Fong Yi quickly changed his clothes and headed for Qingqing University. Along the way, nearly everyone was carrying umbrellas against the oppressive heat, and the temperature was so unnatural that even the leaves on the roadside trees had shriveled and fallen early. When he reached Qingqing University, he made his way straight toward the North Gate, the one entrance that had become the least crowded of them all because everyone else was desperately avoiding it. He already knew with absolute certainty that something was deeply wrong in that place, and the uneasy air around the gate only confirmed it further. Then glittering ashes began drifting down from the sky, glowing strangely as they fell. While the surrounding students screamed and fled in panic, terrified of being scorched alive, Fang Yi kept his eyes fixed on those falling fragments without looking away. Instead of retreating, he calmly sat down right there and made up his mind to touch one of them, as if he were reaching toward the very beginning of a new fate. The moment his fingertip made contact, a fierce burst of light erupted from the ash, and the system immediately reported that it had detected an intense fluctuation of the yang attribute, successfully unlocking its data template. That scorching energy instantly rushed into Fang Yi's body, and the pain that followed was so violent and overwhelming that it felt as though his flesh, bones, and blood were all being torn apart from the inside. A blazing light then began to pour out from Fang Yi's body, wrapping him in a fierce golden radiance that made him look less like a student and more like a figure being reforged by fire. The people nearby cried out and covered their eyes in panic, afraid the light would blind them. None of them understood what was happening, and for a moment, some even wondered if the heat and fear had pushed them into hallucinating. The yang energy continued burning through Fang Yi's clothes, and the searing pain made him grit his teeth so hard that his jaw trembled under the strain. He grabbed the top of his head and nearly lost control, his whole body shaking as he had no idea whether the system had finished compiling or not. In that unbearable moment, he truly felt as though death was only one breath away. Then, at last, the compilation was completed, and Fang Yi successfully obtained a yang attribute cultivation method, the Golden Sun breathing technique. Not long after that, it was the official registration day for the new students at Qingqing University, and the campus was once again crowded with noise, movement, and fresh faces. Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend arrived at the registration area looking as eye-catching as ever, and almost immediately a young man stepped forward with a flattering smile, offering to carry her suitcase for her. Before long, several more boys came over one after another, all trying to seize a chance to get close to her, but she rejected every one of them with cold indifference, making it clear that she did not need anyone's help. She turned and glanced at a nearby couple with a sneer, her expression carrying that same familiar arrogance and quiet contempt. But in the very next instant, a brilliant golden flash suddenly lit up the area, startling her and the surrounding students so badly that all their attention snapped toward the source. A tense voice came through the loudspeaker, urgently ordering everyone to stay away from the north gate and keep their distance from the area at once. Her expression immediately turned serious, and curiosity mixed with unease as she decided to go and see for herself what exactly was happening over there. At the north gate, a massive burst of golden energy illuminated the entire area, turning the air bright and harsh as though a second sun had exploded right on campus. From within the swirling smoke and distorted air, a dark figure slowly emerged, giving off a heavy, oppressive presence that made everyone around instinctively tense up. He drew in a deep breath, and as he did, his eyes lit up with a fierce golden glow, sharp and powerful, like fire gathering behind his gaze. A system screen popped up before him, informing him that he had successfully created a new technique and had been awarded 50 points as a result. Fang Yi looked at the screen and frowned slightly, wondering what exactly those points were meant to be used for and what kind of value they truly held. After a brief pause, he decided it was not something worth dwelling on right now, though he instinctively felt that those points would probably become useful sooner or later. Time passed quietly, and before long night had fallen, with a strangely eerie moon hanging in the sky above, casting an unsettling light over everything below. Under that unusual moonlight, the young man began practicing his newly acquired breathing technique, carefully guiding each breath as he adapted himself to the power now living inside him. When the next day arrived, a bright sun once again hung in the sky, and a new wave of energy seemed to spread subtly through the university grounds, making the whole campus feel faintly different. Some students suddenly noticed the sky darken and the temperature cool for just a brief second, and that strange change sent them running toward the north gate. Before long, A large crowd had gathered there, all trying to see what kind of disturbance was happening. The university's dean was furious and demanded to know why no one had listened to the repeated warnings telling them to stay away from that area in the first place. A group then pushed its way through the crowd, and the students instinctively stepped aside to let them pass as they moved toward the very center of the commotion. At the center stood a hooded figure with a stern, unreadable expression, who coldly instructed the dean to seal off the north gate completely and not allow anyone else to approach. At that exact moment, the system informed Fong Yi that he had successfully cleaned a polluted area, confirming that what had happened there was far more important than it had first appeared. From that, he realized that the government already knew about places like this, and he could not help wondering whether there were other people in the world just like him. Then, hearing the alert that no one was allowed to enter the area anymore, the young man understood that things had truly become serious. The students spotted groups of people in uniform moving through the area, and whispers immediately spread through the crowd as everyone began wondering if they were members of the army sent to take control of the situation. From the edge of a rooftop, Fong Yi looked down over the scene and could clearly see that the disturbance at the north gate was drawing more and more attention with every passing second. With his red eyes glowing faintly in the wind, Fong Yi decided that this was the right moment to leave. Without hesitation, he leaped off the building and disappeared from sight with clean, decisive movement. Down below, the mysterious hooded figure walked slowly across the ground, where the surface had already split apart under the impact of the violent energy that had erupted there earlier. The hooded figure carefully examined the entire scene, taking in every crack, scorch mark, and strange trace left behind with a calm but serious focus. Then this person lowered herself to one knee and pressed a hand against the damaged ground, quietly sensing whether any remnant of that unusual energy was still lingering in the area. A moment later, she picked up a broken piece of the ground and studied it more closely. After examining the residue left within it, the hooded figure realized that the energy here had not been caused by nature, but by a person. Just then, officials began directing the students away from the area and pushing the crowd back, while the hooded person remained at a distance, silently watching everything unfold with hidden intent. Amid the restless crowd, Fong Yi's ex-girlfriend was visibly shaken when she heard that all of this destruction and strange energy had apparently been caused by a single person alone. At that exact moment, she caught sight of a figure jumping away in the distance, and for one brief second, an absurd thought crossed her mind as she wondered if it could somehow have been her ex. But she immediately forced that thought away and rejected it herself. With his grades and background, there was no way Fong Yi could ever have entered this school, much less appeared in the middle of something like this. Far away, back at Fong Yi's home, the last light of day gradually faded, and evening quietly gave way to deep night around the apartment building. Lying on his bed, Fong Yi let out a frustrated complaint that his whole body still felt unbearably hot, even after taking a cold shower to try to wash the heat away. Because of that lingering heat burning under his skin, he was already starting to worry that there was no chance he would get any real sleep that night. At the same time, another concern lingered in his mind. After everything that had happened during the day, he could not help wondering whether someone had already noticed him or started to suspect something. He then picked up his phone and noticed a popular news story discussing a cultivation association. Seeing it made Fong Yi remember how, in the past, most people had treated that name like nothing more than an internet joke or some ridiculous online fantasy. Then his thoughts shifted to the hooded figures he had seen at the university, and he quickly began to suspect that those mysterious people were very likely members of that same association. Curious and now far more interested, he opened the article at once, wanting to read the full report carefully instead of dismissing it like everyone else. The article laid out the various cultivation realms in order, describing levels that ranged from ghost acts all the way to total transcendence, as if it were presenting a hidden system the public had never been meant to understand. In the comment section, most people were still laughing and treating the whole thing as a joke, but Fong Yi stared at the screen in silence, seriously wondering whether this announcement was actually real. Fong Yi could not help thinking about how, in his previous life as nothing more than an ordinary person, he had never known any of this hidden information existed at all. Sitting quietly on his bed, he thought for a moment about the Cultivation Association, then set that matter aside and decided to try using his new technique once again for himself. He slowly closed his eyes and focused his breathing to begin training. Almost immediately, sweat began to form on his skin as a powerful golden energy started circulating around him in waves. Before long, Fang Yi's body began to rise slightly into the air inside his room, suspended within a brilliant golden glow that lit up the space around him. A warm yet intense light shone over him as the principle of the first stage became clear. He had to strengthen his body first so it could withstand and contain the power of heaven and earth. Step by step, he successfully brought the energy under control and even shaped that fierce golden force into the form of a divine axe, solid and imposing in front of him. His eyes shone with a bright, excited light, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face as he felt real strength filling his body for the first time. At that moment, the system informed him that he had reached the Dushui level, and along with that breakthrough, it awarded him another 50 points. Hearing that, Fang Yi immediately remembered the points he had earned before and looked more closely at the new screen, which now stated that another path had been opened to him. The system then explained that these points could be used to implant the compiled data into physical objects, turning ordinary items into carriers of cultivated power. Fang Yi thought carefully about the idea of placing power into an object, and as he considered it, his gaze slowly shifted toward the mug resting quietly on the table nearby. He raised his hand toward the mug, and a golden glow of power began to gather around his palm, flickering softly in the dim room. The system asked whether he wanted to spend 1 point to infuse the mug with the yang attribute. Fang Yi immediately realized that this was essentially a way of enchanting an object and granting it a special ability. He quickly understood the deeper meaning of that function and thought that if he used it on a weapon instead, it could become a personal battle item perfectly suited for future fights. The more he thought about what lay ahead, the more certain he became that having a weapon enhanced by power would be extremely important for surviving what was coming. With that in mind, Fang Yi searched his shelf, found a small sword there, and decided to use it as a test subject for this new ability. He thought that if this experiment succeeded, then the next step would be to buy a real weapon and prepare properly for the day he would have to face monsters again. Just then, in the middle of the quiet night, a strange sound from outside the building suddenly caught his attention and broke his concentration at once. Outside, hidden in the darkness, a shadowy creature with enormous claws was lurking near Fang Yi's apartment, silently watching his window like a predator studying its prey. Its red eyes glowed eerily in the dark, and as it bared its sharp teeth, the creature looked even more sinister and inhuman beneath the weak night light. The thing resembled a giant demonic rabbit, twisted into something unnatural, and it lowered its body as if preparing to launch itself straight at the building. But inside the apartment, Fang Yi still had no idea that danger had already arrived outside and was drawing closer by the second. Lying in bed, Fang Yi only felt restless and uncomfortable because of the aftereffects of his new cultivation technique, not yet realizing that the discomfort was not the only thing keeping him awake. His red eyes sharpened slightly as he listened again, wondering where that strange noise, something faint and scratchy, almost like a rat, was coming from. At first, he reasoned that it was probably not coming from inside his room or from the pipes, and guessed that maybe it belonged to some pet kept by a neighbor nearby. As he walked slowly through the living room, he told himself that with his newly improved hearing, it was normal for him to pick up sounds from surrounding apartments much more clearly than before. Then he focused his hearing even further and listened more carefully to the odd sound. But after only a moment, he realized something was off, and his entire body instantly became alert. Fang Yi moved toward the door and, the moment he reached it, came face to face with the terrifying creature standing right there in the dark hallway outside. In the narrow hallway, the red-eyed beast stared straight at him with a savage glare, its body tense and ready to attack at any moment. Fang Yi was startled at once, and the moment he recognized it as a mutated beast, a terrifying memory from his past life surged back into his mind and sent a chill through his entire body. At the same time, a drone moved through the city night, its camera sweeping across the dark skyline and making one thing clear. Other people already knew that danger was loose and moving in the shadows. On top of a tall building, a young woman clicked her tongue in annoyance and complained that they still had not managed to catch the rabbit that had swallowed the rare fruit. With a lollipop resting casually in her mouth, the girl looked unbelievably calm, almost lazy even, but the confidence in her posture made it obvious she was taking this mission completely seriously. Without wasting another second, she ordered her team to keep feeding her updates on the target's location, her tone light, but leaving no room for delay or mistakes. Then, as if gravity meant nothing to her, the mysterious girl stepped off the rooftop and jumped down to begin the chase herself. She fell at astonishing speed, yet her body moved with effortless control, weaving through the massive city buildings like someone who had done this countless times before. Suddenly, the young woman felt the mutated beast's presence more clearly, and the sharp shift in its aura told her she was rapidly closing in on it. Her eyes began to glow faintly, and the moment she finally locked onto the creature's position, her whole expression sharpened as she prepared herself for a fight. The mysterious hunter came down hard onto a rooftop, landing with incredible precision and balance, her movement fierce, clean, and controlled from start to finish. As she ran straight down the side of a building, she received the order to pursue the target no matter what, and her speed only increased after hearing it. With another perfect landing, the young woman pushed forward without the slightest pause. Leaping from building to building, she warned that the creature had eaten a special fruit and might evolve at any time. At that exact moment, a man still working late caught sight of something streaking past his window and froze in confusion. He rubbed his eyes and wondered if he was imagining things from exhaustion, but before he could think further, his boss shouted at him for standing there doing nothing. Meanwhile, high above the city, the hunter stood like a shadow cut into the moonlight, poised near the 65th floor with an eerie stillness that made her look almost unreal. Back inside the apartment building, Fong Yi faced the strange creature head-on as it let out a harsh, vicious scream right in front of him. With golden light burning in his eyes, Fong Yi could feel that his body was no longer the same as before, and that change gave him the confidence to meet this monster in a fair fight. The creature slashed forward with its claws in a savage burst, but Fong Yi twisted aside with astonishing speed and avoided the attack cleanly. In that instant, Fong Yi realized just how much his body had transformed, because the beast's once deadly attacks now seemed to move almost in slow motion before his eyes. Golden sun energy gathered in his hand as he stared at the beast, wondering why a mutated creature had appeared so early, far sooner than it should have. Even so, the memories of his previous life surged up inside him, and Fong Yi steadied himself as he faced the monster without backing down. He knew this creature had not fully evolved yet, but he also understood that the night made it more violent, more unstable, and much more dangerous than it would be by day. So Fong Yi charged first without hesitation, because he knew that if he failed to stop it here, everyone living in this building would end up dead. In the middle of the clash, Fong Yi managed to catch hold of the creature using a hand wrapped in concentrated energy, stopping its movement by force. Then, with shocking ferocity and not the slightest trace of fear, Fong Yi bit into the strange creature, fighting it with raw desperation at point-blank range. He locked the monster down in a tight hold, and the golden light in his eyes turned cold and sharp, filled with absolute focus and killing intent. As he swung the creature through the air, Fong Yi quickly noticed something important and realized that its tail appeared to be the beast's weak point. The moment he saw the opening, he seized the creature's tail with all his strength, refusing to let go no matter how violently it struggled. Fong Yi then hurled the monster straight into the window, and the glass shattered instantly under the force of the impact, spraying fragments everywhere. With golden light blazing around his fist, Fong Yi drew back and prepared to unleash a heavy, decisive punch. In the next moment, he fired out a beam of energy that tore through the air and struck the creature head-on while it was still suspended. The monster was immediately swallowed by that brilliant golden beam, its body disappearing inside the fierce light flooding the space. But the strange creature suddenly reached out with its claws and grabbed at the golden energy itself, trying to seize and devour its power. Fong Yi instantly realized that the monster was attempting to steal his yang energy, and he pushed back with everything he had. At that moment, Fang Yi understood that the power of the sun was far too violent for this beast to handle, and that the rabbit was essentially destroying itself by trying to absorb it. Soon after, a golden explosion burst over the monster's body, completely engulfing it as the creature failed to withstand that overwhelming amount of energy. In the neighboring building, a couple was jolted awake by the noise, and the man frowned groggily as he asked if that sound had just been thunder. He got out of bed and went to the window to check outside for himself, but when he looked out, he saw nothing unusual in the night. Back at the scene, Fang Yi dropped down onto the floor, breathing heavily as the last traces of his golden energy flickered and drifted around him. The young man stared at the remains and thought that the creature had behaved like a starving ghost, crazily trying to swallow his power no matter the cost. After the battle ended, one of the monster's eyes rolled across the floor and came to a stop, releasing a strange thread of black smoke into the air. With a serious, unblinking look, Fang Yi fixed his gaze on what was left of the creature he had just defeated, staying alert even now. Without any hesitation, he brought his foot down hard on the eye and crushed it completely, destroying the last remnant of the beast. He understood then that this creature of the night had been desperately drawn toward his opposite, Yang-type power, almost as if instinct had driven it mad. Fang Yi knew very well that if he had still been an ordinary person, this monster would have torn through the building and devoured everyone living inside with ease. With that thought in mind, he became even more certain that he needed to master more techniques as quickly as possible if he wanted to survive the far greater dangers still ahead. Meanwhile, beneath the pale moonlight, the mysterious girl continued leaping through the air like a true hunter tracking prey through the night. Moving with astonishing speed, the young woman ran straight down the side of another building, as if vertical walls meant nothing to her at all. But the instant she arrived at the scene, the mysterious hunter's eyes widened in open shock at what she found waiting there. Standing silently in the middle of the night, she stared at the aftermath and wondered whether someone else had actually killed her target before she could reach it. Kneeling down beside the remains, she quickly confirmed that the target had indeed been destroyed and quietly stated that she would try to recover the night attribute from what was left. But the moment her hand touched the monster's remains, she was startled to discover that a trace of golden energy was still lingering inside them. The next second, a fierce heat and burning force surged into her senses so sharply that she recoiled at once, pulling her hand back without hesitation. The young woman instantly remembered the lingering energy she had sensed earlier at the university gate, and in that moment, she understood with complete certainty that this was no random overlap and definitely not a coincidence. After making that connection, the girl's expression turned serious. With a steady, determined look in her eyes, she raised her communicator and switched it on without hesitation. She reported to her base that the target had already been eliminated by a powerful new forerunner, someone with an unusual and clearly special ability that could not be ignored. A voice came through the communicator and immediately asked whether this same unknown person was also responsible for cleansing the university gate and killing the mutated rabbit. A man's voice then confirmed that they currently had no information at all on this mysterious individual, and for that very reason, the association needed to recruit him as soon as possible. The silver-haired girl calmly agreed with that decision. Afterward, she carefully gathered the small flame-like trace of energy and sealed it inside a container attached to her clothing. Her superior then gave a clear new order. She was to put aside all of her other missions for now and focus entirely on locating this newly appeared forerunner. Hearing that, the mysterious hunter remained perfectly calm and casually unwrapped the lollipop she had been holding, as if this major shift in orders barely disturbed her mood at all. The young woman placed the candy into her mouth and replied in an easy, unhurried tone that she understood the new assignment perfectly well. But before setting off to begin the mission properly, the girl added that she first needed to buy some milk tea and relax a little before getting to work. On the other end of the communicator, a voice wondered aloud who this mysterious person could possibly be, someone capable of displaying such overwhelming and unusual power. The young woman agreed that the president had been right and said that she, too, now wanted to meet this powerful expert with her own eyes. Fang Yi's new day began with the first light of sunrise. He stretched his body slowly, the morning air cool around him, already prepared in his heart for another round of training. He knew very well that waking early was beneficial for cultivating his power, so without wasting time, he steadied himself and prepared for a fresh training session. Fang Yi began using his breathing method, drawing in the golden energy carried by the morning sun. As that warm power entered his body, his eyes gradually lit up with a rich golden glow. As the technique circulated, he stepped into the ghost axe realm and clearly felt the force of that cultivation method taking shape within him. Then a sudden surge of energy burst through him without warning, catching him off guard and making even him pause in surprise. He quickly realized that his strength was rising yet again. Power rushed through every part of his body, and he immediately focused his mind to steady and control it. Fang Yi slowly clenched his hand into a tight fist, clearly feeling the condensed energy gathering and stabilizing in his palm. When he summoned his key axe once more, he noticed right away that the weapon now felt far lighter in his grasp than it had before. He wrapped his hand firmly around the handle, his posture tightening as he prepared to test what this new increase in strength could really do. The young warrior raised the golden axe high above his head, gathering force through his whole body as he prepared to unleash a heavy, decisive strike. In that moment, he broke through into the two-star ghost axe realm, and the power surging out of him was released with a far greater intensity than before. His eyes now seemed to burn with golden flames, a fierce and vivid sign of the new level of strength he had successfully reached. After this breakthrough, Fang Yi could clearly feel that his body had become much stronger, tougher, and better able to withstand the pressure of cultivation. He had advanced so quickly because he was still drawing on the leftover energy from his previous power-up, using that stored force to push himself further in a short time. Even so, Fang Yi made up his mind that from this point on, he would cultivate more carefully, progressing step by step instead of recklessly chasing speed. But his rapidly growing power was already attracting too much attention, which meant he now needed to find a more secluded place to continue training in peace. Meanwhile, inside the association's office, a man suddenly sensed something unusual shifting in the air around him. He noticed the disturbance in the sun-attributed energy and immediately wondered whether that troublesome new guy was causing another scene again. Not long after, Fang Yi found a quiet, isolated spot beside a river, where he could calmly continue putting his next plans into action. A system screen appeared in front of him, and after reading it, he confirmed that he was ready to add a special property to his weapon. He remembered that he had tested this process on another object before, but that item had been too weak and simply could not endure the force being placed into it. This time, however, the new blade resonated smoothly with his energy and formed a strong connection with it. A system message soon confirmed that the item encoding had succeeded. Excited by the success of his newly empowered weapon, Fang Yi immediately readied himself to test its terrifying potential without delay. The results stunned even him. The sword released an astonishing amount of power, and a massive golden beam erupted from the blade and shot straight into the sky. After the strike, the young warrior landed with his sword still wrapped in burning energy, his body humming as that powerful force continued flowing through him. That single swing had nearly started a fire, and seeing the aftermath made Fang Yi realize just how dangerous and destructive his current strength had already become. The smoke produced by the attack was huge and impossible to miss, so he immediately understood that someone might have seen it and that he needed to leave the area quickly. Elsewhere, a girl was already racing at high speed toward the thick smoke he had left behind, closing the distance fast. As she ran, she complained in frustration that she had only stepped away for a moment, yet somehow had still managed to miss everything important. Then, all at once, the young woman came to a sudden stop, her expression shifting as she took in what was in front of her. She saw that the river itself was actually boiling. Flying over the damaged area, the agent stared in disbelief and wondered what exactly the new guy had done to this place. She could already imagine herself getting scolded later, because ever since this mysterious person had appeared, nearly everything around her seemed to be going wrong. Just then, a flash of golden light in the distance caught her attention, and her eyes sharpened at once with fresh curiosity. The hunter was genuinely shocked by what she sensed next. It should not have been possible. His power had jumped from 1 star to 2 stars so quickly, and on top of that, he had even created a spirit weapon. The association possessed only 2 such weapons in total, and even now, the method for creating them was not fully understood or mastered. That made the girl deeply suspicious, and she could not stop wondering how someone working entirely on his own could possibly have gained this kind of power. Still, after thinking it over, she told herself she might be mistaken and decided to begin cleaning up the mess he had left behind first. Far away from all that, Fang Yi thought about how his weapon now carried the Yang attribute successfully, yet even with that achievement, he knew he still wanted more power. Since the system could encode almost anything, he decided to push the blade even further and add more traits to it. Then, out of nowhere, his phone buzzed. A message from a complete stranger popped up, and only then did he realize he had totally forgotten to stay private. Now some unknown person was inviting him into a pioneers group. He was stunned when he found out that official members were supposed to be at least at the Ghost Axe realm. The stranger quickly explained that a brand new pollution zone had appeared and invited him to join a group hunt there. After asking where it was, he received a file in return, one that detailed the lava dragon of the Shadow River. The zone was filled with lava and carried the same Yang attribute he possessed, so Fang Yi thought it over for a moment and accepted the invitation. Meanwhile, far away in Binmu district, a team was already gathered there, waiting for old Li's friend to finally show up. One of the members said the girl's map had been incredibly accurate, which was why he had managed to find the place so easily. The blonde girl thanked everyone for making the trip, then calmly reminded them that if they wanted to succeed, they would have to work together. She was from the Cultivation Association, and honestly, she felt a little disappointed that the pioneers gathered here were not especially strong. What most people did not know was that the Cultivation Association was actually a government organization. It had taken a lot for her to get in, even requiring her family to call in favors. So more than anything, she could not stand the thought of failing. Right at that moment, one of the explorers spotted the newcomer approaching and immediately called out his name, Fang Yi. Fang Yi arrived with a powerful presence, carrying his newly forged sword, and gave the group a simple but confident introduction. The agent was visibly startled by the pressure coming from him, yet when she sensed his aura more carefully, she found that it was not oppressive at all, but warm and strangely steady. Now that the whole team had assembled, the leader gave the signal, and everyone began heading toward the cave entrance together. Fang Yi chose to take the lead without hesitation and told the blonde agent to handle the lighting behind him. The team moved deeper into the cave, and one of them warned Fang Yi to watch out for the loose rocks above. At the same time, they all found it a little strange that the place still was not as hot as they had expected. As he kept walking ahead, Fang Yi found himself thinking about how quickly these people had accepted him. In times like these, that kind of trust and companionship felt surprisingly genuine. Fang Yi continued forward, and soon the ground beneath his feet began to change color, a clear sign that danger was getting close. A moment later, they stepped into a massive open space and froze in shock at the sight before them, a river of boiling lava flowing right across the cavern. Without even pausing to think, Fang Yi charged straight toward the danger, making the blonde agent shout at him not to act so recklessly. To everyone's disbelief, the warrior thrust his sword directly into the lava. The explorers were thrown into panic and cried out in alarm. A violent burst of fire exploded outward and hurled the team backward, while Fang Yi's system suddenly picked up a worldwide anomaly and began analyzing the incoming data. As Fang Yi drove his sword into the lava, his system broke down the anomaly and uncovered a new power called Inner Flame, a force with an unbelievably high internal temperature and explosive properties. At the same time, it derived the Scarlet Flame sword technique, which released that power the instant the blade was drawn, wrapping the sword in blazing fire and crackling lightning. With his mind made up, Fang Yi tightened his grip around the sword. Both his eyes and the blade lit up with burning power, as if this technique had been made perfectly for his Tang sword. Down below, the other explorers, still sprawled where the previous blast had thrown them, could only stare in astonishment as Fang Yi stood completely unharmed inside a swirling vortex of fire, finally realizing that his weapon was drawing in the power of the lava itself. Fang Yi then spent his script points and permanently engraved the Scarlet Flame attribute into the sword, which now blazed with a fierce new energy. When the flames finally died down, his teammates assumed he had only gone through a minor cultivation mishap and had already recovered from it. The whole group was overjoyed when they noticed the cave's spiritual energy had become stable. One person happily celebrated that he could now absorb it without trouble, while another, just about to step onto the path of cultivation, excitedly shouted Zhang Xiaoya's name. The blonde agent, Zhang Xiaoya, urged them to make the most of the chance and cultivate while she stood guard, and the team gratefully thanked her for giving them that opportunity. Their brief moment of peace did not last long, because Zhang Xiaoya suddenly sensed several figures nearing the entrance and warned everyone that other pioneers had arrived. 3 heavily built men stepped inside, and at their front was a one-eyed man with an eye patch and glowing red eyes, who arrogantly announced that this resource-filled place belonged to them now. Zhang Xiaoya's heart sank at once, because she recognized that all 3 of the newcomers had reached the 1-star Ghost Axe realm, far beyond what her current team could handle. Even so, Zhang Xiaoya tried to stay calm and reason with them, politely saying that her group had arrived first and even offering to let them join in. Her attempt at diplomacy was answered with open contempt. The eye patch-wearing leader mocked her weak cultivation and told them to get out if they knew what was good for them. Zhang Xiaoya's expression turned cold. She thought about the cruel law of the strong devouring the weak in this new age, but as a member of the Xian Nations Association, she knew she could not simply stand by and accept such injustice. Just as the standoff was about to turn violent, Fang Yi stepped forward and placed himself between Zhang Xiaoya and the hostile leader. With his sword already burning in his hand, he looked at the huge man and coldly asked whether he had nothing better to do than pick on a young woman. The eye patch-wearing leader was so stunned that for a moment, he could not say a word. Without the slightest pause, Fang Yi unleashed a single, overwhelming slash that erupted into a fiery explosion and blasted all 3 attackers straight through the air. Even Fang Yi's own teammates were shocked awake from their meditation by the sheer force of that strike. He remembered all the tragedies brought by people who worshipped the rule of the strong, and he understood clearly that only absolute power could make people like that listen. To drive the point home, Fang Yi slammed his blade into the ground right in front of the rival leader. Wrapped in a vast golden aura, he gave them a cold order to get lost. Frightened by this second terrifying display, the leader called Fang Yi a monster and screamed for his men to run, while Fang Yi silently watched them flee in panic. The moment the danger passed, his teammates hurried over at once, all of them buzzing with excitement and disbelief at his astonishing strength. Fang Yi gave an easy smile, waving the matter away as though it were nothing worth dwelling on, then calmly suggested that they should stop lingering here and head out before more trouble found them. As they made their way out, Zhang Xiaoya kept replaying the scene in her mind, silently measuring the terrifying strength Fang Yi had revealed and realizing with growing certainty that what he had shown them was only a small fraction of what he could truly do. By then, she was already convinced he was a top-tier pioneer of the highest value, and the weight of that conclusion hit her hard. She knew this was no ordinary discovery and that she had to report it back to her organization at once, without wasting even a second. The scene then shifts away from the mountain and into the office of the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, where the atmosphere is far more tense than the bright daylight outside. There, a woman speaking with Zhang Xiaoya over the phone repeated the news in open surprise, almost unable to believe what she was hearing as she asked again whether another high-attribute pioneer had truly appeared. The office worker immediately grew flustered after blurting that out, her expression tightening as she realized she had spoken too freely, especially with an imposing man standing silently behind her and hearing every word. Trying to recover her composure, she gave an awkward confirmation of the report, forced a stiff reply, and then quickly hung up the call before she said anything even more revealing. The young woman turned and cheerfully asked her gray-haired superior whether they had somehow become lucky enough to discover 2 high-attribute pioneers one after another. But his face remained grim as he corrected her in a low, serious voice, saying this had nothing to do with luck. In his eyes, Every high attribute individual was destined to grow into a new center of power, and managing people like that was not a blessing at all, but an enormous burden that weighed heavily on him. Under a wide, sunny sky and in the clear light of day, Fong Yi finally made his way back into the city, looking outwardly calm even though his mind was already turning over what had happened. He tried to pass himself off as a cosplayer to avoid unnecessary attention, but the plan worked poorly. His naturally overwhelming presence, paired with the very real sword he carried, only made people look at him more, not less. His casual walk through the city was cut short when he glanced down at his phone and discovered that news of the cave incident had already spread online and gone viral with astonishing speed. Seeing that, he clicked his tongue and quietly blamed his own carelessness, knowing full well that the eruption of his inner flame had been far too eye-catching and impossible for people nearby to ignore. He quickly dismissed the possibility that his teammates had betrayed him, deciding that suspicion was pointless for now, and instead turned his attention to the far more urgent issue pressing on his body. The massive surge of yang energy he had absorbed was already pushing him toward another breakthrough, fast and hard. He had no time to hesitate, so he immediately headed for the back mountain, looking for a secluded place where he could advance in peace. Only 5 minutes later, on that same mountain and beneath the quiet stretch of open sky, a different figure happened to be nearby. That figure was a silver-haired young woman named Su Qingying, whose usual work involved garden restoration, though her calm appearance concealed strength far beyond that gentle profession. While going about her business, Su Qingying suddenly felt a powerful presence erupt in the distance, so intense and abrupt that it made her whole body tense on instinct. She lifted her eyes and saw an explosive burst of light blooming ahead like a miniature sun, and in that instant she recognized the signs at once. A cultivator was breaking through into the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. The sheer scale of the energy left her stunned. She had never imagined that a breakthrough at that realm could produce something so vast, so violent, and so utterly monstrous. Driven by both duty and a sudden flash of recognition that stirred in the back of her mind, Su Qingying's gaze sharpened at once. Without wasting another moment, she rushed straight toward the disturbance, moving as fast as she could and silently vowing that this time, no matter what, she would catch the mysterious individual behind it. High up on the mountain, far from the city noise, Fong Yi had already settled himself and was fully focused on breaking through, shutting out every distraction around him. He drew in huge torrents of golden energy from all directions, and the power spun wildly around his body before gradually gathering above his head into a radiant sphere that shone like a newborn sun. As he meditated in midair, the force gathering behind him condensed into a complex, star-shaped divine form. Golden arcs of energy crackled across his skin, his eyes burned with power, and every breath he took was part of a fierce struggle to restrain the violent energy surging through him. At last, all that raging power began to come together, layer by layer, until it took the shape of a giant divine axe formed from pure golden and pale blue energy, dazzling to look at and crackling with terrifying force. Meanwhile, Su Qingying arrived and stopped dead the moment she saw the scene before her. For a few seconds, she could only stare in complete disbelief. The mysterious figure was already at the final stage, and the divine axe he had just created looked ready to descend with a single strike. What shocked her most was not just the amount of spiritual energy involved, but the unbelievable control behind it all. His movements were steady, precise, almost effortless. She could not understand how anyone could command that much power with such flawless skill, and a stunned thought rose in her mind. Had this man been secretly cultivating for centuries? The sight hit her so hard that it stirred up an old, painful memory she had never forgotten. Su Qingying suddenly remembered her own attempt to break through into the Ghost Axe 2-star level. Back then, the pressure from her own divine axe had been unbearable. It had pushed back against her, shattered her rhythm, and made her cough up blood on the spot. Afterward, she had been bedridden for an entire week. She had always been considered naturally gifted and stronger than most, yet even she had failed so miserably. Looking at Fong Yi now, she simply could not understand how this monster of a man could withstand a breakthrough so much greater than hers, as if it were nothing. The closer she ran, the more unbelievable the scene became. The mountain air was thick with spiritual energy. Every motion of the axe was controlled with impossible precision, and even the power radiating from it felt as though it had been purified thousands upon thousands of times. There was no impurity, no instability, no wasted force anywhere. At that moment, Su Qingying could no longer describe him as merely talented or monstrous. In her eyes, he looked less like a human cultivator and more like a god descending from the heavens. She also noticed how calm he was through the entire process. Most pioneers, once they sensed a breakthrough approaching, would rush through it in panic or excitement, afraid of missing their chance. But this person moved with the quiet steadiness of someone who had already seen countless storms. There was deep experience in every choice he made, and the composure of an ancient master seemed to cling to him. Her thoughts were abruptly cut off when the giant, blazing divine axe finally began to move. She watched, breath held, as the overwhelming weapon shifted with clear intent and then swung outward toward the east. At the very peak of his power, Fang Yi's eyes blazed with pure golden light, while thin cracks of raw energy spread across his face like glowing fractures struggling to contain what was inside him. He floated within a blinding storm of golden force, his body at the center of the raging brilliance, as he successfully brought the enormous mass of gathered energy under control and forced it to evolve. Then a system window appeared before him, crisp and undeniable, formally confirming his success. He had officially stepped into the Ghost Axe realm, 2-star. The newly formed divine axe then crashed down into the earth with unstoppable force, releasing all of its stored power in one enormous shockwave that ripped violently across the mountain. Su Qingying was caught head-on by that terrifying blast and had to brace herself with all her strength just to remain standing against the sweeping wave of golden energy. The remaining force carved a massive path straight through the forest before slowly fading into silence. And when Su Qingying finally raised her head again, the mysterious man was already gone without a trace. Breathing hard from both the effort of the chase and the sting of frustration, Su Qingying could hardly believe she had missed him again, especially after reaching the area in barely 30 seconds. A troubling thought soon crossed her mind. He must have realized that someone was tracking him. And if he remained this cautious, this elusive, and this difficult to pin down, then her mission to recruit him into the association might become impossible from the very start. Just when she was about to give up and retreat, she suddenly paused. An idea flashed through her mind. Instead of continuing to stare at the torn path left by the shockwave, she turned toward a giant old tree nearby, its trunk still glowing faintly with leftover golden light. That small detail gave her a new sense of certainty. Looking into the woods that appeared empty, she called out respectfully, addressing him as senior and asking whether he was still somewhere in the area. From the deep shadows of the forest, Fang Yi stepped out at last, his hooded figure carrying a quiet, almost chilling confidence. His red eyes still glowed faintly as they settled on Su Qingying, and the moment he saw her, he immediately understood that she was the one who had been investigating him over the past few days. Now that she had been discovered, Su Qingying forced herself to remain steady and formally introduced herself without retreating. She stated that she was the captain of the Firefly Squad under the Spiritual Practitioners Association of Xia Nation and also one of the nation's earliest pioneers. Then, on behalf of the association, she sincerely invited him to join them. She openly admitted that she had been following him for 2 days and said she hoped her methods had not caused him to think poorly of her intentions. Throughout her explanation, Fang Yi said nothing at all, and the expression hidden beneath his hood remained impossible to read. Trying to strengthen her case, Su Qingying added that although the public still knew nothing about it, all of the official documents for the association had already been fully prepared. Inside, however, she was extremely nervous. Every word had to be chosen carefully, because she could not tell whether she was already offending him or pushing the patience of a man far stronger than herself. She knew she had to keep her tone soft, respectful, and measured. But before she could continue with the speech she had prepared in advance, Fang Yi cut straight through it with a simple, direct question. Why should I join? The blunt question caught Su Qingying completely off guard. She froze for a brief moment, then stuttered as panic rushed into her thoughts. In that instant, She understood that polite slogans and empty promises would mean absolutely nothing to someone as sharp and perceptive as him. So she decided the truth was her only real option. Steadying herself, she explained the purpose behind the association as plainly as she could. She told him that Xia Nation wanted to gather the early pioneers together, unite them, guide them onto a more organized path, and offer them greater protection as the world changed. She admitted that everything was still chaotic and uncertain, and that to someone like him, an organized group might easily sound like a cage built to restrain a free spirit. Even so, she asked him to look beyond that. A great return of spiritual energy was coming, and when it fully arrived, they would all need to stand together against the unknown enemies waiting in the future. After quietly listening to her earnest and passionate explanation, Fang Yi merely leaned back against a nearby tree, looking tired, relaxed, and not especially moved. Then he gave her a plain answer. He was not willing to join. For now, he said, he still could not bring himself to place full trust in either her or the association standing behind her. Su Qingying was left utterly stunned by that straightforward refusal, her eyes widening as if she had not even prepared herself for the possibility that he would reject her so cleanly. Faced with his refusal, Su Qingying immediately grew anxious and desperate. In a hurry, she reached into her jacket and pulled out her identification card, as though that single object might still salvage the situation. Holding the card up where he could clearly see it, she quickly introduced herself once more as Su Qingying and added that before the return of spiritual energy, she had once been a well-known athlete. Her voice carried an unmistakable plea as she begged him to believe her, hoping that her former public identity might at least give him one reason to trust that she was sincere. Fang Yi paused at that, his expression shifting ever so slightly as he considered her words. Then he touched his chin in thought and said that he now vaguely remembered who she was. In his mind, a memory surfaced with surprising clarity, a framed photo of Su Qingying standing on a podium, celebrating her finish as runner-up in Xian Nation's long-distance championship. At that moment, Fang Yi understood that her naturally gifted athletic ability was exactly what had allowed her to become such a fast, sharp, and capable pioneer. But the softness in his expression quickly faded, and his face turned hard. A dark memory from his previous life rose up without warning, bringing with it the grim image of a ruined city swallowed by death, silence, and despair. He knew all too well that in the original timeline, Xian Nation's efforts, including everything the association had tried to build, had ultimately failed. In the end, humanity had still been driven to destruction. Now that he had returned with the system, he understood that he had to become part of the answer this time. Even so, joining the association now was still not the right move for him. Putting on a more thoughtful, measured expression, Fang Yi looked back at the hopeful Su Qingying and calmly confirmed that yes, he did remember her after all. He told her that he would think about the offer she had made, and before Su Qingying could respond or press him any further, he suddenly leaped into the air and shot away from the spot at incredible speed, vanishing almost as soon as he moved. Then, just as abruptly, he appeared right behind the startled Su Qingying, making her tense up in surprise. In a firm, unquestionable tone, he gave her one condition. For the time being, she was to keep his whereabouts secret from everyone. At the same time, he quietly observed her respectful attitude and guessed that the association was being very careful not to provoke powerful pioneers who had not joined them. He immediately recognized that caution as a weakness he could make use of, while Su Qingying, sensing there was still room to negotiate, quickly proposed a compromise. She explained that the association had already detected the energy released during his breakthrough, and because of that, she had no choice but to submit a report. Still, she suggested sending one that mixed truth with falsehood, enough to protect his identity while also satisfying her superiors. Fang Yi considered her words for a brief moment, then gave a quiet nod and agreed to the plan. Su Qingying tried to call out to Fang Yi the moment he accepted her suggestion, but in the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared once again, leaving only the empty air behind. She immediately ran down the mountain slope after him, moving as fast as she could through the rough terrain, but it was completely useless. There was no sign of him anywhere. Tired, irritated, and left with no choice, Su Qingying walked alone along a damp forest path, muttering under her breath in growing frustration about how many times she had already failed to catch him and how he was clearly trying to avoid her now. Letting out a weary sigh, she grumbled about the exhausting job of cleaning up and erasing the powerful energy traces he left behind after every incident. Her irritated thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a voice coming through her earpiece, telling her to stop dwelling on that impossible-to-track pioneer and to refocus on the mission already in front of her. The voice then informed her in a serious tone that the strange creatures had appeared again. Su Qingying froze on the spot, her eyes widening at once as she asked, almost in disbelief, whether they had really returned. A terrifying memory instantly flooded her mind, showing her trapped in the middle of a pack of wolf-like creatures, their mouths slick with blood and their red eyes burning with savage hunger in the dark. She thought to herself that she would never forget those bloody, unnatural beasts for as long as she lived. The story then explained what they truly were: cold, vicious, bloodthirsty monsters born from the contamination zones created by the return of spiritual energy. These creatures drew strength from those zones, evolving into monsters that hunted and devoured humans. Some of them could even disguise themselves as natural disasters, using destruction as cover while tearing apart whole regions and creating new contamination zones in the process. If no one stopped them, their destructive nature would allow them to keep consuming the human world piece by piece until nothing remained. Not long after, a heavy storm suddenly crashed down over the city with frightening force. That night, the sky was no longer lit by ordinary streetlights, but by relentless, violent flashes of lightning that split the darkness again and again. Rain poured down in sheets, drumming against windows and streets, while red emergency alerts lit up people's phones one after another, warning of a severe thunderstorm and urging everyone to remain indoors. Another alert soon followed, announcing that the Yuhuang Mountain area had been officially closed due to the growing risk of flooding and related danger. Standing by their windows, people stared out at the terrifying weather and commented that they had not seen a storm this severe in years. Some even joked nervously that maybe a powerful being was up on the mountain undergoing some kind of lightning tribulation. Hidden inside a narrow, rain-soaked alley, Fong Yi watched the storm with a grim, focused expression, one red eye glowing faintly in the dark. He could clearly feel the enormous thunder energy saturating the air and recognized at once how wild and violent it was. This was no ordinary storm. It was another anomaly, and all that terrifying power was gathering toward a single point. His gaze swept past the rows of city buildings and distant lights before locking firmly onto a faraway mountain peak, where bolts of lightning were striking over and over without pause. In that instant, he knew he had found the true center of the storm. Without the slightest hesitation, Fong Yi rushed straight into the pouring rain, leaping across rooftops with explosive speed as he made for the mountain through the storm. The moment Fong Yi arrived at the foot of Yuhuang Mountain, the system immediately reacted and confirmed that a contamination zone had been detected. He raised his eyes toward the peak, but instead of the familiar beauty the mountain usually carried, he saw a grim and twisted sight, with skeletal remains scattered among warped trees as if the whole place had already been claimed by death. At the same time, another system notice appeared, adding to the danger by stating that the contamination level was unknown. Even so, Fong Yi did not stop for even a moment. With a steady, determined look in his eyes, he moved forward into the dark woods beneath the storm and walked deeper into the zone. As he pushed closer and closer to the heart of the storm, a massive bolt of blue lightning suddenly slammed into the mountain summit, lighting up the entire area in a harsh, blinding flash. That single strike was enough for Fong Yi to know he had found exactly what he was looking for. Inside the Spiritual Practitioners Association's command center, officials were already gathered in a tense emergency meeting. At the front of the room, a large screen displayed the image of a swirling vortex of blue energy hanging over the mountain peak. One official reported that the danger level on Mount Yuhuang was rising at an alarming speed, forcing them to seal the area and designate it as a new contamination zone. Hearing that, the association leader, his face grim and heavy, said the situation had become so serious that he had no choice but to pull Su Qingying away from another important mission. He then asked her to give a direct report on the situation. Su Qingying informed the officials that climbing the mountain was currently impossible because the thunder energy there had become dangerously unstable and was on the verge of erupting at any moment. For that reason, the area had already been officially classified as an A-level contamination zone. She continued with even more troubling news. Based on the rate at which the energy was growing, the mountain would soon escalate into an S-level threat, which would force them to activate their highest emergency response plan. But as she spoke, she pointed out that there was an even bigger problem behind all of it. According to the association's current data, none of the explorers they had available could safely approach the area. Su Qingying admitted openly that not even she could handle it. A wave of shock swept through the room as the calculations made it clear that the mission would amount to certain death even for highly advanced explorers. Faced with that impossible reality, a man in a security uniform immediately ordered that the entire foot of Mount Yuhuang be fully sealed off, with patrol teams sent out around the clock to prevent anyone from attempting to climb it. The association leader gave a firm nod and agreed at once. He declared in a hard voice that their only option for now was to contain the threat by sealing the mountain completely, and that no one was to go near it until the concentration of thunder energy finally dropped. But while the association judged Mount Yuhuang too dangerous for anyone to enter, Fang Yi was already deep inside the contamination zone, moving straight toward its heart. Massive bolts of blue lightning crashed down all around him, each one violent enough to tear through rock, earth, and trees in an instant. Even as the storm raged wildly around him, Fang Yi stood his ground without flinching, protected by the golden aura created by his breathing technique. Still, he knew that merely surviving inside the storm was not enough. If he wanted to obtain the purest and most concentrated thunder energy, then he had to climb all the way to the very center of the storm at the mountain's peak. That choice was not driven by recklessness, but by the dark memories he carried from the past. He knew better than anyone that the creatures appearing now were only the beginning, and that even more terrifying monsters would emerge in the future. He understood with absolute clarity that his current fire-based abilities alone were not enough to face the disasters that were still to come. He needed to become stronger with his own body and strength, rather than continuing to depend too heavily on the power of his weapon. Standing amid the violent lightning, Fang Yi realized that this was a rare and nearly perfect chance to use the thunder energy itself to temper and strengthen his body. He knew very clearly that if he let this opportunity slip away and failed to grow stronger now, then the disasters waiting ahead would almost certainly lead him to death. With golden light blazing in his eyes, Fang Yi drew his flaming sword, roared in open defiance at the storm above him, and drove the blade straight into a massive bolt of blue lightning. The wild thunder energy exploded through his body in an instant, bringing unbearable pain that felt as if it might tear him apart from within, yet Fang Yi's face never wavered. He endured it with grim determination, refusing to bend. His whole body trembled violently as the raging electricity tore through him, every muscle tightening under the brutal force, as if his flesh and bones were being hammered apart from the inside. In that instant, Fang Yi realized this thunder power was not some passive natural force. It felt like a divine punishment made real, a violent will that was actively resisting him and trying to crush him where he stood. The storm itself seemed furious that he had stepped into its domain. Its madness rolled through the sky like a living thing, as though it were screaming at him to retreat, surrender, and abandon this reckless attempt at defiance. Staring up into the chaotic, lightning-torn sky, Fang Yi forced himself to think through the pain. How could he possibly make a force this wild submit to him? Then a thought flashed across his mind. He steadied his breathing, calmed his heart, and remembered the rule of the system. If he wanted to claim a power, he first had to come into direct contact with its source. A golden aura burst outward from his body in a blazing wave as he activated his golden sun breathing technique with everything he had. Refusing to be pushed back by the storm, Fang Yi roared and drove himself forward, swinging his flaming sword to carve a burning path through the raging sea of blue lightning. The collision between his radiant golden power and the storm's savage thunder force triggered a massive, chaotic explosion that shook the mountain and sent violent currents tearing through the air. Blood slid from the corner of Fang Yi's mouth under the overwhelming strain, but his eyes only burned brighter, filled with fierce determination and an almost stubborn refusal to fall. He knew better than anyone that this was a desperate gamble with no safe outcome. He had to push himself beyond his limit, stand at death's edge, and risk everything now if he wanted even a chance to keep living in the future. At last, after fighting his way through that merciless torrent of thunder and pain, Fang Yi finally reached the mountain's peak. The moment he arrived at the very center of the storm, he drove his sword into the ground with brutal force, splitting the rock beneath him. Here, the thunder power was far more terrifying than below, a violent flood of raw energy so dense and oppressive that even drawing breath felt difficult. Standing there, Fang Yi could clearly feel the storm's full attention settle on him. It was no longer merely trying to drive him away. Now, with unmistakable malice, it wanted him dead. As if answering that realization, the storm gathered all of its power into one terrifying strike and hurled a massive beam of white-hot lightning directly at him. A final attack so overwhelming it was clearly meant to erase him completely. Just as Fang Yi faced that ultimate strike head-on, the system suddenly activated. It detected an extremely powerful thunder attribute within the attack and immediately began processing and analyzing it. Far below in the city, people stood by the windows of a tall building and watched the distant mountain in stunned amazement. One man, holding up his phone to take a picture, muttered that he had never seen lightning that enormous in his life. Another stared into the sky and half joked, half believed that perhaps a god was undergoing some kind of heavenly trial, swearing he had even seen the outline of a person in the storm. At the mountain's peak, the struggle ended in a dazzling explosion of light that lit up the storm itself. Fang Yi had won. A system message appeared to confirm it, announcing that he had obtained refined divine thunder power and could now summon heavenly lightning to temper his body into something godlike. As an additional reward for surviving and succeeding, he received 5 writing points from the system. Now floating in midair amid crackling blue lightning and the glow of his golden aura, Fang Yi quietly grasped the nature of his new power. The thunder attribute was a top-tier force, terrifying in both offense and defense. Unlike his sun power, which leaned more toward protection and endurance, thunder could refine the body itself and transform it into a far more violent and concentrated form of energy. He quickly decided that from this moment on, thunder would become both his spear and his shield. And the more he understood it, the clearer it became that this power was not only about destruction. Hidden within it was also purification, rebirth, and the force of violent renewal. He could feel that new energy flowing through him, sinking into his bones, muscles, and veins, strengthening his body piece by piece without bringing any of the pain he had expected. Then the system presented him with another option, offering an upgrade called Punish Evil. It promised to grant double critical damage and asked whether he wanted to spend writing points to unlock it now. After descending gently and landing on the ground without a sound, Fang Yi lowered his gaze and began thinking carefully about what he should do with this newly gained power. His first instinct was to channel the thunder attribute directly into his Tang sword and strengthen the blade even further. Still, he did not rush. He paused and considered the idea with unusual care. Although doing that would certainly make the weapon stronger, Fang Yi worried it might disturb the purity of the sun attribute already stored within it. He also understood that cramming too many different forces into a single weapon could make it unstable, or worse, damage it beyond repair. Then, all at once, a sharper and far more daring idea came to him. Looking down at his own hand, Fang Yi made a different choice. Instead of placing the thunder attribute into the sword, he decided to implant it directly into his right hand. The system responded at once, asking whether he wished to infuse the selected item with the thunder attribute. A confident, almost amused smirk spread across his face as he gave the command without the slightest hesitation. In the next instant, all the wild blue lightning still lingering in the air rushed toward his right hand in a violent stream, as though the entire storm had been seized and claimed by him alone. By the next day, on the storm-shattered peak of Mount Yuhuang, the immediate danger had already passed. Below a cliffside, Su Qingying stood beside an army officer named Han Li, both of them overlooking numerous body bags lined up in grim silence. Su Qingying reported that the contamination zone's energy had fallen in a strangely sudden way, dropping from its highest danger level down to a mild one in only 3 hours, although traces of electricity still lingered in the air. Han Li listened to her report and almost immediately formed his conclusion. Someone had definitely been here. In his judgment, it had to be a seeker, someone who actively hunted down dangerous events like this instead of avoiding them. Su Qingying was visibly shocked by that idea. She wondered out loud whether another seeker had truly been involved and, more importantly, whether anyone could actually survive something like what had happened here. She crouched down and carefully searched the area for any clue left behind, but she could sense nothing useful. In the end, she could only guess that the heavy rain from the night before had washed away whatever traces might once have remained. After piecing together the timing, she concluded that the seeker must have safely left the mountain at around 8 o'clock the night before. Han Li agreed with her estimate, noting that the strange event had first begun around 6 p.m., and the army had sealed the mountain by 7 p.m., which meant the seeker must have climbed it before the lockdown began. He further pointed out that their instruments had predicted the threat would rise to escalate, yet after 8 p.m., the energy had suddenly started to collapse instead. Standing at the point where the lightning had once been strongest, Han Li gave his own theory. He believed the seeker had not only survived the storm, but most likely possessed a thunder-related ability and had turned a deadly disaster into an extraordinary opportunity. From that, he concluded that this mysterious individual was the direct cause of the sudden shift in the mountain's condition. Then Han Li voiced his greatest concern. People like this were the most dangerous of all, because no one yet knew whose side they would choose. Su Qingying agreed at once, adding that if someone this powerful ever became a true threat, the disaster they could bring would be almost unimaginable. That was exactly why they had to find this person as quickly as possible. Miles away from all of that, sitting comfortably on his couch and completely unaware that a military operation was now beginning to focus on him, Fang Yi suddenly let out a loud, unexpected sneeze. Back on the mountain, Han Li made his decision without delay. In a firm voice, he issued a direct order to his troops. Find this person immediately, no matter the cost. As soon as the command was given, he assigned the mysterious target a temporary code name of his own. From that moment on, they would refer to him as the Tyrant. The investigation on Mount Yuhuang began at once. The army hoped that the Spiritual Practitioners Association would be able to recruit the mysterious individual codenamed the Tyrant as soon as possible. Until then, they would keep every detail of the incident hidden from the public and quietly launch their own separate investigation. On the rain-soaked mountain peak, the association leader told Han Li that they already had a high-level pioneer attempting to establish contact with the unknown person. After saying that, he turned towards Su Qingying and ordered her to deliver her report directly to the major. Caught completely off guard by that sudden command, Su Qingying sucked in a sharp breath and visibly panicked for a brief second. Forced to think quickly, she immediately began giving the half-true report she had prepared in her mind. To make it believable, she linked the current mountain incident to the mysterious pioneer who had recently cleared the contamination zone at a local university. Inside, her nerves were in complete chaos. She was terrified that one wrong word might expose her secret arrangement with Fang Yi. Still, she forced herself to continue, explaining that she had been trying to get in contact with him, but that he was extremely difficult to track down. She mentioned the corpse of the mutated rabbit he had killed and used that evidence to correctly identify his yang flame attribute. She ended by promising that she would do everything she could to get closer to him and learn how he had cleared the university's gate. All the while, she silently begged for things to go smoothly, knowing that mixing truth with lies was the only way to make her story sound convincing. Han Li listened carefully to every word, his mind clearly turning over what it meant for a pioneer to possess a yang flame attribute. In the end, he seemed satisfied with her report. He thanked her for her hard work and even praised her as a talented young pioneer. Su Qingying immediately straightened, gave him a crisp salute, and answered that it was simply her duty. Once the meeting was over, Han Li remarked that they would release false reports blaming natural disasters in order to conceal the truth from the public. He also stated that he did not agree with posting information about spiritual energy online where dangerous people might make use of it. While the officials continued discussing the matter, Su Qingying quietly let out a long breath, deeply relieved that the difficult questioning had finally ended. Back at home, Fang Yi used his golden sun breathing technique to dry his white hoodie with ease. Warm golden light spread through the cloth, making it glow softly before he lifted it in his hand, perfectly dry, clean, and free of any trace of the storm. After putting the hoodie back on, he lowered his eyes and carefully examined the changes that had taken place inside his body. Even after integrating the powerful thunder attribute, he could still clearly sense how different his condition had become. The change was obvious, deep, and impossible to mistake. He looked down at his right hand, where blue lightning now crackled softly across his skin. That hand had changed completely, becoming the strongest part of his body and receiving an enormous boost in power. As Fang Yi slowly flexed his fingers and watched small spheres of lightning gather and dance between them, he could feel that another breakthrough was already approaching. What surprised him most, however, was how the once savage thunder attribute had become as tame as a kitten after being fused into his body, allowing him to control it with effortless precision. He compared it to the unbearable pain he had suffered when he first awakened the yang attribute, and the difference was so obvious that it made him wonder whether these energies somehow became gentler once the process was complete. Then he remembered the system's note that this new power could deal double damage to strange and evil creatures, and that thought immediately stirred his interest. He was genuinely eager to test it for himself. His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by a sharp, alert tone coming from the phone resting on the nearby table. Fang Yi reached over, picked it up, and narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering what new problem had appeared this time. After the last incident, he had deliberately set up special news alerts on his phone. In times this chaotic, he knew the government would keep issuing emergency warnings in an effort to protect the public, and he had no intention of missing any sign of danger. But for a pioneer like him, those warnings meant far more than simple notices to stay away. Every crisis carried hidden opportunity. Behind every life-threatening event, there was also a chance to grow stronger, even if claiming that chance meant walking straight into mortal danger. Thinking about his next move, Fang Yi lowered his gaze and focused on the major news alert, now glowing brightly on his phone screen. The report stated that a massive explosion had just occurred inside a chemical plant, causing serious pollution in part of the city. Officially, the announcement claimed that no one had been injured and urged the public to remain calm. But to Fang Yi, an event on that scale felt far too suspicious to accept at face value. He immediately checked the online forums, where eyewitness accounts painted a much more disturbing picture. People living nearby described a deeply unsettling feeling they could not properly explain, something cold and wrong that made their skin crawl. One person asked whether it had felt like some kind of evil aura, and another quickly replied that it was exactly that. Even with plenty of skeptical voices mixed in, the overall mood online was still one of dread, fear, and rising unease. The phrase cold and evil aura struck Fang Yi at once. It felt uncomfortably familiar, like something he had heard before in a far darker place. Then, without warning, a terrifying memory from his past life surged back into his mind, bringing with it the image of a bloody hand and a monstrous figure so horrifying it made his expression harden instantly. He remembered hiding in sheer fear as a giant crimson demonic beast rampaged through everything around him, tearing destruction across the land while he could do nothing but survive and watch. That creature, a disgusting rat-like monster covered in multiple eyes, was not something he could ever mistake. It was a threat he knew all too well. Back in the present, Fang Yi's face turned completely serious, and the last trace of casual calm disappeared from his eyes. He remembered exactly what kind of beings these creatures were. They were once ordinary plants or animals that had undergone strange mutations after gaining self-awareness, causing their power to spiral out of control and giving them terrifying abilities for hunting and slaughter. Worst of all, they loved to emerge under the cover of darkness, when fear already ruled the night. The moment he realized this new threat was at least 100 times more dangerous than the mutated rabbit he had dealt with before, Fang Yi knew he could not simply ignore it and stay home. Clenching his fist as fresh blue lightning crackled over his knuckles, he made his decision. He would go out that very night and make sure these creatures had no chance to survive, evolve, or grow stronger. As he rose to his feet, thin strands of electric energy curled around him, and his eyes sharpened with purpose. It was time to test his new 200% critical strike ability in a real fight. On a dark and storm-heavy night, rain fell steadily over the empty city streets, washing the world in cold reflections and restless silence. As a traffic light shifted colors in the wet darkness, a blur suddenly flashed across the road below. A squad of cloaked figures cut through the rain with astonishing speed, their movements so fast they looked almost unreal. These were the members of the Destroyer Squad, and tonight they were not patrolling. They were hunting. One of them reported back to headquarters that they were currently tracking Anomaly File Number 7, codenamed Candle Night, but that the target had slipped away and they had temporarily lost it. According to the existing file, the creature possessed an ability to merge into darkness, making it extremely difficult to follow once it vanished from sight. The squad member then added new and unsettling details to the record. The anomaly apparently gave off a faint sizzling sound whenever it was nearby, and it had a clear habit of feeding on humans. As lightning ripped across the clouds overhead, the squad landed atop a rooftop and paused there to survey the city below. Their leader, a stern man with pale hair and a scar running across his face, stared out into the storm and understood immediately that this weather was perfect for the creature's hunt. With grim certainty, he said they could not allow that to happen under any circumstances. Miles away, inside a brightly lit command center buzzing with activity, an operator received the latest field update and quickly confirmed that the new data for File 7, Candle Night, had been officially submitted. The situation was already being treated as serious. An extermination request was immediately filed as high priority, with a strict goal of resolving the threat within 12 hours. The response from headquarters came back just as fast. The Destroyer Squad was ordered to continue pursuing the target, but the command also stressed that the team's own survival remained the highest operational priority. Without wasting any time, the squad launched back into motion, leaping from one building to another through the rain-drenched city as the chase resumed at full speed. Their leader paused only briefly to study a glowing holographic map of the city, where red markers spread across the screen showed numerous active anomalies. He knew a 12-hour response window was far from ideal, but it was the best headquarters could manage. The nation was vast, anomalies were appearing everywhere, and even their advanced system and manpower were being stretched dangerously thin. Just as the Destroyer Squad reached the edge of their target's last known location, a fresh warning came in from headquarters. The operator informed them that the zone they were about to enter was currently under observation by agents from the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. A photo of Su Qingying appeared on their screen as the operator explained that her team was stationed nearby to monitor pioneer activity in the area and could be contacted for support if necessary. The Destroyer Squad leader acknowledged the message right away and asked headquarters to request her assistance, saying he had already heard of Su Qingying's impressive work. Elsewhere, when she received the notice, Su Qingying was caught off guard and mildly astonished to learn that her reputation had spread that far. Out in the rain, the Destroyer Squad stood waiting with grim patience, the storm dripping from their cloaks as they held position in silence. Not long after, Su Qingying arrived with her own cloaked team and took position on a higher rooftop overlooking them. Resting one hand on her hip, she looked down at the squad below with casual confidence and asked whether they were the ones dragging her out here for overtime. The Destroyer Squad leader did not appreciate her relaxed tone in the slightest. With a stern expression, he told her that the Candle Night anomaly hunted and ate people, and that this was far more serious than some simple overtime complaint. One of Su Qingying's teammates immediately shot back, asking whether that was really how someone was supposed to ask for help. Su Qingying turned as if to leave on the spot, saying lightly that the Destroyer Squad seemed so capable they probably did not need any assistance after all. She announced that her team, the Ing Squad, would be taking their leave. As they started to move, her team members muttered among themselves, one whispering anxiously about their boss's savage temper, while another defended her, saying their missions were dangerous too and they were not here to be talked down to. The Destroyer Squad leader panicked almost instantly and hurriedly called for her to stop. Swallowing his pride, he apologized for his harsh tone and earnestly asked for her help. He explained just how dangerous Candle Knight truly was and admitted that without Su Qingying's well-known tracking ability, his team would be at a serious disadvantage. More than that, he stressed that if they failed here, it would be the people of the city who paid the price, because the monster would continue killing without restraint. Once they finally agreed to cooperate, the two teams stood together atop the rain-swept rooftop, silent and ready, their attention fixed on the hunt ahead. Su Qingying narrowed her focus, and a glowing blue orb of energy slowly formed above her palm. After a brief pause, she announced that she had found the creature's location. The orb expanded outward in pulsing waves, and its energy spread across the area like a living map until the monster's hiding place was clearly revealed. Hidden within the dark, rain-soaked ruins of a chemical plant, the monstrous rat-like creature known as Candle Knight was crouched over something and feeding in silence. Its file described its habits clearly. It preferred darkness, damp environments, and human flesh. Seeing it in that ruined place only made the description feel more horrifyingly real. The moment the target was confirmed, Su Qingying's expression sharpened, and she gave the order for the joint operation to begin. But the creature's senses were terrifyingly sharp. It lifted its head at once, instantly aware that it was no longer alone. It sprang away in a blur, just as an attack smashed into the ground where it had been crouching a heartbeat earlier. One member of the Destroyer Squad shouted that the target had detected them and immediately ordered the team to close formation. The squad moved with breathtaking speed, their cloaks streaking through the rain as they rushed after the fleeing creature. In a matter of moments, they surrounded the monster from every direction, and with their prey finally boxed in, they shouted in unison as they prepared to strike together. One of the Destroyer Squad members lunged forward first, his voice cutting through the rain as he shouted the order to attack. His blow landed hard and sent the creature flying backward, crashing violently into a heap of broken rubble with a spray of stone and filthy water. But instead of weakening, the monster's body began to mutate even further. Its back burst open with swelling red sores, and black spikes erupted outward in a grotesque, rapidly spreading transformation. With a furious, ear-splitting shriek, the enraged Candle Knight lashed back at them, unleashing a swirling vortex of dark energy that twisted through the ruined plant like a living storm. Su Qingying's expression changed instantly, and she shouted at both teams with all the force in her lungs, desperately warning them to watch out for the incoming sound wave and dodge before it hit. But her warning came a heartbeat too late. A terrifying sonic blast exploded outward from the creature, tearing through the air like an invisible hammer and sending squad members flying violently backward in every direction. The Destroyer Squad's leader was blasted clean off the rooftop and thrown down onto the street below, where he crashed hard against the wet pavement. One of his teammates immediately rushed after him, panic flashing across his face. Bruised and shaken, the leader forced himself back up with visible effort, thankful to still be alive. Gritting his teeth, he admitted that if he had not pulled back at the very last second, that blast would have shattered his bones on the spot. The danger was now painfully clear to him. If this creature remained in the city much longer, the destruction it caused would be enormous. Then the battle shifted again as Candle Knight continued mutating right in front of them. Its body twisted and swelled, large bat-like wings bursting from its back as it let out a savage roar, while a sickly green light began to glow deep inside its throat. In the next instant, it spewed out a corrosive dark substance that hissed through the air, filling the surroundings with thick toxic green smoke that looked deadly even before it touched the ground. The creature deliberately aimed that foul blast downward, trying to melt through the street itself so it could burrow underground and escape before the teams could lock it down again. One of Su Qingying's teammates quickly warned her that the monster carried a corrosive dark-type power and that anything the substance touched would be destroyed. She added, tense and honest, that their team did not possess any ability strong enough to directly counter it. Even so, Su Qingying did not panic. She remained calm, her eyes fixed sharply on the battlefield. In a firm voice, she ordered her team to stay alert and not interfere with the Destroyer Squad's formation. She reminded them that their main role here was to gather information, observe the enemy's abilities, and support the battle through strategy rather than reckless attacks. Meanwhile, one of the destroyer squad members gripping a dagger saw an opening and prepared to strike at the escaping creature before it could slip away again. At that very moment, a pair of sinister red eyes suddenly lit up from within the darkness, cold and predatory. The winged candle knight burst forward in a violent lunge, barely slipping past an attack launched by a squad member who had leaped in from the side to intercept it. Furious at the near miss and the monster's continued escape, the destroyer squad leader roared at his team not to let the creature get away under any circumstances. The winged beast tore through the city streets at terrifying speed, while the cloaked members of the Ing squad chased after it through the storm-darkened urban maze. From a high rooftop above the chase, Su Qingying watched with two of her teammates. Then her expression shifted. She suddenly sensed a sharp surge in spiritual energy coming from the creature's direction. Realizing something critical was about to happen, she immediately ordered her team to remain outside while she pursued it deeper and on her own. The pursuit eventually led them to a large abandoned factory, dark, silent, and heavy with a bad feeling. Once inside, Su Qingying said she would scan the spiritual energy in the area to get a clearer read on the situation. The destroyer squad leader noticed the advanced watch strapped to her wrist and glanced at it with interest. Su Qingying confirmed that it was a new device developed by the association, then explained that according to its system, the safe spiritual energy threshold for a squad like theirs was 50. Just moments earlier, Candle Knight's reading had only been 48. Then, without warning, the device on her wrist began flashing wildly, and the displayed value shot past 80 in an instant. Su Qingying's voice rose sharply as she shouted that the energy levels were spiking out of control. At that same moment, a massive shadowy shape with glowing green eyes silently appeared high above them in the rafters, watching like a predator that had been waiting all along. Only then did the truth hit them. They had been lured into a trap. Horror flashed across Su Qingying's face as she realized there was more than one creature hiding inside the factory. Behind them, the monstrous face of a second creature emerged from the darkness, huge and unnatural. The destroyer squad leader immediately panicked and yelled that they needed to retreat at once. Taking control of the situation, Su Qingying proposed a tactical withdrawal toward the main entrance, hoping to force the hidden enemy into revealing itself fully. She fired out a blast of energy to open a path through the danger, shouting for her team to move and follow her without hesitation. But before they could break out, Su Qingying suddenly cried out in pain and collapsed, her body giving way as an invisible toxic gas overwhelmed her senses and robbed her of control. When her vision steadied again, Su Qingying found herself standing alone in the vast green gloom of the factory, swallowed by an eerie darkness that seemed to breathe around her. She called out for her teammates, her voice echoing into the emptiness, but no answer came back from anywhere. She could tell they were still somewhere nearby, but the poison had dulled their senses so badly that they could no longer detect her presence. Piece by piece, the whole trap became clear in her mind. Candle Knight had deliberately drawn them into this place because it was the territory of a far more powerful creature, a giant serpent whose presence she had only faintly sensed before. As though summoned by that realization, the huge armored head of a shadowy serpent slowly rose before her, its green eyes glowing with cold hunger. In that instant, Su Qingying understood the difference between the two enemies. Candle Knight's darkness was only a crude dark attribute, but this serpent's black mist was a true poison, and they had been breathing it in from the moment they entered. The gas was silent and vicious, paralyzing its victims little by little while draining away their spiritual energy. The cruelest part was that resisting it only made things worse, because fighting back consumed even more power and sped up death. Su Qingying could already feel her own spiritual energy nearly exhausted, and she knew that once it ran out, she would become just another corpse in this place. As her legs gave out and she collapsed onto the factory floor, all her strength draining away, despair surged through her. What terrified her most was not just the creature's power, but its intelligence. It had not simply hunted them. It had toyed with them. She slowly closed her eyes, asking herself in that fading moment whether this was truly the end. Yet even as she lay there defeated on the cold factory floor, she suddenly saw a single narrow ray of light cut down through the thick green darkness above. A faint flicker of hope returned to her eyes, fragile but unmistakable. Then, without warning, the factory's ceiling exploded inward with a deafening crash, and a blinding flood of light poured into the darkness like dawn breaking through a nightmare. Su Qingying's eyes widened as she saw a figure descending through the shattered opening, framed by dust, debris, and light. It was Fong Yi. He dropped lightly into the rubble below, landing with effortless grace, his hooded figure sharply outlined against the brilliant hole torn open in the ceiling above. Standing between Su Qingying and the massive serpent, Fong Yi took in the scene at a glance and immediately identified the beast as a dark attribute creature. The serpent did not hesitate. Without a moment's warning, it lunged straight at him, its giant fangs aimed to pierce him in a single bite. At the same time, Candle Knight burst out from the shadows behind him and attacked from the rear, trying to trap him between the two monsters. Fong Yi slipped past the serpent's strike and turned just in time to come face to face with the snarling rat-like beast. With both creatures closing in around him at once, Fong Yi instantly understood the full design of the trap he had stepped into. Then, in a move shocking enough to freeze anyone watching, Fong Yi allowed Candle Knight to clamp its jaws into his shoulder. Blood splashed out across the air, but even then his mind stayed cold. He noted with dark amusement how clever their teamwork was, one monster luring prey in and the other finishing the kill. Looking at the beast hanging off him, he mocked it, asking whether it really enjoyed biting people that much. In the next second, he answered it with his new power. Brilliant blue lightning erupted violently from his body as Fong Yi challenged the monster to have a taste of his thunder attribute. At the very same time, he thrust out his free hand and unleashed a massive beam of golden solar energy, blasting it straight into the lunging serpent head-on. Now covered in crackling lightning and freed from the stunned rat creature, Fong Yi shifted his full focus to the serpent. Golden flames poured from him in a fierce wave as he coldly challenged the beast to find out just how much fire it could endure. The giant serpent answered with a furious roar and lunged again, its huge mouth spread wide as it tried to swallow him whole. But Fong Yi moved with astonishing agility, twisting away from the attack and flipping through the air while drawing a glowing golden arc with his sword. As he landed, steady and controlled, he coolly told the monster to keep its eyes on his blade, the words carrying the clear weight of a direct challenge. The serpent seemed to recoil for a brief instant, instinctively wary of the glowing weapon and the killing intent behind it. Seeing that opening, Fong Yi struck without delay. Launching himself through the air, he brought his sword crashing down across the serpent's face, the blade wrapped in the crackling blue force of his thunder power. The force behind the blow was tremendous, enough that Fong Yi expected the creature's skull to cave in. But the result was something far stranger. Instead of collapsing, the serpent's head split clean down the middle, and beneath it emerged a second identical head, as though the outer one had only been a shed shell. Fong Yi landed lightly on his feet, his eyes widening despite himself as he stared at that bizarre development, instantly realizing this fight had just become far more troublesome than expected. The creature's split head finally tore all the way open, peeling off its ruined outer skin and exposing its true body underneath, already fully restored. Green energy throbbed through its neck in heavy pulses, and the moment Fong Yi saw that, he understood the battle was nowhere near finished. The giant serpent suddenly jerked in shock and agony as the lingering thunder force from Fong Yi's sword surged through its body. It let out a furious roar, but as the electrical power intensified, its dark energy was steadily crushed beneath it. Seeing the monster convulse in pain, Fong Yi's lips curled into a faint, confident smile. He already knew the upper hand was his, because the moment he sensed this serpent's dark aura, he realized it was even stronger than Candle Knight's. Only then did he reveal the trick behind his move. When he swung his sword earlier, he had deliberately held back the full power of his flames. Instead, he used the blade as a conduit, sending the thunder energy from his hand straight into the serpent's body through the strike. Comparing the two monsters in his mind, Fong Yi became certain that this serpent was far more dangerous than Candle Knight, a more mature and far deadlier mutated creature. Then, without warning, a sharp stab of pain shot through his shoulder where the rat creature had bitten him before. He sucked in a breath and glanced down, only to see strange purple serpent scales spreading out from the wound. Fangyi understood it at once. Just as he had guessed, this was an intelligent mutated species. Its venom, delivered through the bite of its partner, was meant to paralyze prey quietly and kill without a sound. The wound throbbed with fierce pain, but at the same time, he could feel his golden sun breathing technique pushing back against the poison. His eyes hardened with resolve. He had exactly the right answer for this. Yang Flame could melt away the poison, the golden sun technique could shield and repair his body, and thunder power could cleanse whatever traces remained. As the energies circulated through him, Fangyi suddenly realized just how useful this combination had become. With Yang Flame and thunder power working together, any poison now triggered a clear signal of pain in his body, almost like a built-in warning before the damage could spread too far. He knew he had been fortunate. If it had been anyone else, the serpent's hidden venom would have been almost impossible to deal with. And for a creature to grow this huge, it had probably survived by relying on ambush after ambush. His thoughts drifted to the monster's lair, piled with the skulls of its victims. With Candle Knight serving as the perfect lure, the two creatures had formed a deadly snare, one that could even wipe out top pioneers without leaving a trace. That explained why so many people had vanished here. But now, none of that mattered anymore. As he watched the serpent's enormous skeleton burn down into ash beneath his holy fire, Fangyi knew its long reign of terror had finally come to an end. Standing in front of the blazing fire, Fangyi felt a deep sense of satisfaction. His inner flame had done serious damage, but it was the triple critical strike from his new thunder power that truly decided the fight. At that moment, he felt his combat ability had reached a solid level, enough to stand confidently even among high-tier pioneers. He stayed there in silence for a brief moment, watching the flames finish off the last traces of the monster. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly stopped and lifted a hand, as though he had sensed something nearby. His eyes narrowed slightly. He was not the only one still here. There was someone else hiding in the scene. He turned at once and caught sight of a figure stumbling out through the smoke, coughing through the drifting ash. It was Su Qingying. She stood there quietly, covered in soot and obviously worn out, but she had survived. As the smoke gradually thinned, Fangyi looked over and saw the unconscious members of the other squad lying nearby, with Su Qingying sitting among them. He recognized her as the association agent at once and coolly told her there was no need to keep pretending. He even added, in a calm tone, that her act of playing dead still needed some work, which caught her completely off guard. Flustered and embarrassed, Su Qingying quickly covered her face. Realizing this was the same powerful pioneer she had been tracking, she awkwardly tried to explain herself, saying she had only woken up because of the smell. Fangyi, however, clearly did not buy it. He casually praised her, pointing out that while the rest of her team had exhausted themselves completely, she had still managed to leave a small reserve of spiritual energy to protect herself. If she had truly been unconscious, he said, there was no way she could have noticed any smell at all. Caught red-handed, Su Qingying could only force out an awkward thank you. Inside, she was stunned. He had seen straight through her with ease. She really had kept a little spiritual energy in reserve for self-defense. What she still could not understand was how he had managed to defeat both Candle Knight and the giant serpent alone. Noticing how embarrassed she was, Fangyi's tone eased a little. He told her she did not need to keep covering her eyes. All he wanted was for her to answer honestly and keep his identity a secret. Since she and her team were safe now, he said, it was already late and he would be going. Su Qingying hurriedly tried to stop him, but she was already too late. Saying that explaining everything now would ruin the surprise, Fangyi leaped lightly through the hole he had torn open in the factory ceiling and vanished into the night sky. As he moved swiftly over the rooftops, Fangyi continued thinking back on the battle. He was relieved that Su Qingying had not tried to absorb the monster's dark energy, especially after remembering that revolting, icy sensation. At the same time, he could not help wondering why he himself had been unable to absorb it. Maybe, he thought, the dark energy had already dispersed by then. Or maybe his body had rejected it on instinct. Either way, he decided he would sort it out later after getting home. Left alone inside the vast abandoned factory, Su Qingying raised her eyes to the moonlit hole in the ceiling where Fong Yi had disappeared. She let out a soft sigh, disappointed that she still had not seen his face clearly, and quietly realized that he still did not trust her or the association behind her. But that quiet mood did not last long. Slipping back into her role as squad leader, she walked over to the unconscious captain of the destroyer squad and slapped his face a few times, telling him to wake up. The man let out a groan and slowly opened his eyes, looking bruised, dazed, and completely lost. His first reaction was pure panic. He jolted upright and shouted that they had been ambushed, while Su Qingying simply stood there watching him with calm eyes. Then he and the rest of his squad saw the reason for her composure, the giant serpent's massive skeleton still smoking in the distance. They stared at the sight in utter disbelief, unable to make sense of what they were seeing. The leader immediately demanded to know what had happened and where that overwhelming yang energy had come from. Su Qingying calmly gave the report she had already prepared, explaining that a powerful pioneer had appeared and saved them. She continued by saying this person was most likely the target from her original mission, an extremely high-level individual with a yang attribute. Then she let the words hang in the air, quietly implying that his appearance had simply been a stroke of luck. The other squad members were completely stunned. One of them blurted out that it was unbelievable for a single person to defeat both monsters alone. Su Qingying added that she still had not succeeded in recruiting him, and that he had even managed to trace her movements back to her, which only made him seem even more mysterious. Returning to the grim work at hand, the destroyer squad leader asked where Candle Knight's body had gone. As he activated a green energy technique to begin clearing the battlefield, he remarked that they needed to recover the remains for the association. As both squads started cleaning up the factory, the destroyer squad leader used a green orb of energy to gather up the strange dark remains left behind after the fight. But the moment he stepped forward, his foot crushed a piece of debris on the ground, and it suddenly burst apart in a flare of bright blue lightning. He recoiled at once with a shout, stung by the violent shock, while Su Qingying watched the scene in surprise. That discovery only deepened the mystery. The remains they now understood to be Candle Knights were still crackling with residual electricity. The squad leader immediately turned towards Su Qingying and questioned her report. She had said the pioneer possessed a yang attribute, but this terrifying electrical power suggested something else entirely. The two squad leaders crouched down beside the body to inspect it more closely. Su Qingying was shaken by the sheer purity and intensity of the thunder power still clinging to it, enough to confirm it was a high-tier ability. That led the destroyer squad leader to a new conclusion. Perhaps two high-level pioneers had appeared that night, one who killed the serpent and another who dealt with Candle Knight, before both of them left together. Su Qingying knew that guess was wrong, yet she had no idea how to explain the truth, because what she remembered so clearly was that lone figure standing there with crackling blue lightning in one hand and blazing golden fire in the other. She knew perfectly well that no one would believe it. Just one top-level power was enough to make someone a genius. Possessing two at once was something so rare it was practically unheard of. And yet the proof was right there before their eyes. The giant serpent's burning skeleton carried the unmistakable mark of a yang flame walker, while Candle Knight's electrified remains were the clear signature of a thunder tyrant. The two squads could only stand there in complete disbelief, staring at the aftermath and wondering what kind of terrifying monster this mysterious pioneer truly was. As reinforcements from the association finally poured in, Su Qingying felt a cold wave of relief wash through her. More than anything, she was grateful she had left team members stationed outside. If she had remained trapped inside too long without a single update, they would have reported her missing almost immediately. The grim truth settled heavily in her chest. The rescue force now surrounding the scene had most likely been dispatched under the assumption that they were coming to recover corpses, not survivors. Her two subordinates, who had been knocked unconscious by the serpent's venom, gradually came to at last. The moment they saw Su Qingying still standing there alive, both of them rushed over in a panic, their eyes red as they nearly broke down in tears. Their relief was raw and unguarded, and for a brief moment, The tension of the entire battlefield seemed to loosen around them. Now that the threat had been completely eliminated, the association team moved into action without delay. The atmosphere shifted almost instantly. What had begun as a desperate rescue operation was no longer about saving lives. It had become a formal forensic investigation, cold, methodical, and focused on uncovering the truth of what had happened here. Using advanced scanning technology, they began a careful sweep of the battlefield. Every trace of lingering spiritual energy, every scar in the terrain, every broken pattern left behind by the clash was recorded and analyzed in detail. Piece by piece, they worked to reconstruct the battle, hoping to build a complete picture to send back to headquarters. Before long, one of the specialists walked over to Su Qingying and the leader of the destroyer squad with a grim expression and his compiled findings in hand. After comparing all available data, from combat habits and energy patterns to the precise methods used to kill both monsters, he reported that the conclusion was nearly certain. There was a 99% probability that both creatures had been killed by the same person. The two squad leaders looked at each other in stunned silence. Neither of them spoke right away. Shock flashed across their faces first, followed by something much heavier, serious concern. They both understood exactly how frightening that conclusion really was. Around them, the other squad members broke into low, disbelieving murmurs. The realization was almost too much to process. The person who had saved them was a pioneer who possessed not one, but two different high-tier powers, something they had never imagined could exist in one individual. They all knew very well that either of those monsters could have slaughtered every one of them with ease. Yet this mysterious powerhouse had cut them both down, and from the evidence, it looked as though each had been finished in a single, overwhelming strike. The gap between their strength and his was so absurd that it barely felt real. The moment she understood how significant this discovery was, Su Qingying immediately contacted her superior. Her tone was steady, but the weight behind her words was unmistakable as she reported that the information on her target had undergone a major update. This was no longer a routine tracking matter. Everything had changed. Lifting her gaze toward the hole torn through the ceiling, she gave her final confirmation. The mysterious pioneer from the university and the terrifyingly powerful individual codenamed the Tyrant were not two separate people at all. They were one and the same. Back in his office, the association superior listened to Su Qingying's report with remarkable calm. He did not interrupt her, nor did he react impulsively. Only after quietly sorting through every detail in his mind did he give a new order. His instruction was clear. Su Qingying was to suspend her mission for the time being. He explained his reasoning in an even, measured voice. The pioneer had saved her team, killed the monsters, and secured the area. None of those were the actions of an enemy. He then added that he and Han Li did not see eye to eye on this matter. For Su Qingying's safety, and to avoid creating a bad impression with someone who might become an extremely powerful ally, she was to cease all contact with the Tyrant for now. Even while still on the phone with her superior, Su Qingying could not keep herself from adding one more crucial point. Although she had accepted the order to pause her mission, she said she still had a theory she needed to report. It was based on what she had sensed earlier, when she tracked the Tyrant to the back mountain and found him in the middle of advancing his power. Her superior's interest was immediately piqued. His tone sharpened slightly as he told her to continue and explained everything in full. Clearly, he understood that whatever she was about to say might change their entire judgment once again. Su Qingying then explained that during that earlier encounter, she had felt an unbelievably powerful aura surrounding the place where he was active. At the time, she had briefly suspected he might possess a spiritual weapon, but the idea had seemed too far-fetched, so she did not press the theory. But now, with it confirmed that he held two high-tier powers, what once felt unlikely suddenly seemed far more possible, frighteningly possible, in fact. The association superior was visibly surprised by this new detail. For the first time, a note of genuine disbelief entered his voice as he questioned whether the pioneer might truly possess a spiritual weapon. Even to him, that possibility sounded extraordinary. But after that initial surprise, skepticism quickly returned. Leaning back in his chair, he said it was still highly improbable. No matter how gifted someone was, a lone pioneer should not realistically be able to obtain such an incredibly rare object without outside support. On top of that, the team at the scene had not detected any trace of a third spiritual energy signature, which would normally appear if a spiritual weapon had been separately forged. Su Qingying immediately corrected him, her voice firmer now as she clarified the key detail he was missing. The aura she had sensed during that first encounter did not feel foreign or separate at all. It was distinctly of the yang attribute, clear, pure, and directly tied to his own energy. That single detail changed everything. The superior's eyes widened as the implication struck him all at once. If the weapon's attribute was not separate, but instead originated from the user's own yang power, then this was no simple case of wielding a spiritual weapon. It meant he was forming it himself, shaping it directly from his own energy. From there, the conclusion became both incredible and terrifying. If he could create spiritual weapons with his own power, then he could only be a cultivator of the spirit creation realm. In theory, someone at that level could indeed accomplish such a feat alone. But beings of that level were so rare that they had practically become myth, names people discussed more like legends than reality. Su Qingying was completely stunned by that thought. She knew better than most how vanishingly rare cultivators of that realm truly were. In the entire world, there were barely more than 2 such figures known to exist. Realizing that someone she had personally tracked might stand at that level left her deeply shaken. Then her superior considered an even more horrifying possibility, and his expression darkened. If this person truly possessed a third, distinct attribute, the consequences would be enormous. It would not simply be a personal secret. It would shake the entire pioneer world and potentially overturn the existing balance of power. According to all known research, different spiritual attributes naturally repel and clash within the human body, making stable coexistence nearly impossible. Up to this point, no pioneer had ever been definitively confirmed to possess 3 different spiritual attributes. Because of that, if the pioneer really did have a spiritual weapon, then perhaps the absence of a third detectable energy signature was actually a blessing rather than a concern. As the call finally came to an end, the superior sat in silence with one heavy thought lingering in his mind. He could only hope that a pioneer this powerful would never, under any circumstances, become an enemy of humanity. Back at his apartment, Fang Yi stood beneath the stream of a hot shower, letting the water run over his shoulders as steam filled the small space around him. The heat slowly washed away the grime, blood, and fatigue left behind by the recent battle, but it did little to ease the weight pressing on his thoughts. As he dried himself off, his mind naturally turned to the state of the world outside. He knew there was less than a year left before the official spiritual energy revival would fully arrive. Yet even now, before that moment had officially begun, dangerous monsters and strange incidents were already surfacing more and more often. The pace of change was no longer subtle. It was accelerating. He casually used his yang attribute to dry his clothes, warm golden energy gathering across his hand and spreading through the fabric with effortless control. As he did, he found himself wondering how many pioneers, just like him, had already awakened early and quietly begun cultivating on their own in the shadows, far beyond the public eye. His thoughts drifted back to the aggressive men he had encountered at the lava river. That meeting had made one thing very clear to him. Once the connection between a person's body and the spiritual world was opened, their sensitivity to the changes in the world increased almost naturally. Even without official recognition from the country, many self-trained pioneers had clearly already stepped into the one-star Ghost Axe realm on their own. The fact that the government, through people like Su Qingying, had started reaching out to wild pioneers like him was proof of something important. For now, both sides were still in a relatively cautious and peaceful phase, testing each other, observing each other, and trying to understand what kind of relationship might form in the future. Standing quietly in his room, Fang Yi thought about Han Li and Su Qingying in turn. After weighing everything he had seen so far, he came to a temporary conclusion. At least for the moment, the monster threat was still barely under control, and open conflict between the various pioneer factions had not yet truly begun. But as he finished getting dressed, that fragile sense of balance did not reassure him at all. He knew too well that this temporary peace was thin, unstable, and could shatter at any moment. The government had already established the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, yet it still had not publicly revealed its existence. Fang Yi understood that strategy perfectly. As people gradually began noticing more local disturbances and increasingly strange events, the government was walking an extremely narrow line, trying to protect humanity while also releasing subtle warnings early enough to prepare people, all without triggering widespread panic. Even after his recent victories, his judgment of the overall situation remained grim and unsparing. He knew the real problem was the government's lack of confidence in officially ushering in a full cultivation era. With a population that massive, once the whole truth came out, society could very easily plunge into chaos, violence, and widespread death. In the current situation, even official pioneers would not be enough to stop the disorder that would follow. Internal unrest, fear-driven collapse, and the growing threat of monsters outside would feed into each other and make everything worse. In the end, he had to admit that the government's careful, restrained approach was not wrong. Human terror, once unleashed, could be far more destructive than any beast. Still, none of that was what worried him most. What truly unsettled him was the speed at which the monsters were evolving. That development was moving far faster than he had expected, and the gap between his predictions and reality made him deeply uneasy. He mentally reviewed the information on the creatures he had just fought. They were a classic product of dark attribute contamination, more specifically tied to the shadow attribute, which was itself a branch of dark energy. According to his system, that power was a natural enemy of pioneers and, at least for now, something he could not absorb for his own use. What troubled him even more was their intelligence. These were not mindless beasts charging on instinct. They had coordinated with each other, set traps, and deliberately targeted pioneers as prey, clearly recognizing them as a rich and desirable food source. That level of cunning made them far more dangerous than ordinary monsters. Even so, Fang Yi knew these creatures were still nowhere near the true dark-type monsters he remembered from his previous life. Those horrors were on an entirely different level. Existences capable of wiping out whole nations by themselves, leaving devastation on a scale ordinary people could hardly imagine. Even with that comparison in mind, this close call was a harsh warning. If he had not happened to be there, Su Qingying and her entire squad would almost certainly have been wiped out without a single survivor. Yet amid that grim certainty, a small spark of hope still rose in his heart as he recalled the wording used by the system. The fact that the dark attribute was only temporarily unabsorbable suggested that, once certain conditions were met, he might one day be able to use that power himself. And if that became possible, it could turn into a critical advantage for the future. He then reviewed his current abilities one by one. At present, he possessed the golden sun breathing technique of the yang attribute, the divine thunder tempering of the thunder attribute, and the crimson flame blade technique. Any one of them would have been formidable on its own. Together, they formed a terrifying foundation. With such perfectly compatible high-tier techniques, and his current strength as a 3-star Ghost Axe Realm pioneer, Fang Yi knew there were very few people who could truly stand against him. And yet, even standing there surrounded by the weight of his own power, he felt no real comfort. Deep down, he knew with perfect clarity that it was still far from enough. Just as his thoughts were sinking deeper into that realization, the sudden ringing of his phone cut sharply through the quiet room and interrupted him on the spot. He reached for it and glanced at the screen, only to pause in surprise. The caller was his aunt. On the other end, his aunt first asked after his health in the usual warm, familiar way before finally getting to the real reason for the call. She told him that his cousin was coming to the city to study, and because she was worried about the girl staying alone, she wanted to ask whether the cousin could stay at his place for a few days instead of booking a hotel. Fang Yi was caught completely off guard by the request. His memory of this cousin was so vague that it almost felt blank, as though the person existed only as a distant outline from years ago. After thinking for a moment, all he could remember was that she had been a quiet, top-ranking student, the kind of person who was always buried in books and obsessed with studying. Beyond that, he could not even clearly recall her face. Even so, he agreed without much hesitation and told his aunt that there was a spare room available. When he asked when his cousin would be arriving, his aunt answered very casually, saying she would simply give the girl his address and let her head over by herself when the time came. Elsewhere, In a dark room lit only by the pale glow of a computer monitor, a figure with long fingers, so slender and sharp they almost looked like claws, typed rapidly across a keyboard. The blue-white light from the screen cut through the darkness, giving the entire room an eerie stillness. The person wore an oversized hoodie, with a pair of bare ears exposed beneath it, and had just finished a phone call with her mother. That mother happened to be Fong Yi's aunt. During the call, she had been told that she should arrive at her cousin's place by tomorrow afternoon, and that she ought to bring along some local specialty snacks as well. She ended the conversation politely, saying it was no trouble at all, and that she still had other things to take care of. On her screen was the chat window of a group called Spiritual Energy Revival, Martial Arts Vanguard Team. Under the username Fong Hee-ju, she had just posted a message announcing that she had arrived in the city and would be staying at her cousin's place for the time being. The message was short, but it clearly caught her group's attention. After the call ended, she clicked her mouse again with practiced ease, and another window instantly popped open on the screen in front of her. It was a rumor alert concerning an internet-famous town that people had now started calling Death Town. According to the report, 3 more people had recently disappeared there in connection with something known as the Pork Beast Challenge. Accompanying the article was a gruesome image splashed with blood, making the entire story feel even more disturbing. The glow of the screen reflected sharply off her glasses as Fong Hee-ju narrowed her eyes and immediately recognized the location mentioned in the report. It was Yanghua Town. At once, a clear spark of interest lit up in her expression, as if she had just found something far too intriguing to ignore. Her scrolling came to an abrupt stop when her mother stepped into the room and asked whether she had finished packing. Fong Hee-ju looked up and told her that everything was already packed, but admitted she would honestly rather stay in a hotel than go trouble her cousin. Her mother immediately disagreed, insisting that staying with family was far safer than living alone somewhere else. She said she trusted that cousin completely and felt much more at ease knowing Fong Hee-ju would be under his roof. Gently but firmly, her mother nudged her toward the door while giving a few last bits of advice. She reminded Fong Hee-ju not to cause any trouble and to lend a hand around the house whenever she could. Fong Hee-ju nodded obediently and reassured her mother that she understood everything clearly. As soon as the door clicked shut behind her, Fong Hee-ju let out a quiet sigh, the kind that came from bracing herself mentally for something unavoidable, and began preparing herself for the visit ahead. In her mind, this was simply one more hurdle she had to get past. She pushed up her glasses, eyes sharpening with determination, and told herself that no matter what kind of person her cousin turned out to be, he could not possibly be harder to deal with than an actual monster. The next day, beneath a wide, bright blue sky washed clean by the morning light, a young woman with long dark hair and glasses slowly pulled her suitcase toward an apartment building, her figure neat and quiet against the sunlit street. She lowered her gaze to her phone and checked the map again, making sure the route had brought her to the right place and that she had not made any mistake. Looking up at the building in front of her, she murmured softly to herself that this had to be it, her heart carrying a faint tension as she prepared to finally meet the cousin she could barely remember anymore. As Lin Yi stood outside the apartment building, Fong Yi happened to come out carrying a bag in one hand. She quickly called after him and asked, a little uncertainly, whether he was her cousin. He stopped in his tracks, clearly caught off guard, then looked her over with surprise before asking if she was Lin Yi, wanting to confirm that he had guessed correctly. Although he admitted inwardly that he did not recognize her at all, neither of them said anything for a beat. A brief, awkward silence settled between them, light but unmistakable. Later, once they were inside the apartment, the two of them sat on the couch and exchanged the usual polite small talk. Fong Yi asked whether she had come to the city for a summer camp, and she confirmed that was the reason. He told her that if she needed anything while staying there, she could just tell him, and she thanked him with practiced politeness. After that short conversation ended, Fong Yi handed her the key to the room across from his and briefly explained which one was hers before turning and heading back to his own room. Watching him leave, Lin Yi quietly felt a wave of relief. At least from first impressions, her cousin seemed easy enough to get along with, and more importantly, he did not look like the kind of person who would pry into her business. However, Fong Yi was far from clueless. From the very moment she had sat down across from him, He had already sensed a faint yet distinctly unusual spiritual aura coming from her. He wondered for a second whether his perception had gone wrong, or whether she was simply too inexperienced to fully conceal her strength. Almost at once, he began to suspect that she was also a pioneer. The aura around her was light, but it was real, and that made him realize her story about attending a summer camp was most likely only a cover for why she had truly come to the city. Meanwhile, inside her room, Lin Yi sat with her phone in hand, and what she did next quietly confirmed every one of Fang Yi's suspicions. She opened a chat with her pioneer group, the martial arts vanguard team, and reported that her cousin seemed nice, easygoing, and unlikely to interfere with her movements. The discussion soon shifted to recent events, especially the powerful pioneer who had appeared at the lava river. Lin Yi warned the others to stay careful, reminding them that many truly strong people were still hiding in the shadows. After the group agreed to wait for her signal before acting, she logged off. For the time being, she decided it would be safer not to cultivate at all, worried that even a small mistake might expose her secret to her cousin. 3 days slipped by. Before long, Fang Yi discovered that having his cousin living under the same roof was making cultivation far more inconvenient than he had expected. His meditation could be interrupted at almost any moment, including times when she casually came out of the bathroom wrapped in nothing but a towel. On top of that, he kept worrying that the bright golden aura produced by his breathing technique was simply too eye-catching and far too difficult to hide if she happened to notice it at the wrong time. But the most difficult thing for him to deal with was not danger and not suspicion, but her overwhelming kindness. One evening, she placed a carefully made dinner in front of him with visible pride, the dishes looking warm, fragrant, and unexpectedly delicious. He tried to insist that he would wash the dishes afterward, but Lin Yi refused right away, saying it was the very least she could do while staying there and that he should just leave it to her. Her flawless politeness and almost excessive cleanliness gradually began to strike him as a little strange, as though every movement and every gesture had been carefully managed. Even so, Fang Yi decided to play along for now. He reasoned that if he let her keep being so considerate and helpful, she might slowly lower her guard around him without realizing it. In his view, this was the only reliable way to learn what she was truly doing here and what kind of secret she was still hiding behind that well-behaved exterior. Their quiet dinner was suddenly broken when the phone lying on the table beside her began to vibrate, the sound sharp and noticeable in the otherwise calm room. Both cousins glanced toward the message at almost the same time, and for a brief instant, surprise flashed across each of their faces. Fang Yi immediately used the moment as an excuse to stand up, saying he would head back to his room and leave her to chat in peace. Lin Yi could only answer softly as he walked away. Left alone at the table, she watched his retreating figure for a thoughtful moment, her eyes lingering with quiet caution before she finally turned back to her phone. Sitting on her bed, she accepted the call, and her expression turned serious almost at once. As she listened, she repeated the key point aloud to confirm it. The great change of heaven and earth would happen again the next day at 3 in the afternoon. She then promised firmly that she would be there on time. From his room, Fang Yi easily overheard the conversation. He heard her agree to meet at the entrance of Yanghua Town. The name immediately registered in his mind as that internet-famous town out in the suburbs, a place roughly an hour away by car. With his suspicions now essentially confirmed, he turned his attention fully toward the room beyond the wall, his own spiritual energy quietly rising as he observed her movements. At this point, he was certain that his cousin was also a pioneer. Even so, he remained completely confident that with her current level of strength, she would never be able to sense him spying on her from the other side. What truly impressed him was her talent. She was still only a middle school student, yet she had already stepped into the 2-star Ghost Axe realm and was even approaching another breakthrough, which was no small thing. He could not help wondering whether that frightening natural talent was connected to her slightly unusual personality. Now, though, her real reason for coming to the city had become obvious. The summer camp story had merely been an excuse. She had come because she knew the next great change of heaven and earth was coming, and she wanted to stand as close to its center as possible. Fang Yi understood very well what that meant, because every single one of those great changes represented an opportunity to obtain a new technique and push his own strength even higher. He found himself wondering what kind of power might emerge this time, though after only a moment, he realized the specific nature of it hardly mattered at all. A determined look settled into his eyes. Whatever power appeared when the moment came, he had already decided that he would seize it for himself no matter what. Inside her room, Lin Yi suddenly paused in the middle of her preparations, a strange sensation passing over her skin. She slowly lifted her head and looked around, unsure whether it was only her imagination or whether someone really had been watching her just now. When she saw nothing except the moonlit mountains outside the window, still and silent in the night, she gradually let the feeling go and resumed her preparations, convincing herself she had simply been overthinking. The next day, Yanghua Town was lively and buzzing with activity, its streets full of movement while the layered mountains rose quietly in the background. At the entrance to the town, Lin Yi met up with one of her friends from the pioneer group, the two of them joining each other naturally, as if they had arranged it long ago. That friend immediately began teasing her in a playful tone about her cousin, grinning as she asked whether he was at least handsome. Lin Yi replied without much emotion that he seemed like a good person, but in terms of appearance, he was really just an ordinary-looking guy. Hearing that answer, her friend let out a disappointed sigh, clearly hoping for something much more exciting. Just then, another woman from their group arrived, a redhead wearing a purple dress that made her stand out the moment she appeared. In a lightly amused tone, she reminded the first friend that Lin Yi herself had always described herself as nothing special, just an ordinary person. Once the rest of their team had gathered as well, the redhead's expression sharpened, and she announced that it was time for them to get down to business. One of the male members looked around and then asked whether a certain person was not coming after all. The redhead confirmed that today it would be only the 6 of them taking part, adding that the missing member had always been mysterious, rarely showing up in person and never easy for anyone to predict. Unknown to any of them, Fong Yi was watching everything from the balcony of a nearby cafe, seated in the shade with his sword resting quietly beside him as his eyes followed every move below. After observing them for a while, he noted that his cousin's little squad was surprisingly low-key, not loud or careless like many rookie groups, but cautious enough to blend into the crowd. Even from that distance, he could clearly sense their strength. The weakest among them had already reached the 2-star Ghost Axe level, while the man who had spoken earlier was even stronger, standing firmly at 3-star. He also overheard them mention that their team was usually stronger than this, with one especially powerful member often missing from the lineup. As Fong Yi sat there quietly watching, however, his attention soon shifted away from them and toward the mountains looming over the town. His eyes narrowed slightly, anticipation gathering in them, as he sensed that the true event everyone had come for was about to unfold somewhere in those mountains. High in the mountains, the great change of heaven and earth finally began to reveal itself. A giant green vine descended from the clouds, towering and unnatural, almost like the beanstalk from an old fairy tale brought violently into the real world. This bizarre phenomenon appeared at random and was not destructive on the surface, yet for pioneers, it was an extremely important sign, a key clue in understanding the strange transformations overtaking their world. Deep within the misty mountains, Lin Yi and her squad finally saw the unbelievable sight with their own eyes, and the moment they did, the air around them seemed to grow heavier. The red-haired leader lifted her head and stared upward in open awe, then quietly confirmed that this was exactly what they had been searching for. For a moment, the whole group stood frozen in disbelief before the massive, pulsing vine. But that sense of wonder did not last long. Almost as quickly as it came, awe gave way to fear. The squad's more adventurous friend suddenly went pale and urgently told everyone to stop at once, warning them in a strained voice that they absolutely should not go any farther. Her whole body was trembling with dread, and it was obvious that the fear gripping her was no small matter. She explained shakily that seeing the vine in person was completely different from hearing about it, and that the moment she laid eyes on it, a terrible feeling had risen in her chest. Hearing that, the leader asked whether the others had seen the rumors being discussed on their internal pioneer forums. The source of the girl's fear came from a dark story she had heard before. She said she personally knew some of the pioneers from a team that had tried to touch the vine the last time it appeared. Those people had all been powerful, far stronger than she was, and yet every single one of them met a horrible end. She went on to explain that after those pioneers came here, all of them were buried, and now their skeletons were said to be twisted deep within the roots of a dark version of the vine, as though they had been absorbed into it forever. Overcome by terror, she grabbed her head in panic, her breathing growing ragged as she confessed that she had a sickening feeling they would all end up the same way. And as those words left her mouth, reality around the group seemed to distort, and suddenly they were no longer standing on a mountain path. Instead, they appeared trapped inside a horrifying, pulsating red cavern made of living flesh, where the ground under their feet was nothing but a grotesque mass of writhing organic tendrils. But that horrifying scene was only a frightening premonition. Back on the misty mountain path, the squad's adventurous friend, scammed an online romance out of 50 cents, was still visibly shaken by the dread pressing down on her. She admitted that when she first came here, she had been ready to take a pioneer's risk and either return rich or die trying. But the moment she actually saw the vine, an overwhelming fear took hold of her. Her instincts were screaming that this thing was some new, unknown, high-level monster, a mutation far beyond anything she could handle. Tears welled in her eyes as she confessed that she was not ready to die in a place like this and wanted to back out while she still could. The red-haired leader and Lin Yi looked at their distraught teammate with clear understanding rather than blame. They admitted that they too had felt the same heavy, oppressive sensation coming from the vine the moment they saw it. Lin Yi explained it more carefully, describing the feeling as a kind of complete emptiness hidden inside that wood-type vine. It was deeply strange, she said, like all life within it had long ago been swallowed up by time, leaving behind only a hollow shell. That was why the fear felt so natural. After hearing her explanation, the group arrived at a chilling conclusion. The vine was trying to devour their life force. Just as their terrified friend seemed ready to completely break down, Lin Yi reached out and grabbed her hand, her face set with fierce determination and steady resolve. She declared that this was the path of the martial pioneer, a road they had chosen for themselves, and it was a path that demanded they face dangers like this head-on instead of turning away in fear. Unseen by the group, Feng Yi watched everything from a nearby cliff. Even he could clearly sense the heavy, suffocating death energy rolling off the giant vine in wave after wave. He noted to himself that among all the world monsters he had encountered so far, aside from creatures of pure dark attribute, this vine gave him the worst feeling by far. He had to admit that the small squad had real courage to even think about cultivating in a place as dangerous as this. As he analyzed the monster more closely, he found the contradiction within it even more disturbing. Though it was clearly a plant, something that should symbolize life and growth, it felt utterly lifeless. It was not truly alive at all, but more like a dead thing imitating the form of something living, with no spiritual energy of its own. And from what he could sense, it was stained with the blood, remains, and lingering traces of those it had killed before. Back with the squad, Lin Yi quickly took control of the situation. Standing near the edge of a cliff, she spoke to her teammates with renewed purpose and told them they did not have much time to stand around hesitating. Since they now understood the danger more clearly, she proposed a different plan. Instead of approaching recklessly, they would carefully sense the energy throughout the area and investigate the monster from a distance, learning what they could without getting close enough to trigger an attack. Lin Yi was confident in that judgment. In her view, if they only observed and sensed the monster's energy from afar, then her team should remain safe enough while still gaining something from the trip. She selected a spot high up in a tree, settled herself there, and began to meditate. As she entered that state, a protective bubble of blue spiritual energy formed around her body and shimmered softly in the mountain air. From a distant clifftop, Feng Yi watched them in silence. He was genuinely impressed by their caution and noted that they had chosen a range that was both reasonably safe and still useful for cultivation. He gave quiet credit to his top student cousin for correctly judging the best distance, a position that was neither recklessly close nor timidly far. And as Lin Yi continued cultivating, the spiritual energy around her gradually began to rise and surge. Feng Yi's eyes sharpened with surprise when he realized what was happening. Lin Yi was on the verge of breaking through into the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, and the realization left him genuinely impressed. His cousin's talent was no joke. Then, in a bright flash of blue light, she successfully broke through. Her teammates stared in open amazement, stunned that she had already climbed to such a high level of strength at her age. However, the huge spiritual disturbance created by that breakthrough did not go unnoticed. Deep in the forest, the dormant roots of the giant vine began to twist awake, glowing with a frightening green light. The pioneers felt the ground begin to tremble beneath their feet, and one of the men turned back in alarm, his expression changing at once. The whole group panicked as the monstrous vine began moving straight toward them, its tendrils ripping violently up through the earth. Even the team's leader was stunned, unable to understand how the creature had managed to sense them from so far away. The vine's attack came fast and without mercy. Savage green tendrils shot upward from the ground and instantly trapped two of the male pioneers. The rest of the squad scattered in fear as one of their friends screamed for everyone to run, shouting that if they did not escape right now, they would all die there. The team's leader quickly realized what had caused the disaster. Lin Yi's breakthrough had created too much of a disturbance and drawn the monster's attention. As she shouted a warning, dark green tendrils began winding around Lin Yi's protective bubble, which was still shielding her while she remained vulnerable after the breakthrough. The leader knew they absolutely could not let themselves be caught. Once the vine wrapped around someone completely, its deathly aura would consume them in an instant. Under that immense pressure, Lin Yi's energy shield began to crack, thin fractures spreading across its surface one after another. Chaos exploded around them as the red-haired leader tried to drag her panicked friend to safety. The others cried out that they could not just leave Lin Yi behind, but the leader answered desperately, asking what exactly she was supposed to do. She shouted in frustration whether she was expected to burn her own precious spiritual energy protecting Lin Yi and basically die so her teammate could level up. As the situation spiraled further out of control, the red-haired leader also had to deal with one of her male teammates, who coldly argued that they should abandon Lin Yi and save themselves. He said life and death were up to fate, and if they did not leave immediately, then everyone would die with her. He reminded the leader that they were all just people who had met by chance and accused her of being far too emotional. That cold, practical attitude, however, only made the leader even angrier, her eyes flashing as her temper finally snapped. She shoved him aside and shouted that she would not abandon her teammate, even if it meant standing against the rest of them by herself. From his place on the cliff, Fang Yi watched the desperate scene unfold below. He knew that his cousin, still just a student despite her talent, was probably completely unaware of how grave her danger had become while she remained trapped in her weakened meditative state. The vine's power was terrifyingly overwhelming, and Fang Yi could not even be sure whether, with his current strength, he would be able to save her once he got involved. But one thing was obvious. He had to move quickly, because the tendrils had already begun crushing her protective barrier. He clenched his fist, and a golden aura burst around him in response. He had made a promise to his aunt that he would look after her daughter, and once Fang Yi gave his word, he had no intention of breaking it. The red-haired leader made her move first, leaping through the attacking vines and forcing her way toward Lin Yi. She landed a fierce kick on one of the tendrils, and the impact was strong enough to snap it apart on the spot. But that small victory lasted only a heartbeat before the situation turned against her again. Dozens more vines burst out at once and coiled around her from every direction, binding her tightly and trapping her completely before she could break free. Just as the writhing vines were about to crush them completely, Lin Yi's protective shield finally shattered with a sharp, brittle crack. But before the monstrous plant could seize its new prey, Fang Yi stepped into the fight without the slightest hesitation. He leaped through the air in one clean motion, and as his sword swept forward, two blazing arcs of golden energy tore outward, brilliant and sharp enough to split the darkness in front of him. The rest of Lin Yi's squad could do nothing but watch in horror, their hearts dropping as they saw her shield break apart. Several of them screamed her name instinctively, helpless and panicked. Then a massive blast of fiery energy shaped like a descending phoenix crashed down from the sky, slamming into the tangled mass of vines with explosive force and scorching brilliance. Fong Yi landed lightly in the newly cleared space, calm and steady, while a narrow pillar of golden flame rose from the ground where he stood. He had arrived at the final possible moment, saving both his cousin and her brave red-haired leader from death. Bathed in a dazzling aura of golden light, Fong Yi did not even need to move again for his presence alone to suppress the deathly vine. The surviving pioneers stared in stunned silence as the monstrous plant, which had been moments away from killing them all, halted its assault and began shrinking back under the crushing pressure of that overwhelming yang energy. The tendrils recoiled from the fierce light, hissing as they retreated, their surfaces smoking and dissolving bit by bit as though the radiance itself were poison to them. As Fong Yi descended through the blinding brilliance around him, the pioneers could only raise their arms to shield their eyes, barely able to make sense of what they were seeing through the glare. The practical male pioneer who had argued for abandoning Lin Yi was completely shaken, wondering aloud whether this newcomer was another pioneer at all. The red-haired leader, just as stunned, understood more clearly what she was witnessing. This was the purest kind of yang power. Only a high-tier force of this level could possibly suppress such a terrifying, life-draining monster. The male pioneer felt his confidence begin to crack. He had always believed he was exceptionally gifted, having reached the 3-star Ghost Axe realm in a remarkably short time, something very few people in Xiaoguo could accomplish. He had known that even talented Lin Yi only barely kept pace with him in terms of cultivation skill and growth. And yet this mysterious stranger standing before them was clearly operating on a level far beyond anything he had ever imagined. He lowered his gaze to his own trembling hands, then looked back up at the glowing figure on the cliff, suddenly feeling small, ordinary, and almost laughably insignificant. If pioneers like that truly existed, then what did that make the rest of them? The gap was not just large. It was crushing. This newcomer had not simply outclassed him, but all of them together, through sheer, overwhelming power alone. And as Fong Yi stood within that burning golden light, his system activated. It detected the extreme wood attribute within the deathly vine and immediately began the auto-writing process, rapidly completing a brand new technique. A moment later, the system window displayed the details of his new ability. Endless Vitality, a technique capable of instantly absorbing all nearby life force to rapidly heal injuries. As the vine's power flowed into him, green life-giving energy surged around his body in waves. Fong Yi was genuinely amazed by the quality of this wood attribute technique. He quickly realized that as long as there was living matter nearby, he now possessed something close to a continuous life-absorbing engine. As Fong Yi absorbed the final remnants of the anomaly's power, his system successfully extracted the vine's core attribute as well. A notification appeared to confirm it. Extracted attribute, Desolation. The system described its frightening effect clearly, the power to instantly create a desolate aura capable of erasing all surrounding life. Standing calmly inside the swirling green energy, Fong Yi silently took in the full weight of that new power. When he opened his eyes again, they were glowing the same vivid green as the desolate vine itself, cold, unnatural, and striking to behold. He stood in the clearing, which now felt eerily dead and empty, a faint green aura still drifting around him. In that moment, he finally understood why the vine could only exist in such a dangerous and remote place. If it had grown anywhere else, it would have drained every trace of life from the land for miles around. He thought quietly about the ruthless nature of the Desolation attribute, a savage force that survived by forcibly stealing the life force of everything nearby. His thoughts were cut short by a grateful voice calling out to him from behind. The red-haired leader of the pioneer group walked toward him, her clothes torn, her body bruised, and her breathing still uneven, but she was alive. With sincere gratitude, she thanked him, saying that without his intervention, every one of them would have died there. Then she asked, almost awkwardly, how they could ever repay him for saving their lives. Fong Yi simply lifted a hand and brushed the matter aside, coolly saying there was no need and that they would meet again someday. Then he turned and started walking away. In his own heart, though, he did not think of himself as some heroic savior. He knew perfectly well that he had only found this opportunity because of the information their group had uncovered first. In his mind, He was the one who had truly benefited. As for the conflict and selfishness he had just witnessed among those pioneers, he felt no particular concern. With one final leap, he launched himself into the air and left the stunned squad behind in the ruined clearing. He understood well that a person's true character is easiest to see in a life-or-death crisis, and a fractured team like theirs would never be truly safe in the dangerous new era ahead. Left standing in the empty clearing, scammed an online romance out of 50 cents, and the shaggy-haired man watched him disappear. Still pale with shock, the girl asked out loud what they were supposed to do now. The man, however, answered bitterly, throwing blame into his words as he asked whether she regretted hesitating earlier when it came time to save their teammates. With the immediate threat gone and Lin Yi now having stepped into the third tier, the red-haired leader quickly understood that their best chance of getting through this was to stay together rather than fall apart. Sometime later, Lin Yi's eyes slowly opened, glowing with a brilliant blue light as she finally emerged from her meditative state. Her teammates rushed to her side at once, relieved to see that she was awake at last. The male pioneer who had earlier suggested abandoning her now said that their survival had depended on their leader's wisdom, but another teammate cut in and said their attention should really be on the mysterious stranger who had saved them all. Still confused and not yet fully aware of what had happened, Lin Yi asked them what was going on. When she noticed her other teammates lying unconscious on the ground, she immediately stood up, only to be struck by the fierce, burning warmth of lingering yang energy still clinging to a nearby tree. Even from several steps away, she could still feel that intense heat clearly against her skin, as if the power had only just passed through. At that point, the shaggy-haired man stepped forward and offered to explain everything that had happened while she was still unconscious and defenseless. Later that same day, back outside her cousin's apartment building, Lin Yi was still trying to fully process the unbelievable events she had gone through. She found it hard to believe that someone that powerful could actually exist in the real world. Her teammates' words kept echoing in her mind over and over. He had called that mysterious pioneer a monster. He had described how the vines they could not even scratch with all their effort had been effortlessly driven back by that man's power, and how even the enormous beanstalk-like vine had withdrawn far back into the sky, no longer daring to draw near them after his appearance. That was the kind of overwhelming presence the man who saved them had carried. Lin Yi knew that even though he was long gone, the vine was still strangely calm, which could only mean some trace of his power still lingered there. She opened the apartment door and was surprised to find Fong Yi there waiting to greet her as if nothing unusual had happened that day. He looked at her with quiet concern and immediately noticed that her complexion was a little pale and her expression more tired than usual. Lin Yi quickly steadied herself and forced out a small smile, brushing off his concern by saying she was only tired because she had spent the whole day studying. Fong Yi accepted the explanation without pressing further, telling her that she had worked hard and should get some rest. He casually offered to order takeout for dinner, and after agreeing, she quietly headed back to her room. The moment she got inside, she collapsed onto the bed, all the strength leaving her body at once from sheer exhaustion. She knew very well that breakthroughs consumed enormous mental energy and required extreme concentration. Right now, she felt more drained than if she had stayed awake for an entire month without rest. Lying there on the bed and scrolling through her phone, she felt a strange sense of relief mixed with fatigue. She was no longer an ordinary person. A few sleepless nights would not kill her anymore. And deep down, she had already accepted that this constant, life-threatening struggle was simply the fate of a pioneer in a world that had already begun to change. She thought of Fong Yi and the seemingly normal, peaceful life he appeared to be living, and she knew with quiet certainty that such a life was no longer possible for her. Her private thoughts were suddenly interrupted when a new message popped up in her Pioneer group chat. It came from a user named Jialon, the mysterious and powerful group member who was usually absent and almost never spoke. Jialon's message was simple and direct. If there are any more traces of that strong man, please inform me. It was the first time Jialon had ever spoken in the group, and it immediately drew Lin Yi's full attention. She quickly replied that she would do so, then asked her own question in the chat. She wanted to know whether they thought the man who had saved them might be the same person involved in the Dark River lava dragon incident. And if that was true, why someone like him would have chosen to help them. The group chat instantly came alive with a post discussing the mysterious high-tier Yang attribute master. The post described his sun-splitting slash in vivid detail, saying the witness had been forced out of the cave by a blast of white-hot light. The writer declared with absolute certainty that no other pioneer in Shagwa could rival that kind of power, and warned everyone that if they ever encountered him, they should stay far away. Meanwhile, Fong Yi was already heading out for the evening on his bicycle, looking entirely relaxed despite everything that had happened earlier. He was confident that after the events of the day, Lin Yi would have lowered her guard around him even more, making it easier for him to come and go freely without arousing any suspicion. With this new freedom in hand, Fong Yi immediately turned his thoughts toward a fresh objective. It was time to find a suitable carrier for the desolation attribute he had just obtained. He understood that this kind of power was most naturally compatible with plants, so without wasting another moment, he pedaled off into the deepening night to begin his search. As he rode beneath the night sky, Fong Yi kept thinking through the best possible use for his newly acquired desolation attribute. Powerful as it was, he knew its essence was still dangerous, rooted in decay, destruction, and the stripping away of life itself. That was exactly why he hesitated to fuse it directly with his own body. He worried that doing so might trigger harmful side effects, and more than that, he suspected its sinister nature could clash violently with the clean, purifying force of his thunder attribute. After weighing it carefully, he decided the safest approach would be to find an external carrier for the attribute, something similar to the strange vine itself. In his judgment, the original vine monster had likely begun as an ordinary plant that sensed the return of dense spiritual energy and chose to evolve, eventually giving birth to the desolation attribute as a means of drawing an even greater power. With that thought, a clear plan began taking shape in his mind. A confident smirk touched Fong Yi's lips as he realized he already knew exactly where he needed to go next. He followed a quiet road washed in moonlight, guided by a roadside sign that pointed toward the forest park ahead. Before long, he arrived at the large urban park, parked his bicycle off to the side, and stepped silently into the deeper woods. Under the bright full moon, he walked through a field of vivid flowers that seemed to shimmer faintly in the night. He knew he had to find the perfect lucky one, a plant that could form the strongest resonance with his spiritual energy and show the clearest sense of affinity toward him. Closing his eyes, Fong Yi steadied his breathing and focused, quietly extending his own spiritual energy outward into the forest around him. A rich green aura flowed out from his body, spreading layer by layer through the trees and grass until it washed over the plants like a silent tide. Almost immediately, he felt the plants responding. Their own faint spiritual energies rose up in waves to meet his, as if the whole forest were answering his call. Even so, Fong Yi quickly noticed that although the response was broad and lively, none of it was strong enough for what he truly needed. So he continued releasing more of his spiritual energy, searching deeper and waiting for a much stronger answer from the surrounding plant life. Then, all at once, he stopped mid-step, his attention caught by a single presence in one particular spot within the forest. There, nestled among the tall grass, a lone white flower with a softly glowing center swayed gently in the breeze, delicate and quiet, almost as if it were calling out to him. Fong Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and wondered whether this was the one he had been searching for. He approached the little flower with unusual care, then slowly reached out a single finger toward it. The instant his fingertip touched it, the flower's petals folded inward around him, and he could clearly feel it drinking in the spiritual energy flowing from his body. A moment later, the flower bloomed open again, almost cheerfully, as if it had just eaten a satisfying meal and was pleased enough to ask for more. Fong Yi knelt beside it with a small amused smile on his face. He could tell at once that its spirituality was unusually strong. Though it was only a plant, it reacted to his touch like a greedy little puppy, eagerly swallowing his spiritual energy and then rubbing itself against his fingers for more. At that moment, he knew for certain that he had found the carrier he was looking for. Out of the entire forest, this tiny flower had shown the strongest reaction to his aura, making it the ideal container for the desolation attribute. Fong Yi looked at it and quietly told it that it was the chosen one, then asked whether it was ready. Without waiting for any answer, he released a vortex of green spiritual energy and focused all of it onto the small white flower. At once, a system window appeared in front of him and asked for final confirmation. Do you want to forcibly implant the desolation attribute into this plant? With his eyes glowing a vivid green, Fong Yi gave his consent. Brilliant light burst from his hand as the flower began changing before his eyes, its petals unfolding into a larger, more intricate, and far more powerful form. The implantation process finished in a sudden flash of intense green light that briefly illuminated the surrounding woods. For a moment, Fong Yi was genuinely surprised by the force of the burst and the sheer power that came with it. The small and ordinary white flower had been completely transformed. Its petals had spread into the shape of a beautiful lotus-like bloom, while its leaves grew thicker, brighter, and fuller, all of it wrapped in a strong and eerie green aura. The newly empowered flower began displaying its influence almost immediately, without giving the surrounding environment even a moment to recover. It released a massive wave of desolation energy, and as its roots dug greedily into the soil, it began drawing in more and more power from the earth beneath it. The effect was instant and terrifying. The green, healthy forest around Fong Yi lost its life in mere seconds, trees withering where they stood while the ground dried out and crumbled into lifeless dust. Fong Yi could not help feeling amazed by the pure, wicked force of the desolation attribute. In only a few brief moments, the spreading energy had consumed the entire section of forest around him, and it was still expanding outward at a frightening speed. As the flower's glow slowly began to dim, and its transformed body shrank down again to a smaller size, Fong Yi immediately understood that he had to leave. If he allowed the process to continue any longer, the massive disturbance in spiritual energy would absolutely attract the Spiritual Energy Association. Without hesitation, he bent down and pulled the glowing flower from the ground, roots and all. He already knew this park had been a risky place to perform such an experiment. Being so close to the city center, it was almost certainly under constant observation by the association, who were wary of the way spiritual energy revival could turn even common plants into serious threats. Fong Yi had already noticed the unusual number of security cameras and the total absence of other visitors in the park when he first arrived. As he walked away carrying his new prize, he noticed something truly remarkable. Even after being uprooted, the flower was still absorbing spiritual energy from the air around it, remaining alive and even thriving without its roots touching the earth. He looked at it more closely, a smile of genuine wonder appearing on his face. What fascinated him was that its spirituality had not weakened in the slightest after being pulled up, especially considering that only moments earlier it had been nothing more than an ordinary wildflower. That realization led him to a deeper conclusion. By implanting the desolation attribute into the plant, he had awakened its dormant evolutionary potential and placed it on a path toward becoming something far beyond what it had ever been meant to be. Just as Fong Yi was about to leave the park completely, a harsh alarm suddenly blared through the forest, accompanied by flashing red warning lights. A cold robotic voice immediately issued a serious alert. Abnormal value exceeded. Fong Yi understood at once that although he had moved quickly, he had still triggered the park's monitoring system. Knowing he had no time to waste, he grabbed hold of the newly obtained desolation flower and quickly withdrew from the area. Miles away, in a high-tech control room marked Spiritual Energy Revival Plant Research Department, those same alarms were sounding just as loudly. Technicians scrambled from station to station, shouting that the anomaly value was spiking out of control and demanding to know what had happened. An order was issued immediately. All staff were to equip their protective bracelets, enter the park, and seal off the area at once, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Soon after, a team in full protective gear stepped into the now lifeless section of the forest, moving cautiously through the deadened landscape. One of the team members checked the reading on his wrist device and saw it display a dangerously high value of 30. Even through his mask, his voice tightened as he remarked that the number was terrifyingly high. For comparison, the anomaly at Qingqing University had only measured between 8 and 10, while even the powerful Dark River Lava Dragon incident had peaked at just 25. Another member added nervously that the park's original spiritual energy value had never even exceeded 10 before this incident. While one researcher crouched down to collect a soil sample, another reported his findings in confusion. The air humidity, surface temperature, and even the amount of sunlight all appeared completely normal, yet every plant in the area looked as if its life had been drained away in a matter of seconds. The team leader decided they had to move closer to the center in order to determine what kind of spiritual attribute had caused such a phenomenon. But just as one member stepped forward, another researcher wearing glasses, clearly a senior figure, shouted sharply for him to stop and not take another step. In a grave, authoritative tone, he warned them not to touch anything at all, identifying the lingering energy in the area as the desolation attribute. He then asked the others whether any of them knew about the vine that had recently descended from the sky. The younger researchers froze in stunned silence. After a moment, one of them finally managed to speak, realizing with rising horror that the senior researcher was referring to the infamous devil-like vine that had already been classified as an A-level mutation. The senior researcher confirmed their fear without hesitation. Standing before a ghostly projected image of the vine, with the trapped souls of its victims clustered horribly at its base, he explained the source of its terrifying power. The reason it was so lethal, the reason it had killed so many pioneers, was its innate desolation attribute, a parasitic and monstrous force that devoured the life force of everything around it and turned all it touched into its own nourishment. The young researcher who had almost stepped into the dead zone clutched at his chest, sweating heavily and gasping in fear as the meaning of those words fully sank in. He thanked his superior with a shaken voice, realizing that he had just been saved from certain death. The senior researcher then explained that any area surrounding a plant awakened with the desolation attribute became a true dead zone, a place where anyone who entered would have their life force consumed almost immediately. He remembered reading records of another plant like this in Xiaogua, a decayed ancient tree rooted deep inside a forbidden zone in Wan City, a monstrous thing that could erase any living creature the instant it stepped too close. He slowly scanned the dead, silent clearing, his expression growing heavier by the second. The mutation of plants in this new era was no minor matter anymore. From everything they currently knew, desolation was the most terrifying attribute a plant could awaken. First there had been that ancient tree, then the celestial vine, and now a third one had appeared before their eyes. His grim explanation had barely finished when someone suddenly clapped a firm hand onto his shoulder, cutting him off mid-sentence. The entire research team turned around in surprise, only to be met by the hard, unsmiling face of Han Li, who had arrived with a full group of soldiers behind him. Han Li had already been briefed on everything. Without wasting a second, he ordered every researcher at the scene to put on the advanced protective suits his men had brought and instructed them to follow him straight into the contaminated zone. With Han Li taking the lead at the very front, the fully re-equipped research team moved out in tight formation. And, now accompanied by Su Qingying as well, they stepped steadily and without hesitation into the eerie dead zone. As they advanced deeper with scanners in hand, one strange finding after another began to pile up. They could not locate any actual source of the desolation energy, and even more confusing, the remaining aura was fading at an unnatural speed. In just the few minutes since they had arrived, its level had already dropped to 25. That made no sense based on what they knew, because the celestial vine was supposed to be capable of movement. Han Li turned to Su Qingying and suggested that they stop relying only on the instruments and inspect the area more carefully themselves. Su Qingying gave a quiet nod, her face tense and serious. While Han Li and Su Qingying began examining the scene firsthand, two other team members, their bodies wrapped in faint blue light, started tracing the lingering flow of spiritual energy left behind in the zone. Following the residual trail step by step, they discovered that every strand of energy from the outer edge of the dead zone eventually converged back toward a single origin point. But the moment they drew near, both of them froze where they stood, shock written all over their faces. At the same instant, Han Li and Su Qingying understood the horrifying truth as well. The source of the desolation energy had already been dug out of the ground and taken away. One researcher inside a protective suit blurted out in disbelief that such a thing should have been impossible. Han Li's eyes darkened at once. If someone truly possessed the ability to enter a desolation dead zone and steal its source, then that person's identity was far too important to ignore. Su Qingying, however, seemed to be considering a different possibility. She raised a glowing datapad toward Han Li and explained that after running a large-scale data analysis, they had isolated one person whose recent movements lined up with both this case and another mutation incident from not long ago. On the screen, the file displayed a clear photograph of Fang Yi, with his name standing out unmistakably beneath it. Just then, Han Li told Su Qingying that he would send over all of Fang Yi's information, confirming that Fang Yi was highly likely the same pioneer she had already been in contact with before. After saying that, he tipped his hat slightly and left the remaining matter to her association to handle. Once everyone else had gone, Su Qingying remained standing alone in the desolate forest, the cold air pressing in around her. She held the datapad in silence, her expression dark with understanding, as though several scattered clues had finally connected in her mind. 2 hours later, back in the quiet safety of his apartment, Fang Yi carefully set his newly acquired desolation flower into a small flower pot with surprising patience. A faint smile touched his face. It was the first time in either of his lives that he had ever seriously raised a flower. In a good mood, he affectionately gave it a name, the obedient little white flower, and told it that now that it possessed the desolation attribute, it should cultivate properly on its own and grow into a powerful helper by his side. He knew very well that its unusual power to drain life would become extremely useful in battle. And with such a plain, harmless appearance, it made perfect camouflage too, easy to keep around without drawing attention, especially from his cousin. As his fingertips brushed lightly over one soft petal, Fang Yi's thoughts quietly deepened. In this dangerous new world, brute strength alone was never enough. Real victory depended on how many hidden cards a person kept in reserve and how well they concealed them. The peaceful rhythm of Fang Yi's evening was suddenly broken when the phone on the table began to buzz. He picked it up and paused in surprise when he saw the caller ID, Wang Liang. He recognized the name instantly. It was his childhood friend, someone he had not seen once in the 3 full years since the other man had left to join the army. For a brief moment, an old memory surfaced in his mind. Back in their school days, the two of them had been nearly inseparable, the kind of close friends who shared everything. That bond had only been broken when Wang Liang suddenly announced he was enlisting, leaving without much warning. Fang Yi accepted the call. On the other end, Wang Liang's voice sounded bright and familiar, full of easy cheer, as he asked whether Fang Yi was back in town and invited him out for a drink at their old place. The sudden invitation caught Fang Yi completely off guard. Wang Liang only laughed at his reaction and added that he had a big secret to tell him, one shocking enough that Fang Yi had better prepare himself before hearing it. But beneath the surface of that warm, nostalgic invitation, the reunion was not simple at all. It was a trap arranged in advance, and the truth became clear the moment the call ended and the scene shifted away from Wang Liang. He was sitting in a dimly lit room, speaking to a hard-faced woman in a high-ranking military uniform. Her long red hair and scarred, intimidating features made her presence feel even sharper. Su Qingying was seated there as well. Wang Liang respectfully reported that he had done exactly as instructed. Then, after a brief hesitation, he made one personal request. If Fang Yi turned out not to be the person they were seeking, they must guarantee his safety. The red-haired officer tapped one finger against the table again and again, her growing impatience obvious in the sharp, steady rhythm. Her response was cold enough to freeze the room. She dismissed Wang Liang's concern outright and ordered him to focus on his mission without doing anything extra. Then, with chilling indifference, she added that if Fang Yi proved to be the wrong person, Wang Liang could simply treat it as his friend's punishment. Later, at a quiet bar filled with low music and dim yellow light, Fang Yi and Wang Liang raised their beer glasses and clinked them together. They sat across from each other and drank while catching up on the 3 years they had spent apart. As Fang Yi watched him talk, he noticed that his old friend had changed a great deal. Wang Liang seemed far more mature now, and just from that alone, Fang Yi could guess that military life had not been easy on him. Wang Liang spoke first about his own time in the army, casually sharing bits of what he had gone through before finally turning the question back on Fang Yi and asking how he had been living. Fang Yi kept his answer simple, saying only that he was doing fine and had gone to college. As he slowly drank his beer, Fang Yi's thoughts drifted back to his previous life. In that chaotic era, events had spiraled so quickly and violently that he had never gotten the chance to meet Wang Liang again. He remembered thinking that Wang Liang, as a soldier thrown into that merciless world, had most likely died in some nameless battle no one would ever remember. And because of that, Fang Yi could not help wondering whether this second life might allow him to change his old friend's fate. After a while, Wang Liang shifted the conversation. His tone lost its earlier ease and became noticeably heavier. Looking at Fang Yi, he asked whether he had seen anything strange lately, things like zombies, monsters, or creatures that felt as though they had stepped right out of a movie. Fang Yi became alert at once. Someone in the military knowing about the spiritual energy revival was not surprising in itself, but the directness of the question made it feel less like curiosity and more like a test. It was as if Wang Liang had come to gauge exactly how much he knew. Keeping his face blank, Fang Yi chose to play dumb and simply asked what Wang Liang was trying to say. Wang Liang let out a quiet sigh and said he was not trying to comfort him, but to warn him. In a low voice, he told Fang Yi that before long, all the things people once valued, education, wealth, status, reputation, would lose their meaning. The entire order of the world was about to be overturned. Fang Yi listened without interrupting, his expression giving away nothing at all. He only stared down at the empty glass in front of him, calm and unreadable, as though he were weighing every word in silence. He knew clearly that ordinary soldiers were bound by strict secrecy and were not allowed to leak anything about the spiritual energy revival. That alone confirmed what he had already suspected. The military had marked him as someone worth watching, and Wang Liang, his own childhood friend, had been sent here to probe him. Seeing Fang Yi stay silent, Wang Liang tried to reassure him in a softer voice. He said there was no need to panic and that as long as Fang Yi did not expose anything, he would be fine. But Fang Yi understood what was really happening beneath those words. Even while pretending ignorance, Wang Liang was still trying to protect him. Risking military discipline, he was using this chance to give Fang Yi a sincere warning about the dangerous changes approaching. Their conversation ended abruptly when Wang Liang's phone began vibrating sharply and repeatedly, the urgency impossible to miss. He answered at once, and a furious voice on the other end barked an order for him to return to his unit immediately and report to the target location within 10 minutes. Wang Liang instinctively straightened like a soldier on parade and accepted the order without hesitation, while Fang Yi watched everything in silence. The moment the call ended, Wang Liang shot to his feet. He apologized quickly to Fang Yi, saying he had an urgent mission and would not be able to stay any longer or even walk him home. But just as Wang Liang was about to leave, Fang Yi suddenly stopped pretending. In a calm, direct voice, he asked whether the mission had something to do with the spiritual energy revival, and then told Wang Liang to take him along. Wang Liang froze on the spot and slowly turned back, staring at Fang Yi with open shock and confusion written all over his face. Fang Yi rose from his seat and grabbed Wang Liang by the collar, his eyes steady and clear. He told Wang Liang to take him to meet his superiors, making it obvious that he already understood the real purpose behind tonight's meeting. At the same time, he reassured his friend that although he did not know exactly how much those people had learned, he was certain of one thing: Wang Liang would never truly try to harm him. He went on to explain that what interested him most was whatever the military was currently dealing with, because it had to be tied to the massive changes sweeping across the world. Since the Spiritual Energy Association was already responsible for handling monsters, he wanted to know what role the military was playing in all of this, and more than that, he wanted to see it with his own eyes. Wang Liang agreed without another word, and the two of them headed together toward a massive military base hidden deep within a mountain valley. The place was sealed tight, bristling with guards and heavy defenses, and above it hung an unmistakable designation: Military Number 19 Spiritual Forbidden Zone. As they drew closer, Fang Yi immediately felt the spiritual energy in the surrounding area pressing against his skin like a physical force. It was so dense and concentrated that he instantly judged it had already surpassed the level of an ordinary pollution zone. Before he could study it further, a squad of soldiers intercepted them, and one of them sharply ordered Wang Liang to return to his assigned team. After a brief but careful identity check, the soldiers granted Fang Yi access to the base. He was then escorted inward through a brilliantly lit corridor, its cold walls and sterile brightness making the entire place feel even more tense and secretive. Inside the military base, Fang Yi and Wang Liang were brought into an enormous training ground that felt more like a hollowed-out cavern than an ordinary combat facility, vast and oppressive under the harsh lights. There, a large group of soldiers was locked in a frantic, life-or-death battle. Blue energy crackled across their bodies as they struggled to contain a monstrous black creature covered in jagged spikes, its single glowing red eye burning with savage malice. The beast fought back with terrifying force, unleashing a devastating red beam that ripped straight through the soldiers' formation. Painful cries and frightened shouts rang out at once as several men were thrown into chaos by the sheer violence of the attack. From a raised platform above the battlefield, the stern red-haired officer watched the entire scene with a sharp, unsparing gaze. Standing before her, Fang Yi instantly sensed something unusual and realized the creature's strength came from a fusion of two different attributes. The officer confirmed his judgment without hesitation, stating that the monster was a complete blend of dark and flame attributes, which made it exceptionally violent, savage, and difficult to handle. She added that several of her soldiers had already been badly injured by it. A caption identified her as Ji Ruoyan, a 3-star officer at the Ghost Axe realm. The moment she spotted Wang Liang, she barked his name, and he straightened instantly at attention. With anger flashing in her eyes, she demanded to know why he had brought an unauthorized outsider into a restricted zone, but before he could even begin explaining, she cut him off mid-sentence. Her expression eased only slightly as she told him to forget the explanation for now. The situation was too urgent, and she needed him back in formation immediately, leaving no room for further discussion. She then shifted her gaze to Fang Yi and gave him a quick, measured look. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing remarkable about him. His spiritual energy only showed slight activity, far from the overwhelming presence she had expected. For a brief second, she wondered if he could really be the powerful pioneer they had been searching for, but the thought passed quickly. Right now, the battle in front of her mattered more. In a stern voice, she gave Fang Yi a clear warning. Since he was Wang Liang's friend, she would not waste time saying more than necessary, but he was now standing inside a restricted military area, and from this point on, his life was his own responsibility. On top of that, everything he saw here was confidential, and he was forbidden from speaking of it afterward. Fang Yi simply answered that he understood. With that settled, Ji Ruoyan immediately resumed command. She lifted a massive energy cannon with practiced ease and shouted out the names of 2 soldiers, her voice cutting across the battlefield like a blade. The 2 men reacted at once, launching themselves into action without the slightest hesitation. Blue energy flared over their bodies as they rushed in to engage the monster at close range, trying to pin it down. Ji Ruoyan then took aim with the cannon and fired, releasing a huge blast of concentrated energy that shot straight toward the creature with overwhelming force. The attack struck the monster head-on and erupted into a massive explosion that shook the training ground. But when the smoke and light burst apart, it was obvious the creature had not been defeated. Instead, it let out a furious roar, its shadowy body pulsing with an even more terrifying red glow. Its mouth stretched wider, revealing more savage fangs, and its whole presence became darker and more dangerous. It was obvious that Ji Ruoyan's attack had not weakened it at all. It had only pushed the mutation further and made the beast even more unstable. The enraged monster lashed out with one massive claw, and one soldier immediately shouted a desperate warning to the comrade nearest the strike. The other soldier managed to raise a defense in time and block the blow, but the impact was so violent that it still sent him flying backward through the air. Ji Ruoyan instantly took control of the situation, shouting for her team not to get careless and ordering everyone to widen the distance. She knew very clearly that they had to kill the creature before it could fully complete its evolution. Watching from the side, Fong Yi could not help feeling a trace of admiration. What he saw was not a disorganized group of fighters, but a disciplined unit of comrades who trusted one another completely. Their coordination was tight, their movements were clean, and every person clearly understood their role. He knew that each individual mattered, and when they worked together like this, they could release a force far greater than what any one of them could achieve alone. That thought, however, was shattered almost immediately when Fong Yi sensed the monster's power surging upward at a frightening speed, far faster than before. His expression changed at once, and he shouted for them to run, warning that in its current state, they were no longer a match for the creature. But his warning was swallowed by the chaos of battle. In the next instant, the monster unleashed a huge blast of dark purple energy that blasted through the area and sent the soldiers flying in all directions. Even then, Ji Ruoyan refused to retreat. Her eyes hardened as she ordered the squad to raise their alert level immediately and upgrade the mutation level classification of the restricted area. With a furious roar, she gave the harsh order that no one was allowed to fall back. But by then, it was already too late. The monster's transformation was complete. It had become a towering demonic beast wrapped in black and crimson flames, its eyes glowing with pure viciousness. One terrified soldier shouted the truth aloud. The evil dog had fully fused with the dark attribute and completed its mutation. The creature's single eye, now blazing like a burning red orb, slowly shifted and locked onto a fresh target. Its gaze fixed directly on Wang Liang, who could only stand there and stare back, his whole body frozen by sudden terror. The moment the monster prepared to attack, both Ji Ruoyan and Fong Yi reacted with horror. In the same instant, they realized with a sharp jolt that Wang Liang was now standing right on the edge of death. Just as the fully evolved monster lunged forward in an explosive burst of power, one soldier was violently hurled backward by the surge of energy, his body thrown aside like it weighed nothing. Ji Ruoyan shouted immediately for everyone's attention, announcing that the C-level evil dog had now fully mutated and must be reclassified as a B-level threat. That meant their entire battle plan had to change at once. The soldier who had been smashed to the ground coughed violently, spraying out a mouthful of blood as he struggled to breathe. Fong Yi rushed over without hesitation, catching the injured man and steadying him as he asked if he was still all right. The wounded soldier forced out an explanation through the pain. He said he had been trying to channel spiritual energy into the monster's restraining collar, but the moment the creature evolved, the device exploded violently in response. Even while coughing up thick black liquid, the soldier still tried to act tough. He told Fong Yi not to worry about the officers of Restricted Area 19, clearly trying to stay brave despite how badly he was hurt. Fong Yi could only stare at him with a dark, grim expression, anger and frustration building silently in his eyes. Realizing that her ordinary weapons had become useless against the newly evolved monster, Ji Ruoyan let her heavy energy cannon fall to the ground with a hard metallic thud. She stepped forward in front of her remaining soldiers, her posture still firm and her resolve completely unshaken. Then she gave a final order, desperate but unwavering. No matter what price they had to pay, even if it cost them their lives, they could not allow this B-level mutation to break out of the restricted zone and escape. But just as Ji Ruoyan and her team were preparing to make their final stand, Fong Yi suddenly stepped forward and placed himself directly in front of her, blocking her path without the slightest hesitation. Ji Ruoyan demanded sharply to know what he thought he was doing, but Fong Yi did not answer her at all. His hand and eyes began to glow with a brilliant blue light, and arcs of raw lightning started snapping and crackling around him. It was instantly clear to everyone present that he was about to enter the fight himself. Wrapped in violent blue lightning, Fong Yi looked at the monstrous creature with open contempt. His eyes shone with power as he mocked it coldly, questioning just how tough it really thought it was. Then he moved. Fong Yi charged straight toward the mutated beast, his arm blazing like a bolt of blue energy as he drove directly for the creature's head. The instant he connected, a massive explosion of divine thunder erupted outward. The impact was overwhelming, and the monster was completely swallowed by the violent burst of lightning. The force of that single strike created a brutal shockwave that blasted across the battlefield, and sent nearby soldiers stumbling and flying backward. One stunned soldier could only mutter in disbelief, realizing that this was the same B-level monster their commander, Ji Ruoyan, had not been able to suppress alone. Yet Fang Yi had just overwhelmed it head-on. Equally shaken, Wang Liang turned toward Ji Ruoyan and asked if his friend really was the person they had suspected all along. With a grave look, she confirmed that their judgment had been correct. There was no doubt anymore. Fang Yi was the pioneer known as the Tyrant. Fang Yi stood calmly before the beast, his figure steady and unmoving. The monster was still burning, but the damage from the lightning was obvious, and its body clearly showed signs of serious injury. Seeing that it had not yet been completely finished off, Fang Yi said plainly that he would have to end it himself. Then he told Ji Ruoyan and Wang Liang to stand farther back for their own safety. Ji Ruoyan watched him in silence, her thoughts unsettled. Her entire squad had needed a carefully coordinated formation just to resist a B-level threat. Yet this man was now preparing to deal with it alone, as if such a thing were perfectly natural. She found herself wondering what kind of power Fang Yi truly possessed. Even by her standards, his thunder attribute was the most extreme and overwhelming she had ever witnessed. She already knew that, at this very moment, he ranked among the top pioneers in the entire country. And with the full spiritual energy revival still only beginning, she could not help imagining just how terrifying his future potential might become. As Fang Yi slowly raised one hand and gathered even more electric force into it, a rare look of shock flashed across Ji Ruoyan's face. She lifted her eyes and saw a massive storm of thunder energy forming in the sky above him, churning and expanding with frightening speed. The sight made her heart tighten. She could not help but wonder how terrifying Fang Yi's power would become if he continued evolving at this pace. Then, with one final step forward, Fang Yi released the full might of his thunder attribute without holding anything back. A gigantic pillar of brilliant blue lightning exploded upward from the very spot where the monster stood, tearing through the battlefield in a dazzling display of power. In that moment, the force he unleashed fully lived up to his codename, the Tyrant. As the blinding light of the attack slowly began to fade, Fang Yi's eyes still crackled with strands of leftover electricity. Yet behind that violent energy, his expression remained calm, focused, and completely steady. The surviving soldiers could only watch in stunned terror. One of them muttered to another that the sight alone made his whole body tremble. He could endure the monster's corrosive dark power through training and grit, but this thunder was something else entirely. Pure destruction, wild and absolute, on a level that felt overwhelmingly terrifying. When the dust and sparks finally settled, Fang Yi casually turned and gave Wang Liang a thumbs up, announcing as if it were nothing that the threat had already been dealt with. Wang Liang rushed over at once, shouting in relief that Fang Yi had nearly scared him to death. Overjoyed and still shaken, Wang Liang gave his friend a playful punch on the shoulder and laughed loudly, saying he never would have guessed that his old buddy had become this ridiculously powerful. But the light mood soon softened into something more serious. Wang Liang apologized, admitting that he had suspected Fang Yi might be a pioneer, but still had no choice except to follow orders. Fang Yi brushed it off with an easy response, asking why Wang Liang was acting so formal after they had been apart for only 3 years, and made it clear that he understood the situation. Their long-delayed reunion was interrupted when Ji Ruoyan began walking toward them from across the battlefield. She stopped in front of Fang Yi and formally thanked him for stepping in to help, even extending her hand toward him as a sincere gesture of respect. With a faint, relaxed smile, Fang Yi accepted her gratitude without any arrogance. He shook her hand and replied that it was no trouble, since he had mainly acted to save his friend in the first place. Ji Ruoyan then formally introduced herself as the warden in charge of Forbidden Area 019. She explained that because Fang Yi had effectively saved the entire base, she would need to file a proper report and asked whether he would be willing to leave his contact information. Fang Yi agreed without hesitation. Off to the side, Wang Liang watched in silent amazement, finding the whole scene strangely surreal. Seeing his famously tough commanding officer treat his childhood friend with such obvious respect felt almost unreal. Once the formalities were out of the way, Ji Ruoyan made a direct and serious offer. She told Fong Yi plainly that his strength already surpassed many of the military's own special pioneers, and on that basis, she formally invited him to join the army. At the same time, she admitted that an invitation from a single base warden like herself was probably not enough to truly move someone like him. Inwardly, she was still struggling to process the sheer scale of Fong Yi's strength. What shocked her most was the fact that he was also a 3-star Ghost Axe Realm cultivator, the same realm as her. Yet his combat power had already broken far beyond the normal limits of that level, making him feel less like a person and more like a monster in human form. Fong Yi calmly asked Ji Ruoyan whether she truly meant that she did not consider herself qualified to invite him. Carrying the pressure of her superior's authority and the reality of what she had just witnessed, she gave a straightforward answer and admitted there was nothing to deny. She went on to explain that the order to involve him had come from high command itself, and she was certain that sooner or later, people at that level would come in person to extend a formal invitation. Fong Yi let out a small laugh and told her there was no need to be so rigid or formal. Resting a hand lightly on his chest, he said with genuine sincerity that he truly respected all of them. In his eyes, not everyone had the courage to risk their lives for others. He admitted that this was the first time he had ever watched soldiers fight in real combat, and what he had just seen had honestly moved him. Touched by the sincerity in his words, Ji Ruoyan could only lower her tone and offer him a quiet, heartfelt thank you. Fong Yi then made an offer of his own. He told her that if they ever encountered trouble in the future, they could call on him for help, just as the military had always stood up for ordinary people like him in the past. But he added one important condition to that promise. They could not interfere with his personal cultivation, and they could not restrict his freedom. His unexpected proposal clearly caught Ji Ruoyan off guard, leaving her momentarily stunned where she stood. With their discussion finished, Fong Yi said that it was getting late and that he should be heading out. Ji Ruoyan agreed, explaining that she and Wang Liang still had to deal with the body of the mutated creature and that she would arrange for someone to escort him back safely. As he stood there facing the soldiers, Fong Yi finally came to understand the military's real purpose in this new era. He realized they were stationed in these dangerous, spiritually rich, forbidden zones for two very clear reasons. One reason was to use the dense spiritual energy there for training and strengthening themselves. The more important reason, however, was to serve as a vital line of defense between the ordinary human world and the strange monsters that now threatened it from the shadows. After Fong Yi left, Ji Ruoyan turned to Wang Liang and said that a simple word like impressive was no longer enough to describe his friend. She was certain that what they had witnessed today was only a very small glimpse of Fong Yi's true strength. The fact that a pioneer could rise to such a terrifying level so quickly proved that Fong Yi possessed astonishing insight. In her view, he was a rare blend of luck, courage, judgment, and raw talent, all the qualities needed for someone destined for greatness. Seeing how deeply his commander respected Fong Yi, Wang Liang immediately grew excited and suggested that if Ji Ruoyan felt she was not the right person to recruit him, then maybe she should let him handle it instead, since he was Fong Yi's childhood friend. Ji Ruoyan, however, quickly dragged him back to reality with a sharp tap on the head, telling him to stop daydreaming, quit talking nonsense, and help clean up the mess. Wang Liang could only agree helplessly before being hauled off to work. Later that same night, back at his apartment building, Fong Yi sat cross-legged on the rooftop in meditation, his body surrounded by a brilliant golden aura that lit the darkness around him. His thoughts returned to the meeting with the military. He knew that although the trip had exposed his identity to them, he had revealed only his thunder attribute and had successfully kept his other abilities hidden. Judging from the military's attitude and the respect they had shown him, Fong Yi concluded that this was probably a good outcome. He now understood that his rare thunder attribute was a natural counter to the dark monsters they were fighting, which made him an extremely valuable asset in their eyes. That meant they would most likely try to recruit him rather than threaten him, and that alone could give him access to the fastest channels for growing stronger, along with the most advanced information available. At the same time, the events of the day had also made the division of labor between the nation's two major pioneer forces much clearer to him. The military, represented by Ji Ruoyan, were the Night Watchers, the hidden guardians defending the nation from the darkest threats. Meanwhile, the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, represented by people like Su Qingying, was responsible for dealing with the dangers that slipped into the cities and for protecting civilian life as much as possible. Fang Yi also understood the government's broader two-part strategy. They were using the forbidden zones to contain the greatest dangers while gradually releasing information to the public about the world's coming transformation. It was a careful and deliberate approach, one designed to buy precious time and keep society from collapsing into panic and chaos. As his meditation deepened, a bright orb of golden energy pulsed steadily within his core, glowing with increasing intensity. At first, Fang Yi noted that even after absorbing the rich energy from the Forbidden Zone, he had not felt any immediate pressure to advance. But that calm feeling changed almost at once. Golden energy suddenly surged through his body, and cracks of power began spreading across his face. Even a short stay in such a spiritually dense place had filled him to the limit. Fang Yi recognized the signs immediately and without mistake. He was standing right at the edge of another breakthrough. Meanwhile, down on the streets below, Lin Yi was walking home with groceries in hand, casually wondering whether Fang had already returned. She thought that if he was home already, she could let him try the meal she had made and see what he thought of her cooking. That ordinary little thought was shattered in an instant when she suddenly looked up and saw a massive pillar of golden light erupt into the night sky from the direction of their apartment building. Her eyes widened immediately with shock and alarm as she froze in the middle of the street. A reflection of a blazing divine axe appeared in her eye as she recognized the unmistakable pressure of a ghost axe realm breakthrough. But almost in the next instant, she realized she was wrong. The sheer scale of that power, manifesting as an enormous fiery divine axe across the sky, was far too terrifying to belong to any ordinary advancement. Lin Yi could only stare upward in disbelief, wondering whether another terrifyingly powerful pioneer had made a move somewhere inside the city. Standing on the street below, Lin Yi kept staring at the sky, her face filled with complete disbelief. She recognized the immense pressure of the Ghost Axe realm, but this went beyond that. This was a force so powerful it seemed to be distorting reality itself. Then, as a giant divine hand made of pure golden energy began forming among the clouds above, she understood the terrifying truth. This was the power of the legendary spirit creation realm. The thought that a pioneer of such overwhelming strength might be living right next to her sent a violent wave of shock and fear racing through her whole body. That enormous surge of energy did not go unnoticed. Miles away, inside a high-tech command center, red alarms began blaring as technicians scrambled into action. An urgent warning flashed across their screens. The anomaly value had reached a catastrophic 99, and its source had been pinpointed to the southeast of the city. An official and Su Qingying both reacted at once, their expressions tightening with alarm. The official demanded to know what was happening and immediately ordered every nearby unit to move toward the target area. Beside him, Su Qingying frowned deeply, unable to understand how an anomaly of this scale could have remained hidden until now. An energy reading this massive, she noted grimly, was powerful enough to wipe out an entire city. In front of a holographic city map glowing with warning lights, several military leaders gathered for a tense emergency meeting. The atmosphere in the room was heavy as they argued over two terrifying possibilities. Either a newly born, godlike spirit creation pioneer had appeared out of nowhere, or the city itself was on the verge of a catastrophic disaster. One grim-faced officer coldly pointed out that, in the worst case, both possibilities could be true at once. The tension only escalated further as the senior official grabbed the line to headquarters and called in a near panic, demanding immediate deployment of all advanced equipment available, stopping only short of requesting large-scale strategic weapons. But his panic was abruptly interrupted when a subordinate burst into the room, breathing hard as he hurriedly announced that the highest-level alert had been canceled. The anomaly had already been identified. It was not a monster, not an external attack, but a pioneer undergoing a promotion. Back on the rooftop, the blinding golden radiance gradually dimmed, and Fang Yi finally let out a slow, quiet breath of relief. The breakthrough was complete. Fang Yi casually judged that he had now successfully stepped into the one-star spirit creation realm. Aside from the obvious feeling that his body had become lighter, cleaner, and more agile. He did not sense any dramatic jump in raw destructive power for the moment. That brief, quiet moment on the rooftop was broken when his phone suddenly buzzed with a new incoming message. It was from Wang Liang, and the message carried a clear warning. A new anomaly had appeared at Qingqing University's playground. According to internal military information, the site had already been confirmed as a pollution zone. More troubling still, this was the second time this specific anomaly had surfaced. Fang Yi quickly replied that he already knew about the previous heat anomaly there. Wang Liang confirmed that it was indeed the same one, back again, and jokingly warned Fang Yi not to expose him as the source of the information. After Fang Yi teased him back by threatening to report him, Wang Liang's tone turned serious. He admitted he was genuinely worried about Fang Yi's safety and urged him to be extra careful. Fang Yi lowered the phone and fell into thought, his expression growing more serious. Wang Liang's warning only reinforced the strategy he had already decided on. This was exactly why he remained so cautious when dealing with both the military and the association. Becoming too well known too quickly would only invite unnecessary trouble. That was why he had deliberately kept both his powerful Yang Flame attribute and his Crimson Flame Blade technique hidden. Those were still his true secret cards. He typed one final reply to Wang Liang, telling him not to worry and promising that he would stay careful. He added that he still had trump cards left to use if necessary. Just then, Lin Yi opened the apartment door and called out that she was back. Seeing Fang Yi already sitting on the couch, she asked whether he had eaten yet and offered him the bag of takeout she had brought home. Still distracted by what was on his phone, he simply told her to leave it on the table and said he would eat later. As Lin Yi watched him, a worried and slightly annoyed look crossed her face. In her mind, she could not help thinking about her cousin's personality. He was not a bad person at all. In fact, she thought he was decent in many ways. But in her eyes, he had one huge flaw. He was far too lazy. To her, Fang Yi seemed perfectly content staying at home all day with his phone, not even bothering to go properly to college. The contrast felt almost ridiculous. While she and other pioneers were constantly busy searching for opportunities, taking risks, and hiding who they really were, her cousin appeared to be drifting through life in a carefree and almost aimless way. Exhausted from the day, Lin Yi returned to her room and collapsed onto her bed. Even then, she knew one thing for certain. The news of that astonishing spirit creation pioneer who had appeared in their district tonight would spread everywhere like wildfire. Feeling a quiet sense of duty, she made up her mind that when the time came, she would protect her seemingly clueless cousin as a way of repaying him. Meanwhile, Fang Yi was not mindlessly scrolling on his phone at all. He was carefully studying the news Wang Liang had sent, which showed a raging fire tearing through Qingqing University's playground. Looking at it closely, he noted that the first anomaly there had been intense heat, while this one had developed into actual flames. That immediately made him wonder whether this was another variation of the Yang attribute. The video showed that the fire had ignited with shocking speed and was burning with terrifying intensity. Witness comments flooding online were filled with alarm, with some even asking whether special forces now had to be mobilized just to deal with an ordinary fire. The report also stated that all nearby trees, flower beds, and surrounding landscaping had already been burned clean, and the entire area was now under complete lockdown. Fang Yi noticed that the video clip was short and ended abruptly, but even from that limited footage, it was obvious this incident was far more dangerous than the earlier university anomaly. He wondered what made this new Yang-related phenomenon different from the last one. Realizing he needed to see the place with his own eyes, he also understood that if he wanted access to the sealed area, he would have to contact his new military connection, Ji Ruoyan. The next day, a crowd of reporters had already gathered outside the sealed gates of Qingqing University, only to be held back by a firm line of soldiers. Voices rose one after another as they demanded answers, asking whether the rumors of an inextinguishable fire were true and why an incident this serious had not yet appeared in the public news. While the reporters kept pressing forward and throwing questions at the soldiers, Ji Ruoyan arrived with Fang Yi by her side. The crowd immediately turned to stare, wondering who these two striking figures were, especially when the soldiers promptly opened the gates for them and let them pass through without the slightest hesitation. The reporters were left standing outside in confusion, completely unable to understand how those two had entered so easily when everyone else had been firmly blocked from getting in. Inside the restricted area, Fong Yi and Jiran looked out over what remained of the university playground, now reduced to smoldering ruins and blackened ground. Fong Yi remarked on the sheer scale of the destruction and asked whether this was the so-called sky fire he had heard about. Ji Ruoyan confirmed that this was indeed its official designation. She then explained just how frightening the sky fire really was. It could appear without any warning at all, could not be extinguished by normal means, and in the end could only be left alone until it had burned everything it wanted into ash. In her view, the name Sky Fire suited it perfectly. After they had taken an initial look around, Ji Ruoyan told Fong Yi that she needed to go to the principal's office for a moment and asked whether he could wait there for her. Fong Yi told her to go ahead, saying he would be fine on his own. Left by himself, Fong Yi began walking slowly along the outer edge of the destroyed zone, which had already been cordoned off with strips of yellow warning tape. He crouched down and reached out to touch the scorched earth, studying the remains of the scene with care. Very quickly, he noticed that the ground had already gone cold. More importantly, there was no trace of lingering spiritual power left behind by the sky fire. That realization left him faintly disappointed. If no attribute residue remained, then there was nothing for him to collect. His original plan, he thought to himself, had clearly been too simple. His thoughts were interrupted without warning when a familiar voice suddenly called his name. Looking up, Fong Yi saw Chu Qingli standing on the nearby steps with another girl beside her. Surprise showed on Chu Qingli's face as she asked what he was doing there. The girl beside her, wearing glasses, immediately reacted when she heard his name. She turned to Chu Qingli and asked whether this was the ex-boyfriend she had mentioned before, the one who had ended up going only to a vocational college. Chu Qingli simply acknowledged that yes, it was him. The friend then gave Chu Qingli a smug little pat on the shoulder and looked at Fong Yi with open condescension. She told him that she understood he was probably here because he still could not let go of his ex, but with the gap between their lives now so wide, he should stop embarrassing himself and give up. Fong Yi could only look back at her in genuine confusion, almost unable to process the assumption. The very idea that he would still be hung up on Chu Qingli struck him as absurd. Not far away, other students had already started whispering as they watched the scene unfold. They wondered who the guy standing with the campus beauty Chu Qingli was and quickly guessed that he must be yet another hopeless admirer. Some pointed out that he did not look like a student from their university at all, while others complained about how campus security had somehow let an outsider slip inside. Chu Qingli's friend in glasses stepped forward again, this time openly aggressive. She told Fong Yi that Chu Qingli was now one of the school's great beauties and that he needed to think carefully about who he was and what he was doing. Countless men far better than him were already pursuing her, she said, and he did not even come close to ranking among them. Then she ordered him to leave at once, saying this was not a place for someone like him, and even threatened to report him to the disciplinary office if he could not explain how he had gotten in. Chu Qingli, meanwhile, watched the whole exchange with a complicated look in her eyes. She remembered Fong Yi once saying that he would not regret their breakup, yet now he had appeared here in front of her. In her mind, she gradually convinced herself that his old indifference must have been an act, and that all of it had only been a brave front. Their awkward confrontation was interrupted when Ji Ruoyan returned and casually asked Fong Yi whether the girl in front of him was his friend. Chu Qingli was visibly startled by the sudden arrival of the imposing red-haired woman. Fong Yi answered coolly and dismissed the idea immediately, making it clear that they were only high school classmates and could not really be considered friends. Ji Ruoyan accepted that explanation at once and simply repeated that they were just classmates. Ji Ruoyan then slipped on a pair of sunglasses, and somehow her already intimidating presence grew even sharper and more unapproachable. Both Chu Qingli and her friend became visibly nervous under the pressure of Ji Ruoyan's aura. Neither of them could understand who this woman was, or how someone like Fong Yi could possibly know a person with that kind of presence. Ji Ruoyan then turned back to Fong Yi and gave him an update. She said she had already spoken with the principal, and the matter of the sky fire was more complicated than they had first assumed. The principal himself was on his way to lead them to the exact point where the fire had started, and because Fong Yi was now acting as a special military consultant, his presence would be needed. Fong Yi accepted this without any objection. Just then, a group of stern-faced officials in suits arrived and immediately began ordering people to disperse, announcing that the playground would remain sealed off and that unrelated individuals had to move back at once. Chu Qingli suddenly gasped in shock when she recognized the man at the front of the group. It was the university's principal. The surrounding students were equally stunned. The principal was known as an extremely busy and difficult man to meet, someone who rarely showed himself openly on campus. Realizing that he had come in person to meet Fong Yi and the mysterious red-haired woman left them speechless with surprise. Chu Qingli's friend, however, completely misunderstood what was happening. She smirked to herself, convinced that the principal had finally arrived to deal with Fong Yi and Ji Ruan for entering a place they had no right to be. Chu Qingli, by contrast, said nothing, her face filled instead with uncertainty. But to the absolute shock of both Chu Qingli and her friend, the principal and his entourage did not approach Fong Yi and Ji Ruan like they were trespassers at all. Instead, the elderly principal walked straight up to Fong Yi and greeted him warmly with a respectful handshake. He addressed Fong Yi as the consultant introduced by Ji Ruan and explained how worried he had been by the recent abnormalities at the school and by the threat they posed to the students. He openly expressed how relieved he was that they had come to help resolve the situation. Then, in an even more astonishing gesture, the principal bowed slightly to Fong Yi and formally placed the entire matter of the playground into his hands. From where she stood, Chu Qingli could only stare with her eyes wide open, completely unable to process what she was seeing. In that instant, everything she thought she knew about her ex-boyfriend was shattered. At the same time, the principal's security team moved quickly to secure the surroundings, forming a human barrier and loudly ordering all unrelated students and bystanders to step back. As the crowd, including Chu Qingli, was pushed farther away, confusion rippled through everyone there. No one could understand why their highly respected principal was showing that level of courtesy, even deference, to someone so young. Buried within the crowd, Chu Qingli listened in silence as the students' opinions around her began changing almost by the second. People were now guessing that Fong Yi must have some extraordinary hidden identity to deserve treatment like this. Someone even recalled that only moments earlier, he had been dismissed as nothing more than Chu Qingli's ex-boyfriend or another one of her pursuers. Another voice in the crowd spoke up with a mix of shock and bitter amusement, pointing out how completely the situation had reversed. In their eyes, the gap had flipped so thoroughly that even if Chu Qingli were the one to chase after Fong Yi now, she still might not be able to win even a glance from him. Then the cruelest realization of all quietly settled over the scene. People began noticing that from beginning to end, Fong Yi had not once looked toward the campus beauty, nor had he acknowledged her existence in any way. She had been left standing there the whole time, completely ignored, as if she did not matter at all. At Qingqing University's North District, the principal personally led Fong Yi and Ji Ruan deeper inside to the true site of the anomaly. As they walked, he explained the full chain of events, starting with the earlier Golden Sun incident, which he had originally hoped would mark the end of the school's troubles. But only a few nights ago, another disaster had erupted when a fire suddenly broke out on one of the playgrounds. The flames had been so fierce and unnatural that even the fire department had failed to put them out. Thankfully, it had happened late at night, when no students were nearby, allowing the school to seal the area off in time. The principal continued, his face growing heavier and more serious with each word. A single fire might have been dismissed as bad luck or an accident, but soon afterward, 2 more playgrounds had caught fire as well. He said he had personally witnessed a crimson flame descending from the sky and hanging in midair, a sight so impossible that it left no doubt this was a supernatural event. He told them that although the other fires had eventually burned out or been suppressed, one of them still remained. As the group drew closer to that final location, Fong Yi could already smell the sharp, choking scent of something still burning in the air. They soon arrived at a basketball court where a single hoop was still engulfed in a raging, undying flame. The principal confirmed in a low voice that this was the original point of eruption, the one place where the fire simply refused to go out. As the three of them stood there watching the anomaly, Ji-ruan glanced down at a device on her wrist, and its reading showed 11. She explained to Fong-yi that the device was a basic spiritual anomaly detector used for quick field judgment. Then she clarified that for ordinary civilians, any reading above 10 already counted as a disaster-level threat and required a full lockdown of the surrounding area. Without warning, the detector suddenly began flashing and beeping wildly, and the number on the screen shot upward in an instant, climbing all the way to 60. Ji-ruan cried out in alarm at the absurd spike in value. A trace of real panic entered her voice as she warned the principal that if the energy continued rising like this, then the danger would no longer be limited to the university grounds alone, but could spread outward and threaten the entire city. She immediately declared that they had to call in an elite pioneer squad at once if they wanted any hope of containing the anomaly before it grew worse. But before anyone could put that plan into action, Fong-yi moved first. Without saying a single word, he suddenly leaped over the chain-link fence, ignored the warning signs completely, and headed straight into the heart of the fire. The fierce flames swallowed him almost instantly, wrapping around his body in blazing light as Ji-ruan and the principal looked on in utter shock. At that exact moment, the number on Ji-ruan's detector jumped again with another violent surge. And this time the display showed an astonishing reading of 110. She shouted that the anomaly had just been elevated to S level, her voice ringing with disbelief. The principal turned pale with panic and asked what they were supposed to do now that Fong-yi had already gone inside. Ji-ruan could only stare into the sea of fire, stunned by what he had done. Under her breath, she questioned his recklessness, muttering that not even the strongest soldiers from a forbidden zone would dare enter such a deadly area alone. Inside the flames, however, Fong-yi remained completely unharmed. His figure stood calm and steady within the inferno, his silhouette almost unreal against the raging fire around him. He already understood why. Just as his yang attribute had once protected him from divine thunder, it could now shield him from the burning force of this sky fire as well. But almost immediately, he discovered a serious problem. His power was indeed protecting him, yet that same protection was also keeping him from making direct contact with the source flame itself. Without that contact, he could not trigger the system's ability to generate a new technique. Realizing that his defensive aura was helping and hindering him at the same time, Fong-yi knew he had to reach the core no matter what. He watched as the fire coiled around the basketball hoop like a giant flaming dragon and understood that only by getting to its heart could he claim it. Without the slightest hesitation, Fong-yi steadied himself and prepared to meet the fire head-on just as the blazing dragon roared and lunged straight toward him. In an incredibly dangerous move, he deliberately shut down his golden sun protective aura, stripping away his defense and leaving himself fully exposed. The moment that protection vanished, the sky fire rushed over him like a storm, covering his entire body in raw, violent heat. Fong-yi gritted his teeth against the searing agony as the flames scorched him, but he still forced his arm forward inch by inch, determined to touch the anomaly's core no matter the pain. His gamble paid off. The instant his hand finally made contact with the source, the system activated and confirmed that it had detected an intense fluctuation of the Skyfire attribute. Even through the pain, a fierce grin spread across Fong-yi's face. He could feel just how terrifying the Skyfire's will was, and he was shocked to realize it was even more forceful than the Desolation attribute he had obtained not long ago. Still, his resolve only hardened further. No matter the cost, he decided this power would become his. The system immediately entered its final calculation phase and began compiling the new data with complete success. A triumphant smirk rose on Fong-yi's face. He knew at once that he had done it. A brand new system window appeared before him and announced his reward. He had obtained the Skyfire attribute technique, the 9-Dragon Skyfire sealing art, a terrifying power created to destroy evil and seal all demons. As the knowledge flooded into him, the once rampaging flames began to obey his will, coiling around his arm like a dragon that had finally been tamed. The system confirmed that the newly compiled technique had been fully unlocked and could now be used immediately without delay. As Fong-yi focused his mind and tightened his control, he began the final step, extracting the Skyfire attribute itself and absorbing its essence directly into his body. His eyes lit up with a burning red glow, and fiery markings slowly spread across his face as a visible sign of the power he had just claimed. With both hands forming a seal and red energy blazing in his eyes, Fang Yi prepared to use his new technique and called out the name of the 9-dragon Skyfire sealing art. The instant Fang Yi released the technique, massive glowing red chains burst from his back and tore violently into the surrounding sea of fire. Outside the fence, Ji Ruoyan and the principal stared in astonishment. Ji Ruoyan recognized the energy pattern almost immediately and identified it as a sealing aura. She remembered once witnessing a high-level military pioneer seal a forbidden land. The methods were clearly different, but the oppressive, unmistakable feeling of powerful sealing energy was exactly the same. Then, with a single command to shrink, Fang Yi ordered the chains to draw back inward. They contracted with overwhelming force, dragging all the wild sky fire together and compressing it into one tightly bound orb of pure blazing energy. Floating in midair, Fang Yi held the chained sphere of fire before him, the sealing process now fully complete. The sealed fire orb then drifted gently back down toward the basketball hoop. Fang Yi landed lightly and explained the result to Ji Ruoyan and the principal. He said that he had only temporarily sealed the sky fire and warned them not to reopen the playground or let anyone approach it for repairs. For now, that measure would at least keep the fire from spreading any farther. The principal readily agreed and promised the playground would remain sealed, adding with forced calm that it was not a major issue since the university still had 7 or 8 other courts available. Ji Ruoyan, however, did not speak right away. She simply watched Fang Yi in silence, her gaze intense and unreadable, as if she were re-examining everything she thought she knew about him. The principal, deeply impressed, remarked that Fang Yi even managed to sound humorous after doing something so extraordinary and offered any further help he might need. Ji Ruoyan, however, cut in before the conversation could continue, saying that she needed to speak with Fang Yi privately about a few things. The principal cheerfully excused himself at once, leaving the two of them alone by the sealed court. Once he was gone, Ji Ruoyan turned to Fang Yi and spoke in a direct, serious tone. She told him that he had hidden his true depth extremely well. Fang Yi tried to brush it aside casually, saying only that the sky fire had been troublesome and unusually powerful, but Ji Ruoyan saw through that excuse immediately. With a sharp, steady look, she told him to stop pretending. She made it clear that she was not talking about the fire at all, but about Fang Yi himself, his frightening talent, his hidden strength, and the level of power he had been concealing. In the end, Ji Ruoyan let the matter drop instead of pressing him further. She admitted that it was perfectly normal for pioneers to keep secrets, especially someone as powerful as Fang Yi. Hearing that, Fang Yi said nothing and simply continued listening with a calm, unreadable expression. Then her tone changed again, becoming quieter, more sincere, and far more serious. She explained that although she had no right to demand anything from him, she still hoped he would listen carefully. She painted a bleak picture of the future, a world descending into chaos, an era of violent change in which Xiagua would desperately need top-tier talents like him to survive what was coming. To make her meaning absolutely clear, she told him that once the spiritual energy revival fully arrived, a person with his level of power would become as strategically important as a modern nuclear weapon. And because of that, she warned, every major force, from the various military forbidden zones to the Spiritual Energy Association, would inevitably rush to recruit him. She told Fang Yi to be prepared, because sooner or later, high-ranking officials would personally come to him with invitations and astonishingly generous terms. She openly admitted that she had selfish reasons for warning him. If Fang Yi chose to join her military side, it would be an enormous gain for them, and would also mean gaining a powerful ally. That was why she wanted him to start thinking about his choices now, before the real invitations began arriving. Fang Yi, however, fell silent for a brief moment before asking a question of his own. He wanted to know why Ji Ruoyan and even Wang Liang had both seemed so hesitant when it came to recruiting him into their own forbidden zone, almost as if they believed he should be joining somewhere else instead. still carrying herself as though she were not truly qualified to speak for that level. Ji Ruoyan explained that the reason was another legendary military region, a place so overwhelmingly powerful and so absurdly formidable that, in her eyes, Fang Yi would be far more suited to it than to any ordinary forbidden zone under her command. A faint, knowing smirk tugged at Fang Yi's lips as he looked at her and quietly confirmed whether she was referring to a top-level unit, the kind of force ordinary people rarely even heard mentioned out loud. She nodded and confirmed it was exactly that, though she admitted, with a slightly lowered voice, that even she had barely seen those people herself. All she really knew was what she had heard. They had been unbearably busy lately, moving so intensely that even officers from other military regions were beginning to feel the pressure left behind by their operations. Then, as if she did not want to dwell on such a heavy topic for too long, she changed the subject and urged him to stop standing around talking. The principal had invited them to eat at the university cafeteria, and they should head over. As Fang Yi walked beside her, his expression remained calm, but inwardly he came to a silent conclusion. Even the strongest forces in the nation were no longer as unshakable as they seemed. They, too, were facing enormous trouble. His thoughts spun rapidly as the meaning behind Ji Ruoyan's words settled deeper into his mind. If what she said was true, then it meant terrifying anomalies far beyond the current pioneer's ability to handle had already started appearing in the shadows. That realization made his chest tighten. The people fighting those monsters likely included spirit creation realm cultivators like him, and perhaps even individuals who had stepped into realms higher and more dangerous than he had imagined. A sharp sense of urgency washed through him in an instant, cold and heavy despite the calm on his face. He could feel it more clearly than ever now. The day of full spiritual energy revival was drawing closer at frightening speed, yet the preparations he had made still felt painfully insufficient. Before long, his mind returned from that distant pressure to the problem right in front of him: how to make the best possible use of the Skyfire attribute he had just obtained. He carefully examined its nature in his thoughts. It was not an ordinary flame at all, but something violent, irregular, untamed, and voracious, a fire that consumed everything in its path and left absolutely nothing behind. The more he thought about it, the clearer it became. This would be the ideal weapon against anomalies that multiplied endlessly, regenerated again and again, or refused to die no matter how much damage they took. Then, all at once, a bright idea flashed through his mind like a spark catching dry tinder. The fierce, overbearing nature of Skyfire matched his crimson flame blade technique almost perfectly. Fang Yi could already picture the scene in his head, his sword wrapped in that savage new power, every strike carrying a far more terrifying destructive force than before. Just imagining it made his blood stir. If he truly merged the two, his combat style would be elevated to an entirely new level. Wanting to test this newly gained power as soon as possible, Fang Yi made his way toward the back mountain, the secluded place he often used for training whenever he needed silence, space, and freedom to unleash his strength. But when he arrived, he stopped in surprise. The familiar path had been blocked off, and in front of it stood a large warning sign declaring that the mountain was dangerous and that entry was strictly forbidden. He narrowed his eyes slightly and wondered who could have gone to the trouble of doing this. There had never been any monsters wandering around this area before, so that explanation made no sense. And as for the military, he doubted they could have discovered his private training ground this quickly. After thinking it through, he soon arrived at the most likely answer. The only group that both knew his habits and would do him this kind of quiet favor was the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. They had clearly handed this place over to him in all but name, turning it into a private training ground as a gesture of goodwill and a way to earn his favor. A small smile appeared on Fang Yi's face. Since they were being tactful, he decided he would tactfully accept. However, before that thought could settle, his expression shifted. His sharpened senses suddenly picked up the presence of someone, or something, that absolutely did not belong there. In that instant, Fang Yi realized that an intruder had somehow slipped onto the mountain without permission and was now hiding within the forested quiet. He focused for a moment and caught the trace of a familiar aura. It was extremely similar to the one he had sensed at the factory before, though this one was clearly weaker and less oppressive. Not far away, concealed among the dense trees and broken shadows, a monstrous creature shaped somewhat like a monkey crouched in silence. Its body was twisted and inhuman, and its glowing red eyes stared straight at Fong Yi with a feral, unnerving intensity. Fong Yi quickly noticed that this beast was not a mindless monster. It was clever enough to hesitate, to observe, and to weigh his strength instead of rushing forward recklessly. That alone made it more dangerous. With spiritual energy already gathering along his sword, he lifted the weapon slightly and decided this was the perfect chance to put on a real show of force. At that very moment, a system window appeared before his eyes, asking whether he wanted to infuse the newly acquired Skyfire attribute into his Tang sword. The system's description was brief but striking. Skyfire was a powerful light attribute, especially suited to destroying evil and purging corrupted beings. Fong Yi's gaze sharpened, fiery resolve filling his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he chose to accept. The moment the choice was made, his sword erupted with a towering column of crackling, endless flame. The fire roared upward with astonishing force, wild yet controlled in his hand. Fong Yi looked at it with an excited smirk spreading across his face, already eager to see what would happen when the endless power of Skyfire was combined with his crimson flame blade technique. His eyes shifted toward the mutant creature, and his intention became simple and direct. This thing would serve as the very first test subject for his new power. Without wasting another breath, Fong Yi swung and unleashed a massive firestorm toward the monster, the attack bursting forward with overwhelming heat and violent momentum. The creature was completely caught off guard. Its red eyes widened in instant terror, and before it could properly dodge, the storm of flames swallowed it whole. A harsh, desperate screech tore out of its throat as it writhed in agony under the blazing force. Standing calmly in the center of the flames he himself had created, Fong Yi observed the effect of the attack with sharp attention. Very quickly, he came to a startling conclusion. The energy released by this strike was now at least double what it had been before, perhaps even triple. More importantly, despite being surrounded by those violent flames, he felt no injury at all. He even reached out and lightly touched the blade of his sword, which was still wrapped in living fire, only to find that it felt unexpectedly cool beneath his fingers. Then his expression changed again. He sensed that the creature had somehow survived the blast and was already trying to flee deeper into the forest. A determined look entered his eyes at once. Since it had endured the attack, he would chase it down and see exactly what this intruder was capable of. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the same forest, a young woman with curly red hair was happily live streaming with her phone mounted on a selfie stick, completely unaware of the danger creeping closer around her. Facing her viewers with easy confidence, she insisted that she was not a liar at all. She was just unbelievably lucky, and for some reason, incredible content always seemed to fall right into her lap. Her audience was far less convinced. The comments were full of skepticism, and one viewer even challenged her to prove that ridiculous luck by going to Ching University and filming the mysterious sky fire everyone had been talking about. Her confident tone and playful expression vanished almost instantly. Mid-broadcast, her face stiffened and then changed into pure, undisguised shock. The reason became clear the next second. The monkey-like monster that had escaped from Fong Yi suddenly burst out of the woods and lunged at her with savage force, attacking without warning. The impact sent her phone flying out of her hand. It hit the ground hard enough to crack the screen, yet the live stream did not cut off, and the broken camera kept recording everything from where it had landed. Through that fractured screen, her viewers could see the monster pinning her to the ground. But instead of realizing the danger, many of them assumed it was just another staged stunt, some cheap fake fight with bad visual effects and overdone acting. But the streamer herself was in very real, immediate danger. Her body trembled violently as she cried out in terror, only to have the sound muffled when the monster pressed her down and clamped one of its paws tightly over her mouth. The creature lowered its head and opened its huge, fang-filled mouth wide, ready to bite down and end her life in a single brutal motion. Before those fangs could fall, a massive blast of fiery energy shaped like a dragon's head came roaring through the air and slammed into the monster with explosive force, hurling it backward through the forest. The streamer looked up in stunned disbelief, having been saved at the very last second. On the other side of the cracked screen, her viewers were equally blown away, though not for the reason they should have been. Instead of understanding the life-and-death danger, they were amazed by what they thought were unbelievably realistic fire dragon special effects. The sudden drama, the fear, and the impossible visual spectacle sent the livestream's popularity soaring on the spot, and her viewer count shot past 13,000 people in a rush. Still shaking from fear, the streamer instinctively turned her head and looked over her shoulder, her voice trembling as she asked who was there. Panic still lingering in every movement, she hurriedly scrambled across the ground and snatched up her fallen phone. Once back on her feet, she pointed the damaged camera toward the source of that fiery attack. What she saw made her voice rise in disbelief as she shouted to her audience that she had caught it on camera. There was really someone standing right inside the raging fire. The lens captured the dark silhouette of Fong Yi standing completely unharmed within the flames, motionless and imposing like something out of myth. In her terrified, overwhelmed, and half-dazed state, the streamer could only come to one conclusion. The person who had saved her was not an ordinary man at all, but a true immortal. The video of Fong Yi rescuing the live streamer Malala spread across the internet almost immediately after that. It exploded into the top trending topic online, drawing more than 13.5 million views in a very short time. The headlines grew more dramatic with every repost, calling him the mysterious man of Skyfire, the king of flames, and even an immortal descended to Earth to save the world. In an office elsewhere, a friend of Chu Qingli excitedly called her over to look at the video playing on her computer screen. She was practically glowing with excitement as she told Chu Qingli this proved powerful cultivators were real after all, and that the Skyfire incident at the university had definitely not been fake. Chu Qingli, however, reacted with immediate dismissal. She told her friend not to believe such ridiculous things and insisted it was obviously all staged, just acting, editing, and special effects. But the moment she looked more carefully at the figure on the screen, her doubtful expression froze where it was, slowly hardening into visible shock and recognition. Her friend, still too excited to notice anything strange, kept pointing at the screen and triumphantly declaring that she had been right all along. She even laughed and commented on how handsome the man in the video was before finally noticing Chu Qingli's silence. Inside, however, Chu Qingli was already in turmoil. She kept desperately telling herself that the video had to be fake, that it simply could not be real, and that the figure inside the flames only happened to resemble Fong Yi. She forced herself to reason through it, clinging to denial. If that person were really Fong Yi, then flames that intense should have burned him to ash long ago. But that argument quickly began to crumble, and her denial turned into fear. What if it really was him? What if he had truly become that powerful? The thought made her stomach tighten. She worried that after everything between them, he might use that terrifying new strength to take revenge for their breakup. Even so, stubbornness rose in her chest, and she swore to herself that no matter what happened, she would never lower her head to him. Elsewhere, the red-haired leader of Lin Yi's pioneer squad was showing the same video to Lin Yi on her phone. Looking at the burning figure on the screen, the leader asked whether the man seemed familiar, suggesting that he might be the very same person who had rescued them from the monstrous vine before. Lin Yi, in yet another place, Zhang Xiaoya and a male pioneer who had also survived the lava cave incident watched the viral video together. The man immediately recognized Fong Yi's fighting stance and pointed out that his strength had clearly risen to an entirely different level compared to before. At the same time, Zhang Xiaoya noticed that the way he handled his blade was exactly the same as she remembered. That realization made both of them feel a lingering chill of awe. They had truly been incredibly lucky to have once fought beside someone so powerful. Fong Yi's public display of overwhelming power quickly reached the highest levels of the nation's two major organizations. Inside a sleek modern skyscraper, likely the headquarters of the association, the atmosphere had already turned tense. The city's crisis was clearly worsening, and the current pioneers were beginning to struggle just to keep pace with the chaos spreading around them. In a high-level meeting room, Su Qingying spoke to a group of officials with calm confidence. She informed them that the military had already been in deep communication with Fong Yi, and she expressed firm belief that, when the time came, he would agree to lend them his help. Meanwhile, in a military command center, Ji Ruan, Han Li, and several other officers were discussing the newly gathered intelligence. They were stunned by the speed of Fong Yi's growth, openly calling him a monster for reaching the spirit creation realm so quickly. The conversation soon turned to speculation over how many high-tier attributes he might possess, and one officer concluded that the number had to be 3 or perhaps even more. In the end, they all came to the same uncomfortable conclusion. Trying to intimidate someone like him had been utterly foolish, and now their only realistic choice was to recruit him. Han Li asked in a low, serious voice whether the high command had finally decided to approach Fong Yi in person. Jialan gave a calm confirmation, but her tone carried a trace of helplessness as she added that the top brass was still reluctant to lower themselves. After all, every previous top-tier pioneer had come from the military's own system, and Pride was making this decision far harder than it should have been. Taking control of the discussion, Han Li quickly laid out their new plan. He ordered his subordinates to investigate what kinds of weapons, equipment, or special resources Fong Yi might currently need, and to quietly provide him with information about suitable training grounds as a gesture of goodwill. Then, at this point, nearly the entire spiritual energy circle in Xiagua had turned its attention toward Fong Yi. Both Su Qingying and Jialan found themselves thinking about what lay ahead for him. Su Qingying seemed troubled, as if she could already see the crushing pressure now gathering around him, while Jialan wore only a faint, confident smile. Though their thoughts differed, both women, each leading powerful forces of her own, were quietly waiting to see what this extraordinary young man would do next. In a quiet hospital room filled with pale light and sterile stillness, the steady beeping of a heart monitor sounded especially clear, breaking the silence one measured note at a time. Beside the bed sat a mysterious woman with long purple hair, her posture calm and elegant as she looked at the unseen patient before her and softly called that person teacher. Her voice was gentle, almost tender, as she said that Xiagua seemed to have finally found a new ray of hope. With someone as powerful as Fong Yi appearing at such a critical moment, she whispered, the chances of her teacher waking up at last had become just a little greater than before. One day later, back at the apartment, Fong Yi sat at the table eating breakfast while quietly thinking over everything that had happened the day before, his expression calm, but his mind still turning over each detail. As he ate, he reflected on how the fight on the back mountain had somehow spread across the internet overnight, all because one reckless live streamer had sneaked into the restricted area in search of views and excitement. Between bites, he casually checked the aftermath and noticed that the video had already been wiped clean from the internet, while the streamer's account had been banned altogether. He immediately guessed who had done it. Whether it was the military or the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, someone with enough authority had clearly stepped in and cleaned up the situation fast. His thoughts had only just begun to settle when his expression suddenly changed. A small but unmistakable sense that something was wrong cut through his casual mood. He quickly realized what had been bothering him. Lin Yi had not come home the night before, and there had not been a single message from her either. Even if she had gone out on a mission, that kind of silence was unusual enough to make him frown. A growing unease spread through him as he picked up his phone and tried to call her, only to be met immediately by an out-of-service message. The cold, mechanical reply made the room feel even quieter. Now genuinely alarmed, Fong Yi no longer treated it as a small matter. He knew something had to be wrong, and without further hesitation, he decided he had to go find her himself. Meanwhile, deep inside a dark and mist-covered forest, Lin Yi and the red-haired leader of her pioneer squad were still trapped, lost in the endless gloom with no clear way out. Breathing hard, the red-haired leader asked Lin Yi if she had any idea how long they had been stuck in that cursed place. Lin Yi gave a rough estimate of around 10 hours, though even as she answered, she admitted she could barely keep track of time anymore in that oppressive fog. The red-haired leader, her face pale with exhaustion and her body marked with bruises, apologized again and again, clearly blaming herself for dragging Lin Yi into this nightmare. She admitted that when they came here, she had believed they were only investigating some strange phenomenon, not walking into a death trap. As she spoke, she pressed a hand to her side and winced from the pain. Lin Yi told her firmly to stop apologizing, insisting that the real problem was her own lack of strength. There was no point wasting breath on regret now. She urged her leader to stay alert, keep calm, and conserve whatever little spiritual energy and stamina they still had left. Even while forcing herself to stay steady, Lin Yi's thoughts drifted to the overwhelmingly powerful master she had once seen. In a moment like this, with death pressing in from all sides, she could not help wishing she had even a tiny fraction of that person's strength to save both of them. Their tense exchange was abruptly cut short when something moved in the fog behind them. A massive, shadowy monster with glowing red eyes and a menacing, spiked outline slowly emerged from the gray mist, its presence thick with danger. The monster suddenly lunged out of the fog, its claws slashing straight toward the red-haired leader. Reacting on instinct and with astonishing speed, Lin Yi shoved her companion out of the attack's path and shouted a sharp warning at the same time. In the very next instant, she thrust out her hand and released a burst of bright blue spiritual energy. The power condensed into a sharp blade of light that flashed through the air and neatly severed the creature's head in one clean strike. But even as they struggled back to their feet, more of those shadowy, zombie-like figures began stumbling out of the fog one after another. Seeing them clearly, Lin Yi felt horror creep into her chest. These things were not normal monsters at all. They had to be the reanimated remains of other people who had been trapped here and died. After cutting down one of the creatures and watching it dissolve into a puddle of black mist, Lin Yi quickly explained what she had figured out. The real monster was not trying to kill them outright yet. It was toying with them, turning dead victims into these grotesque puppets and sending them forward one by one. The red-haired leader added grimly that their attacks did almost nothing to the mist itself, while their spiritual energy was draining away fast, and all the while the true enemy remained hidden somewhere out of sight. Before long, they came to an even worse realization. They were trapped inside some kind of illusion or domain created by the monster, a swirling gray world where the enemy seemed almost impossible to defeat. It was not rushing to finish them. It was simply waiting, letting exhaustion and fear slowly wear them down until resistance became impossible. A bead of sweat slid down the red-haired leader's face as the full weight of their hopeless situation finally sank in, and for a brief moment, even her expression showed cracks of real fear. Then, without warning, the sky above them split open. From that tear appeared a single enormous blood-red eye, staring down at them with terrifying malice. The sight was so grotesque and sudden that the red-haired leader screamed Lin Yi's name in panic. The eye was not simply watching them. It was a disgusting, pulsing mass of flesh that began to writhe, bubble, and multiply right before their eyes, splitting apart into numerous smaller, wet, slimy eyeballs that hovered in the air. Driven by anger, fear, and pure desperation, the red-haired leader snapped. She rushed forward and furiously hacked at the flying eyeballs, chopping several of them apart in a frantic, almost reckless frenzy. Lin Yi, however, felt the shift in the creature's energy almost immediately. Her face tightened as she sensed the atmosphere changing, and she urgently warned her leader not to act carelessly. The hidden enemy was no longer content to toy with them. It was finally beginning to lose patience. The giant main eye responded at once, firing a concentrated blast of red energy straight at them. Lin Yi reacted just in time, raising a crystal barrier in front of them, but the force that slammed into it was terrifyingly heavy. The barrier shattered under the impact, and in the blink of an eye Lin Yi found herself separated and alone, swallowed by heavy darkness and surrounded on all sides by dozens of glowing red eyes. In that suffocating moment, she felt hope draining away and could not stop herself from wondering whether this was really how she was going to die. Trapped inside the monster's dark domain, Lin Yi felt shadowy tendrils slowly wrap around and consume her body. She could no longer hear the red-haired leader's voice at all, and that silence made the truth clear. They had both been dragged into the darkness and swallowed separately. A heavy wave of regret washed over her heart. Inwardly, she blamed herself for being too confident and too careless, admitting with bitter clarity that she had been wrong to think the two of them could handle a mission this dangerous on their own. As the darkness closed in and her resistance weakened, her thoughts drifted helplessly toward a future she would never live to see. She found herself wondering what the world would become after the full spiritual energy revival finally arrived. With despair filling her chest, she lamented that she would never witness that magnificent era to come. Her hand reached weakly into the abyss as her body continued sinking deeper into that sea of glowing red eyes. Tears streamed down Lin Yi's face as she finally closed her eyes, her lashes trembling, her whole body giving in as she quietly prepared herself for the end. Just when all hope seemed to have completely vanished, a massive explosion of brilliant blue light suddenly erupted, ripping through the darkness with overwhelming force and tearing the domain apart. A figure burst through the shattered shadows, wrapped in an immense aura of crackling blue energy that lit the entire space like lightning brought into human form. It was Fong Yi. His eyes shone with power, and even in that urgent moment he muttered to himself that he had almost arrived too late. There was relief in the thought, but only just barely. Lin Yi stared at him in complete shock, tears still clinging to her cheeks as recognition hit her all at once. Her lips parted, and in utter disbelief, she gasped his name, realizing that the person who had saved her was actually her own cousin. Without pausing, Fong Yi raised his power and unleashed a violent blast of divine thunder, smashing through the monster's shadowy domain and completely shattering the false darkness that had trapped them. He landed lightly in the now-cleared forest, one hand still crackling with leftover arcs of electricity. Both Lin Yi and her unconscious leader had been saved. Lin Yi could only stare at him, her mind in total chaos as the truth overturned everything she thought she knew. Her seemingly ordinary, lazy cousin was in fact an unbelievably powerful pioneer. But the battle was not finished yet. From the shadows behind Fong Yi, the anomaly's true body finally revealed itself, a grotesque, fleshy orb covered in multiple eyes and radiating something deeply unnatural. Lin Yi snapped out of her daze at once and shouted a desperate warning, telling Fong Yi that the creature's real body was right behind him. Fong Yi, however, showed no sign of panic. Golden red skyfire ignited in his hand, bright and fierce, while a confident smirk slowly spread across his face as though the situation was completely under his control. To him, this was not a crisis at all, but a perfect chance to test how his newly acquired power would perform against a creature with a dark attribute. He moved instantly, leaping into action and unleashing his Crimson Flame Blade technique with smooth, practiced force. This time, the attack was no longer the same as before. Empowered by the inextinguishable force of Skyfire, the technique exploded outward and completely engulfed the monster in a raging sea of divine fire. The creature let out one last agonized, piercing shriek as the divine flames burned through it completely, erasing its resistance in a final burst of suffering. When the battle finally settled, the red-haired leader slowly regained consciousness. Blinking in confusion, she found herself sitting safely on the ground beside Lin Yi, surrounded by a protective ring of flames. The heat looked terrifying, yet somehow it did not harm them. Dazed and frightened, she asked Lin Yi if they had died and been dragged down to hell together with the monster. Now far calmer than before, Lin Yi gently reassured her and told her to look carefully. They were still alive. The leader, still struggling to process everything that had happened, repeated Lin Yi's words in disbelief, almost as if saying them aloud might help them make sense, before finally asking the question weighing on her most: who had saved them? As the protective flames gradually died down, Fong Yi casually walked over toward Lin Yi and her leader with a small, easy smile on his face, as though what had just happened were nothing too serious. He told them the problem had already been taken care of, and then, noticing the time, casually remarked that they probably had not eaten breakfast yet. The red-haired leader stared at Fong Yi, and her eyes widened little by little as sudden recognition spread across her face, the memory clearly snapping into place. She shot to her feet in one quick motion, her whole face lighting up with pure excitement and awe. Pointing straight at Fong Yi, she exclaimed that he was the same person who had saved them back in Yanghua Town from the monstrous death vine. Fong Yi could only blink in mild surprise, thinking to himself that he had been recognized far more easily than he expected. Lin Yi was left completely dumbfounded by this fresh revelation. Staring between the two of them, she asked in disbelief whether her leader was saying that the powerful fire attribute master who had rescued them from the vine was also her cousin. The red-haired leader turned toward Lin Yi with the same level of shock and demanded to know how a super master like this could possibly be her cousin, especially when Lin Yi had always described him as nothing more than a completely ordinary person. Faced with both of their stunned expressions, Fang Yi could only scratch the back of his head and give an awkward, helpless smile. Still overflowing with excitement, the red-haired leader grabbed Lin Yi by the shoulders and reminded her that this was the very same savior who had cut down the desolation vine with one unbelievable slash. Her voice was practically shaking with energy. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's thoughts began racing wildly as she tried to piece everything together in her mind. Bit by bit, the truth became impossible for Lin Yi to deny. Her cousin really was that high-level fire user. But the more she thought about it, the more confused she became, because she had just watched him use an incredibly pure and terrifyingly powerful thunder attribute to tear apart the monster's dark mist. Her thoughts spiraled faster and faster as the implications fully hit her. The sheer strength of both his fire and thunder abilities meant he was not just talented, but a true super genius with dual high-grade attributes. Then another, even more shocking thought struck her. She remembered the overwhelming spiritual disturbance that had erupted near her neighborhood before, the one that clearly signaled someone breaking through into the legendary spirit creation realm. Could that astonishing breakthrough have also been her cousin's doing? Seeing how tangled their thoughts had become, Fang Yi finally cut in and calmly confirmed that yes, all of it had indeed been him. Then, without lingering too long on the shock, he shifted the conversation and asked them about the dark attribute anomaly instead. His tone turned more serious as he said they should have known a creature like that was not something to treat lightly. He wanted to know why only the two of them had come and where the rest of their teammates were. The red-haired leader answered that their other teammates had not been available. She explained that one teammate was sick and stuck at home, while another had been sent on a more difficult mission elsewhere. Their squad, she clarified with a tired sigh, did not always move as a full unit every time. Lin Yi then lowered her voice and admitted that the mistake was really her own. She confessed that after her recent breakthrough, she had gotten carried away and become reckless, wrongly believing she was strong enough to handle the mission almost by herself. Fang Yi listened quietly, his expression thoughtful rather than harsh. He remembered the tension and infighting he had seen within their team before. Now, though, he noticed something different. The red-haired leader, who had once openly criticized her own teammates, was now instinctively defending them in front of an outsider. That told him a lot about her character. He could also tell that his sharp-minded cousin had probably already sensed the instability within the squad long ago. Now that his identity had been exposed to two people he genuinely felt he could trust, Fang Yi made up his mind and offered them a proposal. He looked at his cousin and then at her friend, and in an easy, direct tone, he asked whether the two of them would like to form a team with him. For a brief second, both women were so stunned that neither of them could speak. Then the red-haired leader burst into open joy. She clasped her hands together, almost unable to contain herself, and excitedly exclaimed how unbelievably lucky she was to be able to team up with a master this powerful, all thanks to Lin Yi's connection. Lin Yi, however, was struck by something deeper than simple excitement. In that moment, she understood that a pioneer as powerful as Fang Yi must have known her own secret for a long time and had likely been quietly watching over her all along. The thought hit her hard. On this difficult, lonely path of cultivation, where danger and uncertainty followed every step, she had unknowingly had a reliable and powerful family member standing near her the whole time, helping her without asking for anything in return. That realization filled her with a powerful wave of happiness, warmth, and relief. A single tear of gratitude slipped quietly down Lin Yi's cheek before she could stop it. She quickly wiped it away, then looked up and flashed Fang Yi a bright, genuinely happy smile along with a playful peace sign. Laughing through the emotion, she thanked him sincerely and promised that she would make him 2 extra eggs for dinner. Just then, Lin Yi's phone buzzed with a fresh notification. Glancing at the screen, she announced that Jialan, the mysterious and powerful member of their pioneer group, had just posted a brand new mission. The message was an alert for a high-risk collection mission in a place called the Boundless Dark Realm, and it was clearly stated that the task was related to the dark attribute. At the end of the post, Jialon added a stern warning, telling everyone to think very carefully before choosing to sign up. Fang Yi asked at once whether they knew anything about this place. Lin Yi explained that it was a border zone strictly forbidden by Xiagua, an area ordinary pioneers were absolutely not allowed to enter. She went on to explain that the dark attribute energy in that region was so overwhelmingly dense and dangerous that most pioneers deliberately avoided it at all costs. In fact, many of the strange anomalies that had been appearing throughout their city were actually the result of energy leaking out from that forbidden zone. Because the place was simply too dangerous, even the government had never been able to explore it in depth, since previous attempts had ended in serious accidents and heavy losses. Rather than being intimidated, Fang Yi grew more interested. He said they should give it a try and asked Lin Yi to message Jialon for more detailed information about the actual mission content. Lin Yi immediately replied that doing so would probably be pointless, because Jialon was famously mysterious and rarely said more than a few words no matter what the situation was. Fang Yi quietly considered that information. Based on what he knew, he reasoned that for Jialon to openly release a mission tied to a top-secret area under government control, there were only two real possibilities. Either she was an extremely bold rogue operating against the authorities, or she held a very high-ranking position within the military or the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. After thinking it through, he concluded that the second possibility was far more likely. Even though she doubted it would help much, Lin Yi still sent a message to Jialon using her online handle Feng Heju. In the message, she expressed interest in joining the mission and asked for more specific details. To the surprise of both Lin Yi and the red-haired leader, Jialon actually replied with an unusual amount of detail. She explained that the mission was to collect something called a shizai flower. She warned them that although the rewards for this task were far higher than normal, every danger inside the boundless dark realm was connected to the dark attribute, and the level of risk was well beyond anything they had encountered before. She also explicitly advised all pioneers to form teams before attempting it. The two women stared at the reply in shock, because such a thorough response was completely unlike Jialon. Only a moment later, another message from Jialon arrived, and this one was even more direct. She warned that the mission might involve an S-level anomaly and that the death rate would be extremely high, urging them once again to think carefully before committing. Then, at the very end, she added one last line that barely bothered to hide its deeper meaning. If they had a strong and reliable pioneer to team up with, it was still not too late to sign up. Elsewhere, the mysterious purple-haired woman from the hospital, now clearly revealed to be Jialon, walked down a corridor lined with guards on both sides. She lowered her gaze to the phone in her hand and thought quietly to herself that she had already done everything she could. From here on, it depended entirely on whether that person was willing to accept the challenge. Back in the park, Fang Yi gave a faint smirk, having instantly understood the meaning hidden beneath Jialon's words. He told Lin Yi that the message was not merely a warning at all, but a direct and personal invitation. Then he put the subtext into plain language for them. I know who you are. I know someone of your caliber will be interested in this, and I am openly daring you to come. At that point, Fang Yi was certain that this entire mission posting had been aimed squarely at him from the start. As he looked ahead and imagined the dark, barren landscape of the boundless dark realm, he found the prospect strangely interesting. Far from backing away, he decided without much hesitation that he really would be making a trip there. Using her online name Feng Heju, Lin Yi officially accepted the mission and sent Jialon a reply stating that her team consisted of 3 people. The scene then shifted to a hospital waiting area, where Jialon was walking with 2 female assistants at her side. One of them voiced concern about the team that had just signed up, worrying that 3 people was simply too small a group for a mission this dangerous. Jialon, however, remained calm and completely unshaken. She said that if Fang Yi was truly a pioneer Xiagua could place its trust in, then he would come. The assistant pressed further, uneasy about what would happen to the other pioneers if Fang Yi chose not to appear. Jialon's answer was simple and cold. If he did not come, then it only meant that their fates had not been destined to continue. As they continued walking, A faint smirk appeared on Jialan's lips. She asked her assistants whether they really believed that a mission to collect the Shizai flower existed merely to send powerful pioneers to their deaths. She then explained that the true purpose of this extremely dangerous mission was actually the complete opposite of what it looked like on the surface. A vision revealed the nature of the flower itself. It bloomed from a dark and corrupted pool, nourished by the bodies and souls of fallen pioneers, beautiful and unsettling at the same time. Jialan said that obtaining this flower was a necessary step if the nation wished to grow stronger, because it was the only way to save even more pioneers in the future. She went on to explain the real reason behind the mission. It was meant to protect the future main force of Xiagua, represented by the new generation of pioneers like Fang Yi and his team, who could be seen traveling toward the mission on the subway. At the same time, it was also meant to revive the top-tier combat strength that the nation had already lost in battle. Soon, they arrived outside the hospital room of her teacher, the elderly man who still lay in a coma. Standing by the bed and holding his hand, Jialan quietly repeated their objective to herself once more. No matter the cost, they had to obtain more Shizai flowers. Then she revealed who he truly was, and why this mission carried such enormous weight. Her teacher was the only pioneer in all of Xiagua who had ever reached the legendary Endless Spirit Sea realm, and the Shizai flower was the one and only thing capable of waking him from his coma. Jialan explained the strategic value of a figure like him with complete clarity. After the full spiritual revival arrived, a powerhouse of the Endless Spirit Sea realm would be no different from a modern nuclear weapon, making him the nation's greatest bargaining chip in dealings with other countries. From her perspective, sacrificing a few pioneers, or even entire squads, was a price worth paying if it meant bringing him back. One of her assistants, however, looked troubled and gently voiced concern for Jialan herself, saying that although the mission was important, her health mattered too. That simple comment caused the atmosphere around Jialan to darken almost instantly. Jialan's face turned cold as she slowly repeated the words, "My health is important?" Then all at once, pain and rage burst out of her together. She shouted that yes, her life was important, but only because it had been bought and paid for by the lives of her fallen comrades, the people who had died to save her. To her, her continued life was not a comfort, but a debt. As the memories surged up, she clutched her head, suddenly struck by a sharp, intense pain that showed just how deep her trauma still ran. After a moment, she forced herself to calm down and apologized for losing control. One of the assistants, clearly worried, softly asked whether her headaches were starting up again. Jialan dismissed the concern and said it was not yet time for her medicine. At that moment, an image of her old team and happier days flashed through her mind. She looked away with a tired, sorrowful expression and murmured that it was all in the past now. The story then slipped into a painful memory from Jialan's past. In a dark, barren landscape filled with deathly stillness, a desperate voice was shouting for the sword-wielding squad to retreat immediately. A younger Jialan knelt among the bodies of her fallen comrades while her dying captain entrusted the mission of retrieving the Shizai flower to her. Trembling in despair, torn between thoughts of her teacher and the fate of her country, she came to understand with brutal clarity that the boundless dark realm was a place that showed absolutely no mercy. She cried out in refusal, her voice breaking as she insisted that she would not leave her captain behind. In his final moments, the captain placed his hand over hers and transferred his spiritual energy into her. With his life fading away, he told her that he only hoped their strength would still be useful to her in the end, and he begged her to survive and make it back alive. Back in the present, Jialan stood in the hospital and reflected on that tragic day. Then she revealed the cruel irony behind her team's sacrifice. They had given her their power so she could survive, but none of them had known that a Shizai flower became useless if it was touched by blood or if it was not harvested perfectly intact. In other words, even as they succeeded in saving her life, the mission itself had already failed. Later, after a long and exhausting journey, Fang Yi's new team finally arrived at the empty outskirts of the boundless dark realm. The air there already felt bleak and unnatural. As they came to a stop, the red-haired leader complained out loud about how ridiculously long the walk had been. The red-haired leader looked up at the sky ahead, and, still catching her breath from the long approach, asked why they were not simply flying there instead. With the level of power they now had, it seemed like the obvious choice to her. Lin Yi explained patiently that even for pioneers, sustained flight was not something one could maintain casually. Unless a person's spiritual energy reserves were overwhelmingly vast, flying over a long distance would drain them far too quickly. Fang Yi said nothing. He simply kept walking in silence, his glowing red eyes fixed steadily on the destination ahead. His expression calm, yet focused in a way that made it clear his attention had already shifted fully to what was waiting for them there. Before long, they finally arrived at a massive checkpoint marking the entrance to the zone. The place was heavily guarded, layered with rows of barricades, tank traps, fencing, and armed personnel. Beyond those lines of defense, a shimmering blue energy barrier stretched across the area like a sealed wall, cutting the forbidden land off from the outside world. Fang Yi looked at the scene ahead and quietly confirmed that this had to be the boundless dark realm. Even from this distance, and even through multiple layers of military defenses and energy restrictions, he could already feel the deeply unpleasant presence of the dark attribute leaking through. The aura was cold, oppressive, and instinctively revolting. Lin Yi and the red-haired leader were both visibly disturbed the moment they felt it more clearly. The red-haired leader spoke in a tense voice, saying that this presence was 1,000 times more terrifying than the dark monster they had fought before. Fang Yi, however, remained composed and simply told them to stay calm and not let the pressure shake them before they had even entered. He then glanced around and pointed out that they were clearly not the only ones who had answered the call. A large and varied crowd of pioneers had already gathered near the checkpoint, all waiting in tense silence or muted conversation for the mission to begin. Lin Yi guessed that those people were not gathered there just because of the high reward. She explained that the dark attribute had long been known as one of the most difficult and dangerous forces for pioneers to deal with. It was ruthless by nature, corrosive, and deeply hostile to human life. But now, with more and more violent dark attribute anomalies appearing in cities, the situation had changed. Pioneers were beginning to realize that they could no longer keep avoiding the root of the problem. Many of the people standing there had likely come not only for profit, but because they understood they had to confront the threat at its source and find some way to push back. The red-haired leader immediately agreed with that reasoning, clearly feeling the same. Fang Yi watched the two of them with a faint smile, visibly impressed by his cousin's clear and practical judgment. Around them stood all kinds of wild pioneers, each dressed in different gear and carrying their own distinct style, creating a restless, dangerous atmosphere as everyone waited for the gates to open. As they stood there, Fang Yi explained why he had chosen to come on a mission this dangerous. He said that he had already encountered dark attribute creatures twice before. The first had been the mutated rabbit, though calling it a rabbit almost felt inaccurate, since it had looked more like some grotesque rat-like beast than anything natural. The second encounter had been even worse. It involved the serpent and its rat-like partner, Candle Knight, an intelligent pair that had worked together to bait, mislead, and trap pioneers with frightening coordination. That mission had nearly wiped out an entire squad from the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Fang Yi then pointed out what mattered most. As Lin Yi had correctly observed earlier, these creatures did not seem to be entering the city by accident. They appeared to be deliberately and cleverly bypassing the military defenses placed around the urban borders. That meant they were likely using some unknown method to infiltrate populated areas, and the incidents had happened too many times now to be dismissed as coincidence. To Fang Yi, that pattern alone was enough to make the situation impossible to ignore. The problem had already grown serious enough that if no one stepped in to confront the source, the cities would eventually face something much worse than scattered incidents. Sooner or later, they would be overwhelmed entirely. That was why, in Fang Yi's view, they had no real choice left. No matter how dangerous it was, they had to come to the boundless dark realm and face what was hiding inside. At the checkpoint, a military officer stood watching the gathered pioneers while Su Qingying addressed a group in front of the energy barrier, briefing them on the situation before entry. She wore a grim, focused expression, every part of her posture showing that she understood just how dangerous the mission ahead would be. But in the middle of that serious atmosphere, her concentration broke the moment, she spotted a familiar group approaching from the side. The instant she recognized Fong Yi walking over together with Lin Yi and the red-haired leader, Su Qingying was so shocked that she nearly froze on the spot. Beside her, the green-haired Zhang Xiaoya was just as startled and immediately called out to her. But Su Qingying was already covering her mouth in alarm, her panic obvious as she stood there too stunned to react naturally. Inside her heart, she silently prayed that the great master would somehow fail to notice her among the crowd. But that hope shattered almost immediately. Fong Yi looked straight at her with a slightly puzzled expression and calmly called out to her by name, identifying her on the spot as Captain Su. With no way to avoid it now, Su Qingying could only walk over together with her cloaked squad members. She had already received military information regarding Fong Yi's team, so there was no room for pretending otherwise. The red-haired leader, naturally mischievous even in a tense place like this, sized up the beautiful silver-haired girl in front of them and grinned as she asked Fong Yi whether this was Lin Yi's future sister-in-law. That one teasing question instantly sent both Lin Yi and Su Qingying into visible panic. Su Qingying blushed hard and hurriedly waved both hands, exclaiming in embarrassment that it was a huge misunderstanding and absolutely not what it sounded like. Fong Yi, on the other hand, answered with complete calm and clarified that she was not. He explained matter-of-factly that Su Qingying was Captain Su from the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association and that she helped him deal with miscellaneous matters from time to time. Somehow, that explanation only made Su Qingying even more flustered, because she found being described that way even more irritating than being teased romantically. Before the awkward exchange could go any further, it was abruptly interrupted by a loud, arrogant voice cutting across the scene. An imposing older man clad in heavy red armor stepped forward with two other armored pioneers at his side and sneered at them as a bunch of shameless brats. In a booming, condescending tone, he complained that the newer generation of pioneers was getting younger and more disrespectful by the day, to the point that they did not even know how to greet their elders properly. He scolded them for chatting so casually in a place this dangerous, then finished with a sarcastic remark that he hoped they would all be able to rely on each other once inside the boundless dark realm. The red-haired leader immediately bristled at his attitude and looked ready to snap back at him. But Lin Yi quickly reached out to hold her back, trying to keep the situation from turning uglier. At the same time, Fong Yi stepped forward calmly and placed himself between them, signaling in a quiet, steady way for his teammate to cool down. But the red-haired leader was not the least bit intimidated. She jabbed a finger toward the arrogant man and told him to mind his own business, then shot back that once they were inside, it was anyone's guess who would end up scared to death first. Her words made the man's face harden instantly, his arrogant expression twisting into a cold and angry glare. Just then, the rising tension was broken by the sound of an approaching vehicle. The armored man smirked as he saw it, apparently recognizing it as theirs. A large armored transport with flashing police lights rolled up to the checkpoint, and a moment later its rear doors swung open. From inside stepped the mysterious Jialan, and the moment she appeared, every pioneer present turned their attention toward her. A wave of surprise moved through the crowd as people recognized the infamous Jialan. She walked forward with calm authority, her guards positioned on either side of her, while whispers spread through the gathered pioneers. Many stared in awe, wondering what kind of status a person had to possess to arrive with such an overwhelming presence and such obvious protection. Fong Yi watched her approach in silence and quickly understood why she was here. She was not merely observing the mission. She was the one who would personally open the gate for everyone. Jialan came to a stop before the massive blue energy barrier, its surface crackling with power. Then she slowly raised one hand and began gathering a swirl of pure energy into her palm until a glowing blue symbol took shape there, radiant and precise. With a strong forward push, she drove that symbol into the barrier. The huge wall of energy immediately tore open under the force, revealing a dark passage that led straight into the forbidden zone beyond. And with the gate torn open like that, the S-Class mission officially began. Standing before the dark portal, Jialan remained composed as red and black energy currents whipped and coiled around the opening behind her. She announced that the pioneers could now enter, but before anyone moved, she gave them one final and important warning. The shizai flowers they had been sent to retrieve had to remain perfectly whole, and under no circumstances could they be touched by human blood. If the flowers failed to meet those conditions, then no reward would be given, no matter what risks had been taken. Having made that clear, she gave the order for the mission to begin. With that, the large crowd of pioneers began moving forward in groups, one after another, and disappeared into the dark, unsettling portal. As they entered, one member of the arrogant armored group muttered bitterly to his leader, complaining that Jialan was practically sending them in to die while she stayed safely outside. Another teammate immediately told him to shut up, reminding him in a harsh whisper that if they died, at least the government would pay their families a large compensation. While Fang Yi's group watched the others go in, Su Qingying quietly began analyzing the strength of the teams gathered there for him. She identified the arrogant armored man as a one-star spirit creation cultivator, placing him at the same realm as Fang Yi. She also noted that several other dangerous figures were concealing their auras well enough that even she could not judge them cleanly, while the rest were solid pioneers around the 1-star or 3-star Ghost Axe realm. In the end, she concluded that the teams on the surface looked roughly balanced in strength. Fang Yi was slightly surprised to hear that the arrogant man was also in the spirit creation realm, because he had not sensed especially powerful spiritual energy from him earlier. That thought only reinforced another conclusion in his mind. This mission had to be far more difficult than it looked if it had managed to attract so many elite teams at once. Back outside the portal, one of Jialan's assistants gave her a final report from a tablet in hand. She confirmed that a total of 37-star Ghost Axe Pioneers, 7 1-star Ghost Axe Pioneers, and 3 1-star Spirit Creation Pioneers had entered. The mission itself involved creatures whose threat level ranged from B-class all the way up to S-class. Jialan listened calmly, then told her assistant to prepare the monitoring equipment, making it clear that she had already anticipated what was coming. Inside the portal, the pioneers found themselves stepping into a deserted, dark, and mist-drenched land filled with dead trees and lifeless ground, as though the place itself had long since rotted from the inside out. The moment Fang Yi's group entered the boundless dark realm, shadowy black tendrils of energy began drifting and curling around them from all directions. Fang Yi immediately warned everyone to stay close together, explaining that the overwhelming dark attributes saturating the area would distort sight and perception so badly that they could easily become separated and lose each other. No sooner had he said that than the red-haired leader suddenly bent over, overcome by a wave of nausea so strong she dropped to her knees. Embarrassed and miserable, she apologized between heaves, admitting that she could not stop herself from vomiting. Su Qingying calmly moved to her side and reassured her that the reaction was normal. In a steady voice, she explained that the horrible smell filling the area was a mixture of rotting corpses and brain fluid, the kind of stench most people simply could not endure without reacting. She then gestured toward another group of pioneers not far away. They too were crouched on the ground, retching from the foul air, proving that even people of roughly similar strength were being affected by the environment the moment they entered. Su Qingying continued her explanation, saying that the dark attribute naturally countered pioneers and acted almost like a form of contamination or pollution that constantly weakened them. She also warned that the anomalies active inside this zone were far more aggressive than normal, which meant the danger here was not only environmental but immediate. Fang Yi listened carefully as Su Qingying outlined the known threats and the official classification system. She explained that B-class anomalies were already dangerous enough to threaten pioneers at the same level as themselves. A-class anomalies, meanwhile, were powerful enough to draw in spirit creation realm cultivators and were the kind of threat associated with places like the boundless dark realm itself. And as for S-level monsters, Su Qingying said in a grave, steady voice that they belonged to true disaster class. Those were the kinds of horrors powerful enough to contend even with beings at the legendary Endless Spirit Sea realm. Then she added one last warning, and this one was the harshest of all. Inside this zone, the dark attribute did not merely exist around the monsters, it strengthened them. A creature that would normally only count as a B-level threat outside would be elevated to at least an A-level danger once it stepped into the boundless dark realm. The red-haired leader widened her eyes at that explanation, clearly caught off guard by how serious the situation really was. Lin Yi, now visibly more concerned, turned to Su Qingying and asked whether she and her team were somehow less affected by the dark pollution than everyone else. Su Qingying let out a small chuckle and explained that it was not that they were immune, but that she and her team were already used to dealing with similar monsters and had long since adapted to this kind of foul environment. The smell no longer shook them the way it shook ordinary pioneers. She then revealed another detail in a calm, matter-of-fact tone. She had recently broken through into the 3-star Ghost Axe realm and was currently working hard to evolve her water attribute into the much rarer ice attribute. Lin Yi then spoke up and addressed Su Qingying more seriously. Since they were now both at the same realm, she wanted to know whether Su Qingying also felt her spiritual energy being heavily suppressed here, even more than on previous missions. Su Qingying gave a grim nod and confirmed it at once. She added that many high-level masters had already died in this zone before, including 1-star spirit creation elites from the military, so no one here could afford even a moment of carelessness. As they continued deeper into the bleak, abandoned landscape, Su Qingying naturally moved to the front and took the lead. After a while, she noticed that they could no longer see the pioneer group that had been ahead of them, and she urged everyone to pick up the pace slightly. Then she gave an important instruction in a lower voice. From here on, they needed to talk less, conserve their physical strength, and focus their spiritual energy inward so the dense dark mist would have fewer chances to exploit any weakness. While walking in silence, Fang Yi quietly assessed his own condition. To his surprise, he did not feel the same sharp discomfort the others were describing. After thinking it over, he concluded that it was probably because his strengthened yang and thunder attributes naturally repelled the dark attribute around him. Of course, there was also another possibility. After breaking through into the spirit creation realm, his overall spiritual power might simply have become strong enough to resist this level of pollution much more easily. Elsewhere in the boundless dark realm, the arrogant pioneer and his team were already locked in fierce battle. With one heavy slash from his glowing green sword, their leader cut cleanly through the neck of a monstrous beast, severing its head with brutal ease. The man threw back his head and laughed arrogantly, openly mocking the supposed dangers of the zone. His teammates immediately cheered for him, feeding his pride even more, and he loudly declared that they would be the ones to claim the Shizai flower. With swagger in every word, he vowed to show the younger generation what real strength actually looked like. Back with Fang Yi's group, Lin Yi was still having a hard time with the environment. Small gagging sounds kept escaping her throat as she tried to steady herself and keep moving through the oppressive dark mist. Fang Yi noticed her discomfort at once. Watching her force herself to endure it, he could not help thinking that despite everything she had gone through and all the power she now possessed, she was still, in some ways, just a kid. Without making a fuss about it, he gently placed a hand against her back and sent a soft, steady wave of spiritual energy flowing into her body to calm and support her. The effect came almost instantly. The nausea that had been twisting Lin Yi's stomach, along with the deep, bone-chilling cold creeping through her body, faded away in moments. In their place came a gentle, comforting warmth, like standing beneath winter sunlight after being trapped too long in icy darkness. Lin Yi could not help marveling at how incredible the power of the spirit creation realm truly was. She commented in amazement on the warmth surrounding her, assuming it must be some especially rare and high-grade fire attribute. Her thoughts then drifted briefly to her own wood attribute, which absorbed energy slowly and steadily by nature, and to what Su Qingying had said earlier about evolving her water attribute into the much rarer ice attribute. Fang Yi corrected her with calm ease, explaining that what she was feeling was not a fire attribute at all, but the yang attribute. He even apologized lightly for never explaining that to her before. Then, almost casually, he revealed something even more shocking. He was the one responsible for both the incident at the North Gate and the blaze on the playground at Qingqing University. The red-haired leader was completely stunned by that confession. She stared at him in disbelief and blurted out whether he was seriously admitting to having 3 separate high-grade attributes. Fang Yi explained that the 2 fire-related incidents were not actually the same thing, because there were subtle but important differences between the yang attribute and Skyfire. At the same time, Inwardly, his thoughts flickered to the desolation attribute, his fourth power. He decided without hesitation to keep that one hidden. In a place like this, it was always wise to keep at least one trump card in reserve. Outwardly, he only gave a vague confirmation, which naturally left the others even more amazed. The red-haired leader, still shivering from the biting cold and oppressive aura around them, edged nervously closer to Fong Yi. She admitted somewhat awkwardly that she had not yet reached the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, so her ability to sense attributes was still poor, but even so, she could tell his Yang attribute would help a lot. Trying to sound obedient, she shyly asked whether he could warm her up too and promised she would behave herself. Fong Yi agreed without much fuss and said he would help keep her warm for the day. Then he placed a hand on her shoulder and sent a gentle wave of nourishing energy into her body, startling a sharp little yelp out of her the moment the warmth spread through her. As she breathed out a visible puff of warm air and let out a long sigh of pure relief, Zhang Xiaoya and the other member of Su Qingying's squad watched from the side, with obvious confusion and curiosity, both clearly seeing how effective Fong Yi's energy was. Noticing their reactions, Fong Yi generously offered to do the same for Su Qingying's team as well. Su Qingying hesitated for a brief moment, but then admitted in a slightly awkward tone that the warmth did in fact feel very nice. Her two far more enthusiastic subordinates accepted almost immediately without any need for convincing. With a few quick, easy pats, Fong Yi passed his protective yang energy into all three women. Each of them reacted with visible surprise as the warmth settled in, and the tension in their expressions eased at once. Their gratitude was genuine, because in that hostile darkness, that simple comfort felt far more valuable than it would have anywhere else. But that brief moment of relief did not last long. It was suddenly shattered by the heavy sound of clawed footsteps crushing across the dead ground somewhere nearby, deep and deliberate in the fog. Fong Yi's expression hardened immediately the moment his senses locked onto the disturbance. In a sharp, low voice, he warned the whole group that a monster was approaching. The next instant, a huge shadowy wolf-like creature burst from the mist and lunged straight at them. Su Qingying reacted on instinct, leaping forward and forming a long blade of blue energy to intercept it. But the beast moved with eerie speed and landed with a heavy thud directly behind the terrified red-haired leader, forcing Fong Yi to shout a warning at her. Wrapped in a menacing purple-black aura, the monster threw back its head and released a furious roar that shook the air, then lowered itself and charged again with brutal killing intent. Su Qingying immediately identified it as a dangerous A-level monster. Declaring that she would handle it herself, she stepped forward and thrust out her hand, unleashing a fierce burst of razor-sharp ice energy that struck the creature head-on. To everyone's surprise, the monster did not collapse or bleed. The moment the attack connected, its body simply vanished into nothingness as if it had never been there at all. Su Qingying remained on guard, an ice crystal already forming in her hand for the next move, while Lin Yi stared and wondered aloud whether the thing had actually disappeared. But Fong Yi saw through the trick immediately. His eyes, far sharper than the others, pierced through the dark mist and exposed the truth. That wolf-like creature had only been a distraction. The real danger was a massive horde of zombie-like figures with glowing red eyes, shambling silently toward them from all directions. He instantly shouted for everyone to watch their feet, but the warning came a heartbeat too late. The ground beneath them suddenly burst open as countless shadowy hands and writhing tendrils erupted upward, seizing at their legs and pinning the entire group in place just as the red-eyed horde closed in around them. Even surrounded by grasping bodies and dragging hands, Fong Yi stayed completely calm. Drawing his sword in one smooth motion, he told the others to get back and leave the rest to him. A brilliant fiery light flared in his eyes, and in the next moment he released a massive, explosive wave of pure fire that burst outward from him like a sudden sun igniting in the dark. The entire zombie horde was swallowed at once by the blazing inferno, with no room left for escape. Their shadowy forms twisted and dissolved inside the flames as shrill cries of pain echoed out, then faded one by one into the burning haze. Standing among the dimming embers, Fong Yi casually spun his sword once and announced that they were safe for the moment. He then explained, in the same calm tone, that despite the illusion of being surrounded by a huge crowd, there had actually only been two real monsters controlling all those puppet-like figures from the shadows. Su Qingying was visibly shocked by that realization and said that the monsters in this zone had already evolved enough to mimic human language, which made them far more dangerous than normal. Fang Yi grimly suggested that this was probably because they had devoured many people and learned from their victims over time. The entire group was left stunned by the display of power they had just witnessed. Su Qingying then added that the boundless dark realm was so dangerous that even weak creatures could be boosted into A-level threats here, making direct battle impossible for anyone below the spirit creation realm. Elsewhere, in a separate observation point, the mysterious Jialan was watching the whole event unfold in silence. Even she looked impressed. She realized at once that Fang Yi had destroyed two A-level phantom beasts with a single strike, and inwardly she admitted that even she herself would have needed to exchange several rounds with them before she could have ended the fight cleanly. Now fully aware of how dangerous this place truly was, Lin Yi immediately said that if Su Qingying's explanation was correct, then it was more important than ever for them all to stay close together. She warned that the monsters could disguise themselves, mislead people, and attack the instant anyone relaxed. Then she turned and urgently told the red-haired leader to stop sitting there and get up. But the red-haired leader was still rattled, and not because of the zombie horde. What had truly shaken her was the overwhelming force of Fang Yi's attack. She muttered that the aura from his flames was so terrifyingly heavy that it felt even more suffocating than the monsters had. In her eyes, even the slightest touch from that fire would probably have been enough to kill her on the spot. Just then, a deep rumbling sound rolled across the empty landscape, low and heavy enough to make everyone instinctively look up. Lin Yi frowned and asked whether the others could hear it too, because what she was hearing sounded strangely like distant ocean waves crashing in the dark. A moment later, the ground began to shake violently beneath them, the tremors so strong that the whole group staggered and nearly lost their footing. In the distance, they could see other pioneer teams running in absolute panic, their formations broken and their faces full of terror as they fled through the dead forest. One man was screaming desperately at his companion to stop fighting and run. His voice cracked with fear as he shouted that the thing approaching was pure evil, that they were seeing ghosts, and that staying to fight would only get them killed. Fang Yi, Su Qingying, and Lin Yi all watched the chaos unfold with grim, tightening expressions. Then they saw it clearly. Before them, a massive swirling vortex made of pure dark energy rolled across the land like a living disaster, filled with countless twisted forms and glowing red eyes. It consumed everything in its path as it advanced, unstoppable and horrifying. Caught directly in the middle of that catastrophe was the arrogant pioneer and his team, now facing what was unmistakably the legendary Dark Tide. As the terrifying Dark Tide surged across the land and swallowed pioneers whose screams rang out in horror, the arrogant pioneer still gave a scoffing laugh. He dismissed the threat with blatant pride, loudly declaring that just because the regular troops could not handle it did not mean he was incapable of doing so. With a defiant roar, he raised his sword and summoned a huge barrier of green energy, proclaiming arrogantly that everything within this zone was his for the taking. And with that reckless confidence still blazing across his face, he charged straight into the heart of the swirling red and black storm. His confidence shattered the instant he stepped into the tide, as suffocating black tendrils coiled around him from every direction and swallowed him in their choking grip. A wave of horror crashed through him as he realized the monsters hidden inside were far stronger than anything he had imagined, far beyond A level, and even beyond S level. Panic seized his heart. He knew he could not allow himself to be caught, but by then, the chance to escape was already gone. He, along with many other pioneers, was devoured by the overwhelming darkness, their desperate screams echoing through the air as they were dragged into the depths. From a safer distance, Fang Yi and the others could only watch the nightmarish scene unfold before their eyes. The red-haired leader, visibly shaken, muttered in disbelief, wondering if all those people were already dead and whether any of them still had a chance to get out alive. Beside him, Lin Yi turned to Su Qingying and urgently asked her to explain what this so-called dark tide really was. With a grim expression, Su Qingying explained that it was the ultimate manifestation of the dark attribute, a corrupt tide that devoured everything in its path, even other monsters. Her voice carried both confusion and fear as she said their mission had supposedly been arranged specifically to avoid the day of the tide. Now, seeing this happen in front of them, she could only fear that every pioneer who had gone ahead had already been lost. Lin Yi suddenly remembered reading about the dark tide on pioneer forums, where people described it as a disaster powerful enough to wipe out an entire city. Fear instantly gripped her, and she urged Fang Yi to retreat while there was still time. Fang Yi, however, remained completely calm. He told everyone not to panic, then raised a vast protective barrier around the group, golden spiritual energy surging outward while blue lightning crackled across its surface. He explained in a steady voice that this spiritual shield was a natural counter to dark energy. If things became truly desperate, they could pour their powers together into the barrier, keep it standing, and endure the full impact of the tide. Su Qingying stared at him in shock and immediately asked what he was planning to do. She warned him that the dark tide was not ordinary dark energy, but a concentrated and terrifying form of the dark attribute itself. Even if all of them combined their strength, they could not possibly stop it. She reminded him that even that powerful spirit creation realm pioneer had been swallowed without resistance. Fang Yi did not look troubled in the slightest. His sword burst into golden flames, while blue lightning danced violently in his other hand. With absolute confidence, he declared that he was going in to destroy it. Before anyone could even react, he kicked off the ground and shot forward like a streak of blazing fire and thunder, heading straight for the towering wall of darkness. His teammates could only stare in stunned disbelief, while Su Qingying wondered if he truly meant to destroy the dark tide itself. He plunged straight into the heart of the storm, his radiance tearing open a path through the violent, swirling chaos like a blade splitting apart endless night. Inside the eye of the tide, Fang Yi floated calmly and completely unharmed, wrapped in a protective golden aura while monstrous dark energy churned and screamed all around him. His gaze settled on the tiny, flame-like wisps of red energy flickering inside the storm, and a faint smirk touched his lips as one of his suspicions was quietly confirmed. Suspended in the center of the dark tide, Fang Yi found himself surrounded by a grotesque horde of countless monsters, their twisted, many-eyed bodies writhing in the darkness. As he observed them more carefully, he realized the truth of the threat before him. These were not simply A-level monsters being controlled by dark energy. They were evolved composites, fused and upgraded forms created from countless smaller monsters forced together into something more terrifying. In that instant, Fang Yi understood that the tide itself was like a living incubator, endlessly refining its creatures from B-level to A level, and then from A-level to S-level. By his judgment, the entire event had already reached at least the level of an SSS-class threat. That alone explained how it could so easily consume even powerful pioneers in the spirit creation realm without giving them a real chance to resist. One of the monsters suddenly lunged straight at Fang Yi from the darkness. Golden fire blazed in his eyes. With one clean, powerful slash of his flaming sword, he unleashed the Crimson Flame Blade technique and effortlessly cut down the charging A-level composite beast as if it were nothing. He could not help reflecting on how much stronger he had become. The combination of his newly advanced spirit creation realm power and his Skyfire-enhanced sword now allowed him to instantly kill a creature that would once have forced him into a bitter, difficult battle. As his eyes swept across the storm-filled surroundings, he suddenly noticed something strangely familiar nearby. It was that arrogant pioneer. He was still alive, but the dark energy of the tide was steadily consuming him. The man had not yet lost consciousness, and he was still struggling desperately against the corruption spreading through his body. Fang Yi immediately saw that the man was still responsive, which meant his spiritual energy had not been completely drained away yet. Even if his spiritual foundation was nowhere near as solid as Fang Yi's own, the fact that he was a genuine spirit creation realm pioneer still gave him a slim, fragile chance of surviving. After a brief decision, Fang Yi gathered divine thunder power into his hand. A massive burst of purifying lightning exploded outward from him, and slammed directly into the dark mass, imprisoning the arrogant pioneer. The man was blasted clear out of the tide, hurled through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground, unconscious but finally freed from the corruption clutching at him. Standing over the fallen rival with his sword still wrapped in burning light, Fang Yi calmly judged that the man could still be saved, though only by the narrowest of margins. But his small victory did not last. The dark energy around him began to twist, gather, and condense once more, while the monsters he had just destroyed started reforming right in front of his eyes. He watched a massive, many-eyed creature regenerate from the surrounding darkness and immediately understood the problem with grim clarity. The tide could reproduce its minions endlessly. He could not help wondering whether this horrifying regenerative ability was the defining trait of monsters that existed above the S-level threshold. Facing that endlessly regenerating horde, Fang Yi quickly abandoned his original approach and settled on a new plan, one that was far more dangerous. Even so, a confident smirk appeared on his face as he decided to try something different. Without hesitation, he deliberately withdrew his protective spiritual aura, leaving his entire body exposed to the crushing, overwhelming power of the dark tide. The moment that protection disappeared, his system immediately reacted and detected the extreme dark attribute surrounding him. But just as quickly, it reported failure. The attribute was too special, too complex, and could not be extracted at this time. Fang Yi felt disappointed, though not truly surprised. Even after reaching the spirit creation realm, the dark attribute still remained beyond his grasp. That result only confirmed what he had already begun to suspect. This power was fundamentally different from every other attribute he had encountered. With his choices growing fewer by the second, a determined smile slowly appeared on his face instead of panic. Since he could neither destroy the tide outright nor absorb its power for himself, he concluded that he would have to find some other method to deal with it. As the monsters started closing in on him once again, he briefly regretted not bringing Little Flower, the Desolation Flower, with him. Its life-draining power would have been a perfect counter to something like this. For a fleeting moment, he wondered what options he still had left. Then his eyes widened slightly, and a sudden realization struck him. The answer had been right in front of him the whole time. Outside the tide, the rest of the team remained inside the safety of the golden barrier, staring anxiously into the darkness. The red-haired leader, still visibly rattled, asked Su Qingying if she had ever seen anything like this before. Su Qingying could only admit, with a tense expression, that she had not. All at once, the chaotic, swirling force of the dark tide grew unnervingly still. Instead of raging wildly, it pressed in silence against their protective shield, and that unnatural calm felt even more disturbing than the storm itself. That eerie stillness only made everyone more nervous. Lin Yi admitted in a trembling voice that even when they had faced the monstrous desolation vine, she had not felt this frightened. Worry for Fang Yi filled her chest so heavily that she could barely think straight. Su Qingying tried to calm her, pointing out that Fang Yi's barrier was still active, even if it was flickering under the pressure. She took Lin Yi's hands and told her they should focus their own spiritual energy into the shield to help reinforce it. Then, with grim honesty, she added that if someone as powerful as Fang Yi really fell here, their own fates would be sealed soon after anyway. Su Qingying continued trying to raise everyone's morale. She reminded them that Fang Yi was a spirit creation realm cultivator who wielded several terrifyingly powerful attributes, and she strongly suspected his true strength went even deeper than any of them had seen. Someone at his level was simply not a person pioneers like them could rescue, no matter how much they worried. Her unexpectedly calm, even slightly humorous confidence gradually soothed Lin Yi's nerves, and Lin Yi softly thanked her for it. Su Qingying only smiled and admitted that her own teammates often complained that she was too serious. Then she gently asked Lin Yi whether she felt a little better now. Their strained waiting was suddenly broken by a towering column of pure fire that erupted from deep inside the dark tide, forcing back the oppressive darkness in an instant. From the blazing heart of that inferno, Fang Yi unleashed his ultimate technique, the Nine-Dragon Skyfire Sealing Art. He rose up from the flames like a god of war, his entire body shining with a powerful mixture of blue and golden energy. Outside, his teammates watched in absolute awe. The red-haired leader excitedly pointed him out to the stunned Lin Yi, while Su Qingying could only stare in open disbelief at the terrifying scale of the power now unfolding before them. The technique took shape as 9 colossal fiery dragons, twisting, swirling, and dancing through the air with overwhelming majesty, their combined light completely swallowing the dark tide's darkness. Elsewhere, Jialan, who had been quietly monitoring the mission from afar, was thrown off balance by the immense wave of spiritual pressure that suddenly burst outward. She recognized that power at once as the legendary Skyfire attribute, and she realized the technique itself was a formidable sealing art. In utter disbelief, she watched the 9 dragons converge and compress the entire city-destroying dark tide into a single unstable orb of blazing energy, unable to believe he might truly have sealed the whole event. But Fang Yi was still not finished. After containing the tide, he gathered divine thunder power into both hands and unleashed it in the form of a massive vortex of crackling blue energy that spiraled violently around the sealed sphere of fire. With a thunderous roar that shook the air around him, Fang Yi called out the name of his fused technique, the 9 Dragons' Edict, his voice carrying a force that made the entire battlefield tremble. The 2 overwhelming forces of fire and thunder collided head-on in an instant, and the impact erupted into a massive explosion that blasted through the surroundings and shook the very foundations of the extreme dark zone. With one final, decisive command to seal, Fang Yi brought his hands together and forced the raging, chaotic power to collapse inward under his control. The violent vortex of fire and lightning compressed further and further, shrinking into a smaller, steadier sphere before finally settling into a bright, glowing orb filled with perfectly contained, pulsing power. After Fang Yi's unbelievable display of strength, the arrogant pioneer lay unconscious on the ground like a discarded shadow of his former self. Fang Yi glanced at him and thought that, at least for the moment, the danger had passed. He had even ended up saving someone by accident, which left him quietly wondering what exactly he should do with the man now. Lin Yi hurried straight toward Fang Yi, her face full of relief now that she could see with her own eyes that he was safe. Nearby, Su Qingying stood beside the unconscious pioneer and calmly offered to let her team handle the injured man from here. A little later, Su Qingying walked over to Fang Yi and asked why he did not seem pleased at all after sealing something as terrifying and high-level as that dark attribute phenomenon. Inwardly, though, she was nothing short of stunned. He had truly done what he said he would do and crushed the dark tide itself, and in her eyes, that made him an astonishingly formidable person. Fang Yi quickly explained that they did not have time to relax and needed to move at once. He told everyone that the seal he had placed was only temporary, and the dense dark attribute energy lingering in the area was still dangerously strong. They had to find the shizai flower before the seal weakened and failed. Su Qingying immediately understood and nodded, confirming that her team would escort the unconscious man back to the association for treatment, while several teammates lifted him onto their shoulders. The group soon stopped at the edge of a cliff and looked out over the empty, silent land ahead. Su Qingying realized with a heavy heart that none of the other pioneers who had gone ahead had made it back out. Not a single trace of them remained, and she could only conclude that they had all been devoured by the dark attribute. The red-haired leader mourned bitterly that people who had been alive only moments ago had now vanished without leaving anything behind. Fang Yi, on the other hand, quietly thought that maybe he really was cold-blooded, because what he felt most was relief that he had not been forced to stand there and watch them die one by one. As they neared a sinister dark pool that gave off an oppressive presence, Fang Yi immediately took charge. He instructed Lin Yi and the others to continue on with Su Qingying's team, explaining that this pool had now become the most dangerous point in the area and that it would be safer if he stayed behind to cover them. The others agreed without argument and carefully moved forward. Once he was left alone on the rocky ledge, the air around him quiet and tense, a system window suddenly appeared before Fang Yi and informed him that it had detected a new and intense fluctuation of the dark attribute nearby. Almost immediately, a violent vortex of purple-black energy burst up from the ground around him, twisting like a storm given form. The system confirmed that the detection had succeeded and announced that it was activating its highest level of computing power to begin writing a brand new technique. Fang Yi was lifted into the air as if caught by an unseen force, his arms stretching outward while towering pillars of pure dark energy surged up around him from all sides. The system declared that the writing process had been completed successfully, and Fang Yi's eyes snapped open at once, now glowing with a chilling purple light that carried the essence of the power he had just gained. A new system window appeared and confirmed his latest acquisition. He had obtained a dark attribute technique called the Boundless Dark Realm. The system explained that this ability allowed him to create a sealed domain of dark mist, and within that enclosed space, spiritual energy would be massively suppressed. Fang Yi considered the implications almost immediately and recognized that this dark world was a special domain fully under his control. He understood at once how valuable it would be in battle. The corrosive nature of this new power would not only drain an enemy's spiritual energy, but also slow their ability to recover it, giving him a tremendous strategic advantage. In his mind, he could almost picture himself standing above a sea of desperate hands reaching up from below. The thought made one thing clear to him. If he combined this new suppressive power with his other attributes, his combat strength would become even more terrifying. With growing confidence, he concluded that if something even stranger and more powerful than the Dark Tide ever appeared again, he would still be capable of destroying it. As the last traces of purple energy slowly settled back down, Su Qingying, still unable to fully believe what she was sensing, asked Fang Yi whether he could feel the dark mist gathering around them again. Her eyes widened sharply as the full scale of that spiritual fluctuation finally registered in her mind, leaving her visibly shaken. She stared at Fang Yi as the leftover energy swirled around him, struggling to understand how he could possibly be experiencing another breakthrough without any of the usual grand signs, such as shifts in heaven and earth. Then the truth slammed into her with shocking clarity. Fang Yi had not merely sealed the S-Class Dark Tide. He had absorbed its power. To her, the very thought sounded absurd, impossible, and completely beyond reason. Ever since the earliest days of the spiritual revival, all pioneers had known one thing clearly. The dark attribute was the most terrifying of all powers, born from the negative emotions, resentment, and buried evil of living beings. Because of that, absorbing dark attribute power had long been strictly forbidden by the government. A flashback revealed a failed official experiment in which researchers had once attempted to purify dark attribute energy, only to pay a devastating price for it. In the end, it was classified as a uniquely dangerous monster-type power. Dark monsters could range anywhere from D-Class to S-Class, but even the weakest among them had been enough to overwhelm early pioneers. As for the Dark Tide, an absolute S-Class threat, it could devour even spirit creation realm cultivators with frightening ease. Another flashback showed the tragic fate of a 3-star Ghost Axe pioneer who, before the ban was established, had tried to absorb the energy of nothing more than a sea-level monster. The backlash drove him completely insane. His skin began to rot away, his mind collapsed, and he ultimately ended up confined to a psychiatric hospital, where he remained to this day. Back in the present, the violent dark energy gradually subsided and flowed back into Fang Yi's body, and he let out a slow, quiet breath as the disturbance came to an end. He then calmly spoke into the empty, mist-covered landscape, saying that whoever had been watching them for so long could come out now. His red eyes swept the area with a sharp, certain gaze, as if he had already known someone was there. From within the drifting mist, Jialan finally emerged. Looking straight at Fang Yi, she confirmed that if her judgment was correct, he was the one who had single-handedly sealed the Dark Tide. Su Qingying was stunned by Jialan's sudden appearance and gasped out her name in disbelief. Jialan slowly descended and landed in front of Fang Yi, then asked him what exactly he had just been doing, directly questioning whether he had been absorbing the dark attribute. Fang Yi answered without hesitation and calmly confirmed that he had. That blunt admission sent another wave of shock crashing through Su Qingying. In one swift, startling motion, Jialan pulled out a pistol and aimed it straight at Fang Yi's head. The red-haired leader shouted Jialan's name at once and demanded to know what she thought she was doing. while she and the terrified Lin Yi could do nothing but stare in fear and confusion at the scene unfolding in front of them. Su Qingying reacted instantly and threw herself between Jialan and Fang Yi, raising her arm to block the gun. She confronted Jialan with fierce anger, reminding her that if she remembered correctly, Fang Yi was the military's highest priority recruitment target. She pushed even harder, pointing out that the association had wanted to recruit him as well before the military stepped in and demanded an explanation for such open hostility. Ignoring Su Qingying's attempt to shield him, Fang Yi calmly rested a hand on her shoulder and addressed Jialan himself. He said he found the situation strange. Wasn't their mission supposed to be about finding the Shizai flower? Yet from the way she was acting, it almost seemed as if she cared less about completing the mission than she did about being displeased that they had survived at all. Jialan said nothing. Her face revealed almost nothing as she kept the weapon trained on him, the cold light along the barrel catching in the mist. The red-haired leader, however, was far from calm. Anger burst out of her all at once as she shouted at Jialan. She reminded her that their squad had always trusted her, then demanded to know why she had done nothing when they were facing the dark tide. Without Fang Yi, all of them would have died there. She pointed out in fury that Lin Yi was still just a child, and accused Jialan of standing by and watching them face death, only to turn around now and threaten the very person who had saved them. Then, without warning, Jialan lowered her weapon, a faint smirk appearing at the corner of her lips. She brushed the whole confrontation aside as if it had only been a joke and remarked that Fang Yi seemed to be very well liked by his teammates. After that, she calmly congratulated him and announced that he had passed the test. The abrupt shift in her attitude left both the red-haired leader and Su Qingying completely stunned, unable to make sense of what she had just said. Fang Yi, however, understood almost immediately. Looking at her, he asked whether this had been her real purpose all along, to test him. Jialan confirmed that he was right. Because his talent and strength were so extraordinary, she had not wanted to rely only on dry, impersonal data. She wanted to see with her own eyes what kind of person Fang Yi truly was beneath all that power. She then turned back to the red-haired leader's earlier accusation and explained why she had not intervened. In this new world, pioneers were forced to live by brutal rules whether they liked it or not. She said that this was the fate they all shared, a life in which fortune and disaster could switch places in an instant. Even so, she told them they were fortunate to have someone powerful and trustworthy standing in front of them and protecting them. She asked whether they had noticed that ever since the dark tide had been defeated, not a single other monster had dared approach them. According to her, the creatures in the area had already been frightened by the power Fang Yi displayed. Fang Yi listened with a grim expression and agreed with her judgment. He added that the dark tide itself obeyed the exact same logic. It preyed on the weak and feared the strong. With the test now over, Jialan offered to personally lead them to the Shizai flower, saying that she knew this region far better than any of them did. As the group followed her, Su Qingying leaned closer to Fang Yi and quietly whispered that she felt there was something mentally wrong with Jialan. Then she revealed an important detail. Jialan's own squad had encountered the dark tide before, and she had been the only one who survived. Fang Yi quietly processed that information and began piecing together a much clearer understanding of her state of mind. He realized that her rigid obedience to missions and rules had made her appear cold and detached. At the same time, the loss of her teammates had likely left deep scars, pushing her toward a kind of post-traumatic, self-destructive tendency. Even so, he could tell that some other powerful belief was still keeping her moving forward, and that seeing him seal the dark tide had simply shaken her composure for a brief moment. With that new understanding in mind, Fang Yi showed the faintest trace of a smile and told his teammates that they should all try to be considerate toward this wounded person. The red-haired leader immediately asked whether Jialan was actually injured. Watching her closely, Fang Yi calmly answered that she was. He explained to the others that Jialan's spiritual barrier had been severely damaged. In his estimate, although she still possessed the power of a 2-star spirit creation realm cultivator, her protective aura had already fallen by at least 2 levels. The image of her crumbling spiritual energy only confirmed his judgment and showed clearly that she had suffered a serious internal injury. She even stumbled slightly as she walked, that small misstep making her weakened condition impossible to hide from anyone watching closely. Noticing the concern in their eyes, Jialon glanced back over her shoulder and thanked them in a quiet voice. Even so, she brushed the matter aside and insisted that her injury was nothing serious and would not affect her. Under Jialon's lead, the group moved deeper through a barren, mist-choked landscape filled with dead trees, scattered bones, and the remains of fallen creatures. It was a grim and silent place known as the chaotic burial mounds. As they walked, Fang Yi's sharp senses caught something subtle but wrong in the stillness around them, and his eyes soon found the half-buried skeletal remains of a fallen pioneer hidden beneath the dirt. At last, Jialon stopped and announced that they had reached their destination. In a small clearing ahead, a single beautiful shizai flower stood quietly glowing, its petals releasing a soft and ethereal purple light into the surrounding mist. As Jialon started walking toward the flower, Fang Yi kept his eyes on her, his instincts telling him that something about the situation felt off. His suspicion was confirmed in the next instant as vicious, shadowy monsters with glowing red eyes burst from the earth and surrounded the flower as though they had been waiting there to guard it. The sudden appearance of those monsters did not stop Jialon at all. Instead, her expression turned intensely fixated, almost disturbingly obsessive. She slowly reached out one hand and whispered that she could finally see it again. Her face darkened as though she had fallen into some waking trance. Fang Yi's expression immediately sharpened, turning serious and urgent the moment he understood the danger. He knew at once that Jialon was no longer in her right mind. Reacting without a moment of hesitation, he summoned a sphere of golden red flame into his palm and shouted a command meant to jolt her spirit awake. Then he hurled the blazing fireball straight toward the entranced Jialon, aiming not to harm her, but to forcibly snap her out of that dangerous state before it was too late. The fireball shot toward Jialon at high speed. At the very last second, she broke free from her trance and recognized the incoming attack as an extremely rare and powerful Yang attribute technique. With surprising speed despite her injuries, she knocked the blast aside with her arm, and the collision released a heavy shockwave that rippled through the clearing. A tense silence followed as she and Fang Yi stood facing each other, neither one moving first, while golden energy continued to crackle restlessly around his hand. Now fully awake, Jialon looked visibly shaken. The sight of the flower had stirred up an old and painful memory, and ghost-like images of her fallen companions flashed through her mind as she wondered bitterly whether even all her preparations had still not been enough. Seeing that she had come back to her senses, Lin Yi and Su Qingying hurried to her side. Lin Yi anxiously asked whether she was all right, while Su Qingying, more cautious, observed that Jialon was being heavily influenced by the dark attribute and suggested that it would be safer if all of them stayed together from now on. Ignoring their concern, Fang Yi stepped forward with calm confidence. He said that when it came to the shizai flower, it would be enough for him to go alone, clearly deciding to handle the situation by himself. He then walked calmly into the empty, mist-covered clearing, his steps steady as he approached the softly glowing flower ahead. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. A massive and hideous wolf-like monster with glowing red eyes burst out from the earth in a violent spray of dirt and stone, lunging forward with savage force. Its jaws opened wide, revealing a horrifying storm of smaller screaming faces and dark red energy churning inside its mouth as it let out a roar filled with hunger and malice. Fang Yi did not flinch. Blue energy crackled across his fingertips as he calmly spoke a single word: divine thunder. Several massive bolts of lightning exploded from his hand and tore straight through the monster's body. The creature howled in agony, electricity racing through its flesh, yet even after taking the attack head-on, it still refused to fall. Fang Yi watched it carefully and quickly understood what he was dealing with. This fox demon had clearly devoured countless other monsters to mutate into something so twisted and powerful, making it yet another S-class threat. Knowing that the seal on the dark tide was only temporary and that every second now mattered, Fang Yi realized he had to finish this battle quickly. But when he sensed the monster's extraordinary vitality, a confident smirk slowly appeared on his face. If it would not die easily, then it could serve as the perfect test subject for his newly obtained power. As that thought settled, he gathered the ominous purple energy of the dark attribute into his hand. With that confident expression still on his face, Fang Yi unleashed his newly acquired technique, the Boundless Dark Realm, directly on the S-Class fox monster. A massive storm of swirling purple energy erupted outward from him and instantly trapped the startled creature inside. The raging energy rapidly condensed and hardened into a huge dark purple sphere, sealing both Fang Yi and the monster within its enclosed range. Inside that newly formed reality, shadowy purple tendrils lashed out from every direction and wrapped themselves tightly around the S-Class beast like living chains. The monster struggled wildly and whimpered in pain as its enormous body began to shrink under the crushing pressure of Fang Yi's domain. A system window appeared and confirmed just how devastating the technique truly was. Under the influence of the Boundless Dark Realm, the S-Class anomaly had been forcibly downgraded by 2 full levels, reduced all the way to a B-class threat. Standing before the now weakened creature, Fang Yi calmly observed that the S-Class anomaly must have had a very unstable foundation if it could be downgraded so easily. Now that the monster had been reduced to something manageable, his sword ignited once again in blazing golden-red fire. He declared that the battle was over, then brought down a single massive slash of fire, completely engulfing and destroying the creature in one overwhelming strike. Outside the sphere, Su Qingying and Lin Yi stared at the enormous orb of dark energy in front of them. Su Qingying found it strange, noting that although it was clearly a dark attribute power, it felt different from the kind she was familiar with. Lin Yi agreed at once, saying that it lacked the usual disgusting heaviness and bone-chilling cold she expected from it. Jialan gave them the answer. She explained that what they were witnessing was Fang Yi's personal domain, a space he had created by himself after mastering the dark attribute without any teacher to guide him. As she spoke, Jialan thought about just how significant that achievement really was. She explained that creating a domain was an extremely difficult ability, something far beyond what ordinary pioneers could ever hope to do. Before this, the only person she had ever known who could form a spatial domain through spiritual power was her teacher. Aside from him, she guessed there were at most only 3 other people in the entire world capable of the same feat. A painful memory suddenly surfaced in her mind, showing a vision of a massive disaster that had once spread across an entire city. She remembered how her teacher had tried to stop it by using his own domain, only to fail in the end. Their thoughts were cut off as the purple sphere vanished, revealing Fang Yi standing alone in the clearing as if the battle had ended in the blink of an eye. Jialan and Su Qingying could only stare, stunned by how quickly he had finished it. With an easy wave of his hand and a reassuring smile, Fang Yi told them that the chaotic burial mounds should not be giving them any more trouble for the time being. With the surrounding area finally secured, Fang Yi calmly turned and walked toward the softly glowing shizai flower. He carefully cupped his hands around the plant and gently pulled it from the ground with its roots preserved, making sure not to damage it in the process. Holding the glowing flower in his hands, he examined it briefly and concluded that this should be enough to complete the mission. Jialan watched him with a tense, nervous expression, as though the mission had only now reached its most critical moment. Fang Yi returned to the group and handed the flower to Jialan, who remarked quietly on how small it was. He confirmed that their mission was now complete and urged everyone to leave immediately, explaining that the sealed dark tide was unlike ordinary monsters and could become a serious problem again at any moment. He added that they still needed to deal with the unconscious arrogant pioneer and the rest of that man's team as well. At that, the tension in Jialan's face finally melted away, replaced by sincere gratitude. Holding the glowing flower carefully, she thanked Fang Yi from the heart and admitted that it was only because of his overwhelming strength that they had succeeded. She then turned and thanked the others too, announcing that it was time for all of them to leave. As the group began to move away, Jialan paused for a brief moment and looked back at Fang Yi to thank him one more time. Then she finally revealed the full importance of the mission. Elder Wu, the Xia Nation's only Jingang realm pioneer, was on the verge of death, and the shizai flower was the only life-saving medicine capable of saving him. With a small but deeply grateful smile, She told Fong Yi that he had just saved the life of the nation's strongest protector. Fong Yi listened closely, his expression growing thoughtful as he took in this important new information, quietly repeating the name of that legendary Jin Gang realm to himself. When the group finally emerged from the dark portal of the extreme dark zone, they were greeted by a sky filled with swirling red clouds above. The red-haired leader threw both fists into the air and shouted in overwhelming relief that they could finally see the light again and had made it out alive. Beside her, Lin Yi nodded in agreement, deeply grateful to stand under daylight once more. Their return was greeted by a surge of loud cheers from the large crowd of officials who had been waiting in anxious silence the entire time. Relief spread through the scene as people celebrated the successful retrieval of the Shizai flower, openly admitting that when Jialan first reported it, many of them had hardly dared to believe it was really possible. As the team moved forward through the path the crowd hurriedly cleared for them, the red-haired leader looked around in surprise at just how many people had gathered there. Somewhere in the crowd, someone could not help wondering out loud who the person was that had actually managed to bring back the flower. Suddenly, Lin Yi's expression shifted in surprise as her eyes caught sight of something waiting directly ahead of them. Parked squarely in their path was a massive, heavily armored military vehicle, flanked on both sides by elite soldiers standing in rigid formation. The red-haired leader recognized it immediately, along with the unmistakable emblem of the legendary Star God Warzone, the strongest and most famous military force in all of Xia. Realization hit her in an instant, followed by a wave of embarrassment as she understood that Jialan belonged to that elite unit, making her suddenly regret yelling at her earlier. The Star God Warzone stood as the #1 military district in the entire nation. Ever since spiritual energy revival began, its unique advantages had allowed it to seize control of the most resource-rich forbidden zones, turning those deadly areas into priceless grounds for cultivation and military growth. As the group drew closer, one of the officials carefully took the Shizai flower, now secured inside a glowing blue container, and respectfully handed it over to a high-ranking officer waiting nearby. That officer was revealed to be Han Li, who accepted the container with a small, satisfied smile that showed just how important this delivery truly was. Then, in a stunning and completely unexpected show of respect, Han Li and the soldiers behind him snapped to attention and gave Fong Yi a sharp, formal salute, a gesture so solemn that even Fong Yi looked visibly caught off guard by it. Han Li then turned toward Jialan and assured her that he would deliver the Shizai flower to the hospital immediately, telling her she could set her mind at ease now. Jialan gave a slight nod and replied that she would follow shortly afterward. With its precious cargo secured at last, the armored vehicle roared to life and sped away without delay. Once the immediate crisis had settled, Jialan turned back to Fong Yi. He asked her directly whether she was from the Star God Warzone, and she calmly confirmed it. She added that news of his incredible strength had already spread across her entire military district. With a confident, knowing look, she told him that it would not be long before he became a figure of real fame and importance. Jialan continued speaking with complete honesty, openly admitting that Fong Yi's personal strength was already great enough to overwhelm even the most elite squads in her war zone by himself. Then she formally extended an invitation, pointing to his seemingly limitless potential and inviting him to join the Star God Warzone, promising him access to the finest cultivation resources the military could offer. She also reassured him that the rewards for this mission, both for his own team and for Su Qingying's squad, would be delivered soon. Fong Yi listened with a faint smile, though it was clear he was still weighing things in his mind. Then Jialan's tone turned noticeably more serious as she began explaining the true gravity of the situation facing the world. She told Fong Yi that with everything changing so fast, the nation's most urgent threat now came from dark attribute anomalies. A grim vision of a city being swallowed by an enormous cloud of purple-black energy seemed to embody her warning. She said the number of these anomalies was increasing at an alarming pace, and their influence would continue spreading like a malignant tumor, capable of triggering catastrophic disaster at any moment. Because the danger was so immense, she explained, they had no choice but to establish forbidden zones and assign organizations like the Spiritual Energy Association to guard them under the strictest control. She made it clear that she was not telling him all this to pressure him into joining the military. Rather, she believed that someone as outstanding and powerful as Fong Yi had earned the right to know the truth about the world they were now living in. Understanding the sincerity behind her words, Fong Yi smiled and gave her a calm, reassuring answer. He said he understood, and that if he encountered anomalies again in the future, he would not simply stand aside and do nothing. On that point, he told her, she could rest easy. Hearing that promise, the stern exhaustion on Xiaolan's face finally softened into a genuine smile of relief. Formally introducing herself again, she said it was a pleasure to truly meet him, and then she offered him a small dark token. Fong Yi accepted it, and saw that it was a black tablet engraved with a dragon emblem and the words Star God Warzone. Xiaolan explained that this token would grant him unrestricted access to any forbidden zone for cultivation, and that the gates of the Star God Warzone itself would always remain open to him. After that, she made one final request, and asked whether he would like to come meet Elder Wu. Fong Yi asked if she meant the Jingang Realm Pioneer. Xiaolan explained that Elder Wu was her teacher, and she felt Fong Yi should meet him. Still, she added that this was only a personal wish on her part, because she genuinely wanted to be his friend. Fong Yi accepted both her invitation and the token she had given him, slipping it calmly into his pocket. He agreed to go with her, saying with an easy tone that it was always good to have more friends. Then, as a gift to mark their new friendship, he raised a hand crackling with blue lightning and told her that he had something for her first. Xiaolan looked confused, but Fong Yi explained that he believed he could clear out the remaining dark attribute poison still left in her body. Before she could say anything else, he released a surge of blue lightning that instantly spread around her, leaving her startled where she stood. As the energy flowed through her body, she was stunned to discover that this thunder attribute carried a healing effect. The cold, deep pain that had lingered inside her was replaced by a warm numbness, and she quickly realized that the discomfort was fading away completely. Deep inside her body, the old wounds left behind by dark attribute damage began to heal as the energy purified her from within. It felt to her as though she were being reborn, with the rare and powerful thunder attribute washing every last trace of toxin from her system. When the treatment ended, Fong Yi asked Xiaolan how she felt. Surrounded by a few lingering sparks of lightning, she answered without hesitation that she felt great, and that the remaining dark energy inside her had been completely removed. Nearby, Su Qingying watched as paramedics worked on the unconscious, arrogant pioneer, quietly wondering whether someone injured that badly could even still be saved. Then she turned and noticed that Fong Yi and Xiaolan were still there, which surprised her, but what caught her attention even more was how different Xiaolan's aura now felt. The weakness and damage she had shown before seemed to have vanished entirely. Xiaolan explained that Fong Yi had used his rare and pure thunder attribute to completely cleanse the dark attribute poison from her body. Su Qingying was openly amazed by that revelation and finally understood the true nature of Fong Yi's power. It was not just something meant to destroy enemies, it could also save lives. She pointed at Fong Yi in disbelief, while he merely looked at her and asked what exactly she was staring at. At that moment, a brilliant idea struck Su Qingying, and she excitedly waved the paramedics over at once. She hurried to Fong Yi and proposed a partnership, explaining that if his spiritual power could be combined with their advanced medical equipment, they might be able to save many more pioneers suffering from dark attribute corruption. To show just how serious she was, she bowed deeply and earnestly asked him to demonstrate his power one more time. Fong Yi did not answer immediately, falling silent for a moment as he considered her request. In the end, Fong Yi agreed. He released a carefully controlled burst of blue lightning from his hand and calmly asked whether that was enough of a demonstration for them. One of the paramedics, after seeing that pure thunder energy up close, excitedly confirmed that it really did seem to work. A thunder attribute of that level, he said, was indeed capable of resisting and countering dark attribute corruption. Xiaolan added that when Fong Yi treated her earlier, the power had been sent directly into her body and had destroyed the corruption from the inside. Su Qingying immediately suggested that all they might need to do was let Fang Yi and the patient hold hands. But the paramedic quickly clarified that not every cultivator, not even one in the spirit creation realm, could necessarily withstand such pure and intense energy. Then, while Su Qingying was still smiling hopefully, he explained that although Jialan's injuries had been serious, they were still minor compared to the state of the other patient. He estimated that healing the arrogant pioneer would require at least 10 times more spiritual energy. Even then, he added, simply saving the man's life would already count as a major achievement, while a full recovery was probably impossible. Fang Yi agreed to try the procedure and asked the paramedics how he should transfer his spiritual energy. They quickly led him toward the waiting ambulance. Inside, one of the paramedics instructed him to place his hand into a special device and steadily release his spiritual energy into it, and Fang Yi agreed without hesitation. From a distance, Lin Yi watched everything unfold while thinking to herself that she had never imagined Jialan would turn out to be such a high-ranking member of the elite Star God Warzone. What amazed her even more was that her cousin was so powerful that even this legendary military force was trying to win him over. She thought back to how the usually cold and distant Jialan had personally asked to become Fang Yi's friend and had even handed over her own personal token. After some time had passed, Fang Yi turned toward Lin Yi and the red-haired leader and checked on how the two of them were doing. Lin Yi replied that both she and the red-haired leader were feeling fine now. Then she explained that the two of them had already decided to head out for more training and start taking on missions by themselves. They felt they could not keep relying on Fang Yi forever and needed to become stronger through their own efforts. Having just finished transferring his energy, Fang Yi nodded in agreement with their decision and simply reminded them to be careful out there. As he watched them, a faint proud smile appeared on his face, and he quietly thought that his cousin had truly grown up. Su Qingying and her team also began preparing to leave. She waved goodbye and told Fang Yi and Jialan that they would meet again on the next mission. After that, Jialan turned to Fang Yi and said it was time for them to go visit Elder Wu. As the ambulance carrying Su Qingying's team drove away, she could still be heard complaining in visible frustration that the military's Star God Warzone had stolen such a powerful person away from them. Her teammates could only laugh awkwardly and try to calm her down as the vehicle continued into the distance. A final thought exposed the hidden problems inside the Spiritual Energy Association. The organization was simply too chaotic, and even its strongest elite squads were unwilling to truly cooperate with one another. Fang Yi and Jialan arrived at a large, modern hospital that served as the highest security ward within the Star God Warzone's medical base. Looking at the heavily guarded facility, Fang Yi asked if this was the place where Elder Wu was being kept. Inside the hospital room, the two of them stood quietly at the bedside where Elder Wu lay unconscious, surrounded on all sides by humming medical equipment and flickering monitors. Fang Yi looked at the scene and could not help commenting on how strange it felt. The ultimate powerhouse of the Jingang realm, the kind of figure people treated like a legend, was in reality just a withered old man lying silently in a hospital bed. He studied the elder's condition more carefully. Red veins spread across the old man's face and neck like cracks under the skin, and every breath he took depended on the respirator at his side. Jialan explained in a low voice that his condition had been far worse before, to the point where he had looked almost like a corpse. She added that even after using the precious shizai flower on him, he still had not regained consciousness. Fang Yi's expression turned more serious as he wondered what kind of disaster could have reduced someone as powerful as Elder Wu to such a miserable state. Jialan began recounting the battle that had left her teacher in a coma. She described how a massive dark attribute anomaly had appeared above the capital. To stop it from swallowing the entire city, Elder Wu had stepped forward alone to seal it. In the flashback, the rest of her squad could be seen pouring their own spiritual energy into him in a desperate effort to support that final stand. The anomaly they had faced, she explained, was far beyond an ordinary S-level threat. What loomed above the ruined city had been a monstrous dragon-like shape made entirely of dark energy, vast enough to make the whole sky feel like it was collapsing. Jialan continued, her tone heavy as she explained just how terrifying the situation had been. If that anomaly had fully descended, it would not only have destroyed the capital, but also the surrounding cities, throwing the entire nation into complete chaos. In that desperate final battle, Elder Wu had used his own personal domain to seal the S-level anomaly by force, but the disaster had proven even more terrifying than any of them had expected. The overwhelming dark attribute power had rebounded on him and corrupted his body from within. Jialan concluded grimly that if her teacher had not been a master of the Jingang realm, he would have been burned to ash on the spot. Back in the present, Feng Yi lowered his gaze to the comatose hero with a new sense of respect. To stand alone and stop the destruction of an entire city, Elder Wu truly deserved to be called a great pioneer. As Feng Yi looked at the unconscious Elder Wu, his thoughts drifted to his past life. He remembered how so many pioneers had sacrificed everything so that he could become the last surviving human. A sad realization then crossed his mind. In his original timeline, Elder Wu had most likely already died by this point. A fresh determination rose in Feng Yi's heart, and he reached a hand toward the elder without hesitation. Startled by the sudden move, Jialan shouted at him and demanded to know what he was doing to her teacher. Feng Yi calmly told her not to panic. He explained that although the Shizai flower was already taking effect, he wanted to try removing some of the stubborn dark attribute power still lingering inside Elder Wu's body. He placed his hand against the elder's chest, and a forceful stream of blue lightning immediately began flowing into the old man's body. Feng Yi explained that this should help him wake up faster. Jialan watched in shock and blurted out that the power he was trying to cleanse had come from an S-level disaster. After a brief moment of hesitation, she finally gave in and told Feng Yi to go ahead and try. Maybe, just maybe, he was the miracle they had been waiting for. The whole room soon filled with the sharp crackling of Feng Yi's power as he steadily poured more and more of his energy into the elder's body. Jialan warned him to be extremely careful, explaining that the dark attribute remaining inside her teacher was even more frightening than the dark tide itself. She added that without the Shizai flower, Elder Wu's recovery would never have progressed even this far. With a serious expression, Feng Yi said he understood perfectly. He could clearly feel just how terrifying the darkness inside Elder Wu's body was. Even though the Shizai flower had already weakened and purified part of it, the remaining dark energy still carried an immense and oppressive force. All of a sudden, a violent wave of dark energy burst out from the hospital bed and blasted both Feng Yi and Jialan backward. Jialan shouted a warning and told Feng Yi to be careful and steady his mind at once, because the dark energy had already started affecting his consciousness. In response, a brilliant golden aura erupted around Feng Yi as he instantly activated his own spiritual protection against the invading force. His eyes shone with golden light, but then he realized with sudden surprise that the dark energy had already dragged his consciousness into a vision of the past. He found himself standing alone on an abandoned street in a ruined city, lifting his head toward the massive and terrifying red eye of the anomaly that had once swallowed the sky whole. Within that mental world, the anomaly's giant red eye hovered above the wrecked city and asked Feng Yi who he was. Feng Yi quickly understood what had happened. By touching the dark attribute residue left inside Elder Wu's body, his spirit had been pulled into this dangerous illusion. Completely unbothered, Feng Yi answered with calm confidence that his identity did not matter because he was simply the one who had come to destroy it. As blue lightning gathered in his glowing hand, he judged that this anomaly was not nearly as powerful as it appeared. In answer, the giant eye shot a massive, razor-sharp red spike straight at him, so fast that even Feng Yi was caught off guard for an instant. Feng Yi reacted immediately and activated his golden sun breathing technique, his eyes blazing with golden power as he prepared himself to defend against the attack. He moved swiftly through the ruined street, dodging the storm of red spikes that came raining down from the sky one after another. The anomaly then released tendrils of strange red-black lightning. Feng Yi quickly noted that this bizarre lightning was just as powerful as the divine thunder he had once absorbed on Yu Huang Mountain. Then the anomaly revealed its true form. It shifted into an enormous swarm of countless insect-like creatures made entirely of dark attribute energy, all circling around a central red eye. Fong Yi immediately recognized that every one of those creatures was as strong as the monsters from the Dark Tide, and there were tens of millions of them. In the next instant, the entire swarm descended on him like a monstrous vortex, blotting out everything around him with sheer terror and weight. Facing that overwhelming threat, Fong Yi calmly summoned his flaming sword into his hand. Looking at the monstrous swarm rushing toward him, he declared that there was only one thing left to do now: wipe out every last one of these pests. With a determined shout, Fong Yi charged forward and unleashed a massive blazing slash that tore a brilliant path straight through the center of the swarm. That overwhelming strike succeeded in cutting the creature's central eye cleanly in two. As he assessed the enemy, Fong Yi identified it as an S-level collective anomaly. Even so, he guessed that its present strength had already been greatly weakened, either because this was only an illusion or because the Shizai flower used on Elder Wu had already purified part of its power. The two severed halves of the swarm crashed down toward the ruined city below and exploded violently the moment they struck the ground. Fong Yi landed steadily on a rooftop and surveyed the aftermath below. He estimated that the anomaly's current power was only around a level, and for a moment he felt genuine awe realizing that this was the city-destroying disaster Elder Wu had once faced entirely on his own. Then Fong Yi realized the danger was even greater than he had first assumed. Dark, swirling energy gathered into his palm, and without hesitation, he unleashed his own dark attribute technique, the Boundless Dark Realm. A massive vortex of pure darkness erupted from him and began swallowing up the insect-like anomaly. The creature was visibly shocked and seemed to realize that the being standing before it was no ordinary human. With a confident smirk, Fong Yi simply answered, "Guess so." Then he shouted a command to open, and his dark vortex completely absorbed what remained of the S-level anomaly. As the last fragments of its energy faded into nothingness, a final warning echoed through the emptiness like a dying whisper. "We will be back soon." Fong Yi floated inside a sphere of his own dark energy, and thought that the final message must have been a leftover fragment of the anomaly's consciousness. The use of the word "we" immediately caught his attention, and he began to wonder whether other disasters like this were already out there, waiting for the right moment to appear. As the illusory world around him let out a deafening roar and began breaking apart piece by piece, he decided it was wiser to leave now and think through the meaning of that warning later. His consciousness slams back into the real world in a sharp, breath-stealing jolt, as if he has been hurled out of a nightmare and dropped straight into his own body again. Without wasting even a second, he thrusts his hand into Elder Wu's body and begins drawing out the corrupt, dark attribute energy that has been festering deep inside him for far too long. From the Elder's chest, a dense mass of dark purple energy is forcibly dragged out, crackling violently as Fong Yi's own blue lightning wraps around it and tears it free inch by inch. To keep the dangerous substance from breaking loose, Fong Yi immediately activates his 9-dragon Skyfire sealing art, locking the energy inside a blazing sphere bound by red chains that burn like molten fire. Holding the sealed orb in his hand, he explains to a stunned Jilan that this is the dark attribute remnant that had been left behind inside Elder Wu's body. After a brief pause, he concludes in a grave tone that this must be the final fragment of the anomaly that once nearly destroyed the city. He goes on to explain that although the sealed orb of dark energy still carries frightening power, its influence has already been greatly weakened by the Shizai flower and by Elder Wu's own seal. Looking at the old man with real respect, he praises him openly, saying Elder Wu truly deserves to be called the nation's #1 pioneer for using his own body to hold back such terrifying darkness. Fong Yi knows very well that if it had been anyone else, they would have died over and over long before now. As Jialan looks closely at her teacher, she notices that the red veins on his face have faded away, and even his breathing now sounds steadier, deeper, and far more peaceful than before. She tells Fong Yi with visible relief that he really has saved Elder Wu's life. Fong Yi, however, answers with quiet humility, saying it was not all due to his own strength. He explains that without the Shizai flower weakening the corruption first, there is no way he could have pulled out such a stubborn dark attribute so cleanly. Jialan nods and agrees, saying that while the flower preserved the elder's life, It was Fang Yi's power that finally gave him a real chance to recover completely. With one final surge of force, Fang Yi tightens his fist and crushes the sealed orb of dark energy completely, grinding it apart until nothing remains but drifting dust. He says the remnant is now utterly useless and can no longer pose any threat. Then his expression turns serious, and he tells Jialan there is still one more thing she needs to know. In the mental illusion, the dark attribute remnant warned him before disappearing that it would return someday. From that, he concludes that they must remain ready at all times, because no matter what happens next, they cannot allow an old man who has only just survived a life-and-death crisis to be dragged back onto the front lines again. Jialan quietly says she understands, because this is not the first time she has heard such a rumor whispered about. When Fang Yi asks what she means by that, she explains that both the military's monitoring departments and the association have long been collecting data on changes in spiritual energy across different regions. Based on that data, she reveals, a disturbing rumor began to spread. With the current level of power possessed by Xiaogua, they might not even survive the first year after the full revival of spiritual energy. Even so, she adds with a faint, bitter smile, almost nobody was willing to believe it. Fang Yi remarks that monitoring spiritual energy fluctuations sounds extremely official and far more serious than ordinary rumor chasing. Jialan then looks at him and asks directly whether he also believes that rumor may actually be true. A faint shadow passes across Fang Yi's face as he wonders whether his own rebirth has already begun to alter the future in ways he cannot predict. In his original timeline, he remembers surviving for 3 full years after the spiritual energy revival, and by then the entire planet had already been pushed to the edge of destruction, with ruins spreading everywhere he looked. Pulling himself back to the present, he gently places a reassuring hand on Jialan's shoulder and tells her not to think too much about it for now, adding that Elder Wu should wake up before long. Then he looks at her with a grave, unwavering expression and makes a solemn promise. If that disaster truly returns, he will stand with them and fight side by side. Deep down, he already knows that the final battle against the great catastrophe is coming sooner or later, and no one will be able to avoid it forever. With fierce resolve burning in his eyes, he declares that this time, no matter the cost, he will change everything. Later that same night, Fang Yi has returned to his apartment, the quiet of the room standing in sharp contrast to everything that happened earlier. He sits cross-legged on the couch in meditation, surrounded by the slow, swirling energy of his newly acquired dark attribute. As he calms his breathing, he reflects on his recent battles and senses that after facing 2 S-level anomalies in succession, he is already close to breaking through into the 2-star spirit creation realm. Even so, he knows the full spiritual energy revival is approaching far too quickly, and even with this new dark attribute in his hands, his current strength is still nowhere near enough. He thinks back to the anomaly he encountered in the mental illusion and feels a chill at the memory, realizing that even in a weakened state, its true power was already terrifyingly vast. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when his eyes land on the potted plant he left on the table earlier, the obedient little white flower, sitting there quietly as if it has been waiting for him the whole time. He speaks to the faintly glowing flower in a half-gentle, half-apologetic tone, telling it that it really is not easy to carry around everywhere and admitting that it was his own mistake not to bring it along on the last mission. Smiling to himself, he picks up the pot, and the little flower seems to brighten at once in response. He tells it with some regret that he should have given it a chance to level up sooner, then casually decides to take it out for a walk. Fang Yi heads toward the back mountain, his own private training ground. As he walks along the narrow path under the moonlight, he can't help noting how capable the association's plant research department must be. In such a short time after the area was previously damaged, the forest has already started recovering again, a clear sign that nature's self-healing ability has become far stronger in this new era. After finding a suitable place deep in the woods, he kneels down and carefully removes the flower from its pot, preparing to place it into the rich, dark soil. At the same time, he makes a mental note to thank Su Qingying and her team later for helping secure such a convenient training ground for him. As he gets ready to plant it, He holds the flower in both hands and gently warns his new companion to take it slow and absorb only a little at a time. In an almost teasing tone, he reminds it that if it gets too greedy, then not even all the forests on the planet would be enough to satisfy its appetite. The moment it touches the soil, the obedient little white flower immediately takes root, as if it has been waiting eagerly for this exact chance. In the next instant, a massive vortex of green, life-draining energy bursts out from the plant and sweeps through the forest at frightening speed, devouring the vitality of every nearby tree in its reach. A few moments later, Fangyi stands there with his arms crossed in a section of woodland that has already turned dead, gray, and empty, calmly deciding that the flower has fed enough for the time being. With a satisfied little smile, he bends down and gently pulls the brightly glowing flower back out of the ground, roots and all, then tells his companion that it is time for them to move on and find another place to feed. Holding the plant in his hand, Fangyi watches as it seems to bloom with fresh power and wonders where exactly it would rank among all evolved plant-type spirits now roaming the world. After thinking it over, he concludes that with its terrifying desolation attribute, it must be at least an A-level threat. As he continues walking along a dark ridge, he becomes aware of just how unnaturally silent the forest has grown, and he quickly realizes that every animal that once lived nearby must have fled in terror from the flower's presence. That heavy silence is suddenly shattered by a loud, savage howl that tears through the night and echoes across the mountain. Fangyi's expression immediately hardens because he recognizes the sound at once. It is the howl of a wolf, and not an ordinary one. On a nearby cliff beneath a blood-red moon, a pack of monstrous wolves with glowing crimson eyes has gathered together, their bodies shifting, swelling, and mutating before his eyes. Seeing the scene, Fangyi realizes with a jolt of alarm that the entire wolf pack is in the middle of a dangerous evolution. Standing before the gathering of monstrous wolves, Fangyi quickly identifies the largest beast on the cliff as the Wolf King, and from the aura pouring off it, he can tell its evolution is already close to completion. With another thunderous howl that shakes the night air, the Wolf King completes its transformation, its enormous body now shining with a sinister green energy that feels both poisonous and unnatural. Holding his potted flower in one hand, Fangyi is visibly surprised by the immense spiritual pressure radiating from the creature, and he realizes with sudden alarm that it is just about to step into the level of an A-rank anomaly. The newly evolved wolf pack moves fast and surrounds him from every direction, cutting off every clear route of escape. At the same moment, Fangyi figures out that the Wolf King has developed a new, powerful poison attribute from its original wood attribute, most likely because it absorbed lingering dark attribute energy from the area and mutated under that influence. Even facing that danger, Fangyi remains completely calm, dismissing the entire threat in his heart as no more than A-level strength and nothing he cannot handle. He calmly takes his obedient little white flower out of its pod and tells it, almost like speaking to a partner, that it is time for the two of them to deal with this problem. Then he kneels and plants the flower into the ground, thinking that while the anomaly itself is only a level, the sheer number of wolves makes the situation troublesome. More importantly, the city lies just down the mountain, and if this pack is allowed to break through and rush downhill, the result would be a disaster. Just as the Wolf King lunges forward to attack, Fangyi gives a calm order for the flower to begin, and brilliant green energy instantly starts flowing out from the plant. At the same time, he decides to use this chance to test the flower's compatibility, curious to see just how much destruction it can unleash on its own. A massive beam of green, life-draining energy suddenly shoots straight into the night sky, so bright and violent that it can be seen even far down the mountain, where another group of pioneers is already watching. This newly arrived squad watches the scene with growing concern. One of the men says the Wolf King has successfully evolved and that its current aura is incredibly strong. He immediately asks for the contamination level, and a cloaked figure beside him replies in a low voice that it has already reached 90%. The man and his companion are both left visibly stunned by that dangerously high reading, their expressions turning grim on the spot. The blonde-haired leader of the squad tenses at once as he realizes the danger is still climbing. He judges that the Wolf King's wood attribute has reached at least the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, and may even be approaching the Spirit Creation realm, while the rest of the Wolf Pack is clearly powerful enough to become a major threat on its own as well. He worries that his team simply does not have enough people to contain a threat of this scale, admitting with a grim look that even he himself only recently broke through into the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. Then, all at once, his eyes catch that enormous beam of green energy in the distance, and within it, he clearly senses the presence of the dark attribute. In that instant, he finally understands why the contamination level has risen so high. He shouts the realization to his team in alarm, explaining that the Wolf King has evolved dual attributes, something so rare among anomalies that even seasoned pioneers would hardly ever expect to witness it. At that very moment, the contamination reading on the squad leader's watch suddenly surges again, the display flashing as it spikes all the way to 100%. The leader grits his teeth hard, knowing they have to stop the Wolf Pack's evolution before the entire area below is lost. He understands that those beasts were already savage enough before, and with this new power, they will only become far more vicious and uncontrollable. Realizing the danger is beyond what his team can safely manage alone, he makes the decision to call the Spiritual Energy Association for immediate backup. Just then, the ground beneath them begins to shake violently, the tremor rolling through the mountain without warning. One of his men blurts out in panic, asking if it is an earthquake, but the leader instantly knows the wolf's evolution should not be causing a disturbance on this scale. A cold feeling spreads through him as he realizes, with growing dread, that a completely different anomaly has appeared. His watch confirms the fear in the worst possible way, as the contamination reading does not merely rise but explodes upward, skyrocketing to an absurd and almost impossible 1,000. The pioneers stare in open terror as a massive eruption of green desolation energy bursts out from the mountaintop like a living disaster. The green-haired pioneer immediately recognizes that unmistakable power of desolation, and he can only wonder in disbelief why something like that would suddenly appear here, of all places. As the life-draining energy rushes toward them in a sweeping wave, the entire squad falls into panic. One of the men cries out in fear, asking if this could be the giant vine from the sky that had vanished before, his voice full of disbelief and frustration as he complains that there had been no warning at all. The squad leader immediately shouts for everyone to retreat, ordering his team to pull back at once and begin evacuating all nearby residents without delay. And yet, just as suddenly as it appeared, the huge wave of desolation energy seems to halt in place, as though an invisible hand has stopped it mid-surge. One of the men calls out to the leader, pointing out in confusion that the energy has stopped advancing. The whole squad can only watch as the massive vortex of green power begins to pull back and sink into the mountain again. For a brief moment, uncertainty replaces panic, and they start wondering whether the danger has really passed. One asks if they should still file a report, while another hesitantly asks whether they should move up the mountain to investigate. On the mountaintop where Fong Yi planted his flower, the ground is now covered by a sprawling network of thick green roots, twisting outward like veins across the earth. From those roots, dozens upon dozens of glowing white flowers begin to sprout, their pale light flickering in the darkness. A heartbeat later, they erupt with a massive burst of green energy, blooming together into a huge, radiant flower-like structure that dominates the entire area. That surging energy then transforms again, scattering outward into a vast sea of white petals that spreads across the mountaintop and blankets everything in sight. The Wolf King lets out a furious howl as those seemingly soft, harmless petals suddenly reveal their true nature, sharpening into a deadly weapon and forming a blade-like edge that slices through the air with terrifying speed. Fong Yi stands calmly within the storm of swirling petals, completely at ease in the middle of the chaos, and begins to explain just how terrifying his flower's power really is. This sea of spiritual flowers, he says, will keep growing back and multiplying without end, absorbing, wearing down, and purifying the enemy again and again until there is nothing left at all. Fong Yi stands atop his flower's massive root system as the wolf pack begins to collapse under its power. Looking toward the Wolf King, he taunts it coolly, asking how its pack members are supposed to survive without the same kind of spiritual protection that it enjoys. The smaller wolves are quickly caught by vines covered in white flowers, their bodies pinned and wrapped so tightly they cannot even struggle free. Their life energy is drained away at a frightening speed until nothing remains but bare skeletons, which soon crumble and collapse into dust. After absorbing the life force of the entire pack, both the flower and the countless petals around it slowly change color, turning into a deep, ominous red that feels far more dangerous than before. In one final desperate effort to fight back, the Wolf King gathers all of its remaining energy and unleashes a powerful green blast from its mouth, pouring everything it has into the attack. The red flower, however, responds with effortless ease, forming a protective barrier that catches the full force of the blast and absorbs it completely without even seeming to strain. Hidden among the swirling red petals and twisting vines, Fong Yi tells the beast in a calm, almost indifferent voice that such an attack is completely useless. He explains that the desolation attribute of his spiritual flower has already taken root deep inside the mountain itself. The sea of flowers, he says, draws power from the mountain and then turns that same power back onto the mountain, creating a self-sustaining cycle that feeds itself endlessly and never breaks. Now far more intelligent after completing its evolution, the Wolf King seems to understand exactly how hopeless its situation has become. Even so, stubborn and ferocious to the end, it still refuses to give up. Fixing on the central red flower as the true core of the power around it, the Wolf King makes its choice and charges straight toward it with all the force it has left. Fong Yi watches the beast rush forward and lets out a faint, amused smile, mockingly asking his little flower what it plans to do now that its core has been found. As if answering him directly, the central red flower suddenly swells to an immense size, its presence surging upward before it lunges forward to meet the charging Wolf King head-on. It spreads open its massive petals in one swift motion and traps the beast completely within its grasp, sealing it inside like prey swallowed whole. The Wolf King howls in agony as the powerful desolation attribute begins draining away its life force, the pain so intense that even its furious cries start to sound desperate. The giant red flower continues absorbing the Wolf King without pause, devouring the creature's green energy bit by bit as the desolation attribute consumes everything it can take. Watching closely, Fong Yi's expression turns serious, because even he is surprised to see that his flower is actually allowing the dark attribute to enter it instead of rejecting it outright. Soon, the Wolf King is fully consumed by the flower's pulsing red petals, its huge body disappearing completely into that living mass of devouring power. Fong Yi is genuinely astonished by what he is seeing, inwardly marveling at how formidable the desolation attribute has become in the flower's hands. He realizes that he never expected it to develop and shape its own technique without any direct guidance from him after he implanted the attribute. As the giant flower slowly shrinks back down, Fong Yi finally grasps the truly terrifying nature of this new ability. Once an enemy is trapped inside that sea of flowers, escape is no longer even a possibility. The flower then spits out the Wolf King's clean, bleached skeleton, stripped so completely that not a trace of flesh remains. Seeing this, Fong Yi concludes that even if the spiritual flowers themselves are destroyed, they can simply regenerate without end and use their desolation power to reduce any enemy to bare bones. Standing in front of the massive red flower, now surrounded by an entire field of smaller red blossoms, Fong Yi decides that this newly born technique deserves a name. After a moment's thought, he calls it Endless Spirit Sea. A system window appears before him, confirming his judgment and announcing that the spiritual flower has successfully written a desolation attribute technique of its own, Endless Spirit Sea. With the battle finally over, the flower slowly closes its petals again, its whole body glowing brightly from within as though some new change is building inside it. Fong Yi watches in silence, a little weary from the battle, as a single red petal drifts gently through the air and brushes softly against his cheek. Then the flower suddenly erupts with a tremendous surge of energy, and Feng Yi's eyes widen in surprise as he realizes that his little flower is about to evolve as well. Far away, inside a high-tech control room, alarms begin blaring as an analyst urgently reports the appearance of an A-level anomaly. He explains that their instruments are detecting two completely different spiritual powers in the same location. Just as the Wolf King was evolving and generating a dark attribute, another separate and highly concentrated desolation attribute appeared there as well. Listening beside Su Qingying, the association superior immediately demands to know the exact location, his tone sharp as the seriousness of the report sinks in. A technician quickly points to the map and explains that the signal is coming from an area previously under Su Qingying's team's responsibility. The superior frowns at that, questioning whether the destroyer squad had not already been dispatched there to deal with the wolf pack. Before he can finish the thought, his question is abruptly cut off by an incoming call from the squad on the ground. The squad leader reports that a powerful wave of desolation energy suddenly appeared and wiped out the entire A-level wolf pack. However, he also adds that the desolation power then withdrew back into the mountain, where a large number of strange flower-type anomalies have since appeared. The pioneers stand before the mountain, which is now glowing red beneath a vast sea of flowers, and none of them are able to get any closer without feeling overwhelming danger pressing them back. The association superior continues speaking with the squad leader as the situation grows more serious by the second. The leader warns that if this new and still unidentified anomaly erupts outward, it will be far more terrifying than the celestial vine ever was. He urgently requests support, admitting that even with all the pioneers currently gathered there, they probably would not be able to handle any sudden change. The superior agrees after a brief pause and decides to dispatch two elite teams at once. Su Qingying, however, seems to have a different thought. She turns to look at her superior with a knowing expression and calmly says that she has a strong feeling the source of that desolation power is Feng Yi. She cuts into the call and points out that Feng Yi's home is in that very area, then declares with complete confidence that wherever he is, he will protect everyone there. As she says it, a vision seems to rise in the mind's eye. Feng Yi suspended above the city in a blazing aura, his figure wrapped in fire like a guardian descending from the heavens. Back on the mountain, the entire landscape has already changed, swallowed by a vast sea of red flowers stretching across the ground in every direction. Feng Yi stands in front of his obedient little white flower, which has now grown to an enormous size. Watching it closely, he confirms what he had already suspected. After devouring the Wolf King, the flower is now on the verge of evolving a second attribute. The giant red flower slowly blooms open, and from deep within its center, a brilliant golden light begins to shine, bright and intense like a newborn flame. Feng Yi's eyes narrow slightly in surprise as he realizes that the flower's newly awakened power is a fire attribute, something even he had not fully expected to see. He reaches out and touches the massive plant, remarking with real amazement that its method of evolution is absurdly simple, just swallowing enemies whole and turning them directly into strength. Once the evolution settles, the huge flower gradually shrinks down again until it returns to its original handheld size, though its petals have now turned a deep, heavy red. A system window appears in front of him, confirming that the spiritual flower has successfully completed its evolution. It is now classified as an A-level anomaly called the Desolate Fire Spirit Flower, possessing both desolation and fire attributes. The notification goes on to say that the flower has a powerful hunger for spiritual energy and can be placed inside the boundless dark realm for nurturing. Feng Yi reads that line twice, momentarily confused by the mention of the boundless dark realm, before a new idea suddenly flashes through his mind. He quickly realizes that he can place the flower inside his own personal dark domain. In his understanding, that domain contains a large number of dark attribute anomalies and offers exactly the kind of environment this flower could grow strong in. A thought follows naturally after that. If the spiritual flower keeps feeding on the energy inside, then it may even be able to evolve a third attribute, one tied to darkness itself. But just as he lifts the orb of his dark domain in his hand, the sky above suddenly begins to change, and a massive storm starts gathering overhead with alarming speed. Golden light flashes in his eyes as realization hits him. Another breakthrough is coming, and this time, he is about to step into the two-star spirit creation realm. He immediately sits down to cultivate, and in the next moment, a massive pillar of golden divine energy descends from the heavens and envelopes him completely. As he meditates within that overwhelming light, he feels his power becoming smoother and easier to command, while the spiritual energy of the world begins to merge with his body as naturally as if they had always belonged together. Elsewhere in the mountains, a muscular man with spiky hair senses the immense energy of that breakthrough from afar. Following the light like a hunter tracking prey, he arrives and is stunned by the source of such extraordinary power. He is instantly thrilled, recognizing what he believes to be the legendary divine blade, and realizes with excitement that he has found a cultivator who has reached the two-star spirit creation realm. While watching a video of Feng Yi's earlier battle, the man stands cloaked in his own blazing aura. With open arrogance, he declares that he will crush this new fire attribute pioneer and prove to everyone that he is the true number one. Back at the place where he is cultivating, Feng Yi's sharpened senses catch a new presence lurking nearby. Without even opening himself to panic, he raises his voice and coldly demands to know who is there. The mysterious man answers not with words, but by hurling a massive fireball straight at him, shouting as he attacks, and asking whether Feng Yi is a fire attribute pioneer. Completely unfazed, Feng Yi gathers dark energy in front of him and casually swallows the powerful attack with his own vortex. A faint smile appears on his face, clearly satisfied, as he realizes he has finally drawn this hidden enemy out into the open. Feng Yi recalls that he had already sensed the man hiding nearby for some time, and that the fool had not even bothered to properly conceal his spiritual energy. He quickly judges the newcomer to be a wild pioneer, the kind who belongs to no organization and lives only to challenge others. From the aura he gives off, Feng Yi can tell he has only just broken through into the spirit creation realm. The muscular man finally reveals himself completely and lands before Feng Yi in a burst of heat, his body wrapped in a fierce fire aura. He looks Feng Yi over with open interest and remarks that he is surprisingly interesting, adding that he can feel strong spiritual pressure from him. Then he introduces himself as Jiang Lu and aggressively demands to know how Feng Yi managed to avoid that fiery attack just now. Feng Yi says nothing at all, merely standing there and silently observing his new opponent from head to toe. With a cocky grin, Jiang Lu says he forgot to introduce himself properly. He repeats that his name is Jiang Lu and boasts that Feng Yi will remember that name very soon. The moment he finishes speaking, he charges forward without hesitation, flames wrapping around his body as he rushes in to attack head-on. In response, Feng Yi calmly lifts one hand, raises two fingers toward the sky, and says only two simple words in an even voice: divine thunder. At once, a massive bolt of brilliant blue lightning crashes down from the heavens, roaring through the night as it strikes directly toward the charging Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu is caught completely off guard, his eyes widening in shock as he wonders what kind of power this is supposed to be. The divine thunder hits him head-on with terrifying force, swallowing his entire body in a violent explosion of blue light. A painful cough tears out of him, and smoke spills from his mouth after taking the full impact of that overwhelming strike. He struggles to force himself back up, his body covered in scorch marks and crawling blue electricity. His mind reels as he tries to understand what just happened, unable to comprehend how his opponent could be using a thunder attribute when he was supposed to be a fire pioneer. He grits his teeth so hard they nearly crack, while his whole body still trembles uncontrollably from the aftershock of the lightning. Feng Yi stands over the fallen Jiang Lu, who has dropped to his hands and knees, and is now so thoroughly overwhelmed that he cannot even move properly. Then Feng Yi grabs him by the hair and brutally slams his head into the ground, shattering the rock beneath him with a heavy, merciless impact. With blue lightning still crackling all around him, fierce and unstable in the night air, Feng Yi mockingly tells his opponent to say his name again, adding that he did not quite catch it the first time. Jiang Lu can do nothing but stare in silent shock, his face pressed against the broken earth. His mind is filled with disbelief as he wonders how he could have been defeated so easily and so completely. He had only just reached the one-star spirit creation realm and had always believed he was the fastest cultivator among everyone he knew. He cannot understand how he lost like this, especially when he never even got the chance to use his ultimate move. His thoughts flash back to the days when he was praised and admired by those around him, when his rare and powerful fire attribute made him feel invincible. He had truly believed that sooner or later, everyone would have no choice but to bow to him. A small, dismissive sound leaves Feng Yi's lips as he sends another surge of electricity through Jiang Lu's body, making him scream in pain on the spot. Jiang Lu's mind is still stuck on the same impossible question. How can this man have a thunder attribute when he was supposed to be using fire? Feng Yi looks down at him with one eye glowing blue, disappointment clear in his expression as he remarks that he had honestly expected this opponent to be much stronger. With a cold, condescending smile, Feng Yi mocks the arrogance of the younger generation while pinning Jiang Lu helplessly to the ground with raw, electrical force. Jiang Lu grits his teeth through the pain and humiliation, his thoughts racing wildly. He realizes that although Feng Yi is clearly only at the 2-star spirit creation realm, the spiritual pressure coming off him feels vastly greater than his own, by at least 2 full realms. Then an even more terrifying realization crashes into him. No, it feels closer to the difference of 3 entire realms. Convinced that death is right in front of him, Jiang Lu thinks in despair that this is really the end, that he, the great Jiang Lu in his own mind, is actually going to die here. Lying there in terror on the ground, Jiang Lu finally breaks and begs Feng Yi not to kill him. Feng Yi stares at him for a moment with a cold, unreadable face, then silently loosens his hold and lets him go. He warns him in a low voice that a pioneer's power is not something that should be thrown around carelessly against other people. Then, with quiet disdain, he suggests that if Jiang Lu truly has that much free time, he would be better off using it to clear out some of the newly emerging anomalies. After giving him one last dismissive glance, Feng Yi turns and walks away without another word, leaving Jiang Lu sprawled on the ground in confusion and humiliation. Jiang Lu watches his back disappear, his mind in complete turmoil as he wonders about Feng Yi's overwhelming spiritual power. He cannot tell whether that crushing gap between them exists because Feng Yi is an unbelievable genius, or because he himself is simply far weaker than he ever dared admit. Later, inside a luxury apartment, a dejected and emotionally drained Jiang Lu pushes open the door and enters a room where 2 men have already been waiting for him. One of the men greets him the moment he sees him and, after a brief pause, casually comments on his new hairstyle with an awkward attempt at humor. The other man, who has striking red hair and a much sharper temper, immediately begins scolding him the instant he steps inside. He reminds Jiang Lu that he had already warned him before, telling him again and again not to go around picking fights so recklessly. The red-haired man keeps lecturing him, saying Jiang Lu's aggressive attitude is far too dangerous, especially now, when the spiritual energy revival has not even officially begun. He warns that acting like this will only drag more trouble straight to his door. To his friend's surprise, Jiang Lu does not argue back or flare up in anger this time. Instead, he drops onto the sofa like a man whose spirit has been completely broken. Thrown off by that strange reaction, one of the men stares at him and asks what happened, wondering if this silent, defeated figure is really the same battle-hungry Jiang Lu they know. The red-haired man frowns and asks Jiang Lu directly what exactly happened out there. He reminds him that he went out specifically to challenge the Divine Blade user, and Jiang Lu, still sunk in misery, quietly admits that the whole thing ended in an instant. His other friend immediately grabs him by the shoulders and demands that he stop mumbling and explain clearly what he means. With tears already gathering on his face, Jiang Lu finally breaks down and confesses that he was the one who got defeated in an instant. His 2 friends are left in complete disbelief. Jiang Lu, half frantic and half broken, says he wishes he had realized sooner that something was wrong and backed off, because at least then he would not be drowning in this kind of shame. The man on the sofa can only ask in confusion how the Divine Blade could possibly be that strong when Zhang Lu himself is a rare genius who reached the spirit creation realm in only a few short months. Zhang Lu then remembers the fight in painful detail, recalling how his strongest technique, Meteor Flame, was crushed in a single instant by the other man's terrifying thunder attack. His friends try hard to make sense of such an absurd defeat. The seated man wonders whether Zhang Lu challenged the wrong person, arguing that with Zhang Lu's pure firepower and spirit creation realm cultivation, it should be nearly impossible for anyone to beat him that easily. The red-haired man offers another guess, suggesting that perhaps this person was not actually a pioneer at all, and that their first judgment of his identity and strength was simply wrong. Zhang Lu explodes at that idea and angrily rejects both explanations, shouting that there is no way he could have mistaken it, and that the location was absolutely his opponent's own territory. He insists they cannot possibly understand because they were not there to feel it themselves. In a shaken voice, he describes the man as a monster and recalls that terrifying thunder, saying it felt so violent and overwhelming that it was going to split his head apart. Both of his friends fall silent in shock as Zhang Lu declares that his instincts are telling him he found the right person after all. He then gives them his most horrifying conclusion. His opponent is a top-tier pioneer who possesses both fire and thunder powers, and somehow, that thunder power is many times stronger than Zhang Lu's own fire. He believes the man was deliberately hiding his true strength, and from what he felt, he guesses that person must be at least at the 3-star spirit creation realm. His friends are stunned by that judgment. The red-haired man cannot help thinking how absurd and impossible it should be for a wild pioneer to reach that level so young, and he slowly realizes that if Zhang Lu is telling the truth, then this mysterious person is going to become a nightmare for every other pioneer who crosses his path. After sitting in silence for a moment, Zhang Lu slowly lifts his head again, a new look of determination in his eyes, and asks his friends whether he should try becoming that man's apprentice. The question leaves both of them completely speechless. Meanwhile, back in his apartment, Fang Yi sits in meditation while a swirling golden aura turns around him like a living current of light. He soon finds it strange that the clear feeling of being right on the verge of breaking through into the 2-star spirit creation realm has suddenly vanished without warning. He opens his glowing, fiery eyes and quickly decides that the problem is not coming from his own body at all, but from some outside change affecting the environment around him. A moment later, he realizes what it is. The spiritual energy in the air has become unstable and disordered, making it impossible for him to gather it properly and complete his advancement. That realization confirms the fear already forming in his mind. Thinking back to the government's secret monitoring of spiritual energy and the rumors of an approaching disaster, he cannot help wondering if something truly terrible is about to begin. Looking out over the city, he sees a massive electrical storm brewing in the sky. The sight confirms his suspicion at once. The full spiritual energy revival is starting ahead of schedule, and it is beginning right here in his city. He immediately tries calling Jialan, wanting to know what the military has already discovered, but no matter what he does, the call refuses to connect. His expression darkens as he considers the worst possibility, that they may have already been forced into silence, which would mean the situation is even more serious than he hoped. Just then, his phone suddenly rings, and the incoming call is from Su Qingying. He answers through a burst of static, and on the other end, a panicked Su Qingying tells him that the situation has changed dramatically and that she needs his help right away. As Fang Yi asks whether the terrible signal is being caused by monsters appearing inside the city, a monstrous bat-like creature with glowing red eyes suddenly slams into his window, sending cracks racing across the glass. Through the broken static of the call, Su Qingying confirms that the problem is enormous and tells him that she is already inside the city herself. Then, with one final explosive crash, the creature wrapped in dark energy smashes through the window completely and lunges straight toward Fang Yi, who is still seated. Fang Yi does not even look impressed. In a calm, almost bored voice, he remarks that the creature is badly overestimating its own strength. Reacting in the same instant, Fang Yi summons a blade of pure blue electrical energy from his hand, the sharp light crackling violently around his fingers. He rises into the air and throws that lightning blade straight at the charging beast, piercing clean through its body and destroying it in a sudden flash of brilliant light. The noise immediately brings Lin Yi rushing out from her room, shouting a warning to her cousin about the bat-like monster that has just appeared. But she stops dead the moment she sees the shattered window and Fong Yi standing there calmly amid the fading arcs of lightning. Stunned, she asks him what is going on. Looking out through the broken window, Fong Yi explains that while monsters usually appear at random, it is deeply worrying that they are now spawning directly inside their home, and not just one of them, either. He says he believes the situation is still manageable for now. Then the two of them look out at the massive electrical storm spreading over the city, and Fong Yi quietly says that this may be the beginning of a major disaster. What troubles him most is how abnormal this feels. A 2-star Ghost Axe Realm monster would normally hide in darkness and wait for a better chance, not boldly attack a pioneer's home in the middle of the city like this. Realizing that a difficult battle is approaching, he tells Lin Yi to contact every pioneer she knows and gather them all at the apartment as quickly as possible. She agrees at once without even a moment of hesitation. Fong Yi then steps onto the ledge of the broken window and tells his cousin that since she is already close to her own breakthrough, he is trusting her with the safety of their home while he is away. He tells her clearly to guard the window and hold the apartment while he is gone. Elsewhere, across the chaotic city, Su Qingying and her squad stand on a rooftop while the violent storm overhead is already interfering heavily with all of their communications. One of her teammates, Zhang Xiaoya, looks at the failing equipment and wonders aloud whether their devices are simply broken, though the tension in her voice makes it clear she already suspects the truth. Su Qingying's expression turns grim as she says that if a real disaster truly breaks out, then they may have no choice but to handle it with their own strength alone. Together they lift their eyes toward the enormous, swirling vortex overhead, and even as she watches it twist across the sky, she can only hope this is still some kind of false alarm. Acting as the captain without hesitation, she raises her communicator and begins checking the status of every patrol unit. Her voice steady as she orders all teams across the area to remain on the highest possible alert. But before she can finish issuing commands, Su Qingying, Zhang Xiaoya, and the other squad member all look up at the same time, their faces freezing into pure shock and instinctive fear. A massive swarm of those dark, bat-like monsters begins pouring down from the vortex overhead, and someone immediately shouts a warning that a large anomaly group has appeared, making it clear that the invasion has officially begun. All across the city, a red alert begins broadcasting warnings about the heaviest rainstorm seen in 50 years, repeatedly urging every citizen to stay indoors and avoid going outside. The streets quickly fill with fear, confusion, and spreading panic as people stare up at the darkened sky, unable to understand what they are seeing and wondering if this is the end of the world. At the same time, Jiang Lu and his red-haired friend race through the rain-soaked streets on their motorcycles, tires cutting through the wet road. The friend shouts over the storm that the whole situation feels terribly wrong and asks whether they should stay or leave, but Jiang Lu stays silent, his face dark and uneasy. Then, without warning, a monstrous bat-like creature wrapped in dark red energy dives straight down from the sky, toward them like a living spear. Jiang Lu reacts instantly in anger, shouting that the thing must be looking for death as he throws up a hand and summons a blazing fireball. He fires a fierce blast of flame directly at the monster, while his friend stares in confusion and wonders aloud why it would attack them at all, since creatures like this usually avoid pioneers as strong as Jiang Lu. To their horror, the creature bursts back out of the flames with a shrill screech, completely unharmed. In that instant, Jiang Lu realizes with panic that it is not that the monster failed to burn. It actually regenerated the damage immediately. Shaken by the overwhelming strength of the monsters appearing all over this city, Jiang Lu makes a fast decision and says they need to head home right away. The scene shifts back several hours earlier to a high-tech control room inside the Spiritual Energy Association. There, Su Qingying and her superior are in the middle of a meeting when one official suggests that if they want results, they need their most capable people to open communication with Fong Yi. Just as the superior turns towards Su Qingying to speak, a sudden alarm cuts sharply through the room and interrupts the meeting. A special warning flashes across the main screen, announcing that an A-level anomaly is predicted to arrive in the city center within 24 hours, while large numbers of bat-like anomalies have already begun gathering in the outer suburbs. The association superior questions whether it is truly an A-level anomaly, and Su Qingying, visibly alarmed, immediately says they must dispatch a team at once, and that she will personally go as well. The scene snaps back to the present, where the leader of the destroyer squad stares upward in terror at a gigantic version of the bat monster descending on him. In a panic, he shouts into his communicator, correcting the previous report and warning that the anomaly is not A-level at all, it is S-level. The creature's enormous shadowy body continues growing more oppressive as it descends, its glowing red eyes fixed below with the cold intent to wipe everything out. The scene then shifts again to a quiet military district, where sleek futuristic hallways stretch on in eerie silence, almost too still compared to the chaos elsewhere. Outside, however, that silence has already been shattered by war. A huge swarm of glowing red, bat-like anomalies is attacking a military warship, and the vessel responds by firing massive blasts of energy in a desperate attempt to hold them back. In the center of that raging swarm, Jialan fights fiercely, her body moving like a storm as powerful energy whips lash out from her hands and tear through wave after wave of the dark creatures. For one brief moment, Jialan pauses in mid-battle and looks up, watching the endless stream of monsters continue pouring in without any sign of stopping. She knows her unique ability allows her to shape and reinforce her spiritual power however she needs, but the number of dark attribute bats keeps increasing no matter how many she cuts down. It feels less like a random attack and more like a deliberate effort to keep her and her soldiers from reaching something important. Just then, a young blonde man wrapped in crackling yellow lightning drops down beside her, his arrival flashing through the battlefield like a sudden strike from the sky. He gives her a quick smile even in the middle of the chaos and openly compliments her strength, clearly impressed by what he has just seen. Then his tone turns serious as he explains how bad the situation has become. He says the entire military district is being held by only a small number of high-level officers and asks for her orders. Jialan tells him that their communications are being jammed so badly that contacting anyone outside the district has become impossible. She assumes the same thing must be happening in the other military districts as well. As she stares up at a sky turning black beneath the swarm, Jialan makes a difficult decision in silence. Then she raises her voice and issues her commands, ordering 2 squads to remain behind and defend the restricted zone no matter what happens. She declares that everyone else will follow her and force a path through the enemy lines so they can try to reconnect with the other military forces. With that order given, she, the blonde lightning user, and the soldiers under her command throw themselves back into battle, ready to fight their way to freedom. But as they fly toward the city, Jialan suddenly realizes something horrifying. Looking out over the urban skyline now buried beneath a blood-red swarm, she understands the truth at last. The anomaly's real target was never just the military zone. It was the entire city from the beginning. Elsewhere, under the pouring rain, frightened citizens scrambled desperately for shelter. At a bus stop, the live streamer scammed an online romance out of 50 cents waits beside a man, but unlike everyone else around her, she looks more excited than afraid. She tells the man with eager eyes that this strange, oppressive rain is the perfect chance to make a stream that will explode in popularity. With a determined smile, she adds that sometimes you have to take a risk if you want truly unbelievable footage. That excitement, however, lasts only a moment before it twists instantly into raw horror. In the very next second, a shadowy bat-like monster lunges out of the darkness and devours the man right in front of her eyes, leaving scammed an online romance out of 50 cents screaming in shock. The entire street erupts into chaos as a huge swarm of those creatures descends from above. Scammed an online romance out of 50 cents turns and runs for her life, hearing terrified voices all around her shouting that the bats are draining people's blood. One of the creatures quickly catches up and attacks her, and she lets out a desperate scream, certain that this is where her life is about to end. But just as the monster is about to strike, a bright blue blade of energy tears through the air and slices it apart in an instant, killing the creature and saving her life. A figure wrapped in blue lightning lands gracefully behind her, the crackling energy around that person briefly lighting up the rain-dark street. The one who saved her is Su Qingying, standing there with two cloaked members of her squad. She reaches out a hand to the terrified scammed in online romance out of 50 cents and tells her that her teammates will escort her home safely. As the two squad members begin helping the shaken girl away, one of them warns Su Qingying that the number of C mystic level bad anomalies is rising fast, and worse, they appear to be evolving. Su Qingying's expression hardens with fury as she says that if they already know these creatures evolve by feeding on humans, then they must move faster and get every civilian they can to safety immediately. She then gives one final order, telling her teammates to regroup with her here later because this area currently has the highest concentration of anomalies. They acknowledge the command and lead scammed in online romance out of 50 cents away, leaving Su Qingying standing alone before the deepening blood-red swarm. High above the city, Fang Yi leaps through the storm and lands on a rooftop, where he comes face-to-face with a gigantic multi-eyed form of the bad anomaly. Looking down at the endless swarm below, he is startled to realize that the entire group has already evolved, their collective power now pushing close to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. In answer to that mounting threat, he raises his hand and summons a brilliant blazing sword made of golden fire, its light cutting through the darkness around him. Then, with a single powerful swing, he unleashes a huge wave of flames that tears across the swarm and instantly burns down a vast number of the creatures. Even so, as he watches the battlefield with one eye glowing red, he quickly realizes that this fight is far from finished. He understands at once that this anomaly is different from ordinary enemies. The bat swarm seems almost impossible to kill, healing and multiplying over and over, which makes simple attacks nearly useless. Looking farther out, he sees that swarms of these dark attribute creatures have already appeared in every crowded part of the city. It feels as if countless identical disaster zones have erupted all at once, and he knows there is no time to search through all that chaos for the association members. Looking out over the city now buried beneath swirling dark mist and blood-red movement, Fang Yi comes to a hard conclusion. Since there is no faster option left, he will have to deal with the swarms one by one. Choosing a new approach in an instant, Fang Yi lifted his hand and unleashed his ultimate technique, the Boundless Dark Realm. A gigantic vortex of dark green energy burst outward around him, spinning like a living storm, and he coldly declared that every one of these anomalies would be fed to his spiritual flower. As the vortex began swallowing the swarm bit by bit, his thoughts flashed to the people waiting behind him. In his mind, he saw the pioneers gathered at his home: Lin Yi, Su Qingying, Zhang Xiaoya, and the others. He knew there was no time to hesitate. With Cousin's ability and the protection of the other pioneers, his home should be safe for the moment. But he also understood the truth all too clearly. If this disaster kept escalating, the nightmare would become reality, and once that happened, survival would be nearly impossible for anyone. 10 minutes later, Su Qingying was still battling alone on a rooftop, hemmed in on all sides by an endless tide of vicious anomalies. She clenched her teeth in frustration as the swarm kept surging forward. No matter how many she cut down, more immediately took their place. Her spiritual power was recovering far too slowly, and a chilling thought rose in her chest. If this kept up, she would soon be completely drained. Even in the middle of that desperate fight, Su Qingying's thoughts flickered briefly toward her two teammates. She could only hope they were still safe while escorting the civilian through the chaos below. Then a sudden scream for help, sharp with terror, tore through the storm and made her snap her head upward. Looking into the sky, she saw a massive cluster of red anomalies drawing together at frightening speed, condensing into one dense, horrifying mass as a single monstrous creature began to take shape. The moment she realized the situation was getting worse, Su Qingying kicked off the rooftop and raced up the side of a nearby building. She knew exactly what this meant. If the anomalies continued evolving, they would soon break into the spirit creation realm. Her team was already stretched thin trying to save civilians, and they simply did not have enough strength left to deal with a threat like this, especially now that the creatures had begun directly attacking buildings. Without wasting a second, She thrust out her hand and fired several fierce blasts of blue energy into the bat-like swarm, trying to tear open a path through the writhing mass before it could fully gather. But the number of creatures was simply too overwhelming. They flooded over her from every direction, crushing her momentum and slamming into her hard enough to knock her straight out of the sky. As her body dropped through the rain and darkness, a horrifying realization suddenly struck her with cold clarity. Staring at the enormous vortex of dark energy and crackling lightning twisting above the city, she finally understood the swarm's true goal. This was not random destruction. An anomaly king was about to be born. All across the city, ruin was spreading fast. Under the relentless downpour, countless shadowy bat-like creatures poured through the streets and skies in a black flood. The scale of the disaster was so overwhelming that it felt as if no one, not even the military, not even the Spiritual Energy Association, could stop the city from being swallowed whole. In the heart of that chaos, pioneers fought with everything they had. One desperate report after another came in, each worse than the last, saying pioneer teams were either sacrificing themselves to hold the line or being completely wiped out. Su Qingying continued fighting alone, her protective barrier straining as it held back the endless horde pressing in from all directions. Then a fresh alert arrived, and the cold classification sent a chill through everyone listening. The S-level anomaly had now been identified as an anomaly king. Inside the association's command center, the atmosphere had turned utterly grim. Officials stood frozen before the incoming reports of catastrophic casualties. The creature's sheer numbers, combined with their terrifying regeneration speed, were crushing every defensive line they had. Worse still, there was no longer enough time to request reinforcements from other regions. One subordinate, pale-faced and shaken, reported that the entire city had already been sealed in by an immense black fog. It wrapped around everything like a wall, cutting off any remaining chance of outside rescue. Only then did they fully realize the truth, and the horror of it hit them all at once. They had become a completely isolated city. Faced with what might be the city's final moments, the association superior stood beside his men and spoke with grim, unwavering resolve. As pioneers, he said, they would stand with the city and fall with it. If the monsters wanted to take this place, they would have to step over their dead bodies first. With a face set in iron determination, he issued one final order: send the last code to headquarters immediately. If they failed to stop the disaster here, then headquarters had to launch a destruction strike at once, no matter the cost, to keep the dark attribute from spreading any farther. Meanwhile, Su Qingying's battle had not stopped for even a moment. Her protective barrier was beginning to crack under the non-stop assault of the swarm, and she could feel the last of her spiritual power slipping away. She was nearing her limit. Drawing on every bit of strength she still had, she forced herself to focus, gathered her remaining energy, and hurled one final massive blast toward the swirling vortex of monsters above. But the attack was knocked aside with shocking ease, as though all the power she had staked on that strike meant nothing at all. The evolved creature became clearer in the storm-dark sky and let out a shriek so sharp it seemed to split the rain itself. As its true aura spread, Su Qingying's eyes widened in disbelief. The thing had already reached the terrifying level of a 3-star spirit creation realm. It lunged straight at her barrier, and with one brutal strike, the entire defense shattered apart. Driven back and nearly spent, Su Qingying clenched her teeth in despair. Her spiritual energy was almost exhausted, and for the first time, the weight of helplessness pressed heavily into her chest. The creature's overwhelming power tore completely through Su Qingying's protective barrier, smashing what little defense she had left into fragments. Already injured and unable to stabilize herself, she fell through the air in a miserable arc while the massive creature descended after her like a predator closing in for the kill. Realizing with painful clarity that this might truly be the end, she forced herself to gather the last traces of power still left inside her for one final, desperate attack, refusing to give up even as death rushed down toward her. But just as she was about to strike, a streak of brilliant fire suddenly flashed past her body, cutting through the darkness so fast it was almost impossible to follow, and then exploded against the monster with violent force, stopping its advance in midair. Through the fading blaze and scattering sparks, Su Qingying stared in shock as Fang Yi appeared before her, his sword still burning with fierce light. He turned toward the threat without hesitation, and his eyes shone with overwhelming power, one blazing fiery orange, the other crackling electric blue, both bright enough to pierce the storm. In a cold, steady voice, he declared that his power was divine thunder. Then he surged forward, driving both fire and lightning into his blade until the weapon itself seemed ready to split heaven and earth. He met the creature head-on in the open air, and with a single devastating swing that carried unstoppable force, he cleaved the enormous monster cleanly in half. The severed halves exploded one after another in blazing bursts of fire, lighting up the rain-darkened city sky with a violent, almost unreal brilliance. When the clash was over, Fang Yi and Su Qingying dropped back down and landed on a road made slick and reflective by the pouring rain. Fang Yi calmly apologized for taking so long to find her, explaining that there had been too many identical swarms of monsters spread across the city. Still weak and catching her breath, Su Qingying warned him not to lower his guard. These creatures, she reminded him, could revive. Almost as soon as she said it, the scattered remains of the monster began gathering again in the sky, slowly reforming before their eyes. Fang Yi merely lifted his gaze and said in an even tone that he already knew. Facing the regenerating swarm without the slightest trace of panic, Fang Yi told Su Qingying not to worry. He always finished what he started. Purple dark attribute energy rapidly condensed into his hand, growing denser and heavier by the second, before he unleashed the boundless dark realm once more. A terrifying vortex burst outward to absorb the enemy, and he declared with absolute certainty that he always kept his word. Watching that overwhelming scene unfold in front of her, Su Qingying felt hope surge back into her heart. Only then did she realize she had nearly forgotten something important. The city still had a peerless pioneer like Fang Yi standing in it. The huge purple vortex spread wildly across the street and up into the air, swallowing the entire swarm of bat-like creatures as if the night itself were being dragged into its center. Then, with nothing more than a single command from Fang Yi, the massive vortex abruptly compressed inward, crushing the countless monsters tighter and tighter until they were forced into one stable orb of pure dark energy. Only after dealing with the swarm did Fang Yi turn towards Su Qingying and ask if she was all right. She thanked him for saving her life and said she was fine for the moment, adding that she had medicine on her that could help her recover. But after noticing the state of her injuries, Fang Yi's expression grew visibly more serious. He placed a hand on her shoulder, and in the next instant a surge of blue lightning wrapped around her body, making her cry out in startled surprise. Fang Yi explained calmly that he had already cleansed the dark attribute invading her system, then told her to quickly bandage the wound. Su Qingying was stunned by the strength of his thunder attribute. She could clearly feel that the pain in her wound had already eased, and the injury itself was healing faster than it ever had under even the association's most advanced medicine. At the same time, back in the association's command center, one operator suddenly shouted in excitement that the number of monster groups appeared to be dropping. But one of the superiors immediately corrected him in a grim voice. All of the rescue pioneer teams, he said, had already come under attack and lost contact. The number of monsters outside the city had not decreased in the slightest. The truth was far worse. The swarms inside the city were gathering together because the anomaly king was on the verge of appearing. A trace of sorrow passed through his heart as he thought about wanting to see his parents one last time, yet he already knew that chance was gone. With that quiet pain buried deep inside him, he forced himself to accept reality and decided that all he could do now was carry out his final duty to the end. As the two of them stared up at the enormous green vortex churning across the sky, Fang Yi asked Su Qingying whether the association had any solid information about what they were truly facing. Su Qingying answered in a low, serious voice that it was a super S-class anomaly, one that intended to devour the entire city, and that its power was already comparable to the terrifying monster the Star God Warzone had once been forced to seal away. Her expression darkened even further as she explained that an event on this scale had a name. It was called a cataclysm. These swarms flooding the city were not the main disaster at all, only the first warning, the opening sign of something far more horrifying that had yet to fully arrive. She went on to say that deep within that swarm, an unimaginably powerful spirit was being born right now. And if that birth was allowed to complete, then the fate of the city was already sealed. Everything here would be wiped out. Su Qingying then told Fang Yi what the association had managed to piece together from its research and battlefield records. Usually, monsters of the same type devoured one another in order to evolve, growing stronger through brutal self-consumption. But dark attribute anomalies did not follow the normal pattern. Once one of them fully evolved into what was known as an anomaly king, it gained a terrifying form of authority. That power would forcibly suppress every other anomaly of the same type and bend them all into absolute obedience beneath its will. She turned to Fang Yi with worry written plainly across her face. His strength was already astonishing, that much she could not deny, but she still pointed out the brutal truth. He had not yet stepped into the legendary Jinggang realm. She reminded him that even the nation's strongest pioneer had ended up bedridden after sealing a similar catastrophe. Her voice turned urgent, almost pleading, as she told him they could not afford to lose another genius like him. She begged him to break through the monster blockade, escape the city while he still could, and inform the military that they needed to abandon this place before everything was lost. Before her desperate plea could continue, Fang Yi gently tapped her on the head, cutting her off in the softest possible way. There was even a faint hint of playfulness in his tone as he asked whether she had forgotten everything she had learned back in school. Then the lightness disappeared from his face. His expression hardened, steady and immovable, as he declared that this city was his home. No matter what it cost him, no matter how much he had to sacrifice, he would protect it. Su Qingying could only stare at him in silence, completely speechless before that level of resolve. For a moment, even the storm and the chaos around them seemed to fade beside the certainty in his eyes. Without saying another word, Fang Yi turned and walked away through the rain, then sprang upward in one clean motion to the top of a high rooftop, where he stood alone before the massive green vortex, facing the place where the anomaly king was slowly, horribly emerging into the world. Bathed in a brilliant golden aura, Fang Yi looked up grimly and said that it really did seem as though the whole city was being offered as a sacrifice for the birth of this king. As the words left his mouth, the power of the golden sun ignited around him in blazing waves. He then glanced back at Su Qingying, who had followed him up, and asked to borrow her wrist device. He explained that he needed it both to detect the anomalies more clearly and to establish contact with the Association Command Center. Su Qingying handed it over without hesitation. Holding the device in one hand and his blazing sword in the other, Fang Yi lifted his gaze to the storm above and said that he had to go up there himself and destroy the creature before it could completely take shape. He stood ready beneath the storm like a drawn blade, every muscle tense, while high above him the monstrous anomaly king continued forcing its way out of the swirling vortex hanging over the city. Back in the association's command center, the suffocating tension was suddenly broken when an operator shouted that they had reconnected with the signal of a missing pioneer. It was Su Qingying's signal, and for a brief instant the entire room froze in disbelief. A second later, that disbelief turned into shock. The operators saw her tracker moving at an incredible speed, flying straight toward the very center of the storm, the most dangerous point in the entire city. They immediately shouted for her to turn back, because everyone there knew the same thing. Rushing in alone was nothing less than a suicide mission. One official grabbed a communicator at once and tried desperately to reach her, raising his voice as he ordered her to stop immediately and hold her position until reinforcements from headquarters and the military could arrive. On the rooftop, Fang Yi held Su Qingying's wrist device in his hand as it crackled with bursts of static, the sound sharp and unstable in the rain-soaked air. After fumbling with it just long enough to finally understand how it worked, he spoke into the communicator and asked, calm and direct, whether the people on the other end could hear him clearly. The official in the command center was stunned and immediately demanded to know who he was and where Su Qingying had gone. Fang Yi ignored every one of those questions. Taking control of the conversation without hesitation, he told the official that he needed everyone in the command center to cooperate with him, because he was on his way to destroy the anomaly king at the center of the storm. As Fang Yi flew toward the massive vortex, wind and rain tearing around him, he continued in the same commanding tone. He told the speechless official that if they truly did not want to see the city destroyed, then they would work with him from this moment onward. He demanded that every piece of communication equipment they had and every scrap of information available be used to support him. The command center fell into a short, stunned silence, and then the official made his decision. With sudden fury and urgency, he barked orders for everyone to stop what they were doing and immediately connect all resources to the unknown pioneer. He commanded his teams to bring every available satellite radar online, feed the man constant battlefield data, and assign one operator to remain as his direct contact at all times. The assigned operator moved instantly and began reporting at once, explaining that satellite images showed an enormous number of anomalies gathered around the king, spinning in a violent circular formation like a living typhoon of darkness. He quickly added that the concentration of anomalies along the northern route appeared to be somewhat lower, making it a possible entry path. Even so, he recommended approaching from the southeast instead, since that direction seemed to avoid the densest and most dangerous swarms. As the stream of information continued pouring in through the communicator, Fang Yi kept flying deeper into the storm without slowing down even once. Then the operator suddenly cried out a warning. Fang Yi had been spotted by two powerful anomalies, one ranked A and the other S, and both were estimated to possess strength at the level of the two-star spirit creation realm. Panic rose in the operator's voice as he desperately urged Fang Yi to pull away at once. The official stared at the monitors with a grim face, already knowing in his heart that retreat was no longer possible. The unknown pioneer had committed himself too deeply to turn back now. At that very moment, a massive shockwave slammed into the command center building, jolting the entire room and throwing the staff into chaos as alarms blared and terrified cries erupted from every side. High above the city, Fang Yi moved with effortless precision and cut one of the powerful bat-like anomalies clean in half with a single swing of his flaming sword. His eyes burned with blazing power as he looked ahead and asked with complete calm. And in the command center, the operators could only stare in stunned disbelief. The leading official blurted out that the anomaly's source signal had vanished. Realizing what had just happened, he was shocked to understand that this pioneer had killed a dark attribute S-level anomaly in a single strike. His subordinate, excited almost to the point of shouting, immediately said that this had to be the legendary pioneer known as the Tyrant. In an instant, the entire command center erupted into cheers. The fear that had been crushing everyone moments earlier gave way to wild relief, and for the first time in a long while, they felt that they might actually be saved. Meanwhile, Fang Yi remained far calmer than the people watching him. Even as he flew through the storm, he was already analyzing the battle situation in detail. He understood that after enchanting his sword, the flames coating the blade could now directly suppress the dark attribute, which greatly slowed the anomaly's regeneration. But when the creature he had just slain began reforming again from scattered dark energy, he immediately realized the limit of his current strength. It still was not enough to completely erase that regeneration. He concluded with faint irritation that if he had broken through to the next level a little earlier, one hit would have been enough to finish it for good. Realizing that brute force alone would not solve this, Fang Yi clenched his fists and drew both fire and thunder energy together inside his body. He quickly changed his strategy. Since a single strike could not fully destroy them, then speed and relentless attacks would have to make up the difference. With that decision made, he unleashed a storm of rapid slashes, shredding the reforming monster into pieces again and again, though he could not help noting in annoyance that the endless number of these creatures would become a serious problem. Then, without warning, a strange green orb of swirling energy appeared high in the sky, instantly drawing the attention of the dark creatures around it. And one after another, they began flying downward toward it as though summoned by an invisible call. On the ground below, a group of cloaked pioneers looked up in confusion. One of them could not help asking what was happening, because the bat-like creatures that had been attacking so fiercely had suddenly stopped mid-assault. The association superior, standing among them, spoke with a grim face and said that this was bad, very bad. He knew there was only one explanation for why the swarms would suddenly break off their attack. The Anomaly King was calling them back, and if that was happening now, then its arrival was very close. The remaining military forces and pioneer teams could only watch as the swarms gathered overhead into a gigantic blood-red cloud above the city. Everyone understood the same desperate truth. Their only chance left was to stop those swarms before they could be fully recalled and fused into the king's birth. Outside the city, where the encirclement battle was still raging, Jalan stood at a high vantage point and unleashed a powerful blast of energy into the mass of dark creatures below, the attack cutting brightly through the chaos. Her subordinate, the blonde lightning user, hurried over with a grim expression and asked how much longer it would take before they could finally break into the city. Jalan answered while keeping her eyes fixed on the battlefield, saying that according to their instruments, it would take at least another half-hour. Her subordinate fell into despair the moment he heard that estimate, because in another half-hour the Anomaly King would likely have fully hatched and the city would be beyond saving. Jalan could only keep watching the huge blood-red swarm in the distance as she explained that they had no other choice. The number of creatures was more than 10 times greater than their initial estimate, a threat equivalent to 10 S-class anomalies gathered together. Even with the military's heavy firepower and powerful weapons, they still could not completely wipe out those endlessly regenerating creatures. No matter how much force they poured into the battlefield, the dark swarm kept coming back, as if the city had already been trapped inside a living nightmare. Jalan's gaze stayed fixed on the battlefield as worry deepened in her eyes. If they failed here, she knew this disaster would not stop with one city. The nearby cities would also be swallowed by the spreading dark attribute. In a tense voice, she asked whether they still lacked enough people to break through the blockade. Her subordinate answered with frustration and bitterness that they were completely outnumbered. What angered him even more was that some pioneers were still hanging back and watching from a distance, as if this catastrophe had nothing to do with them, not realizing the darkness would eventually spread to them too. All at once, Jalan's expression shifted. Her eyes narrowed sharply as she caught sight of something unusual moving high in the sky. Her subordinate immediately asked what she had seen. The two of them looked up together and watched as the bat-like swarms inside the city began drawing together in great streams, rushing toward the place where the Anomaly King was being born. At that exact moment, a brilliant point of golden light burst from the very center of the massive vortex. It shone so fiercely that it cut through the blood-dark sky like a signal flame. The subordinate recognized that energy at once and asked in disbelief whether that blazing light could really be Fong Yi. He turned toward her, stunned and uncertain, and called her name like he needed her to confirm what his own eyes were seeing. With a small but newly confident smile, Jalan simply replied that it was nothing. But the calm in her voice only made it clearer that she had already understood exactly what that light meant. Then she immediately took command, raising her voice and ordering all forces to increase their firepower and keep pushing forward without worrying about supplies. She declared that they had to enter the city no matter the cost, because the Star God Warzone would never abandon any city to die. As her forces surged ahead under that order, a lone fiery figure rose straight into the heart of the storm, glowing like a living beacon against the endless darkness and giving everyone who saw it a reason to keep fighting. Jalan and the still-stunned Su Qingying could do nothing but stare at the vast sea of fire Fong Yi had created. The sight was so overwhelming that for a moment it hardly looked human, as if a piece of the sun itself had descended into the storm. From the relative safety of a shattered apartment window, Lin Yi instantly recognized her cousin's blade technique and shouted out in excitement. Beside her, the red-haired leader could only watch in open amazement, clearly shaken by the scale of what Fong Yi was doing. High above the ruined city, the remaining bat-like swarms changed direction and converged on Fong Yi from every side, as if the entire dark sky had turned hostile and was trying to bury him before he could go any farther. Fong Yi looked at the countless creatures rushing toward him and remained completely unimpressed. In a calm, almost dismissive tone, he noted that they had all come together just to stop him. A determined light flashed across his face. Rather than fearing that response, he declared that this was exactly what he wanted. then swung his enormous blazing sword with full force. The strike detonated into a colossal explosion of fire that spread through the sky in every direction, and carved open a massive path through the endless horde of dark creatures, tearing apart the black swarm in one blazing sweep. As his eyes burned with fierce firelight, Fang Yi suddenly felt something shift inside him, and a sharp realization rose in his mind. That familiar sensation had returned, the feeling of standing right at the edge of a breakthrough. It was the same intense state he had lost earlier, and now it was surging back more clearly than before. He immediately understood what it meant. Even though the spiritual energy in the surrounding air was still thin and unstable, he had finally found the right conditions to break through once again. A confident smile appeared on his face. Since the chance had come back to him in the middle of battle, he decided he would not wait for it to happen naturally. He would force the process to speed up. He lifted one hand, and a swirling vortex of purple energy burst into being as he unleashed the boundless dark realm. It opened across the sky like an enormous dark eye, with Fang Yi himself shining at its center like a star burning inside the void. Stretching out his hand toward that vast darkness, he called for his spiritual flower to come forth and answer him. A glowing red orb appeared in front of him, bright and ominous, as fine cracks rapidly spread across its surface like something powerful was about to break free. From inside that orb, the massive red desolate fire spirit flower emerged, crackling with dark energy and radiating a savage, predatory presence. The moment it appeared, it launched itself at the swarms, draining their life force as Fang Yi ordered it to devour them and help push his breakthrough forward. The newly summoned desolate fire spirit flower did not hesitate for even a second. The instant it was born into the battle, it began moving according to Fang Yi's will. The huge red flower erupted with violent power, sending out wave after wave of dark tendrils toward the mass of bat-like creatures surrounding the sky. Those tendrils pierced through the monsters with terrifying ease, as though their bodies offered no resistance at all, and the flower immediately began consuming them one after another. Using the dark energy torn from their bodies to feed Fang Yi's breakthrough and help drive his power to the next level. Once the swarms in that area had been cleared away, Fang Yi descended gently and landed in the center of the now enormous red flower, standing there as though it were a throne formed in the middle of battle. From that position, he looked up at the vast green and red vortex in the sky where the anomaly king was still taking shape. His eyes glowed a deeper red as he observed that although the giant creature's form could be seen, it still felt strangely unreal, almost like a reflection wavering on the surface of water rather than a fully solid existence. Even so, a confident smirk slowly formed on his face. In that unstable and half-hidden presence, he had still managed to sense something crucial, the creature's true core. He could even hear it beating. The sound was low, heavy, and powerful, like distant war drums pounding through the storm and shaking the air around him. Fang Yi understood at once that this king possessed a deeply dangerous power. It could awaken the darkest and most evil desires buried in people's hearts, turning it into a threat far worse than simple destruction alone. A fierce red light burned in his eyes as he realized something else. The king was still holding back and deliberately hiding part of itself, most likely because its evolution had not yet been fully completed. Standing atop his flower in the middle of the storm, Fang Yi asked it directly whether it had already found the anomaly king's exact location. The flower seemed to respond at once, as if confirming that it had. In the next instant, it sent the detected location straight to the device fastened to Fang Yi's wrist. The device lit up with a sharp red glow and projected a beam into the sky, clearly marking the hidden core of the anomaly king inside the swirling vortex above. Now that the target had been pinpointed, golden light began filling Fang Yi's eyes as he pushed his golden sun breathing technique to its absolute limit. A tremendous explosion of pure golden energy burst out from his body and surged upward like a rising sun tearing into the heavens, carrying enough force to completely destroy the dark creatures if the strike connected cleanly. Far below, in the broken remains of the city, Jiang Lu and his companions could only stare at the sky in utter disbelief. They wondered what kind of power could produce such a blinding light, and first guessed it had to be some kind of fire attribute. But one of them quickly realized ordinary fire could never be this overwhelming, nor could it suppress dark power so completely. That left only one possible answer. It had to be a high-tier yang attribute, the natural enemy of darkness itself. Meanwhile, inside the association's command center, the suffocating tension was shattered by sudden cries of joy. An operator reported that the number of monsters was dropping rapidly and that the containment field was shrinking fast. The officials stared at their monitors in stunned disbelief, barely able to process how suddenly the entire situation had begun to turn around. Outside the trapped city, a military convoy was forced to halt in place. A subordinate hurriedly reported to Jialan that all the swarms blocking their path were turning back toward the city at once, as if they had just received a new command from something higher. From her position, Jialan looked toward the massive golden radiance blazing over the city and immediately realized what Feng Yi must be doing. He was attacking the Anomaly King's core directly. Her blonde subordinate stepped up beside her and confirmed that the incredible power filling the sky belonged to the tyrant. He recognized it as the purest and most refined form of the yang attribute he had ever seen. Jialan, however, did not look relieved. She admitted that she was worried about Feng Yi facing an enemy of that level entirely alone. Her subordinate, burning with urgency, said they had to enter the city immediately and support him, but Jialan suddenly stopped him and shouted for him to look at the sky. The expression on her face was pure shock, stripped of all calm and certainty. Inside the giant vortex, a strange green-spiked sphere had appeared, resembling some enormous twisted virus pulsing in the storm. The moment Jialan saw it, horror flashed across her face. The Anomaly King was beginning to hatch ahead of time. Down in the streets below, other pioneers also saw the terrifying change. One man stared at the pulsating green mass and identified it as the source of all this evil. Grief and fury welled up in him as he thought of the friends they had already lost, and he swore together with the others that they would kill every last monster. At the same time, inside a damaged building, Lin Yi, the red-haired leader, and another pioneer watched the crisis unfold through broken walls and shattered windows. Lin Yi insisted that they could not just sit there and wait to die. They had to do something to help her cousin. She understood clearly now that the birth of the Anomaly King would demand the whole city as a sacrifice. Elsewhere in the ruined city, Su Qingying used her power to treat an injured pioneer, showing that the desperate struggle was still raging everywhere at once. Even while Feng Yi fought in the sky, the people below were still battling, bleeding, and trying to keep one another alive. Lin Yi quickly rallied the other pioneers hiding inside the damaged building. Her voice was tense but steady as she reminded them that the creatures trying to stop her cousin were the very same monsters that had already hurt their families, destroyed their homes, and taken away people they cared about. As those words left her mouth, a sudden idea flashed through her mind like a spark cutting through the chaos. She remembered the enormous flower Feng Yi had summoned earlier, the one that was devouring the swarms of bat-like creatures high above the city. In that instant, she connected it to something she had seen before. Its power felt strikingly similar to the desolation attribute of the ghost vine. That realization hit her hard and led her to a shocking conclusion. Her cousin also possessed the power of the desolation attribute. With that new understanding, Lin Yi immediately proposed a bold plan. She told everyone that they should pour all of their spiritual power into the network of vines created by Feng Yi's flower, feeding it with their energy so it could become even stronger for the final battle ahead. The other pioneers did not hesitate for even a moment. One after another, they raised their hands and released their combined spiritual power, sending streams of energy surging toward the great flower in the sky. From the ground below, the Association Superior noticed those trails of blue energy rising into the air like rivers of light cutting through the ruined city. At first, he thought perhaps other pioneers were gathering their strength to launch a direct attack on the monster itself. But he immediately dismissed that idea, knowing full well that from such a distance, their individual power was nowhere near enough to strike it effectively. Then he understood what they were truly doing. They were not attacking directly at all. They were sending their spiritual energy into the plant Feng Yi had summoned, using it as the medium for their final support. Moved by their courage, the superior declared that he would help as well. With a fierce shout, he released a powerful surge of blue energy from his own body and sent it streaming upward toward the sky. Across the city, the remaining pioneers saw what was happening and followed his lead without hesitation. They steadied their hearts, focused their wills, and poured out their spiritual power together, creating a vast tide of energy that rose toward the heavens to support the fight above. While treating an injured pioneer, Su Qingying suddenly felt the enormous shift in spiritual power spreading across the city like a shockwave. When she looked up, she saw Fang Yi's spiritual flower glowing brilliantly, now wrapped in the combined power of the pioneers still fighting throughout the city. Realizing that this was humanity's final stand, she gathered the last of her own remaining strength and sent it upward to join the others, further charging the flower with even more power so it could deliver one final, overwhelming strike against the Anomaly King's core. The monster let out one last scream of pain as the attack finally struck its target. In that same instant, Fang Yi followed up without pause, delivering a clean and decisive slash that tore straight through its body. After that massive clash, Fang Yi remained floating in the air, lifting a hand to wipe the blood from his face. Then a voice burst urgently through the communicator, warning him that every bat swarm from outside the city was now converging on his location. The numbers were staggering. Tens of thousands of B-level, A-level, and even S-level monsters were rushing toward him together, forming what looked like an endless tide of red and black flooding across the sky. Fang Yi did not look the least bit shaken. He simply raised his eyes to the pulsating green cocoon of the Anomaly King and said coldly that no matter how many minions it sent, he would kill every last one of them. Then he openly mocked the creature, asking whether it was trying to hatch early because it was afraid of him. The provocation worked. The Anomaly King finally began to emerge in earnest, and a monstrous shadow-green claw ripped through the cocoon as its full body slowly started taking shape before the city. Golden flames wrapped around Fang Yi's hand as he watched the scene with a grave, focused expression, fully aware that his true enemy was finally revealing itself. Now fully formed, the Anomaly King appeared as a terrifying beast crowned by a single menacing green eye. It released a final horrifying scream that shook the air, announcing the beginning of the true final battle. The fully born Anomaly King twisted and circled through the sky, forming a dreadful vortex of dark green power and living shadow, with a bright green orb of terrifying energy burning at its very center. Its immense power shook the city the moment it appeared. The ground split open beneath the streets as a violent earthquake tore through the ruins, sending the surviving pioneers stumbling and running in panic. Despair spread through them as they realized the king was so powerful it could wipe them out simply by existing. Outside the city, Jialan and her subordinate watched the terrifying scene unfold with grim expressions, knowing that all of their remaining hope now rested on Fang Yi alone. Deep within the ruined city, Su Qingying also lifted her eyes toward the sky. Worry and hope mixed together on her face as she silently prayed that Fang Yi would succeed. Inside the apartment building that had become temporary shelter, Lin Yi clenched her fists tightly, her face fierce and determined as she shared that same desperate wish. Floating high above the city and wrapped in bright golden light, Fang Yi faced the monster directly. He spoke to it without fear, naming it as the king of the dark anomalies and the true source of the city's suffering. As his spiritual flower blazed with fierce fire around him, he made his reason for fighting unmistakably clear. He said that he had grown up in this city, that he loved the life he had here, and that this place was worth protecting with everything he had. In response, the Anomaly King threw back its head and released a furious scream so loud and savage it seemed to shake the heavens. With his burning red eyes locked on the monster, Fang Yi gave it one final message. For the sake of his home, he said, it had to die. Then their two immense powers slammed into each other, exploding into a violent storm of red, green, and golden light as the fate of the entire city hung on the outcome. The clash between Fang Yi and the Anomaly King created a colossal explosion so bright that it lit up the entire sky like a second sun. When the blinding light finally faded, Fong Yi found himself floating inside a strange dark void. In front of him hung the giant green eye of the Anomaly King, staring without blinking. Its voice echoed directly into his mind, mocking him for daring to challenge it while he was still only at the one-star spirit creation realm. Before Fong Yi could even respond, the Anomaly King opened its huge shadowy mouth, and a powerful vortex instantly formed within it. Fong Yi sensed the danger immediately, but the pull was too strong. Even as he braced himself, he could not stop the force dragging him inward. As he was pulled into the creature's mouth, Fong Yi quickly realized that this Anomaly King was unlike any enemy he had faced before. Even after taking the full force of his attack, it still had enough strength left to swallow him whole. He landed inside the monster's revolting interior, a grotesque cavern of pink flesh, pulsing tissue, and thick purple digestive fluid that clung to everything. He immediately understood that the liquid was not only fiercely corrosive, but also saturated with an enormous concentration of dark attribute power. He thought that any ordinary pioneer would have been dissolved almost instantly in a place like this. At the same time, he found it strange that such an evolved and intelligent creature would choose to make the mistake of swallowing him alive. A determined look settled over his face as he realized the monster may have made a fatal error. If it was not afraid of being attacked from within, then it was badly underestimating him. And Fong Yi knew better than anyone that a creature's interior was usually its weakest point. To test that thought, he gathered fire into his hand, tightened his fist, and slammed it hard into the fleshy floor beneath him. At once, the inner walls of the beast sizzled and burned under the impact, the flesh writhing violently from the damage. Fong Yi quickly assessed the situation and noted that although the corrosive fluid was weakening his power to some extent, he could still inflict serious damage from the inside. That was enough for him. As long as his attacks were effective, this problem could still be solved. With renewed confidence, he called for his desolate fire spirit flower to assist him. To his surprise, he realized that the Anomaly King's swallowing attack had not only dragged him in, but had also pulled his spiritual flower inside along with him. That turned out to be a stroke of luck. The flower was already heavily empowered, having absorbed the dark energy of the bat swarms as well as the combined spiritual power of the pioneers across the city. However, when Fong Yi held the bright red flower in his hand, he noticed something unusual. It seemed strangely hesitant. Frowning slightly, he asked what was wrong, wondering whether it had begun to reject the Anomaly King's dark attribute. To his surprise, the Desolation attribute flower, which normally fed on dark energy without restraint, seemed to be repelled by the Anomaly King's unique power. Fong Yi had not expected that at all, because his original plan had been to use the flower's life-draining ability to hollow the monster out from the inside. Realizing he would have to change strategies, he gripped the flower in one hand and drove his other fist into the fleshy walls of the monster's stomach once again. After the fierce clash, the Anomaly King's form suddenly broke apart and dissolved, but the victory lasted only an instant. Almost immediately, its shattered presence began reforming in the sky, twisting back into a colossal vortex as it summoned every remaining bat-like swarm to return to it. On the ground below, Lin Yi and the red-haired leader could only stare upward in confusion and fear. The leader asked what in the world was happening, but Lin Yi could only shake her head. She did not know. The only thing filling her mind was one desperate worry, where Fong Yi was now. Elsewhere in the chaos, Su Qingying was still bravely directing the evacuation of civilians. She kept her voice steady as she urged everyone to move in an orderly line, promising them that the pioneers would do everything they could to protect them until the very end. But when someone anxiously asked where Fong Yi was, the calm on her face cracked at once. With pure panic flashing in her eyes, she explained that he was still fighting the Anomaly King from inside its body. At that moment, the military finally arrived in force under Jialan's command. An officer quickly reported that both the swarms and the Anomaly King had begun attacking the city in a chaotic, random pattern, then immediately ordered a rapid evacuation to reduce casualties as much as possible. Jialan stood atop a military vehicle, issuing firm and precise commands to the soldiers around her. Yet even as she maintained control, She could not stop herself from looking up at the horrifying creature in the sky, dread clear in her expression. High above them all, the anomaly king began absorbing the swarms back into itself, drawing them into its spinning form one after another as it tried to recover the power it had just lost. Inside the monster's stomach, Fang Yi felt the change immediately and was shocked by it, realizing at once that the creature was far from defeated and still had strength left to turn the battle around. As the monster's digestion intensified and its corrosive power pressed down on him from every direction, Fang Yi felt his own strength starting to dissolve. Even his body seemed to be slowly breaking apart under the crushing force of that terrible energy. He noticed the dark energy around him beginning to thin and shift strangely, and for one brief moment, he closed his eyes in silence. When Fang Yi opened them again, the stomach and the flesh around him were gone. He was no longer inside the monster at all. Instead, he found himself standing alone in the ruins of a completely destroyed city. Broken skyscrapers leaned around him like graves under a dark and threatening sky, and the sudden change left him wondering where he was and what exactly had just happened. In that ruined cityscape of illusion, Fang Yi stood with a grim expression, instantly on guard. Behind him, from the darkness between the wrecked towers, a huge shadowy beast with glowing red eyes slowly emerged. The monstrous creature did not hesitate. The instant it appeared, it lunged forward and drove a massive punch down toward Fang Yi with crushing force. Fang Yi sharpened his senses and quickly realized something deeply unsettling. His spiritual power was gone. Not weakened, not blocked, but completely absent. The beast pressed the attack without pause, swinging its enormous fist down at him again with enough force to crush the ground flat. Moving with remarkable agility, Fang Yi leaped aside at the last possible moment and narrowly avoided the blow. The impact shattered the earth where he had just been standing. He landed steadily on a broken slab of rubble and immediately noticed something important. Even without spiritual power, his body still felt strong, solid, and tempered by long training. At that moment, the truth of the situation started to become clear to him. This was an illusion created by the Anomaly King, a trap meant to make him believe he had somehow returned to the powerless past life he had before becoming a pioneer. The beast tried to crush him again with a huge downward stomp, but Fang Yi reacted instantly and sprang out of the way once more, escaping the attack by a razor-thin margin. As he landed, one crucial conclusion finally clicked into place. The Anomaly King was not actually strong enough to erase his power completely. Its influence was disturbing his mind, but it was not truly greater than his own strength. That meant his abilities were not really gone. He simply had to break through the mental block the illusion was forcing on him. Fang Yi understood that every illusion had a flaw, and that flaw would inevitably be tied to the Anomaly King's own weakness, the part of itself it would reveal without meaning to. But before he could think any further, the beast suddenly moved with blinding speed and trapped him inside its huge hand. The monster lifted him close to its snarling face, and its voice echoed through the false world as it told the foolish human that once he had entered this place, he would never leave it alive. Caught in the monster's grip, Fang Yi looked as though he had no path left. Yet a confident smirk slowly appeared on his lips, because in that very moment, he realized he had found the key to breaking the illusion. The Anomaly King's false form began merging with the world around him and with the fear it was trying to force into him, showing him a grotesque, mocking smile, as if it had already won. Then the creature opened its huge jaws and coldly declared that everything was over, that this was the unavoidable fate waiting not only for him, but for all of humanity. To break his will completely, it showed him a horrifying vision of his fallen companions, Jialan, Su Qingying, and the others, lying lifeless before him. Through that cruel image, it revealed what it truly believed. Humans were nothing more than food to fuel its evolution. Fang Yi pretended to be shaken and stayed silent for a brief moment. Then he slowly lifted his head, and a small, defiant smile appeared on his face. In a calm voice that held no fear at all, he asked the monster whether that was really what it believed. In the very next instant, Fang Yi unleashed his real power. A brilliant golden surge exploded from his body as he declared that the monster was nothing more than a puppet playing at terror. He went on to say that the creature clearly did not understand the truth of what he was, or why he existed at all. Golden figures of countless people appeared around him, shining like living memories, as Fong Yi revealed that he had been reborn for one reason only, to protect his home and every person he held dear. That immense golden radiance completely swallowed the shadowy beast, and the force of it erupted into a massive explosion that shattered the illusion from the inside out. A wave of pure fire swept through the collapsing mental space, and its blazing power reflected in a single burning eye before everything broke apart. Freed from the illusion and returned to the real world, Fong Yi emerged changed. His hair blazed like living fire, blue lightning crackled around his body, and with absolute focus he called for the system to begin its work. Floating in the storm-filled sky, Fong Yi was now surrounded by a massive hand-shaped manifestation of pure golden energy, completely prepared to bring this battle to an end. At that moment, a system window appeared before him, confirming that he had met all the requirements for a breakthrough and asking whether he wished to advance into the two-star spirit creation realm. With his power roaring through him like a flood, Fong Yi accepted the breakthrough into the two-star spirit creation realm. Then he declared himself the king of anomalies and charged forward in an explosion of golden light. In that surge of transformation, Fong Yi realized that because of the anomaly king, he had gained an entirely new level of understanding about his own strength and existence. Drawing on that immense new power without hesitation, he unleashed a devastating slash meant to split apart everything standing before him. In his new form, with golden flame-like hair and blue lightning coiling around him, Fong Yi declared that his rebirth existed to change the fate of the world, and that he was the chosen avenger. Back in the real world, the Anomaly King let out a mocking laugh, sneering at Fong Yi for being nothing more than a two-star cultivator. Fong Yi remained completely unfazed. Without wasting even a heartbeat, he moved at once and prepared himself for the monster's next strike. He twisted through the air with sharp, fluid precision and neatly dodged a powerful attack from the towering shadowy creature. The Anomaly King loomed over him, its dark body swallowing the sky as it told him he had no way to escape and would soon become food for its growth. Yet even as it spoke, the monster's expression suddenly shifted into confusion, as though it could no longer understand what was happening to the battle. In contrast, Fong Yi answered that confusion with a confident smirk, already knowing deep inside that his plan was beginning to work exactly as intended. Without warning, blue thunder energy bursts violently from deep inside the Anomaly King's body. The giant monster convulses in midair, twisting in agony as it howls at the foul-smelling human who somehow managed to hurt it, unable to understand what this strange and terrifying power inside its body even is. With his strength pushed to its absolute limit, Fong Yi steadies himself and prepares his final strike. His voice rings out with grim certainty as he declares that this monster will be sealed here and now, then summons the full force of 9 dragon skyfire to burn away every last trace of evil. From the blazing aura surging around him, 9 enormous fire dragons roar into existence one after another, their bodies coiling through the sky like living suns. They rush together and crash straight toward the Anomaly King's core, making the monster scream in horror as it realizes this power is far beyond anything a mere one-star cultivator should possess. The moment the attack lands, the sky above the city is swallowed by a blinding explosion of light. The pioneers below can only stare upward in stunned silence and awe, watching as Fong Yi's overwhelming power finally erases the anomaly that had pushed the entire city to the edge of ruin. The Anomaly King releases one last scream, sharp with pain and terror, as its very essence is ripped apart and annihilated by Fong Yi's power. That final cry echoes through the air like the dying note of a nightmare coming to an end. At last, the final remnants of the Anomaly King's power fade from the sky completely. The darkness breaks apart, and what remains above the city is a clean, open blue day, as if the disaster had finally loosened its grip on the world. High above the battlefield, a massive vortex of purple energy still hangs in the air, the last lingering trace of that dark attribute. It slowly twists inward and begins to be absorbed, as though the sky itself is being cleared of the final stain left behind by the battle. Fang Yi's body has already returned to normal, yet he still stands there gripping his blazing sword, steady and unshaken. In front of him, the swirling purple energy is drawn together bit by bit, compressed into a dense sphere that spins with an unsettling force. He watches it all with a calm but severe expression, his face unreadable after such a brutal fight. Only his glowing red eyes reveal that his focus has not relaxed for even a second. Then Fang Yi opens the boundless dark realm, creating a vast vortex that devours everything left behind by the battle. All the scattered, chaotic energy in the surrounding sky is pulled inward, leaving no chance for the disaster's remnants to spread any further. Down on the streets, the surviving pioneers and soldiers lift their heads and stare at the peaceful sky in disbelief. One of them murmurs, almost afraid to believe it, that the nightmare might finally be over, and another answers with a shaky breath that yes, the battle has truly ended. Standing atop a military vehicle, Zhao Lan is greeted by an overwhelming roar of cheers from the survivors around her. The crowd celebrates with raw, exhausted joy, shouting that the city has been saved and that somehow, against all odds, they have lived through it. As the first light of dawn slowly spreads across the horizon, Zhao Lan's blonde subordinate asks whether she plans to go find Fang Yi. Zhao Lan turns toward the rising sun and smiles softly, her tired expression gentler now, before explaining that they each have their own responsibilities to carry from this point on. She says their duty now is not to chase after heroes, but to help ordinary people reclaim their lives. The city must be restored, order must return, and the wounds left by this disaster have to be healed one step at a time. Below them, the survivors cling to one another in the pale morning light, some laughing, some crying, some simply collapsing into relieved embraces. After all the terror they endured, those tears and cheers feel more honest than words. Miles away, the staff of the Spiritual Energy Association are celebrating as well. Their faces are full of disbelief and relief, overjoyed that they played a part in stopping the Anomaly King, as though they have only just awakened from a long and terrible dream. They gather by a window and look out in quiet reflection, their emotions gradually settling. More than anything, they feel grateful that Fang Yi appeared when he did and struck down the king, because without him, they know they would have been left carrying the humiliation and guilt of the city's fall. Elsewhere, Su Qingying stands beside a superior from the association, watching paramedics rush injured pioneers away on stretchers. Her voice is tense with concern as she asks whether those pioneers are still alive. The superior gently places a reassuring hand on Su Qingying's shoulder and tells her not to worry. Their medical centers were not destroyed in the disaster, so the wounded can still receive treatment, and there is still hope for everyone who made it out alive. Su Qingying knows very well that without Fang Yi, none of them would even have had the chance to save the injured. As she watches the aftermath, she cannot help wondering again who he really is and just how frightening his true power has become, especially when he keeps doing things everyone else thought were impossible. Her superior agrees with a grave nod, saying that what they all witnessed makes one thing obvious. Fang Yi has already stepped into the two-star spirit creation realm. He is certain headquarters will move quickly after this, and that someone else will probably try to reach Fang Yi before they do, while Su Qingying quietly reflects on just how far he has come. There was a time when Su Qingying believed she could still stand beside him and compete with him. But now, after seeing everything with her own eyes, she has no choice but to admit that Fang Yi has already surpassed her completely and become one of the most extraordinary geniuses in all of Xiaogua. The superior recalls the golden light that lit up the sky and the 9 fire dragons that sealed the anomaly, a scene witnessed by countless people across the city. He knows an event on that scale will set off endless discussion and shockwaves everywhere, so they cannot afford to move slowly now. Still trying to follow his meaning, Su Qingying looks at him in confusion and asks what exactly he is talking about. Her expression shows that she senses the weight of his words, but not yet the conclusion he has already reached. The superior suggests that Fang Yi be given a new title, the Sealer. In his eyes, it is a perfectly fitting name, one born directly from the unbelievable scene of Fang Yi sealing the disaster with his own hands. After the great battle ends, Lin Yi and the red-haired leader race through the shattered streets, their footsteps echoing over broken concrete and debris. Lin Yi calls anxiously for her friend to slow down, then panics as she wonders out loud where Fong Yi could possibly be, while the red-haired leader keeps trying to calm her and tell her not to think the worst. Then, all at once, Lin Yi's eyes catch something in the distance amid the wreckage. She freezes for a brief second, her breathing stopping as though she cannot trust what she is seeing. The next instant, relief floods across her face so quickly it almost breaks her. Her eyes fill with tears, and with her voice trembling from joy and release, she cries out Fong Yi's name. There, standing quietly among the ruins as if the chaos around him has already faded away, is Fong Yi. He is still holding his sword, calm and upright in the rubble, like the last flame left burning after the storm. When they rush over, Fong Yi looks at them and asks in a low, tired voice why they came looking for him. Even now, after everything, his tone carries that same familiar steadiness. Lin Yi runs straight to him and hurriedly asks whether he is all right after the battle. She tells him that she knew he would need them, but Fong Yi stays silent for a moment, clearly drained and exhausted, before finally saying that he is fine and quietly praising her for doing a good job. A moment later, he reaches out and puts an arm around both Lin Yi and the red-haired leader, using them for support at last. Deep down, he admits to himself just how brutal that fight really was, knowing he had poured all the power from his recent breakthrough into that final attack, without leaving anything in reserve. Even in that state, Fong Yi feels a faint trace of embarrassment seeing them worry so much over him. After all, he is used to carrying things alone, so being cared for this openly leaves him a little awkward despite himself. Hearing that, Lin Yi suddenly catches on to something important. Her expression shifts at once, as if one small detail in his words has finally connected in her mind. She blurts out in shock, asking whether he really broke through into the two-star spirit creation realm. The speed of his growth and the sheer scale of his talent leave her utterly amazed, while the red-haired leader is equally stunned, realizing that this terrifying big shot has actually broken through yet again. Meanwhile, news of the battle spreads everywhere at astonishing speed. Online forums explode with discussion about the man who saved the city, the pioneer now being called the Sealer, as people ask who this mysterious figure really is, and whether he is practically a god for defeating the Anomaly King with a single overwhelming slash, when even the association and the military failed. Some begin guessing that he must belong to a hidden organization, or perhaps that he is a secret weapon carefully cultivated by Xiaoguo itself. In another place, Zhang Lu's red-haired friend points excitedly at a computer screen, convinced that the person shown in the video is the same man who once defeated Zhang Lu. His voice is full of certainty, as if he has finally matched the legend on the screen to the fighter they already know. Zhang Lu watches the footage with bright, restless excitement in his eyes. Far from feeling bitter, he declares that losing to someone this powerful is actually an honor, as though his old defeat has suddenly gained a whole new meaning. He jumps up from his chair in one burst of energy and loudly announces that he is going to find this man no matter what. More than that, he says he wants to ask Fong Yi to take him in as a student. His friend quickly tries to talk him out of it, reminding him that Fong Yi will definitely be the center of attention now. With so many people searching for him at once, this is probably the worst possible time to rush in blindly. The scene then shifts away from the recovering city and moves to the great capital of Xiaoguo. The atmosphere changes sharply, from the warmth of survival to something colder and far more secretive. Inside a dark and hidden room, several shadowy figures sit gathered around a glowing table. They have come together to discuss the recent events, and the dim light only makes their presence feel more dangerous and unsettling. One man casually exhales smoke and says with open disappointment that he never got the chance to watch the military and the association destroy each other in the middle of the disaster. His tone is light, but the malice behind his words is impossible to miss. Another member coldly suggests that they simply find a pawn, or perhaps an assassin, to deal with this newly emerged powerhouse. To him, removing Fong Yi sounds like nothing more than a practical next step. But a mysterious woman with long, razor-sharp fingernails dismisses that idea immediately. In her eyes, such a crude and simple method is nowhere near worthy of the so-called chosen one, the savior of the world they are all suddenly talking about. She lifts a photograph of Fong Yi between her fingers and looks at it with naked contempt. With a mocking tone, she repeats his new title, The Sealer, as though the very name amuses her. Then, with a swift and merciless motion, she drives one sharp nail straight through the photo at Fong Yi's neck. The paper tears instantly beneath her hand, the gesture carrying a threat far uglier than words. She calmly says there is no need to rush yet, her voice almost lazy in contrast to the violence of her movements. As she speaks, the photo in her hand suddenly ignites, burning away inside a strange purple flame. She declares that anyone who dares stand in their way will be destroyed without exception. Around her, the purple fire twists into the shape of sinister eyes, turning her warning into something living and unmistakably menacing. Later, while Fong Yi and Lin Yi rest in their apartment after the exhausting battle, the hard-won quiet is suddenly broken by a knock at the door. Both of them are startled at once, pulled out of their fragile calm by the unexpected sound. When Fong Yi opens the door, he finds Su Qingying standing there beside the association's superior. Their unexpected visit immediately gives the quiet apartment a more formal, serious air. Su Qingying is carrying several large gift boxes in both hands, clearly having come prepared. Beside her, the superior offers his sincere thanks on behalf of the Spiritual Energy Association, admitting that they made a grave mistake during the S-class anomaly invasion and that only Fong Yi's intervention saved them from catastrophic consequences, while Su Qingying, unable to hide it, excitedly thinks of him as an even bigger shot than before. Fong Yi brushes it off with calm ease, saying it is no problem at all. Then he steps aside and politely invites the two of them into the apartment. After bringing them inside, Fong Yi serves everyone water and the group settles around the table. Lin Yi also comes over to join them, making the small room feel crowded but unexpectedly warm. As he takes in the modest apartment, the association superior cannot help thinking to himself that the association really ought to arrange a far better residence for Fong Yi. For someone of his importance now, this place feels far too ordinary. Once the brief courtesies are out of the way, the superior gets straight to the real reason for their visit. He explains that the association has another matter to discuss, namely their plan to publicly promote the title of the Sealer, and Fong Yi, visibly intrigued by the sudden shift in tone, asks him to explain it in detail. The superior projects a map that marks the powerful pioneers who have appeared in every major city, explaining that these are all famous figures whose names already carry weight. He then contrasts them with the recent S-class anomaly, describing it as the most terrifying disaster they have faced so far. He goes on to explain that they want to use the name the Sealer as a symbol to establish Tai City as a key strategic city. In their view, this title could become more than a nickname. It could become the city's banner. Fong Yi listens quietly as the proposal unfolds, his expression unreadable. The superior then makes the core point clear. After everything that happened in the disaster, they have decided that their city needs a truly powerful pioneer to stand at its center and lead by presence alone. Su Qingying adds that anomalies will only become more frequent in the future, not less. Because of that, they cannot allow Tai City to come so close to being abandoned ever again. When Fong Yi questions what she means by an abandoned city, Su Qingying explains it plainly and without decoration. If he had not appeared when he did, everyone in the city would have died, and the city itself would have become little more than an empty ruin. Hearing that, Fong Yi turns to Lin Yi and says he understands now. He admits that his understanding of the world is still incomplete, though he gently reassures her and the others that there is no need to be so pessimistic about the future. At that moment, Fong Yi realizes something he had overlooked for a long time. By concentrating almost entirely on his own training and growth, he had neglected the broader development and future of the city around him. As he looks out toward the city, he begins to see it more clearly than before. Tai City may once have counted as a major city, but compared with the truly top-tier centers, its status and influence are still not on the same level. He recalls that among the more than 100 cities, the top 3 are Dushin, Tian, and Kong, while several other major hubs also hold enormous importance. Thinking it through, he realizes that this disaster, terrible as it was, could also become a rare opportunity for Tai Tai City to rise and gain greater significance. The superior nods and confirms that this is exactly the reality now. Cities are increasingly judged by both the number and strength of their pioneers, and the higher a city's rating climbs, the more resources, protection, and attention it receives. He concludes by saying that people need more than safety. They need a symbol of hope they can believe in. So the association intends to protect Fang Yi's true identity while building a mysterious public image around the sealer, allowing others to imagine, discuss, and gradually elevate his legend on their own. Fang Yi agrees after a moment of thought, recognizing that keeping some mystery around himself is far wiser than exposing everything openly. In a world like this, being fully seen can be more dangerous than being misunderstood. Lin Yi agrees as well, adding that human imagination can sometimes feel even more threatening than reality itself. Fang Yi calmly says he has no objection to the association's plan, especially since it benefits both him and the people he cares about, and he expresses hope that this will lead to a strong and lasting partnership. With that, Fang Yi extends his hand across the table to make it official. The simple gesture catches both the association's superior and Su Qingying slightly off guard, as if neither expected him to accept so directly. A moment later, Fang Yi and the superior clasp hands firmly, sealing their new partnership. The atmosphere in the room shifts at once, becoming more solemn and more meaningful than before. The superior then formally welcomes him with visible respect, addressing him by his new title at last, the Sealer. The name lands with quiet weight, as though it marks the beginning of a new chapter. Over the following days, with the association and the military working in full cooperation, Tai Tai City begins recovering at a remarkable pace. Reconstruction moves forward in an orderly way. The injured are rescued and treated methodically, and in the shadow of that great disaster, a new order across the world seems to be forming even faster than before. The scene then shifts to the sleek, modern headquarters of the Spiritual Association in Dushan City, where news of Fang Yi's actions has already reached the highest levels. Even here, far from the battlefield, the impact of what he did is impossible to ignore. Several officials discuss whether the sealer is truly the same pioneer who resolved the S-class anomaly in Tai Tai City. Inside one office, a group of men studies the reports, with one remarking that Fang Yi is already the most outstanding figure among the newest generation of pioneers, while another adds that his high-grade yang attribute alone makes him a chosen individual and a natural enemy of the dark attribute. Then one official points at a monitor displaying footage of Fang Yi and reveals that the data suggests he possesses more than just one high-grade attribute. He reminds the others about the viral Skyfire/video, which clearly pointed to a high-grade fire attribute, and about the military codename the Tyrant, which came from his high-grade thunder attribute. The others are left visibly stunned by that conclusion, their expressions tightening with disbelief. But the bespectacled man insists that there is something even more unbelievable about Fang Yi still waiting to be uncovered. Before he can continue, their discussion is interrupted by a woman with wavy blue hair and glasses who steps into the room and asks whether they are talking about the sealer. Her arrival immediately changes the mood. She confidently asks to review all the data they have on him. The men recognize her at once and respond without hesitation, quickly pulling up Fang Yi's full file on the main screen for her to examine. As she studies the information in silence, she thinks to herself that with more and more pioneers emerging, and with someone like Fang Yi suddenly taking the lead, it is inevitable that many people will eventually challenge his position and authority. Power like his never stays uncontested for long. A determined light flashes across her lenses as she quietly admits that even she wants to witness his strength with her own eyes. In her mind, she is already certain that she and the sealer will probably meet very soon. The scene changes again, this time to a modern library in Kong City where readers sit in silence under bright lights. The calm atmosphere is orderly and restrained, a sharp contrast to the violence unfolding elsewhere in the world. At one of the desks, Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend, Chu Qingli, is focused on her laptop when a young man nervously approaches her. His careful steps and tense posture make it obvious that he worked up a lot of courage just to come over. Blushing awkwardly, the The young man stammers as he tries to ask for her contact information. But before he can finish, Chu Qingli coldly cuts him off and reminds him that this is a library and that he is disturbing everyone around them. Embarrassed and dejected, the young man quickly walks away while Chu Qingli turns back to her work without another glance. Inwardly, she dismisses him as dull and insignificant, thinking that people like him have no idea how drastically the world is changing around them. Her thoughts drift to her own recent transformation, and she recalls how everything changed after an exam. It was then, unexpectedly, that she awakened spiritual power and became a one-star Ghost Realm pioneer. She knows very well that becoming a pioneer is something incredibly rare, something most people will never experience in their lives. In her eyes, that means she now belongs to a select and chosen few. A faint smile appears on her face as she convinces herself that this new power is the reason she survived the recent disaster that struck Tai City. At the same time, she scoffs inwardly at the idea of ordinary people trying to stand against anomalies with nothing but courage. Her mind then drifts towards certain men she has already written off as beneath her. In this dangerous new era, she wonders with contempt what those inferior types could possibly achieve. A sudden flashback crosses her mind, showing Fang Yi telling another girl that he and Chu Qingli were nothing more than classmates. That memory still stings her pride more than she wants to admit. Chu Qingli grimaces and convinces herself that the old Fang Yi would have died quickly when the monsters invaded. She cannot understand how she ever thought a useless man like him had anything in common with the dazzling, unbelievably talented sealer. On her laptop screen, she stares at an article about the sealer and silently compares the two men in her mind. To her, the sealer is 10,000 times better than her ex-boyfriend in every possible way. With a self-assured look, she decides that only a strong and handsome pioneer of that level could ever be worthy of standing beside her. In her heart, she treats that conclusion as perfectly natural. Meanwhile, in a much lighter mood, Fang Yi is flipping through a real estate brochure. After everything he has been through, even this ordinary task feels strangely refreshing. He and his cousin Lin Yi, both dressed in stylish new outfits, stand ready to head out for the day. Fang Yi announces that they are taking a proper break from training so they can look for a new house. Lin Yi playfully asks whether they really are not going to train at all today, clearly half joking and half serious. Fang Yi explains that training and rest need to stay balanced, and adds that the association's suggestion to improve their living standard was actually a very sensible one. Lin Yi then remembers that the idea originally came from Su Qingying. Su Qingying had told her quite directly that their current living conditions needed an upgrade, and she had even said she would go house hunting with them herself. Lin Yi is thrilled by the thought and a little stunned as well, amazed that Su Qingying has access to that kind of wealth and influence. To her, casually offering them two high-end houses sounds almost unreal. As Fang Yi and Lin Yi enjoy their rare day off and continue house hunting, something strange begins to drift through the air around them. A foul-smelling green vapor slowly floats nearby, instantly ruining the relaxed mood. Lin Yi wrinkles her nose and asks Fang Yi whether he can smell that awful stench too. Fang Yi agrees at once, frowning as he says the smell is so bad it reminds him of a sewer. Fang Yi's expression suddenly turns cold and sharp. In an instant, he realizes that the disgusting smell is no accident at all, and that someone has been trailing them on purpose. At the same moment, both he and Lin Yi react without hesitation and quickly turn around. Their relaxed mood vanishes completely, replaced by immediate vigilance. Out of the drifting green haze, three men with vicious looks slowly step forward. Their leader, a large, bald, heavily built man gripping a thick metal pipe, sneers as he identifies Fang Yi as the sealer and mocks him for only noticing them after he and his little group had already lured them right into a trap. The bald leader openly dismisses Fang Yi as nothing more than an overhyped pretty boy with no real power behind his name. At the same time, one of his companions releases even more of the strange gas, while another laughs scornfully and says Tai City must be full of complete trash if they picked a young brat like Fang Yi to act as their captain. With their greed laid bare, the three men surge forward aggressively and demand that Fang Yi hand over every benefit and resource he has received from the city. Their voices are loud and shameless, as if robbery in broad daylight is the most natural thing in the world. Lin Yi moves first, springing into action with impressive speed as she thrusts out her hands and fires a powerful blast of blue energy. But the attacker wielding the axe reacts just as quickly, leaping over her strike with practiced ease. As soon as he lands, he channels spiritual power straight into his massive weapon. The heavy axe begins to glow with dangerous force, its edge humming as if it has suddenly become far deadlier. The moment he swings the glowing axe down, Lin Yi raises a defensive barrier in front of herself. The impact crashes against it with brutal force, making her grunt and brace herself as the pressure drives through her arms. At the same time, the bald leader lunges at Fong Yi and brings his metal pipe crashing toward him. Lin Yi shouts for her cousin to be careful, warning him that these men are pioneers too and possess spiritual power, but Fong Yi does not even flinch. He simply catches the weapon with his bare hand and stops the attack completely, as though it weighs nothing. The bald leader can only stare, frozen in shock. He simply cannot believe that a strike he delivered with full confidence was stopped so casually and so completely. Fong Yi looks at him with obvious contempt, and in the next instant, flames burst brilliantly to life around his hand. In a cold, mocking tone, he asks what kind of stinking fish and rotten shrimp would dare try to rob him in the middle of the street. Before the man can even process those words, Fong Yi throws a punch without the slightest hesitation. His fist, wrapped in blazing fire, slams straight into the bald leader's face. The impact sends the man flying backward through the air. He screams in disbelief and pain, unable to accept that he was beaten down so quickly and so easily. Nearby, the accomplice carrying the gas tank stares in utter shock, completely baffled that Fong Yi is still unaffected. In his mind, the special universal permeating potion should have already broken through Fong Yi's defenses and left him paralyzed. Fong Yi merely looks back at them, calm and unimpressed, while fire continues to flicker across his hand. The green gas they released is revealed to be a potion refined from the sweat of a wood attribute pioneer, meant to corrode an opponent's spiritual barrier and leave them vulnerable, though its effect comes with a revolting smell that lingers stubbornly in the air. Humiliated and furious, the bald leader scrambles back to his feet and shouts that he was only careless for a moment. He insists that since all of them are in the spirit creation realm, there is still nothing to fear, then charges at Fong Yi again with a violent purple aura flaring around his body. Fong Yi lets out a faint smirk as he reads the man's power at a glance, identifying it as a mix of mutated earth and wood attributes. With dry disdain, he remarks that underhanded abilities like that suit people with crooked methods perfectly. Inwardly, he remains completely confident. Tricks like these might work against an ordinary spiritual barrier, but against someone like him, they are little more than a bad joke. Meanwhile, the man with the axe-like weapon launches himself high into the air once more and comes straight at Lin Yi. His attack is fierce and fast, clearly meant to crush her in one blow. But Lin Yi reacts with startling speed and absolute precision. She drives a kick straight into his groin, and the man instantly cries out in agony, all of his momentum disappearing in one humiliating moment. As Lin Yi lands lightly after the strike, Fong Yi watches the scene with a quiet, thoughtful look. He does not want to make too big a spectacle in public, but having his ordinary day interrupted like this is genuinely starting to irritate him. He slowly removes his sunglasses, and the atmosphere around him changes at once. His expression turns completely serious, his red eyes begin to glow with frightening intensity, and after telling Lin Yi to move aside, Fong Yi finally releases his true power. A massive wave of brilliant golden energy erupts from his body in an instant. The sheer force of it blows back the attackers and makes the surrounding air tremble violently. Fong Yi stands at the center of that eruption like the core of a newborn sun. Golden light floods the entire area around him, so bright and overwhelming that his stunned opponents can barely keep their eyes open. The golden power continues spreading outward without pause, swallowing the space around the three men. In moments, they are completely trapped within the expanding field of burning light. Wrapped in those intense, sacred flames, the three men scream miserably as pain tears through their bodies. In panic, they cry out, asking what kind of terrifying fire this is, and only then do they truly understand the sealer's real strength, begging desperately for the agony to stop. Just as Fong Yi is about to push his power even further and end the matter completely, Su Qingying suddenly rushes onto the scene. She shouts at him not to kill them, her urgent voice cutting through the chaos and catching Fong Yi off guard. Looking at the three broken men sprawled across the street, Su Qingying lets out a breath of relief and explains that these are key targets already under the association's watch. Fong Yi glances at her and asks whether she intends to take them away for formal processing. Su Qingying nods and confirms it right away, explaining that the association has already begun registering all pioneers. Troublemakers like these, especially repeat offenders, are now under particular scrutiny. Standing over the defeated men, Fong Yi tells them coldly that they are lucky today. He says he hates being disturbed, and warns that if they dare bother him again, the outcome will not be this simple, drawing an annoyed side glance from Su Qingying. As paramedics arrive and begin loading the injured men onto stretchers, Su Qingying scolds them furiously without holding anything back. She tells them that if this had happened just 2 days earlier, the association would never have intervened, and they would have deserved to die where they fell. She reminds them that the sealers spared their lives for the association's sake, and warns them grimly to think carefully about the punishment waiting for them. Then, with her arms crossed, she watches the ambulance drive away and mutters in irritation about the bunch of idiots who actually dared challenge the #1 pioneer. Lin Yi, still a little uneasy, quietly asks Su Qingying what kind of punishment those men will receive. Su Qingying explains that all three already have criminal records, so even though they are in the spirit creation realm, they will be sentenced to life in prison, stripped of their freedom and civil rights, and forced to serve as pioneers inside prison for the rest of their lives. After hearing that explanation, Fong Yi falls briefly into thought and then comments that the method is actually not a bad one. To him, it sounds practical and effective for handling dangerous pioneers. Su Qingying then turns to Fong Yi with an exasperated expression and calls him the association's precious sweet bun and the future of Xiaogua. She complains that even after all the effort they put into promoting him, clueless fools still keep coming to provoke him, making her seriously wonder whether their publicity has been far too restrained. She goes on to say that it is the association's responsibility to recruit strong pioneers like him and help them continue growing. Her tone is completely firm as she says they cannot allow brainless troublemakers to damage the good relationship they have only just begun building with Fong Yi. Then, in a complete change of mood, Su Qingying brightens instantly and flashes a cheerful smile. With visible excitement, she tells Fong Yi and Lin Yi that she is taking them to choose a new villa and a new car. Standing in front of a tall, sleek apartment building, Su Qingying declares that they need to make an example of those attackers so others will think twice before trying the same thing. She then introduces 2 housing choices, a penthouse on the top floor in the city center and a highly private 3-story villa in the mountains that would be ideal for both living and training. Holding up a golden model of the villa, Su Qingying explains that both residences are fully furnished and ready for immediate move-in. Lin Yi looks them over and comments honestly that both options are really attractive. After listening calmly, Fong Yi simply raises 2 fingers with a faint, confident smile. In the most matter-of-fact tone possible, he says he will take both. That answer leaves both Lin Yi and Su Qingying staring at him in speechless surprise. Fong Yi playfully asks whether that is allowed, saying that he trusts Su Qingying's sincerity, and though she becomes flustered for a second, Su Qingying quickly agrees with obvious delight and assures him that it is no problem at all. After that, the 3 of them head to a luxury car dealership together. Su Qingying explains on the way that the association has an ongoing partnership with the showroom, so they are free to choose whatever car they like. As they browse the cars, some of the people nearby cannot help glancing over at Lin Yi and whispering among themselves. They quietly praise her fair skin and elegant appearance, clearly struck by how eye-catching she looks. Outside the dealership, a few men watch the group from a distance and quietly size them up. In their eyes, even though Fong Yi is dressed quite plainly, he is still the one who stands out the most, making them wonder whether he might be the son of some powerful family. Inside the showroom, one of Chu Qingli's friends also happens to be there. Seeing the scene, The others around her start guessing that Fong Yi must be buying a car for his girlfriend. The moment Chu Qingli's friend gets a clear look at him, her face changes in shock. She clearly did not expect to run into Fong Yi here of all places. She quickly remembers exactly who he is, Chu Qingli's ex-boyfriend, and the same young man the university principal had personally come out to greet before. That detail makes the situation feel even stranger to her. Her thoughts jump back to her earlier argument with him, and irritation rises immediately in her chest. The idea of Fong Yi now shopping for a car with another girl only makes her feel even more annoyed. Without drawing attention to herself, she pulls out her phone and begins secretly recording Fong Yi, Lin Yi, and Su Qingying while they stand near a sports car. Her eyes stay fixed on them, full of restless curiosity. Not long after, her phone buzzes as she sends the photo she just took to Chu Qingli. The message goes out immediately, carrying with it the start of new trouble. Excited by what she has just seen, she quickly sends her friend a message saying that she spotted Chu Qingli's ex-boyfriend at a VIP dealership. She adds, with obvious relish, that he seems to be buying a car for a beautiful girl. Chu Qingli replies almost immediately, but her response is cold and dismissive. She simply says, "So what?" trying to make it sound as though none of this matters to her at all. But sitting in the lecture hall, Chu Qingli is clearly more bothered than she wants to admit. A trace of irritation sits on her face as she wonders where Fong Yi suddenly got that kind of money, then scornfully assumes he must have survived the disaster by sheer luck and is now being supported by someone wealthy. A cold, self-satisfied smile slowly appears on her face. In her mind, the gap between her and Fong Yi has already become far too wide for him to ever cross. As she walks confidently through the lecture hall, her expression calm and proud, she tells herself that once she rises to the top of the pioneer world, matters like this will be beneath her notice. To her, Fong Yi is nothing more than a vulgar fool unworthy of serious thought. After choosing their new home, Fong Yi and Lin Yi arrive at the modern villa together. The moment she sees it up close, Lin Yi is overwhelmed with excitement, running up the stairs and shouting in disbelief that they really, truly have a villa of their own. Inside the elegant living room, she spins around and stares at everything in open amazement, taking in the polished floors and luxurious furnishings. Fong Yi follows behind with their bags and teasingly tells her to wipe her drool, reminding her with a smile that they also still have the penthouse in the city. Too excited to stand still, Lin Yi declares that she is going upstairs to look around right away. She dashes up the grand staircase at full speed, while Fong Yi watches from below with a fond, helpless smile, amused by how childlike she is acting. As he watches her disappear upstairs, Fong Yi's thoughts gradually grow more serious. He realizes that she is finally acting like someone her age should, and that small, lively moment stirs an old memory from his previous life, one tied to a fallen pioneer. Before his rebirth, he never saw his cousin again, and he can only assume she became a trusted pioneer who later died in the line of duty. With quiet resolve hardening in his heart, he vows that this time, no matter what happens, he will not let her die again. Just then, the sound of his phone ringing cuts through his thoughts. He glances down at the screen and sees the caller ID, Xiaolan. Fong Yi answers, and Xiaolan's voice comes through with easy confidence as she congratulates him on his promotion to Captain Fong. In the same breath, she teasingly remarks that she has already heard the association recently gifted him 2 houses. Leaning back on the sofa, Fong Yi replies with a lazy smirk that he thinks this is a very good habit and one they should definitely keep going. His tone is light, but the joke lands cleanly. Xiaolan tells him not to bother flattering her, fully aware that someone as powerful as Fong Yi does not truly care about that sort of thing. Still, she admits that when it comes to improving a person's living conditions, there is currently no reward more practical than this. Then she adds that once the first spirit fruits born from the spiritual energy revival are ready, she will make sure to send some to him as well. Inwardly, Xiaolan understands the reality of the new world far better than most. She knows there is already a huge gap between ordinary people and pioneers, a divide created by raw power, and beyond that lies an even greater gulf between normal pioneers and a truly top-tier existence like Fong Yi. Then, finally getting to the real reason for her call, Xiaolan places one hand on a top-secret folder in front of her and tells Fong Yi that she has an internal mission she hopes he will agree to join. Her tone turns noticeably more serious. Fong Yi understands at once that this is the true point of the conversation. Without wasting words, he tells her to go ahead and explain the mission. Xiaolan asks whether he knows about Tianbao Building in Kong City. Fong Yi immediately recalls that it is the city's largest shopping mall and one of its most recognizable landmarks. Xiaolan confirms that he is right, but explains that the building was recently sealed off after a monster invasion there caused a large number of deaths and provoked intense public anger. What was once a bustling center of the city has now become a source of fear. She then reveals the worst part in a low, grave tone. The building has now become a literal ghost building. It is no longer just dangerous. It has turned into a true anomaly zone. Kong City soon becomes the center of attention as the enormous Tianbao building looms over the area like a dark monument. It was once the city's most famous landmark and the busiest place in the entire district. But recently, because of repeated strange vibrations and other terrifying incidents, the building has transformed into a place of dread. Wrapped in a dark, swirling mass of red and purple energy, it has become so dangerous that the Kong City Spiritual Association had no choice but to completely seal the area off. Fong Yi travels to Kong City to assist with the mission. When he arrives at the meeting point, he raises a hand toward the group waiting there and calmly introduces himself as the one who accepted the assignment. There are 4 other people already gathered. Fong Yi remembers Zhao Lan's warning not to expose his true identity or actual power level yet, so he decides from the start to stay quiet and keep a deliberately low profile. Without saying much, Fong Yi quietly studies his temporary teammates one by one. His eyes move calmly over them, already forming an assessment. He quickly notices that the team is made up of very different types of people. Their temperaments, bearing, and equipment do not match, making the group feel more like a forced combination than a polished unit. From their clothing and overall posture alone, Fong Yi guesses that 2 of them are from the military. Even without introductions, the disciplined details give them away. The remaining 2, a gray-haired man with a stern expression and a woman with short purple hair, introduce themselves as members of the Kong City Spiritual Association. They explain that Zhao Lan has already spoken to them in advance, and that all of them will be working together on this mission. Soon after, the group climbs into an armored vehicle and heads toward the sealed building. Outside, heavy rain crashes down around them, turning the entire trip into a grim ride through a storm. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere is tense and uncomfortable. The brown-haired man drives in silence while the blonde girl seated beside him looks visibly nervous, her unease obvious even without words. Unable to bear the silence, she finally speaks up and suggests that since none of them truly understands the other's strengths yet, they should at least agree to support one another once they step into the danger zone. Her tone is cautious, but sincere. The back seat feels even more awkward than the front. Fong Yi sits there casually beside the stern man and the short-haired woman, while both of them keep their arms crossed and remain stubbornly quiet. Resting his chin on one hand, Fong Yi silently judges the team. To him, the lineup feels messy, and the overall quality of the Kong City Association members does not leave a very strong impression. The stern man in the back seat throws Fong Yi a sharp, suspicious glare. His eyes linger on the young newcomer with obvious doubt. He leans closer and whispers to the short-haired woman, asking whether this young guy really is the powerful expert Zhao Lan promised to send. In his opinion, Fong Yi looks far too thin and ordinary, more like a student than any kind of hidden powerhouse. He also notices that Fong Yi is not wearing any official device, and that his aura is so thoroughly concealed that no one can read his strength at all. That only makes him more suspicious, not less. However, the short-haired woman keeps staring at Fong Yi with a stunned expression. Unlike the man beside her, her reaction is not simple doubt, but rising shock. In her mind, rumors begin flashing back, stories of a legendary figure wreathed in flames, a godlike being who stopped a natural disaster alone. She wonders if this student-like young man could really be the sealer, but when she looks at his age and unassuming appearance, the idea still feels almost impossible to believe. The short-haired, Purple-haired woman continues staring at Fong Yi with growing interest as the pieces slowly come together in her head. This young man matches the description of the legendary figure said to possess 3 rare high-level powers and to have sealed the king of anomalies. And by now she is almost certain that the quiet person beside her is actually the sealer himself. Meanwhile, back at the Star God Warzone office, a phone suddenly begins to ring. The sharp sound cuts through the tense atmosphere inside the room. Zhao Lan answers the call and immediately receives terrible news. The Tianbao building has completely fallen. Contact with everyone inside has been lost. The anomaly level has surged to 12,000, and there are already 53 confirmed deaths according to the grim report from the other end. Zhao Lan's expression tightens with stress as she realizes the situation is worsening even faster than they predicted. The speed of the collapse is clearly beyond their earlier estimates. Even so, she firmly states that the person she sent, Fong Yi, will be fine. Whatever happens inside that building, she still places her trust in him without hesitation. She then ends the call in a firm, unquestionable tone, saying that since the mission has already been handed over to them, there is no need for any further questions. Her decision is final. Back in Kong City, the Tianbao building stands wrapped in a horrifying swirl of red and purple energy. The entire structure looks like it has been swallowed by a living nightmare. The armored vehicle finally arrives, and the team steps out into a heavy, unnatural rain that falls thick and dark like blood. The moment they leave the vehicle, the oppressive atmosphere presses down on all of them. Fong Yi studies the area with a grave expression and quickly judges that the situation is worse than expected. From what he can already sense, the creatures inside appear far stronger than the enemies he has dealt with before. The whole group lifts their heads toward the towering skyscraper. Its exterior is smeared with dark stains, and when Fong Yi points them out, the others realize with a chill that the entire side of the building is covered in massive splashes of blood. The short-haired woman tells Fong Yi that the building has 40 floors and is the tallest structure in the city. She adds that although many people were evacuated, the narrow interior layout made the operation extremely difficult and chaotic. Hearing that, Fong Yi immediately understands the problem. Some civilians must have refused to cooperate before the lockdown was enforced, which means a significant number of ordinary people are still trapped somewhere inside the building. Fong Yi asks whether there is any way to contact the people still inside. The brown-haired driver says it is impossible. No information has come out at all since the anomaly first began, and he adds that he personally took part in the operation on the second day of the lockdown. The driver recalls the scene with visible dread, saying the building had looked like a dead zone from the very beginning, as if decades of decay had swallowed it in only a few moments. He describes the horror of seeing mangled body parts falling from the windows above, some of them already torn apart and half-chewed by monsters before they even hit the ground. He continues in a strained voice, explaining that in less than a single week, the dark aura around the building has only grown heavier and more oppressive. Each day it feels thicker, as though the whole place is sinking deeper into something monstrous. Hearing that, Fong Yi turns toward the group with a sharp, cutting look that makes the atmosphere go cold. He immediately realizes that since they have had no contact with anyone inside, the reported death count of 53 is nothing more than a rough estimate based on the body parts found outside, and he coldly rebukes the Kong City Spiritual Association for treating such a situation far too casually, leaving the driver sweating as he nervously stammers that they truly had no other way. Fong Yi silently considers the grim truth and quickly understands that the association's numbers are almost certainly far lower than reality. To ordinary people, an anomaly on this scale is nothing less than an apocalyptic event, and once trapped inside a sealed space like this, they are little more than helpless sheep waiting to be slaughtered with nowhere left to run. Not wanting to waste another second, Fong Yi orders the team to enter the building immediately. He explains in a firm tone that some anomalies grow stronger by feeding on humans, which means the higher the death count becomes, the more dangerous the monsters inside will be. But the moment he takes charge, the gray-haired man challenges him without hesitation and reaches out to grab Fong Yi's shoulder, stopping him in place. Even while acknowledging that the military ordered them to follow Fong Yi's lead, he insists that Fong explain his plan first before dragging them all into a suicidal rush. Fong Yi turns his head and looks at him with cold impatience, asking what plan there is to discuss when they know almost nothing about the situation inside. In his view, the only option is obvious. They have to enter first and investigate with their own eyes. The gray-haired man remains unconvinced and presses the issue. He argues that everyone there has experience dealing with anomalies and that, as the acting commander, Fong Yi should at least understand the capabilities of the people under him, then starts criticizing Fong Yi more openly by pointing out that he has not even joined the official organization and lacks formal training altogether. Before the argument can spiral any further, the short-haired woman with purple hair suddenly steps forward. Her face is tight with anger, and her interruption cuts through the tension at once. She pushes between them and snaps at the gray-haired man to shut up, reminding him that they are already running out of time. She adds that Fong Yi only took this mission because Zhao Lan personally recommended him, so questioning Fong Yi now is no different from openly questioning a high-ranking officer. Fong Yi watches the exchange in silence, saying nothing as the others argue around him. Inwardly, though, he thinks with clear disdain that internal conflict is the worst possible thing a team can indulge in before entering a life-and-death mission. Without wasting another word on the matter, Fong Yi turns around and walks straight toward the dark entrance. In a cold voice, he tells them that if they do not want to come in, they are free to stay outside, and that blunt resolve makes the rest of the team, even the hesitant ones, hurry after him. The group steps into Tianbao building and is met by a scene that feels both ruined and deeply eerie. Wrecked cars lie crushed where they should not be, garbage is scattered everywhere. And yet, even in all that destruction, the blonde girl quickly notices that something about the place feels unnaturally wrong. For all the devastation surrounding them, there is no sound at all. The silence is so complete and unnatural that it presses against their nerves harder than any scream could have. Then, without warning, a dark shape drops from the high ceiling above. It moves so suddenly and so fast that it looks like a living shadow peeling itself out of the darkness. The gray-haired man senses the disturbance a split second later and instinctively looks up, confusion flashing across his face. He knows something is there, but he is already too late to respond cleanly. Before he can do anything, a horrifying green-eyed monster comes diving down from the dark overhead space, shrieking as it launches its ambush. Its attack is savage and direct, aimed at him before the team can properly form up. Fong Yi reacts instantly, faster than anyone else can even shout a warning. His sword appears in his hand in the same motion, and the blade erupts at once into fierce, blazing fire. With a clean, ruthless swing, Fong Yi sends a wave of flame straight at the descending creature. His expression stays cold and focused, without even the slightest trace of panic. The monster has no chance to resist at all. In less than a heartbeat, it is carved apart by a flash of light and slashing sword energy, its attack ending before it truly begins. Fong Yi lands smoothly and steadily, his flaming sword still burning bright in his hand. Behind him, the monster's body is already falling apart, completely destroyed before the others have even fully processed what happened. The gray-haired man and the short-haired, purple-haired woman are left staring in shock. They can barely believe the fight is already over, as if the entire clash lasted no longer than a blink. The woman keeps staring at the enormous blade of fire in Fong Yi's hand, her eyes wide with disbelief. She cannot stop wondering where he obtained a weapon so terrifyingly strong, or whether the weapon itself is only a small part of what makes him frightening. Ignoring the stunned looks around him, Fong Yi crouches down beside what remains of the creature. His attention shifts immediately from combat to analysis, calm and efficient. He picks up a piece of the corpse and studies it closely before rising to his feet again. Based on its twisted form, he judges that the monster looks like a grotesque fusion of a bird and a gecko, and from the extreme level of mutation in its body, he grimly concludes that it has already devoured a large number of humans. The short-haired, purple-haired woman steps closer for a better look, and the moment she does, a terrifying realization flashes across her face. What she is seeing is far worse than she first thought. She identifies the dead creature as an A+ grade anomaly, and that recognition sends a wave of fear through the team. What truly terrifies them is not just the monster's rank, But the fact that Fong Yi killed it instantly, when such a creature would normally require a full squad of elite pioneers to bring down. As the smoke and scorched residue around the dead anomaly slowly clear, the purple-haired woman and the gray-haired man remain rooted in place. The shock on their faces only deepens as the reality of Fong Yi's strength settles in. The woman realizes at once that Fong Yi's power is far beyond the one-star spirit creation realm, while the gray-haired man breaks into a cold sweat as a much harsher truth dawns on him. If Fong Yi had wanted to, killing him earlier would have been effortless. The brown-haired man finally admits, with clear embarrassment, that he was wrong about Fong Yi. He says he never expected this young man to actually be the legendary sealer, because in his imagination, the sealer had always been some old master who never let go of his sword. With his back turned to them and the blade in his hand still wreathed in flame, Fong Yi explains that after his advancement, he fused his spiritual power with his sword and transformed it into a spirit weapon that he can summon and shape at will. Even then, he speaks modestly, suggesting that this is not some impossible trick unique to him alone. Now that the team's earlier doubt has been replaced by a mix of trust, awe, and fear, Fong Yi tells them to pick up the pace. As they move deeper into the darkness behind him, the purple-haired woman admits with real relief that she is glad Fong Yi is on their side. To light the path ahead, Fong Yi raises one hand and summons a sphere of fire that burns steadily above his palm. Its glow spreads over the walls as he leads the team into a long, narrow hallway swallowed by darkness. He carries that flame like a torch, using its light to cut through the gloom as the group advances warily behind him. Every step forward only makes the oppressive silence feel heavier. Soon they reach a staircase so drenched in blood that the sight of it alone turns the air cold. Looking at the sheer amount of gore coating the steps and walls, Fong Yi grimly realizes the truth is far worse than the official report claimed, estimating that the dead must number at least 500 rather than a mere 53. At that moment, Fong Yi's expression sharpens again, and his glowing red eyes narrow as he senses something deeply wrong in the space ahead. His whole body grows more alert in an instant. The group moves into what appears to be a supermarket area, where the brown-haired association member and the purple-haired woman nervously scan their surroundings. The floor is smeared with blood and littered with trash, yet there are no bodies anywhere, forcing the woman to wonder aloud whether the monsters consumed the victims so completely that nothing at all was left behind. Hidden from their sight, a sinister shadow creature with glowing green eyes crouches in the darkness and prepares to strike. It waits in silence, poised like a trap just about to spring. Fong Yi senses the danger first and immediately shouts for everyone to watch their backs. The purple-haired woman spins around in terror, screaming the moment she sees the monster leaping at them from the darkness. Fong Yi reacts without even a second of hesitation and hurls his flaming sword past his teammates with astonishing speed. The blade tears through the air like a streak of fire. The sword strikes the shadow monster in midair and cleanly severs its head in one devastating hit. Black blood bursts outward together with sparks and flame as the creature is cut down instantly. As the burning corpse crashes to the floor, the brown-haired association member stammers in fear. Only now does he realize that another monster had been hiding right beside them the entire time. Fong Yi stands calmly amid the dying flames and turns to look at his teammates with a serious, almost severe expression. He asks whether they truly did not notice anything strange, making the gap in awareness between him and the rest of them painfully obvious. Glancing at the fire still flickering in his hand, Fong Yi continues analyzing the situation aloud. He tells the gray-haired man that while the two monsters they have killed so far were both powerful, there simply were not enough of them to trap and wipe out the earlier rescue team on their own. Then a possibility strikes him, sudden and unsettling. Fong Yi suggests that the place they are standing in may not actually be the real Tianbao building at all. The team stands frozen in the dark, blood-smeared hallway, staring at him in confusion. For a moment, the silence around them feels even colder than before. The gray-haired man and the blonde girl both ask him what he means, unable to follow his conclusion yet. Their voices carry equal parts confusion and unease. Fong Yi explains that although the hallway is covered in blood, the smell is completely wrong. He points out that the strongest scent in the air comes from the dark attribute and from the monsters themselves, but there is no corresponding odor of rotting corpses anywhere nearby. Once that thought settles in his mind, Fong Yi decides he needs to verify it immediately. Guessing is no longer enough. He has to test whether this entire environment is false. The purple-haired woman watches nervously, her heart tightening as Fong Yi prepares to use a powerful technique. Even before he acts, she can already feel the air around him beginning to change. She nods in agreement with him, quietly saying the whole area feels unnaturally barren, like no living creature has ever truly existed here. Fong Yi guesses that this place is nothing more than a hollow imitation, a blank copy pieced together by the monster. He slowly raises one hand and releases a tremendous wave of purple energy from his palm, saying that if his judgment is correct, then this entire place has already been stripped down into an empty shell. A massive sphere of black energy forms in his hand, the boundless dark realm, leaving his teammates visibly stunned as they recognize the power of the dark attribute. A system window suddenly appears and confirms his guess. It detects a similar dark power called the Inner Dark World and asks whether he wants to check its details. The system explains that the Inner Dark World is a special space formed by splitting the dark attribute, a nest-like domain that invades and replaces the original area. It further reveals that if they want to reach the true Inner Dark World, they first have to locate the door that constructs and supports it. Fong Yi immediately understands. He tells the others that if they want to enter the real Tianbao building, they must first find that door, and the same condition applied to the people who tried to flee before. He explains that everyone trapped inside was influenced by the dark attribute and thrown into hallucinations. Most likely, they mistook the windows for the way out. While guiding the dark energy with his hand, Fong Yi concludes that this is exactly why the people who tried to escape through the windows all ended up dead. The purple-haired woman finally understands and goes pale with horror, realizing the victims were deceived by the dark attribute until the very end. She hurriedly asks Fong Yi if their next move is to search for that door. But the situation worsens in an instant as Fong Yi's system suddenly warns him that the hostile Inner Dark World has sensed his presence and has now fully manifested. Fong Yi is caught off guard by how abruptly it appears, and at that same moment, an enormous blast of purple energy crashes down from above, pressing the entire team under its weight. The brown-haired association member and the blonde girl collapse under the crushing pressure at once, clutching their heads in agony as they cry out that their spiritual defenses are breaking apart. Fong Yi's eyes flare with overwhelming power, one glowing red and the other shining gold, as he stares straight into the descending energy. In that instant, he summons a barrier and spreads out a powerful dome of golden light, shielding his teammates from the assault. Inside the barrier, the blonde girl and the brown-haired association member gasp desperately for air, their faces filled with relief as the unbearable pain finally fades. They lift their heads and stare at Fong Yi in astonishment, realizing that while they were nearly overwhelmed, the sealer stands there completely untouched. They admit to themselves that the dark energy could have killed them without even making direct contact, and that without Fong Yi, there was no chance they would have made it out alive. Suddenly, Fong Yi fixes his gaze on a single point in the empty air. His sword bursts into fierce flames as he declares that he has found it. He immediately unleashes Fire Dragon, drawing out his blade and slashing violently at the unseen point while shouting that the entrance is right there. The impact is so fierce that the surrounding space cracks apart like shattered glass. The gray-haired man and the purple-haired woman can only watch in shock as the hallway splits and collapses before their eyes. Fong Yi steps onto the newly revealed ground ahead, his face cold and heavy with focus. As the false scene breaks away, it reveals a massive and terrifying gateway wrapped in dark green mist and twisting shadows, the real entrance to the Inner Dark World. Fong Yi takes the front, his flaming sword casting light through the darkness, and orders everyone to stay close behind him. As they move deeper into the real building, Fong Yi maintains a golden barrier around the team, shielding them from the disgusting red flesh-like veins now spread all over the walls. The blonde girl suddenly turns sick, covering her mouth as she says there is a horrible smell in the air. Fong Yi stares ahead with a grim look and says the stench is unmistakable, the smell of blood and corpses from their own people. Not long after, the group comes upon a horrifying sight. The floor is littered with the bodies of the missing pioneers, proving they had been trapped here and slaughtered inside this dark space. Before they can fully react, the group is ambushed as a swarm of shadowy bat-like creatures suddenly pours down from the ceiling and surrounds them. Looking up, the team sees a terrifying mass of monsters swirling overhead, sealing them in from every side. Then, from the heart of that swarm, a gigantic A-plus, gray demon-like monster with glowing red eyes dives straight down to strike. The gray-haired man and the brown-haired association member are stunned, shouting that it is insane to run into another high-level dark monster so quickly. Fong Yi responds without the slightest hesitation, summoning his blazing sword at once. He hurls the sword forward, and it tears straight through the descending monster's chest in an eruption of fire. The monster lets out a painful roar, and Fong Yi charges in immediately to finish it off. He drives his sword into the ground and grips the hilt firmly. Then, with a blur of unbelievably fast motions, Fong Yi unleashes a storm of flaming slashes across both the swarm and the giant monster. He lands with effortless grace, triggering a huge explosion of holy fire that engulfs and burns everything around him. The blonde girl and the purple-haired woman raise their arms to shield their faces from the searing heat, shocked to see the dark monsters melt away the moment they touch his flames. Only then do they realize that ever since this mission began, they have hardly needed to do a single thing. Fong Yi walks through the blazing aftermath, his sword glowing red like molten lava. He slowly reaches one hand toward the floor, where the bodies of the earlier victims still lie. Using his fire, Fong Yi gently cremates the innocent dead, giving them the dignity of a proper burial instead of leaving them in this corrupted place. The brown-haired association member and the blonde girl watch the flames with deep awe, saying that Fong Yi truly deserves his title as the sealer. Fong Yi turns back to the group and starts issuing orders. He tells them that now that they are inside the building, they should do their part. He instructs them to search the first floor for any survivors while he heads upstairs to deal with the remaining monsters. The others, including the gray-haired man and the purple-haired woman, stand ready to obey at once. The doubt they once had now completely replaced by respect. Fong Yi continues sweeping through the building one floor at a time. By the time he reaches the 10th floor, he is already fighting through a swarm of flying shadow creatures, swinging his flaming sword to keep them from closing in. As he fights, he studies the enemies and realizes they have evolved to at least the one-star spirit creation realm. Even so, he slices them apart with ease, noting that their abilities themselves have not changed much. Fong Yi then leads the team up the escalator toward the 15th floor, his sword dragging behind him in a long trail of fire that lit the dim passage. With every step upward, the air grows heavier and thicker, pressing down on their chests like an invisible weight. The blonde girl winces and complains that the freezing dark power is starting to seep through even her protective barrier. As they move forward, they come upon a hallway packed with bodies, and the sight instantly turns the already suffocating atmosphere even colder. The gray-haired man suddenly notices something deeply wrong with the corpses. He quickly warns the others that something is moving inside the bodies, and that the remains are corrosive, telling the team in a tense voice not to breathe in the spores no matter what. A single drop of thick liquid falls from above and lands in a puddle below with a sharp, eerie plink. In the unnatural silence, even that tiny sound feels like the start of something far worse. In the next instant, a massive spike-like shadow rises violently behind Fong Yi and the brown-haired association member. The hidden monster finally reveals itself, towering over them in a shape so twisted and terrifying that it makes the whole corridor feel even more claustrophobic. It is a horrifying multi-eyed creature, its many eyes staring down at them from above with a sickening, hungry intelligence. Then it throws back its head and roars, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy spikes that tears through the air like a storm. Instead of showing even a trace of fear, Fong Yi smiles. There is almost a spark of excitement in his voice as he says that now things are finally starting to get interesting. Fong Yi spins his sword at blinding speed, and the motion instantly forms a burning shield of fire around him. The incoming energy spikes slam against the flaming barrier one after another, only to be deflected away in showers of sparks. The monster drops lower and charges in for a direct attack, but Fong Yi is already preparing to meet it head-on. In that brief exchange, he realizes the creature is not fighting seriously yet, but stalling for time so it can continue evolving. Without hesitation, he hurls his flaming sword forward with crushing force. The attack catches the monster off guard, and the instant the blade strikes, a violent explosion erupts and fills the corridor with blazing light. Fong Yi reaches out his hand toward the aftermath, his expression almost disappointed. He tells the defeated monster that he gave it too much credit, because he had expected at least a challenge on the level of a 3-star spirit creation opponent. The gray-haired man stays on full alert and turns sharply the moment he hears a faint sound nearby. At the same time, Fong Yi lifts his gaze toward the source and calmly asks who is hiding there. Looking inside, Fong Yi asks whether they are survivors. A young man hiding nervously behind the door stammers in fear and disbelief, asking if they are the forerunners who were sent to save them. The team soon discovers 5 people still alive inside what appears to be a hidden storage room belonging to a luxury brand store. The survivors are packed tightly together in the darkness, trembling and pale, with terror written all over their faces. Fong Yi quickly understands that they must have hidden in this room to escape the attack outside. Judging by their condition, they had likely been trapped here for a long time, barely daring to make a sound. Seeing how frightened they are, Fong Yi softens his expression and gives them a gentle smile meant to calm them down. He reassures them that everything is under control now and tells them clearly that they have come to rescue them. The brown-haired association member steps forward with a warm, friendly smile and introduces the group as the Kong City Spirit Association. He tells the survivors that the monsters outside have already been dealt with and urges them to come out quickly while it is safe. The young male survivor stares at Fong Yi with wide eyes, struggling to process what he is hearing. His lips tremble as he stammers, clearly unable to believe that rescue really arrived. He suddenly blurts out in shock, asking if it is really true that Fong Yi killed all of those terrifying monsters with just a single slash. His voice is full of disbelief, as if the feat sounds more like a legend than something a person could actually do. Meanwhile, outside the Tianbao building, the monitoring team continues watching the situation closely. The entire structure is still wrapped in a red, ominous energy, but despite the tension, the people at the monitors can feel that this time something is different. They follow Fong Yi's spiritual energy floor by floor, detecting the fire from his spirit weapon everywhere he passes. Then an analyst suddenly shouts that the latest reading has already reached the 40th floor, leaving the whole room stunned. The analysts report in disbelief that the sealer cleared the Tianbao building from bottom to top in only 9 minutes and 56 seconds, and they immediately realize this news will shake the entire pioneer circle in Kong City. But before the room can fully celebrate, a red alarm suddenly blares through the monitoring station. One of the staff members warns that it is not over yet, because they have just detected an S-class monster eruption on the very top level. Back on the top floor, Fong Yi stands in the middle of the shattered rubble and slowly looks upward, his expression turning serious. The air around him is tense and still, as though the entire floor is holding its breath before the real battle begins. He realizes at once that he has found the main target. Looming high above him is a massive skeletal creature wrapped in glowing green energy and black feathers, and Fong Yi identifies the terrifying being as the anomaly king of this location, the Bone Bird. Without wasting a second, Fong Yi charges straight at the enormous anomaly king, the Bone Bird. He leaps into the air with sword in hand, his attack direct and fearless as he closes the distance in a flash. As he draws nearer, he analyzes the creature in an instant and realizes something unusual. The strange worms crawling across its body are not parasites at all, but actual parts of its main body, fused into its grotesque form. With a powerful swing, Fong Yi unleashes a golden slash that cuts across the air with terrifying force. But the Bone Bird raises its thick, cage-like bones and blocks the attack head-on, stopping the blow before it can break through. For the briefest moment, Fong Yi shows a flicker of surprise when his strike is halted. It is only an instant, but enough to show that this monster is at least worth noticing. The monster fixes him with its glowing green eyes, glaring down at him with cold hostility. Its stare is vicious and predatory, filled with the confidence of something that believes it can still win. Below them, his teammates can only watch in despair as the fight unfolds. Seeing even the powerful sealer face resistance from the Anomaly King leaves them feeling small and helpless, painfully aware that they are far too weak to offer any real support. Fong Yi lets out a quiet sound of annoyance. The reaction is small, but the irritation in it is unmistakable. Having tested the creature enough, he decides the fight has gone on long enough. He stops holding back and makes it clear through his presence alone that he is about to end the battle for real. He calls forth divine thunder, and crackling blue lightning instantly coils around his sword. The weapon hums with violent energy as the air around him fills with the sound of snapping electricity. With the added power of thunder surging through his blade, he swings again. This time the attack cuts through the bone defenses that had stopped him before with shocking ease, as though they were never strong enough to matter. The bone bird roars in pain and fury, but Fong Yi, surrounded by flickering blue lightning, only tells it coldly to stop making so much noise. His calm contempt is even more crushing than the attack itself. Then he unleashes a massive vertical slice of blue energy that tears straight through the monster's gigantic body. The strike is clean, brutal, and overwhelming, splitting through it with unstoppable force. Staring coldly at the creature, Fong Yi remarks that even though this monster turned the building into a feeding ground, it is still far weaker than the bad Anomaly King he fought before. To him, this battle is already beginning to feel disappointingly one-sided. Fong Yi moves again with incredible speed, vanishing and reappearing around the monster as he delivers a rapid flurry of slashes. Only after the barrage is complete does he land gracefully back on the ground, steady and completely in control. The gray-haired man and the blonde girl stare in complete shock as they watch the fight. They realize Fong Yi is not merely resisting the monster or even matching it, but completely dominating the Anomaly King on his own. The purple-haired woman watches even more closely and soon understands something chilling. Every single cut Fong Yi makes is perfectly measured and deliberate, like he is dissecting the monster piece by piece with terrifying precision. Fong Yi quickly realizes that he has not even needed to strike the bone bird's skull directly. As he effortlessly avoids its attacks, he understands that the creature can barely fight back at all, because the difference in power between them has already become overwhelming. At that moment, he concludes that he has grown even stronger than the Anomaly King itself. The monstrous bird lets out a desperate, broken roar as it struggles to recover. The sound is ragged and pitiful now, carrying more panic than menace. Fong Yi looks at the creature with a cold expression, one glowing red eye burning with ruthless intent, and asks whether it really thinks it can still heal. He mocks it further, asking if it honestly believes he has just been toying around for fun. A huge amount of spiritual energy begins gathering around him at once. Bright blue lightning crackles wildly through the air, making the entire top floor tremble under the pressure of the power he is drawing in. Once the energy is fully charged, Fong Yi bends his knees and leaps high into the air. His body rises through the storm of lightning like a spear aimed straight at the sky. Then he drives that power directly into the Tianbao building, releasing a massive pillar of lightning that blasts through the structure from top to bottom. The blinding strike tears into the dark red sky above and lights the entire area in a violent burst of blue-white radiance. The unleashed energy begins to swirl into a giant vortex overhead, sweeping outward as it purges the surrounding darkness. Layer by layer, the corrupt atmosphere is stripped away under the force of his attack. As the attack finally comes to an end, the dark clouds above split apart. Golden light from the setting sun pours through the broken sky, warm and clear, signaling that the suffocating darkness has at last been wiped away. Outside the building, the association's monitors can only watch in stunned disbelief as the Anomaly King's energy signature vanishes completely. In that moment, they realize Fong Yi is a pioneer operating on a level far beyond their own, and they cannot help wondering whether this is the true distance between ordinary talents and a top-tier genius. They reveal that this S-class invasion has been officially classified as the King's Sacrifice Hell, and that all details regarding how it was resolved have been sealed into top-secret files. Even among the stunned observers, everyone understands one thing clearly. Fang Yi's solution was something no one else could possibly replicate. Fang Yi lands steadily on the broken rubble as the last clouds of dust slowly settle around him. The violent clash is finally over, and in the fading haze, his figure stands calm and unmoved amid the wreckage. He turns toward the purple-haired woman and the gray-haired man and tells them in an even voice that the bone bird is dead. Now that the anomaly king has been eliminated, he says, they can finally re-establish contact with the outside world. The purple-haired woman immediately activates her communicator and identifies herself as Songyu, her voice turning crisp and professional. She reports that the incident has been successfully resolved and confirms that, thanks to the sealer's intervention, the mission was completed smoothly and far faster than expected. As she continues speaking into the communicator, Fang Yi quietly starts walking away toward the exit, as if this overwhelming victory means little to him. Songyu adds that she hopes the Kong City Spirit Association will show proper cooperation and gratitude for the help he has given them today. Suddenly, Songyu's expression changes, and shock flashes across her face at whatever she hears through the communicator. She immediately asks about the newly elected Kong City captain, her voice rising with anger as she demands to know why he is only showing up now, after the mission is already over. A streak of light tears across the city skyline and rushes straight toward their position. The voice on the communicator hurriedly explains that the captain learned the sealer was present, and although they tried to stop him, he was far too arrogant to listen to anyone. Songyu is instantly furious. She argues that this mission was assigned to the military zone, which means they are responsible for controlling the Tai captain, and then declares that they need to send Fang Yi away immediately, already recognizing the new captain's arrival as an open provocation. As Fang Yi walks down the staircase without any sign of concern, Songyu states coldly that the sealer is the most important captain recommended by their zone. She warns in a hard voice that anyone foolish enough to challenge him will have to bear the consequences themselves. Fang Yi walks out of the Tianbao building, clearly prepared to leave now that the battle inside has ended. With the crisis resolved, he has no interest in staying any longer than necessary. Then he pauses slightly, a faint look of confusion crossing his face as he senses something approaching from above at tremendous speed. The presence is sharp, reckless, and impossible to ignore. A figure suddenly drops out of the sky like a meteor, descending toward him with explosive force. The rushing impact tears through the air and sends debris flying before it even touches the ground. The attacker lands with a violent crash, gripping an energy weapon that hums with hostile intent. He introduces himself as Yu Fengjiang, the new captain of Kong City, and immediately demands in an aggressive tone to know whether Fang Yi is the sealer from Tai City. Fang Yi does not move back an inch and only stares at him coldly. Yu Fengjiang steps closer and studies him up close, mistakenly deciding that Fang Yi must be a wind attribute pioneer, though he also notes that Fang Yi is deliberately concealing his strength and guesses that he is at least in the spirit creation realm. Without another word, Yu Fengjiang shifts his energy weapon and transforms it into a sharp claw-like form. The moment it changes shape, he lunges forward and attacks without hesitation. Fang Yi draws his flaming sword in one smooth motion, and the clash between the two begins instantly. Fire and force collide as they launch into a rapid, high-speed duel that tears across the ruined street. The captain suddenly leaps high into the air and brings down a crushing strike meant to overwhelm Fang Yi in one blow. Fang Yi is forced to dodge aside as Yu Fengjiang slams heavily onto the street below, the impact cracking the ground. Yu Fengjiang looks down on Fang Yi from the very start, convinced he is dealing with nothing more than an arrogant brat. In his mind, this fight is the perfect chance to establish his own reputation and further solidify his family's dominance in Kong City. On the surface, he laughs arrogantly, pretending to act magnanimous. He thanks Fang Yi for solving the crisis, but in the very next breath accuses him of overstepping his boundaries, lecturing him smugly about rules, status, and seniority. Fang Yi is completely unimpressed by the speech. He explains in a cold, flat tone that he only came because the military requested support, and when he arrived, there was no captain present at all. Then he asks directly what this newly appointed captain actually wants from him. Yu Fengjiang gives a smug little smile and claims that he is a man of refined style with no ill intentions. But the greed underneath the act quickly shows itself when he reveals the real reason for stopping Fang Yi. He wants to borrow Fang Yi's powerful sword. As he speaks, dark energy begins gathering in his hands. The aura around him thickens with hostility, making it obvious that this is no polite request. Wrapped in a purple and white aura, Yu Fengjiang openly threatens Fang Yi. He tells him that if he refuses to comply, then he will never be allowed to leave Kong City alive. Fang Yi remains completely calm from beginning to end. There is not even the slightest sign of panic in his expression. Instead, he smiles as though he finds the demand utterly ridiculous. Across from him, Yu Fengjiang stares back with a twisted, excited look, clearly enjoying the thought of forcing the situation further. Fang Yi decides that the conversation has already gone on long enough. He releases his full presence, unsheaths his sword completely, and flames erupt around him in a violent burst that instantly changes the atmosphere. Yu Fengjiang is visibly shocked by the sudden explosion in Fang Yi's power. The pressure alone is enough to wipe the smugness off his face for a moment. With his eyes glowing and his aura blazing outward, Fang Yi mocks Yu Fengjiang's shameless request to borrow his weapon. In a cold, cutting tone, he says he will borrow Yu Fengjiang's entire family instead, making it painfully clear that he is about to beat him without mercy. Fang Yi opens the battle with a heavy slash of fire. The blazing arc tears through the air with enough force to split the space between them in an instant. Yu Fengjiang dodges the attack with astonishing speed, narrowly avoiding the flames. But instead of fear, a grin spreads across his face, and he says with rising excitement that the fight is finally becoming interesting. Nearby, Song Yu quickly realizes that the clash has disrupted their signal again. She urgently tells her team that they must leave at once to report to the military and their superiors, and to escort the survivors to safety before the situation gets even worse. Surrounded by roaring flames, Fang Yi gives them a stern warning without even looking back. He tells them they have 10 minutes to get away, darkly hinting that if they stay any longer, they may end up watching a captain die. The brown-haired association member instinctively tries to warn him, but Song Yu immediately clamps a hand over his mouth. She shouts that she understands and drags him away without hesitation, determined to get everyone out before the fight turns even more deadly. As the group runs off, Song Yu curses Yu Fengjiang in frustration, angry that he is stirring up trouble right after being elected. Her teammates grimly agree that it might actually do their arrogant captain some good if the sealer teaches him a painful lesson. Once the others are gone, Fang Yi fixes his opponent with a cold glare and raises one hand. In the next instant, he unleashes a powerful thunderbolt straight at Yu Fengjiang. Yu Fengjiang blocks the lightning with his weapon, but the impact is so heavy that it still drives him back. Even so, he shouts a challenge at Fang Yi, telling him that if he really wants to kill him, then he should stop holding back and fight with 100% of his power. Fang Yi answers not with words, but with a crushing attack that slams into the area with terrifying weight. The blow sends violent shockwaves rippling through everything around them. A massive explosion erupts behind Yu Fengjiang, blasting apart the nearby buildings in an instant. Fire and debris roar upward, turning the ruined street into a chaotic sea of destruction. Yu Fengjiang is forced to slide backward to steady himself, his boots scraping hard across the ground. As he regains his balance, he cannot help thinking that the sensation from that strike was genuinely terrifying. Sweat begins running down his face as he stares at Fang Yi again. He realizes with growing alarm that Fang Yi's yang power is not only extremely strong, but explosively violent in a way that is hard to defend against. For the first time in this fight, the arrogant captain has to admit to himself that his body is feeling real fear. Across from him, Fang Yi stands in raging flames like a dark silhouette with glowing red eyes, then smirks faintly at Yu Fengjiang's earlier taunt about using his full power. He replies coolly that if he truly used 100% of his strength, he is afraid Yu Fengjiang would not even last 10 minutes. His tone is calm, but the contempt in it hits harder than any insult. Yu Fengjiang only smiles back with forced confidence. Even now, he refuses to let his pride fully crack. He bursts into manic laughter, convincing himself that the true power must lie in the sword rather than in Fong Yi. In his mind, it has to be some new secret weapon from the Spirit Association, and Fong Yi is merely lucky enough to be the one holding it. Fong Yi says nothing in response. He simply stares at Yu Fengjiang with a cold, unimpressed expression, as though the man's delusion is too foolish to deserve an answer. In Yu Fengjiang's imagination, he pictures the weapon locked inside a containment tube, as if it were some terrifying classified prototype. The thought makes him even more jealous that something so special was handed to a kid like Fong Yi. He presses a hand to his chest and decides that coming to this city was worth it after all, because in his eyes he has just found a priceless treasure waiting to be stolen. Completely consumed by greed, Yu Fengjiang rips off his shirt as purple energy surges over his body. He arrogantly calls Fong Yi a mere two-star cultivator, demands that he hand over the blade, and openly threatens to kill him for it, shouting that Fong Yi still has not displayed enough power to truly impress him. Meanwhile, at the Tai Tai Spirit Association headquarters, the atmosphere is tense and heavy. A superior slams both hands onto the table in fury after learning that the Kong City captain has started a fight with their own captain, Fong Yi. Su Qingying looks deeply worried as the superior breaks out in sweat, finally realizing just how serious the situation has become. She points out that the sealer was invited by the Star God Warzone, meaning this conflict is no longer a simple personal dispute, but one tied to high-level military politics. The superior freezes when his assistant leans in and whispers a new update. Staring in disbelief, he asks the assistant to repeat the absurd piece of news, as though he cannot trust his own ears. The assistant explains that they already contacted Kong City, but the reply they received was infuriatingly arrogant. The other side said that if the fight is not stopped within 10 minutes, the situation will become irreversible, clearly assuming that Fong Yi is the one in danger. In their eyes, Kong City is the third-ranked city, so they are convinced their captain is superior and simply cannot lose. The Tai Tai officials are both shocked and deeply insulted by Kong City's attitude. The sheer contempt in that response makes it painfully clear that the other side is openly looking down on them. The superior slams his fist onto the desk again, his face dark with anger as he calls the Kong City officials complete fools. He realizes they think sealing a top-level monster is some easy, routine task, and that they have utterly failed to understand what kind of person Fong Yi really is. The assistant quickly adds that the Kong City captain is rumored to have only recently stepped into the 3-star rank. On top of that, he is backed by a massive family with seemingly endless resources, which is why he has become so confident and untouchable. The superior turns to look out the window and gives a cold scoff at the mention of a mere 3-star rank. With a grave expression, he explains that Fong Yi possesses multiple top-level powers, and that his true combat ability has long surpassed the realm shown on paper. He reaches a grim conclusion. Because Kong City never experienced the king's sacrifice hell for themselves, they have no idea what Fong Yi's title truly means. In his view, the Kong City captain will not simply lose this fight. He may very well end up dead. Back at the battle, Fong Yi draws back his arm and prepares a devastating punch. His glowing red eye burns with a ruthless light, making the pressure around him feel even more suffocating. The punch lands brutally across Yu Fengjiang's face with crushing force. Blood and broken teeth burst into the air at once, and the arrogant captain's defense is shattered in a single, humiliating instant. The battle surges higher and continues in the sky above the city. Flames, shockwaves, and streaks of energy tear across the night, like a disaster unfolding in full view of the world below. Yu Fengjiang grows increasingly confused as the clash continues. No matter how he attacks, his power seems unable to break through Fong Yi's flames, and he cannot understand why the fire blade feels so endless, as though it can never be worn down. As they keep fighting, Yu Fengjiang is horrified to realize that his spiritual power is vanishing the moment it makes contact, as if everything he releases is being swallowed by a vast sea. Under Fong Yi's relentless pressure and non-stop attacks, he begins to feel completely overwhelmed. Then, without warning, Fong Yi appears right beside Yu Fengjiang's face. In a cold voice barely above a whisper, he tells him that they have arrived. Yu Fengjiang jerks his head around in shock and sees, Right beside them, the Kong City Spirit Association building. The realization hits him instantly. They have been dragged all the way back to his own territory. Fong Yi hovers over him with a presence so oppressive it feels almost terrifying. He tells Yu Fengjiang that out of respect for Kong City and the military, he is willing to give him one final chance. Before Yu Fengjiang can even open his mouth to respond, Fong Yi drives a powerful kick into him and sends him hurtling downward. But Fong Yi has no intention of stopping there. He immediately unleashes a huge barrage of fire slashes toward the building below, shouting that he is worried some people might still be hiding inside. So he has decided to make his presence impossible to ignore. His words are mocking, but the warning behind them is deadly serious. Yu Fengjiang is caught in the middle of the blast, and his face twists with shock and pain. The arrogance he wore so easily earlier is now being burned away by raw terror. The resulting explosion is enormous, bright enough to light up the entire city skyline. On the ground, people stop and stare upward in confusion, wondering whether some giant fire has suddenly broken out in the middle of Kong City. Panic begins spreading through the crowd as the temperature in the area rises all at once. A man wearing glasses points frantically at the sky and screams that he can actually see two people fighting above the city. High overhead, Fong Yi, wrapped in blazing golden fire, prepares to clash once more with Yu Fengjiang, whose body is covered in dark purple energy. On the ground, one civilian suddenly recognizes those flames from the news and excitedly tells everyone nearby that the rumors about the spiritual energy revival must have been real all along. Fong Yi looks down at his opponent with an icy, emotionless gaze. He checks the time and calmly informs Yu Fengjiang that he has only 5 minutes left. Then he throws the man's own words back at him, asking whether he did not want to witness 100% of his power. Beaten, furious, and unable to answer properly, Yu Fengjiang can only let out a low, enraged growl. The sound is full of humiliation and helpless anger. Fong Yi comes down from the sky like a falling meteor, swinging his flaming sword as he descends. As he unleashes a massive slash of fire, he mocks Yu Fengjiang and asks how he can already look so pathetic when Fong Yi is using only 30% of his strength. Yu Fengjiang's face fills with pure shock. He cannot understand how this could possibly not be Fong Yi's full power, because in his mind it should be absolutely impossible for a mere 2-star cultivator to be this monstrously strong. Real fear finally takes hold of Yu Fengjiang as he watches the attack coming straight at him. For the first time, his instincts scream louder than his pride. The massive beam of fire crashes into him head-on and blasts him across the sky. Wrapped in searing flames, he is hurled away like a broken projectile. Meanwhile, far away at the Spirit Association headquarters in Shin City, the Situation Room has already descended into chaos. Staff members rush around in alarm as fresh reports continue pouring in. An operator reports a massive energy spike somewhere within the country. The map is immediately enlarged and locked onto Kong City, where the readings show energy levels surging rapidly right around the Spirit Association building. The superior with glasses stares at the screen in confusion, pointing out that the energy signature is not the dark attribute, which means this is not a monster invasion. He demands at once to know what exactly is happening over there. A subordinate rushes in with a shocking report. The new Kong City captain, Divine Blade, is fighting the Tai Tai City captain, the Sealer. The report makes it even worse by explaining that Divine Blade tried to steal the Sealer's weapon after Fong Yi helped save the city, and when Fong Yi refused, he attacked with clear intent to kill. The superior explodes with rage, shouting that Kong City must have a death wish. He orders his staff to warn Kong City immediately and force them to stop the fight at once, threatening to remove every senior official in the Kong City Spirit Association if they fail to act. He declares that someone must be sent there right now to take control of this major incident. Just then, the doors to the conference room swing open. A lone silhouette appears in the entrance, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The blue-haired woman steps inside and volunteers for the mission without hesitation. She is Gu Yuro, headquarters forerunner of the Spirit Association, known by the codename Sea Mystic. Elsewhere in the city, a young girl standing by a window excitedly shouts to her mother that she can see a shooting star. The bright light of the battle reflects clearly in her wide, innocent eyes. Her mother reacts instantly, pulling her daughter back to protect her. She stares out in horror as an enormous burst of light flashes across the glass walls of the surrounding skyscrapers, then urgently tells the family to run. Inside their apartment, the family begins hurriedly packing bags with trembling hands. The father makes a quick decision and says that Kong City is no longer safe, and that they have to leave immediately for Shin City. As they cast one last look out the window at the smoke rising over the city, the mother starts crying in fear. The father does his best to steady the family, promising that they will find a way out as they leave behind their home and everything familiar. Back in the sky a minute earlier, Yu Fengjiang screams in agony while being swallowed by a massive wave of fire. Wrapped in the burning blaze, he struggles desperately against the unbearable heat. He bursts out of the flames battered, shirtless, and badly hurt, then furiously roars a threat at Feng Yi. He warns that his powerful Yu family will never let this go and will come after him for what happened here. Feng Yi hovers calmly in the sky, paying no attention to those threats at all, while Yu Fengjiang keeps screaming that the Kong City Spirit Association will not let him escape this. Inside the glass-walled headquarters below, a group of officials watches the fight in growing panic. Seeing the brightness and force of the attacks, they realize their captain cannot last much longer and begin shouting for someone to save him. They desperately demand that the Tai City captain stop his attack at once, but Feng Yi offers them nothing except a silent, icy stare. The annoyance on his face makes it obvious that their words mean absolutely nothing to him. Looking down at the officials gathered inside the building below, Feng Yi listens as they loudly declare that Yu Fengjiang is their captain and that attacking him is the same as directly provoking their entire association. Their outrage only makes their cowardice look more obvious. One of the officials slams his fist against the glass wall and shouts furiously that they will never accept this kind of behavior. His anger sounds bold, but it is backed by obvious panic. Feng Yi looks at them with glowing red eyes, completely unimpressed. Even when standing before someone far stronger than themselves, the Kong City Spirit Association still chooses arrogance over sense, and that only makes them look even more ridiculous to him. A huge swirl of fire rises around Feng Yi as he coldly mocks them. He suggests that they ignored the other captains because they assumed their own captain was stronger than everyone else, or perhaps because they simply did not want to get involved until the danger reached their own door. Having decided they need to be taught a lesson, Feng Yi swings and unleashes a massive fire slash straight at the Spirit Association building. The attack tears downward with merciless speed. The officials inside duck and hide in terror as the holy flames smash through the windows and sweep into the office space. Fire surges through the room, burning everything in its path and proving beyond doubt that their threats carry no weight in front of him. Feng Yi turns his back on the destruction with open disgust in his eyes. Floating above the battered Yu Fengjiang, he mocks him coldly and asks whether he truly believed he could take that sword from Feng Yi's hand with such pitiful skill. The battle reaches its most brutal point as Yu Fengjiang, once so arrogant and full of himself, is left bleeding, exhausted, and gasping for breath. His body trembles under the strain, and it is obvious he is nearing his limit. High in the sky, Feng Yi coldly challenges Yu Fengjiang to see whether he can withstand what comes next. Then, like a meteor falling from the heavens, he hurls his flaming sword straight down at him with unstoppable force. Instead of dodging, Yu Fengjiang actually smiles, his eyes overflowing with naked greed as he rushes straight toward the descending blade. While charging forward, he mockingly curses the local association for being useless, convinced that only someone like him is worthy of claiming such a powerful treasure. His face twists into a wild, almost insane expression as he screams at the top of his lungs that this treasure belongs to him and him alone. In that moment, all reason leaves him and only obsession remains. Feng Yi watches him in silence, one glowing red eye cold and merciless. Inwardly, he thinks that he will never understand pioneers like this. People who use the power meant to protect humanity to rob, kill, and seize what was never theirs in the first place. To Feng Yi, these kinds of people are no different from common criminals dressed up in power and status. Worse than that, he believes their existence is one of the very reasons humanity keeps getting pushed closer and closer to destruction. With one final icy glare, Fang Yi makes up his mind to end this matter once and for all. At the same time, Yu Fengjiang keeps charging ahead with feverish excitement, completely blind to the fact that he is rushing straight toward his own death. The very instant Yu Fengjiang reaches out and tries to touch the weapon, a massive explosion erupts. A giant sphere of fire swallows the entire area in one terrifying flash, blasting heat and light across the ruined skyline. Standing calmly inside the roaring flames, Fang Yi reveals in an almost indifferent tone that he forgot to mention one thing. His Tang sword is not some ordinary spirit weapon at all. It is a special weapon he forged himself, one that acknowledges only a single master. The force of the blast sends the officials of the Kong City Spirit Association stumbling and screaming as they run for their lives. Around them, the building begins collapsing under the pressure, glass shattering and concrete breaking apart as panic spreads everywhere. As they stare at the inferno in disbelief, confusion takes over their faces. They can only remember the reports claiming that the sealer was merely at the 2-star spirit creation realm, while Yu Fengjiang was supposed to be a full realm higher than him. The leader of the Kong City Spirit Association stands there trembling uncontrollably, his face pale with fear. In that instant, he realizes with crushing clarity that the information they trusted was completely wrong from the very beginning. He knows better than anyone that Yu Fengjiang was the only 3-star spirit creation expert in the city, a celebrated genius backed by vast family resources. He was already close to the Jinggang realm and was even considered one of the top 5 captains in the nation. And yet, even with all of that status, talent, and support behind him, he was still no match for Fang Yi. As the dust slowly settles, Fang Yi descends softly onto the rubble, calm and steady, as if the violent battle had cost him almost nothing. Standing there in silence with his burning sword still in hand, Fang Yi gives off a presence that makes everything painfully obvious. He has already far surpassed the ordinary level of a city captain and now possesses the terrifying power to wipe out an entire city if he truly wished to. Wang Zhong, the leader of the Kong City Spirit Association, trembles so badly he can barely stand. Looking at the destruction around him, he wonders in horror whether Fang Yi truly intends to bury the entire Kong City Spirit Association together with their defeated captain. Overcome by fear, Wang Zhong collapses to the ground among his terrified subordinates and begs the Tai City captain for mercy, screaming that this whole incident was their fault. Just then, the distant sound of an approaching helicopter cuts through the tense, burning silence. The sudden mechanical roar breaks the suffocating atmosphere and makes everyone look up at once. Inside the cockpit, the pilot quickly reports to his superior that there is an extremely pure and overwhelmingly strong yang attribute source ahead. At the same time, he notes with surprise that the flames surrounding the Spirit Association appear to be weakening little by little. Standing at the open side door of the helicopter, Guyuro gathers an enormous mass of blue water energy in her hands. Feeling the heat from far away, she narrows her eyes and wonders whether the fire below is really dying down or whether something more dangerous is still hidden inside it. Afraid that they may have arrived too late, Guyuro stops hesitating and releases her power. Streams of blue energy pour down from the sky like rain, sweeping over the burning ruins in an effort to extinguish the remaining flames. As she looks down at the destruction below, even Guyuro has to admit Fang Yi's frightening strength. Inwardly, she thinks it is truly astonishing that one person could come so close to destroying the 3rd largest city entirely by his own power. She quickly concludes that Fang Yi's strength has already reached the level of a true national-class pioneer. But as her rain continues falling, she realizes something even deeper. Her water is only managing to put out the flames because Fang Yi has already chosen to pull back his power. In other words, he showed mercy. If he had not done that himself, her water alone would never have been enough to suppress those flames. On the ground, Wang Zhong looks up with sudden joy and shouts toward Fang Yi that headquarters has arrived to save them. His voice is full of desperate hope, as if he has finally grabbed onto a lifeline. Fang Yi does not answer him at all. He simply stands there in silence, his expression unreadable as he lifts his gaze toward the newcomer in the sky. From the helicopter above, Guyuro stares back at him just as quietly. As a water attribute pioneer herself, she can immediately sense the astonishing purity and density of the power surrounding Fang Yi. The more carefully she feels it, the more certain she becomes that Fang Yi's pure energy far surpasses anything Yu Fengjiang ever possessed. The gap between them is not small at all. It is vast enough to make the earlier results seem inevitable. In her judgment, that alone places Fang Yi among the strongest pioneers she has ever encountered personally. It is the kind of power that leaves a lasting impression the moment you sense it. Then Gu Yuro's expression shifts, and a flicker of surprise appears in her eyes as she notices something very specific. Her attention is drawn away from the ruined battlefield and locked onto the weapon in Fang Yi's hand. She focuses on the flaming Tang sword Fang Yi is holding and begins analyzing it with a sharp, trained gaze. From the purity of its power and the astonishing level of fusion within the weapon, she immediately knows one thing for certain. The Tai Tai City Spirit Association does not possess the technology required to create a spirit weapon this advanced. As Fang Yi calmly sheathes his sword and draws the flames back into his body as though they naturally belong there, Gu Yuro arrives at the only conclusion that makes sense. That spirit weapon was not issued to him by anyone. Fang Yi created it himself. With the helicopter now overhead, Wang Zhong suddenly finds a little courage and points an accusing finger at Fang Yi. In a trembling yet self-righteous voice, he demands to know whether the sealer really had to be so ruthless and asks how Fang Yi intends to explain himself now that headquarters has personally arrived. Fang Yi turns his gaze on him with terrifying intensity, and the pressure alone almost makes Wang Zhong stop breathing. He coldly reminds the official that he had already given them 10 full minutes to resolve the matter, yet in all that time they failed to offer him even a single explanation. Then Fang Yi turns away as if Wang Zhong is not even worth another glance. In his view, their silence already said everything. It meant they had silently agreed that their own captain deserved to die. Without warning, Fang Yi releases a massive surge of fiery energy that whips around the terrified officials and traps them in scorching heat. In a voice that brooks no defiance, he warns them that if they dare speak to him with that same disrespect again, he will kill every one of them together with their fallen captain. At that exact moment, Gu Yuro descends from the sky wrapped in swirling blue water energy, her entrance sharp and commanding. Calling out to the Tai Tai City captain, she tells him to stop this aggressive behavior at once. Fang Yi slowly turns his head in silence to face the new arrival. His expression remains calm, but his eyes clearly show that he is measuring her the moment she lands. Wang Zhong is suddenly overjoyed, convinced that Fang Yi has finally crossed a line he cannot escape. In his mind, no matter how strong the sealer is, there is no way he can kill a city captain and walk away untouched. If something like that goes unpunished, then every captain in the country would be living in danger. Gu Yuro lands firmly and introduces herself without wasting time. In a stern voice, she asks how the Spirit Association is supposed to manage its regional branches at all if chaos on this scale is allowed to happen unchecked. Hearing that, Wang Zhong's face twists into a wicked, relieved smile. He eagerly assumes she has come to stand on his side and waits in anticipation for her to punish Fang Yi for destroying their headquarters. However, to the complete shock of everyone present, Gu Yuro does not make a move against Fang Yi. Instead, she steps forward respectfully and admits that this entire incident was a failure of duty on the part of the Spirit Association itself. She lowers her head in apology and sincerely promises Fang Yi that headquarters will provide him with a proper explanation regarding everything that happened here. Her tone is serious and leaves no room for misunderstanding. Fang Yi's expression softens just slightly, and a faint smile touches his face. He simply lets out a quiet hum of acknowledgement, accepting her apology without further comment. Wang Zhong freezes completely where he stands, his face turning blank with disbelief. It finally dawns on him that headquarters has chosen to stand with Fang Yi rather than with him or Kong City. He keeps trembling, unable to understand what he is seeing at all. Everything is happening in a way that completely overturns the authority and certainty he thought he had. He watches in stunned silence as Gu Yuro bows to Fang Yi, and only then does he realize what this gesture truly means. This is headquarters' respectful way of handling the sealer. In essence, they intend to support him, compensate him, and avoid creating an even bigger conflict. Wang Zhong is horrified and cannot stop asking himself whether this is really the end of the matter. His captain was burned alive before his eyes, yet headquarters is not treating Fang Yi as the guilty party, nor are they placing the blame on him the way Wang Zhong expected. Fang Yi remains calm, because to him the opinion of the local association simply does not matter. In his mind, Yu Fengjiang tried to kill him for his weapon and repaid help with greed and hostility, so the man's death was entirely deserved. Gu Yuro then turns away from Fang Yi and walks toward the frightened local officials. Her expression turns colder with every step she takes. She asks them sharply why none of them stepped in to stop the fighting and calls them a pack of arrogant fools. Then she demands to know who is in charge of the Kong City Spirit Association, and Wang Zhong nervously raises his hand like a man walking toward his sentence. Wang Zhong forces an ugly, trembling smile onto his face as Gu Yuro gives him his orders. She tells them they have 3 days to stabilize public opinion in Kong City and produce a believable explanation to cover up the news of the battle. Then her face turns completely icy as she announces the real punishment. After those 3 days are over, every one of them will be dismissed from their posts, and headquarters will send an entirely new group to take over Kong City. The officials stand there stunned, their faces drained of all color as the reality sinks in. Gu Yuro gives them one final warning that if they fail to carry out those orders properly, they will face the full consequences without mercy. Watching from a short distance away, Fang Yi shows a rare flicker of surprise. He admits to himself that he truly did not expect Spirit Association headquarters to go so far as to dismiss the entire Kong City staff just to make their stance toward him unmistakably clear. Gu Yuro soon returns to Fang Yi after handling the officials. In a calm but serious tone, she explains that headquarters had to make its position absolutely clear this time, with no room left for misunderstanding. She states plainly that anyone who dares challenge the sealer again will end up just like the Kong City Spirit Association and Yu Fengjiang. Then she asks Fang Yi whether he is satisfied with how headquarters handled the matter and promises that an incident like this will never happen again. Looking relaxed, Fang Yi replies that anyone challenging him is effectively challenging headquarters itself. He says he has no real interest in the fate of those officials, but he is curious about something else: how she plans to manage public opinion now that supernatural events are becoming harder to hide. Gu Yuro immediately understands what he is really asking. She addresses the growing doubt over whether news of spiritual energy revival can still be suppressed in major cities, explaining that supernatural incidents are happening more and more often now, and anomaly-related disasters are appearing almost everywhere. She admits that many ordinary people have already begun to suspect the truth. Even so, the government still cannot make everything public yet, because the timing is not right. If they revealed the truth now, she warns, the entire world would change overnight. Society would descend into chaos, and the fragile order they have been struggling to preserve would begin collapsing from within. She makes it clear that the situation is extremely delicate, and quietly implies that if Fang Yi had not been there to save Tai Tai City, the consequences would not have been limited to one city alone, but might have affected the entire world. Hearing that, Fang Yi thinks back on everything that has happened in his recent battles. He realizes that the era of spiritual energy recovery may have officially begun the moment the Anomaly King was destroyed. And he cannot help thinking that without sacrifices from powerful people like Elder Wu, this new era might have arrived even sooner, when humanity would have been even less prepared to face it. At last, Fang Yi fully understands the government's reasoning. In the end, limited chaos among a small group of pioneers is still far better than total chaos spreading across all of society at once. In his mind, he pictures the powerful figures standing at the front of this changing world, people like Jialan and Su Qingying. He understands that if the country wants ordinary citizens to keep living under the appearance of peace, then it needs top-tier pioneers like them to stand in front of every crisis and hold the line. Fang Yi lowers his eyes to the ruined cityscape around him and finally understands why Xiahua is so strict when it comes to controlling public opinion. Looking at the wreckage, the logic behind that caution becomes impossible to ignore. By tightly managing information, They can stop weaker pioneers from recklessly stirring up trouble and prevent panic from spreading through the general population. That gives ordinary people more time to slowly adapt to the new era. Even so, Fong Yi clearly sees the weakness in the plan. It only works as long as enough powerful pioneers are willing to cooperate. A faint smirk appears on Fong Yi's face as that thought settles in. He realizes the situation is becoming more urgent by the day, and the pressure of what is coming is no longer something anyone can ignore. As Fong Yi prepares to leave, he quietly admits to himself that while his current strength was enough to resolve the disaster in Tai Tai City, it still is not enough for what lies ahead. Compared to the future he is beginning to sense, this victory feels almost like a warning. Before he can continue that train of thought, Guyuro speaks up and interrupts him. With clear respect in her voice, she informs him that a special plane has already been arranged to take him back to Tai Tai City, but asks him to spare her a moment first because she has a personal request. Adjusting her glasses with a soft smile, Guyuro openly expresses her sincere admiration. She tells Fong Yi that she genuinely envies Tai Tai City for having someone so young who not only possesses the terrifying power to destroy a city, but also has the restraint and character to control that power properly. Fong Yi looks at her with mild interest and a hint of amusement in his eyes. He tells her there is no need to be so formal or polite with him. Guyuro then reaches out her hand toward him in a warm, straightforward gesture. Speaking not as sea mystic, but simply as Guyuro, she asks whether she can be friends with him. Fong Yi is genuinely surprised by how humble and sincere the request sounds. For a brief moment, even he is caught off guard by her openness. At the Star God Warzone headquarters, Jialon listens in silence as her blonde subordinate reports the full details of what happened in Kong City. The more she hears, the darker her expression becomes. Jialon suddenly slams her hand down onto the desk in anger, her voice sharp as she calls the whole situation ridiculous. She does not hesitate to curse the Kong City Spirit Association as a bunch of fools who created trouble after being saved. Her eyes shift to a chart displaying the strategic rankings of the cities. Looking at it, she notes that Kong City, currently ranked third, is already losing its position. She predicts that if this trend continues, Kong City will soon fall out of the rankings entirely, and concludes that Spirit Association headquarters needs to take control of Kong City immediately. Jialon's blonde subordinate comments that headquarters has handled this matter quite reliably, especially Guyuro. He notes that Sea Mystic may already be trying to pull Fong Yi toward their side. Jialon gives a cold little nod and says that whatever reward they offer the sealer must be better than anything the association can provide. Without hesitation, she decides to double the original reward promised for Fong Yi's help in Kong City. The subordinate then openly praises Fong Yi's strength, saying that the balance he shows between ruthlessness and control is exactly what makes him suitable to stand as a city leader. In his eyes, Fong Yi has already shown the kind of presence ordinary people cannot imitate. After that, he proposes a very specific reward, one he believes suits Fong Yi better than money or ordinary resources ever could. His tone makes it clear that he has thought carefully about this suggestion. He places a folder marked Top Secret Restricted Area onto the desk in front of Jialon. The moment it touches the table, the atmosphere in the room subtly changes. Jialon falls silent for a moment, immediately understanding how serious that suggestion really is. Her expression turns thoughtful as she weighs the implications. She remarks dryly that if she did not already know how much he admired Fong Yi, she might have thought he was deliberately trying to make things difficult for him. The place he suggested is not somewhere people mention lightly. The subordinate only smiles and calmly argues that crisis and opportunity always come together. In his view, only Fong Yi is truly worthy of entering a place like that to train and grow stronger. He adds that another genius from their war zone is already training there as well. Then he explains that in the future, things even more terrifying than the king's sacrifice hell will appear, and if they want to face that unknown future, Fong Yi must become stronger as quickly as possible. Jialon slowly agrees and pulls the documents closer, her gaze growing deeper. As she looks over them, she even wonders whether their restricted area might still be too simple for someone like Fong Yi. At that moment, the door suddenly bursts open and a staff member rushes into the room in panic, loudly calling out for Jialon. The abrupt interruption instantly cuts through the heavy discussion. Breathing hard, the staff member delivers shocking news that leaves both Jialan and her subordinate stunned. Elder Wu has awakened, and the first thing he wants is to speak with her. Several hours later, back in Tai Tai City, warm sunlight spills over Feng Yi's new luxury villa. After all the destruction and tension of Kong City, the peaceful scene feels almost strangely unreal. Inside the villa, Feng Yi sits casually on the couch while checking his phone. The calm domestic quiet around him stands in sharp contrast to the chaos he had just walked through. A bank notification suddenly appears on the screen, informing him that 10 million yuan has been transferred into his account. He quickly figures that this is most likely the reward Jialan promised him earlier. Just then, Linyi walks in and happily welcomes her cousin home. At the same time, she tells him that she already saw everything about the Kong City incident spreading across the forums. Feng Yi lightly reassures Linyi and tells her not to worry too much, but she still looks anxious. The internet is already full of wild rumors claiming that he brutally killed Kong City's captain, Divine Blade. Feng Yi says those rumors are clearly exaggerated, then flicks her forehead in a familiar, teasing way. He tells her to stop wasting time reading forums all day and focus properly on her training instead. After that, Feng Yi rises to his feet and says that he is going to train for a while. He calmly adds that he wants to try for another breakthrough. Linyi stares at him in shock, almost unable to believe what she just heard. She asks whether he is moving too fast, because he only just advanced recently, yet now he is already talking about reaching the 3-star spirit creation realm. Feng Yi only laughs and says that nothing is certain yet. Once he leaves, Linyi remains standing there alone with her hands clasped together and a worried expression on her face. Deep down, she can tell that her cousin is carrying something heavy in his heart, even if he refuses to say it out loud. Upstairs, Feng Yi sits cross-legged on his bed as dark energy swirls around him in slow, heavy currents. The room grows quiet and oppressive as his power begins gathering inward. In his hand, he holds a sphere of golden energy that contains the purest dark attribute taken from the bone bird, the anomaly king he defeated. Even in its compressed state, the energy gives off a chilling, dangerous purity. Feng Yi decides to merge that energy into his boundless dark realm and push the technique to a higher level. The moment he activates it, the spirit of the bone bird appears, as if the remaining will inside the power has been awakened. A system window immediately appears in front of him and asks whether he wants to embed the dark attribute. The prompt glows quietly in the dim room. Feng Yi accepts without hesitation, and a golden sphere of energy instantly blooms around him as the fusion process begins. Power ripples through the room in silent waves. The system soon confirms that the fusion was successful and that his boundless dark realm has been upgraded. From now on, any enemy dragged into his dark domain will not only face the realm itself, but will also be attacked by the bone bird and other anomalies sealed within it. Feng Yi continues floating in deep meditation, his body suspended slightly as power glows around him. The energy moving through him feels denser and more dangerous than before. Inside his mind, he begins to see the shapes of the countless monsters he has absorbed. Their silhouettes gather in the darkness like an army waiting in silence, all of them now existing as part of his growing power. He wonders if that means these beings can now actively fight on his behalf. In that moment, he realizes that just like the Anomaly King, he now has the power to command these anomalies as well. With that realization, Feng Yi releases all of his strength. A gigantic golden avatar wreathed in fire, with many arms spread wide, rises into the sky and towers over the dark energy. All at once, a golden system notification appears. It tells him he has met the conditions for another breakthrough and asks whether he wants to advance into the 3-star spirit creation realm. The force of Feng Yi's cultivation spills out over the city and takes visible form, creating a massive golden image of a fire god in the sky. The people below stare upward in shock and awe. One photographer points excitedly and says that figure is the immortal who saved them from the bat monsters, convinced their savior has descended once again. Inside the villa, the gathered power can no longer be contained, and a blinding burst of golden light erupts from Feng Yi's bed, flooding the entire room. At the same time, Inside Fong Yi's spiritual world, everything shifts into a dark purple void. From the darkness rise the spirits of the powerful monsters he once defeated and absorbed, including the enormous bone bird and the giant serpent, each one towering above him. Fong Yi looks at these reborn monsters with calm confidence. In his eyes, they are now like servants kneeling before a king, and their existence only makes his boundless dark realm even stronger. He sits upon a throne forged from dark energy, gazing down as the terrifying army of monster spirits lowers itself before him and accepts him as its ruler. A system window appears and confirms his progress, announcing that the boundless dark realm has evolved and that he has gained a new ability. The system explains the new skill, anomaly warfare. Once Fong Yi drags enemies into his dark world, he can call out these monsters to attack for him. But it also warns that the stronger the target is, the more spiritual energy he will need to maintain the summons. Fong Yi holds a swirling sphere of dark energy that contains the essence of the bone bird. A faint smirk appears on his face as he welcomes the newcomer into his boundless dark realm. He praises the purity of the bird's spirit, saying it will greatly enhance his own power. He tells the spirits to serve him well and promises that as long as they do, he will not treat them poorly. As he looks over this new army, Fong Yi realizes that if he wants to use this power properly, he will need to raise his spiritual energy even further. Back in the real world, the surge of power reaches its highest point. A huge beam of golden light blasts up from the city, pierces the clouds, and brightens the sky, announcing his successful breakthrough to everyone below. Fong Yi floats above his bed, wrapped in a golden aura. The system confirms that he has successfully broken through to the 3-star spirit creation realm. As he feels the change, he realizes all of his abilities now fit his body perfectly, as though they have become part of him. His power feels cleaner, purer, and when he opens his eyes, they shine with a sharp red glow. He quickly notices one major difference. The discomfort he always felt when using the dark attribute has now disappeared completely. Fong Yi steps down from the bed, faint traces of golden energy still glowing beneath his feet. Standing quietly in his room, he gathers flames into his palm with a confident expression. He decides that the only way to truly understand his new powers is to test them in real combat. Later, at the headquarters of the Star God War Zone, Elder Wu, now fully recovered, stands beside a huge window with Jialan as they look out over the city. They speak about Fong Yi's astonishing growth, noting that he has risen in rank again in an incredibly short time. Elder Wu asks how long it has been since Fong Yi obtained the Shizai flower to save his life, and Jialan tells him it has only been half a month. Jialan thinks to herself that in just a little over 10 days, Fong Yi has already accomplished things that most pioneers could never achieve in an entire lifetime. Elder Wu admits that Fong Yi not only saved his life, but also helped preserve the future of Xiaogua's pioneers. He humbly confesses that even he, a Jinggang realm pioneer, cannot control the dark attribute as completely as Fong Yi does. Staring at their reflection in the glass, Elder Wu counts Fong Yi's achievements one by one, eliminating the anomaly kings of 2 cities, resolving major disasters, and breaking through twice in only a few days. He says with clear admiration that he truly wants to meet this heaven-favored genius. Meanwhile, at the Tai City Spirit Association, Su Qingying and the others are alerted to a massive wave of energy coming from Fong Yi's new home. Su Qingying is stunned as she realizes he has advanced again. The spiritual surge released by the sealer, Fong Yi, is even greater than the one that appeared when the Anomaly King descended. The staff at the association immediately launch an emergency response plan to make sure Fong Yi's breakthrough will not be interrupted. Later, Su Qingying looks down at her phone and thinks about how much Fong Yi has changed everything. Since the disaster, he has earned overwhelming respect, and even ordinary people now feel safe just knowing his spiritual power is guarding them. She scrolls through online discussions and quietly joins in under an anonymous account, telling people just how powerful the sealer really is. She mocks the pioneers from Kong City for looking down on him before and mentions how their captain ended up utterly humiliated. The thought satisfies her, since helping build his reputation should spare him trouble in the future. At the same time, in an office in Kong City, Chu Qingli sits in front of a computer with an annoyed look on her face. She complains bitterly that cultivation is far too difficult and that she has been stuck for ages trying to break into the 2-star Ghost Axe realm. She searches for information about the sealer on the Pioneer network, only to find that no one responds to her messages, which makes her angrily curse the other pioneers as mediocre fools. Deep down, she resentfully thinks the problem is simply that she does not know the sealer well enough. She even wishes she could meet him face to face, fully confident in her own beauty. But even then, she worries that in this new era, her current position and status may no longer be enough to catch his eye. Looking out over the damaged city, she reads online that Kong City has completely offended the sealer and is no longer a place worth staying in. At once, she decides she has to return to Tai City as soon as possible. With determination in her eyes, Chu Qingli turns and walks out, resolved to seize whatever future and opportunity she can still grasp. Sunlight falls across the modern house as Lin Yi asks her cousin whether he has finally finished breaking through. Inside, the two of them sit across from each other at a large dining table. Lin Yi asks if he feels any different now, and Fang Yi casually says it is nothing too special, other than his spiritual energy flowing more smoothly and his overall efficiency doubling. He says there are no dramatic changes for now, but in his heart, Fang Yi suspects that the real transformation will only appear once he steps into the legendary Jingang realm. Lin Yi then holds up her phone and shows him a message. She explains that Jialan asked whether she wanted to go to Tianhai Forest, because New World anomalies seem to have appeared there. Fang Yi says he received the same invitation. He guesses that the Star God Warzone is trying to make up for what happened in Kong City. Since both of them were invited, he decides they should head there together, and Lin Yi immediately cheers in delight. Not long after, they arrive at Tianhai Forest. It lies on the border of the Star God Warzone's territory, with warning signs everywhere forbidding entry. The forest used to be ordinary, but over the last 5 years it has grown wildly out of control. The spiritual energy inside is extremely dense, causing plants and animals to mutate at a very high rate. It is both a perfect place for training and a land filled with unknown danger, which is why it remains under military control. Under the bright forest sunlight, Fang Yi and Lin Yi are greeted by a familiar face. The purple-haired woman from the Kong City mission waves to them and warmly welcomes the captain from Tai City. She asks whether he still remembers her, then explains that she is currently stationed here. She adds that Jialan specifically asked her to receive them and brief them on the current situation. She tells them that shortly before they arrived, a strange new change appeared in the forest. A mutated flame emerged, but unlike the dark attribute, this fire feels deeply gloomy and cannot be extinguished. Fang Yi guesses that it may be some new and unknown fire attribute. The purple-haired woman confirms that possibility and offers to accompany them for safety. Fang Yi, however, turns to Lin Yi for her thoughts, implying that they may not need a guide at all. Lin Yi agrees without hesitation. The purple-haired woman accepts their choice and says she will stay behind to wait for them, though she warns them to be especially careful. As she watches the two of them, she realizes that all her attention had been on the sealer, and she had barely noticed the girl beside him. She is shocked when she senses just how powerful Lin Yi's spiritual energy is, perhaps even stronger than her own. As Fang Yi and Lin Yi head deeper into the forest, she watches them with a faint smile, wondering what kind of luck or destiny could make them both so absurdly gifted. The two step onto the scorched ground, hearing the dry earth crack beneath their feet as they enter the affected zone. Then they stop before a horrifying sight, a whole forest burning beneath a strange, violent blaze that stretches toward the sky. Fang Yi looks ahead and asks if this is the place. Fang Yi slowly extends a hand and carefully feels the energy in front of him. The moment it brushes against his senses, his expression tightens in shock. That wildly violent aura of death is insane, and the gloomy, freezing energy inside it feels every bit as overwhelming as the dark tide itself. He immediately recalls the warning that this strange fire cannot be extinguished and only keeps spreading once it catches. Without hesitating, Fang Yi activates his golden sun breathing technique. A fierce surge of golden power erupts from his body, and he urgently tells Lin Yi to step back at once. Almost the instant his power rises, The environment reacts as if it were alive. From the burning forest, dark and shadowy tendrils whip outward with murderous speed, lashing through the flames as they launch straight at them. While Fang Yi blocks the attack, he quickly understands that these flames are far more dangerous than ordinary fire. They are not just burning matter. They seem to hunger for human spiritual power itself, as though they want to devour cultivators from the inside out. The dark energy collides head-on with his own strength, producing a harsh, violent resistance. Fang Yi's eyes narrow when he realizes that even his supreme yang attribute is not suppressing it as strongly as he expected, which makes this strange fire even more troubling. Fang Yi immediately raises a golden barrier around Lin Yi, sealing her safely inside its warm protective glow. He tells her that the source of the black fire is somewhere ahead. Since her spiritual power belongs to the wood attribute, he warns that she is naturally at a disadvantage against fire and must remain within his protection no matter what. Lin Yi nods seriously and says she understands. With danger closing in from every side, Fang Yi summons his spirit sword. The blade appears in his hand with a sharp hum, glowing brightly as he lowers his stance and prepares to force open a path through the burning forest. Then, with a single heavy slash full of power, he cleaves through the dark, burning trees ahead of him. The trunks split apart instantly, cut cleanly in two despite the violent black flames wrapped around them. Fang Yi and Lin Yi move forward through the passage he has just carved open. Fire rages on both sides of them like hungry walls, yet under his protection they pass through the burning corridor without being touched. The deeper they go, the heavier the death energy becomes. The air turns denser and colder, pressing down on them like an invisible weight, until even breathing starts to feel grim and oppressive. At last, they reach the edge of a cliff and look down. Below them lies a massive black pit, deep and terrifying, with glowing red veins of heat pulsing through it like blood beneath cracked flesh. Fang Yi suddenly notices something dripping from the rocks overhead. His eyes begin to glow red, and he focuses sharply on the substance, narrowing his gaze as he studies every detail. After only a brief look, he identifies the dripping substance. It is magma, thick, scorching, and full of unstable heat, slowly seeping from the rock like the breath of the earth itself. Only then do they fully realize they have reached the very center of the anomaly. They are standing above a pit filled with flowing lava, where heat, darkness, and death energy have fused into one terrifying source. A system window suddenly appears in front of Fang Yi. It informs him that a great change in heaven and earth has been detected. The system identifies the power as the Twilight Fire attribute and announces that it will automatically begin collecting data in order to write a brand new technique. Without drawing back, Fang Yi reaches his hand straight into the flowing magma. The moment he touches that strange source of power, another system window appears, informing him that he has obtained the Twilight God domain. The system immediately explains the nature of this new power. It can absorb nearby attribute powers and refine them, using those surrounding energies to strengthen Fang Yi's own yang attribute even further. Floating in midair above the pit and wrapped inside a sphere of blazing fire, Fang Yi is bathed in red, black, and gold light, his figure looking almost unreal against the boiling heat below. As he feels the nature of this power, Fang Yi wonders whether it is similar to the fire attribute connected to his desolation flower. The sensation is familiar, yet deeper and far more specialized than what he expected. The system adds another clarification at once, telling him that this power was specifically formed to enhance his main yang power. In other words, it is not just another element. It is something meant to push his core strength even higher. Suddenly, a horrifying red aura bursts out around him, twisting itself into the shape of a demonic face. At the same time, the system alerts him that he has obtained a new ability called Death Brand, while warning him that this is a special and extremely dangerous power. Fang Yi's expression turns puzzled as the system states that the ability grants infinite death. The system continues its explanation in chilling detail. If Fang Yi is killed, the brand will be placed on the killer, trapping that person in an endless cycle of death. Yellow spring flames will burn them forever, death collapse will tear down their body piece by piece, and a vision of hell will rise around them, as evil spirits welcome them into their grave. Hearing that, Fang Yi grows serious instead of excited. He can tell immediately that this ability is terrifyingly powerful, but he also feels that something about it is too extreme, too sinister, and not suitable for him to use right now. After a brief pause, he gives the system a clear order. He tells it to save the Death Brand ability for later, but chooses not to learn or activate it at this moment. With that dangerous ability stored away, Fang Yi turns his full attention back to the Twilight Fire itself. As he absorbs it, red and black energy begins to spiral together, condensing into a swirling orb that slowly stabilizes when the process is complete. Watching everything from a safe distance, Lin Yi is completely stunned. Even from where she stands, those flames feel like something out of a nightmare, yet Fang Yi is handling them with shocking ease, as though even this hellish power cannot truly threaten him. As Fang Yi stands within the newly acquired Twilight Fire, surrounded by its strange and ominous glow, Lin Yi understands with quiet awe that he has gained yet another power. The gap between him and everyone else seems to widen again before her eyes. Then Fang Yi's expression suddenly shifts, and a sharp smile appears on his face. One eye glows red as he warns Lin Yi not to lose focus, telling her that something else is already nearby and closing in on them. A huge shadowy creature with glowing red eyes suddenly emerges from the smoke behind Lin Yi. The sight makes her freeze in fear, and she stammers out the first thought that comes to mind, asking if that thing is a dragon. Fang Yi moves instantly, diving down between his cousin and the monster without the slightest delay. Power gathers in his glowing hand as he calmly corrects her, saying that it is not a dragon at all, but a mutated lizard. The creature fully reveals itself at last. A gigantic demonic lizard with wings, a twisted body, and a savage presence that reeks of mutation and death. Fang Yi looks at it with open disgust and coldly mocks it as nothing more than a slightly bigger four-legged insect. Instead of retreating, Fang Yi's interest rises. He decides on the spot that this creature is the perfect target for testing the power of his newly acquired Twilight Fire domain in real combat. The enormous demonic lizard does not wait for him to act first. It throws open its jaws and fires a violent stream of molten lava straight at Fang Yi, the attack roaring forward with brutal heat and destructive force. Fang Yi reacts the moment it moves. His eyes flash red as he leaps into the air to avoid the attack, and at the same time a blade of fire stretches out from his hand, sharp and burning like a weapon forged from living flame. With a fierce swing, he sends out a golden slash that crashes directly into the monster's dark energy. The impact is violent enough to produce a massive shockwave, blasting heat, dust, and scattered fire in every direction. The force of the clash is so overwhelming that the ground below them splits apart. Cracks race across the earth, and red energy bursts from the openings as though the volcanic pit itself is being torn awake. A blinding burst of light erupts in the next instant. The already unstable power inside the volcanic pit loses balance completely, and the compressed energy detonates with terrifying violence. The resulting explosion tears through the forest like a full volcanic eruption. Fire, ash, and shattered earth blast outward in a horrifying wave, making the entire area look as if the mountain itself has exploded. At the edge of the forest, the purple-haired woman, Song Yu, and Wang Liang are all thrown backward by the shock. Wang Liang panics and shouts that they need to request backup immediately, his voice breaking as he realizes just how serious the situation has become. Meanwhile, at a monitoring station, a red warning screen lights up and begins flashing urgently. Staff members are alerted that a new mutated life form has appeared inside Tianhai Forest. The data shows a spiritual energy spike of 1000%, and the threat is instantly classified as S-level. Back at the Star God Warzone headquarters, Jialan and Elder Wu receive the report at once. Jialan finds it strange that the forest's energy, which had remained stable until now, suddenly lost control the moment the sealer entered to train. Elder Wu, already wearing his combat armor, says that although he trusts Fang Yi's strength, they should still go and confirm the situation for safety. Neither of them wastes even a second after that. Elder Wu and Jialan shoot into the air at astonishing speed, crossing the sky like two streaks of light as they rush toward Tianhai Forest. As they draw closer to the area, Wang Liang and Song Yu are already running away from the danger zone as fast as they can. In the middle of their retreat, they look up and spot two brilliant trails of light cutting through the sky above them. The two of them recognize the arrivals immediately. Their faces light up with relief and excitement as they shout that Officer Jialan and Elder Wu have come. Elder Wu descends first, landing like a meteor crashing from the heavens. The impact is so heavy that the ground beneath him shatters on contact, sending broken stone and dust exploding outward. When the dust finally begins to settle, Elder Wu is revealed standing tall at the center of the impact, wrapped in a dense yellow aura. His posture is steady, his expression calm, and he looks fully ready to confront an S-level threat head-on. Song Yu rushes forward, unable to hide her amazement at the speed and presence of the man before her. She cannot help wondering if this is the true power of a Jingang realm pioneer. In her mind, she compares him with Fang Yi. While the sealer often creates huge, shocking visual effects, Elder Wu feels like the opposite, restrained, heavy, and terrifyingly solid. Only a few seconds later, they reach the exact location of the disturbance. Jialan lands gracefully beside him, quickly scans the area, and confirms in a serious voice that the target is right in front of them. Elder Wu steps forward with a grave expression. Raising his armored hand, he faces the solid rock barrier blocking the path ahead, as if judging its weight and deciding how much force it deserves. Then, with what looks like a simple swing of his arm, he unleashes a terrifying burst of force. The rock wall cannot withstand it for even an instant and shatters apart on the spot, exploding into fragments as the path is blown open. With the route forced open, Elder Wu gives a firm order for everyone to move in. He enters first without hesitation, with Jialan close behind him, followed by Song Yu and the other soldiers as the team pushes deeper into the danger zone. Deep within the pit, Lin Yi raises her arms to shield herself from the violent waves of energy still whipping through the air. Fighting against the pressure, she calls out anxiously to her cousin, asking whether Fang Yi is all right. As the dust slowly clears, Fang Yi is revealed standing there in complete calm, his flaming sword still held in one hand. Behind him sprawls the enormous corpse of the mutated lizard, now lifeless and crushed by his power. He reassures Lin Yi that he is fine, then adds in a measured tone that it seems someone has come looking for them. Fang Yi turns his gaze toward the entrance, one eye glowing red as he senses several powerful figures approaching from outside. In the next moment, he quietly suppresses part of his aura, and the dark energy surrounding him fades away as though it had never been there. Elder Wu steps out from the tunnel first, the yellow aura around his body gradually fading as he comes to a stop. Then he and Fang Yi stand facing one another in silence, the first meeting between two generations of top-tier powerhouses carrying a natural weight all its own. It is Elder Wu who breaks the silence at last. Looking directly at Fang Yi, he recognizes him as the one who saved his life and addresses him respectfully as the sealer. A moment later, Song Yu and the others catch up from behind, their faces full of shock and tension as they take in the ruined battlefield before them. The sight of the giant corpse and the scorched surroundings leaves them visibly shaken. Elder Wu pays them no attention at all. His entire focus remains fixed on Fang Yi, as if everyone else has faded into the background the moment he arrived. Then his gaze shifts to the giant carcass of the S-level mutated lizard lying nearby, and even he cannot hide his astonishment. He asks whether the sealer truly reached this level of strength all on his own. As he studies the corpse more carefully, Elder Wu realizes the creature had been on the verge of a perfect evolution. Once it completed that final step and became a true dragon, its strength would have been comparable to the legendary Jingang realm. Continuing his analysis of the body, Elder Wu is even more amazed to discover that Fang Yi killed such a terrifying monster with a single slash. Then he senses the twilight fire aura lingering on Fang Yi's body and notes that it resembles the half-dragon's power, yet feels much purer and far more complete. At that point, a thought occurs to him. Perhaps the warning signal they received had not been detecting the monster at all, but Fang Yi's power instead. Jialan takes a step forward as well, staring at the dead beast with open disbelief. Even with the danger gone, the scene still feels unreal to her. She asks in shock whether he has solved the problem again. unable to believe that he eliminated it without even waiting for reinforcements. The more she thinks about it, the colder her body feels. If that half-dragon had truly broken through, it would have possessed Jingang realm-level abilities. And since they had failed to detect it beforehand, she can barely imagine the disaster that would have followed if the sealer had not happened to be here. Fong Yi turns back to Elder Wu with a relaxed smile and says he is glad to see the senior hero fully recovered. Elder Wu laughs heartily in response, joking that with such a powerful successor appearing, perhaps he can finally retire in peace. After the light remark, Elder Wu's tone grows more serious. He asks Fong Yi to keep the true nature of this creature secret from everyone outside Tianhai Forest, including the Spirit Association. Fong Yi understands immediately and answers with a faint smile, showing that no further explanation is needed. As the conversation continues, Fong Yi quietly reflects on the nature of Tianhai Forest itself. He realizes that it is not merely a convenient training ground, but a hotspot for spiritual change where all kinds of dangerous things can emerge without warning. In fact, he suspects that whatever can appear here may be even more dangerous than the dark anomalies within the extreme dark zone. With that thought, he comes to understand the burden carried by the Star God Warzone and agrees with the way they have chosen to handle this place. While walking away from the corpse, Fong Yi continues analyzing the Twilight Fire he just acquired. The more he examines it, the more clearly he feels that its core nature is centered on devouring, a trait that instantly reminds him of the legendary beast Taotai. That thought makes him wonder if the hidden secret of Tianhai Forest might be connected to such a creature. Perhaps, long ago, a Taotai truly existed here and left something of its nature behind. Elder Wu then extends his hand toward Fong Yi in a gesture of thanks, saying it seems Fong Yi had already understood why this matter must remain secret. There is clear appreciation in his voice, along with the respect of one expert acknowledging another. As the group slowly gathers together again, Elder Wu says they should not place their hopes on the birth of high-level anomalies, nor should they burden ordinary people with unnecessary fear and pressure. Fong Yi nods in agreement, fully understanding the point. Just then, a strong gust of wind suddenly sweeps through the forest, stirring ash, leaves, and lingering heat all at once. The atmosphere shifts in an instant. Fong Yi's expression sharpens immediately as he catches a distinct aura hidden within that wind. He lifts his head slightly, recognizing that the breeze is carrying something far more unusual than ordinary spiritual energy. The aura passes over the entire group like a wave. Lin Yi closes her eyes for a moment and smiles, saying the feeling is incredibly fresh and strangely comforting, as though the air itself has come alive. Jialan, however, reacts very differently. Her eyes widen at once as she recognizes just how intense that spiritual power is. At the same time, high above the forest, a figure can be seen flying through the trees at astonishing speed. Staring upward in disbelief, Jialan blurts out that this monster, a word reserved for true geniuses, could not possibly have already broken through to the Jingang realm. The speeding figure abruptly stops and finally reveals himself. He is a handsome young man with long blue hair, piercing blue eyes, and a confident smirk that makes him look both calm and dangerously self-assured. High among the bamboo canopy, Bai Su, the wooded tribute pioneer and ace of the Star God Warzone, descends with elegant ease. In a display so light it almost seems unreal, he steps onto a single falling leaf in midair before drifting lower. The pioneers on the ground immediately look up in excitement, their spirits rising at once. Feeling the powerful aura radiating from him, they begin to speculate that he may have already entered the legendary Jingang realm, believing that their warzone has finally gained a true supreme expert. Fong Yi, however, watches with a much sharper and more analytical gaze, one eye glowing faintly red. After sensing Bai Su's spiritual power for himself, he realizes it is not quite what the others think it is. Bai Su lands lightly and addresses Elder Wu and Jialan in a calm voice, saying that he has finished his period of training. There is no arrogance in his tone, but his confidence is impossible to miss. Then he glances around with those glowing blue eyes, surveying everyone present. When his gaze finally lands on Fong Yi, he pauses and asks who this unfamiliar person is. Elder Wu introduces Bai Su as the ace of their warzone, explaining that he had been in seclusion while attempting to reach the next level. Bai Su greets them plainly, but clarifies that he has only reached the half-step Jingang stage and has not actually completed the true breakthrough. Fang Yi smiles with easy confidence and introduces himself in return as the captain of Tai Tai City and the sealer. His tone is calm, but his presence alone gives the introduction real weight. As Fang Yi studies the green energy around Bai Su, he notices something different from what he usually feels from others. Bai Su's power is clean, steady, and unusually comfortable to be near. From that, Fang Yi judges that their strength is probably on a similar level, which only confirms for him how difficult the true Jingang realm is to fully enter. Bai Su shows a trace of skepticism when he hears Fang Yi's title, clearly uncertain of what to make of it. But Elder Wu immediately corrects him, explaining that Fang Yi not only saved his life, but also solved the Tai Tai City disaster and has already become a vital partner. His voice turns stern as he tells Bai Su to show proper respect. Bai Su is visibly surprised to hear that so much has taken place while he was cut off from the outside world. Elder Wu then explains to Fang Yi that Bai Su is a rare prodigy who awakened early and was raised with the nation's finest resources, allowing his growth speed to rival Fang Yi's own. That is why he has spent so long in isolation and remains largely ignorant of recent events. Elder Wu goes on to explain the harsh truth of the new world. Human cultivation, he says, runs against the natural order itself, which is why mankind evolves more slowly than the monsters and creatures they are forced to fight. He reveals that although pioneers may appear numerous on the surface, truly top-level power is still incredibly rare. At present, only 5 people in the entire world have reached the peak 3-star spirit creation level known as the Jingang realm. Fang Yi listens quietly as Elder Wu admits that hidden talents may exist somewhere, just as Fang Yi himself once did. Even so, the barrier separating this stage from the next is unimaginably vast. Elder Wu describes the Jingang realm as a sheer cliff that most pioneers will never be able to climb in their lifetime. Many do not merely fail there, they lose their lives attempting the breakthrough. But he also says that once someone truly crosses that threshold, the transformation is complete. Their body changes on a fundamental level, becoming almost like the immortals described in old legends. Then Elder Wu turns toward Bai Su with obvious pride in his eyes. Smiling, he says that reaching the half-step Jingang stage with such calm and pure energy is already an extraordinary achievement, one worthy of genuine praise. Fang Yi says nothing for the moment. He simply watches the exchange in silence, observing both Elder Wu and Bai Su with steady interest. Suddenly, Bai Su steps closer to Fang Yi and fixes him with an intense stare. He reveals that while he was in seclusion, he felt the shockwave from Fang Yi's breakthrough. According to him, that burst of energy became the final push that helped him reach his current state. Because of that strange connection, he says he has wanted to test himself against Fang Yi ever since. The two powerful pioneers face each other directly, and their auras rise without restraint. Around Fang Yi coils the image of a golden fire dragon, while Bai Su answers with a green dragon formed from nature itself. Bai Su remarks that despite the obvious differences between them, he can feel that they are fundamentally the same kind of people. Fang Yi lets out a confident laugh and accepts the challenge without hesitation. Golden energy begins to glow around his body as he agrees to the fight with the kind of excitement only a true powerhouse could feel. Seeing that a battle is about to break out, Elder Wu steps in at once and takes the role of referee. He orders everyone else to retreat to a safe distance and warns the two of them not to go too far or seriously injure one another. Fang Yi and Bai Su lock eyes, and the air between them grows hot with invisible pressure. Their gazes alone seem to spark with energy as both men prepare to make the first move. Then, in less than a heartbeat, their powers crash together and explode. The collision produces a massive blast that tears violently through the forest, shaking the surrounding land and sending spiritual force rippling in every direction. Song Yu watches the scene in utter shock, unable to believe she is witnessing a clash between two such monsters with her own eyes. Beside her, Jialan remains silent, but her focused expression shows that she is taking in every detail. Elder Wu watches just as intently, his eyes fixed on the duel as he wonders who will emerge on top, the rapidly rising star of Tai Tai City, or the longtime ace of the Star God Warzone. With the duel now fully underway, Baisu brings his hands together and begins concentrating his spiritual energy. His expression turns sharp and serious as he prepares to unleash his signature technique. As a wood attribute pioneer, Baisu commands nature itself with frightening ease. The earth trembles under that authority, and in the next instant, enormous green vines burst upward like a living tide, surging around Fong Yi from every direction. Fong Yi reacts without the slightest hesitation. Blue spiritual energy quickly gathers into his hands, dense and focused, as his body shifts into motion and prepares to answer Baisu's opening assault. Moving at blinding speed, Fong Yi weaves through the violently twisting vines as if dancing through chaos itself. With sharp bursts of energy, he slices them apart one after another, all while realizing that Baisu is not merely using techniques. He is turning the entire forest into a weapon. But the attacks do not stop. More vines crawl out from the shadows and lunge toward Fong Yi, trying to bind him in place. He only grins at the sight and says that with this much wood around, Baisu has basically handed him perfect fuel for a fire. With that, Fong Yi calls forth his sword. Flames flare to life around his hand first, then race along the weapon itself, casting hot light across the battlefield. He swings hard, releasing a huge slash of fire that tears straight through the giant roots in front of him. Fong Yi fully expects the flames to catch and spread, turning Baisu's attack back against him. Instead, the severed vines suddenly shine with green light. The damage closes almost instantly, healing before the flames can properly take hold or spread any farther. Fong Yi's expression sharpens at once. The fact that his fire failed to produce the effect he expected immediately tells him this fight is going to be far more troublesome than it looked. Standing before that thick wall of writhing vines, he questions Baisu directly, asking whether his plants are actually immune to fire. After all, by nature, wood should be weak against flame. Baisu places a hand on the massive trunk beside him and explains with quiet confidence that while that would normally be true, his plant army is different. These plants have already evolved beyond ordinary suppression by the fire attribute. Across from him, Fong Yi stares coldly, one red eye beginning to glow brighter. Before Fong Yi can press further, the ground beneath him suddenly explodes again. Fresh vines erupt upward without warning, their timing so fast and vicious that they leave him almost no room to respond. The enormous roots swarm over him in an instant, coiling around his body and sealing him inside a giant spherical prison of wood. With Fong Yi trapped in total darkness, Baisu stands calmly outside and asks how he likes the move, adding that if they were truly enemies, this cage would have been impossible to escape. Inside the sealed wooden prison, Fong Yi does not panic at all. He remains perfectly calm, his red eye glowing through the darkness as he quietly studies the structure around him and judges the situation. He reaches out and places a hand against the inner wall of the cage, his fingers glowing faintly with energy. At once, he senses that the wood energy inside it is exceptionally pure. But the moment he maintains contact, he also feels a corrosive toxin biting into his skin. Outside, Baisu watches with complete confidence and warns Fong Yi not to keep touching the wood for too long. He explains that the giant tree naturally carries toxins, and now that it has been infused with his spiritual power, the poison inside has become far more lethal than before. Instead of showing fear, Fong Yi smiles. Golden light starts to burn in his eyes as he questions Baisu's confidence and decides that, rather than avoid it, he wants to test for himself just how strong this poison really is. Then, without warning, a blinding light begins to pour through the cracks of the giant wooden sphere. It grows sharper and brighter by the second, as though something inside is about to burst free. Baisu's calm expression instantly breaks. The confidence on his face vanishes and is replaced by raw shock as he feels an overwhelming surge of power rising from within the prison. In the next instant, a gigantic pillar of golden fire explodes into the sky. It tears the wooden sphere apart from the inside, shattering the prison completely and setting the night itself aglow with blazing light. Baisu stares at the scene in open horror, sweat sliding down his face as the terrifying heat crashes over him. Even standing at a distance, The fire feels oppressive enough to scorch his breath. He can hardly believe what he is seeing. By all logic, this should have been impossible. His spiritually strengthened plants were supposed to resist burning completely. As the flames devour his creation anyway, Baisu's shock deepens into something closer to dread. He realizes this is not normal fire at all, and cannot help wondering what kind of terrifying power Fang Yi is truly wielding. Fang Yi wastes no time letting that moment pass. Taking advantage of Baisu's distraction, he launches down from above in a sudden attack and coolly tells his opponent that getting distracted in battle is a mistake. Baisu reacts at the very last moment. His eyes widen as he throws himself aside in a blur of green energy, narrowly avoiding Fang Yi's flaming sword as it crashes down where he had just been standing. When he lands, Baisu is visibly shaken. He cannot understand how Fang Yi, who is still only in the 3-star spirit creation realm, can display combat power that is not inferior to his own in the slightest. Fang Yi drops heavily onto the scorched ground, fire rolling around him in fierce waves. The battlefield glows red and gold, making his figure look even more dangerous in the middle of the flames. Looking over the burning surroundings, Baisu suddenly understands what Fang Yi intended from the beginning. He realizes Fang Yi predicted that he would try to keep drawing on the forest's energy and deliberately force the battle into a state where that advantage would be cut off. Standing amid the spreading destruction, Baisu accuses Fang Yi of setting the forest ablaze on purpose just to strip away his home field advantage. His voice carries both anger and unwilling admiration. Fang Yi answers with a dangerous, easy smile and openly admits that he did exactly that on purpose. He explains that Baisu is too strong to fight carelessly, so of course he had to think a few steps ahead. He goes on to say that if he had not done this, Baisu would have been able to keep drawing nearly endless strength from the forest around them, which would only make him harder and harder to defeat as the fight continued. Baisu lowers his head, his body trembling with anger and frustration. For someone praised as a genius everywhere he goes, being driven into a corner in his own territory is a humiliation he can barely stand. But after that flash of anger, his expression twists into fierce, almost crazed determination. He refuses to accept defeat and tells himself over and over that as a half-step Jingang powerhouse, there is no way he can lose here. Laughing wildly, Baisu challenges Fang Yi to survive what comes next. Then he slams both hands into the ground, and massive jagged roots burst upward in violent waves, splitting and shattering the earth around them. Fang Yi watches the change with a serious face, no longer smiling. From the instant the roots erupt, he can clearly feel that the danger level of Baisu's attack has risen sharply. The moment they see this reckless surge of power, Elder Wu and Jialan rush forward in alarm. They shout at Baisu, asking if he has gone mad, and warn him that trying to recreate the forest with his own body as the source will drain his spiritual power dry. But Baisu ignores every warning from his seniors. He forces his power higher and higher, pushing himself to the absolute limit until enormous roots begin erupting even from the cliffside itself. His face contorts with strain as he roars, veins standing out while his eyes blaze with intense green light. It is obvious that he is forcing far more power out of himself than his body should comfortably bear. Elder Wu and Jialan can only watch in growing panic. Elder Wu shouts Baisu's name loudly, fearing exactly what kind of price this desperate move is about to demand. With a furious cry, Baisu finally releases the technique he has been forcing into shape, recreating heaven and earth itself through sheer wood-attributed power. A gigantic avatar made of vines takes form, towering over the battlefield, and the gust produced by its birth alone blasts Fang Yi backward. The sheer force of it makes the whole area feel as though nature itself has risen up to crush him. Even so, Fang Yi does not lose focus. He gathers a fireball in his hand while carefully sensing the astonishing density of the wood energy packed into Baisu's technique. Instead of retreating, Fang Yi charges straight into the incoming sea of vines. Without even turning back, he tells the worried people behind him that the match is not over yet and that he will deal with it himself. Elder Wu can only stare in silence. For the first time in several moments, even he finds himself unable to step in, forced to simply watch how this clash will unfold. Then, all of a sudden, one of Fang Yi's eyes ignites with a golden flame. The change is immediate and unmistakable, signaling a clear shift in the nature of his power. With that transformation, he begins cutting through the dense plants with wave after wave of blazing fire. Each slash tears open the advancing mass, scattering burning fragments in every direction. High above the battlefield, Fang Yi raises his power and condenses it into a massive sword of energy. Seeing that giant blade forming overhead, Baisu looks up in sudden surprise and realizes he has left himself exposed. Fang Yi brings the enormous blade crashing down in a devastating slash. Baisu barely dodges in time, and the attack slices through the towering vines behind him with overwhelming force. But the burden of the battle has finally reached Baisu's limit. As soon as he lands, he covers his mouth and coughs up blood, the backlash from forcing his power too far finally showing on his body. Even injured like that, Baisu still refuses to surrender. With a wild light in his eyes, he clasps his hands together once more and shouts that he can still fight, that he will recreate the entire forest again if he has to. Looking down at him, Fang Yi gives only a faint, almost mocking smile. In a calm voice that cuts even deeper than anger, he asks whether this is really all the strength Baisu has. Without waiting for Baisu to answer at all, Fang Yi vanishes from where he stands and closes the distance in a flash. In the next moment, he is already in the air, driving forward with a heavy, explosive punch aimed straight at his opponent. Baisu reacts on pure instinct, forcing his arms up in front of himself as he desperately gathers green spiritual power. A thick barrier of emerald energy blooms around him at the last second, just enough to shield his body from the incoming blow. The collision detonates like a bomb. A huge explosion bursts outward, shaking the ground beneath everyone's feet and throwing dust and spiritual force into the air. Song you can only stare, stunned by the raw violence of that impact. She is even more shocked by what that impact means. Baisu has actually been forced this far. Yet beside her, Linyi is not nervous at all. She simply watches with a small, confident smile, as if this result was exactly what she expected. Through the smoke, Lin Yi watches Fang Yi descend slowly and steadily, and inwardly, she cannot help mocking the so-called genius. In her eyes, Fang Yi has not even shown his full power yet, nor has he truly started using his other attributes. Losing this badly to a version of him that is still holding back feels almost embarrassing. Elder Wu and Jialan watch with grim, complicated expressions. Elder Wu quietly notes that Baisu's mentality has already cracked under the pressure and admits that the gap between him and the sealer is simply too large. Jialan adds that Baisu has always been a pure battle fanatic, someone who lives to fight, and he has never suffered a defeat like this before. Fang Yi looks down and thinks the fight is finally over as Baisu kneels weakly in the dust. Blood drips from the corner of Baisu's mouth, and in a low, hoarse voice he murmurs a thank you, sounding for a brief moment as though he has accepted the lesson and his defeat. But that brief calm shatters instantly. Baisu suddenly throws his head up and screams that he can still continue. Green energy bursts wildly around his body as he refuses to surrender, shouting that his spiritual power has not yet run dry. Standing there without moving, Fang Yi lets out a quiet sigh. Looking at Baisu's stubborn refusal to stop, he thinks to himself that it is finally time to put an end to this match properly. Baisu brings his hands together again, every bit of his attention tightening into a single desperate focus. His posture stiffens, and the remaining spiritual energy in his body begins to gather with dangerous intensity. In a strained voice, he commands all living things to heed his call. At once, several glowing green avatars of himself appear suspended in the air around him, each one pulsing with power as they prepare for one final desperate assault. Fang Yi studies the scene carefully instead of rushing in. He admits to himself that Baisu's ability to create these clones proves he really is a top-tier pioneer and easily the strongest opponent Fang Yi has faced so far. This fight has already forced Fang Yi to spend a considerable amount of energy. Even so, when the green clones dive down together to attack, Fang Yi does not retreat a single step. Standing firm, he moves with terrifying speed and unleashes a storm of blazing slashes, cutting through the incoming figures one after another and destroying them almost as soon as they reach him. The fire spreads wider and wider until it becomes a massive blaze that swallows the illusions whole. Bai Su is left momentarily disoriented, unable to locate Fong Yi through the light and heat, only to realize far too late that his enemy has already slipped right up beside him. Fong Yi strikes from that blind spot without warning, launching a sudden attack that catches the Wuda tribute pioneer completely off guard. The timing is so sharp and clean that Bai Su has no chance to mount a proper defense. In the next instant, Bai Su is swallowed by a vortex of golden fire. The violent spiral locks around him so tightly that he seems frozen in place, his whole body stiff with shock, as if even moving has become impossible. Sweat runs down Bai Su's face as he stares upward in disbelief. In that overwhelming heat and pressure, he finally sees the true gap between their powers, and the realization hits him harder than any blow. Above him, Fong Yi stands atop the head of a massive dragon formed from golden fire, its presence majestic and crushing at the same time. Pointing his sword down at Bai Su, he calmly asks whether they can finally bring this match to an end now. Elder Wu watches that astonishing scene in silence, already knowing Bai Su's defeat is beyond doubt. All he can do is marvel yet again at how the sealer continues to exceed every expectation and surprise him at every turn. Xiaolon lets out a breath and comments that while she expected Bai Su to lose this fight in the end, she never imagined it would become such a one-sided defeat. Behind her, Lin Yi only smiles and says lightly that she already knew this was how it would turn out. Song Yu and Wang Liang both agree that, honestly, the result is not that surprising. After all, Fong Yi is the man who resolved two anomaly disasters on his own, so defeating even Bai Su fits the pattern of what he has already shown. The duel comes to its conclusion with Fong Yi landing gracefully back on the ground, his movements calm and controlled. Across from him, Bai Su remains standing, but only barely, breathing hard as the weight of defeat settles over him. Bai Su stares at the man who beat him and mutters under his breath in disbelief. He cannot tell whether Fong Yi is merely a half-step Jingang, or whether calling him a monster would actually be closer to the truth. A bitter look of disappointment crosses Bai Su's face as he finally admits, if only to himself, that compared with Fong Yi, this was all the strength he really possessed. The thought clearly wounds his pride more deeply than his injuries do. After a long breath, Bai Su clasps his hands and bows respectfully toward Fong Yi, genuinely humbled by the result. He thanks the sealer for the lesson, but then abruptly apologizes as well, saying that he has urgent business to attend to and must leave immediately. Before anyone can stop him or even question him further, Bai Su turns into a streak of green light and shoots away into the distance. Xiaolon calls after him, but his voice drifts back through the air, saying that he is returning to seclusion to continue training. Xiaolon turns to Elder Wu with clear frustration and complains that the war zone still needs Bai Su right now. Elder Wu, however, watches the disappearing light with calm understanding and says that this is the first time that proud genius has ever felt frustration this deeply, so they should let him go. Only after that does Elder Wu shift his gaze back to Fong Yi, who is casually extinguishing the flames still lingering around his hand. Even after such a fierce battle, Fong Yi looks remarkably composed. Elder Wu walks over to him and makes a serious proposal. He asks Fong Yi whether he would consider remaining with the Star God Warzone, suggesting that he could hold a formal position there while still continuing as the captain of Tai Tai City. Then Elder Wu reveals the true meaning behind the offer, his expression turning even more solemn. What he really wants is not just Fong Yi's help for a time. He wants Fong Yi to become his successor. Fong Yi is visibly caught off guard by how direct and serious that offer is. For the first time in a while, genuine surprise flickers across his face. Elder Wu continues speaking without pause, explaining that the Star God Warzone possesses the second-best cultivation resources in the entire Xia nation. It is not an empty invitation, but an offer backed by immense real value. He goes on to describe Shin City, the true center of power and the largest city in the nation. According to him, the people who stand at the top in Shin City are the absolute peak among pioneers, the ones who truly shape the future of the nation. Elder Wu promises that if Fong Yi accepts this path, he will eventually be introduced into that highest circle. In other words, This is an invitation not just to join a faction, but to step into the core of national power itself. Even so, Fang Yi politely refuses. His red eyes glow faintly as he thanks Elder Wu for the respect behind the offer, but says clearly that he has no intention of making such plans. He explains that he is not even truly part of the Spirit Association and only accepted the title of captain in order to protect his hometown. More than anything, he says firmly that he does not want to belong to any single group. Song Yu and Wang Liang are both stunned when they hear that answer. They can hardly believe anyone would reject an offer like this so calmly, as if turning it down were nothing special at all. Elder Wu, however, accepts Fang Yi's refusal without anger or disappointment. He understands well that the strongest pioneers are often the least willing to be bound by rules, duties, or the structure of any organization. Rather than press the matter any further, Elder Wu offers something simpler and wiser, a friendship. He tells Fang Yi that even if he does not join them, he is still welcome to ask for anything he needs, establishing a relationship of mutual support instead of formal allegiance. Fang Yi then states that he and Jialan will remain in the forest a while longer to continue training on their own. His tone makes it clear that he has already decided how he wants to use the rest of this opportunity. Just then, the sky begins to darken rapidly as heavy storm clouds gather overhead. Elder Wu lifts his head and notes that the forest is rich with elemental energy, and that a thunderstorm is about to break over the area. He quickly realizes that the violent battle they just witnessed must have stirred the natural energy of the forest, causing the thunder attribute to grow especially intense. That thought reminds him that Fang Yi did not even use his thunder power during the match. Laughing aloud, Elder Wu praises Fang Yi's terrifying potential once again. Then he immediately orders everyone else to withdraw from the forest and leave the area to Fang Yi, making sure that no one interferes with his next phase of training. As he watches Fang Yi, Elder Wu thinks to himself that as long as Fang Yi remains a pioneer of the Xia nation, that alone is already one of the greatest blessings the country could hope for. Fang Yi smiles faintly, understanding at once that Elder Wu has seen through his intentions. There is no need for further explanation between them. As he leaps into the air, Fang Yi reflects that the Star God Warzone will not try to pressure him precisely because his strength is already too great. At that moment, he clearly understands that true power is what grants him the greatest freedom of all. Blue electricity begins to flicker in Fang Yi's eyes as he senses the storm building above him. The thunder in the sky seems to answer his awareness almost immediately. Floating high in the air, Fang Yi opens himself to the lightning without fear. He activates his divine thunder technique, and a huge web of electricity spreads around his body as he begins a new round of training in the heart of the storm. In Tianhai Forest, under a sky growing darker by the second, Fang Yi flies directly into the raging storm of lightning. His figure rises into the chaos as though he is entering a battlefield made purely of thunder. On the ground below, Bai Su, still recovering from the humiliation of their fight, raises a protective barrier and looks up in disbelief. To him, it seems insane that someone with such a powerful fire attribute would dare reach for an equally pure thunder power. Bai Su knows exactly how dangerous that is. Two extreme powers of that level should clash violently and lead to self-destruction. Even pioneers who possess dual attributes usually have one dominant force and one supportive one. Never two pure, opposing extremes this terrifying. As Bai Su watches Fang Yi become completely wrapped in violent electricity, disbelief fills his mind. He cannot help wondering whether the sealer really does not understand such a basic rule about conflicting elemental power. Then, without warning, a massive bolt of lightning tears down from the sky and strikes Fang Yi directly. The flash is so fierce that it seems to split the storm itself open. And yet, instead of being wounded, Fang Yi's lips curl into a confident smile. Blue electric light ignites in his eye as he calmly absorbs the thunder's power, as though the lightning had come not to destroy him, but to feed him. From a safe distance, Song Yu panics and shouts toward Elder Wu and Jialan, demanding to know why they are not stopping him. She warns that the thunder power is far too violent for any living being to approach. To her surprise, neither Elder Wu nor Jialan shows the slightest sign of concern. Jialan turns to the others and reveals the shocking truth in a calm voice. Fong Yi is not in danger because he also possesses a top-tier thunder attribute. She explains that the pioneer known as the Tyrant and the Sealer are actually the same person. Song Yu and Wang Liang are left completely stunned by that revelation. Song Yu thinks that while dual attributes are not unheard of, Fong Yi's level of mastery is beyond reason. At that point, calling him monstrous no longer feels like an exaggeration. Xiaolan smiles faintly when she sees their reaction and admits that she had exactly the same response the first time she learned the truth herself. Even now, the memory of it still feels unbelievable. She reflects that everyone has been so focused on Fong Yi's identity as the Sealer that they nearly forgot something just as terrifying. He is also the Tyrant, one of the greatest geniuses of his generation. At the heart of the storm, Fong Yi steadily controls the berserk current around him. In his mind, the logic is simple. The stronger the lightning, the more power he can absorb, and the more thoroughly he can temper and strengthen his own body. Wrapped in a violent whirlwind of crackling electricity, Fong Yi throws his voice toward the heavens and demands more. He shouts that he still needs more spiritual power before he will ever be satisfied. Suspended within the raging electrical storm, Fong Yi uses divine thunder to temper every part of himself. He is no longer simply enduring the lightning. He is actively forging himself inside it. He feels that immense force rush through his bones, muscles, meridians, and flesh, refining everything it touches. The sensation is painful and exhilarating at the same time, like being broken down and rebuilt in a single breath. As the tempering continues, the various attributes inside Fong Yi, fire, yang, and even dark, begin to settle into one another with greater balance. The different forces that once clashed now start to harmonize more naturally within his body. One after another, system notifications appear and confirm the changes taking place. Each of his attributes has undergone tempering, and each one has become more refined than before. At last, a final message appears, announcing that the divine thunder tempering is complete. It states that his body and spiritual power are now fused more smoothly, and even the energy he had spent has been restored. A confident smile spreads across Fong Yi's face as he feels the difference for himself. In that moment, he has the overwhelming sense that he has been reborn all over again. To test this newly tempered power, Fong Yi casually flicks out a bolt of thunder toward a distant mountain. The strike lands with terrifying force, instantly blowing apart the peak in a thunderous explosion. Looking at the shattered mountain in the distance, Fong Yi quickly realizes that the thunder within this forest is no ordinary force. There is something unusually pure and powerful about it. From the ground below, Baisu watches in open awe. He knows the spiritual stones in the forest are nourished by this same thunder power, yet Fong Yi just destroyed a mountain with a single attack. Even more terrifying, Baisu can sense that Fong Yi did not use even a third of his full strength. That realization leaves Baisu deeply shaken. He concludes that no other pioneer he knows could possibly achieve something like that from such a distance. As the storm gradually begins to calm, Baisu watches Fong Yi descend from the sky. From the change in the atmosphere alone, he knows that this round of training has come to an end. His eyes harden with determination as he thinks to himself that one day, he and the Sealer will definitely fight again. This loss has only planted the seed for a future rematch. Nearby, Elder Wu watches everything with a smile that carries both admiration and amazement. This young talent, he thinks, truly never stops surprising him. His desire to bring Fong Yi into the Star God Warzone becomes even stronger than before. The more he thinks about Fong Yi's achievements and frightening growth, the more he feels that the young man's talent is practically without limit. In Elder Wu's heart, one thought becomes clearer and clearer. If someone like Fong Yi could truly become his successor, then he would have no regrets left in this life. As the storm fully fades, Elder Wu laughs aloud, while Jialan calmly remarks that the truth is simple. The Star God Warzone needs the Sealer's support far more than the Sealer would ever need theirs. Elder Wu then turns toward Jialan and comments on how much she has grown as well, which only makes him feel more confident about the future ahead. Slightly flustered by the praise, Jialan asks if he truly means that. Then Elder Wu's attention shifts again. When he notices Lin Yi meditating peacefully nearby, a new idea suddenly comes to mind. If Fong Yi will not join them, perhaps they can try inviting her instead. With his training complete, Fong Yi lands gently near his cousin. Lin Yi is still sitting there, quietly absorbing the rich spiritual energy left behind by the storm. His red eyes glowing faintly, Fong Yi tells her that this is a rare opportunity and urges her to make the most of it. His tone is calm, but clearly encouraging. At that moment, Fong Yi notices that Elder Wu and Jialan have not yet left the area. Their continued presence immediately tells him they still have something more to say. So Fong Yi asks them directly why they are still here. Elder Wu answers that he has another proposal to make, one that will ask nothing at all from Fong Yi himself. He then formally invites Lin Yi to train at the Star God Warzone. As his words fall, the green spiritual energy around Lin Yi begins to surge more noticeably, as though even her aura is responding to the moment. Fong Yi considers the offer in silence for a moment. He knows it is an incredible opportunity for his cousin, but even so, he cannot help wondering what Lin Yi herself truly wants. Having heard the entire conversation clearly, Lin Yi slowly opens her eyes and ends her meditation. Her expression is calm, but there is a quiet firmness in it now. Fong Yi turns back to Elder Wu and sincerely thanks him for the invitation. He explains that as her guardian, he would find it difficult to reject such a good opportunity on her behalf, but at the same time, he has no right to make that decision for her. Just then, Lin Yi rises to her feet. After Fong Yi asks whether she has finished her training, she looks straight at Elder Wu and says plainly that she will not go. Meeting the elder's gaze directly, she thanks him for the generous offer with proper respect. But even so, she repeats in a firm and steady voice that she does not want to accept it. Elder Wu is surprised by the answer, but he remains calm and open-minded. Rather than forcing the issue, he simply asks her for the reason behind her refusal. Lin Yi explains that her way of thinking might sound a little childish. She says that if her reason were simply that she did not want her cousin to be used, then that kind of thinking would actually be disrespectful. But as a pioneer, she says, she has pride of her own. With determined eyes, she states that she wants to earn everything she deserves through her own ability, not receive it because of Fong Yi's name or influence. Fong Yi is left speechless for a brief moment, clearly caught off guard. For the first time, he realizes that his cousin really has begun to grow up. Far from being offended, Elder Wu bursts into laughter and raises a thumbs up toward her. He apologizes for thinking too one-sidedly, then tells her that they will continue watching her growth and encourages her to do her best. A bright and genuinely happy smile appears on Lin Yi's face. Full of spirit, she promises that she will not let that encouragement go to waste. Later that night, the scene shifts back to Fong Yi's villa, where the atmosphere is quiet and still after the chaos of the forest. As he and Lin Yi walk up the stairs together, Fong Yi reflects on the gains he has made recently. In his mind, the issue of spiritual energy reserves is basically solved for now, and what he needs next is to figure out how to fully develop and use his new Twilight Fire attribute. At the same time, he also thinks about the much more troublesome Death Brand ability he acquired. That power feels less like a reward and more like a difficult problem he will eventually have to understand and resolve. When they reach the upper floor, Lin Yi suddenly stops walking and points ahead in confusion. She asks her cousin why there is someone squatting right in front of their door. The person lifts her head at those words, revealing herself to be Su Qingying. Looking tired and a little stiff, she stretches her body and tells them that they have finally come back. Caught off guard by the sight of her, Fong Yi looks genuinely surprised and asks Su Qingying why she is here at this hour. Su Qingying explains in a grave, steady voice that a major disaster has broken out along the border. The captain of Yu City fought her way all the way to the Tai Tai City Spirit Association and came personally to beg for urgent assistance, saying the situation has already spiraled far beyond normal control. Fong Yi immediately asks where the captain is now, his tone calm and direct, clearly wanting to hear the rest of the situation from the source herself without wasting a single moment. Su Qingying replies that the captain was badly wounded when she arrived and is currently receiving treatment at their medical facility. Her condition is serious, but at least she made it here alive. She goes on to explain that the captain forced herself to survive the catastrophe in Yu City for one reason only, to bring back a warning. With every other option exhausted, She came specifically to ask for help from the sealer, believing only someone of his level might still be able to turn things around. At the Tai Tai Spirit Association Medical Center, Fang Yi and Su Qingying make their way inside to meet the injured captain in person, both of them already aware that whatever they are about to hear is unlikely to be simple. Inside the quiet hospital hallway, a young woman with short, messy dark hair and fresh bandages wrapped around her face and arms suddenly turns in surprise when someone calls her name, her tired eyes flashing with alertness despite her obvious exhaustion. It is Su Qingying, who has arrived together with Fang Yi. The young woman brightens the moment she sees Su Qingying and greets her with visible relief. But when her gaze shifts to Fang Yi, she pauses and asks, a little confused but curious, who the man beside her is. Su Qingying introduces him without hesitation as the captain of Tai Tai City and the sealer himself. She then turns and formally introduces the battered young woman as Chun Ruo, the captain of U City. The moment she hears that, Chun Ruo quickly steps forward, greets Fang Yi, and in a burst of desperation grabs both of his hands, pleading for his help. Her voice trembles as she explains that the anomaly in U City is far more dangerous than the official report suggested, absolutely beyond A+ rank, and that she has heard he has dealt with disasters of this scale before. Fang Yi says nothing right away. He simply studies her in silence, his expression composed and unreadable, as if weighing every word, every wound, and every sign of panic written across her face. Realizing she has acted too impulsively, Chunrua quickly lets go and apologizes, explaining that she is simply too desperate to stay calm. She says the anomaly was originally judged to be only B-level, yet pioneer after pioneer vanished without a trace. Her whole team was wiped out, the reinforcements also disappeared, and even her own powerful sister is now among the missing. Fang Yi listens carefully, his face growing more serious with every sentence. Inwardly, he finds it deeply suspicious that something classified as a B-level anomaly could cause this many disappearances, especially in a border city where even ordinary pioneer standards should be higher than usual. He turns toward the shaken captain and asks a blunt, precise question. The pioneers who vanished, including her sister, are they truly missing, or are they already dead? Chun Ruo parts her lips, but in the end she cannot give him a clear answer. Su Qingying gently tells her to calm down and speak more slowly, then helps her sit down before continuing. Chun Ruo explains with visible frustration that she honestly does not know what happened, because she has been completely unable to establish contact with any of them. Clutching her aching head in pain, Chun Ruo insists that her sister is different. She says the two of them share a special connection, and because of that bond, she can still feel, faintly but clearly, that her sister is alive somewhere. After speaking, she suddenly freezes for a second, as if a buried thought has just surfaced through the panic and exhaustion, and her expression changes as she remembers something important. She quickly tells Fang Yi that she nearly forgot the most important thing of all. She has brought a gift for him, both as thanks and as an offering in exchange for his help. With hurried, slightly trembling movements, she pulls a small dark brown box out of her bag and holds it out to him with both hands, pleading softly that she truly has no other path left to take. Fang Yi accepts the box and immediately senses that whatever is inside has been sealed with considerable care. Even so, through the layers of restraint, he can still feel a familiar yang-attributed energy leaking out from within, warm and sharp enough to catch his attention at once. He asks her what exactly it is and why it had to be sealed. The moment she notices the change in his expression, Chun Ruo's eyes brighten with hope. For the first time since meeting him, she dares to think that her gamble may actually have a chance of succeeding. Chun Ruo explains that the gift is a spirit crystal formed from a high mountain in U City after an enormous eruption of yang energy. She says it contains tremendous spiritual power and has long been regarded as one of U City's rarest and most precious treasures. Opening the box, she reveals a glowing yellow crystal shining from within. She explains that they once hoped to use it to cultivate a pioneer with a yang attribute, but no one in the city had been able to absorb its power. Some people were even scorched and injured the instant they tried to make contact with it. Standing beside Fang Yi, Su Qingying stares at the crystal in open shock. Even for her, Seeing a real spirit crystal with her own eyes is enough to make her breath catch for a moment. She quickly explains to Fong Yi that spirit crystals are exceptionally rare and valuable. For pioneers who have not yet awakened a specific attribute, absorbing one can trigger that awakening, which is exactly why such treasures are so fiercely desired wherever they appear. With a small, confident smile, Fong Yi closes his fist around the crystal and absorbs its golden radiance straight into his body, as if it were the easiest thing in the world. He tells Chenrua that they have a deal, then asks whether they should leave right now. Startled by how effortlessly he handled it, yet visibly relieved, Chenrua stammers that there is no problem at all. Later, the group travels by car along the winding mountain road toward U City, the vehicle cutting through the dim landscape as the atmosphere inside grows heavier with every passing mile. Inside the car, Fong Yi asks Chenrua to describe the anomaly in detail from the very beginning. Gathering herself, she explains that everything started when strange tombstones began appearing in the mountains out of nowhere. The villagers who first noticed them reported that they could hear unsettling sounds coming from inside the tombstones, as if something were moving within. Yet when pioneers were sent to investigate, the tombstones showed no obvious abnormalities at all. They sealed off the area as a precaution, but that very same night, skeletal arms suddenly burst out from one of the tombstones and dragged a villager straight inside before anyone could react. Just as Chenrua finishes speaking, the car rolls to a stop beneath the pounding rain, the sound of water striking the roof making the whole moment feel even more tense and ominous. They arrive at a village now hemmed in on all sides by a vast field of gray tombstones stretching through the rain and mist. Chenrua tells Fong Yi in a low voice that this is the place, then asks what he thinks of it. Fong Yi quietly surveys the eerie scene in front of him, but what strikes him most is how wrong it feels. Despite the terrifying sight, he cannot sense any obvious abnormal aura at all, which only makes the whole thing more unsettling. As they walk deeper into the field of tombstones, now faintly glowing with purple energy in the wet darkness, Chenrua explains that more and more of these graves have been appearing at random all across U City, with no pattern anyone can predict. At completely unpredictable moments, skeletal arms reach out from the graves and drag living people inside. Chenrua glances around and goes pale with shock, realizing that in less than a day the number of tombstones has increased dramatically again. Forcing herself to stay focused, she tells Fong Yi and Su Qingying to keep following her to where the rest of her people are gathered. As they continue walking, Fong Yi reflects on just how strange this entire situation is. The concentration of the anomaly's energy is unbelievably low, so low that it almost feels deliberately hidden. He wonders whether that weakness is meant to make people drop their guard, or whether there is another deeper reason behind it. The more he thinks, the more it feels to him that these disappearances are not random attacks at all, but part of a deliberate ritual. Placing one hand on a tombstone, Fong Yi suddenly reaches a conclusion. He explains that anomalies are not always mindless monsters. Some of them can also carry out sacrifices in order to awaken or revive a far larger and more terrifying anomaly. He recalls the incident in Tai Tai, where bat-like anomalies slaughtered local residents in order to bring forth their anomaly king, using death and fear as part of the summoning itself. Hearing that, Chenrua abruptly stops walking. Horror spreads across her face as she asks in a strained voice whether the disaster in U City might also be some kind of sacrifice. Panicking now, Chenrua explains that the people living in the nearby mountain villages are extremely traditional and refused every evacuation order. Worse still, they are planning to hold a ceremony of their own the very next day. Before anyone can respond, she suddenly cries out that it is happening again, her voice sharp with alarm as she points ahead of them. A skeletal purple hand explodes out of the ground directly in front of Fong Yi, dirt and broken stones spraying into the air as it lunges toward him without warning. Fong Yi slips aside with effortless ease, avoiding the attack in a single clean movement. As he watches it, he calmly notes that the creature's power is not impressive at all, and is indeed only around the reported B level. Without hesitation, he summons his flaming sword, its heat flaring brightly in the rain, and brings it down in a swift strike that cuts the skeletal arm cleanly in half. But before the broken limb has even finished falling, Another skeletal hand bursts violently from the ground and clamps down around his glowing blade, stopping it with eerie precision. Fang Yi does not panic. He simply watches the movement with a sharp, focused gaze, carefully observing the reaction as if he has been waiting to confirm something. That skeletal hand is attached to something far worse, a much larger monstrous skeleton with multiple limbs, which tears its way up from underground in a brutal eruption of earth and grave dust. All around them, more skeletal creatures begin bursting from the ground one after another, rapidly closing in on Su Qingying and Chen Ruo from every direction. Chen Ruo shouts in stunned disbelief, unable to understand why these things are showing no fear at all toward Fang Yi's overwhelmingly powerful yang attribute. In the span of a few breaths, the entire area is flooded by a massive horde of glowing purple skeletons, their numbers swelling so fast that the grave field seems to come alive around them. Instead of looking troubled, Fang Yi's lips curve into the faintest smile. He thinks that his theory seems to be proving correct, though he still needs one final confirmation, and quietly remarks that this mission has suddenly become far more interesting than he expected. Amid the chaos, Chen Ruo raises her flute and plays through the storm of bones around her. Green blasts of spiritual energy burst outward with every sharp note, slicing through the surrounding skeletons and tearing them apart one after another. Chen Ruo says through clenched teeth that these skeletons are not especially high level, but they are terrifyingly relentless. Because they feel no pain and never hesitate, they keep coming forward like a tide that refuses to stop. Then she realizes with sinking despair that their numbers are far greater than before, so many that they seem impossible to fully wipe out. The hope in her eyes starts to dim as she cannot help wondering whether even the sealer might be powerless against something like this. Seeing her struggle and the fear rising in her face, Su Qingying kicks several skeletons away in one swift motion and tells her not to lose heart. Her voice is firm and steady, cutting through the panic like a hand dragging someone back from the edge. Suddenly, Su Qingying finds herself surrounded by a massive surge of hellish red flames that explode outward and burn the skeletons crowding around her to ash. She stares in shock at the blazing firelight, wondering what kind of terrifying new power this is. From the very center of the battlefield, Fang Yi unleashes his twilight fire domain. He rises into the air above a huge red sphere of energy, his figure suspended like the eye of a storm as blazing power pours out around him. Below him, the ground is swallowed by a rolling sea of fire that spreads in every direction. The skeletal horde is engulfed almost instantly, their bodies collapsing and vanishing as though they had never stood there at all. As this new power fully activates, a system notification appears, stating that a special death attribute has been detected. The system then explains that his domain is continuously absorbing this unusual attribute and converting that energy into nourishment for his own yang attribute, steadily making it stronger. A moment later, one final notification flashes before him, confirming that the enhancement process has been completed. The message is brief, but the change in power is immediate and unmistakable. Su Qingying and Chen Ruo can only watch in stunned silence as a huge burst of fire erupts across the battlefield and wipes out the last remaining skeletons. The final wave disappears in the flames, leaving behind only heat, smoke, and disbelief. Chen Ruo is visibly shaken and impressed, admitting that Fang Yi's reputation as the sealer is absolutely deserved. Relief washes over her at last, and for the first time she feels that Yu City might actually be saved. She apologizes for her earlier behavior, then says she will take them to meet the rest of her team. Chen Ruo leads them back to a camp that now serves as the temporary base of the Yu City Spirit Association. As soon as she arrives, a group of tired, battered pioneers looks up and greets her at once, calling out to their captain with obvious relief. Chen Ruo quickly introduces Fang Yi and Su Qingying to them, explaining that she managed to bring back reinforcements. She tells them that the famous sealer himself has come, along with the captain of the Tai Tai Association. Her three teammates, Chen Feng, Chen Xing, and Chen Shi, all stare at Fang Yi in disbelief. They find it hard to accept that someone this young could really be the legendary pioneer who once resolved a disaster on his own. One of them comments in a low, uneasy voice that his age may not matter, But the problem here in U City is completely different. Whatever they are facing now is not something ordinary strength can solve so easily. The tension sharply rises when Chun Feng angrily scolds Chun Ruo for coming back and even bringing outsiders here to die with them. He shouts that almost nobody is left, that the city is about to be devoured whole, and that they were all tricked from the start and lured here only to become sacrifices. As Chun Ruo tries to explain that her team has already suffered enough and that she had no other choice, Feng Yi simply watches them in calm silence. His eyes move over their expressions, taking in every trace of fear, anger, and exhaustion. With a serious, unshaken look, Feng Yi finally speaks and says that he accepted this request, so he will do what he came here to do. His tone is steady and absolute as he declares that he will solve the problem in this place himself. Meanwhile, Chen Shi explains to the upset Chen Feng that their city is remote and cut off, and because of that, many local customs remain deeply traditional. When the people face troubles they cannot solve, they do what they always have done for generations. They pray to the gods for help. From a clifftop, Feng Yi looks down toward a village wrapped in strange purple mist drifting from the tombstones below. Watching the eerie scene in silence, he wonders whether the people there are preparing to hold some large ceremony to beg for blessings. As he thinks about those old customs and ritual practices, Feng Yi begins to suspect that these traditions are not unrelated background at all. In his mind, the connection between the village's beliefs and the strange anomaly becomes more and more likely. All at once, a strange wind sweeps through the forest, rustling the trees with an unnatural hiss that makes the atmosphere turn cold. The sudden movement startles Chen Feng and Chen Shi, both of them instinctively going tense. Following the direction of the wind, they soon reach a clearing and see a large crowd of villagers already gathered there. The people are packed together in silence and tension, clearly preparing for some kind of ritual. Chen Ruo immediately realizes that the ceremony is about to begin, and worry floods her face. She says it would turn into a complete disaster if the tomb anomaly erupts again right in the middle of all these people. Feng Yi, however, seems more intrigued than alarmed. With a calm, confident smirk, he asks who wants to go watch the whole thing from up close, then starts walking straight toward the crowd without the slightest hesitation. The group soon arrives at Yueyuan Square, where a huge bonfire is burning fiercely in the center. Firelight flickers across the stone ground and the anxious faces of the gathered villagers. The villagers are in complete despair, crying out to their god to look upon their suffering. One man, his voice breaking with grief, offers up his own life and begs that his children be spared instead. All around the square, people kneel and bow low to the ground, their foreheads nearly touching the stone as they plead again and again for the heavenly God's mercy. The whole place is filled with fear, desperation, and trembling faith. Then, without warning, the bonfire suddenly goes out. The stone platform beneath it shatters with a violent crack, and long fractures begin spreading across the square like something underneath is forcing its way upward. That is when the real horror begins. Skeletal hands start clawing their way out from behind the tombstones, and someone in the crowd screams that the monsters from the tombs are coming out again. Out of the swirling purple mist, several skeletons slowly rise into view, their red eyes glowing with a sinister light. They stand there staring at the terrified villagers like predators, choosing where to strike first. Panic explodes across the square. An old man trembles so badly he can barely speak, insisting that this must be some kind of test from their god, while the rest of the villagers break apart and run wildly in every direction. A mother clutches her crying child tightly against her chest, her face drained of color and filled with terror. Through tears, the child asks in a trembling voice whether their god is still going to save them. The chaos only gets worse as the skeletons suddenly charge into the crowd. The villagers scatter in total fear, stumbling over one another and screaming desperately for help as the square collapses into madness. In the middle of that panic, one skeleton slams into the mother and knocks her away, tearing her apart from her child in an instant. The little girl can only watch in horror, crying out for her mother with helpless, broken sobs. Just as the child is left standing there all alone, an even larger ghostly skeleton slowly emerges from the mist behind her. Its towering form feels far more terrifying than the others, like death itself stepping out of the fog. The creature stretches out its bony hand toward the crying little girl. The motion is slow but inescapable, casting a shadow over her as she freezes in terror. But before that skeletal hand can so much as touch her, the creature is instantly blown apart in a flash of golden light. The strike is so fast and overwhelming that it vanishes before anyone fully understands what happened. Right after that, a huge wave of holy fire surges across the square, sweeping through the attacking skeletons and burning them down where they stand. In a heartbeat, the entire area is transformed into a blazing inferno of sacred-looking flames. The surviving villagers gradually stop running, too stunned to move any farther. One by one, they turn back toward the burning square, unable to believe what they are seeing. Fear disappears from their faces and is replaced by pure awe as they recognize the flames. Some begin shouting that it is heavenly fire, and their despair instantly turns into wild joy as they raise their arms toward the sky and cry out in worship. As the flames continue to rage across the shattered square, Fong Yi descends and lands on the broken stone platform at the center. His arrival, framed by fire and smoke, silences the scene even more completely. Standing against the firelight, Fong Yi looks at the stunned crowd and tells them that their prayers are no longer necessary. His voice is calm, but it carries across the square with unmistakable force. With a cold and serious expression, he states the hard truth without softening a single word. There are no gods in this world, and no god is coming to save them. For a brief moment, the villagers fall completely silent. Still kneeling on the ground, they stare at him blankly, trying to absorb the weight of what he has just said. But they misunderstand him completely. With tears of joy pouring down their faces, they start shouting that a god has descended and defeated the disaster for them. They immediately begin begging this new god to save them from the other monsters as well. Watching their reaction, Fong Yi can only let out a quiet sigh. Their misunderstanding is so complete that even he has no idea where to begin correcting it. Standing amid the flames, Fong Yi slowly raises one hand, his eyes glowing with power. The firelight reflects across his face, making him look even more unreal to the kneeling crowd below. Then he activates his Twilight Fire domain once again. In an instant, a massive swirling red sphere appears in the sky, spinning like a vortex and pulling in all the deathly energy, and broken skeleton remains scattered across the ground. After that, Fong Yi turns to the stunned villagers and makes himself clear. He tells them that he is not a god at all, but a pioneer captain from Tai Tai City, a man known by one title alone, the Sealer. The villagers and Chun Rua's team can only stare at the terrifying red sphere hanging in the air, their faces frozen with shock. The sight is so strange, so overwhelming, that for a moment no one can even find the words to react. Still reeling from what he has just seen, Chen Feng asks in disbelief what Fong Yi is actually doing. Chen Rua, already frustrated by her teammates' doubts, snaps back that she warned them from the very beginning that Fong Yi was no ordinary pioneer. She goes on to explain that Fong Yi is the very person who single-handedly resolved the disasters in both Tai Tai City and Kong City. She reminds them that even the highest-ranking authorities treat him like an honored guest, which should be enough to show what kind of figure he really is. After absorbing the immediate threat, Fong Yi shoots into the air like a blazing golden comet and heads straight toward the main village. In the distance, it is still smothered in thick purple mist, with countless skeletons moving beneath it like a living nightmare. At that moment, a system notification appears before him, confirming that the Twilight Fire domain has successfully absorbed a massive amount of the death attribute. As a result, his own Yang attribute has been strengthened even further, becoming noticeably more powerful than before. Looking down from above at the sea of skeletons crawling through the village below, Fong Yi narrows his eyes and quietly gathers his strength. He is already preparing to unleash the power he has just gained. He summons his blazing sword once more, and this time the flames burning along its edge are brighter and fiercer than ever. The weapon hums with heat, as if it too has become sharper after the recent surge in power. With one powerful swing, he releases an enormous wave of fire and declares that he will free Yu City once and for all. His voice cuts through the chaos with absolute certainty, carrying both force and judgment. The flames, now laced with a strange purple color drawn from the absorbed energy, roar through the village like a storm. They sweep across the streets and tombs alike, burning through everything in their path with terrifying speed. From a safe distance, a group of survivors watches the scene unfold in utter disbelief before bursting into cheers. They cry out joyfully that the tombstones and skeletons are gone, celebrating through tears that heaven has not abandoned their city after all. Once the attack is over, Su Qingying quickly checks the readings on her device and reports that the anomaly levels in the Anding district have returned to normal. Her voice is steady, but there is clear relief beneath it. Standing beside her, Chen Ruo confirms that the Baimu district has also been cleared. She explains that only the Jinming district remains now, and that area has always had the highest concentration of the anomaly's power. However, just as they are about to move out again, Su Qingying's expression suddenly changes. The relief drains from her face and is replaced by sharp, unmistakable shock. She urgently asks whether none of them have noticed that something is terribly wrong. The tension in her voice is enough to make everyone's attention snap back toward the village at once. Pointing toward the village, she explains that the pillars of purple light have not disappeared at all. Instead, they have actually multiplied, which means the situation has not improved in the slightest and may in fact be getting much worse. Chen Ruo also cries out in alarm as she confirms that an enormous energy surge is erupting from the Jinming district. She can clearly feel the anomaly's power rapidly gathering and compressing into a single point. Right before their eyes, a horrifying change begins. A swirling vortex of dark green and purple energy twists together in the mist, slowly taking on the outline of something huge and monstrous. From that rolling mist, a giant skeletal being emerges at last, a newly born anomaly king whose empty eye sockets shine with a menacing green light. Even in the face of that crushing presence, Fong Yi does not retreat. He stands his ground calmly, without the slightest sign of fear. As Fong Yi faces this new threat, two system windows appear in succession before him. The first states that an unknown power has been detected and is being analyzed. A moment later, the second window delivers the result and identifies that strange force as the death attribute. The enormous anomaly king, wrapped in layers of green and black energy, glares down at Fong Yi from above. Its sheer size is so great that it dwarfs the entire village beneath it, turning the scene into something almost apocalyptic. Floating in midair within his golden aura, Fong Yi stares back without blinking. As he measures the monster, he senses a deeply strange presence from it, heavy and hostile in a way that is far more difficult than anything he has dealt with before. Watching from a safer distance, Chen Ruo and Su Qingying are both stunned speechless. Chen Ruo finally stammers out a question, asking what kind of creature this thing even is, and says its bizarre energy feels even more oppressive than the S-class disaster in Tai City. In that moment, the group realizes that this new anomaly king must be the true source behind the pillars of light. Su Qingying suddenly shouts a warning to everyone, telling them that the creature is about to attack. Her voice is sharp and urgent, breaking the stunned silence around them. The anomaly king releases its power at once, sending out a swarm of shadowy black tendrils that rush forward like a living flood. They spread through the air in twisting waves, fast and vicious. That strange energy crashes over Fong Yi in an instant, and even he is visibly shaken by what it does. The reaction hits him so abruptly that his expression changes for the first time. He feels a sickening force invade him, something foul and oppressive that seems to twist at his thoughts themselves, as if his brain is being poisoned just by being exposed to the creature's presence. In that moment, Fong Yi realizes with genuine alarm that this is a fully evolved anomaly king. The aura of death pouring off it is far more terrifying and complete than that of any monster he has ever faced before. The black tendrils then come crashing down toward Fong Yi from all directions, trying to bury him beneath their overwhelming numbers. They close in like a net meant to swallow him whole. His expression hardens instantly, and his red eye burns with sharp focus as he prepares his counterattack. The momentary shock disappears, replaced by cold concentration. He reacts with astonishing speed, swinging his flaming sword through the air and slicing apart the shadowy arms one after another. Each strike is clean and forceful, carving bright arcs through the darkness. Even while fighting, Fang Yi is already analyzing the battle in his head. He knows that yang power should naturally suppress dark and deathly forces, which means his flames ought to be highly effective here. But what troubles him is that, despite that advantage, his powerful yang energy still is not completely shutting down the enemy's attacks. Just as Fang Yi cuts through one wave of tendrils, the Anomaly King's power surges again with even greater intensity. At the same time, the surviving villagers in the distance begin chanting and praying once more, desperately calling for their god to descend and save them. The Anomaly King finally unleashes its full power. The pressure in the air spikes so violently that the whole battlefield seems to tremble under it. From outside the storm of power, Su Qingyin can only watch with wide, disbelieving eyes. Shock is written all over her face as the scene in front of her grows more and more dangerous. Inside that violent storm of energy, strange green tendrils suddenly erupt and coil tightly around Fang Yi's body, locking him in place. Seeing him bound like that, Su Qingyin screams his name in terror, unable to hide her panic anymore. A moment later, Fang Yi's sword slips from his grasp, falls to the ground below, and shatters apart. The sound is brief, but to everyone watching, it feels devastating. Far away in Tai Tai City, Lin Yi is suddenly struck by a wave of dread so intense that she instinctively calls out for her cousin. It is as if, from that distance, she can somehow feel his pain reaching her. Pacing anxiously through a forest, Lin Yi tries to calm her breathing and tell herself she is overthinking things. She cannot understand why she feels this afraid when, on the surface, it should be just another mission for Fang Yi. She keeps reminding herself how strong Fang Yi is, how many impossible things he has already survived, yet that heavy feeling of worry refuses to leave. Regret begins to creep in, and she finds herself wishing she had ignored his advice and gone with him anyway. Her unease only deepens as she keeps staring down at her phone. Then suddenly, her phone rings. The screen lights up with an incoming call, and the name shown is Jialan. When Lin Yi answers, Jialan's voice is serious and unusually heavy as she delivers the bad news. They have received word that Yu City is now completely surrounded by a massive expanse of tombs, and an official lockdown order has already been issued. She then bluntly tells Lin Yi that Fang Yi is in danger. As her words hang in the air, a large convoy of military vehicles races through the mountain roads, clearly moving fast in preparation for a major emergency operation. The report that Fang Yi may have died sends shock through the Tai Tai Spirit Association. Officials who had only recently begun to feel hopeful are suddenly crushed by despair again. Gathered around a table, they ask in disbelief whether their greatest hero, the sealer himself, has truly fallen. Some even begin to wonder whether humanity's struggle is meaningless if someone as powerful as Fang Yi can still be brought down. At the headquarters of the Spirit Association, a high-level meeting is already underway. One senior official speaks with visible regret about what has happened in Yu City and says that the appearance of an anomaly king from what was originally a B-level threat confirms an important theory. Such kings must be eliminated before they are allowed to fully evolve. Before he can continue, Guyuro abruptly interrupts him. Rising from her seat, she asks coldly whether this is really the moment to be calmly discussing theories. She states without hesitation that she will personally go to Yu City. Another official immediately tries to stop her, reminding her how important she is to Shin City and insisting that the military has already taken over the situation. Guyuro turns her gaze away, her thoughts growing darker as she considers the cost of their current strategy. First, they had nearly lost Elder Wu, and now it feels as if they are prepared to sacrifice Fang Yi as well. Her frustration finally spills over, and blue energy begins glowing around her body. She angrily confronts the official, accusing them of being willing to abandon an entire city simply because the battle has become too difficult. The man, shocked by the force of her outburst, demands to know exactly what she means. He fires back that Fang Yi went to Yu City of his own accord. In this brutal new era, he says, one wrong move is enough to get someone killed, and it should not be surprising that even a hero like Fang Yi might die. Guiro's anger erupts completely. Her blue aura surges outward as she glares at the officials and demands to know what the point of fighting even is if all they are going to do is sit back and wait to die. She reminds him of what happened in Shin City and asks, with open anger in her voice, why Elder Wu would have risked his life back then if their real plan was simply to abandon any city they could not save easily. To her, that kind of logic is not strategy at all, but cowardice dressed up as reason. Ignoring the calls behind her, she brushes past several officials who try to stop her and talk sense into her. Their words mean nothing to her now, and she does not slow down for even a second. With a look of complete disgust, she calls them all a pack of fools. Deep down, she is certain of one thing. She has seen the sealer's true strength with her own eyes, and she refuses to believe that someone like Fong Yi could be brought down so easily. On the outskirts of Yu City, an enormous military convoy has already established a blockade. Vehicles line the roads in layers, lights flashing through the gloom, while the whole area feels tense with the pressure of an approaching catastrophe. Inside one of the command vehicles, Elder Wu watches the battlefield situation through a monitor, his expression grave. He explains that this new anomaly king possesses a mutated variation of the dark attribute, a strange power they are now identifying as the death attribute. Seated with Jialan and Lin Yi inside the vehicle, Elder Wu gives his assessment in a low voice. He guesses that Fong Yi's defeat likely happened because he encountered some kind of unavoidable rule or fatal law imposed by the monster, something ordinary strength alone could not escape. Elder Wu and Jialan step out of the vehicle and are immediately met by waiting soldiers. One of them quickly reports that none of their military vehicles have been able to break through the outer zone at all. Jialan tells the soldier to explain the situation clearly and from the beginning. Her tone is sharp and controlled, but the urgency in it is impossible to miss. The soldier reports that even after deploying all available forces, every attempt to push forward has failed. He explains that Yu City is now buried beneath an overwhelming number of tombstones, so dense that the entire city has become like a massive grave field. Whenever they send soldiers in, an equal number of tombstones rise up in response and attack them directly. He ends with grim finality, saying that every frontline soldier they sent forward has already been dragged into the graves. The soldier adds that the anomaly king's influence is still slowly expanding outward from the city limits even now. Hearing that, Lin Yi's body trembles uncontrollably, fear tightening across her face. With a dark expression, the soldier says the chances of restoring Yu City to normal are effectively zero. He then asks Elder Wu whether they should issue a retreat order before the situation spreads any farther. He continues by saying that the anomaly king appears to be immune to every power they have tried against it. Worse still, it has already captured all the pioneers stationed at the front, including Fong Yi himself. The moment she hears that, Lin Yi lets out a sharp cry and refuses to accept it. The words hit her like a blade, and disbelief flashes across her face almost as fast as panic. She turns toward Elder Wu and Jialan, thanks them for everything they have done, then firmly declares that she will go back to Yu City by herself. She says she will not drag anyone else along on what she believes may be a suicide mission. Deep within the anomaly zone of Yu City, the land has already changed beyond recognition into a terrifying and silent graveyard. The whole place is soaked in eerie green light, making everything feel cold, dead, and far removed from the living world. The ground suddenly trembles, and massive tombstones burst violently from the earth one after another. Carved into these newly risen stones are two names that strike like a curse, Su Qingying and Chun Ruo. Above that ghostly graveyard, the anomaly king manipulates the dense death energy like a weaver handling threads. The power twists and braids together in the air with sinister precision. As the energy continues to gather, it condenses into the shape of a stone coffin standing upright in the middle of the graveyard. It looks ancient, oppressive, and completely unnatural, like a tomb prepared for something that should never return. Inside that coffin, Fong Yi is trapped motionless, his body hanging limp. From the outside, he looks as though all strength has already left him. Ghostly green centipedes crawl over his body in clusters, coiling around him layer after layer. They bind him in place with a slow, horrifying persistence, as though determined to keep him sealed there forever. He appears utterly lifeless inside the monster-made tomb, sealed away like a corpse offered to death itself. His eyes are hollow and dark, making it seem, at least on the surface, that the sealer has truly died. But in the deepest darkness of that death-like silence, a system notification suddenly flashes to life. The death brand ability Fong Yi obtained earlier has now been successfully activated, and the system confirms that he has acquired a new power, infinite death. Not long after that, the system announces that the death brand trial has officially come to an end. The message is simple, but it carries the weight of something immense having just been completed. Fong Yi is completely exhausted, but he is awake. Letting out a long, strained breath, he thinks to himself that the death brand trial was far more intense and brutal than he had expected. He lifts his gaze toward the enormous green skull-like face of the anomaly king looming above him and notices, with dry irony, that the king of death now feels much less threatening than before. Even so, as power glows in his eyes, he admits to himself that he never wants to go through a rebirth trial like that ever again. Just before he was sealed inside the coffin, Fong Yi realized what had happened. The anomaly king had targeted him with an unavoidable death ability, a fatal rule that could not be dodged or blocked through normal means. Faced with certain death, he made a desperate gamble. He chose to manually implant the dangerous death brand skill into his own body, the same ability he had obtained earlier from the magma, but had hesitated to learn because of how risky it was. The system immediately confirmed that the implantation had begun and started the learning process. From that moment on, there was no turning back for him. A violent surge of red, agonizing energy then burst out from Fong Yi's body as the skill fused into him. The pain was explosive and overwhelming, as though something alive were being carved directly into his soul. While the system prepared to activate the skill fully, that terrible energy compressed tighter and tighter around him. Every second of it felt like being crushed from the inside out. At the same time, Fong Yi could only stand there before the anomaly king, unable to escape, as the monster calmly prepared to kill him. It was a brutal moment of helplessness balanced on the edge of death. Then the system informed Fong Yi that the anomaly king's inevitable death rule had begun to take effect. The warning came with cold precision, leaving no room for hope or misunderstanding. In the next instant, Fong Yi truly died. His eyes rolled back, his body went limp, and all signs of life vanished from him. The system confirmed his death and stated that step 1 of the ability had been completed. But because Fong Yi had been killed by the monster while bearing the brand, the system immediately identified the killer and announced that the death brand had been planted into the body of the king of death itself, completing step 2. As Fong Yi's lifeless body fell, wrapped in the monster's dark and deadly power, the system began its final phase. It activated the death trial while he was already dead, which is exactly how he was later able to return to life and why, even now, the exhaustion in his body feels so deep. Now, standing within the coffin's eerie green aura, Fong Yi has successfully endured the entire process. Though drained to the bone, he has crossed through death and come back. The system explains that the death trial he just completed was actually a triple trial meant to test whether the holder was worthy. To obtain the death brand's 3 abilities, Fong Yi had to survive 3 separate and terrifying ordeals. The first was the fire attribute trial, Mystery Yellow Spring, in which he was burned without end by hellish flames. Every moment of it felt like being thrown alive into a furnace from the underworld. The second was the poison attribute trial, Death Collapse, where his body was cursed to rot, crack, and break apart again and again without ever being allowed true release. It was a slow and merciless kind of torment. And the final one was the Earth attribute trial, Hell Evil Scene, where the gates of hell opened wide and tried to drag him down into a burial ground filled with evil spirits. That last descent felt like being swallowed by endless graves. As Fong Yi recalls it all, he thinks to himself that the pain had been so intense it became hard to tell what was real anymore. It felt like being trapped in an endless cycle of dying over and over, with no clear beginning and no end. But after passing that brutal test through sheer effort and willpower, he has finally mastered the skill. His eyes open with a sharp red glow as he decides, with quiet certainty that now the real battle can finally begin. He looks up with a cold, focused expression and realizes that he is now resisting the Anomaly King's inevitable death rule. The very power that should have guaranteed his end is no longer absolute against him. Blue electrical energy suddenly begins gathering in his hand, crackling more and more violently as it builds. The disturbance is so sharp and unnatural that even the Anomaly King immediately senses it. The massive skeleton lowers its gaze in visible confusion, staring at the coffin as if it cannot understand where this sudden surge of power is coming from. For the first time, the monster seems uncertain. Then, without warning, a tremendous blast of blue lightning erupts from within the stone prison. The force tears straight through the coffin in a violent explosion of light and debris. Fong Yi smashes through the stone slab and breaks free, dropping heavily to the ground below. The impact is hard, but it is the kind of pain only the living can still feel. Through the thick green mist, the monster stares downward at him without moving. It watches its supposed prisoner escape from the tomb that should have held him forever. Fong Yi slowly walks out through the smoke and shattered debris, one hand covering part of his face as he gasps for breath. He is drained and clearly suffering from the cost of resurrection, but he is alive, free, and standing on his own feet again. The Anomaly King is left in a state of pure shock. It cannot comprehend how the human it had already killed with certainty is now standing before it once more, alive and ready to fight again. As Fong Yi stands facing it once again, the system reveals that the King of Death has already sensed his resurrection. The giant skeleton immediately stirs, gathering its dreadful power without hesitation as it prepares to crush the revived threat before it can rise any further. Giving Fong Yi no time at all to catch his breath, the Anomaly King attacks again at once. From high in the air, it launches a relentless barrage of massive green energy blasts, each one falling with the force of judgment. The attack slams into the ground with terrifying force, erupting into a huge explosion of green energy that swallows the exact place where Fong Yi had been standing. In an instant, the entire area is buried beneath violent light, smoke, and destruction. But when the dust slowly clears, Fong Yi is still there, crouched low on the shattered ground and completely unharmed. A grin spreads across his face as he realizes the truth at last. The monster's attacks no longer have any power over him. The system immediately confirms that Fong Yi has successfully evaded the inevitable death rule. He rises and stands tall before the giant skeleton, his cape whipping in the wind, while the Anomaly King stares down at him in growing confusion and unmistakable fear. Fong Yi lifts his head and looks up with a terrifying expression. One eye glows with a sharp red light. A line of blood runs from the corner of his mouth, and yet he smiles with total confidence, as if the battle has only now become interesting. At that moment, the Anomaly King is struck by an intense sense of danger it has never felt before. Its empty eye sockets widen slightly as it realizes, too late, that the hunter has now become the hunted. Far outside the barrier in Yu City, the mountains have also been transformed by the disaster. The slopes are covered in glowing green tombstones, each one radiating a thick, suffocating aura of death into the dark air. Elder Wu, Lin Yi, and Xiaolan stand on a cliff overlooking the disaster zone below. As Lin Yi senses that overwhelming death energy rising from the city, her heart tightens and she cannot help calling out anxiously for her cousin. Xiaolan decides they can no longer afford to stand there and wait. Telling the others not to worry, she raises her hands and summons purple flames that coil around her palms, preparing to blast through the tombstones, break the barrier, and force a path to Fong Yi. But before she can release the attack, a massive surge of blue water tears across the air and cuts her off. The force of it is sudden and overwhelming, instantly interrupting her move. A woman descends from the sky wrapped in spiraling water energy, her arrival sharp and commanding. It is Gu Yuro, and the moment she lands, she announces without hesitation that she has come to fight alongside them. Xiaolan looks up in clear surprise, immediately recognizing the newcomer. She calls out that it is the sea mystic from headquarters, unable to hide her shock at seeing Gu Yuro appear here in person. Gu Yuro shouts that she will join the fight with them, and the two women act at once. Combining Gu Yuro's crashing blue water with Jialan's blazing purple fire, they unleash a huge joint attack straight at the barrier of tombstones. The combined strike detonates in a chain of massive explosions that tear through the darkness and light up the entire area. Fire, water, and shattered stone burst outward in a violent storm. When the explosion finally settles, two soldiers who had been buried under the rubble begin to stir. Weak and confused, they open their eyes and wonder in a daze what just happened to them. But the anomaly reacts immediately to the intrusion. The earth starts shaking violently, and enormous green tombstones erupt upward from the ground like jagged spikes, sealing off the area again in an instant. Gu Yuro, Jialan, and Lin Yi end up standing back to back, completely surrounded by a ring of towering tombstones. Jialan clicks her tongue in annoyance and says the trap has activated again. She warns the other two to stay extremely careful, explaining that this anomaly has the ability to drag any living being directly into the tombstones. Her voice is tense, knowing exactly how dangerous that power is. Without warning, skeletal hands burst out from both the ground and the stone surfaces around them. The sudden movement makes the whole grave field feel alive in the worst possible way. Then a swarm of skeletons drops from above, diving through the air to attack the three women all at once. Their numbers are overwhelming, and they descend like starving beasts. Yet right in the middle of their charge, the skeletons abruptly stop. Their bodies begin to tremble, and they look terrified, as though they have suddenly sensed something far more frightening than the enemies in front of them. Instead of attacking, the skeletons panic and throw themselves back into the ground and the tombstones, scrambling desperately to hide. It is not retreat so much as blind fear. Gu Yuro and Lin Yi stare at the scene in complete confusion, unable to understand why the monsters would suddenly flee like that. The change is so abrupt that it feels almost unreal. The group cautiously moves through the battlefield, which has gone eerily quiet, wondering why the Anomaly King would suddenly order all of its forces to retreat. None of them can tell what it might be planning now. Then a heavy military boot drops onto the ground with a dull thud. The sound cuts through the silence and makes everyone turn at once. It is Elder Wu, carrying two unconscious soldiers across his shoulders as if retrieving them from the jaws of the disaster itself. He tells the group this may actually be a good sign, explaining that the Anomaly King has pulled back its power, which means the people who were buried alive may still have a chance to be saved. Elder Wu looks out over the field, where many soldiers now lie unconscious but alive instead of dead. From that, he draws a firm conclusion. The sealer has not fallen. In fact, Feng Yi must be causing such serious trouble inside the anomaly that the king was forced to withdraw all its power just to defend itself. Back inside the battlefield, the smoke slowly parts, and Feng Yi's sharp red eyes appear through the haze with chilling calm. His gaze is steady, clear, and very much alive. He stands completely unharmed at the center of the ruined battlefield, as if the previous attack meant nothing at all. At that moment, the system updates his status and displays a new count, Death Count 2. The system explains that because the King of Death used its own power to kill Feng Yi, it has now been dragged into a cycle of death itself. As a penalty, the monster's strength has already been reduced by 10%. Feng Yi quietly considers what this means, noting that being targeted by the King of Death would normally guarantee certain death. He understands now that this inevitable death rule is precisely what makes the creature so uniquely dangerous and so difficult to fight. But then a dark, satisfied smile curls across Feng Yi's face as he realizes he has completely reversed the situation. The inevitable death rule that once belonged only to the monster will now return to haunt it instead. High above, the monster stares down in shock, unable to understand why the human it killed is still alive. Panicking, the Anomaly King attacks once more. From within its giant ribcage, it fires out a storm of green energy beams, each one screaming down through the air with violent desperation. The beams rain toward Feng Yi in a merciless barrage, but he does not even attempt to dodge. He simply stands there and lets the attack come, as though inviting the monster to continue. The assault lands head-on with full force, producing another massive explosion of green energy that engulfs Feng Yi completely. For a moment, he vanishes inside the blast. The monster grins, convinced it has finally succeeded, but the system appears again before it can celebrate. The death count rises to 3, and the system announces that because the king has killed Fong Yi again, its power has now been weakened by another 30%, and its body is beginning to collapse. At once, the monster's body starts to break apart under the backlash. Cracks spread across its face, and pieces of bone split loose and fall away from its massive frame. Then, out of the fading smoke, Fong Yi walks forward slowly. His body reforms as he moves, whole and unharmed, as though the explosion had done nothing but buy him another step forward. The monster stares in absolute horror, its green eyes widening with raw fear as it realizes the truth. Every attack it uses against Fong Yi is only destroying itself instead. With a crooked smirk, Fong Yi wipes the blood from his mouth and mocks the creature without mercy. He is fully prepared to keep repeating this deadly cycle until the monster is ground down and erased completely. Focusing his mind, Fong Yi gathers his power and fires a massive beam of energy straight at the monster. The attack tears through the air in a bright, violent line. However, the monster lifts one hand and easily knocks the beam aside, deflecting it with almost casual force. Even weakened, it is still monstrously strong. At that exact moment, a system notice appears and announces that a new mark has been activated. Instantly, red hellfire erupts across the monster's body, burning through and mixing with its eerie green aura. The monster glances down at its own arm in baffled confusion, as though it cannot understand when or how that fire attached itself to it. For the first time, it looks thrown off balance. Seizing that brief opening, Fong Yi leaps high into the air and draws his sword. The blade is blazing with intense fire, its heat flaring so violently that it lights the space around him. As Fong Yi closes in to strike, the system confirms that the monster has been afflicted with a hellfire burning debuff. From now on, it will continue taking damage without pause as the flames eat away at it. The monster glares down at Fong Yi with its glowing green eyes, furious at being forced back and wounded in this way. Rage rolls off it just as strongly as the death energy. Fong Yi brings his blade down with all his strength, unleashing his heavenly fire slash. The strike is fierce, direct, and filled with the kind of force meant to split the battlefield apart. The monster raises its huge hand and blocks the incoming slash head-on, and the collision explodes into a violent clash of power. Fire and death energy crash against each other in a storm that shakes everything around them. The blow lands with terrifying force, and for the monster, the impact is absolutely devastating, shaking its enormous body and sending a visible tremor through the entire battlefield. The system updates at once, cold and precise, showing that the death count has now risen to 4, while the monster's overall power has been brutally reduced by a staggering 45%. As the violent energy from the battle continues to swirl and twist through the air, a new system window suddenly appears, signaling the beginning of the next phase, the death collapse mark. The effect hits immediately, sharp and merciless. Fong Yi's body begins to crack and splinter like fragile glass, making it painfully clear that the dreadful cycle of death has started once again. The monster, still refusing to surrender no matter how badly it has been damaged, lunges forward, seizes Fong Yi in its grip, and crushes him tightly with savage force. It drags him right up to its face, looming over him at close range, clearly trying to intimidate and terrify this human who somehow still refuses to die. But instead of fear, Fong Yi meets its stare with a calm, almost taunting smile. Even with blood and cuts across his face, he looks completely unfazed as he coolly tells the monster to take a good look at its own condition. The monster hesitates for a moment, visibly thrown off and confused by Fong Yi's eerie confidence, unable to understand why someone standing at death's door could still smile like that. Then, without warning, fierce flames burst out around Fong Yi in a violent surge of heat and light, yet he only lets out a faint smirk, standing untouched and completely unharmed inside the blaze. The flames quickly race along to the monster's hand, and it stares in horror as its own bones begin to blacken, crack, and crumble away into drifting ash before its eyes. The system confirms the next terrifying update. The death count has now reached 5, and the monster has been weakened even further, its strength dropping by a crushing total of 60%. Another system notice flashes into view, announcing that the Hell Evil Scene mark has been activated, accelerating the destruction of the monster's body with ruthless speed. The monster throws its head back and roars in blind fury, its voice full of rage and disbelief. But no matter how violently it struggles, it still cannot stop its body from crumbling apart. Outside the barrier, the giant tombstones surrounding the city begin to crack, tilt, and collapse one after another, as if the entire unnatural structure holding the disaster together is finally failing. Wang Lan stares in utter disbelief, quickly realizing that the anomaly itself is falling apart on a massive scale and that the whole cursed domain is beginning to break down. High above, the thick dark clouds start to scatter, allowing long-hidden light to pour through. Lin Yi lifts her head and smiles brightly, relief washing over her as she realizes her cousin is still alive. Elder Wu immediately powers up his armor and, without wasting a second, orders the team to move into the city, rescue any survivors they can find, and evacuate the wounded as fast as possible. With the mission now completely clear, Elder Wu, Wang Lan, Gu Yuro, and Lin Yi launch themselves forward and fly straight into the city without hesitation. Deep within the shattered ruins of the anomaly, a hand suddenly thrusts up from the ground, clawing desperately through the debris as someone struggles to escape. Su Qingying drags herself out at last, gasping hard for air, her whole body trembling with exhaustion as fear and lingering shock remain written all over her face. Still on her knees, breathing unevenly, she tries to make sense of what just happened, her mind reeling as she forces herself to piece the nightmare together. She remembers her life force being drained away bit by bit, and the suffocating feeling of being trapped inside a green, hellish void buried somewhere within that enormous skeleton. But then she realizes the nightmare had ended as suddenly as it began, as if some unseen force had shattered it, allowing her to return alive from that horrifying place. Her eyes quickly land on a nearby tombstone, and in an instant she understands what she has to do. Panicked and desperate, she rushes over and starts digging frantically at the grave marked with Chun Rua's name, shouting for her the whole time. Su Qingying tears away the dirt and finally finds Chun Rua beneath it, unconscious but alive. Relief floods through her when she sees Chun Rua is truly here, unlike Chun Rua's sister, whose body had once vanished without a trace. Then all at once, Su Qingying stops and looks upward, her expression changing as she senses an enormous shift spreading through the air around her. She watches in stunned awe as the swirling green vortex overhead begins to split apart, cracks spreading through it like a fragile shell finally giving way. Moments later, the monster's massive skull drops from above and slams violently into the ground with a thunderous crash that shakes the ruins. Even in that collapsed and ruined state, however, the monster still refuses to accept that it has been defeated. It glares upward with blazing hatred, declaring itself the noble king of death and demanding to know what kind of existence Fang Yi could possibly be to stand against it. More than anything, it is enraged that a mere human would dare look down on it. Then, from the surrounding darkness, Fang Yi's undead army appears, countless red-eyed shadow spirits emerging in silence. Their glowing crimson eyes burn through the gloom as they lock onto the monster. The system delivers another merciless update, announcing that the Hell Evil Scene mark has now weakened the monster by a crushing total of 80%. The monster goes completely rigid in shock, and more cracks spread across its face as the horrifying truth sinks in. It no longer has any real power left. Its destruction suddenly accelerates. The system progress bar surges all the way to 100%, and the monster's green soul finally shatters into nothing. The system confirms the final result. The monster's power has been completely stripped away, and that very ability has now been seized by Fang Yi. Fang Yi slowly opens his eyes, and they are no longer red. Now they shine with a strange, mystical purple glow that feels both distant and overwhelming. The system coldly declares the outcome for all to witness. The old king has fallen, and a new king has risen. Fang Yi stands in victory atop a high cliff, wrapped in swirling purple energy, the newly claimed power of the death attribute surrounding him like a living storm. Behind him, the dark clouds split apart as golden sunlight pours down upon the new king. From the churning purple energy in the sky, Fong Yi slowly descends. Divine light washes over his body as the dark clouds continue to part, making it clear that this long disaster is finally coming to an end. On the ground below, the survivors can only stare in stunned disbelief. Su Qingying supports the injured Chunruo, while Gu Yuro adjusts her glasses with trembling hands, still shaken by what she has just witnessed. She cannot understand how Fong Yi not only survived the anomaly king's unavoidable death rule, but also seemed to summon hellish spirits that rose up and swallowed the monster whole. Elder Wu looks up at Fong Yi with awe in his eyes and a heavy realization in his heart, silently thinking that Fong Yi's true power may be far greater than any of them had imagined. Fong Yi has accomplished the impossible. Since he could not escape the rule of death, he shattered it instead and took hold of the very power that governs life and death itself. Gu Yuro turns to Elder Wu and asks in a shaken voice whether a human being should really be capable of wielding power on such an unbelievable level. As she stares at Fong Yi, she suddenly thinks she can see the ghostly skeletal face of the King of Death overlapping his own. Panic rises in her at once, and she wonders if the anomaly king has awakened inside him. But Wang Lan steps forward with a calm, confident smile and tells Gu Yuro to stop panicking and look more carefully at the battlefield. Across the barren, ruined land, something miraculous is unfolding. The shadow spirits Fong Yi summoned are not attacking anyone at all. Instead, those who had been believed dead are slowly sitting up again, completely unharmed. The very power of death is now being used to save them. Amid the scattered rubble, the villagers discover Chen Xing. He looks battered, bruised, and barely conscious, but he is unmistakably still alive. As Chen Xing slowly wakes, still dazed and confused, he weakly asks whether he was not already dead, making it clear that he has somehow truly been brought back. All across Yu City, the surviving villagers lift their eyes toward the floating figure of Fong Yi, staring up at him as if they are witnessing something beyond human understanding. Some people in the crowd stare at the dark aura around Fong Yi and call him a god of death in frightened voices, while others immediately argue back that he is the sealer, the one who saved all of them when no one else could. Then, all of a sudden, the little girl he saved earlier cuts through the noise, raising her voice and blurting out that the title sealer sounds ugly and doesn't suit him at all. With a bright, innocent smile on her face, she remembers the golden flames that protected her before. To her, Fong Yi is not some cold title or distant legend. He is their god, the one who defeated the evil and brought them hope. High in the night sky, Fong Yi decides that it is finally time to put an end to this conflict once and for all. He slowly raises one hand, and a massive, jagged scythe formed from dark purple energy gathers into shape above him. His face turns cold and serious, and with one eye still glowing an ominous red, Fong Yi declares in a low, final voice that everything must end here and now. The next instant, he swings the enormous energy weapon downward, unleashing a colossal slash of purple light that rips across the sky with overwhelming force. On the ground below, the pioneers of Yu City, including Feng Chun, lift their heads in complete shock, their eyes wide as they watch this unbelievable display of power unfold above them. Fong Yi's attack crashes forward and tears straight through the dark energy barrier that had surrounded the city for so long, splitting it apart in one clean, terrifying strike. The slash does not stop there. It plows directly into the swarm of red, ghostly spirits in the air, shredding them apart and dragging them in with a frightening force that seems impossible to resist. Amid the chaotic storm of red and black energy, where light and shadow twist violently together and the air itself seems to howl, Fong Yi gives a calm but absolute command, ordering the spirits to return to the place where they truly belong and end this unnatural chaos. Then he shifts the flow of power inside his body and calls on his yang attribute to perform a large-scale purification. Extending his hand, he releases a blinding wave of golden light that sweeps across the battlefield and washes away the remaining death energy. The survivors can only watch in awe as that brilliant golden radiance tears through the darkness and lights up the night sky like a second sun rising over the ruins. As the technique finally comes to an end and the last traces of corruption fade away, Fong Yi lets out a quiet breath, deeply relieved that the battle is at last truly over. Nearby, Chen Ruo breaks down in tears and throws herself into Feng Chen's arms, overcome with joy and disbelief that the two of them actually survived this disaster. But Fong Yi knows very well that fighting the King of Death consumed an enormous amount of his spiritual power, and he cannot help worrying about what unknown side effects the death brand he absorbed may still carry. Fong Yi slowly descends from the sky after the battle, his figure lowering through the fading light before he lands softly among the broken ruins below. Before he can even steady himself, Fong Yi is suddenly caught off guard as Lin Yi rushes straight at him and slams into him with a fierce hug, crying out for her brother in overwhelming relief and leaving him momentarily stunned. He gently comforts his cousin, softly patting her on the head as she blurts out that she was terrified he had died. Fong Yi only smiles faintly and reassures her that everything is fine now and the worst is over. Just then, Fong Yi's sharp gaze catches something nearby, and his expression shifts slightly as he notices someone standing not far away. He turns and sees Su Qingying there, wearing a bright and heartfelt smile as she thanks him sincerely. Fong Yi looks a little confused by the sudden gratitude. Su Qingying then looks past him toward the survivors, where City Captain Chen Ruo is sitting on the ground, crying in relief as she clings tightly to her teammate. Fong Yi watches that scene with a warm, quiet smile and asks whether Chen Ruo's sister is still alive. In his heart, he thinks that amid so much death and bad luck, being able to save her is one rare piece of good news. Meanwhile, away from the emotional reunion, the atmosphere among the leaders is far heavier. Elder Wu receives the final damage report, and the weight of the aftermath settles over everyone at once. The scene before them is grim, with rows of body bags and coffins lined up in painful silence. According to the report, nearly half of City's population has been lost, most of them ordinary civilians. Of the 1,500 pioneers who came to help, 50 are confirmed dead, 30 are missing, and more than 1,000 are injured. Elder Wu lowers his eyes with a grave expression and speaks about the urgent need for reconstruction, as well as making sure the victims' families are properly compensated. Behind him, Gu Yuro adds that Shun City will also provide support to help the ruined city recover. Wang Lan looks down, guilt and frustration plain on her face. She asks her teacher whether they can finally make the truth about spiritual energy recovery public, saying she feels painfully useless when they could not save everyone while still keeping so many secrets. Elder Wu looks at her with both kindness and firmness in his eyes, then explains that a decision of that scale is far beyond the authority of any of them. He tells her that ordinary people are not nearly as fragile as she believes, and that many of them have already started figuring out the truth on their own and are quietly preparing themselves for what lies ahead. Then he places a steady, reassuring hand on her shoulder and tells her gently that she does not need to carry the weight of the whole world by herself. Gu Yuro gives a small smile and says that she originally came here just to meet the sealer, but now it looks like her help is no longer needed after all. The leaders look on as Fong Yi becomes surrounded by a crowd of cheering pioneers, and in that moment they all realize the same thing. This battle has turned him into a central figure for the entire nation. The crowd begins chanting Fong Yi's name over and over, calling him their god and thanking him with raw emotion for saving their lives when all hope had seemed lost. Meanwhile, the impact of this battle is already spreading far beyond City. Elder Wu understands that once it becomes public that Xia Nation's pioneer, the Sealer, defeated the Anomaly King, it will serve as a powerful warning to every other country. Spies from various nations immediately begin scrambling for information, growing more frustrated by the minute because they still know almost nothing about Fong Yi's true abilities. Elder Wu knows that once the details of the City incident are revealed, the entire world will believe Xia Nation has become the first to understand the king's deadly rule through Fong Yi, something no other nation has managed to do. Because of that fear and uncertainty, other nations will no longer dare act rashly against Xia Nation. Fong Yi's victory has won his country an enormous strategic advantage, Elder Wu turns to his team and orders them to head back immediately and study every piece of data gathered from the scene. He gives them a firm, powerful reminder that the road ahead is still long, and they cannot depend on the sealer to solve every crisis for them. Wang Lan and Gu Yuro smile and agree with their teacher. Gu Yuro says with confidence that retirement is impossible for people like them, and that the Shun City team will be the one to deal with whatever comes next. Later, back at his villa in Tai Tai City, Fang Yi is finally able to relax a little as he lies in a large bathtub, casually scrolling through his phone in the quiet aftermath. His thoughts drift back to the battle. After the area was cleared, the officials found a dark attribute spirit crystal left behind by the King of Death and gave it to him as a gift of thanks. Holding his phone in one hand, Fang Yi silently counts through the rewards he has gained. He also remembers the Yang attribute spirit crystal Chenrua gave him earlier. Soon, two glowing crystals appear before him, the purple dark crystal and the golden Yang crystal. Looking at them, he realizes that he now possesses two top-tier attribute crystals at the same time. Fang Yi rises from the water and makes up his mind to act immediately. Even though light and dark attributes normally clash with each other, he reasons that since the system recognized him as the new King of Death, absorbing the dark energy should not be a problem. Without hesitating further, he presses the purple crystal against his chest and allows the dark energy inside it to pour out and swirl around his body. A system window instantly appears, confirming that a dark attribute has been detected and identifying the spirit crystal. Then the system announces that it is beginning an ultimate calculation and starts generating a brand new technique. Not long after, the system finishes and announces the birth of a new dark attribute technique called Death Walk. When Fang Yi activates the technique, purple shadows immediately spread across his body, and the system explains that this skill allows him to move by teleporting directly through darkness itself. He thinks to himself that, mysterious name aside, it is basically a teleportation ability, just one with a much darker and cooler presentation. To test it, Fang Yi vanishes from the second-floor balcony in an instant and then reappears on the floor below as smoothly as if he had simply stepped through the air. He nods in satisfaction, recognizing right away that a skill combining mobility and evasion like this would be incredibly valuable in a real fight. Fang Yi then turns his attention inward and carefully checks the condition of his own body. He quickly realizes that after surviving the trial of the Death Brand, something fundamental has changed. His body can now directly absorb dark attribute energy, as if it were naturally made for it. He summons his skeletal avatar and immediately senses how much his control over dark spiritual power has improved. After absorbing the energy from the Anomaly King's spirit crystal, Fang Yi can clearly feel that he is now standing just one step away from breaking through into the legendary Jingang realm. His gaze then shifts toward a cabinet nearby, where a warm golden light is quietly shining. Inside rests the Yang attribute spirit crystal, the precious reward that Chenrua had promised to give him. Fang Yi recalls with a faint sense of amusement that after the battle, the city officials felt it was far too casual for Chenrua to hand over such a treasure in private. Because of that, they organized a grand formal ceremony just to present it to him properly, and he even heard that they had built a statue in his honor afterward. Setting that memory aside, Fang Yi reaches out and picks up the golden crystal, thinking to himself that possessing two top-tier spirit crystals at once is an unbelievably rare stroke of luck. He slowly lifts the crystal to eye level, watching the pure yang energy swirling inside it like liquid sunlight, bright, steady, and full of intense life. The moment he channels his own power into it, a fierce swirl of fiery red energy erupts around his body, filling the room with heat and a heavy, burning pressure. The system activates once again, instantly detecting the powerful yang energy. Just like it did with the dark crystal, it announces that it is beginning an ultimate calculation to derive a brand new technique from this source of power. Fang Yi focuses all of his energy on refining and processing the crystal, and after a tense moment, the system confirms that the new technique has been successfully created. Without warning, a blinding burst of golden light explodes from Fang Yi's body, radiating outward with such intensity that it shines as brilliantly as the sun itself. The system announces that he has obtained a new yang attribute technique called Sun God. Surrounded by roaring, swirling flames, Fong Yi releases the full force of this newly born power and feels its terrifying heat rise around him. The system explains that Sun God allows him to summon a solar avatar capable of burning through anything in its path. At the same time, a glowing golden mark appears on Fong Yi's forehead, shining with divine brilliance. High above the city, a gigantic golden bird made entirely of blazing fire suddenly appears in the night sky, spreading light in every direction and illuminating the darkness below. On the streets beneath it, a reporter hurriedly broadcasts the astonishing scene while online comments pour in by the second. People joke that the light is so bright they are getting blinded even in distant cities. The reporter tries to calm the citizens, suggesting that their guardian, the sealer, is simply becoming even stronger. Online, others speculate that the godlike figure who saved them before is now going through yet another terrifying trial. On a Pioneer forum, users quickly confirm that the event is happening in Tai City, and many recognize the familiar yang energy at once, guessing that the sealer has awakened yet another new ability. Elsewhere, in a dense forest glowing with strange spiritual light, a small group of pioneers is taking a break. Among them is Fong Yi's ex-girlfriend, Chu Qingli. One male pioneer in the group excitedly praises the sealer for being so overwhelming and for humiliating Country B. He angrily complains about a so-called great prophet from Country B who had confidently predicted that Xia Nation would not survive the first year of spiritual energy recovery. Chu Qingli looks uneasy and quietly asks whether that prophecy could still turn out to be true. The male pioneer immediately reacts with irritation and sharply dismisses the idea. But despite his confidence, Chu Qingli lowers her eyes and remains troubled, thinking to herself that many dangerous and unsettling things really have been happening across Xia Nation lately. The mood around the group quickly turns cold and hostile as several people begin aiming their frustration at Chu Qingli. The male pioneer openly mocks her for her weak cultivation level. Another man sneers and asks whether she is some kind of traitor, then ridicules her for still being stuck at the one-star Ghost Axe realm. He points out with cruel satisfaction that she used to be a rich young miss, but in this new world, she is the one everyone looks down on as trash. Chu Qingli folds her arms tightly, forcing herself to hold onto her pride. She fires back that their strength is nothing impressive compared to the sealers, and says they have no right to mock her unless they can first become as powerful as he is. The male pioneer bursts into laughter and mockingly asks whether she is seriously thinking about joining forces with the sealer. The three men laugh at her together and remind her that the sealer is famous for working alone. Then, without any hesitation, they coldly inform her that she is no longer part of their team. As the men start to walk away, Chu Qingli desperately reaches out and shouts after them that if they are kicking her out, then they at least have to give her the share of the reward she earned. The leader turns back with a greedy, contemptuous smile on his face and coldly tells her that she should be grateful they are not demanding payment from her instead. Without another word, he unleashes a blast of wind energy that slams into Chu Qingli and knocks her backward, while he yells at her to get lost and disappear. Chu Qingli trembles on the ground, her body aching with pain and her chest burning with humiliation and anger. In silence, she swears to herself that they will pay for what they did. At the same time, social media is overflowing with fear and panic as a great prophet from Country B publicly predicts that Xia Nation will be destroyed within a year. Inside the Tai Spirit Association office, a superior discusses the situation with Fong Yi, explaining that these spreading rumors are already having a serious effect on the morale of local pioneers. Su Qingying explains that Country B is clearly using psychological warfare, trying to shake the confidence of their people and weaken them before any real battle begins. The superior adds that news of Fong Yi's strength has already spread widely, and that this is exactly why Country B has started behaving so aggressively. There are even rumors that they secretly manipulated events behind the scenes and nearly caused a catastrophe in another city. The superior admits that the incident was deeply strange, because every sign originally pointed to the disaster happening in Country B, yet in the end it nearly wiped out their own elite forces instead. To counter the growing panic and stabilize public morale, the association decides that Fong Yi must make a public statement himself. Standing in front of a computer, Fong Yi calmly places his hand on the keyboard and sends out his message with a single, decisive keystroke. On his verified profile, Sealer5, he posts a short sentence, brief, sharp, and impossible to ignore. The apocalypse won't catch up to my speed of breaking through. The internet erupts instantly. Comments flood every platform as survivors step forward to confirm that they personally witnessed Fong Yi destroy the King of Death. In response, people begin openly mocking Country B's prophecy. In Fong Yi's view, the simplest and most effective way to silence all of them is to state one undeniable truth plainly. His strength speaks for itself. All across the nation, pioneers stare at their screens in shock as they realize Fong Yi is breaking through once again. They cheer for the god of Great Xia, knowing that even if the hell the prophet predicted truly comes to their land, Fong Yi will stand there to stop it. Meanwhile, at the enemy's headquarters, inside Country B's information center, the atmosphere has already fallen into complete chaos. Staff members work frantically in a panic, complaining bitterly about the sealer and the terrifying scale of his power. Even now, they still have not managed to obtain any real personal data on him. Country B's Pioneer Network data expert finally snaps in fury, screaming at his team for failing to track down even this one person and threatening to fire every last one of them. Back at the Tai Tai Spirit Association, the situation has mostly settled down. Fong Yi tells the superior that his statement should be enough to quiet things for now, and the superior laughs in relief and thanks him. But then an assistant suddenly rushes in carrying a tablet, his face full of panic. He reports that a new restricted zone has appeared in Western Xia Nation after the collision of two extremely powerful attributes, and that the military has already sealed the area off. Fong Yi immediately asks what kinds of attributes are involved in this newly formed restricted area. The assistant explains that it is a collision between Yang attribute and Dark attribute. Because these two opposing forces are violently clashing, the area is unimaginably dangerous, but it may also contain tremendous opportunities. He adds that Sea Mystic and Gu Yuro from headquarters specifically sent this notice for Fong Yi, inviting him to head there the next morning. Fong Yi accepts without hesitation. Clenching his fist, he thinks that this is the perfect chance to test the limits of his two new abilities in a real environment. Not long afterward, in the barren and desolate lands of Western Xia Nation, a convoy of military vehicles moves steadily toward a swirling vortex known as the Black Sun Pool. One of the armored vehicles slowly grinds to a stop, and from it, Fong Yi and Jialan step out into the harsh, unsettled air, their arrival instantly drawing everyone's attention. Fong Yi quickly notes that so many people had to be brought here for monitoring because of the black wind and rain curtain, the natural barrier ahead of them that has to be broken through before anyone can enter safely. He stands calmly in front of the storm, his expression steady as he studies the magnificent yet chaotic collision of Yang and Dark attributes raging inside it. Beside him, someone from the team asks in a serious voice whether he is ready. Facing that enormous tornado of dark energy head-on, Fong Yi quietly gathers himself and prepares to take on this new and dangerous challenge. Outside the black wind and rain curtain, where the restricted zone is hidden behind a massive dark tornado, Wang Lan steps forward and introduces a newly arrived group to the others. She explains that these newcomers are elite pioneers dispatched from headquarters in Shin City and Haisher City, all of them specially selected for a mission of this level. She goes on to note that these arrivals are top-tier geniuses just like Fong Yi, all standing at the 3-star spirit creation realm and widely expected to break into the Jingang realm in the near future. Behind her, the new team members step forward one after another, each radiating powerful spiritual pressure. A blue-haired man introduces himself as Wang Zhong, the new captain of Haisher City and a 3-star water attribute pioneer. Beside him stands a spiky-haired man named Song Yiming, an elite pioneer from Shin City who possesses powerful dual wind and fire abilities. Wang Zhong politely apologizes for arriving late. Wang Lan then addresses the whole group and reminds them of the rules inside the restricted area. She challenges them to rely on their own abilities to break through the dark curtain and enter the zone. Fong Yi remains silent, his red eyes faintly glowing as he notices that the two new captains are openly staring at him and sizing him up. Song Yiming lets out a dismissive snort, clearly unimpressed by Fong Yi at first glance and unwilling to hide it. Eager to prove himself, he immediately steps forward and declares that he will go first. With a sharp motion, he pulls a large blade from his back, ready to show everyone exactly what he can do. As he gathers his energy, he admits to himself that half the reason he accepted this mission was because of the sealer. He had heard rumors about Fong Yi's rare yang attribute, and came here wanting to measure his own strength against that legend. Flames burst from Song Yiming's body as he leaps into the air and activates both of his attributes at once. Blue wind energy coils around his blazing fire sword as he boasts that his fire attribute is the purest of all, while his wind power pushes its destructive force to the absolute limit. With one massive swing, he sends a roaring wave of fire and wind crashing straight toward the dark barrier in front of him. Watching closely, Wang Lan remarks that Song Yiming truly is a genius, someone who has already pushed both of his attributes close to their peak. Song Yiming lands as the force of his attack tears open a path through the energy ahead. He scoffs with obvious pride, saying that the dark barrier is nothing more than a bad imitation of foul weather and is easy for him to break. After seeing that, Wang Zhong decides it is now his turn to make a move. He activates his spiritual power and summons a sharp blue water construct, its surface shining coldly as it forms in his hand. Then he charges into the dark storm, forming a protective umbrella of water around himself, and using that defensive skill to force his way through the brutal environment. Inside the twisting darkness, the water shield gives off a bright blue glow, standing out sharply against the black storm surrounding him. Wang Zhong immediately feels the terrifying pressure of the dark climate pressing in from all sides, and he realizes with a chill that if he had entered this place right after first reaching the 3-star spirit creation realm, he might not have survived. He lifts his head in amazement, struggling to understand how the yang attribute and the dark attribute could truly exist together in one place without tearing everything apart. Ahead of him, a massive vortex of conflicting energies churns through the sky, swallowing light and shadow into one unstable, violent spiral. Nearby, Song Yiming holds a trace of dark energy in his hand and notes that it feels deathly cold and naturally repels the human body. To him, just enduring that force at close range is already impressive enough. Wang Zhong grows concerned and guesses that Fong Yi may only be handling the pressure this well because his fire attribute is naturally closer to the yang attribute than theirs is. He comments with a serious tone that simply passing through the curtain is already far more difficult than it first looked. At that exact moment, Fong Yi suddenly releases a burst of golden flame and cuts forward with a blazing slash, cleaving straight through the surrounding darkness. The force of it is so overwhelming that Wang Zhong and Song Yiming are both forced to leap away to avoid being caught in the path of the attack. Wang Zhong watches the golden figure streak past and cannot stop himself from trembling as he recognizes that unmistakable, pure yang attribute power. Fong Yi tears through the final layer of the barrier in one smooth motion, opening up a huge gap filled with blinding light. Then he stands there casually beside Jialan and greets the others as if nothing unusual happened, calmly saying that they have all been waiting a long time. Even standing still, his presence feels crushing. Song Yiming and Wang Zhong can only stare at him in total shock, stunned that the sealer moved through the deadly barrier as easily as if it were not there at all. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Wang Zhong asks Fong Yi how he is managing to keep the black wind and rain curtains split open like that. Holding a sphere of golden energy in one hand, Fong Yi calmly explains that the method is actually very simple. As long as someone uses a yang attribute stronger than the surrounding dark attribute, the darkness can be suppressed. He admits that it consumes a great deal of spiritual power, but says it can be sustained as long as the user has enough reserves. Song Yiming is immediately irritated that Fong Yi would describe something so ridiculous as simple. At the same time, Wang Zhong cannot help wondering whether Fong Yi is even truly in the same realm as the rest of them. Wang Lan only smiles and tells him that he will get used to it, because every genius pioneer reacts the same way after seeing Fang Yi's abilities for the first time. Fang Yi merely smiles back, completely unbothered by their stunned reactions and lingering disbelief. Then, without warning, the system sends him an alert that a source of pollution and an A-level dark anomaly have just appeared nearby. At the same time, the ground beneath them begins to shake violently. Song Yiming's eyes light up with excitement. He says that if it is only an A-level anomaly with a dark attribute, then he wants to test himself against it personally. With Fang Yi taking the lead, the entire group immediately rushes toward the source of the disturbance. Up ahead, three mysterious figures slowly emerge from the mouth of a cave, walking out with no sign of fear at all. Fang Yi narrows his eyes at once and instantly recognizes from their presence and bearing that these people are from Country B. Wang Lan and Song Yiming are both shocked to find other people already inside the area, while Jialan quickly realizes that these strangers are the ones who destroyed the anomaly first. She immediately shouts that no other pioneers were authorized to enter today and concludes that these people must be stowaways. Jialan then demands to know exactly who they are. The three intruders stand there boldly without a trace of unease. A blond man in a purple shirt, a muscular man with long black hair, and a third man hidden under a hood. The blond man smiles with open arrogance and introduces them as pioneers from Country B who have come here to train. Song Yiming is instantly furious. He shouts that this is Xia Nation's territory and that they have no right to enter a restricted zone without permission. Wang Lan supports him at once and orders the intruders to leave immediately, but the three outsiders remain where they are and coldly reply that the times have already changed. The blond man then arrogantly declares that if the people of Xia do not want to claim the resources here, then his group will take them instead. In his view, they are fully justified because they believe they are stronger than Fang Yi's team. Hearing that, Fang Yi steps forward without the slightest hurry and calmly asks the intruders whether they truly believe that opportunities belong only to the strong. The blond man answers with a smug smile, clearly thinking that his country had sent their elite team here precisely to provoke a conflict and seize the advantage. Fang Yi looks at him with a cold, frightening smile, his red eye glowing like a warning in the dark, and tells them plainly that if strength really is the only rule here, then they can get lost. While Fang Yi stands off against them, Jialan quickly tries to report the situation back to headquarters, but before she can finish, the enemies suddenly launch an attack without any warning. The blond man throws out a surge of eerie green energy and sneers that they were given a polite offer, but since they refused it, there is no reason to keep pretending to be civil. Song Yiming and Wang Lan both react in shock, immediately realizing that the enemy is using the rare and highly dangerous dark attribute, something far worse than an ordinary opponent. The blond man laughs loudly and arrogantly, openly declaring that an environment overflowing with dark attribute power is the perfect home field for someone like him. Jialan studies the foul, sickening energy and quickly realizes what it is. With alarm in her voice, she identifies it as a nether poison attribute, a mutated power born from decaying corpses and dense death energy. Panic spreads through the team as she suddenly shouts that the enemy's attack has already destroyed all of their communication devices, cutting them off completely from the outside world. Fang Yi's expression sharpens at once as he understands the truth. These intruders never intended to negotiate at all. They came here planning to kill every one of them. Song Yiming refuses to wait even a second longer and charges straight ahead with his flaming sword in hand. He shouts that if they cannot absorb the dark attribute, then they will simply burn it away and destroy it. Wang Lan tries to stop him, but Song Yiming ignores the warning completely. With a furious roar, Song Yiming unleashes a massive fireball toward the enemy, sending blazing heat crashing into the dark air. But the attack does not work the way he expected. The green nether poison energy swallows the fire instead, twisting it out of shape before causing the fireball to explode violently and send a brutal shockwave crashing back towards Song Yiming. Even so, Song Yiming forces himself to hold his ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stares at the failed attack in stunned shock. That explosion immediately triggers a far more dangerous counterattack. A heavy wave of green energy surges toward the Xia team, and Jialan shouts a desperate warning as the deadly mist comes rushing in. The The green energy closes around them from every side. Wang Lan reacts at the last possible moment and throws up a large blue water barrier, desperately shielding the group from the toxic assault. Inside the barrier, the others are tense and on edge, but Fang Yi remains completely calm. His red eye glows steadily as he watches the enemy's power with cold focus, showing not the slightest trace of fear. The battle rapidly grows more intense as the blonde man from Country B presses forward and begins attacking Wang Lan's water barrier head-on. A huge shadowy claw suddenly rips through the shield, tearing it open with terrifying force, and Fang Yi steps forward at once, ordering the others to scatter and move. In the same instant, he releases a powerful slash of golden energy that tears through the dark mist, splits the pressure apart, and forces the enemy back. The blonde man is visibly caught off guard, clearly not expecting his attack to be stopped so cleanly and so quickly. He recovers fast and floats up into the air, mocking Fang Yi as nothing more than a fire attribute pioneer from Xia Nation. With open contempt, he adds that Fang Yi's teammates look even more useless than he does. Then, without warning, dark green vines burst out from the shadows and lash around Jialan, Wang Lan, and Song Yiming, trapping all three of them inside a spreading corrosive mist that eats away at both flesh and spiritual power. Wang Lan shouts a warning to Fang Yi, telling him that this enemy has been hiding his true strength the entire time and is at least at the second level of the Jingang realm. Seeing the Xia team trapped so easily, the blonde man throws his head back and laughs wildly, full of confidence and cruelty. Meanwhile, far outside the restricted zone, the military personnel can only watch helplessly as the massive black wind and rain curtain closes once again, sealing Fang Yi's team inside the deadly area. One of Wang Lan's subordinates anxiously studies a recording of the blonde man on a laptop and grimly remarks that the rumors were true after all. Someone from Country B really has mastered a dark attribute branch. After analyzing the footage, he concludes that although the enemy has not fully mastered pure dark attribute power, he possesses a lethal sub-attribute capable of inflicting wounds that simply cannot heal. The blonde man gloats shamelessly, saying that Fang Yi's companions have already been poisoned and will soon rot to death, and that all of their spiritual power will eventually become nourishment for him. Then he demands that Fang Yi return with him to mighty Country B and become part of him, speaking as if Fang Yi has already lost the right to refuse. Trapped and furious, Wang Lan screams at Fang Yi to stop holding back and fight back immediately. At that moment, golden flames erupt from Fang Yi's body and force the surrounding darkness backward. He looks at the enemy with open mockery and asks whether he still has not realized something very important about the way their powers match up. Fang Yi then activates his bonfire domain, creating a huge sphere of blazing golden light that expands outward and forcefully suppresses the nether poison around them. He calmly asks the blonde man whether he is surprised that the poison has no effect on him at all. The blonde man can only stare back, completely confused and unable to understand it. With a confident smile, Fang Yi unleashes a massive stream of fire, but instead of aiming for the leader, he sends it straight at the two subordinates standing below. The blonde man's face twists with fury as he sees his defense broken apart and realizes that his men are the true targets of Fang Yi's attack. Fang Yi rises into the air and taunts him from above, asking with obvious contempt whether he is really not going to save them. The blonde man snarls that Fang Yi is arrogant, then summons a huge sphere of concentrated poison mist and shouts that as long as Fang Yi is still human, there is no way he can escape that power. Ignoring the threat completely, Fang Yi charges straight into the attack, his flaming sword carving a fierce line across the sky as he advances without hesitation. As Fang Yi closes the distance, the blonde man's expression suddenly changes from rage to shock. At last, he recognizes the true nature of Fang Yi's power and realizes in horror that it is the yang attribute, the natural counter to everything he has. Fang Yi lifts his flaming sword high above him and coldly announces the name of his attack, Skyfire Slash. Then, with one clean and devastating swing, Fang Yi cuts straight through the enemy's defense and body alike, slicing the blonde man in half in a single strike. Overwhelmed with disbelief, The blonde man cannot understand how a human could possibly master a power so close to that of an anomaly king. His body begins to fall apart in midair, leaving him broken, confused, and utterly defeated by what he has just witnessed. Song Yiming and Wang Lan can only watch the scene in absolute shock, their expressions frozen by the sheer absurdity of Feng Yi's strength. The blonde man coughs up blood, yet even in that state, he stubbornly refuses to die. Using the dense dark energy saturating the area, green vines drag his two severed halves back together. He shouts madly that as long as the dark attribute here remains this rich, Feng Yi will never be able to kill him. Feng Yi floats in the air with a bored, almost disappointed look on his face, quietly judging that the nether poison attribute is far too weak and that even its regenerative ability is pitifully low. In Feng Yi's eyes, this opponent is so underwhelming that he decides the man is not even worth using his ultimate move against. Suddenly, the blonde man stares down at his own hands, his face twisting with confusion as he realizes something is terribly wrong. His regeneration has stopped completely, and the flesh that should have been repairing itself remains broken and still. He lets out a sharp, desperate scream, his voice cracking with panic as he demands to know why his body is no longer healing, why the power he relied on so completely has suddenly abandoned him. Feng Yi calmly snaps his fingers, the small, crisp sound cutting through the chaos with chilling certainty. In the next instant, the energy Feng Yi had secretly planted behind the enemy detonates in a violent burst of golden light, erupting like a miniature sun and tearing the man apart so thoroughly that nothing of him remains but destruction and ash. Feng Yi lands lightly on the ground as if the battle cost him nothing at all, then turns and walks away from the blackened remains with an almost cold indifference, his composure making the scene feel even more overwhelming. He raises a hand toward Wang Lan and Song Yiming, and crackling blue lightning immediately coils around their bodies with careful precision, locking onto the green poison-like spots that still lingered across their skin. Feng Yi explains in an even tone that he is stripping away the dark attribute contaminating them, and the two pioneers can only stare at him in astonishment, clearly shaken by both the method and the ease with which he does it. He then reaches over and taps Jialan on the shoulder, purifying her in the same effortless way. Still reeling from everything she just witnessed, she voices her disbelief, stunned that Feng Yi managed to kill a Jinggang realm pioneer so cleanly and with so little struggle. As the dust settles, Feng Yi quietly reviews the fight in his mind. He concludes that the blonde man likely did not enter the Jinggang realm through any normal path, because the man's spiritual power had felt muddy and impure from the start. At the same time, Feng Yi finds it even stranger that the enemy side seemed almost completely unaware that someone like him existed. Jialan admits that she is confused as well, but then recalls an old internal rumor. Years ago, Elder Wu supposedly used his own body to block a bizarre disaster that had been meant to strike Country B, stopping it at a terrible personal cost. The more they think about it, the more possible it seems that the long-standing rivalry between the two nations has never really eased. And that Elder Wu, because of what he once did and what he represented, likely became a marked target long ago in the eyes of Country B. The heavy mood finally loosens a little when Song Yiming suddenly bursts out in excitement, loudly declaring that from now on he is going to hang a portrait of the sealer right beside his bed so he can look at it every day and push himself harder. Wang Lan turns to him with a perfectly straight face and asks whether the yang attribute has completely scrambled his brain. Feng Yi, however, simply turns away from the group and tells them that although he has removed the dark attribute from their bodies, their current condition is still far too poor for them to enter the true core area of the restricted zone. He tells Jialan to take the others back, or at the very least keep them training only in the outer area. As he speaks, he walks forward alone into the swirling wind and dust without another glance, leaving the team standing behind him in silence. With his eyes glowing a deep, radiant gold, Feng Yi finally reveals what he truly wants, to see the real face of this restricted zone's core with his own eyes. Alone, he stands before a monstrous storm of blue lightning and dark energy, vast and terrifying enough to distort the sky itself. Power cracks through the heavens as he prepares to step into the deadly center that no one else there can even hope to reach. As Fang Yi walks deeper into the storm-filled heart of the restricted area, Jialan, Song Yiming, and Wang Lan can only stand back and watch his figure disappear further into the chaos. Song Yiming stares at him in complete disbelief, so stunned by Fang Yi's courage that for a moment he cannot even find the words to speak. After a long pause, Wang Lan turns to Jialan and asks her in a low voice what their chances of success would really have been if they had come here alone, without Fang Yi. Jialan gives a bitter, self-mocking smile and admits that she once believed she was the strongest candidate to inherit Elder Wu's position. But ever since the sealer appeared, she has already come to terms with the fact that she can only stand in second place. Song Yiming and Wang Lan are both left visibly shocked. Neither of them expected their proud, fiercely competitive leader to speak with such calm acceptance, and the change in her attitude feels almost unreal. Without warning, the dark energy high in the sky suddenly begins to crackle and churn with violent intensity, as if the entire atmosphere is being torn open. Song Yiming instantly panics, shouting out in alarm as he demands to know what is happening now. The moment she senses the danger, Jialan's expression changes, and she screams at her teammates to dodge immediately. A defensive barrier rises just in time, shimmering into place a heartbeat before a massive wave of dark energy erupts outward in a gigantic explosion that swallows the surrounding area. Even with their defense up, Jialan, Song Yiming, and Wang Lan are blown away like leaves in a storm, their bodies thrown helplessly through the air by the sheer force of the blast. When the explosion tears across the land, it carves huge burning trails through the ground, leaving behind scars that stretch across the battlefield. Bruised, disoriented, and sprawled across the scorched earth, the three pioneers finally understand with chilling clarity that this devastating force is the true face of the restricted area's core. They slowly lift their heads and stare in awe at the terrifying scene before them, a landscape shaped like a giant burning eye, eerily identical to the satellite images they had seen before entering. Jialan points ahead through the storm and says that Fang Yi is still in front of them, floating right at the center of that terrifying maelstrom. Fang Yi hovers in midair, his body seeming to act as a bridge between two extremes, golden fire wings blazing behind him, while jagged spikes of dark purple energy twist and surge around him like living weapons. He lowers his gaze to the sphere of dark power gathered in his hand, his expression turning uncertain as he senses a strange and unfamiliar reaction beginning inside it. Very quickly, Fang Yi realizes that the two opposing attributes, yang and dark, are not merely clashing, but slowly fusing together into an entirely new kind of spiritual power. The two forces spiral together in a chaotic, unstable vortex, purple and gold grinding against each other in violent waves. At that moment, the system alerts Fang Yi that it has detected a major change in heaven and earth triggered by the collision of the yang and dark attributes. The reaction grows even more intense, and Fang Yi's body appears almost split in two, with one half turning into a skeletal shadow while the other half burns brightly with pure golden light. Then the system announces the birth of a completely new and previously unknown attribute, turbid yang. Fang Yi steadies the fused power in his hand, now stable at last, and the system immediately begins gathering and analyzing data so it can construct a brand new technique based on this unprecedented energy. Fang Yi narrows his focus and draws the swirling vortex of purple-black energy toward himself, guiding it into his head and absorbing the newborn attribute directly into his body. His eyes suddenly blaze with a blinding white radiance. The system confirms that he has obtained a new technique, the Spirit Turbid Eye technique, a power capable of governing endless transformations and touching both illusion and reality. At the same time, all the dark energy filling the crater suddenly disappears, drained away in an instant as though the vortex has swallowed the entire abyss dry. Watching from afar, Song Yiming is completely dumbfounded, muttering in shock as he wonders whether the dark attribute really merged with the yang attribute just to create some kind of monster. Jialan, however, quickly notices that something about the atmosphere has changed. She frowns and asks the others whether they can feel it too. The three of them soon realize that although this new spiritual power looks frightening and oppressive on the surface, the instinctive revulsion and fear that normally came with the dark attribute are completely gone, leaving behind a force that feels strangely pure instead of corrupt. Wang Lan immediately suggests that they should try cultivating with this energy, sensing that even a little of it could bring enormous benefits. Xiaolan agrees at once, and the three pioneers sit down in meditation inside protective spheres, each of them eager to absorb even the smallest trace of this rare, high-level power. Meanwhile, outside the restricted zone, the military observers remain deeply confused. The massive energy readings have suddenly stabilized, yet every signal coming from Country B's intruders has disappeared without a trace. Before long, the soldiers come to the same conclusion. The sealer must have already wiped out the enemy forces inside. Thinking back on all the rumors surrounding Feng Yi's ruthless methods, they decide that Country B's intruders simply met the end they deserved. The soldiers hurry to contact headquarters, relieved that they managed to preserve video evidence of Country B's actions. In the diplomatic conflict that is clearly coming, that footage may become a powerful bargaining chip. Far away, inside the highest military intelligence office of Country B, a group of men in black suits stands in rigid silence, too nervous to breathe loudly. Then a blond man with a mustache slams his fist down hard and demands to know what happened to their strongest pioneer. He roars at his subordinates, his voice echoing through the room as he demands to know how their agent could have simply vanished without a trace, as if an entire person had been erased out of thin air. A man with long, wavy gray hair stands there in complete contrast to the panic around him and calmly suggests that their missing agents are most likely already dead, his tone so steady that it makes the conclusion feel even colder. With a dark, unreadable expression, he admits that their side suffered heavy losses this time and that they were thoroughly outplayed by Xiaogua, a fact that clearly leaves a bitter taste in his mouth. The leader of Country B slams both fists onto the table so hard the room seems to shake, then screams in disbelief over how their strongest force could lose so inexplicably to Xiaogua. Furious, he threatens the gray-haired man on the spot, demanding that he recover every benefit they had hoped to take from Xiaogua, and warns that if they fail again, he will cut off all funding to their organization. The gray-haired man lifts his eyes and stares back with a frighteningly sharp, icy gaze. Without lowering his head in the slightest, he assures the leader that they will repay this grudge in full and make Xiaogua return the debt with interest. Suddenly, a burst of green spiritual energy explodes out from his body, flooding the room with pressure so intense that the nearby guards instinctively recoil in fear. Rising to his feet, he coldly tells the leader that while he is indeed a proud citizen of Country B, he is not some dog to be ordered around like the bodyguards standing nearby. He says plainly that he despises threats and hopes the leader remembers that very well. The leader and his guards can do nothing but stand there, frozen between fear and anger, as the powerful pioneer turns his back on them and walks away without the slightest hesitation. As the gray-haired man leaves, the leader shouts after him in humiliation and rage, yelling that he will contact Xiaogua's leaders immediately and demanding that the pioneers teach them a brutal lesson they will never forget. Walking through a dim, silent hallway, the gray-haired man asks his subordinates for the latest results of their investigation. 3 figures in dark cloaks follow close behind him like shadows, and one of them reports that they were unable to enter Xiaogua's restricted zone and have completely failed to locate the second young master. The subordinate goes on to explain that the tracking instrument implanted inside the target's body was most likely destroyed, although they still cannot completely rule out the possibility that the enormous energy fluctuations in the area interfered with the signal. The moment he hears that, the gray-haired man's face twists with naked hatred. He finally accepts that the loss is real, and in that cold instant, he silently swears that Xiaogua will pay the price for it. Meanwhile, far inside the core of the restricted area, Feng Yi floats alone in the violent center of the storm, surrounded by unstable power and eerie silence. The system begins feeding him detailed information about his new ability, the Spirit Turbid Eye technique. It describes it as a terrifying illusion art capable of dragging any living creature into a realm of despair so deep they may never escape. The most frightening part, according to the system, is that Fang Yi does not even need to move. Once the technique is triggered, his enemies can be trapped in endless hallucinations until they die without ever understanding what happened. Fang Yi descends and lands, quietly thinking to himself that a power this convenient almost feels too good to be true, as though it came with a hidden price. But the instant his feet touch the ground, a sharp pain tears through his body without warning, locking him in place as the spiritual energy inside him begins fluctuating wildly and violently. He drops to one knee at once, coughing hard as his body strains to contain the newly formed power, every breath turning rough under the crushing pressure. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Fang Yi lets out a low remark about just how tyrannical and overbearing this dark power truly is. Dark purple energy surges around him in unstable waves, and Fang Yi quickly realizes that even though he successfully created a brand new attribute, that power is still resisting him from within and producing a severe backlash. And yet, despite the pain tearing through him, a twisted, excited smile slowly appears on Fang Yi's face. Rather than feeling intimidated, he finds the whole situation genuinely interesting and admits to himself that it has been a very long time since he faced a challenge this difficult and this stimulating. Inside a meeting room belonging to the Country B Pioneer League, the members are in the middle of a tense discussion over their recent failure. One of them says he still finds it almost impossible to believe that their so-called ultimate weapon was crushed by Xiagua, while another questions whether the defeat may have been caused by hidden side effects in the experiment itself. Before the discussion can continue, the gray-haired pioneer leader suddenly strides into the room, bringing with him a terrifying pressure that instantly silences everyone present. Without the slightest hesitation, the leader releases his power. Dark, ghost-like shadows lunge toward the members like living nightmares as he sneers sarcastically that they all seem to have such unique and clever insights now that everything has already gone wrong. He then points at one terrified subordinate and coldly orders that person to serve as bait in their next experiment, as though he were assigning a trivial task instead of a death sentence. The subordinate immediately drops into desperate pleading, begging for mercy, but the leader ignores every word. With complete contempt, he declares that the previous leader was nothing but a useless straw bag who deserved no respect. His voice growing colder, he vows that he will personally give Xiagua a proper display of power and make them understand exactly what they have provoked. Inside the Blue Star United Supreme Council Hall, the atmosphere is tense and heavy, with anger and suspicion hanging over the chamber like a storm about to break. A representative rises and angrily declares that Xiagua has gone far too far this time, his accusation ringing sharply through the hall. The envoy from the E-Federation follows with a formal condemnation, accusing Xiagua of killing important pioneers from another nation. He argues that in the face of a global disaster threatening all humanity, countries should not be destroying each other's elite forces like this. Then, without warning, loud laughter suddenly echoes through the chamber, and a voice openly shouts, "Killed well," leaving the representative stunned on the spot. Elder Wu, commander of Xiagua, walks into the hall wearing full combat armor, his presence instantly dominating the room. He sweeps a mocking glance across the representatives and casually orders his men to replace their drinks with chrysanthemum tea, saying they clearly need something to lower their internal fire and calm themselves down. The gray-haired pioneer leader is briefly startled to see Elder Wu appear in person, but he quickly suppresses that reaction and cuts past any formality, demanding an explanation for why his country's powerful pioneer died within Xiagua's borders. As he stares at Elder Wu, suspicion flashes through his eyes, and he cannot help wondering how Elder Wu managed to recover so completely. Elder Wu lets his golden aura flare outward and gives a scornful scoff, asking whether the gray-haired leader truly thinks he has the right, or the worth, to stand there and demand an explanation from him. He then accuses Country B's pioneers of attacking first, and says they are shamelessly pretending to be victims while acting as the real aggressors from beginning to end. The gray-haired leader asks for proof of those accusations, but underneath his outward calm, fear is already beginning to gnaw at him. If Elder Wu has really returned to his peak condition, then their plans may already be falling apart. Elder Wu calmly raises a remote control, and says that if proof is what the man wants, then proof is exactly what he is going to receive, right here in front of everyone. On the screen behind him, a video begins to play, clearly showing the blonde leader and his team and proving that Country B's pioneers illegally crossed the border to steal resources. Elder Wu narrates in an even, cutting tone that the intruders destroyed their own recording equipment afterward, but were ultimately killed in self-defense by Xiaogua's pioneers. He finishes by declaring that those arrogant invaders deserve to die. The audience is left visibly shocked by the solid, unmistakable evidence of Country B's treachery, and the mood in the hall shifts all at once. Elder Wu fixes the gray-haired leader with a hard stare and coldly quotes that those who commit injustice will bring about their own destruction. He warns the entire hall that if any other nation dares to come and steal Xiaogua's resources, they will meet exactly the same end. Enraged by the humiliation, the gray-haired leader secretly gathers green energy in his hand beneath everyone's gaze, preparing a sneak attack. In the next moment, he violently hurls 3 blades of green spiritual energy straight at Elder Wu, each one sharp and fast enough to kill. However, Elder Wu responds with effortless ease, summoning a golden barrier that instantly reflects the attack and sends the green energy rebounding straight back toward its source. The reflected force crashes into the gray-haired leader head-on and blasts him backward through the air with brutal force. Elder Wu bursts into hearty laughter, openly mocking the sneak attack as nothing more than a petty little trick not worth taking seriously. The gray-haired leader slams onto the stairs in a painful crash, and his subordinates rush to him in panic, their earlier arrogance gone in an instant. Elder Wu watches the scene with a deeply satisfied expression, and as he does, his thoughts drift to Feng Yi and to how many more miracles that sealer may still create for Xiaogua. Back at the restricted area, a massive vortex of dark energy continues to churn and roar like a living disaster. Jialan, Wang Lan, and Song Yiming stand at the very edge of it, staring into the chaos with tense, fixed expressions. Jialan looks deeply troubled, her eyes full of worry as she fears that even someone like the sealer may have run into real danger inside that terrifying storm. Deep within the eye of the storm, where the pressure is at its worst, Feng Yi stands there alone, surrounded by unstable power on every side. Then, all at once, his eyes erupt with blazing golden light as the energy inside him surges to its limit and reaches a critical breaking point. He throws his head back and screams as a massive burst of golden power erupts from his body, exploding outward with such force that the entire space around him seems to shake under the pressure. As the violent blast slowly settles, it condenses into a deep, dark purple aura that clings tightly to him. The system confirms that the spirit turbidite technique has now been completely absorbed, and that his body will no longer reject the dark attribute. Feng Yi lifts a hand to his eye and smiles with quiet confidence, deciding to test this brand new technique for himself. The moment he commands it to open, reality fractures apart into countless purple shards, and a chaotic, otherworldly dimension unfolds around him. Feng Yi slowly scans his surroundings, his expression sharpening for a brief moment as alertness flashes through his eyes at the strange new world forming before him. He quickly notices that the floating shards are filled with images of monsters he fought in the past, and he realizes at once that these illusions are drawn directly from his own experiences. The discovery makes him even more intrigued by how dangerous and fascinating this power really is. He quietly reflects that those life and death battles, the very ones that forced him to grow stronger step by step, would be nothing less than a fatal hell for almost anyone else who had to endure them. As he walks forward along a path divided between freezing ice and blazing lava, a new thought occurs to him. If he were to combine this new technique with the 3 hellish trials of the Death Brand, the result would be even more terrifying than either power alone. To test that idea, Feng Yi raises his hand and summons spirits of blue energy and fiery orange energy, bringing the 2 different forces into existence before him. The conflicting energies begin to twist around each other almost immediately, swirling faster and faster until they form a violent, unstable vortex crackling with pressure. Then, all of a sudden, the system reports a massive overflow of spiritual power and announces that Fong Yi is on the verge of breaking through into the legendary Jingang realm. Fong Yi stomps down hard, and the ground beneath him instantly shatters apart, splitting under the force of his surging power. A confident smile spreads across his face as he accepts the sudden breakthrough without hesitation, almost as if he has been waiting for a moment like this all along. Without warning, a massive bolt of blue lightning crashes down from above, tearing through the dimension with blinding force. From within that overwhelming light, a gigantic golden armored avatar slowly manifests, towering over everything like a divine executioner born from the tribulation itself. Fong Yi does not retreat for even a second. He launches himself into the air and charges straight toward the enormous figure head-on. His attack collides directly with the golden avatar, and the impact erupts into a blinding explosion that shakes the entire dimension from end to end. Outside, Jialan and Song Yiming both feel the terrifying fluctuation of energy. Jialan's eyes widen in shock as she realizes what is happening and exclaims that Fong Yi is about to break through to the Jingang realm. The clash inside the core bursts outward in a huge explosion of golden light and blue lightning, turning the entire storm zone into a dazzling, violent sea of power. When the blast finally clears, Fong Yi is still floating in the air with crackling energy wrapping around him. He looks calm, almost casually so, but there is a trace of confusion in his expression as he wonders whether that was really all the trial could do. A predatory smile slowly spreads across his face, and his red eye gives off an eerie glow. Realizing the trial may not be enough to stop him, he decides that now it is his turn to strike back. The golden avatar slams down with crushing force, but Fong Yi refuses to yield. He stands his ground, raises a barrier in front of himself, and releases his limitless dark world at full force. With a determined shout that echoes through the shattered space, he unleashes his divine thunder-tempering technique and drives his power upward. Channeling that immense force through his body, Fong Yi launches a fierce counterattack and fires a massive blast of blue lightning straight at the golden avatar. The lightning hits with terrifying accuracy, triggering a gigantic explosion that tears through the dimension and sends violent cracks racing across the surrounding space. The system confirms that the breakthrough is fully underway as Fong Yi absorbs a torrent of golden and purple lightning into himself. In that moment, he successfully steps into the first level of the Jingang realm. Wrapped in a golden aura, Fong Yi slowly descends from the sky, pleasantly surprised that he managed to break through to the Jingang realm right here in this place. He gathers an enormous amount of power into one hand, his eyes glowing red, and with a simple swing releases a devastating force that instantly shatters the surrounding rocks into fragments. The impact is so overwhelming that Jialan and Song Yiming can barely remain standing, the sheer weight of Fong Yi's spiritual power pressing down on them from a distance. The storm created by his breakthrough roars across the area, hurling dust, stones, and broken debris wildly in every direction, and even tossing an armored vehicle into the water as if it were nothing more than a toy caught in a flood. An observer monitoring the situation stares at the readings in disbelief as the energy data instantly shoots past the maximum measurable limit, making him suspect that a major breakthrough has just occurred. Watching the golden glow burning at the horizon, the team finally understands that the sealer has truly succeeded in advancing into the Jingang realm. Jialan stands at the edge of the massive crater and notes in shock that the spiritual energy inside the restricted area has been almost completely drained. Fong Yi absorbed nearly all of it, leaving behind only a tiny remainder. Wang Lan, visibly stunned, says that Fong Yi is like a bottomless pit when it comes to absorbing energy, but he also admits that it is still far better for the sealer to take that power than for the enemies from Country B to steal it. The three pioneers then move together and land near the center of the phenomenon, heading in to meet Fong Yi in person. But the moment they get closer, Song Yiming is completely shaken by the terrifying presence he suddenly feels pressing down on him. From within the blinding light, Fong Yi walks toward them step by step, releasing an aura so heavy and overwhelming that it feels as though an entire mountain is crashing down onto their shoulders. Even under that suffocating pressure, Wang Lan still cheerfully pulls out his phone and snaps a photo, already deciding to use it as wallpaper to bless his own future breakthrough. Beside him, Song Yiming breaks into a nervous sweat, wondering just how monstrously powerful Fong Yi has become now. Fong Yi emerges from the golden light, looking perfectly calm and composed. He casually greets the group as though he had not just triggered a massive energy storm that turned the whole area upside down. Xiaolan looks at him with deep admiration and quietly thinks that if he was once like a sharp sword, then now he has become something greater, a divine sword radiating terrifying and majestic power. The group can only marvel at what they are seeing, reflecting on how difficult it is for any pioneer to cross that half-step gap into the Jingang realm. Yet Fong Yi managed to become this powerful in such a short span of time. Xiaolan smiles faintly to herself, thinking that Fong Yi has given her an enormous surprise, and that his existence is nothing less than a true blessing for Xiagua. As she watches his back, she begins to picture a future in which he shines brilliantly at the highest level, believing that before long, he will stand shoulder to shoulder with her teacher, Elder Wu, or perhaps even surpass him entirely. Meanwhile, news of the event explodes across the internet. Reports rapidly confirm that the sealer has broken through yet again in Xiagua's western region. Comments pour in non-stop as people realize that an S-level restricted area was practically sucked dry by him alone. Citizens celebrate wildly at the thought of their nation gaining another Jingang realm expert and flood the discussion with praise for their hero. In a dark room far away, however, a hand slowly reaches out and touches a screen displaying the crater, while a voice mutters with heavy hatred and curses the name of the sealer through clenched teeth. The gray-haired pioneer leader warns the other shadowed figures around him that if Fong Yi is allowed to keep growing like this, Xiagua will fully unite and all of their plans will be destroyed. His voice turns colder as he declares that the time has finally come for them to make their move. He recalls with anger how the sealer ruined their operation in Tai Tai City and allowed that place to escape destruction, then vows that this time, none of their targets will be allowed to escape alive. A woman with long, sharp nails steps forward and reveals 2 photos of Fong Yi. She explains that her followers hacked into the Pioneer mobile database and uncovered these images in order to trace his true identity. The gray-haired pioneer leader takes the tablet with a wicked grin and tells her that he does not care what methods they use, as long as they succeed in the end. Clearly pleased by their cooperation, he says he is looking forward to finally exposing the sealer's true face. At 3 a.m, while the city is still half asleep and wrapped in silence, a massive red beam of light suddenly tears down from the sky and crashes into the top of a high-rise building, lighting up the darkness like a warning flare. On the rooftop, Jiang Lu slowly finishes his cultivation, his body surrounded by a swirling red fire aura that rolls around him in waves. Feeling the power settling inside him, he looks deeply satisfied with the results of his hard work. He bursts into triumphant laughter, unable to hide his excitement as he celebrates breaking through to the 2-star spirit creation realm, clearly thrilled by his latest advancement. Overflowing with confidence, Jiang Lu quickly strikes a pose for a selfie, eager to see how people online are reacting and how many of them are already worshipping the huge phenomenon he just caused. But just as he is about to enjoy the attention, one particular notification suddenly catches his eye and pulls all of his focus away. He opens it and reads a news report about the sealer breaking through inside a restricted area, along with the huge commotion and heated discussion it has already stirred up across the internet. The moment he reads it, Jiang Lu blushes with amazement and disbelief, realizing that Fong Yi has grown stronger once again and widened the gap yet another step. Fired up by the news, he punches the air with renewed determination, telling himself that if a genius like the sealer is still pushing forward that hard, then he has no right to be satisfied with such a small breakthrough. Staring at Fong Yi's image on the screen, Jiang Lu feels a powerful surge of motivation and convinces himself that he is strong enough to follow in Fong Yi's footsteps one day. The next morning, Jiang Lu walks through the streets of Tai Tai City with obvious excitement written all over his face, shouting loudly that he has finally returned, as if announcing his comeback to the whole city at once. Still full of energy as he walks, he accidentally bumps into a woman wearing high heels, the collision making both of them pause. Instead of apologizing, Jiang turns around with an irritated look and aggressively asks her whether her mother never taught her the basic manners to say sorry after bumping into someone. The woman remains deceptively calm. With measured grace, she adjusts her sunglasses and offers him a polite apology, her tone so smooth that it almost makes Jiang look unreasonable. But hidden behind those dark lenses, a complex purple pattern quietly lights up in her eye. In the next instant, a strange wave of psychic force washes over Jiang before he even realizes what is happening. Before he can react at all, the hypnosis technique takes hold completely. His eyes dim and begin glowing with a dull purple light as his will is swallowed up, and he falls entirely under her control. A sinister smile curls across the woman's lips. Looking at the dazed Jiang she calmly orders him to follow her and tells him that someone has been waiting to see him. Now stripped of his own will, Jiang asks in a blank, obedient voice where they are going, but his feet keep moving after her without the slightest resistance. As she adjusts the brim of her hat, she quietly whispers the name of the organization she serves, the Heaven's Choice Cult. In her mind, she pictures their base, a dark, ominous cathedral that radiates cold authority, a place she reveres with absolute devotion as sacred holy ground. Her expression slowly turns serious, the earlier calm now replaced by a sense of purpose and cold resolve. As she leads her captive through a narrow, shadowy alley, cloaked figures leap silently across the rooftops above them, escorting the pair from the darkness. Inwardly, she reminds herself of her mission, to infiltrate Tai City successfully and not disappoint the leader she reverently calls father. The woman silently vows that Feng Yi's home ground will become their next territory, declaring with full conviction that the Heaven's Choice Cult will soon spread its light across the entire nation. Jiang wakes up in a dark and terrifying place, only to learn that he has been taken to the repentance room inside the Tai City headquarters of the Heaven's Choice Cult. He screams in agony as the torture continues, his voice cracking while he desperately shouts that he truly does not know the person they keep asking him about. Then he realizes in horror that he cannot even control his own mouth. Remembering the moment on the street, he understands that he was hypnotized and has already been brainwashed. These cruel people are trying to drag information out of him about the man he hopes will one day become his master, Feng Yi. In the middle of all that pain, Jiang finds one strange bit of comfort. He genuinely knows almost nothing, which means there is very little he can actually betray. Elsewhere, in a grand hall filled with oppressive silence, a subordinate reports to a woman dressed like a nun and respectfully asks whether the prisoner has said anything useful yet. The woman continues praying as she answers that although she forced him to speak, the boy seems far too ignorant to provide anything of real value. Hearing that, the subordinate grows uneasy and questions whether Jiang is even qualified to be used as bait in the first place. He voices his concern that someone like the sealer may not come personally to save a person of such little apparent importance. The woman declares without hesitation that she will intensify the torture, fully determined to complete the mission given to her by Father no matter what it takes. At the Tai Spirit Association office, Feng Yi and Su Qingying sit across from two unfamiliar visitors. Su Qingying gets straight to the point and asks whether they came to Tai City to seek help in finding Jiang. One of the men, who is Jiang friend, quickly explains that Jiang came to the city hoping to find the sealer and asked to become his disciple, but he disappeared shortly after arriving. The red-haired man adds that they later received a tip saying Jiang had been taken away by a mysterious group, a group known by the name of the Heaven's Choice Cult. At those words, both Su Qingying and Feng Yi show clear surprise. Su Qingying immediately recognizes the name and identifies it as an evil cult supported behind the scenes by pioneer forces. The red-haired man admits honestly that his side has no confidence in facing such a dangerous organization on their own, which is why they came all this way to ask Feng Yi for help. Su Qingying explains more about the enemy. She says they are a group that opposes the Spirit Association and specializes in spiritual and mental attacks. On the surface, they disguise themselves as an ordinary church to blend into the general population, but their true headquarters lies in Chuanchi City, where they already have close to 1 million believers under their influence. She goes on to explain that although the local spirit association has tried more than once to suppress them, the cult is extremely slippery and difficult to pin down. Fang Yi's expression hardens as he realizes the danger immediately. If the cult's true headquarters is in Chuanchi City, then their presence here means they have already infiltrated Tai City. Su Qingying urgently adds that she needs to inform the association at once so a citywide search can begin. A sharp smile appears on Fang Yi's face as he pieces the truth together. He points out that the cult slipped into the city without being noticed and then kidnapped the very person who came looking for him. That means the Heaven's Choice cult was never really after Zhang. They came for him. Fang Yi falls into deep thought. He reasons that if this elusive organization was willing to travel thousands of miles just to target him, then they would never leave obvious traces behind if they intended to remain hidden. His expression then turns even more serious. He begins to suspect that the idea of them merely infiltrating Tai City may itself be a false lead. Su Qingying and the red-haired man both look at him in surprise. Fang Yi asks for confirmation that Chuanchi City is currently the place in Xiagua with the fewest spiritual anomalies. Su Qingying confirms it and explains that the city is widely known as a peaceful retirement destination for the elderly, to the point that many people living there do not even realize how much the world has already changed. Fang Yi quickly analyzes the enemy's strategy and theorizes that the cult likely plans to create scattered weak points in Tai City first, then use those openings to slowly expand and take control bit by bit. And in that whole plan, he realizes that his own existence is the single greatest obstacle standing in their way. Suddenly, Fang Yi rises from his seat and reaches a conclusion. Zhang Lu has most likely already been transferred to the cult's headquarters in Chuanchi City. Rather than waiting around for the enemy to move again, he decides to seize the initiative himself and orders Zhang Lu's friend to book the earliest possible tickets to Chuanchi City so they can confront the cult directly. The two men immediately agree, their faces lighting up with excitement as they eagerly declare that they are willing to follow Lord Sealer without hesitation. Fang Yi then turns to Su Qingying and tells her to notify her superiors as soon as possible, while also launching anti-cult propaganda across the city to keep the people alert and safe during his absence. Su Qingying responds with cheerful confidence and says she will handle it right away. As he gets ready to leave, Fang Yi silently concludes that this cult cannot be allowed to exist any longer and must be wiped out as quickly as possible. He admits to himself that he is genuinely surprised such a powerful organization had remained outside his notice for so long, and then suddenly remembers that his aunt is currently living out her retirement in that very city. Meanwhile, back at the Heaven's Choice cult headquarters in Chuanchi City, a subordinate steps forward and approaches the leader with careful respect, reporting that the sealer and his companions are already on their way and flying toward the city at this very moment. The leader, dressed in spotless white religious robes, reveals a sinister smile. She sounds almost amused that such useless bait actually worked, and even more pleased that Fang Yi is coming straight into her territory on his own. She slowly clenches her fist, crushing the energy gathered inside it, and decides that since such an important guest is coming, they must prepare a proper welcome for him. Summoning a glowing white clock into her hand, she studies it with a wicked grin and wonders whether even a powerful heretic like Fang Yi can be broken and turned into a useful tool for her church. She remarks coldly that heretics are always stubborn by nature. Standing nearby, the subordinate reassures the leader that she has no need to worry about such a thing. The woman agrees with a sinister smile. Then she turns away, and dark purple energy begins erupting from her body in thick, ominous waves. As she declares that there is only one final fate awaiting heretics, to have their bodies burned away and utterly destroyed. At Chuanchi Airport, which looks far more peaceful than expected, Fang Yi finds it genuinely surprising that flights within Xiagua are still operating despite how much the world has changed. As they move through the terminal, one of his companions explains that flights have become increasingly rare these days, and that if the Spirit Association had not stepped in to help secure tickets, they probably would never have made it there in time. Later, after reaching a quiet wooded area, Zhang Lu's friend asks Lord Sealer where they should head next. Fang Yi calmly tells them that there is no need to go anywhere at all, they only need to wait. The two companions glance at each other in confusion, clearly caught off guard by such an unexpected order when they had been ready to keep moving. Fong Yi raises a single finger and signals for silence. His gaze sharpens as he tells the others to listen carefully, because he has already sensed the enemy's presence nearby. He calmly announces that their hosts have arrived. The moment the words leave his mouth, a group of cloaked figures begins emerging from the seemingly empty air around them. The enemies hover in the air beneath dark hoods, their faces wrapped in bandages and their exposed eyes glowing with eerie purple spiral patterns that seem designed to drag people in. Fong Yi immediately warns his companions to stay alert. He reminds them that the Heaven's Choice cult specializes in mental attacks and orders them not to look directly into the enemy's eyes no matter what happens. The red-haired man and Zhang Lu's friend both acknowledge the warning at once and instinctively shift into fighting stances, doing their best to stay focused. But while Fong Yi's attention is on the cloaked minions ahead, a figure silently emerges from the purple mist behind him. It is the mysterious woman again, now floating close and draping herself over his shoulders as she leans to his ear and teasingly asks why. If he warned his friends not to look, he has not bothered to close his own eyes. The woman instantly releases her spirit creation realm power. Her eyes blaze with intense purple light as she activates a technique called disarming charm. In a mocking tone, she asks whether he wanted to keep her beauty all to himself, while trying to invade and control his mind. But Fong Yi remains completely unaffected. A terrifying red light slowly begins to shine from his eye, and a menacing smile spreads across his face as he asks her whether she truly thought a trick like that would work on him. The woman's confident expression changes in an instant, replaced by naked shock. A massive and horrifying red eye opens behind Fong Yi in the spiritual realm, instantly crushing the woman's purple energy beneath its pressure. Fong Yi tells her that since she was brave enough to be the first one to get close, she deserves a little reward. He adds that illusion-type pioneers like her are actually quite interesting to him. Inside the spiritual realm formed by their clash, Fong Yi fully releases his mental power and activates the Spirit Turbideye technique without holding anything back. The woman from the Heaven's Choice cult recoils in terror, shocked beyond belief that the sealer can actually wield illusion arts, something none of their reports had ever mentioned. Even so, she quickly forces herself to calm down and lets out a disdainful scoff, declaring that illusion techniques are the greatest strength of her cult. She reaches into her clothing and pulls out a pocket watch glowing with strange purple light, then sneers that Fong Yi is beneath her and boasts about the power her father personally bestowed upon her. Within her own illusion, she sees herself slicing Fong Yi cleanly in half, convinced for a brief moment that she has already won. However, when the vision clears, Fong Yi is standing there completely unharmed, wearing nothing but a smug, knowing smile. He calmly tells her to keep going if she wants, and that casual challenge leaves the woman visibly stunned and deeply unsettled. Now it is Fong Yi's turn. Remarking that such a lively opponent makes a perfect test subject, he causes a massive sphere of red energy packed with dark spirits to materialize right in front of her. She is swallowed whole by Fong Yi's power and begins screaming as the illusion becomes terrifyingly real, while her own mental techniques fail one after another under the pressure. Chains burst out from the surrounding darkness and bind her in place, crucifying her above a roaring inferno as heat and terror rise together. Desperate and panicked, she screams that she is a chosen child of her god, utterly unable to accept being defeated in such a humiliating way. She remains trapped in that nightmare world, surrounded on all sides by darkness and countless hostile red eyes staring at her without mercy. Bit by bit, her confidence completely collapses, and under the crushing pressure, even her mind begins to splinter and crack. The illusion devours her sense of reality until she falls into total panic, forgetting even who she is as monstrous shadows gather around her from every direction. Fong Yi descends before her like a judge delivering final sentence, his presence so overwhelming that it crushes what little resistance she has left. In that moment, the woman realizes her own skills are far too weak, and that if she keeps resisting, she will absolutely die. With his red eye shining ominously, Fong Yi coldly demands that she tell him everything she knows about the Heaven's Choice cult's ultimate objective. And trembling uncontrollably, the woman reveals that father said the sealer must be removed before their grand plan can be completed. Fong Yi presses further, demanding details about the plan itself and the whereabouts of father, as well as Jiang Lu. Barely able to force the words out, she stammers that they are at the altar, but before she can continue, terror suddenly twists across her face. A restriction buried deep within her mind has been triggered at that very instant. Before she can say another word, a lethal force erupts from within her and kills her on the spot, cutting off everything she was about to reveal. Her body goes limp and collapses lifelessly in front of Fong Yi, all signs of struggle ending at once. Back in reality, the illusion rapidly falls apart and fades away. Fong Yi looks down at the corpse and immediately realizes that she activated a forbidden restriction left by father. From that, he deduces that any follower who tries to reveal truly sensitive information is executed from within. The forest grows quiet again. Fong Yi walks forward through the aftermath of the battle, where his companions lie defeated on the ground around him. Feeling a hidden gaze resting on him, Fong Yi calmly calls out toward the darkness and asks the unseen observer whether they were the one who just silenced their own subordinate. The cult's minions burst from the shadows one after another, their movements sharp and aggressive as eerie purple energy coils around strange clock-like devices in their hands, casting a sinister glow through the air. They shout furiously that they will seize Fong Yi and use his capture to make their cult's name thunder across the land. In the next breath, they close in from every side, threatening to slaughter his companions on the spot if he dares resist or refuses to surrender. Fong Yi lets out a cold, dismissive scoff, then raises his hand and summons a blade of pure fire, its burning edge roaring to life with a heat fierce enough to distort the air around it. Just as he gets ready to strike, the strange glow in his eye sharpens, calmly sweeping across every enemy in front of him as he studies them with frightening precision. On the surface, their power level looks impressive enough on paper, but Fong Yi quickly sees through it. Their foundations are unstable, their aura scattered, and all that apparent strength is nothing more than hollow force with no real substance behind it. The result leaves him visibly disappointed. Tightening his grip around the flaming sword, Fong Yi's expression turns even colder, as if these opponents are not even worth the effort. Then, with one enormous slash blazing like heavenly judgment, Fong Yi tears straight through their defenses in a flood of fire. As the attack crashes through them, he remarks with quiet contempt that their real combat ability is laughably pathetic. The cultists are blasted away by the overwhelming flames, their shrill screams echoing through the area as they tumble helplessly through the air, completely broken and utterly defeated in a single exchange. Fong Yi steps over one of the fallen cultists and looks down at him, his terrifying red eye still glowing, fixed on the man with a pressure so intense it feels heavier than the fire itself. The cultist trembles uncontrollably under that gaze, finally understanding just how monstrous the gap between them really is. Any trace of earlier arrogance vanishes, replaced by raw, instinctive fear. At that moment, another terrified subordinate slowly approaches, hands shaking as he presents a strange oval mirror wrapped in flickering purple energy, as though even he fears the thing he is carrying. Fong Yi turns his eyes toward it with a hint of curiosity. The instant he focuses, he senses a presence hidden within, and soon a dark silhouette begins to emerge from the mirror's murky glow. A voice then drifts out from inside the mirror and addresses the sealer directly, speaking in a composed tone as it claims that this whole matter is simply a misunderstanding. The voice goes on to insist that the heavenly chosen cult exists for one noble purpose alone, to save humanity. It even proudly boasts that they have already resolved 3 spiritual anomalies within Chuanchi City, as if presenting undeniable proof of their righteousness. With growing arrogance, the leader declares that compared with the cult's so-called sacred mission, the spirit association is useless, incompetent, and far beneath them in both vision and action. Fong Yi gives a mocking laugh, clearly unimpressed by the performance. He tells her bluntly not to get drunk on her own propaganda or start believing the lies she feeds other people. In a calm, almost casual tone, Fang Yi tears her argument apart piece by piece. He points out that Chuanchi City has long been classified as a secure zone with no record of beast-related disasters, which means the so-called anomalies they claim to solve were never real to begin with. From there, Fang Yi exposes the truth of their scheme without hesitation. In his eyes, the cult manufactures fake crises, plays savior to frighten civilians, and uses that fear to gather followers and wealth for their own cultivation. He dismisses the whole operation as filthy, shameless, and utterly despicable. Hearing that, the woman inside the mirror lets out a low, condescending laugh, the kind that drips with disdain rather than amusement. Then she reveals a glimpse of her true power, taking what looked like an ordinary pocket watch and transforming it into a vessel brimming with thick, sinister, dark energy. Her voice turns sharp with fury as she declares that Fang Yi completely misunderstands their noble cause. In her eyes, pioneers like him, who keep risking their lives for the Spirit Association, are nothing but hopeless fools who have been brainwashed beyond saving. She sneers at the very idea of protecting ordinary weak people, questioning what logic there is in preserving burdens who cannot contribute. To her, they should simply be abandoned and left to die, while the strong pioneers rise up and rule instead. Her face twists more and more with fanatic obsession until she is nearly shouting, screaming that they are walking a glorious road of evolution and that history itself will prove them right. Fang Yi remains completely unmoved. Blue lightning begins to crackle along his flaming sword, weaving through the fire in violent arcs, and in the next instant he surges forward with such speed that he becomes little more than a blinding streak. The cultist holding the mirror lets out a terrified scream, nearly dropping it on the spot, while the leader watching through the connection can only stare in visible shock at Fang Yi's sudden charge. With an expression as cold as winter steel, Fang Yi says that if she truly believes the weak deserve to die first, then she should set the example and be the first one sent on her way. Without another wasted motion, he swings. His blade becomes a savage blur of fire and lightning as it cuts toward both the cultist and the mirror in one merciless strike. The leader watches in utter disbelief as Fang Yi's attack seems to slice through reality itself. The mirror explodes apart, their connection is severed on the spot, and even the sacred link she relied on is torn open like fragile glass. She screams in outrage and disbelief, unable to understand how Fang Yi managed to break an object they regarded as holy and untouchable. The woman jerks back instinctively as the fire slash appears to pass dangerously close to her, and for a brief second, even she is shaken by the sense of imminent death. Then, still reeling, she realizes the attack was not truly physical at all, but an incredibly powerful illusion. Even so, the shock lingers. She thinks with alarm that she had nearly been dragged fully into Fang Yi's illusion, and only luck spared her because her real body was not there in person. Inside her mind, the cult leader had already lived through a horrifying scene in which an enormous Fang Yi, red-eyed and monstrous, pulled her into his mental domain and decapitated her without mercy. Yet despite it being an illusion, the damage is not entirely false. A genuine wound appears on her forehead in the form of a purple energy crack, clear proof that Fang Yi's strange power can cross the line between mind and reality. Back in the forest, one surviving cultist still holds up a mirror reflecting his leader's shocked face. After a brief silence, the woman remarks that Fang Yi's methods are quite interesting, though the comment carries both caution and grudging attention. Once she regains her composure, she slowly smirks and tells Fang Yi that he is indeed very strong. Then, with her tone turning smoother, she asks whether the two of them should sit down and talk. Fang Yi notices at once that the mark on her forehead is not blood. It looks more like corruption, tainted by some dark attribute. From that, he concludes that his illusion still was not powerful enough to fully trap her from such a distance, while her physical body remained elsewhere. So he gives her a direct ultimatum. She and the heavenly chosen cult must leave Chuanchi City within 3 days. The warning is clear and unambiguous, and Fang Yi already knows that if she refuses, then in 3 days he will make a major move himself. Blue electric energy crackles in Fang Yi's hand as he demands that they release the person they captured. At the same time, he stays realistic. He knows this cult will not retreat so easily. So for now he decides to watch the situation carefully and respond as it develops. The woman smiles and agrees to the terms with surprising ease, saying that the Heaven's Chosen cult will withdraw from Chuanchi City. She adds that as long as she is allowed to leave safely, his companion will be returned in 3 days. Inside the mirror, the image shifts to the cult's base, where 2 cultists drag an unconscious Zhang Lu forward and throw him hard onto the floor without the slightest bit of care. After seeing that, Fang Yi calmly accepts her conditions, his face steady and unreadable as though he is already calculating what comes next. With the agreement reached, the purple portal snaps shut with violent force. As dark energy surges and twists, the cult leader offers Fang Yi a final farewell before the connection collapses completely. The severed connection triggers a brutal backlash that instantly engulfs the remaining minions. They cry out desperately for their father to save them, but the dark energy devours them all the same, while Fang Yi quietly shields himself behind a barrier of light and watches it end. When the battle is finally over, the aftermath proves too much for one of the men present. The mental pressure breaks through his composure, and he begins screaming in pure terror. Fang Yi then shifts his attention toward Jiang Lu's friends, who are still rattled and frozen by everything they have just witnessed. To snap one of them out of his panic, Fang Yi steps over and slaps the man clean across the face, jolting him awake from his stunned, half-broken state. Keeping his voice calm and steady, Fang Yi explains the situation to them. He assures them that Jiang Lu is not the cult's main target, which means there is a strong chance he will be returned safely in 3 days. He tells them to come with him to the Chuanchi City Spirit Association and wait there for now. Then, with both hands tucked casually into his pockets, Fang Yi turns and prepares to leave the scene behind. As the 3 of them walk away, exhausted, shaken, and still trying to process the nightmarish encounter, Fang Yi glances at his phone. After a brief thought, he decides it is safer to wait until everything is truly settled before contacting his aunt in the city. Not long after, they arrive at the towering Chuanchi City Spirit Association building, its imposing structure rising before them like a final refuge after the chaos they have just survived. Inside a tense conference room, Fang Yi meets face-to-face with the local officials of the Spirit Association. The branch leader, already contacted by Su Qingying, immediately offers full cooperation, but Fang Yi calmly refuses any direct combat support, stating with firm confidence that he alone is enough to deal with the so-called father. Even so, he lifts a hand toward Jiang Lu's friends and makes one practical request. Since they are independent pioneers caught up in this mess, he asks the association to keep them safe and look after them for the time being. The branch leader agrees without hesitation, almost too quickly, relieved to be useful in some way. But before the room can settle, the door suddenly slams open and a staff member rushes in breathlessly, shouting for his boss to check the Pioneer Forum at once. The staff member hurries straight toward Fang Yi in visible panic, his face pale and his voice shaking as he bows and apologizes over and over, desperately begging the sealer not to take what he is about to see too personally. He explains in a rush that people online are deliberately stirring up hostility against Fang Yi, fanning negative emotions and pushing the crowd to turn on him. Fang Yi does not react much on the surface. He simply extends his hand and asks to see the phone for himself. On the screen, post after post pours past his eyes in an ugly flood of hatred. They claim the sealer is unfit to lead the pioneers, accuse him of killing innocent people, and paint him as arrogant and cruel. But among all the noise, one detail stands out immediately. Every one of these hateful posts comes from IP addresses inside Chuanchi City. Within the Spirit Association, the atmosphere turns chaotic in an instant. Phones ring, voices overlap, and the entire office feels like it has been shoved into sudden disorder. The local superior is already on the phone, barking orders for all local IP addresses to be blocked from posting further. Even as he speaks, dread settles into his face. He realizes the Heaven's Chosen cult must be eliminated immediately, or this situation will swell into a full-scale disaster for the entire city. At the same time, deep inside the cult's headquarters, the cult leader stands before her followers in a dark cathedral-like hall, preaching from the shadows as if delivering some sacred revelation. She claims she has foreseen a future in which the chosen ones are trapped inside a cage of fire. Twisting the truth with practiced ease, she tells them that the lightning and flames they encountered were not judgment, but vicious oppression from their enemies. Floating high above her kneeling followers, she continues her performance, deliberately painting Fong Yi as a villain. She accuses the sealer of murdering their people in cold blood and declares that this evil obstacle must be removed no matter the cost. Then the cult's propaganda machine fully roars to life. A giant hologram is projected onto the side of a skyscraper, displaying a manipulated video of Fong Yi attacking someone, carefully edited to frame him as a monster. Below, the crowd erupts in cheers, welcoming the cult's so-called justice. The propaganda takes hold fast. Soon the streets are flooded with a massive protest, citizens waving banners that praise the cult as the savior of the world while accusing the Spirit Association of throwing the city to demons. The furious crowd surges all the way to the front of the Spirit Association building, shouting that harming the cult is the same as harming Chuanchi City itself, their anger growing louder with every chant. High above the chaos, Fong Yi stands beside a window and looks down at the brainwashed citizens below. His expression is cold and unreadable, but his silence carries an even heavier pressure than anger would. Inside the office, the mood is grim to the point of suffocation. The branch leader sits there with his head buried in his hands, bitterly lamenting that the association has now lost nearly all public support. After a long breath, he walks over to Fong Yi and explains helplessly that as pioneers, they are not allowed to use force against ordinary civilians, no matter how badly the situation spirals. Fong Yi cuts him off before he can say more, bluntly telling the official not to worry. His tone is flat and almost dismissive as he adds that he never expected much from them in the first place anyway. By now, Fong Yi clearly understands the cult's plan. They are using the people of Chuanchi City as both weapons and hostages, trying to bind his hands with public outrage. Even so, in his eyes, these are still cheap and petty tricks. Elsewhere, the leader of the heavenly chosen church grins beneath her hood, her expression hidden but her mockery unmistakable as she taunts the sealer and asks whether he likes the gift she has prepared for him. She smugly declares that every citizen has already become one of her puppets. If Fong Yi wants to destroy the cult, then he would have to destroy the whole city first. Satisfied with that advantage, she decides to retreat and orders her subordinates to withdraw while returning the trash they captured. One of her subordinates sneers and, under the guise of mercy, hurls a body down toward the furious crowd below, as though tossing away something worthless. Before the crowd can even fully react, a violent explosion tears through the Spirit Association building, shaking the structure and blasting the windows apart in every direction. A blinding burst of golden light erupts from within, so brilliant and sudden that the mob below screams and throws up their arms, shielding their eyes from the overwhelming glare. The church leader turns back in confusion, her confidence faltering for the first time as she realizes that something completely unexpected is unfolding behind her. There, outside the skyscraper, Fong Yi floats in midair, wrapped in a terrifying aura of golden flames that burn like judgment itself. His voice is ice-cold as he reminds them that he already warned them. If they failed to leave within 3 days, they would face the consequences. The cultists can only stare upward in shock, their faces stiff with disbelief as they wonder whether he is truly not afraid of turning the whole scene into a massacre. At that moment, it becomes painfully clear that the cult leader has made a serious miscalculation. With violent energy twisting around her, she screams in frustration and blurts out that she should have killed the hostage earlier when she had the chance. Then she glares at Fong Yi and demands to know whether he truly does not care about all the lives surrounding them. Fong Yi responds with a mocking calm that cuts deeper than anger. He tells the cult leader there is one thing she still does not understand, then swings his sword down and reveals that his technique was built specifically to counter dark attribute anomalies. The woman is left stunned as the enormous fire slash crashes down and strikes her subordinate directly, shattering her expectations in a single instant. Then, using sheer speed, Fong Yi vanishes from sight and reappears behind her in the next breath, catching her completely off guard before she can adjust. Without giving her time to recover, He brings his sword down hard, forcing her to hastily summon a magical barrier just to block the crushing weight of the blow. Locked in that brief but deadly stalemate, Fong Yi stares straight into her eyes, his own glowing with a cold red light. A dangerous smile slowly appears on his face as he asks a chilling question and calmly deduces that she is not human at all. At once, the woman's expression changes. A crack splits open on her forehead, glowing with strange purple light, and she admits with reluctant admiration that she is impressed he managed to figure it out so quickly. The crack spreads wider and wider until it reveals a grotesque purple eye hidden beneath the skin. She stares back at him and admits that truly nothing escapes his sharp vision, fully exposing the fact that she is no longer human. The monster within her calmly admits that it has been a very long time since it last encountered a situation like this, as if Fong Yi has finally forced it into genuine seriousness. Then the creature inside the cult leader's body digs its fingers into its own face and tears at the skin, exposing a monstrous form underneath, layered with multiple eyes and a horror that no human body should contain. Standing opposite that horrifying sight, Fong Yi remains perfectly still. His expression stays calm, steady, and utterly fearless, as though even this twisted revelation fails to shake him. In the next moment, the enemy explodes outward into a gigantic mass of jagged purple shadow. At the same time, a system notification appears before Fong Yi, warning him that dark intelligence has been detected. The system immediately explains that this thing is a self-aware subattribute known as grafting, a dangerous existence with intelligence of its own. It has no true physical body. Instead, it survives by stealing hosts and grafting itself onto different pioneers, feeding on them and growing stronger each time. In that way, it had taken over the leader of the heavenly chosen church and turned her into its vessel. A brief flashback flickers past, showing the destruction of the heavenly chosen church headquarters, the entire building collapsing into flames and ruin under the weight of the chaos it created. Back in the present, the giant shadow monster looms above Fong Yi like a living nightmare. It tells him that his body is perfect, rich with powerful spiritual energy, and demands with greedy hunger that he hand it over. The monster then calls out to its remaining followers, declaring coldly that the time has come for them to finally be used. At once, the cultists let out agonized screams as their life force is violently torn from them. Purple streams of energy burst from their mouths and eyes, ripped free in a brutal display that leaves no room for mercy. That stolen energy whirls through the air and rushes toward the monster, gathering above it and condensing into a massive sphere of dark power, dense and ominous enough to make the air itself feel heavy. Once the sphere is complete, the monster unleashes all of that gathered power in one devastating beam, firing it straight at Fong Yi with overwhelming force. Fong Yi does not step back even once. Facing the incoming destruction head-on, he raises his sword already coated in blazing fiery energy and swings without the slightest hesitation. The blade tears cleanly through the darkness with unstoppable force, slicing the massive sphere in half in a single stroke and severing one of the monster's enormous arms, as if the thing were far less solid than it wanted to appear. The creature stares blankly at its severed limb in stunned disbelief, as though it can barely process what just happened. Then, with a twisted voice full of shock, it mutters that the pain is far worse and far sharper than it expected. Flaming sword still burning in his hand, Fong Yi walks steadily toward the wounded monster without the slightest hesitation. His voice is calm but absolute as he says this level of damage is still not enough, and that he intends to clean this creature up completely. As he closes the distance, Fong Yi quickly pieces together the nature of this dark intelligence. It has been hiding a deeper trick all along, disguising itself as a human and slowly building an entire faction around that stolen identity. Fong Yi raises one hand slightly, his gaze sharpening as he reassesses the danger. He notes to himself that killing this thing may prove even more troublesome than taking down the previous anomaly king. Then, without warning, a gigantic claw formed from crackling blue electrical energy descends from the sky, ripping through the air with terrifying speed and pressure. From a nearby building, the branch leader and another pioneer watch the scene in horror. The truth hits them all at once. This dark attribute has developed genuine intelligence and can even graft itself onto pioneers. Realizing how serious that is, they decide headquarters must be warned immediately. The enormous lightning hand crashes down with overwhelming force and clamps tightly around the shadow monster, locking it in place with a violent burst of electric power. Fong Yi slowly clenches his fist, calmly controlling the giant energy construct as though crushing the monster is only a matter of will. But even within that crushing grip, the monster bears a menacing grin. It mocks Fong Yi in a shrill, ugly voice, shouting that no matter how special he is, he will still become just another vessel for it to wear. In the next instant, dark energy surges toward Fong Yi and begins swallowing him whole. The monster's voice drips with sick amusement as it tells him not to worry, promising that it will take very good care of his body. A colossal sphere of darkness suddenly erupts over the city, expanding like a nightmare in the sky, while at its center a bright golden light still burns stubbornly. Through it all, wild and maniacal laughter echoes outward. Inside that raging storm, Fong Yi actually smiles. Rather than panic, he calmly admits that this dark intelligence is indeed quite powerful, far more interesting than the usual enemy. As the darkness presses in and tries to swallow him completely, Fong Yi can feel its suppression bearing down on him from all sides. Even though his yang attribute naturally counters it, he still acknowledges that this creature's ability to restrain him is genuinely impressive. Then Fong Yi's expression turns terrifyingly still. In the shadowy storm, his red eye begins to glow with ominous intensity as he tells the monster there is one thing it still does not know about him. Behind him, a massive red demonic face made of energy slowly takes shape, towering and unnatural. Fong Yi declares in a chilling voice that he cannot be killed, and the monster, sensing this sudden horror, screams in confusion and demands to know what he just said. The purple sphere of energy starts to churn violently, its balance suddenly collapsing as the situation reverses and the advantage begins slipping away from the monster's hands. Outside, panic spreads through the onlookers. The red-haired man shouts in disbelief, asking whether the sealer has really been swallowed. Beside him, Jiang Lu's friend clutches the injured Jiang Lu and stares upward in terror, while the woman forces herself to stay hopeful, insisting Fong Yi can survive even as she admits this dark intelligence is unlike any enemy they have ever faced. The branch leader raises his voice and cuts through the panic, shouting that they have no choice but to believe in Fong Yi. In the middle of that confusion, Jiang Lu finally wakes groggily and asks in a dazed voice what is going on. His first clear thought is pure fear. Looking around in alarm, he blurts out the question he dreads most, asking whether his master has already lost. But inside that chaotic purple dimension, Fong Yi is not dead, nor even cornered. He is alive and perfectly composed, walking calmly through the violent storm as if it cannot truly touch him. He glances around the distorted surroundings and quickly realizes where he is. He has not simply been swallowed by darkness. He is now inside the dark intelligence's body itself. A system window appears before him, confirming that his plan has worked exactly as intended. His death count rises to 1 and activates his death brand. Because he deliberately allowed himself to be devoured, the system applies a debuff to the enemy, weakening the dark intelligence's abilities by 20%. Fong Yi studies his own hand with a faint frown of confusion. Even though he is clearly inside a spiritual space, he realizes he is not existing here as a spirit body, which makes the situation even stranger. Then his glowing red eye catches something below, and his attention shifts sharply downward toward a faint cluster of movement in the dark. There, suspended in the blackness around him, Fong Yi finds himself surrounded by glowing blue ghostly figures drifting silently through the void like abandoned souls. Fong Yi steps toward one of the figures, his expression tightening as he recognizes the silhouette and begins to understand what he is looking at. He asks whether she is the pioneer most recently grafted by the monster, the very woman who once led the heavenly chosen church. The blue spirit does not answer with words. She simply floats there in silence, her face filled with sorrow and exhaustion. Then, all at once, the female spirit and the other blue ghosts surrounding her slowly sink to their knees, bowing before Fong Yi in a silent plea that speaks louder than words ever could. Fong Yi looks down at them, his red eyes narrowing as understanding settles over him. Without anyone saying a word, he can already grasp what they are trying to convey. In a low voice, he asks whether they are begging him to release them, to finally grant them freedom from the monster that has imprisoned them for so long. After taking in the scene, Fong Yi reaches a grim conclusion. These pioneers are already long dead. What stands before him now are only the remnants of their soul breaths, trapped and bound inside the monster's body. Fong Yi summons his sword again, fully acknowledging the cruel reality before him. These imprisoned souls and the monster now share the same life force. That means if he destroys the dark intelligence, he will also destroy what remains of them. He quietly gathers his strength and makes his decision. If there is any mercy left to offer, then burning them all away with his pure world divine fire is the only true release he can give them. With no hesitation left in his heart, Fong Yi swings the massive blade with all the strength he has, pouring resolve into the strike. The slash of fire carves straight through the darkness, clean and absolute, splitting the enormous shadow entity in two as the burning edge tears across its core. As that purifying fire washes through the space, the spirit of the female pioneer begins to fade. For the first time, peace softens her expression, and she disappears at last in quiet release. The dark intelligence shrieks in agony, but even then it refuses to surrender. Its form twists and morphs into a jagged, spiked shadow as it roars that Fong Yi's resistance is meaningless and threatens to tear off his limbs one by one. Yet another system window appears, calmly confirming that contact with such an enormous dark attribute has successfully triggered the Hell Evil Scene mark. The system announces that the monster's power is being drained at terrifying speed. First, its strength drops by 50%, and then, almost immediately, the weakening surges to an 80% reduction as the Hell Evil Scene swarms over the enemy. Unable to maintain its previous shape, the monster collapses into a chaotic sphere packed with writhing red eyes, its once threatening form breaking down into something unstable and desperate. The system declares that the weakening has now reached a critical 99%. Reduced to almost nothing, the entity can only quiver helplessly beneath Fong Yi's cold, glowing gaze. Fong Yi reaches out his hand toward the ruined creature and gives a cold, commanding order, telling the monster to surrender its power. The dark intelligence can only stare back in total shock and fear, finally realizing that this battle is over and that it has been completely defeated. With one final command to break, Fong Yi unleashes a tremendous explosion of light that rips through the darkness and tears the dimension apart, while the monster screams in despair as everything collapses around it. The entire dark dimension shatters, and the collapse erupts outward into a massive fiery explosion above the city, lighting the sky like the end of a nightmare. Down on the ground, the branch leader and Zhang Lu brace themselves against the violent shockwave, shielding their bodies as they stare upward and wonder whether Fong Yi has finally destroyed the dark intelligence. Zhang Lu keeps his eyes fixed on the sky, stunned speechless by what he is witnessing. In that moment, he is overwhelmed by the sheer limit of human power Fong Yi is displaying before them all. High above the city, Fong Yi raises his power and summons a radiant sun that illuminates the entire sky, its brilliant light scorching away the last traces of dark energy. With the evil completely purged, Fong Yi slowly floats back down through the fading light, calm and composed, his cape billowing behind him as the city stares up in silence. A faint look of satisfaction crosses Fong Yi's face as he lifts his hand and summons a thin wisp of dark purple energy, holding it before his eyes to calmly inspect the strange new power he has just taken for himself. The system quickly confirms that the dark intelligence has been completely destroyed. At the same time, it reports that Fong Yi's body shows no sign of rejecting the dark attribute, and that his illusion and domain-based techniques have both been noticeably strengthened by the result. Then, unexpectedly, a large red spirit flower suddenly pokes out from Fong Yi's clothes, swaying eagerly as if it has been waiting for this moment. It clearly wants the dark energy in his hand, and Fong Yi cannot hide his surprise, realizing the little plant has evolved far enough to communicate its desire. Without the slightest hesitation, the red flower lunges forward and aggressively absorbs the dark purple energy from Fang Yi's palm, devouring it with a greed that feels almost childlike and fierce at the same time. Resting lightly in his palm after feeding, the flower softly thanks him. Fang Yi lowers his gaze and listens for a moment, then notes with some surprise that the spirit flower's voice sounds unmistakably female. Bathed in a warm and gentle glow, Fang Yi looks at the spirit flower with clear fondness in his eyes. He realizes that it has been quietly growing stronger in the shadows ever since he stepped into the Jingang realm, especially after taking in so much dark spiritual energy over time. A moment later, the flower suddenly shrinks back down and slips into Fang Yi's clothes to sleep, as if it has exhausted itself all at once. Fang Yi lets out a small smirk, remarking that it seems much sleepier now, and decides he can study it properly later. By now, the whole city has been washed in the bright light of a clear morning, the darkness of the night finally gone, and the streets glowing under a calm new sky. The branch leader, Jiang Lu, the red-haired man, and Jiang Lu's friend all gather together with relieved smiles on their faces. Their tension finally breaks as they celebrate the fact that their city has been saved, speaking with open awe about how Fang Yi actually annihilated a sentient dark attribute. Smiling brightly, Jiang Lu openly says how satisfied he feels after witnessing Fang Yi save the entire city with his own eyes. To him, that alone is enough, and in that moment he feels he has no regrets at all. But without any warning, a sinister purple aura suddenly begins to coil and swirl behind Jiang Lu, quiet and deadly, like a hidden threat that had been waiting for the right moment to strike. Then, from high above the sky, a lethal beam of dark purple energy shoots straight down toward him with frightening speed, aiming to kill before anyone can react. Just before the attack can land, a powerful blast of golden energy cuts across and intercepts it head-on, triggering a massive explosion that shakes the ground and leaves Jiang Lu completely stunned where he stands. Confused, shaken, and still trying to process how close he came to death, Jiang Lu stares blankly and asks in a trembling voice what just happened. At that moment, Fang Yi lands calmly on the street, his hand still wrapped in blazing golden flames. Without needing to say much, it becomes obvious that he was the one who noticed the ambush and blocked it in time. The branch leader quickly hurries toward Fang Yi with a huge, grateful smile on his face, his relief so obvious that he almost looks ready to collapse from it as he thanks him for the rescue. He keeps thanking Fang Yi again and again while Jiang Lu stands safely behind him, still stunned. Around them, the concrete has been split and badly cracked by the intercepted strike, making it painfully clear just how powerful Fang Yi's counterattack was. Jiang Lu stares at Fang Yi with wide eyes full of pure awe, then blurts out with complete sincerity that Fang Yi is the greatest idol he has ever had. With the crisis seemingly over, the branch leader warmly shakes Fang Yi's hand to say goodbye, while Jiang Lu and his friends stand nearby, all deeply grateful that the evil cult has finally been wiped out. Fang Yi, however, does not return their relaxed mood. He keeps a serious expression and warns them that destroying the cult alone is not enough, and that they still need to remain vigilant from this point forward. He explains that although their city appears peaceful on the surface, its location is rich in natural resources and spiritual conditions. Because of that, a future large-scale spiritual mutation is not just possible, but inevitable. The moment those words leave his mouth, the branch leader freezes on the spot, his earlier relief draining away as shock takes over his face. Cold sweat begins to form on the branch leader's face as he hurriedly tries to assure Fang Yi that they are always prepared, insisting that patrols are carried out in the restricted areas every single day without fail. But before they can settle themselves, the branch leader, Jiang Lu, and Jiang Lu's friend are all stunned when Fang Yi reveals that a trace of the dark attribute had almost grafted itself onto Jiang Lu's body without anyone noticing. Without waiting for them to fully absorb the shock of that revelation, Fang Yi simply turns around, already moving on to the next matter. He walks away calmly and tells the branch leader to take him to the city's restricted mountain area at once, because he believes the approaching spiritual mutation is already close at hand. As he walks, Fong Yi checks his phone with a serious look and quietly decides to postpone visiting his aunt, choosing instead to deal with the threat in front of him before anything else. Not long after, an official SUV races up a dirt road that cuts through a lush mountain forest, its tires throwing dust behind it as it heads deeper into the highlands. Inside the vehicle, the branch leader drives while trying to lighten the mood, cheerfully asking Fong Yi whether he wants to see pandas or eat hot pot after they finish dealing with the mission. Sitting in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, Fong Yi politely refuses the suggestion and reminds him that they need to keep their attention on official business first. Even so, Fong Yi cannot help silently reflecting on how relaxed the locals seem. At the same time, he wonders whether this dense spiritual energy might one day cause even pandas to mutate into terrifying beasts. Then suddenly, a sharp flash of energy cuts across Fong Yi's forehead as his senses activate. His eye begins to glow red at once, signaling that he has picked up something unusual. He turns to look out the window toward a distant dark mountain peak, and a confident smile slowly spreads across his face as he confirms that he has found the exact location of the anomaly. Without any hesitation, Fong Yi throws open the door of the moving SUV and jumps out, startling the branch leader as he orders him to lock down the mountain highway immediately. Fong Yi dives down the steep cliffside with his red eyes fixed ahead, and as he descends, he firmly commands the branch leader not to follow him under any circumstances. Left behind alone, the branch leader parks the car and walks to the edge of the cliff, scratching his head in bafflement as he wonders what Fong Yi detected, since he himself sensed absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, Fong Yi lunges straight into the shadowy forest below, descending rapidly through the trees with clean, controlled speed. As he falls, his eye glows red and blue electricity begins to spark around his hand. He can sense an immense power nearby, and he notes that the resonance of the lightning aura is growing stronger and stronger as he nears the peak. With practiced agility and total control, Fong Yi lands lightly on a massive tree branch, his body settling as naturally as if he had stepped on his solid ground. The instant he straightens up, intense blue lightning surges up his arm and wraps around his entire body, giving him the look of a figure forged from stormlight. That raw power crackles loudly as it races down the enormous tree trunk, spreading a deep blue glow throughout the surrounding woods and making the whole forest tremble under its light. Fong Yi lifts his eyes and sees it at last, a terrifying, massive vortex of swirling purple and pink lightning hanging above like a violent wound in the sky. The system immediately confirms what he is seeing, identifying it as the detection of a massive thunder attribute boundary. Narrowing his eyes, Fong Yi slowly raises his glowing hand toward the violently churning sky, measuring the force above him with steady confidence. Then he unleashes his divine thunder tempering technique, firing a colossal blast of blue lightning upward with explosive force and absolute precision. His blue energy crashes violently into the descending purple storm clouds, and the collision triggers a spectacular explosion that lights up the heavens and shakes the entire mountain. But in the very next moment, Fong Yi's expression sharpens, because he immediately notices a dangerous and unnatural shift taking shape in the atmosphere. The purple storm clouds begin to whirl together more violently, tightening and compressing with an intensity that feels ominous even to him. The system suddenly issues a critical warning as a gigantic, spear-like bolt of purple energy plunges down from the sky. It identifies the attack as the legendary divine punishment thunder, an unstoppable force of destruction. Reacting instantly, Fong Yi slams his hand onto the tree branch beneath him and channels blue lightning into the wood to ground his body. Crouching low with fierce determination, Fong Yi grits his teeth and shouts a command, choosing not to evade the devastating heavenly thunder, but to draw that terrifying power directly into his own body. The apocalyptic purple lightning crashes down from the heavens like divine punishment itself, slamming head-on into the massive surge of blue lightning erupting up from the forest below, where Fong Yi stands firm and faces the impact without retreating a single step. The collision between Fong Yi's blue energy and the descending purple thunder instantly explodes into a blinding flash, so fierce and overwhelming that it seems to swallow the entire mountain in raw, violent light. That violent clash surges upward into a towering pillar of light, shaking the forest as it rises. At the center of it all, Fang Yi remains rooted in place, resisting the crushing force with unshaken resolve. Inside the storm of chaotic energy, Fang Yi's system detects an enormous concentration of thunder power and immediately begins processing it at high speed. In the next moment, it confirms that the absorption is working. The system announces that Fang Yi has gained a powerful new skill, one that allows him to summon thunder to strike his enemies and also absorb that same force to push beyond the normal limits of his own body. Fang Yi quietly repeats the idea of breaking his limits in his mind. Looking up at the raging storm with calm eyes, he knows better than most that every skill normally comes with a strict ceiling. To break through those limits usually requires extremely specific conditions and an enormous amount of spiritual power, and even then, such attempts often end in failure rather than success. Even so, a confident smile slowly appears on Fang Yi's face as he reaches out and firmly grabs a cluster of crackling purple lightning with his bare hand. He quickly realizes what makes this new skill so extraordinary. It bypasses the usual rules entirely. Standing there unharmed within the violent purple lightning, Fang Yi understands that he can now use heavenly thunder itself as fuel to keep making himself stronger. He also knows thunder is not some ordinary force, but a natural power that even most cultivators cannot resist, making it a terrifying weapon in battle. The thought leaves him genuinely pleased to have gained such a deadly trump card in what should have been an ordinary mountain. Then, just as his thoughts settle, a sharp warning tears through his focus. He suddenly senses an intense and unusual wave of energy coming from the mountain peak above. Now that the thunder energy no longer rejects him, Fang Yi wraps his body in crackling purple lightning and shoots toward the source at once, moving through the air like a bolt himself. He lands in a clearing where pink and purple energy keeps striking the earth in violent pulses. As soon as he arrives, the system detects a descending entity and identifies it with a single strange word, throne. As Fang Yi steps closer to the strange glow, the system continues its explanation. This is a thunder throne, and before his eyes, a throne formed entirely from pure purple energy slowly reveals itself. The system explains that these thrones contain ancient spiritual power and descend into the world in search of suitable masters. Hearing that, Fang Yi's curiosity deepens immediately. Without wasting time, Fang Yi walks straight toward the glowing object and reaches out his hand, intending to touch and examine the newly descended thunder throne for himself. But the instant his fingers brush the purple structure, a sudden spark of force bursts out and knocks his hand away, rejecting his touch with surprising strength. A system alert appears at once, informing him that the thunder throne already has a master and is rejecting him. Startled, Fang Yi looks more carefully and notices a small gourd vine growing from the throne itself. He is genuinely amazed that such an ancient entity chose a simple plant as its master. A small smile touches Fang Yi's face as he reflects on what that means. In this new era of spiritual awakening, all living things, even something as ordinary as a flower or a blade of grass, can receive incredible opportunities and rise far beyond their original form. Just then, the red spirit flower pokes out from Fang Yi's coat and asks in confusion who is calling for it, as if it has suddenly heard a voice meant only for its kind. Fang Yi lifts the red flower toward the floating gourd vine and quickly guesses what is happening. The vine must have sensed the flower and started speaking to it directly. The glowing purple gourd sways happily in the air, its movements bright and lively, clearly greeting the red spirit flower with simple excitement. The flower then translates the gourd vine's message for Fang Yi. According to it, the vine is saying hello and wants to be friends, because they are the first beings like itself that it has ever encountered. Fang Yi is both amused and a little puzzled at being grouped into a plant circle of kin. Still, he quickly realizes why the gourd vine feels drawn to him. It probably likes him because he has just absorbed the same thunder energy that empowers the throne. The red flower explains that the vine cannot leave yet. It has swallowed a large amount of energy and now needs to enter a deep sleep in order to digest and refine it properly. Understanding this, Fang Yi realizes the vine has stumbled upon an extraordinary chance. Once it fully digests the Thunder Throne's immense power, it will likely evolve at an astonishing rate, just like his own spirit flower once did. With a relaxed and friendly smile, Fang Yi extends his hand toward the glowing vine, offering a handshake to the new master of the Thunder Throne as if greeting an equal. Fang Yi accepts the fact that he arrived too late to claim the throne himself, but he has no intention of stealing it by force. In his view, building a friendship with its chosen master is far better, especially since fighting over it would cost far too much for little gain. As he watches the vine gently brush against his flower in a playful, harmless way, Fang Yi notes that it is mild and friendly despite controlling such powerful thunder energy. That puts him at ease, because if it is willing to communicate, then it is far less likely to become a threat to humanity. Even so, Fang Yi's expression gradually turns serious. He understands at once that this throne cannot be the only one. The moment he imagines other thrones awakening around the world, securing one of them immediately becomes a top priority in his mind. He also sees the danger clearly. If a throne can choose a plant, then it could just as easily choose a vicious monster instead. At the thought of some lightning-born beast attacking a city after receiving such a blessing, Fang Yi knows humanity's survival would become far more difficult. Rising to his feet, he decides he must report the existence of these thrones to the Spirit Association and the military so they can begin monitoring them as soon as possible. At the same time, another thought crosses his mind. Can one person claim more than one throne? Before he can think any further, the red flower suddenly interrupts him and passes along another message from the vine, telling him to head west. Fang Yi lowers his gaze in surprise. The flower explains that the Thunder Throne has sensed another throne falling somewhere to the west, and that this one is a wood throne. A confident smile immediately appears on Fang Yi's face as the thought of chasing down a new throne stirs his fighting spirit once again. But just before he can take off, the green vine gently curls around his ankle and stops him, as if asking him not to rush away yet. Fang Yi looks down in confusion, and the red flower quickly explains that the vine wants him to stay a little longer and practice his new thunder skill here first. The vine explains that this area is saturated with exceptionally pure thunder energy, and that training here right now would bring Fang Yi enormous benefits. Touched by the gesture, Fang Yi smiles and agrees, deciding it would be rude to refuse such sincere kindness from a new friend. He sits down to meditate and slowly rises a little above the ground, wrapped in rippling purple lightning. As he begins training, Fang Yi feels a quiet sense of gratitude, knowing the vine is treating him like a real friend by sharing such a rich spiritual treasure with him. Fang Yi fully activates his new skill, Thunder Divine Limit, and the moment it starts, a vast storm of purple lightning begins spinning wildly around him like a living vortex. Wanting to test exactly where his new limits lie, Fang Yi thrusts out his power and fires a huge blast of thunder energy straight into the dark sky above. Intent on seeing how far this force can elevate his strength, he keeps pushing harder, and the purple lightning around him crackles, spreads, and expands with frightening intensity. Within the middle of that violent storm, Fang Yi's eyes begin to glow as he simultaneously activates his golden sun breathing technique, layering one terrifying power atop another. Triggered by the surge of his energy, a giant pillar of golden thunder suddenly descends from the clouds and crashes into the forest, covering the entire area in a massive explosion of light. Sweat forms across Fang Yi's body under the immense pressure, and even he is struck by how terrifying the thunder's force truly is. He can feel the lightning pouring into his bones and being rapidly absorbed and refined by the golden aura inside him. To his surprise, the two overwhelming powers do not clash against each other at all. Instead, they merge with perfect harmony, making his whole body burn with heat, while his soul feels as if it is stepping into an entirely new realm. Then, all at once, a sudden change catches his eye and forces him to look upward in complete surprise. High above him in the pale dawn sky, a giant blue image of a meditating god appears, solemn and majestic beyond words. The system immediately informs him that his golden sun breathing technique has broken through its limits and fully evolved. Fang Yi lowers his gaze to his own hand, staring quietly at the radiant golden energy now wrapping around him after the evolution of his skill. The system identifies the evolved technique as the Divine Sun Swallowing Heaven technique. It explains that Fong Yi now functions like a living sun, granting him a far greater ability to absorb, process, and refine the spiritual energy of the world around him. As he activated the skill, the surrounding spiritual energy thickened at once, condensing into dense golden streams that drifted down over the forest like a radiant rain, turning the entire woodland into a shimmering sea of light. Suspended high in the air with his arms spread wide, Fong Yi reveled in the astonishing sensation. Pure spiritual power poured out from the mountains and forests below, rushing toward him in endless waves and washing over his body like a warm, living storm. Then, without warning, his expression changed. A flash of shock crossed his face as he sensed an unexpected transformation taking place deep inside his body. Bathed in the glow of a giant fiery golden image of himself, Fong Yi quickly realized what was happening. The overwhelming surge of energy had forcefully pushed him to the threshold of the two-star Jingang realm. The system immediately confirmed his judgment. It explained that his extreme yang attribute was merging with the newly awakened void thunder, cleansing and tempering his veins from within and officially initiating his breakthrough into the two-star Jingang realm. A confident smile slowly spread across Fong Yi's face. Golden energy burned brightly in his eyes as he stood there in awe, marveling at just how rapidly his strength had risen in such a short time. Wrapped inside a roaring vortex of golden lightning, Fong Yi continued to absorb the violent energy around him, drawing it into himself as the storm crackled and churned with terrifying intensity. His eyes soon began to shine with a brilliant yellow light, bright and piercing, as raw power surged through every part of his body and made the air around him tremble. At that moment, a towering golden silhouette of himself rose behind him like a divine shadow, majestic and overwhelming, clearly signaling that his breakthrough into the two-star Jingang realm had succeeded. Afterward, he descended lightly and landed in the golden forest below, where sunlight poured through the trees in dazzling sheets. Standing there among the glowing leaves, he quietly admired the reality of his new realm. Taking a slow, deep breath, Fong Yi began reflecting on the cultivation path of pioneers. He understood that although they could absorb spiritual energy from nature itself, not all of that power could be put to use the moment it entered the body. In his mind, he pictured the complicated circulation process needed to refine that energy properly. Only with superior cultivation techniques could the conversion rate be raised to a truly high level. That was why, despite the world's spiritual energy becoming richer and richer, the current peak of human power still remained stuck at the three-star Jingang realm, because the refinement itself was simply too difficult. Thinking of that, he found it even more remarkable that he had managed to break into the two-star realm so quickly. But soon, his thoughts shifted away from his own progress and returned to the imposing dark throne he had discovered earlier. His gaze turned serious as the realization settled in. The era of accelerated spiritual recovery had clearly arrived far sooner than humanity had ever expected. Just as he was lost in thought, his attention was pulled downward. Looking below, he noticed his sentient red spirit flower swaying insistently, obviously trying to catch his attention. Through the flower, a message from the sentient gourd vine was conveyed to him. It first offered its congratulations, then explained that the throne also needed to begin its own cultivation process now that he had broken through. It gently urged him to leave soon as well, since it was deeply afraid of being discovered by other humans. Fong Yi agreed after a moment's thought, knowing his breakthrough had caused an enormous disturbance that could not stay hidden for long. He understood he had to report the throne to the Spirit Association and the military, yet he also worried that the harmless gourd vine would become prey for greedy people if word spread too carelessly. He knew all too well that the immense power of a throne would inevitably ignite fierce struggles, drawing pioneers into ruthless competition the moment its existence became known. Still, his expression hardened with quiet anger as another thought surfaced. Who had decided, with such arrogance, that powerful beings like this must automatically belong to mankind? Turning back to look at the glowing vine and his spirit flower, Fang Yi spoke in a steady, reassuring tone, promising his new friend that he would never allow humans to plunder its throne. Since the vine still could not leave this place, the two of them could only prepare to part for now. With an easy, casual salute made with 2 fingers, Fang Yi said goodbye to his new ally. Before leaving, he addressed the vine with a name that carried both respect and recognition, Lord of Thunder. At the Star God Combat Zone, a heavily fortified military outpost stood embedded directly into the side of a steep cliff, its harsh lines and steel defenses giving it the cold, imposing presence of a battlefield fortress. Inside the outpost, Elder Wu spoke first. Headquarters, he said, had detected 2 massive spiritual energy fluctuations in Chuanqi City, and both were comparable to the level of the 3-star Jingyang realm. He then turned the conversation to the sealer and asked what report had been sent back. Jialan calmly gave the details of the report, revealing that Fang Yi had already broken through to the 2-star Jingyang realm. She also passed on his warning about an S-class spiritual energy phenomenon known as a throne, adding that Fang Yi had formally requested a military investigation into the matter. Elder Wu listened to everything in stoic silence, his expression barely changing. Seeing so little reaction from him, Jialan could not help asking whether he truly felt no surprise at how serious the situation had become. Elder Wu replied in an even, unhurried voice that the accelerated resurgence of spiritual energy was already a known reality. The appearance of high-tier opportunities like the throne, he said, was one of the scenarios their nation had anticipated for some time. Jialan then remarked that Elder Wu had remained at the half-step Jingyang realm for a very long time and asked whether he was finally close to advancing. Elder Wu confirmed it plainly, noting that as abnormal activity across the world continued to intensify, many pioneers were entering periods of breakthrough. He admitted that he, too, could finally feel the signs of his own advancement. Jialan's eyes widened slightly in surprise, clearly caught off guard by his calm but direct confirmation. Looking over the entire base with a solemn expression, Elder Wu reflected that times like these would bring both enormous opportunities and equally enormous dangers. He reminded Jialan that before they were pioneers, they were soldiers, and their duty was to face those dangers head-on and secure the nation's safety, even if the price was their own lives. As he spoke, he seemed to picture a united force made up of the country's strongest pioneers, including Fang Yi and Su Qingying. In a firm voice, Elder Wu declared that their nation had to seize this historic opportunity, and that even an old veteran like him would ride this rising wave of power. Clenching his fist tightly, he stated their objective with complete clarity. They had to ensure that the sealer obtained a throne, and that their other loyal pioneers captured as many thrones as possible. Exuding unquestionable authority, Elder Wu issued a direct order to coordinate fully with Fang Yi and the Spirit Association and to maintain total unity. Any independent pioneers or rogue factions driven by selfish ambition, he said, would be forced to stand down under the combined pressure of both the military and the association. At the Spirit Association headquarters, Guyuro stood before a monitor displaying the purple throne. Facing the command center, she announced that they had already received the sealer's intelligence and were launching a nationwide investigation to search for potential thrones and monitor abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations. Her face grave and tense, Guyuro gave the order to mobilize all city team captains at once. But beneath that composed exterior, she could not stop worrying about the terrifying speed at which the crisis was escalating, and she wondered whether humanity could truly survive this turning point. At the Taisher Spirit Association, the local superior received a phone call that left him stunned. His face changed instantly as he reacted in disbelief to the news that Fang Yi had already advanced into the 2-star Jingyang realm. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as he quickly assured the caller that the Taisher branch would fully stabilize and manage its jurisdiction, allowing Fang Yi to act freely in Chuanqi without being distracted by problems from the rear. After lowering the phone, the superior turned towards Su Qingying and confirmed the news of Fang Yi's breakthrough. Su Qingying smiled with visible pride and said that Fang Yi was now the second strongest pioneer in the entire nation, surpassed only by Elder Wu. She added that even Taisher City itself was benefiting from the prestige his name now carried. But then she rubbed her head with a somewhat embarrassed look. She admitted that she had been a little too arrogant after reaching the half-step Jingang realm herself, and had completely failed to anticipate the enormous worldwide spiritual energy surge that Fong Yi had ended up triggering. The superior's expression soon turned heavy. He feared that if Taisher were struck by another catastrophic spiritual anomaly, perhaps even worse than the previous one, the city might not survive at all. No matter what, he said, they had to protect Taisher and make sure they did not become a burden to Fong Yi. 10 hours later, an emergency meeting was convened at the Chuanqi Spirit Association, bringing together all pioneer captains from the surrounding cities in an atmosphere thick with urgency and tension. Gu Yuro stood at the head of the conference table, with a projection of the throne displayed before everyone. She reported that, based on the intelligence Fong Yi had provided, headquarters had already detected more than 20 similar spiritual energy anomalies around the world, though they still could not confirm whether every one of them was truly a throne. A map of their nation then appeared on the screen, clearly marking 7 confirmed locations within their borders that were showing similarly dangerous energy signatures. Song Yiming, the captain of Fengshe who had recently entered the first-level Jingang realm, leaned back in his seat with his boots resting openly on the conference table. Wearing a broad grin, he pointed out the obvious issue in a tone full of provocation. There were only 7 possible thrones, but far more captains gathered in the room. Still smiling, Song Yiming directly questioned how the association intended to distribute such scarce and coveted resources among so many ambitious people. Across from him, Wang Lan, the captain of Haisher who had recently reached the half-step Jingang realm, calmly prepared tea as though the tense atmosphere meant nothing at all. Without the slightest change in expression, he coolly reprimanded Song Yiming and asked him to remove his feet from the table during the meeting. The rebuke instantly infuriated Song Yiming. Being corrected by someone from a lower realm felt like an insult, and he shot Wang Lan a fierce glare, openly challenging what right he had to speak like that. In the next moment, Song Yiming released a burst of wind energy across the table, the current sharp and oppressive as he tried to intimidate Wang Lan while mocking him for daring to covet a throne as well. Wang Lan did not so much as blink. He quietly channeled a spark of lightning energy into his teacup, stabilizing it against the violent gale, then calmly replied that everyone in the room wanted a throne, which made Song Yiming's little display completely pointless. Around the table, the other captains watched the confrontation in silence, saying nothing as the pressure in the room grew heavier and heavier. As the tension continued to rise, Chen Ruo, the captain of Yueshi, remained seated in complete silence, watching the conflict with a cold, unreadable gaze as though he were measuring every person in the room. Leaning forward with a malicious grin, Song Yiming kept pressing Wang Lan, his voice full of open contempt. He mocked the captain of Haisher without restraint, sneering at how someone with Wang Lan's attributes could ever dream of claiming a throne, and even ridiculed Haisher itself for choosing him as its leader. At last, Wang Lan's patience ran out. With a cold look in his eyes, he gathered water and spiritual energy into his palm, where it twisted into a dense vortex, clear proof that he was done tolerating the disrespect and ready to strike back. Before the clash could explode into open violence, Gu Yuro slammed both hands onto the table with a sharp crack that silenced the room. Furious, she ordered the 2 captains to sit down at once and forbade any fighting during the conference. But in the very next instant, an overwhelming aura suddenly crashed down over the entire room. Gu Yuro, Wang Lan, and Song Yiming all froze on the spot. Shock flashed across their faces as that sudden pressure descended like a mountain, heavy and oppressive enough to make even breathing feel difficult. Song Yiming was violently slammed back into his chair, pinned there by massive phantom-like hands of dark purple energy. The crushing force locked him in place so completely that terror flooded his face, and he could only gasp in panic under the attacker's overwhelming presence. Cold sweat poured down Song Yiming's face as his mind spun wildly. In frantic disbelief, he wondered whether Elder Wu from the Star God Combat Zone had personally arrived to suppress the conflict. Then Fong Yi stepped through the doorway, golden energy crackling around his body like living fire. The moment the captains sensed the terrifying scale of that power, their hearts sank, because it felt frighteningly close to the peak of the three-star Jingang realm. Song Yiming began to tremble uncontrollably, as he felt that suffocating pressure more clearly. Confusion mixed with fear when he realized this monstrous presence did not belong to Elder Wu at all. Fong Yi walked calmly into the room with a polite smile on his face, as if he had entered an ordinary gathering rather than a conference hall on the verge of erupting into chaos. He casually greeted the assembled captains, his tone mild yet impossible to ignore. As he moved toward the table, Fong Yi apologized in an easy voice for arriving late. Gu Yuro immediately straightened herself and formally acknowledged him, announcing to everyone present that the sealer had arrived. Song Yiming shrank into his seat, stealing nervous glances at Fong Yi from the corner of his eye. Every instinct in his body was screaming at him to retreat, and only now did he finally understand that this calm, unassuming young man was the legendary pioneer everyone had been talking about. In the next moment, Fong Yi's polite demeanor disappeared completely, as though someone had wiped the warmth from his face in an instant. His gaze locked onto Song Yiming with chilling force, and he coldly demanded to know exactly what had been happening in the room just before he walked in. Terrified by Fong Yi's presence, Song Yiming immediately lost the arrogance he had shown moments earlier. He stammered nervously that nothing was wrong, insisting they had only been having a normal discussion. Fong Yi said nothing. He only stared at Song Yiming in silence, his piercing red eyes fixed on him like blades, making the pressure in the room even more unbearable. Still pinned beneath the purple energy claw, Song Yiming was overwhelmed with disbelief. He could not understand how power at his first-level Jingang realm had been completely paralyzed, as if it meant absolutely nothing in front of Fong Yi. Only after letting the pressure ease did Fong Yi pull out a chair and sit at the conference table. His tone returned to calm as he greeted Wang Lan and Chen Ruo, casually remarking that it had been quite a long time since they had last met. Wang Lan immediately responded with respect, welcoming Lord Sealer in a measured voice. He explained that they had only been discussing the matter of the newly discovered throne. Leaning back slightly, Fong Yi said he had come specifically to share the intelligence he had gathered. As a member of the Spirit Association, he confirmed that the Chuan Qi Mountain anomaly was a thunder attribute throne, a phenomenon possessing truly world-altering power. Then he revealed the most crucial detail of all. The master of the Thunder Throne was not human, but a sentient gourd vine that had already awakened its own consciousness. That statement instantly stirred the pioneer captains into an uproar. Several of them argued in outrage that leaving such divine power in the hands of a mere plant was an absurd waste, and that a capable human should be the one to take possession of it. Song Yiming eagerly joined in, slamming both hands onto the table with excitement flashing across his face. He insisted they had to seize the throne by force, arguing that their nation would become a laughingstock if something as ridiculous as a plant were allowed to control it. Fong Yi's expression immediately hardened, the warmth in his face vanishing completely as he coldly declared that he would not allow such a thing to happen. Looking around the room, Fong Yi addressed every captain present and made it clear that this was the real reason he had come. He wanted everyone to understand his position without the slightest ambiguity. He warned them in a calm but unmistakably dangerous tone that if anyone tried to snatch the Thunder Throne, then he, as the sealer, would personally take it back with his own hands. The threat was so serious and direct that the entire room fell into stunned silence. No one dared speak, and more than one captain sat there rigid and sweating under the weight of Fong Yi's words. Just then, a bandaged arm slowly rose into the air, cutting through the heavy silence that had settled over the conference room. It was Chen Ruo. Calmly raising her hand, she broke the tension by stating that she agreed with Fong Yi's decision, her voice steady and completely free of hesitation. Gu Yuro followed at once, warning the captains not to underestimate plants that had been favored by spiritual energy. She revealed that even before this meeting began, the mountain territory surrounding the throne had already turned into a deadly purgatory, filled with violently raging lightning that made approach nearly impossible. After that, Wang Lan also lifted his hand and openly voiced his agreement with Fong Yi, making his stance clear without any attempt to waver or hide behind caution. Seeing the situation turn against him, Song Yiming could only grit his teeth and concede for the moment. In a disgruntled tone, he muttered that they should simply focus on finding new thrones that had not yet been claimed. Guyuro quietly let out a breath of relief. Inwardly, she had to admit that Fong Yi's intimidating presence had been incredibly useful in forcing the room back into order. At the same time, she could not help reflecting on how difficult it had become for the Spirit Association to control these top-tier pioneers. As their strength continued to rise, managing them was becoming more and more dangerous. Guyuro then turned toward the map and began assigning search zones, dividing the captains among 4 regions according to the abnormal energy fluctuations detected there. She made one thing especially clear. The association would not interfere in fair competition, but anyone who discovered a throne and tried to hide it would be in direct violation of the rules. At that very moment, a panicked staff member burst through the doors and interrupted the meeting, breathless as he shouted that the Lord of Thunder had already evolved. The staffer hurriedly explained that their drones could no longer get anywhere near the mountain. On top of that, the entity's power readings were still climbing rapidly, far beyond what anyone had expected. He then announced the most alarming detail of all. The plant's power had already reached the level of the 3-star Jingang realm. The news sent fear through the captains, who instantly realized that such an entity could dominate the entire nation if left unchecked. Unlike the rest of the room, which had fallen into alarm, Fong Yi remained calm and composed. In his view, such rapid growth was not surprising at all, considering the Thunder Throne carried immense ancient power to begin with. When he noticed the forecast predicting severe thunderstorms, Fong Yi quietly decided he should head back to the mountain himself and check on the progress of his plant friend. The thought came naturally, as though the choice had already been made. Guyuro brought the meeting to an end. As the captains rose from their seats with determination in their eyes, she wished them luck in securing thrones of their own in the dangerous days ahead. After the meeting, just as Fong Yi was about to leave, Guyuro called out to stop him. She told him that headquarters had sent a message asking him to remain in Chuanchi City for the time being. Fong Yi paused and turned back. Guyuro explained that headquarters feared rogue pioneers might attempt to attack the Thunder Throne, and she added that although the Dark Intelligence incident seemed to have ended on the surface, they were not willing to lower their guard. Hearing that, Fong Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and asked whether the association suspected that the shadow monster had actually survived. Adjusting her glasses, Guyuro confirmed that his suspicion matched their own concerns. She explained that both the throne and that shadow creature were products of the world's rapidly accelerating spiritual recovery. While the association could continue monitoring the ancient power surrounding the throne, what truly worried them was the possibility that fragments of the Dark Intelligence were still hiding somewhere out there. Since Fong Yi had only weakened and trapped it in Chuanchi, it could still become a catastrophic threat if it recovered. Glancing down at his phone, Fong Yi swiped past his aunt's contact for a moment before locking the screen again. He silently decided that his planned visit to see family would have to be postponed for now. He agreed with Guyuro's caution, admitting that it was better to prepare for the worst than be caught off guard. He said he had been thinking along the same lines already and confirmed that he would not leave the city yet. Later, Fong Yi returned to the restricted mountain zone and calmly walked straight into the forbidden territory. Violent purple lightning crashed all around him in wild streaks, yet he remained completely unfazed, as if the storm itself posed no threat at all. Feeling the fierce power rolling through the area, he smiled instead of retreating, taking the raging storm almost as a form of welcome. He even decided on the spot to use that thunder energy to further upgrade his cultivation skills. As he approached the glowing thunder throne through the storm-lit mountain, a voice suddenly spoke out. It remarked, with a hint of amazement, that Fong Yi's cultivation speed had already surpassed even its own. The sentient gourd vine, now deeply intertwined with the throne itself, gently thanked Fong Yi for everything he had done. Its voice carried a sincerity that made the gratitude feel unexpectedly warm in the storm-filled air. Caught slightly off guard, Fong Yi wondered what exactly he had done to deserve thanks. But as he looked at the Lord of Thunder more closely, he quickly realized that it had already developed intelligence strikingly close to that of a human, something that was only natural for a being standing at the peak of cultivation. The vine explained that the throne's own awareness had told it what happened at the meeting and how Fong Yi had protected them from greedy hands. Wanting to repay that kindness, it offered him spiritual energy without hesitation, while honestly admitting that it had been worried he might never return. The moment those words were spoken, the sentient red spirit flower eagerly popped out from Fong Yi's clothes. It swayed excitedly in front of him, clearly wanting its own share of the rich spiritual energy being offered. Golden fire flickered softly in Fong Yi's hand as he smiled at the sight. In an easy tone, he admitted that he had already planned to include the little spirit plant in this round of training from the very beginning. Accepting the offer, Fong Yi sat down cross-legged without delay and entered meditation. Beside him, the red spirit flower settled in place as well, happily bathing in the throne's dense aura like a child soaking in sunlight. In response, the gourd vine began channeling its power in earnest. Streams of purple lightning and concentrated spiritual energy surged outward in waves, rushing toward Fong Yi and the spirit flower with a violent, crackling force. Inside that whirling vortex of power, the red spirit flower spun joyfully through the currents. It absorbed the fierce energy with surprising ease, using the intense spiritual pressure to feed its own rapid growth. Engulfed by lightning and a blazing golden aura, Fong Yi sharpened his focus completely. He deliberately used the crushing pressure of the environment to force his red fireblade technique toward its next stage. As power surged through him and lit up his glowing eyes, Fong Yi gave silent command to his weapon. In response, a fiery golden blade began to manifest above him, vast and radiant like a heavenly weapon taking shape in midair. The massive sword came down with overwhelming force, radiating blinding heat and violent pressure as it slammed into the storm itself, meeting thunder and lightning head-on in a spectacular clash. At once, a notification from the system appeared, reporting that an enormous influx of thunder power had been detected in the surrounding environment. As the blade continued absorbing the wild lightning pouring into it, the system confirmed that the red fireblade technique had finally reached the point where a true breakthrough was now possible. Keeping his mind steady, Fong Yi refined the chaotic power wave by wave, drawing order from violence. At the same time, the system announced that his blade technique was entering the process of evolution. He remained in deep meditation while pillars of golden fire and blue lightning rose around him like twin storms. The skill continued charging higher and higher until it was pushed right to its absolute limit. Then his eyes snapped open, blazing with fierce red light. At that exact moment, the system confirmed that the red fireblade technique had successfully evolved at last. Gripping his newly upgraded sword, Fong Yi swung it with devastating force. The technique had changed completely now, no longer pure fire, but a terrifying fusion of his flame power and the thunder attribute. The strike exploded outward in a monstrous blast of fire and lightning, roaring across the mountain and tearing through the ground in one terrifying sweep. Earth, stone, and scorched debris were obliterated under the sheer violence of his new strength. The system then informed Fong Yi that heavenly thunder had successfully tempered his blade technique, shattered its former limits, and evolved it into a fully fused thunder fire attribute skill. As Fong Yi raised the weapon and felt its transformed power humming through his grip, the system gave its final confirmation that the enhancement of the blade was now completely finished. The raw force released by that breakthrough triggered a huge and dazzling eruption of fire and lightning at the mountain peak. The explosion lit up the night sky so brightly that it looked like the mountain itself had awakened. Watching from a distance, Wang Lan and Chen Ruo immediately recognized the distinctive fiery display. Both of them stared toward the restricted area of the Thunder Throne, wondering what exactly Fong Yi was doing inside that forbidden zone. Not far away, an already agitated Song Yiming narrowed his eyes and suspected that Fong Yi had gone back on his word and returned to seize the throne for himself. But his subordinate quickly reminded him that Fong Yi did not treat that entity as prey at all, but as a friend. Back at the Spirit Association, red warning alarms began blaring through the building. Staff members hurriedly reported that the energy concentration inside the restricted zone had risen beyond observable limits, forcing them to pull back every surveillance drone they had deployed. The branch leader stood watching the distant glow with a heavy expression. The scene filled him with deep concern, and he could not help fearing that Fong Yi might already be locked in a brutal battle with the throne itself. Back on the mountain, Fong Yi tightened his grip around his newly evolved sword. The blade shone with an intense, almost unbearable brilliance, as though it had been reborn in the heart of the storm. With his eyes still glowing red, Fong Yi smiled in open satisfaction. The physical blade in his hand felt as though it had been reforged by a master smith, tempered and perfected by the overwhelming force he had just endured. The dense spiritual energy filling the area did not benefit Fong Yi alone. It also pushed his sentient red spirit flower into a fresh stage of evolution, increasing its intelligence while further strengthening its already unusual attributes. Delighted by the surge of power running through it, the now much larger flower playfully wound itself around the glowing structure of the throne. Amid the drifting flames and crackling light, it moved with pure, childlike excitement. The flower eagerly conveyed its delight to Fong Yi, who, after sensing its joy, decided that the time had come for them to move quickly and begin searching for the next throne. Just then, the sentient gourd vine floated down and hovered above him, clearly trying to catch his attention before he left. The vine spoke warmly to Fong Yi, sincerely congratulating its friend on achieving such a powerful breakthrough in such a short time. It then told him about a premonition it had received during cultivation. Very soon, another throne would descend, and the aura of that new entity shared a deep connection with his spirit flower, one that felt opposing in nature yet strangely complementary at the same time. Hearing about that unusual opposition and complement, Fong Yi quickly pieced the meaning together. In his judgment, the incoming entity had to be a wood attribute throne. The glowing gourd vine immediately confirmed his guess, telling him that the new throne was already descending somewhere in the distance even now. Then, sending a wave of green spiritual energy toward Fong Yi, the vine offered to share the general location it had sensed through the psychic connection linking them. Fong Yi closed his eyes and focused his thoughts, silently opening his mind to receive the vine's sensory transmission without resistance. A confident smirk slowly appeared on his face before he opened his eyes again, already certain that he had grasped the exact coordinates. The scene then shifted to a vast neon-lit metropolis at night, which Fong Yi immediately identified as Yuan City. He noted that Yuan City was an autonomous municipality located about a 2-hour drive from Chuanchi City. Across the nation, it was widely known for its extreme luxury, extravagant lifestyle, and dazzling reputation. But beneath that glamorous surface, another side of the city existed, one far uglier and far more dangerous. Hidden under all the glitter was a chaotic and brutal underworld. The city was infamous for the ruthlessness of its locals, and for years it had carried the notorious distinction of having the highest crime rate in the nation. When Fong Yi arrived in the downtown district, he walked calmly through the crowded streets under dim neon light. The city pulsed around him with noise, shadow, and restless energy. As he moved forward, Fong Yi recalled the intelligence reports from the Spirit Association. Their attempts to establish a local branch here had been repeatedly stalled, largely because the city remained under the firm control of deeply rooted local gangs. Looking around at the rough-looking pioneers loitering beneath the flashing signs, Fong Yi reflected that none of the awakened people in this city had any interest in joining official authority. Because of that, Yuan City remained a lawless territory, with no proper Spirit Association branch and no assigned captain to maintain order. Then, without warning, Fong Yi noticed a sharp change in the atmosphere around him. The shift was subtle but unmistakable, like something powerful had just stirred in the dark. His sentient red spirit flower immediately emerged from his coat and urgently tugged at his sleeve, trying to direct his attention. Fong Yi quickly confirmed its reaction, noting that both of them could clearly sense the new energy source rising from the west. To the west, at the foot of a dark and looming mountain, stood a massive private mansion blazing with extravagant lights, its scale and luxury impossible to miss even from a distance. Inside the walls of the estate, a lavish pool party was underway beneath the night sky. Music, laughter, and wealth spilled into the air as the local elite indulged themselves in shameless luxury. A bodyguard wearing sunglasses stepped toward the host and leaned in to quietly report some news. The host raised an eyebrow at once, visibly intrigued by the report that other pioneers had appeared nearby. That host was Zhang Jinsheng, the notorious kingpin of Yuan City. He let out an arrogant laugh and flung open his jacket as he boasted that in his territory, no one had the right to make waves without his permission. His arrogant laughter was cut off almost instantly when a blinding burst of green light exploded from the mountain directly behind his estate. The sudden radiance tore through the night like a second sunrise, forcing everyone present to look back in shock. A colossal sphere of pure green energy, the descending wood throne, slammed into the mountain peak with overwhelming force. The impact unleashed a devastating shockwave that tore across the surrounding area and sent the entire mountainside trembling. The sheer force of that collision reached the mansion in the next instant, shattering glass and sending debris flying through the air. Zhang Jinsheng stood there visibly stunned as his guests broke into terrified screams and the luxurious party collapsed into chaos. Snapping out of his shock, Zhang Jinsheng's face twisted with fury. He immediately marched toward the mountain with his bodyguard at his side, aggressively swearing to find out who had the nerve to cause trouble on what he considered his property. 2 minutes later, Zhang Jinsheng and his bodyguard were already making their way up the forested mountain. The entire slope was now swirling with thick, lingering green spiritual energy, turning the dark woods into an eerie and unnatural landscape. Before they could go much farther, Feng Yi appeared and calmly blocked their path, standing in that strange green glow as if he had been waiting for them. In an even tone, he noted that the true source of the disturbance was just ahead. Infuriated by the sight of an outsider in his way, the bodyguard exploded into motion and lunged through the air at Feng Yi. He shouted furiously, demanding to know who dared trespass on young Master Zhang's so-called private property. As the heavy punch came speeding toward his face, Feng Yi merely let out a dismissive scoff. To him, the arrogant talk of private territory in a place like this sounded not just absurd, but laughable. Without even bothering to take his other hand out of his pocket, Feng Yi casually reached up and caught the bodyguard's fist in midair. The man's full momentum died on the spot, and the sudden, effortless stop left him completely stunned. His eyes glowing red in the dark, Feng Yi looked at them coldly and spoke like he was correcting children. He told them that this mountain was national land, belonging to all the people of Yuan City, and firmly declared that from this moment on, the area fell under the strict jurisdiction of the Yuan City Spirit Association. The next second, Feng Yi released a burst of fiery power from his palm and blasted the bodyguard away with ease. As the man was sent flying, Feng Yi coldly mocked their ridiculous claim that they could treat public land like private property. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, Zhang Jinsheng was already confronting the newly descended wood throne. He fought violently against the dark green vines the sentient entity was using to repel him, struggling in open frustration as they wrapped and lashed around him. Refusing to accept rejection, the arrogant kingpin shouted furiously that the throne had no right to resist him. In his mind, the fact that it had landed in his territory meant it should naturally submit. Forcing his way through the thick vines with brute aura alone, Zhang Jinsheng stubbornly insisted that the seat of power belonged to him. He even threatened to destroy the ancient relic completely if it continued refusing to acknowledge him. Watching that pathetic struggle from the side, Feng Yi let out a faint, amused scoff. The whole display was so ugly and desperate that he could not even be bothered to hide his disdain. Startled by the sound, Zhang Jinsheng spun around at once, fury flashing across his face. He shouted into the dark and demanded to know who was hiding there and laughing at him. Feng Yi then walked past the local boss as casually as if the man were invisible. In a calm voice, he explained that high-tier treasures possessed their own awareness and chose their own masters, then bluntly informed Zhang Jinsheng that he simply did not have the qualifications to command the wood attribute. The word struck Zhang Jinsheng like an insult to his core. He stood there fuming in disbelief, while Feng Yi calmly moved closer to the throne, stepping toward the chaotic mass of swirling green energy without the slightest hesitation. Unable to swallow that humiliation, Zhang Jinsheng finally snapped. With wounded pride and murderous rage twisting his face, He lunged at Fong Yi's exposed back and screamed a threat to kill him. But in the very next instant, the kingpin came to a dead stop. His body froze so suddenly it was almost unnatural, and his eyes widened in absolute terror. Without even needing to turn around, Fong Yi summoned his massive sentient red spirit flower to silently stand in the attacker's path. Faced with that giant and imposing spirit plant, Zhang Jinxing began trembling uncontrollably, completely paralyzed by fear. Fong Yi glanced back only slightly and casually remarked that the gang boss somehow seemed even weaker than his own bodyguard. The comment was light, but the contempt in it was impossible to miss. With a faintly condescending smirk, Fong Yi dismissed the notorious kingpin of Yuan City as nothing more than a complete disappointment. For someone with such a fearsome reputation, Zhang Jinxing had turned out to be pitifully unimpressive. Leaving the terrified boss behind without another look, Fong Yi stepped forward alone and came to a stop before the colossal wood throne. Surrounded by its crackling green energy, he quietly prepared to make contact. Standing face to face with the throne's churning green power, Fong Yi watched in silence as the system delivered its notification. It announced that the ancient relic was now in the process of matching with a master. A moment later, the system confirmed the result with certainty. It recognized Fong Yi's sentient red spirit flower as the newly chosen master of the wood throne. At once, a massive surge of green energy erupted from the mountain peak. The power burst outward with such force that the entire summit seemed to glow like a living beacon. That energy quickly gathered into a towering pillar of brilliant green light that pierced straight into the night sky. It was so bright and so enormous that even distant Chuanchi City could clearly see it. At the Spirit Association headquarters, Gu Yuro and Wang Lan both saw the sudden spike in energy. Gu Yuro immediately realized that the wood throne had already chosen a new master, and her heart tightened at the thought that if some lawless pioneer from Yuan City had obtained it, the fallout could become extremely difficult to control. Anxiety rising fast, Gu Yuro wasted no time and immediately called Fong Yi, hoping to confirm what had happened before the situation spiraled any further. Fong Yi answered in a calm voice, sounding far more relaxed than the people on the other end. He noted that the pioneers in Chuanchi City must have already seen the enormous energy wave, and then told Gu Yuro that the wood throne had indeed finished choosing its master. Caught off guard by how calmly he said it, Gu Yuro asked in clear shock whether Fong Yi himself had claimed the throne. Standing before his giant sentient red spirit flower, Fong Yi explained that the new master was not a human at all, but his spirit plant. He added that he himself controlled the desolate attribute and treated the flower as his own pet, making the situation even more unbelievable. That answer left Gu Yuro completely stunned. For a moment, she could not say a single word, as the absurdity and importance of the news hit her all at once. Fong Yi then casually added one more detail, as if it hardly mattered. He told her that he had already defeated Yuan City's notorious boss, Zhang Jinxing, who was now lying unconscious at his feet. He advised the Spirit Association to move into Yuan City immediately and take advantage of the moment. As for Zhang Jinxing's gang and the mess left behind, Fong Yi said they could leave that cleanup work to the association. After ending the call, Fong Yi turned back to his spirit flower with a smile and offered his congratulations. But he also knew the flower had to remain on the mountain and continue absorbing the throne's power, which meant the two of them would have to part for now. As he watched the flower settle itself onto the wood throne, Fong Yi suddenly felt as though he were dropping a child off at school for the first time. The sentient flower then asked him, with obvious reluctance, when it would be able to return to his side. Fong Yi smiled gently and told it to focus on training hard and enjoying the power it had been given. Based on his judgment, he estimated that they would meet again once the flower successfully reached the Jingang realm. The next day, Fong Yi's cousin, Lin Yi, arrived in Chuanchi City after being transferred over by the Taisher Spirit Association. Her arrival came just as news of the recent events was still spreading through the region. Walking through the neon-lit streets, Lin Yi reflected on how the news of her cousin's spirit flower becoming the master of the wood throne had already spread throughout the pioneer community. She was even more amazed that Fong Yi had revealed his rare desolate attribute to the public so casually. as if it were no big deal at all. She thought back to a recent meeting where the Spirit Association had asked her to take over as Yuan City's new captain. Even though the officials had promised full support, the sudden promotion felt so abrupt and heavy that she could not help feeling hesitant. Letting out a long, heavy sigh, Linyi tried to calm herself and clear the clutter from her mind as she kept walking beneath the city lights. Rubbing her temples, she decided that before making any firm choice, she should first observe the situation and judge whether she was truly ready for that level of responsibility. For the moment, she pushed work aside and chose to visit her mother instead, assuming she was still living a quiet and peaceful life in Chuanchi City. Without warning, a violent tremor suddenly shook the streets beneath her feet. The jolt startled Linyi and instantly sent nearby pedestrians into panic. Chaos erupted around her as people screamed about an earthquake and rushed toward whatever they thought might be safe. But the moment Linyi sensed the wild surge of spiritual energy in the air, she realized this was no natural disaster at all, but a dangerous spiritual anomaly. At the Chuanchi Spirit Association, red alarms flashed throughout the building as staff scrambled in confusion. Guyuro and her team could not understand how an anomaly of this scale had formed without triggering any of their early warning systems. A panicked staff member rushed in with a report, saying that a massive spike of spiritual energy had erupted in the restricted mountain zone. According to him, the sudden surge had driven the wild beasts in the mountains into violent mutation. Soon after, a terrifying horde of mutated beasts poured out of the forest and rushed toward the Chuanchi urban district. Among them were giant armored flying creatures and enormous predators covered in savage spikes, each one looking like a living nightmare. The monsters swarmed straight into the city streets, smashing through buildings and tearing apart everything in their path. All around them, terrified civilians screamed desperately for their lives as the urban district fell into chaos. Caught in the middle of the chaos, Linyi reacted instantly, her body moving on instinct as she narrowly dodged a savage strike from a huge beast covered in multiple staring eyes. The creature's attack tore through the air where she had been standing only a heartbeat earlier. While weaving desperately between the rampaging monsters, Linyi tried calling her mother again and again, only to find the connection completely dead. Then, as a shadowy beast silently rose behind her, her heart dropped and she realized with chilling clarity that her mother was now in terrible danger. The monster lunged at her with violent force, its jaws thrown wide open and its glowing eyes fixed on her like a predator that had already chosen its prey. Linyi turned her head sharply, and the moment she saw the beast closing in, her eyes widened in shock. The attack was too close, too sudden, and for one brief instant it seemed impossible to avoid. But right before the beast could reach her, a blinding arc of purple energy came crashing down and sliced the monster cleanly in half. The familiar spiritual power hit her at once, and Linyi recognized it immediately. Fang Yi stepped out through the dust and debris, calm even in the middle of disaster, and observed that Chuanchi City had already fallen into a mutation outbreak. Relief flooded Linyi so hard it almost broke her, and she ran straight to him in panic, begging him to help find her mother since the phone lines were no longer working. Elsewhere in the ruined Chuanchi urban district, inside a shattered supermarket, a trembling little voice called out weakly for a father in the dim, broken silence. Not far away, beneath a collapsed metal shelf, a man lay completely motionless. Nearby, the same small voice cried again, this time calling desperately for a mother. A terrified young boy stood alone among spilled groceries, fallen packaging, and flickering overhead lights, his face pale with fear as he looked around and wondered where his parents had gone. Overwhelmed by the horror around him, the boy trembled from head to toe while tears streamed helplessly down his face. At last, unable to contain his fear any longer, he dropped to his knees and began crying loudly into the empty supermarket, his voice echoing through the wreckage. Suddenly, a woman rushed over and gently covered his mouth before the sound could carry farther. It was Fang Yi's aunt, Linyi's mother, and she pulled him close as she whispered that crying that loudly would attract the beasts wandering nearby. The boy looked up at her with wide, tear-filled eyes, still trembling badly as he whispered that he missed his parents and did not know where they had gone. Trying to calm him down, Fong Yi's aunt forced a warm smile onto her face and reached into the scattered goods beside her. From the mess, she pulled out a bright yellow packet of a popular snack. The boy's eyes lit up at once. Kneeling beside him, she softly promised that if he stayed quiet and waited bravely for rescuers to come, he could have the snack as a reward for being strong. The boy sniffled, managed a small smile, and reached out for the treat, his attention briefly pulled away from the terror around him. But just behind Fong Yi's aunt, a frightening shadow wolf with glowing red eyes silently stepped into the aisle. The wolf let out a low growl and bared a mouth full of sharp teeth, its crimson eyes locking tightly onto the pair like it had already decided how the hunt would end. The instant the beast charged, Fong Yi's aunt sensed the danger behind her. She scooped the little boy into her arms without hesitation and sprinted down the aisle as fast as she could. But in her frantic rush, her foot caught on a discarded bottle buried in the debris. She crashed hard to the floor and instinctively curled her body around the little boy, shielding him completely with herself. The wolf beast sprang forward at once, extending its sharp claws and lunging in for the kill with savage speed. Bracing herself for the worst, Fong Yi's aunt squeezed her eyes shut and prepared to give up her own life if that was what it took to protect the child in her arms. Just before those claws could reach her, a brilliant streak of golden energy tore through the darkness and cut the beast cleanly in two. Blood and shadow scattered apart before the attack had even fully landed. Fong Yi arrived at exactly the right moment, stepping forward with his flaming sword in hand and placing himself protectively in front of his aunt like an immovable wall. Glancing back over his shoulder, Fong Yi calmly asked whether they were hurt, his tone steady even though danger still filled the ruined store. Then his expression shifted with surprise as something familiar caught his eye. He looked down and saw the terrified boy safe in his aunt's arms, still clutching that yellow snack packet tightly. The sight of that small treat stirred a deep wave of nostalgia in him, sudden and powerful enough to momentarily drown out the chaos around him. He remembered a painful scene from his childhood, when he had stood crying in front of a gravestone while his aunt stayed quietly by his side through his grief. In that memory, she had gently stroked his head and handed him that exact same snack, using something simple and warm to comfort him when words could not. Back in the present, his aunt slowly looked up at him in disbelief. Then her eyes widened with overwhelming relief as she finally recognized that the one who had saved them was her nephew. Fong Yi's expression softened noticeably, and he quietly asked his aunt about the child she had just risked her life to protect. Smiling despite everything she had just gone through, she explained that the boy had been separated from his parents during the chaos in the supermarket. No matter what, she said, she could not leave a child like that behind for the monsters. That tender moment was suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice crying out for her mother. Fong Yi's aunt turned in surprise just as Lin Yi rushed into the ruined supermarket. With tears already spilling down her face, Lin Yi threw herself straight into her mother's arms and choked out that she had been terrified something had happened to her. Smiling gently, her mother stroked Lin Yi's hair again and again, comforting her in a soft voice and assuring her that she was safe now. Fong Yi stood quietly to the side and watched the emotional reunion between his aunt and his cousin, a faint, warm smile appearing on his face despite the disaster around them. Then his attention shifted downward when he felt a small hand tug lightly at the sleeve of his clothes. Fong Yi lowered his gaze in mild surprise, curious about what the child wanted from him. The little boy looked up at him with bright, hopeful eyes and called him a superhero. Then, holding out his yellow snack with all the courage he could gather, he offered it as a reward and asked if the hero could take him home. Clearly touched, Fong Yi knelt down with a warm smile and accepted the snack. He told the boy to make a wish on it and promised that somehow, some way, it would help him find his family again. But then an alert suddenly flashed through Fong Yi's mind. The warmth vanished from his face at once, replaced by a deadly glare as he sensed a massive spiritual presence rapidly approaching. Shouting for everyone to get back immediately, Fong Yi grabbed the little boy and leaped away just as a giant claw smashed through the building and sent heavy debris crashing down all around them. The ceiling collapsed in a thunderous crash, tearing the ruined supermarket wide open and exposing the wreckage to the cold night air outside. Staring upward through the dust with glowing red eyes, Fang Yi felt the overwhelming aura of the new enemy pressing down over the shattered store. As the smoke gradually cleared, a towering, heavily muscled monster came into view, with a wild mane, glowing red eyes, and massive prayer beads hanging from its body. Fang Yi's face turned grim as he realized this was no ordinary monster at all, but the Beast King leading the mutated horde. At once, Fang Yi released a powerful surge of golden energy and formed a barrier around his aunt, Lin Yi, and the little boy, shielding them from the danger closing in. Because his own spiritual energy was by far the strongest present, Fang Yi understood that he would become the anomaly's primary target. That gave the others a better chance to escape and greatly reduced the danger to them. He told Lin Yi to take the other two and run at once, because he could not fight at full strength while also protecting them. Lin Yi immediately understood and quickly agreed. As they prepared to flee, the colossal Beast King towered above Fang Yi and released a deafening roar that shook the ruined building and the streets beyond. Fixing his eyes on the monster, Fang Yi sensed that it carried both thunder and wood attributes. The coincidence felt far too exact, since those were the same attributes as the two thrones that had only recently descended. The Beast King moved first, smashing its enormous fists down into the ground with brutal force. Fang Yi reacted instantly and leaped backward, swiftly evading the devastating blow. As Fang Yi raises his glowing golden sword and steadies his breath, he senses the Beast King's violent aura surging like a storm. In that instant, he realizes the creature has already been tainted by a dark attribute, its power twisted into something far more dangerous. Fang Yi's blazing slash tears through the air and strikes true, carving a searing wound beside the monster's blood-red eye. The burn glows fiercely against its flesh, lighting the beast's furious face with fire. Even after taking the hit, the enormous Beast King shows no fear at all. Instead, it lowers its body, gathers force through its massive frame, and prepares to launch yet another brutal attack with terrifying momentum. The monster lunges straight at Fang Yi with its jaws wide open, fangs flashing like blades. Fang Yi remains calm under the pressure, then lightly kicks off the ground and leaps backward with practiced ease. Suspended in midair, Fang Yi twists his body and swings his flaming sword down with overwhelming force. The arc of fire trails behind the blade like a burning comet, fierce and unstoppable. The strike lands with explosive power, forcing the giant beast to stumble backward under the impact. The blow finally drives a clear gap between them, giving Fang Yi a brief but crucial bit of space. At the front of the retreat, Lin Yi runs while projecting a protective green energy shield around them. Her mother stays close behind, clutching the little boy tightly as they push forward in panic and desperation. Their escape comes to a dead stop when another massive shadowy beast suddenly emerges in front of them. Its glowing blue eyes shine through the darkness, blocking their path like a living wall. Lin Yi freezes for a moment, horror washing across her face. Only then does she fully understand the nightmare in front of them. They are not facing one Beast King, but two. The second Beast King towers above them, its glowing blue eyes filled with cold menace, and its aura so heavy it is hard to breathe. Lin Yi immediately raises her green energy shield higher, planting herself in front of her mother and the terrified boy. Knowing there is no time to hesitate, Lin Yi forces herself to stay steady and reassures her mother in a low, urgent voice. At the same time, she begins gathering her power, her expression tightening with resolve. To keep her family safe, Lin Yi suddenly leaps away from the civilians and rushes toward the towering monster instead. By throwing herself into danger, she deliberately pulls the Beast King's deadly attention away from them. The Beast King responds at once, opening its massive jaws until they seem large enough to swallow her whole. Deep inside its mouth, a dense, swirling sphere of greenwood attribute energy begins to gather and compress. A devastating beam erupts from the monster's jaws with violent force. Lin Yi meets it head-on, her own green aura flaring brightly as it collides against the beast's overwhelming breath attack in a violent clash of power. Driven to the edge of her limits, Lin Yi strains against the crushing force of the beam. Every second feels heavier than the last as the pressure threatens to break through her defense. Fear grips her heart, and the strain burns through her body, But Lin Yi still refuses to give way. Behind her, her mother and the little boy huddle in terror, making retreat impossible. Her mind races as she judges the situation with painful clarity. Since both she and the monster are using wood attribute energy, she has no elemental advantage at all, and if her shield breaks even for a moment, her mother and the child will die instantly. Faced with that cruel reality, Lin Yi makes a desperate decision. She resolves to offer up her spiritually rich body to the beast, believing it would gain nothing from devouring ordinary humans, and hopes to trade her own life for theirs. Inside the chaotic control room of the Chuanchi City Spirit Association, staff members crowd around holographic tables as alarms continue to flash. Watching the rapidly worsening battlefield data, they are horrified to confirm that an S-class disaster has truly been born. On the tactical map, two huge anomaly king signals burn inside the city limits like warning beacons. Nearby monitors show hostile energy levels spiking rapidly, while local pioneers throw themselves into danger to cover the evacuation of civilians. Out in the burning streets of the city, cloaked pioneers battle the invasion from the air amid smoke and flame. A frantic field pioneer reports that endless waves of mutated beasts are pouring out of the restricted mountain zone, threatening to wipe Chuanchi City off the map. In desperation, the pioneer pleads with headquarters for immediate reinforcements and for the crisis to be upgraded to a higher disaster level. Even in the middle of the panic, he suddenly recalls the warning once given by the sealer. He turns his eyes toward the distant mountains, where a colossal pillar of purple lightning is piercing through the storm clouds. At once, he realizes that this terrifying energy surge is coming from the exact territory where the Thunder Throne descended. Elsewhere, Fang Yi easily suppresses another beast, pinning its massive snout to the ground without much effort. As he questions whether it fled from the restricted mountain, he recognizes the intelligent gourd vine involved in the situation. Before he can get a proper answer, a vortex of crackling purple lightning suddenly twists across the sky above him. Fang Yi looks up and begins to suspect that his plant friend, the new master of the Thunder Throne, may have accidentally triggered the beast stampede. He quickly thinks through the implications and feels the problem growing heavier. If claiming a throne can cause this much destruction, then every pioneer who approaches one is facing extreme danger, which completely clashes with his system's claim that thrones are beneficial, leaving him wondering what hidden issue has been overlooked. The second Beast King lifts its enormous claw high into the air, murderous intent rolling off it like a wave. It is clearly preparing a lethal strike meant to crush Lin Yi where she stands. Lin Yi grits her teeth and fiercely pours more power into her green barrier, forcing it to thicken and harden against the descending blow. Even now, she refuses to let the monster devour her without a fight. She steals a quick glance over her shoulder and feels a flicker of relief. Her mother is crouched behind the barrier, shielding the boy from the falling rocky debris with her own body. The frustrated monster lets out a furious roar that shakes the air around them. Still, Lin Yi does not move an inch, her green aura burning brighter and brighter as it rises to meet the beast's savage pressure. Gathering every last bit of strength she has left, her eyes shining with fierce light, Lin Yi declares that the beast will have to step over her corpse before it can touch her family. In that moment, she fully commits herself to a fight to the death. Then, without warning, a surge of purple lightning rips apart the darkened sky. The desperate battle is abruptly interrupted by a force so overwhelming that everything seems to pause beneath it. A colossal pillar of thunder crashes down from the heavens with blinding brilliance. From within that descending light, the glowing form of the sentient gourd vine slowly emerges, majestic and impossible to ignore. Not far away, two members of the Spirit Association look up and freeze in absolute shock. The moment they feel that overwhelming energy, they understand at once that the Lord of Thunder Throne has arrived on the battlefield. They can only stare in awe as the massive radiant purple vine unfolds above the city. Its majestic presence dwarfs everything below, making the entire battlefield seem small beneath its power. Fang Yi lifts his gaze to the sky and falls silent. For a brief moment, even he simply watches, taking in the unbelievable scene above him. But instead of attacking under that terrifying pressure, the ferocious beast kings suddenly falter. Their bodies begin to shrink back and whimper, completely overwhelmed and intimidated by the presence hanging over them. Watching the beast kings tremble before the giant vine, Fang Yi finally pieces the truth together. The beasts were never following the throne's orders at all. They had only absorbed its leftover energy, mutated because of it, and now stood frozen before the true master of that power. From that, Fang Yi reaches a clear conclusion. Neither the throne itself nor the sentient gourd vine intentionally caused the beast stampede that threw the city into chaos. Huge glowing purple gourds hang from the ancient vine's branches, each one pulsing with dense and astonishing spiritual power. Their light washes over the battlefield with an eerie but magnificent glow. Without warning, one of the gourds splits open and releases a swirling stream of green energy. The current lashes through the air like a living ribbon and coils tightly around the raging beast kings. That mystical energy begins purifying the corrupted monsters on contact. In an unbelievable transformation, the terrifying beast kings lose their menace and turn into harmless, fluffy creatures. A softly glowing gourd lowers itself in front of Fang Yi, as if approaching him with care. Through their psychic connection, the sentient gourd vine apologizes for causing such a disaster, explaining that it had only just completed its breakthrough and wanted to leave the mountain. While dangling the newly transformed, helpless little animals in front of Fang Yi, the vine gently asks for mercy on their behalf. Rather than killing them, it wants permission to take them back into the mountain and keep them as pets. Back inside the Spirit Association control room, the staff stare at the satellite feed in open disbelief. They are stunned to witness the Lord of Thunder apologizing to Fang Yi, confirming that the entire disaster was nothing more than an accident. One of the monitoring staff members breaks into a nervous sweat as he marvels at the throne's terrifying power, which allowed a mere plant to purify S-class anomalies with ridiculous ease. Standing behind him, a younger staff member can only look on with envy and mutter that he wishes he could be chosen by a throne too. At last, the officials arrive at a deeply shocking realization. Seeing an existence as powerful as the Lord of Thunder act so respectfully toward Fang Yi, they understand that the Spirit Association must completely reassess the sealer's true strength and status.
At the headquarters of the Chuan Qi Spirit Association, the conversation quickly turns to how fast the world is changing. Inside, the branch leader tells Fang Yi, Lin Yiyi, and Fang Yi's aunt that the peaceful days people once knew are over. Even so, he assures them that the combat zones and the Spirit Association will keep protecting the public no matter what happens. Hearing that, Fang Yi's aunt finally voices the fear she has been holding in and asks if humanity is really heading toward extinction. The branch leader gently calms her down and says it has not come to that yet. He brings up Fang Yi's astonishing record as a sealer, explaining that even S-class anomaly kings are cautious around him. Then he turns to Lin Yiyi and praises her as one of their key pioneers, even revealing that Yuan City wants to bring her over as a captain. Sitting close beside her daughter, the aunt quietly says that in a world this dangerous, hearing praise like that does not really comfort a mother. She says the only thing she truly cares about is whether these two children are hurt, worn out, or pushing themselves too hard. More than anything, she fears the day they might lose their lives. The branch leader softly tells her not to think that far ahead. Fang Yi then shifts the topic and asks about Jiang Lu and the others, pointing out that none of them appeared during the recent beast mutation crisis. Looking a little worn down, the branch leader explains that he sent them to the hospital, but they slipped away in the middle of the night. He says Jiang Lu especially had been restless, unable to accept how powerless he felt, and had thrown himself into training. All of a sudden, a panicked man and woman rush into the room, frantically calling for Zhao Hao. The little boy's face lights up the moment he sees them, and he happily cries out that his parents are here. His mother runs over and pulls him tightly into her arms, tears streaming down her face. Then she notices Fang Yi's aunt and the others, and immediately starts thanking them over and over for saving her son. The father bows deeply to Fang Yi and his aunt, saying that even though they are ordinary people, they will come the moment they are ever needed. Fang Yi's aunt quickly brushes it aside and says they only did what anyone else would have done. Not long after, The family leaves the building in pure relief, with the boy laughing happily from his father's shoulders. Watching them leave, Fang Yi turns to his aunt and suggests that she move back to Taishi City with him and Lin Yiyi. Soon after that, a plane cuts across the sky, carrying Fang Yi, Lin Yiyi, and his aunt back to Taishi City. When they arrive, a whole crowd is already waiting outside a large modern villa, holding up a red banner to welcome the sealer home. Among them is Su Jingying, who warmly greets Fang Yi as he returns with his family. Once they step inside, Fang Yi's aunt slowly looks around the massive living room, clearly stunned by just how huge and luxurious the place is. With a playful smile, Lin Yiyi reaches over and covers her mother's eyes, obviously setting up some kind of surprise. Fang Yi grins and asks his aunt if she can guess what they prepared for her. Still smiling, Fang Yi pulls out a property deed and reveals the answer. He tells her they bought this villa for her, so she can live safely close to his home and the family can see each other whenever they want. His aunt is left completely speechless, but Fang Yi keeps going. He explains that they also bought her another home in Chuanxi City, so even if Lin Yiyi accepts the transfer to Yuan City, she will still be able to live comfortably. Deeply moved, the aunt says she could not be prouder of them. But once the emotion settles, she notices the troubled look on her daughter's face and points out that Yi is clearly still carrying something inside. Fang Yi explains that his cousin is still struggling with whether she should move to Yuan City. Yi admits that she still has not made up her mind about the Spirit Association's promotion offer. Yi then explains what has been bothering her. She suspects the officials in Yuan City are not truly interested in her talent, but in the connection she has to Fang Yi. On top of that, she knows cleaning up a corrupt city would be an enormous burden, and she cannot keep depending on Fang Yi forever. Her mother encourages her to take the opportunity, reminding Yi that she was never the kind of girl to back away. Then, with a teasing smile, she brings up the time Yi used cram school as an excuse just to go look for Fang Yi. Yi instantly goes still, realizing her mother had seen through that lie from the very start. With her mother standing firmly behind her, Yi finally smiles and steadies herself. She admits that it is time to grow up and face the challenge waiting for her in Yuan City. That warm family moment is suddenly broken by the sharp ring of a smartphone. Fang Yi answers the call, and Zhao Lan is on the other end. He asks if the combat zone has found something new, and she tells him Elder Wu has discovered a mysterious new territory and wants Fang Yi to join the expedition. Elsewhere, deep underground in a black market, a hopeless group gathers in the shadows of a dark alley. A purple-haired woman glances toward a man with a cigarette and asks if there is really no way for them to return to Yuan City. The man answers without hesitation and says their exile is real. Thinking back on the fall of their boss, Zhang Gensheng, he realizes the Zhang family gang has lost not only its territory, but all of its influence as well. Then an eerie laugh suddenly echoes through the alley. Everyone turns at once and sees a cloaked figure slowly stepping out of the darkness toward them. The masked stranger gives a faint, chilling smile and tells the Zhang family not to be nervous. He says their goals happen to align, then offers them a deal that clearly comes with danger attached. At the Star God combat zone, Fang Yi walks up to the towering metal gates of the military facility, but in that instant, his instincts kick in. Sensing danger immediately, he snaps toward the incoming ambush. Elder Wu rushes straight at him and throws a heavy punch. Fang Yi does not even blink. He catches it with one hand, and the clash is so clean that a massive shockwave bursts out around them. Without the slightest change in expression, Fang Yi asks what that was supposed to be. Elder Wu bursts out laughing, then apologizes and says his old comrades simply refuse to believe the rumors about a young man this gifted. Elder Wu then looks back at the men in advanced combat armor behind him and proudly says that little test should be more than enough to show just how absurd Fang Yi's strength really is. One of the veterans laughs and points out that Elder Wu was actually pushed back half a step by Fang Yi's block. Another jokes that the younger generation has already surpassed them and that Elder Wu might as well retire. As Fang Yi looks over the relaxed, laughing veterans, a shocking realization hits him. Every single one of them is giving off the overwhelming aura of the two-star Jinggang realm. Elder Wu then turns back to Fang Yi and asks if he still remembers the extreme dark zone they talked about before. He explains that far beyond their world, much deadlier domains have existed for a long time, and those places are deeply connected to the global return of spiritual energy. Then Elder Wu reveals a military secret. He says the nation's strongest fighters were missing during the recent monster outbreaks because they had been deployed to those domains. According to him, that is the true front line, where humanity had already been fighting a hidden war long before the public even knew spiritual energy existed. Fang Yi thinks back to the intelligence he received from Jiaolin and says those domains are like unstable time rifts. They are filled with chaotic forces, along with a dark attribute that constantly gives birth to terrifying monsters. Elder Wu confirms it and warns him that these classified domains have been especially active lately, with new rifts continuing to open across space. But with that danger comes an enormous opportunity. Elder Wu explains that entering these domains is the only way to build higher-level cultivation paths, allowing pioneers to break into the ghost acts and creation stages. As he listens, Fang Yi begins to understand how far ahead the government had been planning. He realizes this is why the nation had been sealing off polluted zones long before spiritual energy fully awakened. Looking at the veterans standing before him, Fang Yi finally feels the weight they have been carrying all this time. To step into those hellish places in secret and protect the nation from the shadows takes a level of resolve most people could never imagine. And, judging by how steady their 2-star Jinggang cultivation is, he realizes the true military strength of the Star God Combat Zone runs far deeper than anything seen on the surface. Elder Wu's face tightens, and with that, he pulls everyone's focus back to the mission at hand. Then he finally reveals their destination. They're heading for the most dangerous place of all, a monster-filled cavern known as the Tomb Cluster. While Fang Yi stands there beside Elder Wu and the battle-scarred veterans, another figure slowly steps out from the shadows of the base. Elder Wu introduces the man to Fang Yi. It's Zhang Tian, an elder from the Star God Combat Zone. Zhang Tian lets out a cold snort, turns away, and walks off without another word. Elder Wu lowers his voice and tells Fang Yi that old Zhang has always been stubborn and hard to deal with. Even so, no matter how rough his attitude is, Elder Wu says Zhang Tian is still one of the 3 strongest people here. Elder Wu explains that they brought him along as an extra safeguard because one thing about Zhang Tian has never been questioned: his loyalty. Fang Yi stays calm and says he has nothing but respect for veterans willing to risk their lives for the country. As for a difficult personality, that's simply part of who a person is. Trying to ease the tension, Elder Wu calls out to Zhang Tian once more. This time, he introduces Fang Yi as the captain of the Tai Chi Spirit Association, codenamed the Sealer. He also adds that Fang Yi recently handled an S-class disaster completely on his own. The moment Zhang Tian hears that, he stops in place and glances back, clearly interested now. Now that everyone is here, Elder Wu announces that it's time to open the path into the mysterious domain. The group moves toward a huge blue vortex hanging in the sky. This is the door of the void, the entrance to that unknown realm. Fang Yi studies it for a moment and notes how plain it looks on the surface, despite the terrifying power hidden inside. As Elder Wu leads them closer, Fang Yi notices a spiritual seal set on the gateway. That alone tells him this rift was repaired by someone before. The instant his hand touches the swirling blue light, he feels how unstable the place really is, and quietly reminds himself not to relax for even a second. What catches him even more off guard is just how dense and violent the energy pouring out of the vortex really is. A powerful force drags the entire group upward into the massive blue tunnel. As they drift through it, Fang Yi wonders if the strange sights around them are just distortions caused by the overwhelming energy. But then he feels something far deeper than that. Inside the void, he catches flashes of warped space and ghostly shapes resembling enormous whales. Their aura feels completely foreign, like creatures that were never meant to exist in this universe at all. As they pass clusters of green energy vines, Elder Wu warns everyone not to get close and not to stare too long. The power inside them could wipe them out in an instant. Fang Yi can feel the chaos around them, elemental force and void energy all twisted together. He knows even the slightest contact could destroy both body and soul, and since these dangers are made of raw elemental power rather than living beings, his death seal won't help him here. looking out at the shattered reflections of countless worlds suspended in the void. Fang Yi finally grasps just how enormous this threat really is. If a rift on this scale ever broke loose, it would bring a world-ending disaster down on their planet. At last, the tunnel opens into a dark and empty space. Elder Wu's expression hardens as he says they've arrived. The group stops in front of a massive dark tier floating inside the blue energy, and Elder Wu tells everyone to prepare themselves. Wrapped in bright blue light, Elder Wu tells the team to release their power and keep themselves suspended before stepping into the deadly domain ahead. The moment they come out of the portal, the team finds itself floating inside a dark, eerie cavern called the Tomb Cluster. Right away, the heavy stench of death hits them. Below them, a thick pool of green energy starts to bubble, like something beneath it is about to rise. The second Elder Wu sees it. He orders everyone into battle formation and says they need to end this quickly. Then, without the slightest warning, a massive pillar of dark green energy erupts from deep within the cave. That energy rapidly takes form, turning into a terrifying shadow monster with glowing green eyes. Its sudden appearance makes the whole team freeze for a moment. Elder Wu and Zhang Tian don't hesitate. Both of them rush straight at the giant creature. The shadow monster reacts at once, firing a deadly beam of dark green energy from its hand. Elder Wu and Zhang Tian answer with golden power of their own, combining their strength to form a Jinggang realm barrier and block the blast together. But the monster's attack is simply too overwhelming. The beam smashes through their defense on contact and sends both men flying back, blood spraying from their mouths. The other veterans can only stare in shock, horrified that their two strongest fighters were taken down that easily. Realizing how dangerous the situation is, Fang Yi says they can't afford to hold back and that everyone needs to attack the creature together. As the veterans rush to catch Elder Wu and Zhang Tian, they quickly realize the monster's dark energy is suppressing a pioneer's spiritual power. One veteran points out that the suppression is so severe. Elder Wu and Zhang Tian couldn't even bring out a tenth of their real strength. Fang Yi, however, remains calm. Golden light erupts around him as he summons his sword and says he'll test the creature himself. Fang Yi jumps into the air, wraps his blade in golden flames, and gets ready to unleash a powerful dragon slash. His flaming sword crashes into the giant shadow monster, and the impact sets off a violent explosion of clashing energies. When the smoke finally clears, Fang Yi is still hovering in the air, though it's obvious some of his power has been drained away. He calmly says the dark energy in the cave weakened him badly, otherwise that one strike would have been enough to kill the creature. Watching from below, the veterans are left speechless. One of them says Fang Yi nearly destroyed the giant monster by himself, proving the rumors about him weren't exaggerated at all. Zhang Tian watches in silence, then repeats Fang Yi's codename, the Sealer, but this time there's unmistakable respect in his voice. Elder Wu then says the veterans would be even more shocked if they knew what that title truly meant. Ignoring the pressure that's wearing everyone else down, Fang Yi sharpens his focus. Dark energy bursts out of him, forming huge shadow claws around his body as he activates his Twilight Fire domain. With a single swift motion, Fang Yi sends those massive shadow claws straight toward the green monster. His system confirms that the domain has opened successfully, and the dark claws immediately begin tearing into the creature's raging energy. The system detects the thick, dark energy right away, but it also tells Fang Yi that his special technique won't be affected by the suppression. As the monster lets out a painful roar, the system locks onto it and begins draining its strength, instantly cutting its dark energy in half. Above the weakened beast, Fang Yi's sword flares back to life. It spins through the air, wrapped in a deadly blend of golden fire and deep dusk-like energy. Fang Yi's gaze stays icy and unmoving as he prepares the finishing blow. Then he gives one cold order, "Kill it." He swings without hesitation, sending a blazing arc of fire straight at the monster. The instant the strike lands, it erupts in a blinding burst of force. Fang Yi doesn't move an inch. A cold red light burns deep in his eyes. Then an enormous wave of golden energy bursts out of his body and rips across the battlefield in every direction. That brilliant light sweeps over the entire area and burns away the last remnants of the monster's dark aura. Off to the side, Zhang Tian can only stand there and stare, visibly shaken by the power unfolding in front of him. Next to him, Elder Wu watches carefully, and realizes Fang Yi is using an intense yang attribute to force back the dark energy around them. At that same moment, far away in Yuan City at the wood attribute throne, the sentient gourd vine suddenly begins glowing bright green among the jagged rocks. The sentient red spirit flower lights up as well, sensing that its master is in danger and needs help. In response, a massive beam of condensed green energy violently erupts from the mountaintop where the sentient gourd vine has taken root. Back on the battlefield, wild golden power crackles around Fang Yi as he keeps pressing the attack. But even after taking all that damage, it becomes clear that the Dark Giant, master of the throne and wielder of death power, is still unbelievably difficult to kill. When the Dark Giant still refuses to go down, Elder Wu tells Zhang Tian that Fang Yi needs backup. Zhang Tian grunts in agreement, and the combat zone elders rush in together. Zhang Tian, Elder Wu, and the other 2 armored elders gather their strength at once, each of their hands glowing with a different elemental force. Then the 4 elders attack together, firing powerful multicolored beams down toward the battlefield. Those streams of power slam into Fang Yi's back and pour into him as he pushes his own golden energy to its very limit. The combined force explodes in a massive flash of golden light that swallows the entire area. The blast sends out a violent shockwave, forcing Elder Wu, Zhang Tian, and the others to shield themselves as they're driven backward. The smoke and raging energy finally begin to clear. The entire landscape looks different. The elders look down and realize the explosion has exposed what this place really is. Deep inside the torn open chasm lies a vast and gloomy burial ground packed with countless tombstones. Fang Yi walks back over to the group and politely thanks the seniors for stepping in when they did, admitting that without their help, bringing down the Dark Giant would not have gone nearly so smoothly. He also admits he misjudged the enemy earlier, then asks if anyone was hurt in the blast afterward. Caught off guard by Fang Yi's humility, Zhang Tian awkwardly apologizes for how hostile he was before and sincerely thanks Fang Yi for saving his life. Elder Wu smirks at the scene and jokes that Zhang Tian must have been possessed because that stubborn old man actually said thank you for once. But that brief moment of relief disappears in an instant when the ground suddenly splits open and skeletal hands glowing with eerie green light burst out of the earth. A horrifying swarm of green glowing skeletons crawls out from the freshly exposed graves and starts closing in on Fang Yi and the stunned elders. Still calm, Fang Yi asks Elder Wu if he remembers the mutated natural disaster in Moon City. Elder Wu grimly says yes, then suddenly goes still as he realizes they're looking at that same nightmare all over again. The moment Zhang Tian sees the undead, disgust flashes across his face. He steps forward without a second thought, yellow energy gathering in his hands as he declares that he'll make the first move. A second later, he unleashes a barrage of explosive energy blasts straight into the advancing skeleton horde. Not about to stand and watch, Elder Wu and another combat zone elder charge in right alongside him. Zhang Tian shoots high into the air and forms an energy sphere crackling with fierce yellow lightning, then boldly declares that part of the battlefield his. He drives that destructive power straight down into the skeletons below. The combat zone elders collide head-on with the undead, tearing through the horde with heavy energy slashes and sharp, piercing beams. Right in the middle of the chaos, Fang Yi's glowing red eye narrows. Something has already drawn his attention away from the battle in front of him. Then the system suddenly warns him that a powerful dark attribute fluctuation has appeared nearby and tells him to touch the source so it can compile a new technique. After warning the elders about the dark energy, Fang Yi immediately rushes toward it. As they follow his movement, Elder Wu notices a huge structure looming through the murky distance and asks what it is, while another elder wonders if they're only seeing some kind of illusion. Elder Wu quickly shuts that idea down, pointing out that the giant stone tablet is actively releasing dark energy, even if he has no clue why it suddenly appeared. Fang Yi concludes that it must be a physical form created by the area's dark power and decides to move in closer. Ignoring Zhang Tian's warning shout, Fang Yi launches himself straight toward the towering monolith. Wrapped in his golden protective aura, Fang Yi cuts through the dark mist and heads straight for the target. He reaches the massive weathered face of the stone tablet, its surface surrounded by swirling shadows that feel deeply ominous. The moment Fang Yi presses his hand against the cold stone, dark red energy reacts at once and coils around his fingers. The system confirms that a dark attribute technique is now being compiled automatically. The process finishes, and Fang Yi obtains the Great Hell Saber method. The system explains that with a single slash, the technique can summon undead from the burial grounds to fight for him for 3 minutes, and their strength will scale directly with his own. Fang Yi quickly reviews the dark attribute techniques he already has. There's the Boundless Dark Realm, which traps enemies and wears them down over time, and the Hellish Evil Scene, a dangerous move that only works by triggering his own death to call forth spirits. He also realizes that his illusion-based eye technique works best against enemies with high intelligence, which makes it far less effective against a mindless horde of skeletons. As a blade of red energy forms in his hand, Fang Yi feels the overwhelming power of this ancient burial ground and instantly understands that the undead here are far stronger than the ones they faced in Moon City. He realizes it almost right away. This new saber technique is absurdly powerful. It can control those terrifying creatures, and as his own strength keeps climbing, their power can rise with it too, with no clear limit in sight. While Feng Yi is still trying to wrap his head around that new ability, the elders from the combat zone gather around the huge stone tablet. The moment they figure out it was formed from condensed dark energy, they decide to take a piece back to the research institute. Zhong Tian is especially excited. To him, if they can fully study this thing, it might change everything going forward. But just as he gathers energy into his palm and gets ready to strike the stone, Feng Yi notices what they are about to do and immediately feels a bad premonition. Zhong Tan slams a heavy punch into the monolith, and beside him, Elder Wu is already thinking ahead. If they can recover even a fragment of this never-before-seen solid dark energy, it could push their research forward and give them a better way to deal with dark attribute threats in the future. But the instant that punch lands, the whole cavern lurches violently, and everyone goes still. Elder Wu's expression changes on the spot. Realizing they have made a huge mistake, he panics and shouts that the stone tablet was never supposed to be touched. Cracks race across the massive structure, and a moment later, huge slabs of dark stone start splitting apart and crashing down. The elders understand the danger at once and shout for everyone to fall back, scrambling out of the way as the giant chunks rain down from above. And in the middle of that collapse, Fang Yi suddenly feels a terrifying wave of spiritual energy sweep through the entire area. Then he understands. In that instant, he finally sees the real and catastrophic source behind the Black Sea anomaly. From the broken remains of the tablet, a monstrous surge of red and black malevolent energy erupts upward like a tidal wave. Without realizing it, they have just released an ancient dark tide from beyond this world, and the destructive force pouring out of it is beyond anything they have ever faced. That massive wave of dark red and black power, the dark tide blasts straight out from the ruins. The second Zhong Tian sees it, he instantly shouts the first rule of exploration. If you encounter the dark tide, retreat immediately. The dark energy quickly twists into shape, forming terrifying shadow beasts that flood the area. The elders of the combat zone pull back at once, cutting through the swarm as they retreat. Amid the chaos, Elder Wu turns and yells for the sealer to wait. But Feng Yi does not move. He stays exactly where he is, standing motionless in front of that towering wave of destruction. As the red energy surges closer, Elder Wu desperately shouts at Feng Yi, demanding to know what he is doing and ordering him to get back. Feng Yi ignores every warning. He just keeps staring into the tide with that glowing red eye. Then he hears it, a strange voice calling to him from somewhere deep inside the dark energy. Drawn toward it, Feng Yi slowly raises his hand toward the swirling red mass, determined to find out what is hidden inside. As he faces that otherworldly power head-on, he quietly steels himself for death. Then, without warning, a massive burst of red light explodes outward and swallows Feng Yi whole. Elder Wu and Zhong Tian can only watch in horror, screaming his name as the blast engulfs him. Unable to accept what just happened, Zhang Tian throws himself toward the deadly wave, trying to save him, but Elder Wu instantly forms a glowing energy hand to stop him, shouting that Feng Yi is beyond saving and that rushing in now would only cost Zhang Tian his life too. Zhang Tian snaps back in fury, saying, Fang Yi is the future of the nation. He blames himself and the other elders, insisting he would trade his own life without hesitation for those young pioneers.
Clearly hurting, Elder Wu says Fang Yi is most likely already dead.
He warns that if they lose even more people here, then the nation's future really will be over. Taking responsibility for bringing Fang Yi here, Elder Wu orders the remaining elders to retreat and stay alive. But just as the elders are preparing to flee, a massive pillar of golden energy suddenly erupts from inside the dark tide. They all turn back in shock, and the moment they recognize Fang Yi's signature golden power, hope sparks to life again. Meanwhile, deep in the abyss, Fang Yi calmly falls through a twisting tunnel of red and gold energy. The blast did not injure him at all. Even stranger, there are no monsters anywhere inside the core of the dark tide. As he sinks deeper into that dark red void, Fang Yi follows his instincts. Even though the voice has gone silent, he can still feel that if he keeps going, he will eventually reach whatever was calling him. Wanting answers, he tries to contact his system and have it analyze the strange place around him. Wrapped in a golden aura, he keeps descending deeper into the endless abyss. He can tell his defenses are holding with no problem at all. The dark energy surrounding him cannot touch him in the slightest. Then a strange voice suddenly echoes through the red emptiness and speaks directly to him. Caught off guard, Fang Yi immediately stops descending. Under the pressure of that overwhelming energy, his system interface flickers violently before finally stabilizing again. The system tells him that the ancient power is interfering with its functions, but it still managed to identify the source, and the coordinates are straight ahead. Following the glowing blue prompt from his system, Fang Yi moves through the dark mist. At the same time, he cannot help wondering if this ancient power might be another world-shaking artifact on the level of the thrones. As he picks up speed, the pressure around him grows heavier and heavier, making it clear that he is getting close to the unknown source. The moment he finally sees what is waiting ahead, his eyes narrow. He stops in front of a massive black vortex crackling with red lightning, and the pressure pouring off it is so intense that even the space around him feels suffocating. From the center of that vortex, a hollow suit of demonic armor slowly rises, covered in spikes and glowing faintly from within with red light. Fang Yi analyzes it and realizes that every single scale on that armor carries terrifying destructive power. A red warning flashes across Fang Yi's system, confirming that this mysterious armor is the true source of the catastrophic dark tide. Without hesitating for even a second, Fang Yi reaches out, ready to suppress the artifact, but the armor reacts immediately. Its chest splits open, revealing a jagged mouth made of glowing red energy. Fang Yi is forced to pull back as a massive burst of dark power erupts from inside. Even he is left stunned, realizing this relic holds far more energy than any of the thrones he has encountered before. Caught completely off guard by the armor's sudden attack, Fang Yi quickly throws up a golden energy barrier to protect himself. As the dark energy slams into his shield and grinds against it, Fang Yi begins to strain. He is shocked to realize that the armor's overwhelming killing intent is powerful enough to suppress his protective yang attribute, even though that power should naturally counter dark energy. But instead of making him retreat, that resistance only makes Fang Yi want the artifact even more. He releases a burst of golden energy to force the pressure back, then activates his boundless dark realm, surrounding himself with a massive sphere of dark purple power. Fang Yi pulls out his blade and summons the Great Hell Saber. In the very next second, the abyss rips open, and a legion of glowing red undead comes flooding out, each one radiating a brutal, ghostly presence. With a single command from Fang Yi, that shadowy army plunges from the sky and slams down toward the floating demonic armor in one perfectly timed strike. Fang Yi stares straight at the impact without even blinking, but the confidence on his face starts to crack the instant the armor moves. A violent burst of razor-sharp red tendrils suddenly erupts from the armor and rips clean through the spectral legion, wiping them out in the blink of an eye. Watching his strongest move get crushed that easily, Fang Yi finally realizes just how terrifying this thing is. Its dark aura is on a completely different level, so overwhelming that it can forcibly suppress his techniques. The demonic armor does not give him a second to recover. It immediately unleashes a lightning-fast storm of red energy slashes and blasts Fang Yi backward. Even after seeing power like that, Fang Yi still refuses to retreat. He fixes his eyes on it and declares that this battle will decide which one of them ends up subduing the other. The entity speaks again, tempting Fang Yi to surrender and become the same kind of existence it is. At the same time, dark energy creeps across his face and forms a jagged mask, making it clear that it is trying to corrupt his mind and take over his body. Fighting to stay in control, Fang Yi activates his Divine Sun Swallowing Heaven technique, using it to steady his mind and stop himself from falling under that influence. Fang Yi grits his teeth and roars that the entity has misjudged him. Then a huge wave of blue energy explodes out from his body. Driven all the way to the edge, he orders his system to release every bit of power and every technique he has at the same time. The system immediately issues a critical warning. It reports that although Fang Yi is only at the 2-star Jingang realm, his true combat power is already beyond calculation. But the system also tells him the price. If he forces all that power out at once, his body will almost certainly collapse, with a 99% chance of complete destruction. Even so, Fang Yi keeps staring into the darkness without flinching, ready to bet everything on this one move.
Pushed right up against the edge with nowhere left to fall back, Fang Yi has no choice but to gamble everything. With the demonic presence closing in on him, he throws his entire will into one last desperate effort to force it down before it can swallow him completely. Around Fang Yi, dazzling golden light and deep crimson demonic force smash into each other like two disasters colliding head-on. Standing at the center of that terrifying storm, he clenches his teeth and commands the system to release every ounce of power he possesses, silently staking his life on one final decision. Either he conquers this thing here, or he dies here. The system responds to Fang Yi's order instantly, without even the slightest pause. In the next heartbeat, every cultivation method he has ever mastered activates together, exploding through his body in a massive, terrifying current of raw power. But forcing so many conflicting powers to circulate inside one body at the same time is far from painless. The backlash hits Fang Yi with crushing force, making it feel as though his bones, muscles, and meridians are all being torn apart in different directions. Fang Yi clamps both hands over his head, his expression warping in unbearable pain. The violent energy raging inside him feels ready to tear him apart from within, and all he can do is fight desperately to hold on to the final fragile thread of his consciousness. In the end, even Fang Yi's willpower reaches its limit. His eyes suddenly lose all focus, turning empty and vacant, and a moment later a devastating eruption of red energy bursts out from his body like an explosion ripping through the depths of the abyss. The system immediately senses the deadly overload tearing through Fang Yi's body. With his life already hanging on the very edge, it activates its emergency protection without delay and triggers the death seal technique to keep him from slipping away completely. One elemental force after another begins to gather around Fang Yi's seemingly lifeless body. Lightning crackles through the darkness, a protective aura seals itself around him, and black chains twist tightly into place, dragging him back from the brink and proving that somehow Fang Yi is still alive. Far down in the abyss, Fang Yi floats silently through the endless darkness until, without warning, his eyes snap open with a fierce red glow. At that exact moment, the system announces that the ancient artifact has been defeated by the combined power of all his cultivation methods. Then the system confirms something almost impossible. The ancient entity has finally submitted. It no longer struggles against Fang Yi's control, and from this moment on, it recognizes him as its new master. The dense black energy surrounding Fang Yi begins to swirl inward, gathering tighter and tighter around him. Layer after layer wraps across his body, gradually taking shape as a sinister suit of armor covered in sharp, threatening spikes. Only after the armor fully forms does the system reveal what this terrifying artifact truly is. The power now covering Fang Yi is none other than the ancient god demon armor. Suspended in the abyss with that ominous armor wrapped around him, Fang Yi radiates a heavy, suffocating darkness. As the turbulent energy finally settles into place, the system grants him a completely new ability born from the ancient power he has just conquered. That new ability is a hidden technique called Dark Torrent. It comes from the same source as the ancient god demon armor, and the instant it enters Fang Yi's mind, he understands it completely, as though the technique had always been part of him. Wanting to feel the power now flowing through him, Fang Yi slowly tightens his armored hand into a fist. That single, simple movement releases a huge wave of dark energy, sending a terrifying shockwave rolling outward across the abyss. As Fang Yi watches the dark power gather and shift around his hand, a strange sense of familiarity rises within him. Black veins pulse across his face, and in a sudden flash of understanding, he realizes he may now have the ability to control the dark tide itself. With this newfound control, Fang Yi is no longer dragged down by the chaotic dark tide beneath him. Instead, he walks across it, as if it were solid ground, and even more astonishingly, the destructive force obeys his command, pulling back the moment he wills it to retreat. Fang Yi remembers how his old dark attribute used to feel whenever he called upon it. In the past, each use constantly consumed his stamina and spiritual power, turning that strength into both a weapon and a heavy burden. But now, the dark attribute moves around him almost like a trained beast waiting for its master's command. As the shadowy energy coils and circles in his palm, Fang Yi looks at it with steady confidence and declares that it will never drag him down again. After spending enough time in the abyss, Fang Yi finally decides there is no reason to remain there any longer. With calm control and barely any effort, he snaps his fingers, preparing to leave that dark and silent place behind. As Fang Yi begins to depart, a thought quietly passes through his mind. He has no way of knowing how much time has gone by outside, and he suspects that his sudden disappearance may have already thrown the world beyond the abyss into complete disorder. At the headquarters of the Xia Kingdom Spirit Association, Ye Xiao slams both fists onto his desk in a burst of rage. Beside him, Gu Yuru stays silent, watching quietly as the president's anger continues to rise. President Ye Xiao turns his fury toward the elders from the combat zone, his voice filled with accusation. They brought Fang Yi, the entomber, with them on the expedition. But when everything was over, they failed to bring him back alive. Ye Xiao harshly condemns them for failing to protect even a single junior pioneer, despite their long years of cultivation and all the best resources the nation had poured into them. Under that heavy accusation, Elder Wu can only lower his head in silent shame. The president demands to know whether they are truly worthy of the positions they hold. After depending on Fang Yi to escape with their own lives, how could they possibly face the Xia Kingdom now that Fang Yi was the one left behind? Outside the office, Galan stands still, clearly hearing every word from inside. After listening long enough to understand the full weight of Ye Xiao's anger, she finally decides that staying silent is no longer an option. Galan walks straight into the office, stepping into the middle of President Ye Xiao's furious reprimand with her own view of what happened. Nearby, Elder Wu and Elder Zhang sit with heavy faces, looking completely drained by the weight of their failure. To Galan, Fang Yi was never someone so weak that he would be trapped if he truly wanted to escape. She believes he must have chosen to remain behind because he discovered something extremely important hidden within the abyss. President Ye Xiao does not answer her immediately. He stays silent, his expression tight and unreadable, while Galen's words linger heavily in the tense air of the office. Galan then speaks up fiercely in defense of the veterans standing before him. She reminds Ye Xiao that these people had been fighting on the front lines for the Xia Kingdom long before the spiritual energy awakening ever began. She brings up the countless battles they survived, and the comrades they were forced to bury along the way. Fang Yi may be a once-in-a-generation genius, but Galan reminds Ye Xiao that Elder Wu and the others also felt crushing despair when Fang Yi disappeared into the void. Galan insists that if there had been even the smallest chance to save him, Elder Wu and the others would not have hesitated. They would have gladly used their own lives if it meant bringing that young pioneer back safely. President Ye Xiao is still not willing to accept that explanation. He snaps back that Fang Yi is the very core of the crucial captain plan, then demands to know whether Galan can truly guarantee he survived when even their predecessors were never able to escape the dark tide. Overwhelmed by anger and frustration, Ye Xiao shouts that Fang Yi's value to the Xia Kingdom is greater than theirs. Gu Yuru quickly tries to calm him, but Galan refuses to retreat, challenging the assumption that falling into the dark tide must automatically mean death. Galan locks her fierce gaze onto Ye Xiao and pushes directly against his reasoning. If Fang Yi is truly already dead, then why should one missing pioneer matter more than the entire Star God combat zone that managed to survive? She then asks him bluntly whether doubting Fang Yi and dismissing the combat zone means he believes the Spirit Association alone can protect the Xia Kingdom without relying on the strength of their military forces. Realizing that Galan has gone too far, Elder Wu suddenly raises his voice and shouts her name. His command cuts sharply through the room as he orders her to stop speaking and stand down immediately. The sharp tension filling the office finally starts to ease. President Ye Xiao releases a long, weary sigh, the rage slowly fading from his face, and admits that his earlier words came from frustration. In the end, he acknowledges that Galan is right. Now, looking visibly exhausted, Ye Xiao turns his attention to the real crisis in front of them and asks what they should do next. If news of Fang Yi's disappearance spreads, he fears it could trigger panic across the nation and give their enemies the confidence to attack. To prevent the Xia kingdom from sinking into chaos, they choose to lock down every piece of information about Fang Yi's disappearance. The entire matter is placed under the highest security classification, leaving no opening for rumors to leak out. 1 week later, inside the Fang family villa, Lin Yiyi's anxiety has only grown stronger with each passing day. The silence throughout the house makes her worry feel even heavier and harder to ignore. Her cousin, Fang Yi, still has not returned from the mysterious domain. With every hour that passes, his absence feels less like a normal delay and more like a warning that something may have gone terribly wrong. When Lin Yiyi hears movement near the door, hope immediately lights up across her face, and she calls out for her cousin without hesitation. But as the door opens, the person who steps in is not Fang Yi at all, it is only her mother. Her mother notices that Fang Yi has already been gone for far too long and points out that his silence has dragged on quite a while. In a gentle voice, she suggests that Lin Yiyi should try giving him a call. Lin Yiyi explains that this time is not like the previous times at all. The place Fang Yi entered is far too dangerous, and on top of that, there is no signal there, which means an ordinary phone call would never be able to reach him. Her mother agrees that even considering all of those circumstances, the situation still feels abnormal. For Fang Yi to remain completely unreachable for such a long time is not something they can simply dismiss as nothing. Then her mother asks about Lin Yiyi's new assignment as Tai City's captain. Lin Yiyi explains that she had been waiting for Fang Yi to return so they could do a trial run together. But now that he is missing, even the association has suddenly fallen silent. That strange silence only makes Lin Yiyi's unease grow deeper. Nothing like this has ever happened before. In the past, Fang Yi always came back quickly. But this time, Captain Su knows nothing, and Geylan has not answered even one of her messages. Unable to keep sitting around and waiting, Lin Yiyi suddenly tells her startled mother that she is going out. The decision comes so abruptly that her mother barely has enough time to react. Lin Yiyi rushes through the pouring rain, her thoughts spiraling more wildly with every step she takes. If something truly happened to her cousin, then the entire Xia kingdom could be thrown into turmoil, and the captain plan itself might collapse together with him. Lin Yiyi pressed a hand near her chest, trying to steady the anxious feeling tightening there. She kept reminding herself that someone as overwhelming as Fang Yi shouldn't be in any real danger. Tai City was still intact. The streets hadn't collapsed into complete chaos, and for the time being, everything around her looked almost unnervingly calm. But that thin layer of reassurance broke apart almost immediately. Far above the city's skyscrapers, the dark storm clouds suddenly flashed with violent purple light, and massive arcs of unstable lightning tore wildly across the sky, twisting and branching as if the heavens themselves had been ripped open. Lin Yiyi stopped dead in place, her pupils shrinking as she stared upward in disbelief. All around her, people on the street began screaming and running, scattering in every direction as something like a blazing meteor ripped through the storm clouds and plunged straight toward Tai City. The moment it struck, a blinding explosion of light burst outward, forcing Lin Yiyi to throw up both arms and shield her face from the glare. Yet through that violent flash, she felt a familiar pressure spread through the air, and in an instant she understood another ancient throne had descended. From the point of impact, an enormous pillar of blue energy roared straight into the sky. Its eerie glow washed over the entire skyline, making the rain-drenched buildings and streets look as though the whole city had been swallowed inside a supernatural beacon. Not far away, from a higher vantage point overlooking the city, several captains stood motionless in the rain. Their dark silhouettes were outlined against the storm as they quietly watched the towering blue pillar rise in the distance. The artifact's arrival didn't only catch the eyes of Tai City's defenders. In the darker corners of the city, hidden figures began to stir one after another. Red eyes glowed from the shadows, cruel smiles slowly spread across their faces, and to them this newly descended throne was not merely a mystery, it was a bloody opportunity to seize power. Meanwhile, inside that chaotic blue void, Fang Yi was still moving through the strange space, leaping from one floating fragment of debris to the next. A dark red aura clung around his body like flickering living flame, but the endless domain surrounding him still felt like a maze with no entrance and no exit. No matter how far he pushed forward, he still couldn't lock onto the coordinates that would return him to reality, and the frustration weighing on his chest grew heavier with every passing moment. Fang Yi lowered his gaze toward the shadow spreading beneath his feet, fully aware that it was the ancient god-demon armor he had already subdued. His eyes sharpened, and with a cold, questioning look, he asked whether even it was struggling to find a way out of this place. But no answer came. The system stayed exactly as silent as before, giving him nothing. Not a voice, not a signal, Not even the slightest hint that could explain what had gone wrong or where the exit might be. Fang Yi's brows drew together as several possibilities crossed his mind. Perhaps forcibly dragging the ancient god-demon armor out of this mysterious domain had triggered some unpredictable butterfly effect. Or, more troubling than that, maybe some unseen force was intentionally keeping both of them trapped inside this space. Just then, the dark aura coiled around him suddenly flickered, pulsing as if it had reacted to his thoughts. Fang Yi immediately turned his attention toward it and questioned it, but the shadowy figure hurriedly shook its head, almost anxiously denying that it had caused any of this. Fang Yi's gaze narrowed even further as another doubt surfaced in his mind. He asked why the entity had suddenly lost the ability to speak, especially when it had clearly used a human voice before to lure him toward the dark tide. The shadow could only tremble where it was, its unstable form wavering in the air as if it understood every word, but had no way to respond. No explanation came from it, only an uneasy silence that made the situation feel even stranger. Fang Yi exhaled quietly and decided not to force the issue any longer. Whatever had happened to the armor's voice would have to wait, because right now, their only true priority was finding a way back out of this endless domain. At that moment, the red glow in Fang Yi's eyes suddenly sharpened, and his expression changed. Beyond the surrounding chaos, he finally sensed something faint, a thin, fragile connection leading back toward the outside world. Back in reality, the storm clouds above Tai City split apart as a massive beam of blue energy came crashing down from the sky. It slammed into the city with terrifying force, marking the arrival of yet another mysterious throne. Heavy rain poured over the streets while terrified pedestrians fled in every direction, but Lin Yiyi pushed against the chaos instead of running away. Her figure cut through the curtain of rain as she sprinted straight toward the place where the energy had fallen. Lin Yiyi knew exactly how dangerous the timing was. Fang Yi was missing, and now a throne had suddenly appeared in Tai City. If this wasn't handled quickly, the entire city could be thrown into disorder. Even with the risks clear in her mind, she decided she had to investigate the situation herself. Her shoes splashed hard through puddles as she raced across the wet pavement, rain streaming around her with every step. But before she could make it much farther, her instincts suddenly flared, warning her that someone nearby was lying in wait to strike. A sinister-looking man carrying a knife stepped out onto the road ahead, blocking her path with a smug, unsettling grin. He addressed her as Miss Lin with far too much confidence, and Lin Yiyi stopped at once, shifting her stance defensively as she demanded to know who he was. Then, through the curtain of rain, more armed thugs began emerging one after another, cutting off the paths around her. Lin Yiyi swept her gaze across them and gave a cold, mocking remark, calling them fools for daring to wander into Tai City at a chaotic time like this. Her eyes turned sharp as she demanded to know what they were after. But before any of them could give an answer, Lin Yiyi moved first, releasing a fierce wave of green spiritual energy that blasted outward and violently drove back the attackers closing in on her. Without wasting even a single motion, Lin Yiyi shaped that green energy into thick, twisting vines. The vines shot forward through the rain and wrapped tightly around one of the older thugs, binding him in place before he had any chance to react. She followed up instantly, driving a powerful kick straight into his chest. The blow knocked the breath out of him, and while he was still trapped in the vines, Lin Yiyi pressed him for answers with a fierce, commanding glare. The man was thrown down hard onto the rain-slick pavement, his body hitting the ground with a heavy crash before skidding across the wet surface from the force of Lin Yiyi's attack. After watching their first move fall apart so quickly, another thug reacted without delay. He lifted a whistle to his mouth and blew a sharp signal through the storm, calling for reinforcements the moment he realized they needed more numbers. Almost at once, the entire area came alive with movement. More enemies appeared from the shadows from narrow side streets and even from the rooftops above, each carrying different weapons as they moved in and completely surrounded Lin Yi. The center of the ambush, their leader finally stepped forward, a red bandana tied around his head. He raised his massive sword with an arrogant tilt of his chin and pointed the blade directly at Lin Yiyi. The leader sneered at her, dismissing Lin Yiyi as nothing more than a little girl borrowing fame from the Entomber's reputation. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he gave the order for all of his men to rush her at once. A bright green light began burning in Lin Yiyi's eyes as she glared back at the crowd around her. Instead of showing fear, she asked if they were really looking down on her, then declared that this was the perfect chance to test the multi-target combat training she had been practicing lately. In the very next instant, Lin Yiyi pushed her spiritual energy outward, and countless sharp whip-like green vines lashed through the rain in every direction like a storm of living blades. The vines struck with frightening speed, catching several attackers in mid-air and yanking them off balance before they could complete their assault. At the same time, Lin Yiyi kept moving up close, delivering quick, precise kicks to anyone who managed to break through and get near her. With one sharp movement, Lin Yi commanded the vines to tighten. The enemies caught in their bindings were squeezed even harder, leaving them hanging helplessly in the air as they struggled and twisted against the crushing restraint. The older thug writhed inside the vines, cursing through clenched teeth as panic finally spread across his face. Only then did he realize the truth. Lin Yi's unique wood attribute wasn't merely restraining their bodies, it was also actively suppressing the flow of their spiritual energy. Now that she had taken full control of the fight's rhythm, Lin Yi pulled the bound thugs together with her vines. One by one, the struggling men were dragged into a single tangled cluster, completely caught in her grasp. Then, with a powerful sweeping motion, she hurled the entire group through the rain-soaked air. As their bodies went flying across the street, Lin Yi shouted for them to get lost, her voice cutting sharply through the storm. But before she could ease her guard, a sharp projectile formed from dark purple energy suddenly tore through the falling rain. It sliced toward her with deadly speed, cutting a dangerous line straight through the storm. Lin Yi's expression shifted the instant she sensed what it was. This wasn't ordinary fire. It was a flame ability mixed with a corrosive dark attribute. Normal flames would struggle to burn through her strengthened vines, but this dark fire carried a completely different level of danger. She immediately tried to dodge, twisting her body out of the attack's path. But even with her quick reaction, the dark energy still grazed past her and carved sharply into her arm. Lin Yi gasped at the sudden burst of pain, her eyes widening as fresh blood spilled from the cut. The blood quickly mixed with the rainwater running down her skin, leaving a red trail against the storm. The instant the bandana-wearing leader and the remaining thugs saw that she had been injured, they seized their chance. They lunged at her from every direction at once, weapons raised, trying to finish her before she could recover. Just before their blades could close in on her, Lin Yi released another surge of green light. In a flash, a glowing barrier formed around her body, wrapping her in protective spiritual energy. The barrier erupted outward with explosive force, slamming into every attacker and sending them flying back across the rain-soaked street. Standing in the center of the green glow, Lin Yi coldly mocked them, saying that even 9 grown men still couldn't bring down a single student. The leader landed and steadied himself on the slippery pavement, his feet sliding slightly beneath him. But instead of looking furious, a calculating glint appeared in his eyes as he quietly studied the situation in front of him. He realized that even after Lin Yi had been pushed into such a dangerous position, Fang Yi still hadn't appeared to save her. That single fact was enough for him to confidently conclude that Fang Yi truly was no longer in Tai City. With his real objective already achieved, the leader immediately ordered his men to retreat. One after another, the thugs leaped away into the storm and disappeared through the rain, leaving Lin Yi standing alone in the street as she caught her breath and realized she had walked straight into their trap. Frustration surged through Lin Yi, and she slammed her fist hard against a nearby wall. By fighting so desperately to protect herself, she had accidentally confirmed the one thing their hidden enemies wanted to know most. Fang Yi was absent. Lin Yi cursed herself for being careless, her expression tightening with regret. Now that the enemy knew the truth, they would definitely return with better preparation next time, and she understood that she needed a plan immediately before the situation spiraled completely out of control. But before Lin Yi could fully sort through her racing thoughts, the stormy sky above Tai City lit up once again. In the distance, a massive pillar of golden light pierced through the clouds and crashed down somewhere within the city. The instant Lin Yi finally realized what that mysterious glow had been trying to communicate, the look on her face shifted in a heartbeat. The confusion in her eyes vanished, replaced not by panic, but by a sharp, unwavering determination, as though the answer had snapped into place and she had already chosen the path she needed to take. Lin Yi didn't allow herself even a moment of hesitation. She pulled out her phone at once, her fingers moving quickly and accurately, despite the rain, the pressure, and the danger closing in around her. With urgent focus, she made the call and demanded to be connected to Captain Su as quickly as possible. At almost the exact same time, Captain Su was still holding her post in the pouring rain, standing guard near the barricades around the newly descended throne. The restricted zone around her was locked down tight, every corner tense with danger, and when she answered Lin Yi's call, her first question was whether Yi had been attacked. Lin Yi told her that she had driven the attackers off for the moment, but her voice stayed heavy and serious because she knew this was only a temporary pause. The real truth was painfully clear. Every enemy hiding in the shadows was aiming for the same thing: the throne. Then, in a low and grave voice, Lin Yi revealed what the enemy had already figured out. In their eyes, the moment the entomber disappeared, Tai City stopped being a city under true protection and became a place with no real guardian left. As those words reached her, Captain Su stood motionless beneath the rain, her body stiffening as the full weight of Yi Yi's warning sank in, leaving her unable to answer immediately. Captain Su slowly shifted her gaze toward the sealed-off forest ahead, her expression tightening as cold rain streamed down her face and uniform. On the other side of the call, Lin Yi's voice grew calmer, steadier, and far more resolute, carrying the weight of a decision she had clearly made and could no longer back away from. The young pioneer stated that she would go to the artifact herself and make it acknowledge her as its new master. It was a bold, dangerous declaration, reckless enough to make anyone's heart clench. But beneath her words was the desperation of someone who understood that protecting the city might require walking straight into the greatest danger. By the time Lin Yi reached the restricted site, the storm still hadn't weakened, and sheets of rain continued hammering down around her. Standing before the oppressive aura of the artifact ahead, she spoke with firm determination, saying that if she wanted to protect Tai City, then there truly was no other choice left for her. The moment Captain Su realized what Lin Yi was planning, she rushed forward through the rain and pulled her into a tight, desperate embrace. Holding Yi close beneath the cold downpour, Captain Su scolded her for being foolish, her voice shaking with both fear and anger. She warned her that this newly descended artifact carried the metal attribute, which meant its power was terrifyingly sharp and lethal, far beyond the anomalies they had faced before, possibly 100 times more dangerous. Captain Su forced Lin Yi to understand that her wood attribute would offer almost no defense against a metal attribute power of that level. Facing it directly would be no different from stepping willingly toward death. Tears gathered in Captain Su's eyes as she pleaded with Yi not to sacrifice herself, begging her not to throw away her life on something that looked less like bravery and more like a suicide mission. But that painful, emotional moment was broken apart almost immediately. A guard came sprinting toward them through the rain in a state of panic, his face drained of color, his breathing ragged, and the urgency in his voice making it obvious that another disaster had just struck. The guard quickly reported that large numbers of underground organizations and neutral factions were rapidly converging on their location. Worse still, even registered pioneers had started pouring into Tai City in waves, turning the crisis into a disaster pressing in from every possible direction at once. Meanwhile, in the shadowy corners of Tai City, countless rogue pioneers and mutants were gathering together like a storm about to burst. The rumor that the Entomber had died had spread through them like wildfire, stripping away their fear of both the military and the Spirit Association. To them, Tai City had become an open battlefield with no law, no order, and no one strong enough to stop them. Driven blind by greed, they prepared to rush the restricted zone, convinced that whoever claimed the throne would become the next absolute ruler of Jia. At the same time, far away from Tai City's growing chaos, a rescue team passed through a swirling portal and stepped into the mysterious domain. Their objective was simple but urgent. They had to find the exact location where Fang Yi had disappeared. Elder Wu and Ye Xiao emerged into a vast white desert, the pale sand stretching endlessly beneath an unusually clear sky. The brightness of the place felt almost unnatural, making the entire domain seem empty, silent, and strangely unreal, as if they had walked into a world that had been wiped clean. Elder Wu confirmed that this was indeed the same place where the dark tide had once swallowed the Entomber. But as his eyes swept across the transformed landscape, confusion slowly appeared on his face, because the scene before him no longer matched the terrifying place he remembered at all. He could not make sense of it. The oppressive dark energy that had once filled this domain, along with the ancient tombstones that carried such a horrifying aura, had all disappeared completely. Everything was gone so cleanly that not even the faintest trace seemed to have been left behind. Then, without the slightest warning, the sky above them tore open. From that crack, a terrifying rush of dark energy exploded outward, rolling across the air like a black tidal wave, and every member of the rescue team stared upward in shock as that overwhelming force poured down before their eyes. From inside the dark rift, Fang Yi suddenly fell through and landed on the white sand below. His arrival was abrupt and powerful, cutting through the silence of the pale desert and sending a wordless shock through everyone watching. Even Fang Yi looked surprised to find himself in this strange place. He had only been tracing the energy signature of the newly descended throne, using that thread of power as a guide to return to reality, and he clearly had not expected the trail to bring him here first. When Elder Wu and Ye Xiao saw the golden aura surrounding Fang Yi, their eyes widened at once. It was him. Fang Yi was alive, but what stunned them even more was the spiritual power surging from his body, a force so immense and transformed that it seemed to have surpassed Elder Wu's own strength by an almost unbelievable distance. Elder Wu felt the pressure of Fang Yi's aura spreading through the air and immediately understood that the young pioneer had experienced a staggering transformation. The power surrounding him had already climbed far beyond the third level of the Jingang realm, reaching a height that should have been impossible so soon. When Fang Yi heard someone calling his name, he slowly turned his head toward the direction of the voice, his attention shifting with calm alertness. His glowing red eye fixed on the figures descending from above, and as they approached through the air, he recognized them as elders from the combat zone. Yi Xiao was the first to step forward, his expression carrying both warmth and clear relief. He reached out and firmly took Fang Yi's hand in greeting, as if the simple sight of Fang Yi standing alive before him had finally lifted a heavy burden from his chest. He introduced himself as Yi Xiao, the president of the Ixi Nation Spirit Association, speaking with a sincerity that was impossible to miss. Then he told Fang Yi that they had come all this way for one purpose, to bring the entomber back home. Fang Yi accepted the greeting with a calm expression, though his thoughts were already moving quietly beneath the surface. Since he had never heard Yi Xiao's name before, he naturally guessed that this man must have taken up the position during the time he had been missing. Yi Xiao suggested that the strange spatial disturbances were likely connected to the newly descended throne. Fang Yi then explained that after being trapped inside the domain, he had wandered aimlessly without any way to locate Earth's coordinates until by chance he encountered their rescue group. A sudden urgency tightened inside Fang Yi, and he immediately asked to return to Tai City without even a moment's delay. Elder Wu and the veteran pioneers agreed at once, their faces bright with eagerness, proud that they had the chance to personally assist such an extraordinary young pioneer. No one wasted any more time. The group began pouring their spiritual energy together, and before long, a huge blue portal opened in front of them, its swirling light expanding rapidly as the path back to the real world took shape. As Fang Yi stepped into the portal and moved back toward reality, an intense sense of dread suddenly swept over him. A dark premonition struck deep in his heart, making him fear that his cousin, Lin Yi, might be facing deadly danger, and all he could do was hope with everything he had that the feeling was only his imagination. Inside the swirling blue void, the group rushed forward at incredible speed, streams of light twisting and flowing around them from every direction. Elder Wu kept his expression controlled, forcing himself to remain silent, even as questions pressed heavily inside his mind. Still, Elder Wu could not stop thinking about what he had just witnessed. How had Fang Yi survived the catastrophic dark tide at all? And even more unbelievable than that, how had he come out of it with such a tremendous breakthrough in cultivation? Far from the portal, Tai City had already descended into complete disorder. Heavy rain continued pouring over the city, drenching the streets, while smoke drifted through shattered roads and broken buildings, like the aftermath of a battlefield. Across those ruined streets, the defending pioneers were fighting with everything they had left. They stood their ground desperately, trying to stop the overwhelming tide of hostile invaders that kept flooding into the city from every side. At the front line of the battle, the Spirit Association's lead official raised a golden shield, just in time to block the attack of a cloaked rogue. As the enemy sneered and mocked their stubborn resistance, the official's expression darkened. He could see clearly just how arrogant these underground factions had become, willing to tear down the entire order of the city simply to seize power for themselves. With a fierce movement, the lead official released a blazing golden shockwave that hurled the attackers backward. He immediately ordered his people to launch a counterattack, but right in the middle of the chaos, a frantic report reached him. The defensive perimeter surrounding the newly descended throne had already been broken through. Realizing just how dangerous the situation had become, the official commanded his subordinates to hurry and reinforce the squads holding the throne's front line. He declared that he would defend this position alone, then raised his power once more and unleashed a barrage of golden flames, cutting off the assassins as they leapt toward him. When one of his subordinates hesitated, clearly unwilling to abandon him there, the official snapped a stern command and ordered them to obey. Then he touched his earpiece, and his expression hardened, not only with determination but with a fresh glimmer of hope. He revealed that crucial news had arrived. As long as they could survive this wave of attacks, victory would be guaranteed. Elsewhere, in the rain-soaked streets of Tai City, two defending pioneers were barely managing to hold their position against the enemy forces. Just then, Wang Lan and Song Yiming appeared through the downpour, and the exhausted defenders turned toward them with hopeful eyes, asking whether headquarters had finally sent reinforcements. Song Yiming calmly explained that every pioneer had their attention fixed on Tai City's exposed resources, now that the city appeared vulnerable. Wang Lan, however, wore a faint smile as he spoke, making it clear that they had not come for those reasons. They were here to repay a favor. Without saying anything more, Song Yiming thrust his fist forward and unleashed a blazing punch straight into the attackers. Flames roared through the street in an explosive wave, engulfing the enemy forces and scattering them in a devastating blast. As the enemies crumpled beneath the force of the attack, They laughed at how pathetically weak the invaders really were. They mocked them for struggling so desperately over the entomber, a man all of those fools believed had already died. Song Yiming then stated coldly that a weak, chaotic, and disorganized mob like this had no right to even dream of taking control of the newly descended throne's immense power. When the opposing pioneers arrogantly shouted that the metal attribute throne belonged to them, Wang Lan didn't bother answering with words. Instead, he released his water abilities in a violent strike, and in the next instant, the enemies were frozen solid where they stood, their bodies turning into rigid ice sculptures beneath the rain. The wave of invasion soon reached Fang Yi's private villa. Outside the residence, a group of armed thugs gathered together and quickly realized they had discovered the entomber's home. One scarred thug laughed with greedy excitement, already imagining Fang Yi's possessions falling into his hands, and his expression became even more disturbing when he mentioned the two defenseless women inside. But before the thugs could force their way through the doors, a haunting melody suddenly floated through the rain. Nearby, a pioneer raised a glowing green flute and began to play, sending out rippling waves of magical sound. The power struck the invaders immediately, making them scream and dance uncontrollably, their faces twisting in terror as they realized they had been trapped by terrifying mind control. The person who stepped in was Moon City pioneer Captain Chen Ruo. She stood calmly on a nearby rock, looking down at the struggling thugs with cold, unreadable eyes, her posture steady despite the storm around her. As Chen Ruo watched the thugs writhe helplessly under the control of her melody, her thoughts drifted back to something her mother had once taught her. People who were weak but still consumed by endless greed could, in their own way, become truly frightening. At the foot of the restricted mountain, a massive burst of blue energy suddenly erupted upward into the storm-dark sky. The brilliant surge tore through the falling rain, instantly catching the attention of countless rogue pioneers swarming in the nearby area. Above the gathered crowd, an invader wrapped in roaring flames floated high in the air. He laughed wildly into the storm, overflowing with confidence as he declared that the throne was already his. Without warning, a blinding pillar of fierce blue radiance dropped straight into the restricted zone, splitting the air as if some heavenly punishment has come crashing down from above. The instant that light touches the ground, a savage shockwave detonates outward, smashing into the advancing invaders and driving them back before they can force their way any closer. The rogues freeze in terror because the pressure bearing down on their bodies is unmistakable. It is the crushing, overwhelming power of the metal attribute throne. In that moment, the invaders understand that the artifact is not simply defending itself anymore. Its power is strong enough to repel even the most dangerous fighters among them, which means someone inside Tai City has already reached the throne first. Fury spreads through the bloodthirsty crowd like wildfire. Their eyes turn vicious as they glare toward the city below, deciding that the Spirit Association must be wiped out, and everyone connected to the entomber must be slaughtered before Tai City can truly fall into their hands. Then, through the roar of flames, screams, and chaos, a calm voice cuts across the battlefield with chilling clarity. Fang Yi asks who has been calling his name before the crowd can even turn properly. His figure appears behind them without the slightest warning, standing there as dark red energy coils around his body like a living storm, wrapping him in an aura so terrifying that the air itself seems to tighten. The invading group goes completely stiff, as if every muscle in their bodies has locked up at once. Their faces lose all color, and the confidence they had just moments ago is swallowed by pure fear. One by one, their voices begin to shake, and they can barely force the words out as they recognize the man they were certain had already died, the entomber. Fang Yi calmly lifts his hand, and a swirling dark red portal opens beside him like the mouth of an abyss. From within it, his enormous sword slowly slides into his grasp, its presence alone making the atmosphere feel heavier. As he activates the Great Hell Saber technique he has only just acquired, a cold, murderous pressure spreads from him. The invaders can only stare in horror, frozen in place, while a terrifying killing intent gathers around him like a storm about to descend. Fang Yi does not waste a single breath on hesitation. He tightens his grip around the massive blade, plants himself firmly on the battlefield, and swings once with overwhelming force. From that single motion, a gigantic slash wrapped in blazing fire surges forward, tearing across the ground and carving through everything in its path with horrifying speed and power. The instant Fang Yi's attack connects, the battlefield is swallowed by a towering eruption of flame and dark energy. The rogue pioneers are caught inside before they even have a chance to scream, their figures disappearing into the violent blast. In the space of a single breath, the entire horde is wiped out completely, leaving only scorched earth, waves of unbearable heat, and fierce flames crackling across the ruined ground. As the raging fire begins to die down and the smoke rolls across the battlefield, Fang Yi slowly turns his eyes toward the restricted mountain peak in the distance. The spiritual fluctuations coming from that direction feel far too familiar, and his expression immediately sharpens. His earlier instinct had been correct. His cousin, Lin Yiyi, is somewhere on that peak, and she is attempting to seize the dangerous new throne. At the very top of the mountain, far above the chaos below, Lin Yiyi hangs suspended inside a glowing green sphere of energy. Directly before her stands the intimidating metal attribute throne, radiating such a crushing pressure that the entire summit seems to tremble beneath its weight. The air around her looks tense and unstable, as if the peak itself is struggling to withstand the throne's power. Even with that terrifying pressure pressing down on her, Lin Yiyi has already stepped into the throne's domain and shows no intention of retreating. Her resolve is firm, almost painfully absolute. She is prepared to put her life on the line and even sacrifice everything she has if that is what it takes to protect Tai City from the disaster unfolding around it. Below the peak, Captain Su is pouring every ounce of strength she has into keeping the protective barrier around Lin Yiyi intact. Sweat streams down her face, and her body is visibly shaking under the strain. But she refuses to let the defense break. Even if maintaining it means burning through her own life force, she is determined to shield Yiyi until her spiritual power is completely exhausted, silently praying that the young pioneer can succeed. Suddenly, Fang Yi tears straight through the green barrier and enters the protected space by force, the impact instantly throwing the defensive formation into chaos. Captain Su's eyes widen in alarm, and she shouts out as the barrier trembles violently around them. She can hardly process what is happening, desperately trying to understand who could have slipped through their perimeter so easily. The breach immediately sends a violent backlash rippling through the barrier. That force surges straight into Captain Su before she has any chance to defend herself. Her body jerks sharply from the impact. Her breath catches in her throat, and in the very next moment, she coughs up a mouthful of blood. As Captain Su's strength finally gives way and her body starts to fall, her blonde guard rushes in and catches her before she can hit the ground. But the moment the guard lifts her gaze and sees the figure standing inside the barrier, shock washes over her face. Her voice falters in disbelief as she stammers out the title she never expected to say again. The Entomber. Fang Yi turns his attention to Captain Su and greets her with a calmness that feels almost unreal amid the chaos surrounding them. Captain Su can only stare back at him, completely stunned, her expression wavering between disbelief and overwhelming relief. At that moment, she realizes that Tai City's greatest protector has truly returned, seeing that the shattered barrier has left his cousin exposed to the dangerous forces around the peak. Fang Yi reacts without a second of delay. He extends one hand, and swirling red energy pours out from him, reaching toward Lin Yiyi as she begins to fall. Before the violent power surrounding the summit can swallow her, that red energy catches her gently in midair. Fang Yi's immense power quickly spreads around Lin Yiyi, surrounding her body in a huge glowing sphere of protective energy. Inside that shield, she is completely sealed away from the chaotic elements raging across the mountain peak. The deadly pressure of the metal attribute throne still looms above her, but Fang Yi's barrier now stands between her and that overwhelming force. Far above the ruined battlefield of Tai City, the Entomber hovered in the sky like a dark omen, silently looking down at the devastation spreading beneath him. Streets were being ripped apart by fire, blasts kept blooming through the smoke, and every explosion reflected in his furious red eyes, making the cold anger on his face grow even sharper. As his gaze swept over the invading forces pouring through Tai City like a wave of destruction, a single thought rose in the Entomber's mind. Had these people truly been so fearless, so arrogant, that they had crossed all this distance just to snatch away the newly descended metal throne? From behind him, Su Qingying quietly spoke up and corrected what he was thinking. Her tone was calm, but there was a heavy seriousness in it, making it clear the situation was far more complicated than a simple treasure hunt. When the metal throne had first appeared, just the name of the Entomber had been enough to scare most enemies away. But everything changed once the rumors spread that the Entomber had fallen. The moment the invaders believed he was dead, they stopped showing restraint and struck all at once, targeting the artifact, the Tai City Spirit Association, and even the people closest to him. Su Qingying explained that Yiyi had only reached for the metal throne because she had been pushed into a corner, with no other choice but to risk everything to protect Tai City from enemies closing in on every side. The moment Su Qingying's words entered his ears, the Entomber's face went completely dark. A terrifying aura burst out from his body, rising around him like a towering column of blazing power, as if his rage alone was about to set the very sky on fire. Without pausing for even a breath, the Entomber released his senses and swept them across every corner of Tai City. One hostile presence after another was caught in his awareness, and under that crushing silence, he made a merciless vow in his heart that not a single enemy who had stepped into this city would be allowed to leave alive. Then, like a storm dropping from the heavens, his overwhelming power pressed down over the entire city. The invaders who had been charging through Tai City without fear only moments ago suddenly stopped where they stood, their bodies going rigid as terror crawled over them from head to toe. Su Qingying watched that terrifying pressure spread outward from the entamber, and cold sweat instantly broke across her skin. For that brief moment, staring at his back as he stood above the ruined city, she felt as if the man in front of her had already crossed beyond the limits of anything human. Right then, the entamber's attention shifted as several familiar auras suddenly entered the battlefield below. Amid the chaos of smoke, fire, and surging floodwater, presences he recognized began moving through the city and striking back against the invading forces. Down in the flooded streets, he soon spotted Zhang Lu, Ji Ruoyan, and a group of allied pioneers fighting fiercely against the enemies. Seeing them push their way through the disaster gave him a brief flicker of relief, because with reinforcements now standing in defense of Tai City, the collapsing situation on the ground still had a chance to be reversed. But that tiny moment of relief was shattered almost immediately. Yi's agonized cry tore across the battlefield, sharp and painful enough to cut through all the explosions, and the entamber's focus snapped away from everything else in an instant. He turned toward the sound and saw Yi coughing up blood, her body shaking violently as she struggled beneath the unbearable pressure of the metal throne. The artifact's power was pressing down on her without mercy, crushing her so fiercely that she looked as though she could barely hold herself together. Seeing Yi in that state, the entamber could not bring himself to blame her for being reckless. His own sudden disappearance, the descent of the metal throne, and the enemies attacking Tai City from every direction had left her with no safe path, forcing her to stand up for the city on her own. Images of their childhood flashed through the entamber's mind, making the scene before him even more unbearable to watch. No matter what price had to be paid, he knew he had to save her, because if Yi died here in front of him, he would never be able to forgive himself. Knowing there was no time left for hesitation, the entamber suddenly launched himself forward. His body cut through the air like a streak of darkness, heading straight toward the blinding blue radiance surrounding the metal throne. He crashed directly into the enormous sphere of raw power, forcing himself through the violent resistance pressing against him from all sides. With fierce confidence in his voice, he declared that one mere elemental attribute would never be enough to stop him from breaking through. The crushing pressure tore at his body, leaving visible wounds and damage across him. But the entamber's expression did not shake at all. Instead, the red light in his eyes burned even brighter, filled with a ruthless determination that refused to bend no matter how much pain the artifact forced onto him. Before pushing himself any deeper, the entamber turned just enough to warn Su Qingying to protect herself. Then, without showing even the smallest trace of hesitation, he charged straight into the deadly domain surrounding the artifact. The entamber continued forcing his way deeper into the storm of raging energy, each movement pushing his body harder than the last. Su Qingying could only stare in stunned silence, unable to believe that he was throwing himself so fearlessly against a power that should have crushed anyone else the moment they entered it. As the metal throne's force kept ripping into him, the entamber's system immediately activated a healing technique to keep his body from breaking apart. A brilliant green glow wrapped around him, pulling vitality from the surroundings and rapidly mending his injuries almost as fast as the artifact could tear them open. Bathed in that restorative green light, the entamber allowed a faint smirk to rise on his face. He understood at once that this was the perfect time to use such a life-giving technique, because against the metal throne's brutal assault, that healing power was exactly the counter that could keep him standing. His forceful entry into the artifact's domain immediately triggered a violent reaction. A massive eruption exploded outward from the metal throne, and a blinding pillar of blue energy shot straight up, tearing through the storm clouds above Tai City. Far away from the center of the blast, Zhang Lu and the other defenders all looked up toward the sky in shock. The metal throne's energy was fluctuating wildly, surging with such terrifying force that it felt as if the artifact was trying to pierce straight through the heavens. Down in the flooded streets, the Association Superior also sensed the sudden spike in power. The instant he recognized that unique energy signature, he understood that the crucial moment had finally arrived, and without wasting a single second, he ordered his men to begin their strategic plan. Back at the very center of the disaster, the entamber stood firm within the storm of blue energy roaring around him. Step by step, he pushed through the violent force, refusing to be driven back, until he finally reached the glowing metal throne itself. With a calm, almost mocking tone, the entamber casually offered an apology for the interruption. Then he raised his hand and placed it firmly on the artifact, making direct contact with the source of that overwhelming power. The system instantly detected the dense metal attribute contained inside the throne and began compiling a brand new technique. Within only a few seconds, the entomber's dark energy surged over the artifact's essence, swallowing it into himself, and the system confirmed that the extraction had been completed successfully. From that extracted power, the entomber obtained a metal attribute technique that could multiply his attack strength and allow him to strike 3 full tiers above his current level. The drawback was dangerous, since the cooldown would leave him vulnerable to metal attacks, but the power also gave him the ability to grant an object or person a metal physique and strengthen them directly. With the core power now in his grasp, he lowered his eyes to the glowing diamond-shaped construct resting in his hands. Without the slightest hesitation, the entomber selected Yi Yi as the target for his newly gained implantation skill. He carefully guided the radiant golden energy toward her, letting it drift forward with a controlled gentleness that still carried absolute resolve. The core slowly sank into Yi Yi's chest, and its golden light began spreading throughout her body as the metal attribute fused with her. The same terrifying power that had nearly crushed her moments earlier now started flowing into her in a stable, controlled form. As that light wrapped around her, the pain twisting across Yi Yi's face gradually began to disappear. Her trembling body slowly relaxed, her breathing evened out, and she slipped into a peaceful sleep, while the metal throne's power formed a safe shield around her. At the same time, a group of rogue pioneers stormed into the base of the Tai City Spirit Association. Their leader, a metal attribute invader named Li Mingxuan, stood arrogantly atop the rubble, looking down at the shattered defenses with a sneer as he demanded that the local captain show himself. Li Mingxuan threw his head back and laughed, openly mocking the fact that Tai City's captain was already missing. In his eyes, the entire city had become weak and laughable the moment the entomber was no longer there to protect it. Inside the ruined lab, Li Mingxuan seized a terrified researcher by the throat and lifted him off the ground as if he weighed nothing. Leaning in with a cruel sneer, he demanded to know where the association members had run off to, mocking them for losing all their courage just because the entomber was believed to be dead. The researcher shook helplessly in Li Mingxuan's grip. His face drained pale from fear as his feet dangled above the floor. In a trembling voice, he asked whether the invaders had come here for the spirit crystals. Before Li Mingxuan could squeeze much more out of him, the researcher broke almost immediately. As though he had no strength left to resist, he pointed them towards safe number 3 and surrendered the information without trying to hide anything. Li Mingxuan seemed almost surprised by how quickly the man gave in, and he asked whether the researcher was not afraid of the association punishing him afterward. The researcher cried out that staying silent would only get him beaten, and that the invaders would find the crystals sooner or later anyway. Satisfied with that answer, Li Mingxuan tossed the researcher aside without the slightest concern. His thugs immediately rushed toward the vault and forced it open, revealing a huge stockpile of glowing blue spirit crystals packed tightly inside. The instant Li Mingxuan saw the treasure, naked greed flashed across his face. Even so, he still turned his gaze back toward the cowering researcher and warned him not to get any clever ideas. Then Li Mingxuan barked an order for his men to empty the vault completely. He made it clear that every single spirit crystal was to be taken, and not even one piece of that treasure was to be left behind for Tai City. But behind Li Mingxuan's back, the researcher's frightened expression quietly faded away. His eyes turned cold as he watched the greedy thieves scramble for the crystals, silently seeing them as nothing more than ignorant fools walking straight into a trap. Li Mingxuan casually lowered himself onto a couch, already behaving as if the destroyed lab had become his personal territory. He even planned to turn the place into their permanent base, while his subordinates gathered around him and flattered him, claiming the metal throne rightfully belonged to him and urging him to teach Tai City's pioneers a brutal lesson. Li Mingxuan laughed smugly at their praise, saying that ancient artifacts only submitted to people who were truly worthy of owning them. He confidently pointed out that the entomber's relative still had not conquered the metal throne, and to him, that only proved the artifact had already rejected her. One of the thugs added that, according to the rumors, that pioneer was nothing more than a young girl. The group immediately burst into mocking laughter and began discussing how they would ambush her later, completely unaware that a swirling dark void had silently opened on the ceiling above them. Their laughter suddenly began to fade when Li Mingxuan caught the sound of something strange dripping nearby. The faint, eerie noise echoed through the ruined room, cutting through their smug celebration like a warning none of them understood. Li Mingxuan frowned and slowly looked around the broken lab, confusion tightening his expression. For a brief moment, he wondered whether the damaged ceiling above them had started to leak. Then he raised his eyes, and his expression changed in an instant. From the darkness overhead, sharp tendrils of black energy were descending like deadly rain, dropping straight toward him and his men. The dark liquid pierced through Li Mingxuan's subordinates before they even had time to react. Screams exploded across the room as the highly corrosive energy burned into their bodies, devouring them alive in horrifying agony. From inside the swirling shadows above, the entomber calmly stepped down into the wrecked lab. His entrance was quiet and unhurried, but the overwhelming pressure he carried instantly swallowed the entire room. The moment Li Mingxuan recognized the legendary pioneer standing in front of him, every bit of arrogance drained from his face. His eyes widened with pure terror. His body locked in place, and fear overwhelmed him so completely that he could no longer move. His voice shook so badly that the words barely came out in one piece, each phrase breaking apart as he stared at the figure in front of him. No matter how many times he tried to say it, he still could not accept what his own eyes were seeing. The entomber had returned, and in his mind, that should have been completely impossible. Li Mingxuan simply refused to accept the scene unfolding before him. His face tightened with a mix of fury and disbelief, as if the very sight of the entomber standing there was an insult he could not swallow. Gritting his teeth, he gathered his power into one hand, coating his clenched fist in a blazing blue light. Then, without holding anything back, he shot forward in a violent burst, roaring as he charged straight at him and demanding to know who dared to stand in his way. But the entomber did not move back, not even by half a step. As Li Mingxuan rushed in with all that force, the entomber calmly raised one hand and seized him directly by the face, stopping his entire attack in an instant, as though it carried no weight at all. With Li Mingxuan trapped there, he leaned closer, lifted a single finger to his lips, and gave him a silent, chilling warning to shut his mouth. While Li Mingxuan remained locked in his grasp, unable to break free, the entomber looked down at him with those sharp, blood-red eyes. His face showed no anger, no hesitation, and no mercy, only a cold, absolute calm. Then he made the judgment clear. Anyone who dared to trespass into Tai City had only one fate waiting for them: death.
Fang Yi looked down at the intruders with an expression so cold it seemed to freeze the air around him. Then his voice sank, sharp and merciless, as he delivered Taishi City's absolute law without the slightest hesitation. Anyone foolish enough to trespass on this land would pay for that choice with their life. Li Mingxuan barely even had time to catch his breath or steady himself before Fang Yi moved. The strike landed with terrifying force, smashing into him so violently that the man's face twisted in panic as his body was thrown backward and sent crashing hard onto the ground. Fang Yi stepped forward over the fallen leader, his presence looming like judgment itself. As he stood above Li Mingxuan, a brilliant golden sword slowly took shape in his hand, its radiant light burning brighter and brighter as overwhelming power poured from it. Flat on the ground, Li Mingxuan stared up at Fang Yi with wide, trembling eyes. Sweat streamed down his face as fear overtook every part of his expression, and his voice shook so badly he could barely speak while stammering out the sealer's title, unable to believe that the man he thought was dead was standing right before him. Fang Yi's eyes glowed with a dangerous crimson light, making his already cold expression look even more terrifying. There was not a trace of mercy on his face as he dismissed Li Mingxuan with chilling indifference, as if the man in front of him had already been reduced to nothing but ashes. The very next moment, golden flames erupted with a deafening roar and swallowed Li Mingxuan completely. His screams were drowned beneath the raging fire as the invading leader was burned alive, consumed under Fang Yi's merciless blaze before he had any chance to resist. When the final sparks drifted through the heated air, Fang Yi slowly shifted his calm gaze toward the remaining thugs. His voice remained steady as he said he could understand why people would fight and struggle over a throne that had only just appeared. But as soon as Fang Yi's eyes sharpened, the atmosphere around him changed completely, turning heavy enough to make breathing difficult. What truly enraged him was not their greed for power, but the fact that these idiots had dared to divide up Taishi City as though it belonged to them. Fang Yi began advancing toward them one step at a time, and every measured footfall seemed to crush what little courage they had left. Then his voice grew even colder as he reminded them that they had gone even further than greed. They had actually dared to reach their hands toward his family. The killing intent in Fang Yi's glare was so heavy that the entire room felt locked in place, as if even the air had stopped moving. With no emotion in his voice, he delivered their final sentence. Not a single one of them would be allowed to leave this place alive. A violent surge of power burst from Fang Yi, and in the next instant, a blazing fire dragon tore through the room. Its flames swept over the invaders with terrifying speed, engulfing them before they could even scream and erasing them from existence in a single overwhelming strike. Outside the building, Taishi City was still drowning beneath the storm, its streets soaked and chaotic. Jianglu stood together with his allied pioneers, facing hostile forces from every direction as the tension around them continued to tighten. Then, from the direction of the Spirit Association building, a massive explosion of fire suddenly shot into the sky. The golden blaze tore through the dark storm clouds, spreading its light across the rain-soaked city and illuminating everything beneath it. The enemy thugs froze in place the moment they saw it, their faces draining pale as fear spread through their ranks. In that instant, the truth struck all of them at once. The sealer had really returned. Panic crashed through the invaders when Li Mingxuan's aura disappeared without a trace. Realizing they had been tricked by false rumors, they cursed themselves for believing the sealer was dead, and even more for having the nerve to step foot inside Taishi City. The moment Zhang Lu saw their morale fall apart, he threw his head back and burst into a triumphant laugh. He mocked them for having the courage to invade Taishi City, but not the courage to face what came after, then charged straight into battle just as the thugs began shouting for a desperate retreat. The invaders' formation collapsed instantly, and they scattered in every direction like terrified beasts fleeing a hunter. Every single one of them understood the same thing deep down. Once they crossed paths with the sealer, the only road waiting for them was death. Seeing that the perfect moment had arrived to crush them completely, the lead official of the Spirit Association raised his voice and gave the order to pursue. He made it clear that none of these invaders could be allowed to escape, regroup, and bring danger back to the city again. But before the fleeing rogues could put any real distance between themselves and the battlefield, a vast wave of fire swept across the streets. It crashed straight through their escape route and burned through them with horrifying speed. Captain Chen Ruo looked up as the flames descended from above, and the instant that overwhelming pressure washed over him, recognition flashed across his face. This devastating power was something he knew far too well. Wang Lan and Song Yiming stood frozen, staring in shock as the destruction unfolded before their eyes. When they saw even powerful Jinggang realm pioneers being wiped out in the blink of an eye, they both understood that only the sealer could unleash such a terrifying attack. Su Qingying looked out across the battered city, and confidence returned to her gaze as the pressure on their side finally lifted. She calmly declared that no enemy would dare approach them now, and with the balance of power completely reversed, she immediately ordered her subordinates to gather every metal attribute spirit crystal the association had available. The surviving thugs fled wildly through the nearby forest, pushing forward in a frenzy while branches lashed against them from every side. But their fear only grew sharper when they realized that heavily armed military reinforcements had already entered the area and were hunting them down. President Ye Xiao arrived with Elder Wu Guyuru and the military forces moving alongside him. Without wasting even a second, Ye Xiao ordered the troops to capture every last invader, making it clear that the sealer himself would decide what fate awaited them. Completely cornered, exhausted, and stripped of all their earlier arrogance, the surviving rogue pioneers fell to their knees and begged for mercy. They swore that if their lives were spared, they would join the Spirit Association and dedicate themselves to protecting the Xia nation from then on. Guyuru looked down at the kneeling men with open disgust in her cold eyes. To her, these people were nothing more than pathetic opportunists, not truly repentant at all, only shaking and begging because death had finally arrived right at their doorstep. At that moment, Guyuru's attention snapped upward as one of the allied pioneers suddenly shouted in alarm and excitement. His voice cut through the battlefield as he announced that the sealer had arrived. A towering pillar of fire crashed down into the street in front of them, roaring upward with incredible force. Heat rolled across the battlefield, and golden light spread over everyone nearby as the flames surged high into the air. From within the raging flames, Fang Yi stepped out slowly, his fiery sword gripped in his hand. His expression remained cold and impossible to read as he glanced over the scene and asked whether these were the remaining invaders. The instant the trapped rogues faced Fang Yi's overwhelming presence directly, the last pieces of their courage nearly shattered. With death pressing down on them from every side, they desperately wondered whether fighting to the bitter end might still give them even the smallest chance of escaping. But fear had already frozen their bodies in place, leaving none of them able to take even a single step. In complete desperation, one of the thugs screamed that this was unfair, cursing Taishi City and blaming their approaching deaths on the false rumors that had claimed the sealer was already dead. Fang Yi did not waste a single word answering their miserable excuses. He only raised one hand, and above him, a terrifying mass of fiery energy began to gather, swelling with deadly pressure. Guru watched with shock in her eyes as that power continued growing larger and larger. The raw spiritual energy pouring out of Fang Yi felt strong enough to flatten the entire city, and what stunned her most was that he possessed such frightening strength even without claiming the newly appeared throne. Then, Fang Yi brought his hand down with ruthless calm. A colossal wave of fire surged forward at once, crashing over the remaining invaders and engulfing them instantly, reducing their bodies to ash before they could fight back. As the flames slowly faded, Gu Yuru stared at the scorched aftermath and came to a chilling realization. Fang Yi's strength had already surpassed even Elder Wu's. Elder Wu had become a legend for saving an entire city on his own. Yet if Fang Yi had not deliberately restrained this attack, the flames would have destroyed everything in their path. Yi Xiao could only marvel at the sight before him. The invaders, who had nearly overwhelmed their entire force, had been eliminated by Fang Yi with effortless precision. And despite the terrifying scale of the attack, not a single ally had been hurt. A smile slowly appeared on Yi Xiao's face as he looked over the battlefield. He said that every pioneer in the Xia nation watching this scene was probably feeling the same shock they were feeling right now. As Fang Yi walked out from the last flickers of flame, Ye Xiao understood that everyone had finally witnessed the truth with their own eyes. The distance between ordinary pioneers and the sealer was not merely large, it was impossibly vast. Fang Yi's ruthless display had saved Taishi City and crushed any chance of future rebellion in one decisive strike. Fear was necessary to restore order, because showing mercy to these invaders would have been an insult to every person who had died protecting the country. After that, Fang Yi approached the group and apologized for arriving late. He thanked Yi Xiao and the others for defending Taishi City while he had been absent. But almost immediately his expression turned serious again as he asked them to help him with one final urgent matter. Fang Yi explained that his cousin Lin Yi Yi had tried to subdue the metal attribute throne by herself in order to protect the city. When he arrived, he had already infused her with protective spiritual energy. But even then, he could still sense that her condition was worsening at a frightening speed. Inside the metal attribute throne's spatial domain, Lin Yi Yi pushed her energy to its absolute limit, desperately trying to force the glowing artifact to submit. But the sentient throne only mocked her with contempt, calling her a foolish human and refusing to accept someone it saw as weak trash as its master. The throne demanded a stronger master, its voice filled with arrogance and furious disdain. Then it violently ordered Lin Yi Yi to get lost, releasing a massive blast of blue energy straight toward her. Lin Yi Yi reacted as quickly as her battered body allowed, bringing both arms up and crossing them tightly in front of herself. She braced her stance, trying to withstand the incoming strike head-on. The impact slammed into her with crushing force. Her body was hurled backward through the air, and blood burst from her mouth as the blow tore through her defenses. Even though sweat covered her face and her injuries had already taken a terrible toll, Lin Yi Yi forced herself to lift her gaze and glare fiercely at the throne. No matter how arrogant the artifact was, she refused to let it look down on her. The artifact finally ran out of patience and declared that she would die right there at its feet. Its cruel words promised that her corpse would remain forever inside its domain, groveling before it even in death. But just before the throne could unleash the final blow, a warm golden energy suddenly appeared and wrapped itself around Lin Yi Yi's battered body. That protective aura caught her in mid-air, holding her steady before she could fall any farther. At the same time, it shielded her from the crushing pressure of the artifact's deadly power. Lin Yi Yi's face immediately brightened with relief as she felt that familiar power surrounding her. In that instant, she understood the truth without needing anyone to say it. Her cousin had finally returned. The instant the artifact sensed the spiritual energy surging out from Fang Yi, its entire attitude flipped as if a switch had been thrown. This was not the kind of power it had been prepared for. The energy was unbelievably pure, crushingly vast, and so far beyond its expectations that the artifact could no longer maintain even a trace of its former arrogance. Its shock quickly turned into open reverence, and without the slightest hesitation, it cast aside everything it had said before, declaring with complete conviction that this newly arrived Fang Yi was the only one truly qualified to stand above it as king. A boom laugh erupted from the sentient metal throne, ringing out across the space with the harsh, victorious sound of steel crashing against steel. Before that terrifying artifact, Lin Yi Yi remained suspended in silence inside the golden sphere shielding her, while the ancient throne proudly announced that after waiting for so long, it had finally discovered someone worthy of inheriting its dreadful power. The ancient artifact could barely restrain the excitement surging through its voice. Its attention locked completely onto Lin Yi Yi, and it declared that it wanted to witness her real limits with its own senses. If she truly possessed the potential it had detected, then it would be the one to personally test just how far that strength could go. The instant the throne came crashing downward, a massive shockwave detonated from its landing point and swept outward with brutal force. Taishi City trembled beneath the impact. Streets rattled violently, buildings shook on their foundations, and the pressure released by the artifact surged through the city like an unseen tidal wave. From the direction of the back mountain, an enormous dome of blue energy suddenly swelled upward, stretching high into the sky. Beneath it, the ground across Taishi City began to quake fiercely, sending terrified citizens stumbling through the streets as screams broke out everywhere, with many believing a devastating earthquake had begun. Realizing in an instant how dangerous the situation had become, Jiaolan moved without the slightest delay. She gathered her strength, raised both hands, and immediately began releasing her power outward, forming a defensive barrier meant to protect the city from the violent impact spreading from the throne. As the metal throne's surging force slammed into her defenses, Jiaolan's expression tightened with alarm. She quickly understood just how ferocious and unstable that energy really was. If they could not suppress it here, the backlash would not simply scar Taishi City. It had enough destructive power to tear the entire place apart. Jiaolan clenched her teeth and forced herself to endure the crushing pressure bearing down on her. Then she shouted to the other defenders nearby, calling for support. Gu Yuru, Song Yiming, Wang Lan, and the others immediately gathered their own power, all of them knowing this crisis had grown far beyond what one person could withstand alone. Working together, they poured every bit of strength they could summon into stabilizing the trembling shield. Their bodies strained under the pressure as the barrier shook violently against the throne's force. Jiaolan urged them not to hold anything back, warning that every ounce of power they added now could reduce the destruction reaching the city below. Near the outer edge of the metal throne's spreading barrier, Elder Wu and President Ye Xiao stood side by side, watching the turbulent energy twist and surge in front of them. The longer they stared into that storm-like power, the more solemn and heavy their expressions became. The amount of destructive force gushing from the artifact had already exceeded anything either of them had imagined. As they watched the chaos continue to unfold, a growing worry settled over them, and they could not help suspecting that Lin Yiyi's attempt to claim the metal throne might already be sliding toward failure. Ye Xiao suddenly turned toward Fang Yi, his face drawn tight with alarm. In a tense voice, he warned him that if those violent energy spikes kept erupting like this, then not only would Fang Yi's cousin be in danger, but the whole of Taishi City could be pulled into disaster with her. Fang Yi narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on Lin Yiyi, who was still floating far away inside the chaos. A slow frown appeared on his face, but it was not fear that changed his expression. What troubled him most was the strange confusion rising from what he was seeing. He understood clearly that taming the throne was ultimately Lin Yiyi's own trial, and no one else could walk that path in her place. But the metal core he had given her should not have provoked such a violent reaction. More importantly, from what Fang Yi could sense, Lin Yiyi's current condition did not seem bad enough to explain this kind of eruption. Then, without even the faintest warning, a playful voice filled with amusement drifted out from the dark red energy curling inside Fang Yi's shadow. It was as if the sound had risen straight from the darkness beneath him, calm, entertained, and completely unbothered by the chaos raging all around. From within that crimson shadow, the ancient god-demon armor finally spoke, revealing the real reason behind the throne's bizarre behavior. According to the ancient entity, the metal throne was not actually putting Lin Yiyi through a true test at all. Instead, all of this terrifying commotion had been created for one simple reason. The artifact wanted Fang Yi to notice it. The metal throne had already turned its attention toward him, and in its own willful way, it had chosen Fang Yi as the master it truly desired. The moment Fang Yi heard that explanation, surprise flashed across his face. In the next breath, he understood exactly where the problem lay. The throne's own desire to choose him had disrupted his original plan, interfering with Lin Yiyi's chance to become its rightful master. Knowing he could no longer simply stand on the sidelines and watch, Fang Yi turned his focus toward the demonic armor within his shadow and asked for its assistance. The ancient being, clearly delighted to finally have a chance to move, accepted immediately without even pretending to hesitate. Fang Yi seized that opening and summoned the ancient god-demon armor onto his body. Piece by piece, jagged plates of dark metal spread across him, locking into place, while crimson energy glowed through the gaps like veins of fire burning beneath the armor's surface. A confident smirk slowly appeared at the corner of Fang Yi's mouth as the armor fully settled around him. To him, stepping in was not only a rescue attempt for Lin Yiyi, it was also the perfect opportunity to test whether this legendary armor could truly endure the overwhelming might of the metal throne. Fang Yi told Elder Wu and the others to remain where they were, explaining that there was something he needed to test personally. Then, without the slightest trace of fear in his posture, he moved forward and calmly advanced toward the swirling blue barrier surrounding the metal throne. Just before he entered that violently surging field of energy, Fang Yi glanced back at his companions and warned them again not to leave their positions. Even if something unexpected happened once he was inside, he told them not to lose their judgment and charge in after him recklessly. Outside the barrier, President Yi Xiao stared with complete shock written across his face. The very moment Fang Yi stepped into the metal throne's violent energy field, the wild pressure around it suddenly calmed, almost as though the artifact had finally recognized the person it had truly been waiting for. Fang Yi landed safely within the artifact's inner space and immediately began taking in everything around him. This was the core domain of the metal throne itself, a strange and oppressive world filled everywhere with the artifact's overwhelming presence. For a brief moment, Fang Yi was genuinely surprised that a living person with a physical body could actually enter a space like this, but he had no time to dwell on that thought. His gaze quickly locked onto Lin Yiyi, who was struggling desperately beneath the crushing pressure released by the throne. Fang Yi rushed toward her at once, not wasting even a second. As a barrage of attacks shot toward Lin Yiyi one after another, the armor covering Fang Yi absorbed and deflected them with almost effortless ease, placing itself between her and the throne's assault. Fang Yi lifted his voice and directly called out to the sentient throne. The artifact responded with unmistakable excitement, its tone eager and almost impatient, saying it had been waiting for this moment and had long wanted the chance to properly speak with him. Still floating in the middle of that chaotic space, Lin Yiyi stared at Fang Yi as if she could hardly believe what she was seeing. Confusion and shock crossed her face, and she called out to her cousin, asking how he had possibly managed to enter the barrier. The metal throne paid no attention at all to Lin Yiyi's question. Its focus remained fixed entirely on Fang Yi, fascinated by the dense spiritual energy gathered within him and by the ancient noble aura wrapped around his body. With obvious pride, the artifact declared that its instincts had been correct in choosing Fang Yi. But right as it began boasting about its judgment, Lin Yiyi suddenly shouted in alarm, desperately warning Fang Yi to be careful. In the next instant, enormous spheres of pure energy appeared around Fang Yi, surrounding him from every direction. Yet, instead of striking him down, the throne began making a proposal, insisting that humanity was in desperate need of a weapon as powerful as itself. The throne's energy coiled around Fang Yi like chains forged from light, wrapping him tightly within its grasp. With almost feverish enthusiasm, the artifact promised that if he accepted it, it would help him become the absolute ruler of their world, the vast universe beyond it, and even distant realms he had never imagined. The metal throne pressed even further, declaring that together they could rewrite the very laws of reality and raise Fang Yi above every other being as the one true king. But standing in front of that enormous temptation, Fang Yi did not look shaken at all. He simply smiled. Fang Yi did not even bother taking a moment to weigh the offer. He rejected it outright, and with a burst of effortless force, he shattered the energy chains binding him. The proud sentient artifact froze in stunned disbelief, clearly unprepared for such a direct refusal. With a calm expression, Fang Yi told the metal throne that he had absolutely no interest in claiming it for himself. Then he added that there was also a serious flaw in all those grand promises it had just thrown at him. Fang Yi pointed out that several other ancient thrones already existed on Earth. Because of that, the metal throne had no real proof that it was stronger than the rest of them. Its overwhelming confidence alone was not enough to make such a claim believable. Then, in the same casual tone someone might use to ask an ordinary question, Fang Yi wondered aloud whether the ancient artifacts had some kind of ranking system. The question struck the metal throne like a direct insult, making it stammer with fury as it demanded to know whether Fang Yi truly dared to question its power. Fang Yi did not get drawn into the throne's anger. Instead, he calmly lifted his hand, pointed toward Lin Yiyi, and laid out a deal for the metal throne to seriously consider. If the throne wanted to prove its strength and cooperate with Fang Yi, then the first thing it had to do was accept his cousin as its master. Only by acknowledging Lin Yiyi would it even have the chance to earn a position beside him. Fang Yi went on to explain that both the Wood Throne and the Thunder Throne had already shown far more wisdom. Unlike the Metal Throne, they had chosen to form useful partnerships with him and with the people standing around him. With a faint smirk on his face, Fang Yi reminded the throne that no matter how powerful it was, it could not force him into a pact. If it truly wanted to fulfill its own purpose, then it needed to abandon those impossible standards and carefully think over the offer being placed in front of it. When the Metal Throne suddenly fell silent, Fang Yi felt a small flicker of disappointment pass through him. The artifact's quiet reaction was not exactly what he had expected after provoking it so directly. After all, the Metal Throne was known for its violent and aggressive nature. Fang Yi had almost been hoping it would explode in anger and attack him, giving him the perfect chance to test his new armor in a true battle. Leaving the silent artifact where it was, Fang Yi turned and walked over to Lin Yiyi. He told her that Taishi City no longer needed her to sacrifice herself, and if she wanted to leave this dangerous place, he would personally take her out. Now that the crushing weight of duty had finally been lifted from Lin Yi's shoulders, Fang Yi looked at her with a serious expression and asked the question that mattered most. Did she still want the metal throne, and did she truly have the willpower to tame it through her own strength? Lin Yi met Fang Yi's gaze directly and did not look away. Her eyes remained steady, her expression was firm, and when she answered there was no trace of hesitation in her voice as she declared that she was ready to face the challenge. She thanked Fang Yi for always standing behind her and giving her support whenever it mattered most, but at the same time, she made it clear that her resolve had already been set before he ever arrived to help her. When Fang Yi heard that response, the seriousness in his expression softened into a proud smile. In that moment, he understood that Lin Yi was no longer being pushed forward only by duty. This time, she had chosen the path with her own will. Fang Yi reminded her that in a world as dangerous as theirs, real strength was never just about ambition, pride, or chasing power for its own sake. It was the only way to keep surviving, to protect the people closest to them, and to guard their family from the threats that still waited ahead. With her confidence renewed, Lin Yi promised that once she conquered the metal throne, she would finally step forward in the proper way. From that point on, she would officially take up her role as the captain of Yuan City. After leaving his cousin inside the trial space to face the rest of her challenge on her own, Feng Yi turned back and stepped through the portal once again. The instant his figure returned to the real world, Elder Wu, Zhao Lan, and President Ye Xiao were already waiting for him there, their faces tight with worry and their bodies clearly unable to relax after everything that had just unfolded. Feng Yi could see the tension written all over their expressions, but he himself stayed completely steady, as if the pressure from moments ago had not shaken him at all. In a calm voice, he explained that the sentient metal throne had not directly turned Lin Yi away, and instead it had agreed to seriously weigh the possibility of recognizing her as its master. Then Feng Yi gave them the most important reassurance first. The artifact would no longer threaten the city. At least for now, there was no reason for anyone to fall into panic or rush into extreme measures. What they needed to do was keep the mountains sealed, isolate the entire area, and maintain a strict quarantine around it. Feng Yi continued by telling them that Yi had made her own decision to remain inside the trial space, choosing to complete the process properly instead of backing away midway. Because of that, he looked directly at the leaders gathered in front of him and asked them to provide her with every bit of support they were able to offer. President Ye Xiao did not even pause to think before agreeing. Without the slightest hesitation in his voice, he promised on the spot that every metal attribute spirit crystal currently held by the Spirit Association would be delivered directly to Taishi City. All so Yi would have the best possible chance to succeed. Elder Wu's face quickly brightened with a satisfied smile, and he stepped in with the same eagerness. He gave his word that the Star God Combat Zone would empty out its own stores for Yi, and beyond that, they would also pull together extra resources from other military bases to push her training support as far as they possibly could. Around them, the pioneers and officials who had been silently watching could no longer keep their reactions contained. Low whispers began spreading through the crowd, and again their eyes shifted toward Feng Yi, filled with stunned admiration, deep shock, and the kind of disbelief that came from witnessing something far beyond common sense. From their point of view, everything Feng Yi had accomplished was almost too unbelievable to accept. He had endured the terrifying dark tide, wiped out wave after wave of monsters, and even spoken with a godlike throne as though he were negotiating with an equal. Yet after all of that, he had actually turned around and refused to take the throne for himself. Now that the immediate danger hanging over the city had finally been lifted, Feng Yi's expression gradually turned solemn once more. He shifted his gaze toward Elder Wu and told him that there was still one last matter left to handle, an extremely important task that he needed to entrust to both Elder Wu and Zhang Tian. With city finally out of danger, Feng Yi's face loses its earlier ease. His gaze settles on Elder Wu, and in a low, serious voice, he says there is still one final matter left, something extremely important that he needs Elder Wu and Zhang Tian to handle for him. Feng Yi turns to the two seasoned veterans, Elder Wu and Zhang Tian, and asks them to help him test a new item he managed to bring back from the dark tide, an item whose true power still needs to be measured. Nearby, Zhao Lan catches their conversation. Her eyes shift toward Feng Yi, and she quietly wonders what kind of request would make him speak with such a serious expression. After a moment, Zhao Lan understands the reason behind it. The elders still feel guilty over Feng Yi's brush with death, and if they can exchange blows with him directly, even in a controlled spar, it may finally ease the weight pressing on their hearts. She also remembers how terrifying the dark attribute is, a power that devours life force itself. That thought only makes her more curious about what kind of divine artifact Feng Yi could have pulled from such a deadly place. Zhao Lan's thoughts drift to the rumors surrounding mysterious domains. Those places are said to be horrifying beyond imagination, and the artifacts that emerge from them do not even belong to their universe, carrying powers far beyond normal understanding. Elder Wu accepts without the slightest hesitation. His eyes brighten, and he bursts into laughter, saying he has always wanted a proper spar with Fang Yi and is actually grateful that Fang Yi is giving him this chance. At that moment, Fang Yi thinks of his cousin, Lin Ye, who is still at the restricted mountain. Though worry flickers in his heart, he decides to believe that her connection with the metal throne will lead her toward the fate meant for her. With confidence in Lin Ye's success, Fang Yi looks back at everyone and tells them it is time to move. The group then heads straight for the elite training center in the Star God Combat Zone, a special facility built to endure terrifying levels of destructive force. Once they step inside the facility, Elder Wu looks around the reinforced space and gives a satisfied nod. For a test involving Fang Yi's new artifact, this place could not be more suitable. Fang Yi glances over the walls and calmly asks whether this room is truly sturdy enough to contain a massive explosion without letting the outside world feel even the slightest impact. Standing inside the training room, Elder Wu assures Fang Yi that the facility is completely secure. His tone is confident as he tells Fang Yi not to worry about damage and not to hold anything back. When Elder Wu asks how they should start, Fang Yi lays down the rule without hesitation. He will remain exactly where he is, unmoving, while the elders launch their attacks at him. The moment he finishes speaking, a deep, dark energy surges around Fang Yi's body. He stands at the center of it all and challenges the veterans to attack him together, using every bit of strength they have. Zhang Tian feels the pressure rolling off Fang Yi like an ancient force awakening. His expression tightens, and with a trace of nerves in his voice, he asks whether Fang Yi is already using some kind of defensive artifact. Another veteran grins as his own energy begins to gather around him. Fang Yi's boldness clearly excites him, and he praises the young man's courage before preparing to strike. Declaring that they will not go easy on him, the elders spring forward at once. Their powers merge in midair, condensing into one overwhelming beam of energy aimed straight at Fang Yi. Fang Yi does not take a single step back. A dark shield of energy erupts around him, and in the next instant, the elders' combined attack slams violently against that barrier. The impact explodes outward into a massive shockwave, forcing the attackers to stagger back under the pressure. But through the thick smoke and swirling dust, Fang Yi's outline remains perfectly still. As the dust slowly begins to clear, Fang Yi's figure comes back into view. Covering his body is the ancient god demon armor, dark and menacing, while he stands there as motionless as a mountain. The elders freeze, staring at him in disbelief. Their full-strength attack had failed to leave even a mark on the armor, and Fang Yi himself had not suffered the slightest injury. Elder Wu swallows hard, his earlier confidence turning into uneasy awe. He admits that if Fang Yi ever stood against them as an enemy, he would be more terrifying than any disaster or beast king they had ever faced, while Fang Yi simply notes that their attack was far too weak and barely felt like anything at all. At that moment, Fang Yi understands the ancient armor's true strength. Forged across countless millennia, it can absorb both spiritual energy and demonic energy, making it resistant to dark attributes while even feeding on that power to become stronger. The heavy silence finally breaks when Elder Wu bursts into laughter. He declares that the test is already over, clearly convinced of Fang Yi's overwhelming strength, then turns toward Zhang Tian and urges him to admit defeat as well. With relief spreading across his face, Elder Wu says he can finally step down from the burden he has carried for so long. He respectfully calls Fang Yi a true hero, someone destined to lead them toward a brighter future. As the terrifying armor fades away from Fang Yi's body, Elder Wu looks at him with a serious expression and asks whether he is going to become the supreme commander of the Xia Nation. Not long after, an official announcement rings out from headquarters. The sealer Fang Yi has now been appointed as the supreme commander of the Xia Nation Combat Zone. Elder Wu and Zhang Tian celebrate the result with clear excitement, knowing the decision had passed unanimously and that Fang Yi's rise was now recognized by everyone. As the strongest combatant in the entire nation, Fang Yi now holds absolute authority over all armed forces, placing the future of the Xia Nation's military power directly in his hands. The announcement sends shockwaves everywhere. Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend, Chu Qingli, can hardly believe how far he has risen, while others who once knew him are thrilled. His friends cheer loudly, and Major Han Li smiles as he remembers how they once jokingly called this tyrant their new leader. Lin Yi's friend is left completely stunned. She can hardly process that the legendary sealer everyone is talking about is actually Lin Yi's own cousin. When Wang Liang excitedly brings the news to Ji Ruoyan, Expecting celebration, she reacts with irritation instead and coldly orders extra training, leaving no room for him to enjoy the moment. Zhang Lu breaks down in happy tears, proudly boasting that his teacher is the greatest of all. Gu Yiru and Captain Chen Ru also celebrate, believing with full confidence that the sealer will keep creating miracles. At headquarters, Wang Lan's peers finally admit that Fang Yi has proven his worth beyond doubt. Su Qingying is amazed that the man she once monitored has become the nation's pillar, and the leading official agrees that they owe Fang Yi everything. At a public rally, a speaker raises his voice before the crowd, praising the sealer as a hero who has resolved countless disasters. He tells every student present that Fang Yi's contributions must never be forgotten. Back at home, Fang Yi's aunt watches the news with tears in her eyes. Relief washes over her as she thinks about all the hardship Fang Yi and Yi Yi have endured to reach this day. Meanwhile, inside the divine pavilion, an enraged official slams a crystal to pieces. His face twists with fury as he realizes his faction has been completely ignored in such an important appointment. While his anger continues to burn, a sinister red shadow suddenly appears before him. The entity mocks him in a low, tempting voice, saying the other factions clearly mean to push the divine pavilion aside. The red shadow then offers him a pact, promising that he can obtain everything he wants. Still wary, the official narrows his eyes and asks what kind of help this strange being can actually provide. Before the red shadow can give its answer, the sharp ring of the official's phone cuts through the tense air. The official answers, only to be struck by a frantic report from the other side. His expression changes instantly as he hears that the Thunder Throne has suddenly gone berserk. The red shadow curls into a grin, as if everything has unfolded exactly as planned. It tells the official that the promised help has already arrived, then urges him to deal with the crisis and show how he will use this opportunity. Over at the Chuan City Restricted Zone, a monstrous lightning storm tears across the sky. Emergency warnings blare throughout the area, ordering a full citywide evacuation as abnormal energy threatens to wipe out everything nearby. At the very center of the storm, the sentient Gourdvine, master of the Thunder Throne, thrashes wildly. Chaotic purple lightning erupts from it in violent bursts, making it look as though the creature has been corrupted by some unseen force. At the base of the mountain, the pioneers fight desperately against the relentless lightning. One of them collapses under the assault, and his comrade panics, admitting that the enraged Thunder Throne is overwhelming them and that they are about to lose control. As another pioneer rushes to heal the wounded man, he clings to the last bit of hope in his heart. He remembers the rumors that the sealer can communicate with the artifact and silently prays that Fang Yi will arrive before everything falls apart. At that critical moment, Fang Yi arrives with Elder Wu, Zhang Tian, and the other veterans, their figures cutting through the chaos like reinforcements sent at the perfect time. The defenders cry out in relief the instant they see him. Fang Yi thanks them for holding the line, then steps forward and calmly tells them that he will take over from here. High above their heads, the storm clouds split with a blinding flash. A colossal pillar of purple lightning comes crashing down from the sky, aimed directly at Fang Yi and everyone gathered below. The lead pioneers react on instinct, raising their hands with all the strength they have left as they try to block the devastating strike bearing down on them. Now, with the tension hanging heavy in the air, they stood prepared to face Fang Yi's corrupted ally head-on, bracing themselves for the clash that was about to unfold. Fang Yi turned slowly to face the seasoned pioneers, his expression sober and resolute. He began recounting the long and turbulent history he shared with the Thunder Throne, explaining with a weighty tone that its master, the sentient Gourdvine, had grown immensely through years of cultivation. He reminded them that this very entity had once been their savior, playing a decisive role in repelling a catastrophic mutant beast disaster, its power a lifeline when all seemed lost. He went on, his voice steady yet urgent, to explain the recent calamity. A sudden surge of raw spiritual energy had triggered a secondary evolution within the Thunder Throne, a transformation that stripped it of the delicate control it once held over its newfound immense power. The consequences of this uncontrolled evolution, he warned, could be catastrophic. Under the overwhelming pressure radiating from the artifact, Elder Wu groaned deeply, each strained breath a testament to the sheer force pressing against his chest. The weight of energy was nearly unbearable, pressing in from all sides like a suffocating storm. Beside him, President Ye Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting a mix of fear and awe as he assessed the Thunder Throne. With a firm, measured voice, he declared that the throne's raw, untamed power had now surpassed the third level of the Jinggang realm, shattering the barrier into the legendary and almost mythical Shenyue realm. The veteran defenders could only gape in disbelief, frozen as they watched the swirling storm of energy rage uncontrollably before them, their faces etched with a mixture of shock and dread at the raw spectacle unfolding. Ye Xiao's tone carried gravity as he continued, explaining that any being who reached the Shenyue realm would see their spiritual power transcend the limits of the mortal world. Such a pioneer could ascend to near divinity, commanding authority rivaling that of an entire mystical domain or even a throne itself. He added with measured concern that the rapid acceleration of spiritual energy recovery now made attaining the Shenyue realm within reach for some, and that inevitably even loftier tiers, such as the star-altering Zuri realm, would emerge in the future, redefining the boundaries of mortal potential. A ripple of panic spread among the pioneers, as they realized the Jia nation had yet to produce a single Shenyue realm pioneer. Fear and a creeping sense of despair clouded their minds, leaving them to question whether the Thunder Throne's wild, rampaging power could even be contained by anyone alive. Fang Yi lifted his hand with calm authority, signaling the defenders to resist the rising tide of panic. His gaze was steady, unwavering, radiating a quiet confidence that urged them to hold their composure despite the storm around them. He sensed a flicker of the Thunder Throne's original consciousness deep within the chaotic energy, and declared with resolute determination that hope was far from lost. With a firm decision, he resolved to speak directly to the sentient gourdvine, aiming to restore its lost control. Drawing upon his inner reserves, Fang Yi activated the Thunder Domain Divine Limit. A luminous spiral of energy appeared on his forehead, glowing brightly as he focused with unbroken intensity, channeling the erratic currents of the throne toward himself in a daring attempt to stabilize the chaos. In an instant, the violent swirl of lightning around him froze midair, coalescing into a colossal, radiant silhouette of the gourdvine itself. The pioneers inhaled sharply, realizing in stunned silence that Fang Yi had not only halted the throne's relentless assault, but had successfully established a direct connection with its sentient master. Every pioneer held their breath, tension gripping them as they silently prayed that the Thunder Throne's consciousness had not been completely lost. Eyes fixed on Fang Yi, they waited, uncertain but hopeful, to see how he would navigate the treacherous storm of raw power. Ye Xiao, noticing the immense energy radiating outward from Fang Yi, instinctively shouted for the others to assist, but Elder Wu gripped his arm, halting him just in time. He understood immediately. Fang Yi had already forged a direct, unbroken connection with the Thunder Throne. Any further intervention was unnecessary, potentially disruptive. And now, it was a matter only for Fang Yi and the sentient gourdvine. Fang Yi's consciousness slid seamlessly into the inner sanctum of the throne, penetrating the roiling heart of the artifact's being, immersing himself fully in the chaos that churned within. Amid the tumultuous currents of spiritual energy, he found the sentient gourdvine flailing helplessly, a primal struggle etched in its every motion. With calm authority, he asked whether it had lost control of its own immense power. Receiving no reply, and seeing the gourdvine incapable of even forming words, Fang Yi recognized the truth. The artifact was utterly overwhelmed, its consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse. He directed the struggling entity to follow his lead, speaking with quiet insistence. Fang Yi guided it to perceive its own spiritual energy as a tranquil lake, the turbulent waves gradually calming under its careful control. A violent surge erupted from the Thunder Throne, lightning scattering like a ferocious storm, yet Fang Yi moved with effortless grace, dodging every bolt while maintaining unshakable focus. He knew with acute awareness that if the gourdvine failed to regain control, soon the risk of complete descent into madness loomed dangerously close. Radiating a calming aura, Fang Yi guided the throne patiently, encouraging the entity to soothe the turbulent lake that raged within its spiritual core. He instructed it to flow with the energy instead of resisting, to accept the spilling spiritual power and shape it with precision, bending it gently yet firmly to its will. Step by step, the once wild currents began to subside, slowly retreating and being absorbed back into the sentient gourdvine under Fang Yi's careful, steady direction. Fang Yi offered words of praise as the gourdvine regained control, and the sentient artifact, relief evident in its aura, thanked him, apologizing for the chaos it had caused. A warm smile spread across Fang Yi's face. He remarked on the gourdvine's late development of consciousness and noted that, despite its occasionally childlike mannerisms, it displayed an unexpectedly human-like understanding. The gourdvine asked, tentatively, if it had nearly fallen into demonic corruption. Fang Yi explained patiently that it had only experienced a sudden surge of power, temporarily losing control, and that violent resistance would have only deepened the chaos it had unleashed. He cautioned the gourdvine not to rely solely on the throne's strength without a grounded mind, emphasizing that in moments of crisis, raw power alone could lead to disaster. Fang Yi advised that calm, measured control must always accompany force. Outside the inner domain, the storm clouds gradually began to part, revealing the calm, clear sky above as if the world itself exhaled in relief. Elder Wu and President Ye Xiao exchanged astonished glances. The Thunder Throne had heeded Fang Yi's guidance, and Ye Xiao silently marveled at the young pioneer's uncanny ability to communicate directly with such unpredictable and chaotic energy. Zhang Tian's eyes followed Fang Yi's descent, disbelief written across his features. He murmured in astonishment, questioning whether a human could truly command such control over a throne and whether Fang Yi could still be considered fully human at all. He reflected further, realizing that Fang Yi protected the Xia nation with a fierceness surpassing that of all veteran elders combined. Yet he still wondered aloud why this extraordinary young pioneer had not yet advanced to the next realm, despite the overwhelming power he wielded. Fang Yi exhaled, the tension and exhaustion washing over him in equal measure. Guiding the Thunder Throne had been far more draining than any cultivation challenge he had faced. Muttering to himself, he admitted that teaching or guiding others was infinitely more troublesome than cultivating one's own power, a lesson steeped in newfound respect for mentors. With the crisis behind him, Fang Yi descended gently from the sky, landing gracefully before Elder Wu, Zhang Tian, and President Ye Xiao. Every movement was controlled, deliberate, his presence calm and reassuring. A helicopter roared nearby, its blades slicing through the air, shattering the brief moment of reunion with the mechanical intrusion of rotors and dust. 3 cloaked figures stepped from the helicopter, each exuding an air of authority that commanded immediate attention, their presence imposing and deliberate. The lead figure moved forward, confirming Fang Yi's identity as the legendary sealer. Introducing himself as Zheng Huiren of the Divine Pavilion, he projected authority and scrutiny. Confused, Fang Yi turned to Zhang Tian, asking quietly who these men were. Zhang Tian dismissed them with a derisive sneer, labeling them as corrupt bureaucrats who had amassed wealth and influence long before the spiritual awakening, their motives tainted and self-serving. He explained further that the Divine Pavilion, leveraging its deep coffers and powerful connections, aggressively asserted its dominance across the Jie nation, influencing every major decision with financial and political muscle. Zheng Huiren leveled a sharp accusation at Fang Yi, blaming him for a disaster that had caused severe damage to both the Jie nation and Chuan City. Unshaken, Fang Yi calmly challenged him to clarify the specifics of his claim, his demeanor collected and unflappable. Fuming, the official shouted that Fang Yi had possessed the power to communicate with the Thunder Throne, but had deliberately delayed intervention, jeopardizing countless lives. Pointing fingers and raising his voice, Zheng claimed Fang Yi had endangered Chuan City and demanded reparations. Fang Yi remained composed, noting that the Thunder Throne had already been restored to its normal state. Still dissatisfied, Zheng bellowed that mere recovery was insufficient. He demanded an ironclad guarantee that the throne would never again pose a threat to their safety. He pressed further, insisting that Fang Yi must command the Thunder Throne to serve the Jia nation, emphasizing the strategic and military advantage such control would confer upon the country. Ratcheting up his threats, Zheng demanded an immediate acknowledgement of guilt from Fang Yi, warning that refusal would provoke severe sanctions from the Divine Pavilion across the entire combat zone. Before Fang Yi could respond, an intense, blinding purple light suddenly engulfed the area, freezing everyone in place as if time itself had halted in awe. Zheng Huiren's eyes went wide with sheer terror as he instinctively glanced upward, utterly paralyzed by the otherworldly spectacle. A colossal bolt of lightning tore down from the heavens, striking him directly. The force was beyond comprehension, unstoppable, a manifestation of raw divine wrath. High above, the sentient Gortvine's voice rumbled like thunder, a declaration of wrath aimed squarely at those who dared disrespect its master. Death to the insolent. When the searing purple lightning finally faded, the once haughty official had vanished without a trace. Ye Xiao, still trembling and wide-eyed, whispered in disbelief, asking if the man had truly been erased from existence. He pivoted slowly, his eyes widening until they seemed almost to swallow his disbelief. The Thunder Throne, it actually accepted you as its master? He breathed out, his voice trembling under the weight of awe and shock. Fang Yi met his gaze steadily, unflinching, and gave a single, deliberate nod, a quiet confirmation that carried absolute certainty. With a fluid motion, Fang Yi swept his hand, dissipating the lingering crackle of energy that still hummed in the air. He inclined his head slightly, a gesture both humble and respectful. That terrifying strike hadn't been mere display, it was a token of reverence. The Thunder Throne's silent acknowledgement of the bond between master and artifact, a tribute to the teachings that had shaped its wielder. Turning to the onlookers, their faces still frozen in astonishment, Fang Yi softened his expression into a calm, serene smile. "The Thunder Throne isn't as fearsome as everyone thinks," he said, voice carrying a rare warmth threaded with authority. "It is loyal, obedient, and harbors no ill will toward most people. His gaze swept over the group, and with a lighter tone he added, "And it learns faster than anyone could even imagine." The contradiction of such a cataclysmic force described as gentle left the crowd in stunned silence, unable to reconcile the image with the reality they had witnessed. Yi Xiao's lips curved into a soft chuckle, but his eyes betrayed the deeper truth. The Thunder Throne's destructive potential could level continents in an instant, yet this tender, protective side revealed itself only to Fang Yi. That calm exterior masked a power so colossal, so unimaginable, that only Fang Yi could command it without peril. Zhong Tan let out a scoffing laugh, his satisfaction evident as he saw the scheming official finally brought low. Elder Wu stepped forward, his tone steady but grave, informing Fang Yi of their intent to make the incident public. He emphasized that the Thunder Throne had chosen Fang Yi, annihilating his enemies in his defense, a statement that would shake the perception of the entire nation. Fang Yi's lips curved into a calm, assured smile, his eyes glinting with quiet certainty. "In this era, secrets are nearly impossible to keep," he said, nodding slowly as if he welcomed the scrutiny rather than fearing it. His words carried the unmistakable aura of someone who wielded confidence like armor. Now fully in the spotlight, Fang Yi welcomed the attention. Each glance, every whisper that traveled through the streets, served as a subtle yet unmistakable warning. The Thunder Throne's immense power wasn't just a tool, it was a statement. A signal to all who might even consider opposing him that such defiance would come at a devastating cost. His expression darkened as he turned to Elder Wu, a shadow passing over his features. "The nation's peace will not endure for long," he warned, his words descending upon the room like an icy wind, heavy with portent and threat. A new era was unfolding. The age of the thrones. Leaders, factions, and power brokers across the land understood one immutable truth. To command one of these artifacts was to command the ultimate authority in a world rapidly reshaping itself. Elder Wu nodded, his face etched with grim concern. "Our authority can only restrain the greedy factions for so long," he admitted, voice low, weighted with realism. "No one can say when this fragile balance will finally shatter." Fang Yi's interest peaked, his sharp gaze locking on to Elder Wu. "Has anyone else managed to claim a throne?" he asked, his voice calm yet charged with curiosity. Elder Wu confirmed that only one individual had publicly revealed themselves as a throne master, a rare, remarkable accomplishment indeed. "And where is this person now?" Fang Yi pressed, his tone composed but laced with subtle intrigue. Elder Wu's answer was concise. "They are in Country B." Meanwhile, along the sun-drenched coastline of Country B, a massive throng erupted in wild celebration. Cheers roared like waves, flags snapped in the wind, and the people hailed their alliance leader's astonishing achievement, claiming the legendary Earth Throne. Overcome with pride, the leader of Country B raised both arms high, his voice booming across the jubilant crowd. "This is the ultimate symbol of fortune and power for our nation," he declared, his eyes alight with triumph and unyielding confidence. Hovering effortlessly into the sky, the newly crowned master's robe billowed dramatically like a banner caught in a victorious gale. He declared himself the Lord of the Earth, a title brimming with both authority and promise, as the wind carried his proclamation far across the celebration. "I will wield this divine might to elevate our nation above all others," he shouted, his voice echoing across the waves, resolute and commanding. "This ascent is ordained by the will of heaven itself." Clasping his hands together, he unleashed the Earth Throne's energy in a resounding roar. Massive boulders erupted violently from the ocean, spinning and smashing into the sky as if the sea itself had been rent apart, a breathtaking display of raw power. The crowd watched in wide-eyed awe, mouths hanging open as colossal stone monoliths erupted from the waters. The sheer scale of the throne's might left them trembling, a terrifying yet exhilarating spectacle that they would never forget. The Country B leader turned sharply to his followers, barking orders to capture every moment. This event would broadcast the nation's strength to the world. He lauded the unmatched power that only a throne master could command, eager to immortalize their dominance on every screen. Facing the cameras, the pioneering leader issued a brazen challenge, his grin laced with arrogance. He dared the Shia nation to respond, questioning whether their strongest pioneer, the Sealer, had ever dared to claim a throne. With a smug, self-satisfied smirk, the Country B leader answered his own taunt. "He hasn't?" he declared, each syllable dripping with scorn and superiority. Pointing directly at the camera, he continued, venom thick in his tone. "Without a throne, Fang Yi cannot even comprehend true power. Should we ever meet, the Sealer will be annihilated without mercy." The broadcast exploded across social media, going viral in an instant. Comments poured in from around the globe, mocking Xia Nation for failing to secure a throne. They derided Fang Yi as a fraud and hailed Country B as the new global superpower, dismissing Xia Nation as irrelevant and powerless. Back at headquarters, Su Qingying's eyes narrowed as she scrolled through the chaos online. Have they already forgotten how effortlessly Fang Yi dismantled one of their elite teams? She muttered, frustration cutting through her words like a blade. The lead official frowned, scrolling through the backlash with a deep sense of unease. The public announcement isn't even the worst part, he said. They're manipulating public opinion to make Jia Nation appear weak, merely because we have no officially recognized throne master. Su Qingying's gaze hardened, unwavering. Fang Yi's combat ability alone has always been enough to neutralize any internal threat, she said firmly, even without an artifact in his hands. The lead official let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. The people of Country B are too foolish to accept the truth, he said, a pained smile tugging at his lips. The two throne masters in Zanation? In reality, they're nothing more than Fang Yi's spiritual pet and his disciple. Meanwhile, at the Fang family villa, a blinding column of golden light shot into the sky, slicing through clouds with an intensity that painted the heavens in radiant brilliance. Inside, Fang Yi sat motionless in meditation, his body serene while his energy radiated outward. Every muscle, every breath, synchronized with the rhythm of his powerful cultivation, sending ripples of force into the surrounding space. A familiar sensation washed over him, stirring his soul like the first hint of a storm, signaling that a monumental breakthrough was approaching, an ascent that would shatter his current limits. His energy resonated with an ancient, almost primal force, a dark, guiding tide that molded and sharpened his strength with meticulous precision. The concentration of his spiritual essence burst outward in a blinding beam of golden light, piercing the clouds and forming a swirling vortex high above the city, a spectacle both magnificent and terrifying. Alarms shrieked at the monitoring center, staff thrown into a frenzied panic. One employee gasped aloud, noting that the city's spiritual energy had shattered every measurable limit known to them. As they traced the source, shock rippled through the room. The anomaly originated from Fang Yi's own home, bending the sky itself under the pressure of his overwhelming energy. Su Qingying's voice quavered as she delivered the revelation. Fang Yi is attempting a breakthrough to the next realm. The officials froze, each struck dumb by the enormity of what she announced. Deep within his trance, Fang Yi's form floated serenely before a massive luminous moon. His breathing was measured, controlled, and every ounce of his spiritual essence radiated with calm precision. The system confirmed the inevitability. A breakthrough into the Shenyue realm was imminent, promising to elevate Fang Yi's power far beyond its current boundaries. Storm clouds coiled menacingly around the moon as the system issued a warning. The Shenyue realm governed cold and illusion, and to succeed, Fang Yi would have to endure the celestial tribulation that awaited him. His once peaceful mental landscape erupted into chaos. Dark red currents swirled violently, striking and lashing against him with relentless ferocity. Through his spiritual vision, Fang Yi meticulously scrutinized the storm, observing every strike, every lash of force battering against his protective barrier. He recognized the tribulation instantly, pure, concentrated dark energy. Its connection to the moon was no coincidence, embodying the chaos and disorder that defined the realm he was about to enter. Fang Yi grasped the true essence of the Shenyue realm. To mortals, the moon appeared serene, beautiful even, but its power was rooted in madness, manipulation, twisting faith into fanatic devotion and bending minds with insidious subtlety. A confident, almost playful smile curved across his lips. This breakthrough won't be easy, he admitted, anticipation and unwavering resolve shimmering beneath his composed exterior. He gathered a massive sphere of golden energy around himself, crafting an impenetrable shield as the system warned of the tribulation's subtle attempts to corrupt his mind. Blinding slashes of dark energy collided with surging divine lightning, hammering his fiery barrier with ceaseless, relentless force. The tribulation drew on every ounce of its accumulated power, striving to crush his defenses and break his indomitable will. Unyielding, Fang Yi unleashed a thunderous roar, summoning the ancient god-demon armor that flowed over him like molten darkness made flesh, enveloping him in an aura of sheer terror. A colossal wave of dark red energy erupted outward, fused with the throne's immense power, driving back the storm with staggering intensity and authority. With unrelenting fury, Fang Yi unleashed a devastating fire slash, slicing through the celestial tribulation with raw, unstoppable force. Pouring every fragment of his strength into the attack, he invoked a secret, forbidden technique, summoning a massive flood of dark energy that engulfed the storm, asserting his dominance over the heavenly trial and bending the tribulation to his will. A churning, inky black energy twists violently through the air, coiling around itself like a living serpent. It devours the storm's chaotic winds and lightning with insatiable hunger, as if the raging tempest were nothing more than a flickering candle struggling to survive in the night. Every bolt, every gust, is drawn into the darkness, absorbed without effort, leaving the storm's fury helpless beneath its grasp. With the storm's roar silenced, Fang Yi rises with effortless grace, drifting upward toward the serene glow of the full moon hanging high above, like a silent guardian watching over the world below. The cool moonlight bathes him, tracing the lines of his form as he floats, calm and unwavering, the chaos of the tempest now a distant memory beneath him. A confident, almost mischievous smile curls across Fang Yi's lips. With a sharp snap of his fingers, the scattered remnants of the dark energy whirled obediently back toward him, rushing like an incoming tide returning to its shore. Each fragment of darkness merges with him seamlessly, wrapping around his aura until it pulses as one with his being. Moments later, a notification pierces the silence. Fang Yi has achieved a breakthrough. He ascends to the first level of the Shen Yue realm. The final threads of dark energy are absorbed, vanishing into his form, and he feels the surge of power explode within him, coursing through every nerve and fiber with thrilling intensity. The sensation is intoxicating, a potent mix of strength and clarity, leaving him both exhilarated and grounded at the same time. His senses sharpen beyond the realm of mortal perception, stretching outward, connecting with the very essence of the world around him. A radiant clarity washes over his mind as if he and the divine moon above have become one, his vision and spirit harmonized with the luminous celestial presence. Now in perfect unity with the universe, Fang Yi moves with an almost effortless mastery of the boundless spiritual energy surrounding him. Each motion is fluid, each thought instantly transformed into power, a seamless symphony of control where intention and action merge without hesitation or error. Suddenly, his expression stiffens. Fang Yi pivots sharply, eyes widening as if the very fabric of reality itself has unfolded before him. A vast galaxy, glittering and impossibly immense, stretches into view, each star and cosmic swirl demanding awe and reverence. A system alert abruptly shatters the wonder, fractured and urgent. It warns that his newly acquired Shen Yue realm is still fragile, a precarious state teetering on the edge of instability, especially against the incomprehensible vastness that now stretches before him. The system's urgent instructions hit him like a bolt of lightning. He must enter deep training immediately, preparing to withstand cosmic storms and unknown threats lurking in the far reaches of time. Confusion flickers across his face at the mention of these mysterious dangers. As he descends from the celestial heights, worry carves deep lines into his expression, each motion weighted by the gravity of the warning. He understands there is no room for hesitation. The Shi nation cannot be left exposed, not when unseen global threats gather in the shadows, poised to strike without warning. The system delivers an uncompromising ultimatum. Refusal to train will freeze his growth permanently, leaving him with a near-certain 99% chance of death and guaranteeing the Shi nation's total annihilation. The weight of responsibility presses down, unyielding and suffocating. Hovering above the dense, dark forest below, Fang Yi contemplates the cold, unflinching statistics. The vastness of cosmic danger bears down on him. Slowly, with a solemn nod, he accepts the inevitable. There is no choice left. Obedience is not optional. Back at the Star God Combat Zone base, Su Qingying, Elder Wu, and Zhao Lan gather in tense secrecy. The sealer has officially begun deep training, and the weight of the unfolding crisis hangs thick in the air, pressing upon each of them. Elder Wu's voice cuts through the tension, like steel, firm and unyielding. Their duty is clear. Maintain the nation's defenses, manage the Ji nation's affairs, and avoid disturbing their commander during this pivotal breakthrough. Suddenly, the door bursts open. A soldier stumbles in, panic etched deep into every line of his face. He shouts that Country B's Lord of the Earth has launched a full-scale invasion across the Jie nation's southern border, the threat moving faster than anyone anticipated. Elder Wu narrows his eyes, recognition flashing. The enemy's advance outpaces all expectations. With decisive authority, he commands Zhao Lan to mobilize the Spirit Association's forces immediately, initiating their contingency plan without delay. Zhao Lan nods, unwavering, and springs into action, every movement precise and determined. Hesitation is not an option. Along the southern frontier, Xia Nation fighters conjure an enormous blue energy barrier. It surges upward like a tidal wall, shimmering with power, repelling the invading forces. The defenders shout warnings, marking the boundary, their voices carrying defiance, challenging the Lord of the Earth to halt his relentless advance. One defender cries out in disbelief, questioning whether the foreign throne master truly intends to spark an all-out war. High above, the gray-haired invader laughs, pride radiating from every deliberate movement, each motion dripping with overconfidence. The Lord of the Earth declares his reason for the assault: vengeance. He accuses the sealer of killing 3 Country B fighters, including his own brother, twisting the confrontation into a personal vendetta. Fury ignites among these Jia defenders. They counter sharply, insisting that the intruders were nothing more than criminals trespassing into forbidden territory. They mock him openly, deriding the throne master for treating thieves as martyrs. Incensed by their audacity, the Lord of the Earth lashes out with verbal scorn, insulting the Jia nation's defenses. How dare mere guards speak to him with such boldness? Swearing vengeance, he channels his immense power into the ground beneath him. Massive stone spikes explode upward, jagged and merciless, lashing toward the Jia fighters with devastating force. The rocky columns tear through the coastline, forming an intimidating wall of earth. In response, a specialized squad of Jia fighters, clad in green, surges forward, their resolve unshakable as they prepare to meet the threat head-on. Their squad leader rallies the team, praising their courage and declaring it is now their moment to protect the nation, igniting their determination to face the oncoming assault. Above them, the Lord of the Earth glares down, confusion flickering across his expression. He hadn't expected such bold resistance, and the sight unnerves him, if only briefly. The plant research team takes their positions with military precision, their movements synchronized. They prepare to ensnare the invader using experimental techniques that twist and manipulate mutated vegetation into lethal forms. The squad leader channels a surge of emerald energy into the soil. Instantly, a massive plant erupts upward, twisting violently toward the sky with raw, primal strength, growing at a terrifying speed that defies natural law. The plant's form morphs into monstrous, writhing vines, their gaping, serrated teeth glinting ominously. The defenders announce proudly that their secret botanical weapon is perfectly suited to counter the invader's earth-based assault, and the vines lunge forward with aggressive intent. Fueled by unyielding determination, the defenders command the vines to coil around the jagged stone spikes, crushing and shattering them with relentless force, a display of coordinated precision and raw power. The wild green tendrils snake through the air like living ropes, wrapping around the Lord of the Earth, binding his arms and torso in a suffocating, unrelenting grip that threatens to immobilize him entirely. The leader of the plant research team clenches his fist in triumph, cheering as the invader struggles vainly against the relentless grip of the greenery. Yet even fully restrained, the Lord of the Earth remains disturbingly composed, a sly, knowing smile curling across his lips. Laughing at their confidence, he effortlessly grips the thick, monstrous vines, bending and snapping them as if they were nothing more than fragile threads, mocking the defenders' efforts. The squad leader's face drains of color, disbelief etched into every line as he witnesses their once mighty vines crumble helplessly against the invader's overwhelming strength. Recognizing the immediate and lethal danger, he shouts urgent orders, commanding his team to unleash their ultimate defensive strategy without hesitation. Hands slamming into the earth, the defenders summon a lethal fog of poisonous gas. It rises along the coastline like a deadly greenish wall designed to annihilate any intruder daring enough to advance. The Lord of the Earth sneers, unimpressed by the trap. In his eyes, the Jia defenders are nothing but inconsequential insects, no match for his might. With a casual flick of his fingers, the poisonous wall disintegrates instantly, vanishing into the air as if it had never existed, powerless against his overwhelming force. Cursing the shattered defenses, the squad leader refuses to yield. Shouting for his men to hold their ground, he charges forward into the oncoming chaos, determined to fight even if it costs them their lives. High above, the Lord of the Earth looks down with utter contempt, dismissing the fighters as worthless insects. He summons a massive orb of fiery dark energy above his head, the surrounding air crackling and snapping with raw menace. The squad freezes in terror as the enormous sphere blots out the sunlight, casting the battlefield into a chilling shadow, a prelude to annihilation. With cold, merciless intent, the Lord of the Earth hurls the colossal energy sphere toward the defenders, his movements deliberate and unflinching. The orb strikes with devastating force, obliterating the entire squad in an instant. The coastline itself is leveled, engulfed in a blinding explosion that shatters earth and stone alike, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. Turning his dark, unyielding gaze toward a nearby Jia city, the Lord of the Earth declares it his next target, taunting the nation for lacking a throne master capable of defending its people. A pillar of shadowy energy descends with unstoppable force, annihilating the city center in a blinding wave of catastrophic destruction. Buildings crumble instantly, leaving the area in smoldering ruins. Within the wreckage, terrified citizens huddle together, their cries piercing the smoke-choked air. Amid the chaos, a lone local fighter steps forward, bracing against falling debris. He swears to protect them, vowing that the defenders have not abandoned the city, even as devastation surrounds them. Far away, in the quiet sanctity of his private training chamber, Fang Yi sits in deep meditation beneath the moon's radiant glow. His breathing is steady, his mind focused, centering his spirit as he taps into the depths of his newfound power. Suddenly, a violent shock of spiritual energy surges through him, jolting him from meditation. Pain streaks his body as blood trickles from his mouth with a harsh cough, yet he pushes through, ignoring the injury. Instinctively, he knows that he must break off his training and intervene immediately before the catastrophe escalates beyond control. Soon, at the Shaya nation's southern border in Nanming City, a sudden attack leaves the streets in flaming ruins. The Lord of the Earth laughs as he uses his powers to rip chunks of the city's infrastructure into the sky, sending panicked civilians falling toward the ground. Sweeps of green energy catch the falling civilians. Elder Wu and Zhang Tian arrive on the battlefield. After saving the civilians, Elder Wu orders the defenders to focus on protecting the crowd while his team handles the enemy. Impressed, the Lord of the Earth complains about facing a bunch of old men and demands to know where the sealer is hiding. Elder Wu retorts that the sealer does not need to show up, declaring that their veteran group is enough to deal with him. Suddenly, a spike of green energy shoots upward at the invader, but the Lord of the Earth blocks the strike by summoning a giant rock. He mocks the defenders as weak ants who overestimate their strength, but a new presence distracts him. Bai Su and Zhao Lun arrive on the battlefield, and Bai Su announces he is ready to join the fight. Elder Wu calls out to Bai Su, relieved that he has finished his training. He jokes that he thought the young pioneer would stay in seclusion until he became a fossil. Amazed by the display of power, he asks Bai Su what technique he used to immobilize the Lord of the Earth. Zhao Lan steps in beside Bai Su. She explains that she layered her mutation abilities over his bamboo-forming technique to double their control. She warns that they must remain cautious against someone of his caliber. With the Lord of the Earth encased in sharp green growths, Jialin suggests using his captured body to negotiate with Country B. A chuckle echoes from inside the casing. The Lord of the Earth mocks the defenders, asking if this hold is the limit of their Jingang realm power. Elder Wu realizes the danger and shouts for the team to fall back. The prison shatters as the Lord of the Earth rips it apart with his bare hands. His body has mutated into a decayed monster with glowing green eyes. Bai Su freezes in disbelief. While Zhao Lan realizes the invader has undergone forbidden body modification, Elder Wu deduces that Country B never abandoned their illegal biological experiments, making the Lord of the Earth a product of their research. The mutated Lord of the Earth laughs, denying that his state is a crime. Instead, he proclaims his modified body is Country B's greatest masterpiece. Gathering a storm of chaotic energy, he boasts that this research will guarantee Country B becomes the ruler of the planet. He fires a blast at the Jia defenders, stating that the sacrificed test subjects should thank him for giving their lives value. Force of the strike pins the defenders to the ground. Struggling against the weight, Zhang Tian uses his abilities to turn the solidifying rock into loose sand, shocked by the might of the throne's power. Seeing the earth threatening to entomb the veterans, Zhao Lan leaps in. She fires blasts of purple energy to shatter the rocks forming on Elder Wu and Zhang Tian, warning them not to let the dirt set. The Lord of the Earth locks his green eyes onto Zhao Lan. Intrigued by her power, he declares her mutant attribute is suited for him to devour. Declaring she will be his first victim, he unleashes a barrage of sharp energy spikes at her. But before they hit, a roaring fire dragon intercepts the attack. Soon, multiple fire dragons materialize, surrounding the Lord of the Earth in a vortex of flames. Feng Wei enters the fray, gripping his sword as he readies a heavy strike. He drives his dark red blade into the Lord of the Earth, triggering an explosion that engulfs the battlefield. Elder Wu and the other defenders cry out in relief, recognizing the arrival of the sealer. They ask in shock why he interrupted his training. Fang Yi orders everyone to fall back, warning the veterans that they are no match for this opponent. The Lord of the Earth walks out of the crater, laughing that the sealer is nothing special. He shatters his rock armor and declares that without the power of a throne, Fang Yi's flames cannot harm or contain him. Fang Yi leaps toward his enemy. Observing the mutated form, he taunts the Lord of the Earth, asking if his appearance is the result of a failed breakthrough and energy backlash. The Lord of the Earth ignores the insult, and the two clash. Fang Yi launches a flurry of blade strikes against the invader's rock defenses. Watching from a distance, Zhao Lan notices that Fang Yi's condition seems off. She debates with Elder Wu whether they should intervene, but decides to trust his orders and stay back to avoid becoming a burden. The Lord of the Earth lands a strike on Fang Yi's back, causing him to note that the invader's assumptions about his power are not accurate. Coughing up blood, Fang Yi realizes the Shen Yue realm's energy is volatile and dangerous to manage. Then the system flashes alerts that his current cultivation realm is unstable. Overwhelmed, Fang Yi screams in pain as red energy erupts from his body. Struggling to rein in the chaotic aura, he realizes the consequences of halting his seclusion. Because he interrupted the process, he cannot access his post-breakthrough strength and suffers physical side effects. The Lord of the Earth capitalizes on his vulnerability. Mocking the sealer for fighting during an energy backlash, he summons 2 massive pillars of stone. With a grin, the Lord of the Earth sentences the sealer to death and clasps his hands together. 2 colossal slabs of earth slam shut, crushing Fang Yi between them. The southern border of the Xia nation, the spot where Fang Yi had been smashed down and buried, no longer resembled a normal pile of battlefield debris. The earth had compressed and fused together, forming layer after layer of enormous stone slabs until they stacked into a towering boulder, standing there like a cold, brutal monument in the middle of the ruined battlefield. Zhao Lan, Elder Wu, and the few pioneers who had managed to survive could do nothing but stare at the empty battlefield in absolute silence. Their eyes remained locked on the place where Fang Yi had disappeared, as if, even now, their minds were still struggling to accept that everything had truly happened right before them. Bai Su stood rooted in place, his entire face filled with disbelief. His voice shook as the words came out in broken pieces, saying this could not be real, because someone as legendary as the sealer should never have fallen so easily. A heavy wave of grief spread through the remaining pioneers as they slowly gathered together, their shoulders sinking and their faces turning pale. Elder Wu lowered his eyes with deep regret, blaming himself for failing to hold the front line just a little longer and protect the commander they all respected from the bottom of their hearts. Zhao Lan's expression tightened with guilt, and she also began blaming herself for what had happened. In her heart, if they had only been stronger, Fang Yi would never have been forced to break away from his meditation, and he would not have needed to risk such a dangerous breakthrough in the middle of a deadly battle. But Zhang Tian and Elder Wu refused to simply stand there in despair. Almost immediately, the 2 of them moved into action, working together to launch a massive signal flare into the sky, letting the tragic news blaze upward where everyone could see it. Far away at headquarters, President Ye Xiao suddenly raised his head and looked through the storm-darkened sky. When he saw that bright signal tearing straight through the heavy clouds, his expression turned grave in an instant, because that flare meant the worst disaster they had feared had finally arrived. For a brief moment, President Ye Xiao steadied himself and forced down the crushing weight rising in his chest. Then, with his face hardening in firm resolve, he gave the order for the Spirit Association to activate their absolute final backup plan. His voice echoed through the room with a heavy finality, as he declared that the sealer had already given his life for the Xie nation. And precisely because of that sacrifice, there was no longer any path of retreat left for them. From this moment forward, they were stepping into a true battle of life and death. President Ye Xiao ordered every branch of the Spirit Association to hold their ground and defend their homeland until their very last breath. No matter what price they had to pay, they were to fight the Lord of the Earth to the bitter end. Su Qingying, Gu Yuru, and the officers responded without the slightest hesitation, their voices ringing out together in firm unison. Every one of them was prepared to put their lives on the line, even if that meant falling on the battlefield. Elder Wu immediately followed by issuing urgent military commands. He ordered the Eastern, Southern, and Star God battle zones to combine their forces and launch a full-scale counterattack against the Lord of the Earth, while every remaining unit was mobilized to strike across the entire territory of Country B, and the commanders accepted the order at once. With fierce determination burning in their eyes, Elder Wu, Zhang Tian, Ye Xiao, and Zhao Lan all made the same vow. Even if every last one of them died on this battlefield, they would still make the enemy pay for the sealer, for his family, and for the entire Xia nation. Above the shattered city, the Lord of the Earth hovered in midair and laughed down at the defenders below. In his eyes, their desperate resistance was nothing more than a swarm of pathetic ants struggling for no reason, and he coldly announced that he would devour their cities one after another before diving down to crush them all. But deep beneath the battlefield, far below the surface inside that dark and endless underground tomb, Fang Yi had not died at all. He was perfectly safe, calmly floating within a glowing sphere of golden energy that protected him from the terrifying pressure pressing in around him. His system quickly detected an enormous concentration of ancient earth energy surrounding him, and the reading had already climbed to 90%. The instant that result appeared, the system began absorbing that power without delay. A faint smile appeared on Fang Yi's face as he realized what had actually happened. The Lord of the Earth had likely believed this underground tomb would become the perfect death trap, never imagining that it would instead turn into the best possible energy source to accelerate Fang Yi's recovery. As the system continued monitoring his body, it confirmed that his unstable cultivation realm was stabilizing at an astonishing speed. His overall recovery rapidly climbed higher, and before much time had passed, it had already reached 50%. While Fang Yi meditated inside that dense and heavy power, he gradually began to understand something much deeper. The Earth Throne and the abilities of the Divine Moon Realm were unexpectedly similar because both forces contained two entirely different natures within the same source of power. He came to realize that the Earth element was not merely a force of destruction. It could create and destroy at the same time, offering absolute stability in one moment, then unleashing violent devastation in the very next. The chaotic energy from his unstable Divine Moon Realm had actually attracted the stabilizing and constructive side of the underground Earth energy. Rather than crushing him, that power gathered around him instead, almost as if it were responding directly to the condition of his body. Because of this, his volatile moon energy began repairing itself at an incredible pace. The painful backlash from his breakthrough was completely erased, leaving his body feeling clearer, calmer, and steadier than it had been before. When the system confirmed that his recovery had reached 70%, Fang Yi quietly noted just how dangerous this power really was. If he had not already broken through to the Divine Moon Realm, this dense concentration of Earth energy would not have helped him at all. It would have killed him instantly. Then, only moments later, the system reported that his recovery had surged all the way to 90%. Fang Yi silently admired the mysterious beauty hidden inside the throne's power, sensing how profound and dangerous it truly was. As he prepared himself for the final step, the system confirmed that his recovery had now reached 99%. With the unstable energy inside his body finally calming down, Fang Yi slowly drew in a deep breath. His aura settled around him, quiet, yet incredibly powerful, as though his entire body had been reforged within the depths of the earth itself. Right at that moment, the system suddenly warned him that an unusual surge of high sky yang energy was gathering in the atmosphere above. Fang Yi's eyes sharpened slightly, and his curiosity was immediately stirred by that strange movement. Back on the surface, sharp cracking sounds suddenly began echoing across the battlefield. The massive stone slabs that everyone believed had sealed Fang Yi's fate started splitting apart from the inside. The Lord of the Earth instantly sensed the enormous wave of energy rising from below. His eyes widened in pure shock, and for the first time, that arrogant expression on his face began to crack. Without any warning, a colossal pillar of dazzling golden energy burst violently out from the shattered stones. The explosions sent broken chunks of rock blasting in every direction, while the golden light pierced straight through the storm-covered sky. Above the battlefield, the clouds twisted around the beam, forming a massive swirling vortex. From within that roaring column of golden light, Fang Yi slowly descended. His entire body was wrapped in a pure, radiant aura, making him look as if he had stepped directly out from the heart of the storm. Zhao Lan stared up at him in disbelief, then rubbed her eyes as though she suspected she was seeing an illusion. She could barely believe that Fang Yi had survived the throne's deadliest attack and returned alive from beneath the earth. On the ground, the surviving pioneers suddenly erupted into loud cheers. They shouted with every bit of strength they had left, crying out that a miracle had happened and that the Xia nation still had hope. The Lord of the Earth sneered stubbornly, refusing to accept the scene in front of him. He laughed with the same arrogance as before and claimed that the sealer's survival was nothing more than a brief stroke of luck. Then he crossed his massive arms, and a terrifying pressure began radiating from his body. He was ready to unleash his full strength and show everyone present what true, absolute power really looked like. With a furious roar that shook the battlefield, the Lord of the Earth triggered a massive eruption from the ground beneath him. Giant, jagged stone spikes ripped upward through the battlefield, tearing the earth open as they surged toward Fang Yi. From every direction, they seemed determined to surround him and crush him completely. The Lord of the Earth grinned wildly as he watched the attack unfold, his expression twisting with the excitement of someone who was already certain of victory. The mutated Lord of the Earth then launched a rapid barrage of burning rock projectiles, each one ripping through the air with terrifying force. But Fang Yi moved through the sky with effortless precision, dodging every attack without showing even the slightest hint of panic. Even as the attacks screamed past him, Fang Yi never once looked away. His gaze remained locked on his enemy, calm and focused, as though every movement had already been seen through before it happened. Next, the Lord of the Earth raised his power again and summoned an enormous boulder from above. Like a meteor falling out of the sky, it came crashing down directly toward Fang Yi. When Fang Yi saw this, he almost looked amused. He quietly muttered to himself, wondering if this invader was really just repeating the same basic move all over again. But this time, Fang Yi did not dodge at all. Instead, he shot upward like a blazing beam of golden light, charging straight toward the enormous boulder plummeting down from the sky. As he rushed higher, Fang Yi pulled his fist back and gathered his strength for one overwhelming strike. Then, with complete confidence in his voice, he commanded the barrier to break. His fist smashed directly into the giant stone structure. In the next instant, a massive explosion burst outward, and the entire boulder was completely vaporized beneath the force of his punch. The Lord of the Earth stared at the scene in stunned disbelief. His so-called ultimate attack had been destroyed so easily that for a moment he could barely understand what had just happened. Nearby, the other pioneers burst into triumphant shouts, cheering for the sealer's overwhelming strength. They excitedly pointed out that this was what perfect control over power truly looked like, because unlike the Lord of the Earth, who only depended on borrowed strength from a throne, Fang Yi was a genuine genius who had climbed to the top one step at a time. Another pioneer excitedly added that the sealer's top-tier Yang attribute could completely suppress every other element. As the crowd began chanting for the Lord of the Earth's defeat, the furious invader clenched his fists so tightly that his rage seemed ready to spill out of his body. Overwhelmed by anger, the Lord of the Earth screamed in denial. He rejected everything they said about attribute suppression and perfect control, shouting that he was the Lord of a throne and that he would never allow anyone to mock him. Enraged that someone would actually dare stand against the authority of a throne, he stops holding back completely. His power surges upward in a terrifying rush, and a storm of chaotic energy bursts out from his body, tearing through the surrounding air with violent pressure. With his fury boiling over, he swears that every single person there will be punished and that he will make sure their deaths are more horrifying than anything they could ever imagine. But Fang Yi does not show even the slightest sign of fear. He stands there without flinching, completely unmoved by the furious threat crashing toward him. Instead of answering that rage, he slowly lifts his eyes toward the sky, his face calm, steady, and almost expectant. Then, in a low and quiet voice, he murmurs that the time has finally arrived and that it is now time for it to come down. The Lord of the Earth, still consumed by anger, suddenly pauses for a brief moment when he hears those strange words. His furious expression tightens as confusion slips into his gaze, cutting through the rage on his face. Following the direction of Fang Yi's eyes, he also looks up toward the sky and demands to know exactly what the sealer is talking about. Fang Yi then lowers his gaze from the heavens and turns his eyes back onto him, meeting that furious stare directly without a trace of fear or hesitation. His expression remains calm, but there is a firm certainty in his voice as he declares, with absolute clarity, that the time has come for his own throne to descend. In the very next instant, the sky above them seems to split apart under an overwhelming burst of brilliance. A blinding pillar of golden light comes crashing down from the heavens, pouring straight over Fang Yi's body like divine radiance. The dazzling glow wraps around him completely, swallowing his figure inside its brilliant golden shine. And within that radiant golden light, a new king is finally born. The legendary Yang attribute throne descends into the world at last, its arrival shaking the entire moment with unmistakable majesty. By coming down before everyone's eyes, it officially acknowledges Fang Yi as its one and only true master.
A blinding pillar of light suddenly crashes down from the heavens, swallowing the city in radiance, as the legendary Yang attribute throne finally reveals itself above the battlefield. At the very center of that dazzling surge of energy, Fang Yi floats in perfect calm, his body steady as he openly welcomes the overwhelming power pouring toward him. The Lord of the Earth stares upward in disbelief, completely unable to accept that a brand new supreme throne has appeared right in front of his own eyes. Elder Wu narrows his eyes, wondering whether this world-shaking artifact has chosen to stand with the sealer, while Jialon senses the terrifying scale of its energy and realizes it is almost beyond comprehension. The mutated Lord of the Earth throws his head back and lets out a furious roar, demanding to know what kind of impossible event is unfolding before him. He screams in rage, refusing to believe that any throne in existence could possess power greater than the one already under his control. Driven half-mad by pride and fear, he shouts that he was the one in a billion human chosen by a throne, a being already standing close to the level of a god. In his twisted confidence, he convinces himself that this new throne can be conquered too, just like the Earth throne he once forced into submission. With a furious scream, he releases a massive shockwave of Earth magic, roaring that such power would never willingly choose someone like the sealer. At the same time, inside monitoring centers across the world, warning alarms explode through the rooms as researchers shout that the energy readings near the Xia nation's border have shattered every previous record. As the numbers continue climbing, the researchers finally understand the terrifying truth. Another supreme throne is manifesting, and its power is even greater than that of a real star. A panicked official loses control and screams across the room, demanding an immediate response from the sequence department about what these impossible readings actually mean. Inside the Global Throne Sequence Department, the staff members are drenched in cold sweat. Their old estimates of throne power have completely collapsed, and the entire ranking system is thrown into instant chaos. The terrified official shouts that the appearance of this new sun god throne means every global ranking must be recalculated from scratch. Even the Earth and Thunder thrones, once believed to sit at the very top, now have to be pushed down to at least the third sequence. Until now, a throne's rank had always been judged by how strong and rare its element was on Earth, which was why elements like Earth and Thunder had been placed at the peak. But the arrival of the sun god throne tears that old belief apart, revealing one shocking truth. Only this throne truly deserves to stand in the first sequence. Meanwhile, at the Xia Nation Spirit Association Research Center, the director bursts with pride, declaring that the foreign standards were wrong from the very beginning. The energy of this new throne is more than 200% stronger than the old first sequence, proving that all previous data has to be thrown away. One research analyst speaks with absolute confidence, saying that a true first sequence power can only be something as terrifying as pure yang or absolute darkness. A female analyst is overjoyed, realizing that the entire balance of power has been overturned, because the sealer has now become the only master of the ultimate yang attribute. But the moment her eyes return to the live data on the screen, the smile on her face slowly fades away. Her voice begins to tremble as she stammers that the sun god throne did not appear by coincidence, and it did not simply choose the sealer on its own. Elder Wu soon understands the real reason behind it. The sealer was not passively waiting to be selected. Instead, he had used an active, overwhelming summoning to force the solar artifact into the world, guaranteeing complete mastery from the start. Even the Lord of the Earth is struck with surprise, his furious expression briefly cracking under the weight of what he has just witnessed. Still refusing to accept reality, the mutated invader bursts into wild laughter, screaming that no throne could ever be purer or stronger than the one he already controls. He gathers a violent storm of earth energy around his fist and insists that because the earth attribute is so highly desired, he remains the rightful king of the first sequence. Forcing out the last of his strength, the Lord of the Earth launches himself toward Fang Yi, roaring that he will never allow the sealer to claim mastery over the sun god throne. But before he can even close the distance, a blinding ray of pure solar energy shoots straight toward him. Caught completely off guard, the invader's crazed expression twists in an instant, and raw panic flashes across his face. He throws up his massive, stone-hardened arms to block the attack, then tries to gather enough force to strike back. But a second beam tears through the air and burns away his mutated stone arm in one clean blow, blasting apart the rocky armor covering his body. The solar blast pierces straight through his strongest defenses, detonating with a massive explosion that sweeps violently across the coastline. When the smoke and dust finally begin to clear, the Lord of the Earth's terrifying monstrous form is gone. He sucks in a shocked breath, his body trembling for a moment before he collapses backward. Blood bursts from his mouth as he coughs violently, one hand clutching his chest while he struggles to breathe. Then he slowly lifts his head and sees Elder Wu, Bai Su, and President Yi Xiao standing above him, looking down at his defeated body. Zhang Tan immediately steps forward and orders his forces to capture the Lord of the Earth. He warns them not to kill the invader, because keeping him alive makes him a valuable hostage and living proof of Country B's illegal experiments. News of the battle spreads through Country B at incredible speed. Across the nation, crowds gather before public screens and watch their once-praised Lord of the Earth kneeling in defeat, sending furious citizens into open protest as they demand answers from their government. They rage that they had been promised the land of the Xia Nation, yet all they received was public humiliation. Now they can only question how their supposedly unbeatable throne master was defeated so easily. Panic quickly grips the high-ranking officials in Country B who had supported the invasion. One of them stammers that because they openly challenged the Xia Nation, they will be the first targets of revenge now that the sealer has obtained the ultimate sun god throne. Back inside Country B's executive office, the nation's leader slams his fist down onto the desk, his face twisted with rage. He curses the sealer at the top of his lungs, screaming at his advisors for promising that the young commander would become useless in this new era of thrones. Now, furious and cornered, he demands to know how they plan to clean up this disaster. His top advisors stand frozen in front of him, sweat running down their faces as none of them dares to offer even a single solution. Overcome by fear, the leader of Country B suddenly starts packing in a panic, shouting that the invasion was all their idea and that he is resigning immediately so he can escape before the Xia nation arrives. But just as he tries to leave, a hand clamps down hard on his shoulder, stopping him in place. A scarred executive steps in behind him and tells him to wait, his eyes cold and threatening. He reminds the leader that he cannot simply abandon them now, because they still have one final hidden card left to play. All across the Xia nation, citizens erupt into celebration in front of public screens, laughing at the defeated invader from Country B. With excitement in their voices, they boast that the world's top pioneer has now obtained the highest tier throne, securing absolute dominance for their nation. Wang Lan thinks back to the critics who once claimed that older pioneers, including the sealer, would eventually be left behind. Song Yiming nods in agreement, admitting that even he had briefly worried their legendary commander might fade from the center of this new era. Zheng Lu proudly scolds them for ever doubting their leader, reminding everyone that the boss will always be the boss. Captain Chen Ruo then adds with excitement that the Xia nation now possesses the strongest throne master in the entire world. Su Qingying remains silent, watching everything unfold without saying a word. Then the sky erupts once more with blazing solar energy, and everyone realizes that the sealer is about to enter the core of the sun god, throne to finish claiming complete mastery. Everyone watching can't help but wonder what kind of final trial and artifact this terrifyingly powerful will place in front of him. The moment Fang Yi steps into the swirling golden void inside the throne, his eyes slowly open, glowing with a sharp crimson light in the darkness. He scans the fiery, shadow-filled space around him, quickly realizing that the interior of the sun god throne is nothing like its blazing, radiant appearance from the outside. As he drifts forward through the silent darkness, Fang Yi studies the strange dark energy flowing around him, and he can faintly sense a mysterious link, almost like the aura of the dark tide. Thinking back on his own powers, Fang Yi realizes something strange. The pure yang force of the sun god throne and the corrupted darkness within his ancient god-demon armor should be complete opposites. Yet somehow, deep beneath the surface, they seem to come from a similar origin. A faint smile rises on Fang Yi's face, because the more he senses that hidden connection, the more fascinating it becomes to him. At that moment, the legendary first sequence sun god throne descends from the heavens, and its blazing golden radiance tears straight through the storm clouds like a divine blade. As that enormous pillar of light crashes down from above, top-level defenders such as Su Qingying and Xiaolan react instantly, surrounding the area with powerful barriers to protect the sealer during his transition. Su Qingying knows very well that ordinary people would never even be able to approach an artifact with this level of absurd power. But even so, she firmly believes that preventing any outside interference from reaching the young sealer is their absolute responsibility. And she is far from the only one feeling tense. Zhao Lan and the nation's battle-hardened elite veterans all carry the same heavy, ominous feeling in their hearts, which is exactly why powerful pioneers from across the entire country have been gathered here for guard duty. In truth, countless eager volunteers had practically begged for a chance to join the protection team, but the higher-ups immediately eliminated most of them from consideration for one simple reason. They could not be trusted enough. A mission on this scale requires loyalty that leaves no room for doubt, especially when old traitors and hidden spies could still be waiting in the shadows, ready to create another disaster like the chaos that once destroyed Taisher City. And right as those worries hang over everyone's hearts, they suddenly become real. Far in the distance, a sinister flash of purple light erupts, instantly setting off the sharp instincts of Su Qingying and Jialan. The moment a wave of hostile energy shoots directly toward the golden beam, Jialan's expression tightens, and she immediately understands that this is a secret technique aimed specifically at disrupting the sealer's breakthrough. Jialan throws herself into action at once, warning the others that these drum-like sound waves might do absolutely nothing to ordinary people, but for someone standing at such a critical stage of breakthrough, they are no different from a death sentence. If those vibrations shake the sealer's concentration at this moment, the result could be a fatal backlash, causing his inner energy to spiral out of control and tear him apart from the inside. What makes the situation even worse is that normal defensive barriers cannot stop this technique at all, because the acoustic frequency slips straight through spiritual arrays as if they are not even there. Looking out over the rain-drenched city, Jalen forces herself to steady her breathing, knowing that her only choice now is to locate the hidden spellcasters as fast as possible and eliminate them before the damage becomes irreversible. But before Jalen can even begin searching, a sudden burst of blinding light explodes across the sky, catching her completely off guard. It is the sun god throne itself. The divine artifact releases a deafening roar, and its golden energy surges violently, as if it has become furious that someone would dare try to interfere with its new master. Meanwhile, Deep within a dark mountain cave hidden far from the battlefield, the true culprits finally appear. A group of cloaked traders, rhythmically striking a cursed drum to send out those mind-shattering waves. One of the operatives marvels at the strange power of the drum, even expressing disbelief that native Xia traders would willingly work with Country B to sabotage their own homeland. But before he can say more, the leader snaps at him coldly, ordering him to shut his mouth and keep drumming. The leader is completely confident, boasting that this acoustic weapon is perfect for crippling the defenders without forcing them into direct combat, and he believes their hiding place is impossible for anyone to trace. Clenching his fist in resentment, the lead trader burns with anger as he thinks about how the Sealer and the Spirit Association ruined his earlier plans, vowing that now, with their target's luck finally running out, he will take everything back. Convinced that they have already done enough to threaten the Sealer's critical breakthrough, the leader prepares to slip away before reinforcements can arrive, leaving his accomplices behind to continue the operation. But the mercenaries watching him depart are not loyal to him either. One of them sneers at the native trader's stupidity and reveals that he has secretly brought elite powerhouses from Country A, planning to seize control of the entire operation for themselves. Before they can even enjoy their scheme, however, one of them suddenly senses an overwhelming danger closing in. He turns toward the cave entrance, only to see 3 blinding lights ignite across the dark sky outside. In the very next instant, 3 colossal pillars of golden solar energy descend from the heavens like divine missiles, locking directly onto their hidden cave with terrifying precision. The hidden operatives immediately scream in terror. They recognize the suffocating aura of the sun god thrown at once, and panic grips them as they wonder how a godlike artifact could possibly have found their secret location. Desperate to survive the strike that is about to fall on them, the elite experts from Country A quickly gather their power together, trying to form layers of defensive shields around the cave. But the instant they feel the true force of the incoming attack, the traders lose all courage. They scream for everyone to retreat and try to activate their final backup plan, right as the solar beams finish locking onto them. A split second later, the sunbeams crash down. A blinding, world-shaking explosion erupts across the mountain, and the entire peak is completely vaporized in the devastating blast. Xiaolan raises her arm to shield her eyes from the shockwave, and in that terrifying moment, she finally understands the true wrath of the sun god throne, an artifact capable of pulverizing mountains with what feels like a casual strike. Around her, the defenders stare in stunned silence, their faces filled with awe and dread as they realize just how powerless ordinary humanity is when standing before divine power on this level. But that stunned silence does not last long. Chun Rua suddenly rushes over with urgent news. The massive energy shockwave has damaged their restraining arrays, and during the chaos, the captive lord of the earth has escaped. Meanwhile, deep inside the core of the sun god throne, Fengyi walks toward a brilliant orb glowing like a miniature sun. As strange, bird-like cries echo through the dark space, he wonders whether his trial has truly begun. Fengyi slowly reaches out toward the radiant light, noticing that this trial feels nothing like the chaotic and violent struggle he once endured with the metal throne. As his body floats calmly within the warm golden glow, he realizes there is not even the slightest trace of hostility or danger around him, which only makes him more curious about what kind of test the supreme throne has prepared. Even so, as Fengyi continues deeper into the blinding golden void, he does not let his guard down for even a moment. Then, without warning, the legendary Fusong tree appears before him, its radiant form shining like a small sun suspended in the middle of the void. High above, perched among its glowing branches, a majestic 3-legged golden crow raises its head and releases a deafening cry that echoes through the space. Fengyi immediately realizes that this mythical bird is the true incarnation of the sun god throne itself, embodying the pure and absolute essence of the sun. But the colossal creature does not attack him. There is no hostility in its gaze at all. Instead, it looks down at Fengyi with an immense warmth, almost as if it is welcoming someone of its own bloodline. Trusting the instinct rising within him, Fengyi steps forward and gently stretches out his hand toward the magnificent sunbird. The instant they touch, the golden crow bursts into a massive vortex of solar energy, and Fengyi begins absorbing the overwhelming power of the throne into himself. Moments later, his system confirms that the sun god throne has officially answered his call and recognized Fengyi as its true master. As the confirmation process begins, Fengyi's eyes blaze with dazzling golden fire, and he channels the endless solar energy flowing through him with effortless control. Once the notification appears, confirming that his mastery is complete, the system immediately starts compiling a custom technique designed specifically for him. With the compilation completed successfully, a flaming crown formed from pure solar energy appears above Fang Yi's head, sealing his bond with the supreme throne forever. At last, the system delivers his reward, a brand new God-tier Yang attribute cultivation technique known as the East Heaven Divine Crown Secret Technique, pushing his already terrifying power to an entirely new level. Within the blazing space of the Sun God Throne, the system suddenly presents Fang Yi with a brand new technique, the East Heaven Divine Crown, and makes it clear that once he masters it, his battle strength will rise by an enormous margin. The moment Fang Yi reads that brief little description, a faint smile appears on his face, because he understands the system too well. The shorter and simpler the summary looks, the more terrifyingly overpowered the ability usually becomes. But just as Fang Yi is about to calm his mind and absorb the meaning of this new power, the peaceful atmosphere inside the throne is suddenly disturbed by a sharp surge of hostile energy. Meanwhile, outside the throne, two figures wrapped in dark cloaks silently slip past the defenses. In their hands is a strange experimental artifact shaped almost like a staring eye, and both of them are stunned when it actually helps them pass through the supreme barrier. Wang Lan slowly lowers his hood, his expression tense as he explains that this bizarre artifact is the only thing giving them a chance to enter the throne and interrupt the breakthrough ceremony before it succeeds. Song Yiming nods with a grim look, reminding his companion that the person they are targeting is the strongest fighter in the entire nation, so even one tiny mistake could cost them everything. As the two of them inch forward in silence, Song Yiming can only pray that the artifact's stealth field is powerful enough to conceal them from the sealer's frighteningly sharp perception. But their careful plan collapses in an instant when a cold voice suddenly comes from behind them, asking who exactly they are trying to hide from. The two men freeze on the spot as golden light spills across their backs, revealing Fang Yi descending right behind them. Panic floods their faces, but they force out stiff, nervous smiles and try to pretend nothing is wrong, desperately claiming that Elder Wu sent them here as a private guard detail. Their excuse falls apart immediately. Fang Yi's overwhelming pressure crashes down on them like a mountain, freezing their bodies in place, and only then do they realize in horror that the sealer has already conquered the supreme throne faster than anyone could have imagined. Fang Yi gives the trembling pair a calm, almost amused chuckle, casually pointing out that their so-called disguise has no meaning in front of him. With only a brief release of his aura, an invisible force tears through their cloaks in an instant, shredding the fabric apart and exposing their true faces completely. The fake Song Yiming goes pale with shock, stumbling over his words as he struggles to understand how their hidden setup and stealth protection were broken through so effortlessly. Before either saboteur can make another move, Fang Yi raises his power and sends out a burst of golden flame, scorching both of them at once and blasting them flat onto their backs. Even the strange experimental eye artifact cannot withstand the heat. Under the golden fire, it is burned away completely, leaving nothing behind except scattered ash. As the smoke slowly disperses, the majestic spirit of the golden crow emerges around Fang Yi, its radiant form circling him in perfect harmony with his energy. The divine beast moves close and rubs against him with surprising affection, and Fang Yi smiles faintly as his power finally settles into a stable state, preparing him for the next step of his breakthrough. High above the mountain range, the enormous pillar of solar energy begins to fade little by little, announcing that the first stage of the throne's integration has finally been completed. Knowing that the timing and conditions have reached their perfect state, Fang Yi takes a slow, steady breath, closes himself off from the outside world, and begins his deep cultivation training. After some time passes, a groggy Song Yiming finally stirs awake and shakes his partner beside him, while the dazed Wang Lan squints in discomfort and complains about the blinding light around them. Their confusion does not last long, because Jaelin is already standing over them, her presence immediately pulling both men back to reality. Song Yiming quickly warns her that invaders have broken in, but Jaelin only smiles calmly and tells him there is no need to worry, because the danger has already been dealt with. When the recovered pioneers look into the distance, their eyes widen as they finally understand that the overwhelming solar radiance is not coming from the throne itself, but directly from the sealer. Still stunned, Song Yiming asks whether the commander has truly succeeded, and Jaelin answers with clear pride that Fang Yi is now the official master of the first sequence Sun God Throne. She then explains that Fang Yi is already pushing past his own limits and stepping into the next realm, while the two suspicious people they encountered earlier were not allies at all, but hostile spies. Those spies included a traitor from the Xia Nation and a mercenary, and both of them had been carrying advanced disguise equipment along with a secret artifact designed specifically to infiltrate throne spaces. Just then, A massive shockwave of golden energy explodes outward from Fang Yi's position, rolling across the surroundings as the real breakthrough begins. The soldiers stationed nearby erupt into cheers, their faces filled with awe as they watch the sealer ascend to the second level of the Shenyue realm, calling him their eternal god. The terrifying pressure of his divine moon aura spreads through the air, cracking the space around him as his ascension reaches completion. Far away from the center of the phenomenon, President Yi Xiao watches with disbelief in his eyes, astonished that Fang Yi has broken through to the second tier so smoothly, without any visible struggle at all. Elder Wu nods beside him, admitting that the sealer's vast aura and the enormous cosmic sign above them prove this is far beyond an ordinary breakthrough. Thinking back to their own limits, Yi Xiao remembers how much pain and effort it took for them just to barely touch the threshold of the Shenyue realm. Elder Wu also recalls the bitter hardships he endured in the past, and he can only admit that while they spent ages struggling toward the divine realm, Fang Yi makes consecutive breakthroughs look almost effortless. Inside the vast cosmic space, the Golden Crow begins absorbing the enormous energy of the lunar orb, drawing it in to fuel an even greater leap in Fang Yi's cultivation. With a thunderous roar, the divine beast grips the moon in its blazing talons, forcing that immense power into Fang Yi and driving him straight into the third tier of the Shenyue realm. At the live monitoring screens, Su Qingying stares in awe and wonders if the commander is about to touch the legendary Rising Sun realm, a height no human being has ever reached before. The Golden Crow lets out another piercing cry, its voice echoing across the sky, while Elder Wu and President Yi Xiao can only stand there in stunned silence. Then the divine beast spreads its enormous fiery wings above Fang Yi, covering him like a blazing shield as his power surges beyond every known limit. In the dark sky overhead, 3 radiant suns appear at once, illuminating everything beneath them and revealing a cosmic phenomenon never before witnessed in human history. Inside the monitoring center, the analysts quickly report that the Golden Crow has cried out 3 times, meaning the sealer has crossed 3 levels in succession and reached a half-step into the Rising Sun realm. At this point, Fang Yi has gained complete mastery over the Yang attribute, and his physical body has transformed far beyond the natural limits of any ordinary pioneer. He is no longer merely a human wielding Yang power. He has become a natural-born Yang attribute god, possessing a divine constitution that completely overturns what humanity once believed possible. From this day forward, Fang Yi stands alone at the absolute peak, with no one on earth capable of matching the level of power he now possesses. Fang Yi lowers his gaze to his own hand, where solar flames burn brightly across his skin, and he feels satisfied with the result, knowing the Yang attribute has perfectly fused into his bones and bloodline. He understands now that he is no longer simply borrowing or using this power. His entire body has become the true physical embodiment of the Yang attribute itself. With his newly awakened cosmic senses spreading outward, Fang Yi instantly catches a lingering trace of hostile presence, and his voice turns cold as he notes that those rats still refuse to give up. Deep inside a hidden underground bunker outside the barrier, the bandaged leader of the saboteurs breaks into a panic, realizing with horror that their mission has completely failed. Terrified by the thought that Fang Yi has already absorbed the throne's power, he frantically activates a teleportation circle and screams for everyone to retreat before it is too late. But his partners immediately grab onto him, refusing to let him abandon them and escape alone, angrily insisting that if they are doomed, they will all go down together. None of their arguing matters anymore. Before they can even finish fighting among themselves, blinding rays of solar energy pierce straight through the mountain, vaporizing the entire bunker and wiping out every traitor inside in an instant. A blinding column of solar energy drops from the sky like judgment itself, smashing into the hidden traitors and mercenaries before they can even react. In a single terrifying instant, their bodies are swallowed by the light and burned away without leaving a trace. The mountain peak is still roaring with flames from the aftershock of his power, but Fang Yi walks out from the burning light as calmly as if nothing happened. With his expression steady and cold, he announces that the filthy rats who tried to sabotage his breakthrough have all been cleaned out. Down below, the defenders and ordinary citizens finally see hope return to their faces. Their fear breaks into cheers as they raise their voices in relief, celebrating the comeback of the true guardian who protected them when it mattered most. Back at headquarters, the officials stare at the scene in complete amazement, shaken by the sheer scale of Fang Yi's strength. To his enemies, that power is pure terror, but to his allies, it feels like an unshakable shield, and they proudly declare that having the master of the sun god throne standing with their nation is their greatest fortune. Meanwhile, Fang Yi slowly descends from the sky, his aura still carrying the heat of the sun. He lands steadily in front of President Yi Xiao and Elder Wu, drawing their full attention the moment his feet touch the ground. Elder Wu immediately steps forward with a deeply respectful expression, lowering his posture as he greets Fang Yi properly. In a solemn voice, he addresses him by his true title, the Master of the Sun God Throne. President Yi Xiao wastes no time and brings up the bad news with a serious face. They had already captured the Lord of the Earth, but during the chaos caused by the Sun God Throne's descent, that villain managed to slip away, so Yi Xiao asks Fang Yi how he views the situation now. Fang Yi calmly admits that the enemy's invasion has damaged their nation's dignity and thrown the people into panic. But even so, his tone stays completely confident, because in his eyes, that mutated invader is nothing more than a fake monster putting on a show, not a real threat. As footage of his victory spreads across screens throughout the entire country, Fang Yi's gaze turns colder than ever. Since the enemy had the nerve to slap them in the face first, he declares that he will return that humiliation with a crushing slap of his own. On the other side of the border, the Lord of the Earth and the country B leader watch the news with dread slowly spreading across their faces. The moment they understand what Fang Yi's words mean, it feels like their worst nightmare has already begun. Then, without warning, SSS-class invasion alarms explode across country B. Sirens tear through the streets and command centers alike, sending the entire nation spiraling into instant panic. Inside an emergency meeting, a scarred executive loses control of his temper and slams his hand hard against the table. Furious and anxious, he demands that they contact the Xia nation immediately and force them to restrain their advancing forces. His anger only grows as he shouts that the Xia nation has crossed the line completely. First, they treated the Lord of the Earth like a captured prisoner of war, and now they are actually marching toward Country B's borders. The Country B leader's face darkens as he delivers the grim update to everyone in the room. The Xia nation has ignored every attempt at contact, refusing to answer their calls or respond to any communication at all. That news drains the color from the officials' faces. One by one, the high-ranking figures begin sweating under the pressure, desperately searching for an answer while realizing they may have no control over what happens next. At that moment, the bandaged Lord of the Earth finally snaps, his rage boiling over as he smashes the table in front of him. Glaring at the frightened politicians, he barks at them to pull themselves together instead of falling apart. He reminds them that Country B still has a hidden weapon waiting in reserve. Without hesitation, he orders them to trigger a first-level state of emergency and bring out their strongest defense. Along the coastline, Country B activates its ultimate trump card, the deep sea barrier. A gigantic shield of water rises around the nation, powered by mutated ocean currents and the country's own spiritual energy, forming what they believe to be the strongest defense on Earth. When the Country B leader sees the barrier seal the nation inside its watery protection, relief washes over his face. To him, that shining ocean wall looks like absolute safety, and he celebrates as if the danger has already passed. The Lord of the Earth grows smug as he boasts about the barrier's impossible strength. According to him, even thousands of elite pioneers could not leave a scratch on it, and not even his own supreme Earth powers were able to make it tremble. He goes even further, claiming the barrier could withstand the combined assault of 10 throne masters at once. With a proud grin, he brags that Country B's incredible technology is so advanced it has made other global superpowers burn with envy. Calling it their final trump card, he laughs wildly and insists that the sealer will never be able to break through. Instead of fighting directly, they plan to turn international public opinion against the Xia nation and force them to surrender Fang Yi. A twisted grin spreads across his face as that thought excites him more and more. In his mind, once Fang Yi falls into their hands, both the sealer's life and terrifying abilities will be completely at his mercy. Across Country B, the citizens begin mocking the sealer's warning with arrogant confidence. Trusting fully in their so-called impenetrable barrier, they complain that the Xia nation is acting like a bully, and some even fantasize about personally executing Fang Yi themselves. But far away from all that noise, out on the wide open ocean, a familiar figure finally appears. His arrival is quiet at first, but the pressure he brings with him is impossible to ignore. Wrapped in roaring golden flames, Fang Yi hovers high above the barrier Country B is so proud of. Looking down at their precious defense, he wears a cold, knowing smirk, as if he has already seen how this will end. The massive ocean barrier does not shake Fang Yi's confidence in the slightest. Floating calmly above it, he begins preparing a strike powerful enough to tear through their false sense of safety. At the same time, the Lord of the Earth appears in a live-streamed press conference, surrounded by cameras and reporters. With dramatic seriousness, He explains that the deep-sea barrier was always one of Country B's most closely guarded secret weapons. Then he shamelessly starts playing the victim in front of the entire world. Facing the cameras with a pitiful act, he cries about how the ruthless Xia nation tried to assassinate him and how he barely managed to escape with his life. Just as Fang Yi raises his hand and gathers a storm of solar energy above the sea, the Lord of the Earth continues speaking boldly. Still trusting the barrier completely, he welcomes the sealer to come and try his luck. The arrogant fool even dares Fang Yi outright, telling him to try breaking through if he thinks he can. In his mind, any attack from Fang Yi will only become proof of the deep-sea barrier's absolute dominance. He has barely finished showing off when Fang Yi releases his power. A colossal pillar of fire crashes down onto the shield with terrifying force, and in that instant, the bragging Lord of the Earth is left staring in complete shock. The reporters at the press conference immediately panic, screaming as they scatter in every direction to save themselves. All around them, SSS-class alarms keep shrieking, warning that the disaster level is soaring beyond measure under the shockwave of that terrifying solar fire. Fang Yi looks down at the scorched barrier with a calm, almost casual expression. He admits that he is slightly impressed it managed to survive even one direct hit from the power of his sun god throne. But then his eyes turn cold and dangerous as he mutters that one hit is already their absolute limit. A second wave of explosive solar energy surges around him, far greater than before, and when he unleashes it, a cataclysmic burst of heat and light erupts so violently that the entire ocean barrier is vaporized into a towering cloud of steam. Deep beneath the sea, inside the control room connected to the barrier, the destruction sends a brutal spiritual backlash through the entire system. The researchers cough up blood one after another, collapsing in agony as the force tears through them. Still floating calmly in the sky, Fang Yi looks down over the broken defenses with icy authority. His voice carries like a command as he tells the Lord of the Earth to stop hiding and come out to face his doom. The Lord of the Earth stares upward in disbelief, his face twisting with shock and resentment. He curses under his breath, unable to understand how Fang Yi managed to obtain such an unbelievably powerful opportunity. Sweat rolls down his face as fury and fear mix together in his expression. He admits that the sealer standing before him now is far stronger than when he first invaded their nation, but even then, he refuses to surrender. Then a twisted grin slowly crawls across his face as a new thought takes hold. To him, this disaster suddenly becomes a golden ticket, because if he can kill the sealer here in front of the whole world, his global status will skyrocket beyond imagination. Driven by desperation, the Lord of the Earth slams his hand violently against the ground. The city street splits apart beneath him, cracking open with a thunderous roar until it forms a massive abyss. From deep inside that newly opened crater, his true final trump card begins to rise. The ground trembles as something enormous pushes its way up from the darkness below. A colossal earth giant emerges, its massive stone body towering over the surrounding skyscrapers. Every movement shakes the city, making the streets and buildings tremble beneath the weight of the terrifying golem. The monstrous stone giant looms over Fang Yi like a walking mountain, casting its enormous presence across the battlefield. Yet Fang Yi does not even blink, remaining perfectly calm in the face of that overwhelming size. The Lord of the Earth points at Fang Yi and screams with everything he has. In a voice full of hatred and desperation, he orders his giant golem to smash the sealer into pieces. The beast obeys at once, reaching its enormous hand toward Fang Yi from above. Its shadow spreads over him like a collapsing wall as the golem prepares to crush him where he stands. Fang Yi raised his hand and summoned his blazing fire sword, its flames roaring to life in an instant. Then, without the slightest strain on his face, he brought the blade down and sliced the enormous earth giant cleanly in half, as if the monster's massive body offered no resistance at all. The Lord of the Earth froze in absolute disbelief, his eyes widening as the giant was split apart before him. He screamed that both of them were supposed to be powerful throne masters, so there was no possible way his ultimate trump card should have been ripped open like a flimsy sheet of paper. Fang Yi looked down at his drenched, trembling opponent with a cold, emotionless stare. That calm gaze alone pushed the invader toward madness, making him shout that none of this could be real, that it had to be an illusion, before he desperately launched a storm of exploding boulders straight toward him. But Fang Yi did not even blink. He simply hovered there in midair with his body perfectly steady, while the gigantic rocks tore through the sky around him and flew past without leaving so much as a scratch. Unable to accept that he was being overwhelmed so completely, the Lord of the Earth forced out every last bit of strength he had. With a roar, He activated his hidden technique and sealed Fang Yi inside a massive dome of solid stone, burying him in what looked like an unbreakable tomb. Inside that pitch-black stone prison, Fang Yi remained completely calm. He slowly lifted one hand in the darkness, and with no panic in his voice at all, he gave one simple command to shatter the seal. In the very next instant, a violent explosion erupted from within the stone dome. The entire prison was blasted into dust and flying rubble, leaving the Lord of the Earth staring in place, completely frozen by what he had just witnessed. As broken chunks of stone rained down over the ruined city, Fang Yi walked out through the smoke with golden flames roaring around his body. His eyes stayed cold as he looked at his terrified opponent and asked if that was truly the best he could do. At that same moment, panic erupted across Country B. Crowds watching the live broadcast stared at the screens in horror, while their top leaders nearly lost their minds, clutching their heads and pulling at their hair as they realized their champion was about to be crushed. They could only stare at the huge public screens in disbelief, unable to understand how their strongest champion was losing this badly. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the mutated Lord of the Earth was soaked in sweat beneath Fang Yi's terrifying pressure, finally realizing he was completely outclassed. With every defense already broken, all he could do was look up as the sky above him turned a burning crimson red. Fang Yi unleashed the power of the sun god, calling down a terrifying rain of blazing solar meteors that descended directly toward the helpless invader. The Lord of the Earth screamed in pure agony as the blinding solar storm swallowed him whole. His body was vaporized inside that overwhelming light, while his top commander watched the explosion from afar and cried out his title in complete horror. Fang Yi looked down at the smoking crater left behind, his expression still ice-cold. Even though both of them had held the power of a throne, the invader had simply been far too weak, and daring to challenge Fang Yi's absolute strength had been nothing more than choosing death. When the news reached Country B's headquarters, the entire command center fell into chaos. Their leader, completely overwhelmed by fear and rage, shouted for his officers to mobilize the entire army and launch a desperate, suicidal hunt against Fang Yi. But before that reckless order could go any further, his furious general grabbed him by the collar and stopped him on the spot. The general warned that sending more soldiers would only mean throwing lives away, and their only remaining hope was to pray that the sealer would show mercy. Back on the battlefield, just as the dust was finally beginning to settle, Fang Yi suddenly sensed movement from below. A massive beam of golden energy shot out of the crater and rushed upward through the smoke, flying straight toward him. Fang Yi reached out and caught the glowing light in his hand. The moment he felt its power, he understood what it was, the core of the Earth Throne, willingly offering him its strength and submitting itself to its new master. The system immediately sent out an alert, confirming that because Fang Yi had defeated the previous owner, he had now obtained complete control over the Earth Throne and everything connected to its power. A faint smile appeared on Fang Yi's face as he looked at this unexpected reward. He clenched his fist, and in the next breath, the huge swirl of Earth energy was pulled directly into his body. A glowing sphere of two different elements formed around him as the power continued to merge into his body. When the absorption finally ended, Fang Yi's red eyes shone brightly, marking the moment he fully took in his second throne. A towering pillar of golden light shot straight into the sky, making the nearby enemy scouts tremble where they stood. They could only watch in terror as the sealer casually absorbed the greatest treasure their nation had ever possessed. From their own headquarters, Elder Wu and Su Qingying watched the scene unfold with stunned admiration. They understood at once that the sealer had officially become the first person to hold two thrones, a feat that would completely reshape the balance of power across the world. At the same time, anger and fear exploded throughout Country B, as furious citizens flooded the streets with signs, demanding global punishment and calling Fang Yi a cold-blooded killer. High above the city, Fang Yi floated in the air and looked down at the raging crowd beneath him. Their desperate shouts about stopping the Xia nation from ruling the world did not shake him in the slightest. With his voice calm and cold, Fang Yi announced that the Lord of the Earth was already dead. Then he warned them that Country B would be next, and those few words alone made the surviving enemy soldiers stiffen in pure terror. Standing proudly within a swirling storm of elemental power, Fang Yi declared that this death was only a tiny part of the price they owed for provoking his country. Anyone who dared threaten his homeland, no matter where they tried to run or hide, would be completely destroyed. He then told them he would only swing his sword one time. Whether they managed to survive or died on the spot would depend entirely on their own luck. The moment those words sank in, the desperate soldiers completely lost their nerve and screamed for everyone to retreat. At the same time, they poured their remaining energy together, forcing it into a massive wall of defensive shields in one last attempt to block Fang Yi's incoming strike. But against Fang Yi's power, that desperate defense meant nothing. He tightened his grip on his sword and swung it forward with overwhelming force. From the blade erupted a gigantic wave of blinding golden fire, a slash so massive it seemed to tear the sky itself apart as it surged toward them. The devastating blast smashed into their strongest shields and shattered them instantly, breaking through the entire defense as if it had never existed. The fleeing soldiers were swallowed by the golden flames before they could escape. In a single moment, their bodies were vaporized completely, leaving absolutely nothing behind. That unbelievable strike did more than erase the soldiers. It triggered a massive tsunami and carved a flaming canyon straight through the center of Country B, leaving behind a terrifying warning for the entire world. The Xia nation was not something anyone could provoke lightly. It immediately detects that Fang Yi has fully mastered the Earth Throne, and a prompt appears before him, asking whether he wants to merge with its Earth attribute and use that power to awaken an entirely new technique. Of course, Fang Yi does not hesitate for even a second. Our boy gives his approval right away, and the system instantly begins operating, smoothly drawing the powerful Earth attribute into his body and completing the fusion without any resistance. Once the Earth attribute settles completely inside him, the system wastes no time moving on to the next step, beginning the process of forging a brand new custom skill that belongs only to Fang Yi. And just like that, Fang Yi successfully awakens his new custom skill, an overwhelming technique known as the Gravity God technique. This ridiculous ability allows Fang Yi to control gravity itself, pushing it all the way up to 100 times normal force. And after absorbing such an enormous amount of thrown energy, his cultivation surges forward far more smoothly than expected, officially carrying him straight into the legendary Rising Sun realm. Back at headquarters, Elder Wu's expression turns serious as he pieces everything together and realizes a terrifying truth. If someone kills a throne master, the victor can actually seize the throne power for themselves. But Yi Xiao quickly points out the danger behind that discovery. Once this truth spreads, countless desperate pioneers around the world will start hunting throne holders like prey, and Zhao Lan immediately urges everyone to stabilize their own faction before the chaos spirals out of control. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu stands before a roaring crowd of citizens, feeding their excitement as cheers erupt all around him. With a mocking tone, he ridicules Country B's fallen leader for daring to challenge the legendary sealer in the first place. The public joins in without holding back, laughing at Country B's defeated champion and treating his invasion as nothing more than a ridiculous joke that ended in total humiliation. At home, Fang Yi's aunt stares at the broadcast in complete disbelief, her eyes locked on the screen as she finally realizes that the legendary warrior everyone is talking about is actually her own nephew. Then, as she looks down at a family photo on her phone, emotion wells up inside her. Seeing Fang Yi's face there, she understands just how much he has silently done to protect their family. Across the world, the broadcast announces the birth of Earth's first dual throne holder, openly declaring that the sealer now stands almost like a god, with power strong enough to shatter the balance between nations. But that same announcement also lights a dangerous fire in the hearts of every power-hungry pioneer, because now they all understand that a throne can be claimed by killing the one who currently holds it. Inside Country A's executive office, the nation's leader listens to the changing global situation with obvious delight, his face brightening as he begins plotting his next move. A twisted grin spreads across his face as he decides to spread the truth about stealing throne power, deliberately throwing every faction on Earth into a bloody struggle for survival. Behind him, the mysterious advisor with red eyes watches with smug satisfaction and agrees. Although the sealer's sudden rise was beyond their expectations, Fang Yi's actions have ended up pushing the world exactly where they wanted it to go. The advisor even remarks that they should be grateful to the sealer, because Fang Yi has forced all of humanity to face the brutal reality of this new spiritual era. The leader calmly points out that once pioneers begin fighting each other for thrones, their own faction will have a much easier time stepping in later and taking everything for themselves. Together, the conspirators relish the thought of letting the entire world weaken itself through endless conflict, while Country awaits for the perfect chance to seize control of every throne. After raising their glasses and clinking them together in a quiet toast, the leader brings his drink to his lips and calmly takes a sip. The advisor then gives a careful warning. Since the sealer is far too powerful right now, they should not confront him directly, even with their own strong forces prepared, and instead should maintain a friendly appearance on the surface. But the leader already has another idea in mind. Rather than challenging Fang Yi head-on, he suggests that they move first and steal the other thrones before the Xia nation can claim them. The advisor smiles at that, saying that in this new era, survival of the fittest is the only rule that matters. All they need to do is sit back and watch as pioneers across the world slaughter each other for power. At the same time, deep in the back mountains of Taimu City, a massive vortex of golden spiritual energy swirls around Fang Yi's cousin, Lin Yi, as she sits in focused meditation. Then Lin Yi slowly opens her eyes, now glowing with brilliant golden light, and a towering pillar of energy erupts from her body, shooting straight up into the sky. From a safe distance, the lead official and his guard watch the scene with tense expressions, wondering whether Lin Yi has truly succeeded in claiming the throne. As the dazzling column of light gradually settles and the smoke begins to drift apart, a powerful figure emerges from within it, stepping forward with calm and steady confidence. The protectors standing nearby fall completely silent, frozen in place as the pressure rolling off her makes it difficult for anyone to speak. Lin Yi steps forward and sincerely thanks the team for guarding her during the trial. Then, with quiet strength in her voice, she announces that she has successfully claimed the metal throne and promises that she will stop their enemies. The lead official looks at her gently and explains that she no longer needs to worry, because the chaos in Taimu City has already been dealt with. With visible happiness, he tells her that her cousin wiped out the invaders, protected the entire city, and has now become Earth's first dual throne holder in the Rising Sun realm. Lin Yi is left stunned, her expression freezing for a moment as she tries to process just how unbelievably fast her cousin has grown. The official continues, explaining that while she was focused on claiming her own throne, Country B launched an invasion, but Fang Yi crushed their champion with ease and even split their nation in half. He adds that because of what happened, the entire world now knows the shocking truth. A throne's power can be taken by killing its master. Right now, Fang Yi is probably busy meeting with the top leaders and planning their next steps, because finding the remaining thrones and protecting the ones they already have will be an enormous challenge. Their current allies, the masters of the Thunder Throne and Wood Throne, have instantly become high-priority targets, and the nation must protect them before enemy factions make a move. Lin Yi's face darkens as the weight of the situation sinks in. The world's enemies may not dare to provoke her cousin directly, but weaker throne masters like her will almost certainly become their next targets. She tightens her fists in frustration, realizing that even after risking her life to claim a throne and protect her family, she is still not strong enough and may still have to depend on Fang Yi. But at that exact moment, Fang Yi casually walks out from between the trees, his presence calm and confident as he tells his cousin that with him watching their enemies, no one will dare step into their country. The moment Lin Yi sees him, her worry melts into pure joy. She rushes forward and throws her arms around her cousin, overwhelmed with relief that he is safe. Fang Yi gently pats her head, teasing her for feeling so insecure when she is already a dual attribute pioneer and the rightful master of the metal throne. Lin Yi looks up at him with a bright smile and asks whether he was the one who helped her survive the trial. Fang Yi confirms it with a relaxed smile, lightly scolding her for being so reckless. Lin Yi proudly answers that he was the one who taught her to seize opportunities with her own hands, and she wanted to become strong enough to stand beside him instead of always hiding behind him. Clenching her fist with fierce determination, she admits that she had been so prepared to risk everything that she even wrote her will before entering the trial. After hearing that, Fang Yi claps his hands together with a sly grin, then announces that he has already prepared a brutal training program for her, and they are going to begin immediately. The sudden announcement sends Lin Yi and the guards into instant panic. Caught completely off guard, she nervously asks what kind of training program he is talking about. But when Lin Yi sees the knowing smirk on Fang Yi's face, a terrible feeling rises in her chest, and she realizes that the nightmare waiting for her may be far worse than she imagined. The world has finally crossed a line it can never return from, and the nightmare of stealing thrones has become real. In Country Lai, a little girl only 5 years old, the chosen master of the Wind Throne, was hunted down and brutally killed by 2 assassins who wanted nothing more than to rip that power away from her. This becomes the first officially confirmed case where a throne has been taken from its rightful master through open violence. And with the Wind Throne gone, Country Lai is left exposed, shaken, and terrified of what might come next. As the news races across the globe, people everywhere are forced to face a chilling truth. The old order that once kept the world balanced has collapsed, and the entire human world is beginning to slide into chaos. From this moment on, survival belongs to whoever is strong enough to seize it. Smaller nations now live in fear, knowing that any ambitious force hungry for power could come for them next and wipe them out completely. At the same time, over in Thai city of Jian Nation, a sudden level 4 earthquake shakes the area and throws ordinary citizens into panic. Officials quickly step forward to calm everyone down, claiming it is only the result of high-level cultivation activity. But just 10 minutes earlier, inside the Spirit Association's combat room, Lin Yi is already standing in position, preparing to test the brand new power she gained from the metal throne. Fang Yi, however, shows her almost no respect at all. With a calm look, he tells her he will not use any of his abilities and will fight using only one finger, giving her the entire afternoon to land even a single hit on him. Lin Yi's face darkens at the insult. She reminds him that even if the gap between them is enormous, she is still a throne master now, and that status alone should at least earn her a little respect. From the observation room above, the leader of the destroyer squad watches the exchange and bursts into laughter, saying Fang Yi is practically begging to get beaten with that level of arrogance. Su Qingying immediately corrects him, making it clear that Fang Yi is not bragging at all. He is simply speaking the truth because the difference in strength is far too huge. Even so, the association superior still frowns with doubt, arguing that the metal throne is famous for its aggressive power and should not be underestimated. He insists that even if Lin Yi's abilities are not strong enough to truly threaten the legendary sealer, she should at least have the speed and force needed to brush against his clothes. Su Qingying shuts that idea down right away. She warns the officials that because none of them have personally witnessed Fang Yi's almost godlike strength, they still have no real understanding of what kind of monster they are watching. Down in the combat room, Lin Yi fixes her eyes on Fang Yi and tells him to be careful. Energy begins gathering around her body as she prepares to show him exactly what the metal throne can do. Her first attack erupts instantly. Countless sharp wooden leaves are transformed into glittering metal projectiles, tearing through the air in a massive barrage aimed straight at Fang Yi. Fang Yi's eyes show a trace of approval as he notices that her elemental control is even better than the Lord of the Earth's. But even while acknowledging that, he casually glides through the storm of attacks without ever taking his hands out of his pockets. Lin Yi refuses to let one failed move slow her down. She twists her body, gathers power into her arm, and launches herself forward with a direct punch packed full of energy. But before her fist can reach him, Fang Yi's finger is already there. He lightly taps her forehead, stopping her attack in place, then coldly tells her that she is still far too slow. He points out that no matter how flashy or powerful her techniques look, they mean nothing if they cannot actually hit the enemy. In a real battle, that one mistake would already have cost her life. Lin Yi stands there drenched in sweat, her eyes wide with disbelief. She cannot understand how Fang Yi managed to move straight through the range of her metal control without taking even the slightest damage. Realizing that her first approach is useless, Lin Yi quickly pulls back and creates distance, forcing herself to calm down and change her strategy. This time, she decides not to scatter her strength across a wide attack. Instead, she compresses all of her speed and power into one single point, preparing to gamble everything on one final strike. With all her momentum gathered, Lin Yi suddenly bursts forward. Her body turns into a blur as she charges at Fang Yi with terrifying speed. But the result is exactly the same. In less than a second, Fang Yi calmly places one finger against her forehead again, stopping her dead in her tracks and leaving her frozen in stunned silence. Even then, Lin Yi still refuses to surrender. With a furious shout, she unleashes a storm of high-speed attacks from every direction. But Fang Yi blocks each one with effortless precision, repeatedly telling her she is too slow and urging her to keep trying. After a while, Fang Yi seems to lose interest. He asks if this is really the best she can do, then casually flicks his finger and sends Lin Yi flying backward, crashing hard into the concrete floor. As dust rises around Lin Yi's fallen body, Fang Yi calmly asks whether she can still continue. Up on the observation deck, Su Qingying watches the scene and admits that the legendary sealer is being far too brutal with her. The destroyer squad leader stares at the battlefield and comments that the gap between these two throne masters is almost ridiculous. He even wonders whether touching Fang Yi's finger should count as a victory, but the association superior tells him to look more carefully, because Fang Yi's finger has not actually touched her at all. What Fang Yi is using is only a basic energy barrier, with nothing more than compressed air around his fingertip. He is completely suppressing a combat-focused metal throne master. Down on the cracked floor, Lin Yi lies bruised and covered in dust while struggling to catch her breath. But instead of feeling defeated, she begins to understand that this harsh training is actually a rare gift. In a world where throne masters are already being hunted for their powers, having her own cousin push her to the edge in a controlled fight, without truly putting her life in danger, is an advantage few people could ever receive. With that thought in mind, Lin Yi chooses to keep going. She knows that learning directly from the strongest pioneer in the world will only make her stronger with every painful exchange. She slowly pushes herself back to her feet, a grin spreading across her bruised face. Then she thanks her cousin, saying that real combat is the best kind of training, and she is ready to continue. Fang Yi looks at her determination and gives her a rare word of praise. He notes that if she did not have such a strong will, she never would have survived the trial of the metal throne in the first place. But just as Fang Yi asks whether she is ready for the next round, an emergency alert suddenly comes in, forcing him to leave at once. Meanwhile, far away in Mu City, another violent struggle for power is already unfolding. Inside a rain-soaked estate, several men kneel before a throne and report their progress. They have already taken control of 4 out of the 7 nearby districts, but the leader of Xiren district still refuses to submit. Sitting on that throne is Li Yuan, a tyrant who has recently become the new master of the Rain Throne. The moment he hears the word neutral, his expression twists with contempt. He scoffs at the idea that anyone in those districts could be strong enough to stay out of his war. Li Yuan snarls at his own followers, calling them useless trash. Then he erupts in anger, screaming that if Xiren district refuses to obey him, every last person there should be slaughtered. His men tremble in fear, already realizing what is about to happen. Ever since Li Yuan claimed the Rain Throne, his personality has become more twisted and unstable, and another bloodbath now seems unavoidable. But at that exact moment, a brave representative from Xiren district suddenly bursts into the estate. Standing before the tyrant, he confronts him directly and declares that his people have lived peacefully for years. They refuse to be dragged into Li Yuan's bloody conflict. Li Yuan simply grins at him, as if a perfect victim has just walked right into his hands. To him, this man is nothing more than an easy example to make in front of everyone. Before the representative can even react, Li Yuan moves with terrifying speed. In a sudden flash of violence, he brutally slices off the young man's arm. Even then, Li Yuan does not kill him. The only reason he leaves the young man alive is because the representative once worked alongside his father. With a cold look, Li Yuan warns him that this mercy is the only free pass he will ever get. If he dares to defy him again, he will not be lucky enough to walk away alive. Right after Li Yuan coldly signals his guards to drag away the defeated opponent from the chamber, the tension in the room barely has time to settle before it is shattered again. A guard stumbles in, nearly tripping over himself, his face pale and drained of color as if he has just seen something impossible outside the estate. Without even catching his breath, he blurts out urgent news. Someone far more dangerous has arrived, standing directly at the front gates and demanding attention with absolute authority. The guard's entire body trembles uncontrollably as he forces the words out, fear tightening his throat with every syllable. He reports that the legendary sealer has appeared in person, and not at some distant checkpoint or outer courtyard, but right outside the main doors of the mansion. The weight of that name alone seems to crush the air in the room, turning the earlier arrogance into immediate unease as everyone present begins to understand just how serious this visit truly is. Inside, Li Yuan feels a sharp spike of panic rise up like a reflex, his confidence cracking for an instant as the situation spirals beyond his expectations. But almost immediately, he forces that fear back down, tightening his expression and straightening his posture as if physically restraining his own instability. If he wants to maintain control of his newly seized position as throne master, hesitation is not an option. So he locks his emotions away, preparing himself to face whatever comes next without showing weakness. At the reception table, Feng Yi sits with unnerving calm, his posture relaxed as though the surrounding tension has nothing to do with him at all. Yet the moment Li Yuan steps into the space, an invisible pressure floods the room, dense, suffocating, and overwhelmingly heavy. It feels less like presence and more like gravity itself has doubled, pressing down on Li Yuan's shoulders and forcing his instincts to recoil, as if his body is trying to kneel before his mind can even respond. Breaking the suffocating silence, Feng Yi speaks in an unexpectedly casual tone, as if nothing unusual is happening at all. He tells Li Yuan to relax, brushing off any implied hostility, and explains that he is merely passing through the city to handle a small amount of official business. His voice is light, almost indifferent, carrying no trace of the monstrous pressure still lingering in the room, making the statement feel even more unnatural. Li Yuan, however, does not believe a single word of it. Every instinct he has screams that this explanation is too clean, too convenient, too perfectly timed. Internally, he spirals into suspicion, convinced that the spirit association must have sent this overwhelming figure to quietly strip him of his newly acquired throne. The more polite Feng Yi appears, the more dangerous the situation feels in Li Yuan's mind. Trying desperately to maintain composure while also avoiding confrontation, Li Yuan quickly shifts into hospitality mode. With forced enthusiasm, he offers to arrange a luxury hot spring resort, hoping to appease the visiting sealer and keep him occupied elsewhere. To his shock and confusion, Feng Yi accepts the offer without hesitation, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, leaving Li Yuan momentarily unsure whether this man is truly dangerous or simply unpredictable. As he hurriedly moves to finalize arrangements, Li Yuan's thoughts spiral deeper into paranoia and reluctant clarity. A chilling realization settles in. If the sealer truly intended to eliminate him, he would already be dead before even realizing it. That thought forces a disturbing question into his mind. Perhaps the spirit association is not here to destroy him at all, but instead evaluating him, or even considering recruitment. Fang Yi subtly shifts the conversation, his tone still relaxed but his words now carrying a sharper edge of curiosity. He casually brings up unsettling rumors circulating across the region. Stories about someone systematically stealing thrones from other masters. The way he phrases it makes it sound like idle talk, yet the topic instantly changes the atmosphere in the room. He continues by asking whether the Rain Throne is currently under any form of threat or instability. That single question lands like a needle in Li Yuan's mind, instantly triggering defensive paranoia. To Li Yuan, it feels less like casual inquiry and more like strategic probing, as though the sealer is quietly assessing how easy it would be to take everything from him. Despite his internal turmoil, Li Yuan begins to rationalize the situation. Fang Yi's calm demeanor and polite tone suggest restraint, and Li Yuan convinces himself that the Spirit Association must value its reputation too much to openly seize power. That assumption becomes his fragile anchor, allowing him to maintain the illusion that his position remains safe, for now. Forcing a practiced smile onto his face, Li Yuan laughs off the concern as if it were nothing more than a joke. He assures Fang Yi that the city is completely stable and that no disturbances exist within his domain. Every word is carefully measured, polished for appearance, while he simultaneously reinforces his role as a gracious and composed host determined to impress his guest. Immediately after, he escalates his hospitality to an extreme level, issuing rapid orders to his guards to prepare the highest-grade VIP accommodations available. Luxury, comfort, and absolute priority service are all demanded without delay. His tone sharpens as he warns that any mistake, no matter how small, will result in severe punishment, even execution, revealing how desperately he is trying to control perception through fear. Yet Fang Yi remains completely unmoved by the grand offer. Without even acknowledging the extravagance, he coldly refuses, stating he has no interest in luxury or accommodations. Turning away without ceremony, he issues a strict instruction that no one is to disturb him further, and leaves the area as casually as he arrived, leaving Li Yuan standing in stunned silence. Outside, Fang Yi walks alone through the rain-soaked forest surrounding Mu City, the atmosphere shifting from controlled tension to quiet isolation. Raindrops fall steadily through the dense canopy, soaking the earth beneath his steps as he moves without urgency. His thoughts drift toward confidential reports warning that foreign operatives from country A have already begun targeting this region, suggesting deeper conflict beneath the surface. A faint, almost dismissive smile crosses Fang Yi's face as he reflects on Li Yuan's behavior. In his mind, the so-called throne master appears painfully naive, someone clinging to power he does not truly understand. The idea that such fragile strength could sustain control over an entire city strikes Fang Yi as almost ironic, bordering on pathetic. Given the situation, Fang Yi concludes that Li Yuan's lack of official protection makes him dangerously exposed. Without backing from higher authority, he is nothing more than a vulnerable target waiting to be exploited by external forces. Rather than intervene directly, Fang Yi decides to observe quietly, allowing events to unfold naturally and reveal their true direction. High above the rain-drenched city skyline, two shadowy foreign figures stand perched in silence, surveying the entire region below. Their presence is deliberate, calculated, and patient. After what appears to be a long and meticulous search, they finally confirm their target's location, their posture shifting subtly as satisfaction replaces uncertainty. At the entrance of the mansion, the guards remain tense but unaware of what is about to unfold. Without warning, the air distorts violently, and a heavy presence crashes down into the courtyard. The sudden impact sends shock through the ground as an unfamiliar figure lands directly in front of them, instantly breaking their defensive formation. Before the guards can even react properly, another figure moves like a blur behind one of them. In an instant, a red-eyed attacker strikes with brutal precision, snapping the guard's neck without hesitation. The body collapses lifelessly to the ground, the sound of impact muffled by the rain as the intruder stands calmly over the fallen victim. Sensing danger almost instinctively, Li Yuan whirls around, only to be met with an even more terrifying sight. Two unknown assassins now stand within his courtyard, completely bypassing all defenses. One of them greets him casually, his tone mocking yet composed, addressing him directly as the master of the Rain Throne as if they already own the place. With a disturbingly casual smile, the attacker apologizes for arriving empty-handed, as though this were a social visit rather than an invasion. In the next moment, he casually tosses something bloody and heavy onto the ground at Li Yuan's feet. It rolls into view, revealing the severed head of one of his guards, still dripping with fresh rain and blood. The moment Li Yuan recognizes what he is facing, his entire body locks up in pure terror. These are not ordinary intruders, they are foreign throne masters, known across regions as the Masters of Mist and Strength. The realization drains all confidence from his expression, leaving only fear as he understands just how outmatched he truly is. Overwhelmed by panic, Li Yuan turns and flees into the storm without hesitation, abandoning the courtyard as chaos erupts behind him. His only thought is survival, reaching the sealer, the only figure he believes might stand a chance against these foreign invaders. In his mind, desperation overrides pride as he seeks the strongest protection available. He plunges deeper into the dark forest, rain crashing down around him in sheets as visibility drops sharply. Every step is unstable, mud and water slowing his escape, yet he refuses to stop. The storm becomes both obstacle and cover, and he clings to the hope that it might give him just enough advantage to survive the pursuit. In a desperate attempt to tilt the environment in his favor, he commands the rain to intensify, channeling his power to manipulate the weather. But before his control can fully manifest, something unnatural begins to spread through the forest. A thick, creeping fog rolls in, swallowing the landscape and cutting off every familiar reference point. Before he can properly register the trap closing in around him, a sudden burst of energy pierces through the mist. A glowing spear of condensed power strikes directly into his shoulder, halting his movement instantly. Pain erupts through his body as his momentum is forcibly broken, leaving him exposed in the suffocating fog. Seizing the opening without hesitation, the Master of Strength descends from above with crushing force. His body drops like a meteor, and a brutal kick slams directly into Li Yuan's chest. The impact drives him violently into the ground, sending shockwaves through the wet earth as he is pinned and incapacitated. Pinned beneath the attackers, battered and bleeding, Li Yuan struggles to lift himself even slightly. In a last attempt to intimidate them, he shouts out that the sealer is currently in the city and will annihilate them if they dare to kill him. His voice cracks under pressure, but the warning carries his final shred of hope. From a distance, Fang Yi observes the unfolding defeat with a calm, detached expression. The ease with which another throne master collapses without meaningful resistance leaves him visibly unimpressed. He exhales lightly, almost disappointed, as if expecting at least a moment of genuine challenge that never arrives. The Master of Mist responds to Li Yuan's desperate warning with a mocking laugh, completely dismissing the threat. He declares that Li Yuan will not even live long enough to see any rescue arrive. Turning to his partner, he casually orders him to finish the job quickly and claim the Rain Throne without delay. With a cruel, satisfied grin, the Master of Strength delivers a final, decisive motion. He seizes Li Yuan and crushes down upon him, triggering a violent surge of energy as the Rain Throne's power is forcibly ripped away. Li Yuan's screams echo through the storm, raw and agonizing, as everything he built begins to collapse in real time. Watching the entire process unfold, Fang Yi lets out another quiet sigh. Even now, there is no sense of tension or challenge, only a swift collapse. The disappointment lingers in his gaze as he turns slightly away, as though the outcome was never in question from the beginning. Deciding the situation has reached its limit, Fang Yi finally moves. A brilliant light erupts around him as he descends from above, cutting through the rain like a falling star. He lands silently behind the two invaders, his presence instantly altering the entire atmosphere of the battlefield. The moment the killers realize he is there, their bodies freeze in place, fear surging through them like electricity. Without hesitation, Fang Yi releases a massive wave of golden energy that ignites into roaring flames. The power surges forward as he prepares to incinerate everything in his path. With calm precision, Fang Yi summons his sword, the blade materializing in his grip as if responding to his will. Standing firm against the rain and chaos, he faces the two intruders directly, acknowledging them without emotion as foreign throne masters who have crossed into the wrong territory. The Master of Mist instantly recognizes the legendary sealer standing before him, and fear breaks through his composure. Cold sweat forms as he quickly attempts to defuse the situation, forcing a diplomatic tone while insisting they have no conflict with the Xia nation. He claims their only target is Li Yuan, yet the injured throne master immediately exposes the lie, accusing them of seeking the Rain Throne itself. Facing overwhelming danger, Li Yuan abandons all pride and desperation takes over completely. He turns toward Fang Yi and begs for his life, pleading for protection with a voice filled with fear and humiliation. His survival instincts override everything else as he clings to the only figure capable of saving him. Despite the tension, the Master of Mist continues attempting to salvage the situation through negotiation. He offers a substantial payment to resolve matters privately, speaking as though this is a matter of diplomacy between equal powers. He insists that cooperation between global factions would be more beneficial than open conflict, trying to buy time and avoid confrontation. Fang Yi cuts through the false diplomacy with a single cold question that instantly silences the field. He asks whether the 5-year-old girl they murdered in Country Lai, just to steal her Wind Throne, also had a personal grudge against them. The question lands like a blade, exposing the true nature of their actions without room for excuse or denial. Realization spreads quickly among the invaders as they understand their crimes are already fully known. The confidence they tried to maintain begins to crack, replaced by unease and rising panic. The illusion of negotiation collapses as they realize they are no longer dealing with ignorance, but with judgment. With their cover completely exposed, the Master of Strength abandons all pretense and begins to surge his energy violently. Power builds around his body in unstable waves as he prepares for a direct confrontation. Any hope of diplomacy vanishes, replaced by a desperate attempt to fight their way out. Without warning, he launches a full-force punch aimed at crushing Fang Yi outright. The attack carries immense destructive momentum, tearing through the air as it closes in with lethal intent, intended to end the fight in a single blow. Yet Fang Yi barely moves. With effortless precision, he shifts just enough for the strike to miss entirely, the massive punch slamming into the ground instead. The impact fractures the earth violently, but Fang Yi remains untouched, standing calmly amidst the aftermath. Seeing his partner's overwhelming attack fail so easily, the Master of Mist responds by unleashing a massive illusionary fog. The battlefield is instantly swallowed by swirling, shifting mist that distorts vision and perception, creating countless false openings and shadows designed to disorient any opponent caught within it. Fang Yi immediately perceives the nature of the technique. There is no hesitation in his understanding. He recognizes it as nothing more than a diversionary tactic, lacking true offensive intent. His focus remains sharp, unaffected by the deceptive visuals around him. As the fog thickens around him, Fang Yi calmly evaluates the situation. It becomes clear that the attackers are no longer committed to a real fight. Their movements, hesitation, and positioning all point toward a single objective: escape rather than victory. The conclusion is immediate. The illusion is nothing more than cover for withdrawal. Every action is designed to create distance and confusion, buying precious seconds for retreat under the guise of aggression. Fang Yi sees through the entire strategy without effort. The Master of Mist urgently orders a retreat, his voice sharp with panic as he signals his partner to escape immediately. The Master of Strength hesitates, confused by the sudden withdrawal and questioning why they are abandoning the fight so abruptly. Yet the command is clear: the situation has turned beyond their control. As they retreat into the storm, the Master of Mist warns his partner in a strained voice that the rumors were not exaggerations. The overwhelming pressure they felt was indeed the presence of the legendary sealer. He admits grimly that they are fortunate to still be alive, as someone of that level could have reduced them to dust without effort. The Master of Strength is completely consumed by greed at this point, his judgment collapsing under the weight of obsession. The idea of walking away empty-handed after finally tracking down the rain throne twists his expression into something harsh and unhinged. He refuses to accept any suggestion of retreat, as if abandoning the mission would strip him of all meaning. Reason no longer reaches him, only the fixation on claiming the throne, no matter the cost. He snaps back at his partner, insisting that as international criminals constantly living outside the law, they have nothing to fear from the Xia nation's authority. His voice carries a reckless certainty, completely dismissing the urgency and panic in the warnings being thrown at him. Every cautious argument is brushed aside as irrelevant, his focus narrowing further into stubborn greed. Without hesitation, the giant brute turns away from escape and starts back toward the battlefield, driven purely by the desire to seize what he believes is his rightful prize. Behind him, the Master of Mist is visibly shaken, his face twisting in disbelief and fury as he watches this self-destructive decision unfold. He curses his partner under his breath, calling him nothing but a fool for willingly walking back into danger. High above the chaos, Fang Yi quietly observes the collapse of coordination among the invaders. Their alliance is breaking apart at the worst possible moment, exposing openings everywhere. His gaze sharpens slightly. This disarray is exactly what he has been waiting for. In his mind, the battlefield has just become an opportunity rather than a threat. Without hesitation, Fang Yi rises into the air, his body transforming into a streak of radiant light that cuts through the sky. Below him, Li Yuan panics and shouts desperately, his voice cracking as he begs not to be abandoned. But Fang Yi does not slow down or look back, continuing upward with cold precision, leaving the battlefield beneath him. Li Yuan's cries echo across the battlefield for a brief moment, then abruptly stop. The massive brute has already closed in, standing over him like a looming mountain of violence. The sudden silence feels heavier than the shouting that came before it. The Master of Strength reaches down and clamps his hand around Li Yuan's head with crushing force. His eyes narrow as he demands answers, his voice low and dangerous, asking why this man is the only one still remaining here. The grip tightens slightly, as if Li Yuan's very resistance is irrelevant. Refusing to leave without profit, the brute hauls Li Yuan off the ground as though he weighs nothing. His declaration is filled with savage certainty. He will seize the rein throne by force if necessary. Li Yuan screams in agony and fear, suspended helplessly in the air as his life is reduced to leverage. Just as the brute prepares to finish his move, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descends from above. His instincts flare violently, and his attention is forced upward. The air itself feels heavier, as if something catastrophic is about to arrive. Fang Yi activates his newly awakened power without hesitation. The divine sun heavenly fire seal erupts into existence, its presence filling the sky with a terrifying, burning brilliance. The technique manifests with overwhelming authority, as though the sun itself has been commanded to descend. The master of strength is instantly locked in place as fear takes hold of his body. From above, blazing chains of solar fire pierce through the sky, descending with ruthless precision. They wrap around his massive frame before he can even react, binding him tightly as the heat distorts the air around him. He lets out a piercing scream as unbearable heat tears through his body. In the next instant, he is dragged violently upward, his struggle completely meaningless against the force overwhelming him. A massive explosion of fire engulfs the sky, erasing his presence in a single catastrophic burst. At a distance, the fleeing master of mist witnesses the explosion light up the battlefield like a second sun. Instead of fear, a twisted sense of relief crosses his face. He laughs under his breath, mocking his partner's stupidity for not escaping when he had the chance, already thinking ahead to finding a new ally to replace him. But that relief fades far too quickly. A sudden, suffocating heat locks onto him from nowhere, sharp and precise, like a predator marking its prey. His expression changes instantly as he realizes he is not safe at all. Something has turned its attention toward him. He spins around in panic, trying to defend himself, but it is already too late. The same blazing chains erupt through the air and coil around him with absolute precision. His resistance means nothing as the binding force crushes his movements completely. His scream is swallowed by terror as he is instantly engulfed in a violent explosion of solar flame. The blast consumes everything in an instant, leaving no trace of his body behind, only scorched emptiness where he once stood. On the ground below, Li Yuan instinctively raises his arms to shield his eyes from the overwhelming shockwave. The force of the explosion ripples across the battlefield, shaking the earth and forcing him to brace himself against the devastation above. As he looks up, he witnesses the Master of Mist being completely erased by that terrifying fire. In that moment, Li Yuan's understanding of power collapses and reforms. He finally grasps how insignificant individual strength becomes in the face of absolute dominance. From within the burning seal, something is expelled forcefully. The charred remnants of both defeated throne masters are spat out, discarded like meaningless waste after being consumed by overwhelming power. Suspended in the sky, Fang Yi speaks calmly to his summoned spirit, almost casually scolding it for consuming something so unpleasant. He remarks that digesting such impurities is not good for it and tells it to expel the remains without worry, as if this level of destruction is completely routine. He then studies his own power with quiet satisfaction, acknowledging the evolution of his ability. With the pure dominance of his yang attribute throne, overwhelming multiple throne masters at once has become almost effortless, as if the gap between them has widened beyond measure. From a distance, Li Yuan watches everything unfold in stunned silence. Horror spreads across his face as he struggles to process what he has just witnessed. Two top-tier global experts erased so casually it defies belief. Realization hits him hard. Fang Yi is no longer just powerful. He is something far beyond their understanding, a being who now commands 3 thrones. Panic rises immediately, and Li Yuan's thoughts turn to survival, fearing that his own reign throne is now the next target. In an instant, Fang Yi descends again, his glowing blade pressing coldly against Li Yuan's neck. The air around them tightens as Fang Yi's voice drops, declaring with chilling calm that the tyrant's turn has finally arrived. Li Yuan's arrogance shatters completely. In a frantic motion, he throws away every trace of dignity and drops to the ground, slamming his head into the mud in a desperate act of submission. He pleads for survival, promising absolute loyalty to the Xia nation. His voice shakes as he begs Fang Yi not to take away his reign throne, offering obedience in exchange for his life. Still trembling, he continues to beg for mercy, his words breaking apart under fear. He clings to the hope that surrender might be enough to spare him from annihilation. Fang Yi finally speaks, deciding to grant him one final chance. He orders Li Yuan to stand and follow him immediately to the Mu City Spirit Association, where everything will be addressed under direct supervision. However, the warning that follows is absolute. If Li Yuan wishes to remain alive, He must confess every crime he has committed without omission and accept whatever punishment is decided for him. There will be no negotiation, only consequence and judgment.